In the profound depths of the universe, where stars shimmer like jewels, a new chapter of the Dragon Ball saga quietly unfolds. On a serene day, the unprecedented program, titled Saiyan Transformation Review, descends like a celestial gift, transcending the barriers of time and space, illuminating every inch of the Dragon Ball realm and awakening the dormant fervor and desires within all living beings. This marks a historic moment, as the potential and evolution of the Saiyans are witnessed for the first time by various cosmic races. Each revelation of their forms is met with astonished gasps and profound contemplation. IT not only challenges the established boundaries of understanding, but also ignites the fighting spirit within countless hearts. Prior to this, the heroes of the Dragon Ball world were grappling with a new menace. The shadow of Frieza had yet to dissipate, and a more terrifying entity, Cell, was gradually awakening to the formidable power of an ultimate artificial being. His existence seems to mock all life, yet deep within him lies a yearning and dissatisfaction for strength, a desire to surpass Goku and conquer all. As the Saiyan Transformation Review program debuts, a subtle transformation begins to unfold. At the moment the program airs, time and space appear to be redefined, showcasing a myriad of Saiyan forms before the audience. From the original Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, and even to the unknown future forms, each step reveals the infinite possibilities of the Saiyans. This experience is not merely a visual feast. It is a soul-stirring revelation. For Cell, it serves as both a provocation and an awakening. Gohan, the boy who once epitomized absolute power in his eyes, has managed to transcend limits and be the first to reach the realm of Super Saiyan 2. This undoubtedly leaves an indelible mark on his proud spirit. Cell's fury does not stem from personal desires, but rather from the indignation of having his dignity and pursuit of power trampled upon. He once believed that as the culmination of the world's strongest beings, his existence should transcend all. Yet, the image in the video, Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form, unleashing a Kamehameha with a single hand to defeat him, has become an unerasable humiliation in his heart. This humiliation is not solely due to his defeat. More significantly, it arises from being surpassed by one he once regarded as a growing rival, while he himself has failed to evolve, remaining stagnant. Meanwhile, within Frieza's legion, the ripples caused by the video stir undercurrents. Tagoma's peculiar behavior leaves Sorbet perplexed, unaware that the source of it all lies in the unconventional training and mindset transformation showcased in the video, which has drastically altered both Tagoma's strength and character. Frieza's resurrection adds an element of eeriness and unpredictability to the situation, as if the entire universe has been swept into an unprecedented storm. No, you do not understand at all, Frieza. Cell's rage intensifies as memories of the past flood his mind. Back then, Gohan was merely a 9 or 10-year-old child. Yet, despite his tender age, he was the first among Goku's group to break through and become a Super Saiyan 2. While I, having achieved my perfect form, am the ultimate being, Cell, I am Gohan, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and I annihilated him with a single-handed Kamehameha. Is that so? Frieza has only now come to grasp the situation regarding Cell. Yet, he remains perplexed by Cell's profound rage. Wasn't Gohan, the one who vanquished him, already dead? Logically, he should feel elated. Why then is his anger directed elsewhere? Frieza simply cannot comprehend it. Even now, Cell remains engulfed in fury, unable to accept the reality of Gohan's demise as depicted in the video. Frieza's assumptions are wholly misguided. For Cell, the true source of his wrath stems from the fact that Gohan was a formidable adversary he had acknowledged and respected. The notion that such a powerful foe could succumb to weakness is unbearable. It is not merely that Gohan's strength has diminished. It has plummeted to an astonishing degree, leading to his demise at the hands of a mere insect. These factors collectively constitute the essence of Cell's fury, which is far removed from Frieza's understanding that I end the video. Hey, are you out of your mind? As the chief of staff, Sorbet is utterly baffled by Tagoma's actions. While it is acceptable to eliminate enemies, he has just slain one of Frieza's own, Zisami. The strength of Frieza's army has already waned significantly. Zisami was one of his few powerful subordinates. Is this not an egregious loss of combat capability? You must have seen it. In this rare opportunity, I struck what appeared to be the strongest foe. Thus, I do not believe I've lost my sanity, Tagoma asserts defiantly, seemingly convinced of his rationale. But you cannot target your own allies. Sorbet cannot accept such behavior, even for the sake of defeating an enemy. It's precisely the constant indecisiveness that has held you back, Sorbet, Tagoma replies, having lost interest in the conversation. Were it not for Sorbet's superior rank, he would likely have eliminated him as well. That I in the chat group. Sorbet, Tagoma, what has happened to you? Is this really you? How dare you speak to me like that? Tagoma, I have no idea. Who knows what has become of me in that video? Not only has my personality drastically changed, but I also seem to have grown significantly stronger. Zasami, damn you. I swear if I see you, Tagoma, you'd better keep your distance from me. Tagoma, no, the person in the video is not me at all. Why are you blaming me? Frisia, deceased, let's set aside other matters. This is the caliber of warrior I expect from my Frisia force. Ketla, I must concur with what that fellow said. Opportunities are rare, and one must seize them when they arise. Legal, indeed, the harsh reality is as such. The blame lies solely with that red, bull-headed beast for his inadequate strength. He is simply too weak. If only he were a bit stronger and of a higher rank, he would not have perished. Returning to the video. Just as everyone was worried about Gohan, fortunately, Krillin had some senza beans. He fed one to Gohan, and soon, Gohan awakened, his energy-pierced body restored. As Taguma's explosive aura approached step by step, the group was reluctant to let Gohan engage in battle so soon after his revival. Thus, the second strongest among them, Piccolo, stepped forward. However, his strength was no match for Taguma. Taguma had undergone training with Frisia that was akin to hell. No, even more terrifying. His current power far surpassed that of Piccolo. Within just a few exchanges, Piccolo was bested. Just as Taguma prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Gohan arrived in the nick of time, unleashing an energy blast that struck Taguma, sending him flying as payback for the earlier attack. Yet this energy blast inflicted no damage upon Taguma. He is completely unscathed. Krillin and the others could hardly believe it. Frisia had warriors of such formidable strength under his command. Ha ha ha. Taguma laughed maniacally, boasting, I was once a specially trained opponent of Lord Frisia. I endured relentless assaults for 4 months, honing this iron body. Thus your feeble attacks could never harm me. After declaring this, he could not contain his arrogance, placing his hands on his hips and laughing boisterously. He was convinced that Gohan and the others were no match for him in the God of Destruction's realm of Universe 7. Goku was equally curious. What on earth did Frisia do to him? Taguma seemed utterly deranged. Let's not dwell on that, Kakarot. Look, who is that approaching? Vegeta suddenly shouted at Goku. In the video, a light flickered in the sky. He speculated whether the newcomer would be himself or Goku. In the video, Taguma also noticed someone approaching from above. He paused, looking up. The newcomer was none other than Gotenks, with his golden hair transformed into Super Saiyan. Ding ding ding. Super Gotenks has arrived. With that proclamation, Gotenks charged directly at Taguma's groin. Oh, the sound of cracking eggs echoed. Instantly, many viewers of the video shuddered, instinctively covering their groins. They could easily guess the intensity of the pain inflicted. Taguma's expression in the video confirmed it. He was in excruciating agony. Letting out a shriek, he collapsed to the ground. Gotenks, meanwhile, landed gracefully, striking a cool pose and turning to the crowd to give a thumbs up. In the God of Destruction's realm of Universe 7, who is this? Vegeta questioned, his face a mask of confusion. He also believed that the person who had come could either be himself or Kakarot. However, he had never encountered this individual before. Nevertheless, despite never having seen him, he felt an uncanny familiarity with Gotenks, as if he ought to know this person. Ha ha ha! Is this not the warrior born from the fusion of Metamorphins? Son Goku could not help but laugh that he recognized it at a glance. The attire worn by Gotenks was indeed the traditional garb of the Metamorphins. Warriors born of fusion always don such clothing. You know? Vegeta turned to son Goku. Yes, replied Goku, gazing at the Gotenks on the screen. With his hands on his hips, he chuckled. If I am not mistaken, this must be the warrior that emerged from the fusion of Goten and Trunks. It is worth noting that Son Goku originally intended to teach the Metamoran fusion technique to Goten and Trunks. This was to train the next generation and also to defeat Majin Buu. However, he had forgotten about it due to the introduction of the Saiyan Transformation inventory. Yet he was certain that the mysterious child warrior on the video was indeed the result of Goten and Trunks' fusion. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Kakarot, are you saying that this is the warrior born from the fusion of Goten and Trunks? Yes. Son Goku nodded, smiling as he said, "All right, continue watching. I assure you, I'm not mistaken." Vegeta did not respond, but he had come to trust Goku's words. The figure on the video was indeed the fusion of Goten and Trunks. After all, Gotenks emanated a sense of familiarity. Moreover, Gotenks appeared in the full-power Super Saiyan transformation. If you're not a Saiyan, how could he possibly transform into a Super Saiyan? Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma and Gohan were also puzzled about the identity of this individual. Why could this child transform into a Super Saiyan? However, despite their curiosity, they were in no hurry, for they knew that the answer would soon reveal itself through the video. They only needed to keep watching. In the video, the answer indeed emerged swiftly. Trunks, Goten, Gohan, and the others were left dumbfounded. How could these two little ones have come here? Moreover, that recent attack was quite something. What are you two doing here? Bulma asked, somewhat angrily. With Frieza present, the situation was exceedingly perilous. Bulma did not wish for these two little ones to be here. Do I even need to say? Gotenks, unfazed by the danger, continued to smile. You are having so much fun without us. You are truly sly. Sly? Bulma was at a loss for words. Seeing that Frieza was still around, there was no time left for her to further reprimand Gotenks. Thus, Bulma urgently exclaimed, "You are no match for Frieza. Hurry back." However, Gotenks, upon hearing this, merely scoffed. TSK, TSK, TSK? He waved his fingers confidently, grinning. Have you all forgotten? Super Saiyan Gotenks is invincible. As he spoke, Gotenks gazed upward at Frieza, hovering in the sky. Is that their leader? Yes, yes, yes. Allow me, Gotenks, to engage you in a duel. Yet, before he could finish, a radiant light enveloped him. In the next moment, the fusion time automatically came to an end, separating Goten and Trunks. Oh no, time's up. They immediately panicked. They hadn't even looked cool for a few seconds. Seventh universe, Earth, hey, it's Goten and Trunks. Bulma and the others were utterly astonished. How did they transform into one person? Ha, what a strange technique. Krillin suddenly laughed, asserting confidently, I bet Goku learned this from somewhere and then taught it to Goten and Trunks. Others nodded in agreement, finding this explanation plausible. After all, Goku had indeed acquired many peculiar techniques from various sources. Although these techniques were odd, each possessed immense utility and power. There was no doubt that this technique, which allowed two individuals to merge into one, must have been imparted to Goten and Trunks by Goku from the video. Seventh universe, God of Destruction's realm. Hee, it truly is. Vegeta chuckled softly. His son Trunks had actually fused with Kakarot's son Goten. Turning to Goku, he inquired about the fusion. Kakarot, what is this fusion you just mentioned? Why have I never heard you speak of it before? That must be the Metamoran's fusion technique. Whis remarked with a smile, looking at the two. As an angel, he was well-versed in these peculiar and powerful techniques. Indeed, Whis. Goku nodded, grinning. I learned this technique from Metamoran while in the other world. It's a process where two individuals with similar power and physique execute a specific dance to merge. Upon fusion, a remarkably powerful warrior is born. Just how strong? It's like 1 + 1 equals more than 3. After all, Goku had witnessed this firsthand in the other world. Initially, two rather weak Metamorans, seemingly insignificant, fused to create a warrior possessing extraordinary strength. Tisich, why does such good fortune always seem to find you? Vegeta mused, utterly perplexed. He could never encounter such luck. Goku, on the other hand, was a different story. Even in the realm of the dead, one can acquire a transcendent technique. So, does this mean that the two of you can merge? Beerus began to feel intrigued. What kind of warrior would emerge from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta? Their power must be extraordinarily formidable. Absolutely. Goku clenched his fists, resolutely proclaiming, "The fusion of Vegeta and I will undoubtedly give rise to an exceptionally powerful warrior." Who said anything about merging with you? Vegeta immediately declared his stance. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Kakarot." The mere thought of fusing with Kakarot made Vegeta feel quite uncomfortable. However, Beerus paid no heed to Vegeta's words that he was convinced that Goku and Vegeta would eventually fuse. That day would surely come. In the video, "Oh, it seems you have come together as one. How intriguing." Frieza, witnessing such a technique for the first time, found it rather fascinating. However, he soon noticed that the faces of Trunks and Goten appeared somewhat familiar to him. Those two faces. He felt he had seen those two little fellows somewhere before. Upon closer inspection, it dawned on him. Goten's face was identical to Goku's. He was undoubtedly Goku's son. As for the other one, they looked so alike. Frieza stared intently at Trunks, suddenly struck with a jolt of realization. A flicker of fear ignited in his eyes. "Indeed, it is that Saiyan who cleaved me in two." He instantly recalled where he had seen the young Trunks' face before. It belonged to the one who had utterly annihilated him. Chapter 2. Transforming into a Super Saiyan in an instant, the scene shifted to Frieza's memories. The future Trunks, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, roared fiercely. Frieza was then cleaved in two by a flash of sword light, his entire form bisected. Countless strikes followed, reducing him to innumerable pieces of flesh. Finally, with a single-handed energy wave, he was utterly annihilated. It was astonishing that this little brat was also a Saiyan. Frieza, gritting his teeth in fury, could hardly believe that during his absence, the number of Saiyans had multiplied so drastically. "You despicable and filthy Saiyans, today I shall eradicate all of you." Frieza appeared to be incensed. Goten felt a twinge of fear. Trunks, equally apprehensive, nodded and suggested, "Regardless of the circumstances, Goten, we should flee." Goten wholeheartedly agreed, hastily departing from the scene. They were devoid of the formidable strength and confidence that the fusion had granted them, rendering them too timid to confront a villain like Frieza. However, despite Frieza's anger, he was not inclined to take matters into his own hands just yet. Instead, he commanded Tagoma to rise and fight. Unfortunately, Tagoma was incapacitated, unable to stand due to an acute discomfort. At that moment, a frog leapt before him, inscribing the words "body swap" on the ground. As Tagoma uttered these words, he exchanged bodies with the frog. The true identity of the frog was none other than Jinyu, the captain of the Jinyu force under Frieza on planet Namek, who possessed the body-switching technique. In this instance, Jinyu, previously transformed into a frog, successfully swapped bodies with Tagoma, experiencing a rebirth. Upon witnessing this extraordinary body-swapping technique, the vast majority of viewers were awestruck. "What a divine skill!" they exclaimed, envious of such an ability. The notion of exchanging bodies with others thrilled their imaginations. They envisioned the possibilities. If only they possessed such a technique, they could endlessly seek out powerful beings to swap bodies with. Forget about training, it was unnecessary. Simply find an exceptionally strong individual and devise a way to exchange bodies. They even dared to dream bigger. What if they could swap bodies with a god of destruction? Once the exchange was successful, wouldn't they become invincible? The more they contemplated, the more ludicrous the notion seemed, but it was undeniably enticing. Who wouldn't desire such a technique? In a chat group, Tagoma lamented, "Is my body really his now?" Frieza declared, "Jinyu is alive. I never expected my former captain from the Jinyu force to still be among the living. Moreover, it has long been concealed upon the earth, presumably gathering intelligence discreetly for my sake. A delightful surprise indeed. As for Jinyu, along with Berta and the others, they are deceased. Which explains why we have not encountered you in the depths of hell." Sun Wukong remarked, "I can't believe Jinyu is still alive." Vegeta added, "Just like that bastard Frieza. He truly has remarkable luck." Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong had assumed Jinyu had perished, only to discover that he had been living in the form of a frog on Earth. However, having seen the video and learned of Jinyu's survival, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta resolved that upon their return, they would seek out the frog Jinyu and eliminate him. After all, Jinyu's body-switching technique is indeed perilous. Neither of them wishes to fall victim to it. In the video, Jinyu lamented to Frieza about the torment he endured after transforming into a frog, recounting his harrowing experiences that brought him to tears. Subsequently, Jinyu suddenly appeared before Sun Wukong, Gohan, and the others, brimming with newfound confidence, believing he could not be defeated. After all, the body of Tagoma was the most formidable he had ever acquired. without exception. "Allow me to deal with you," he declared, his gaze fixating on Gohan. "I recognize you. You are the child who was with Vegeta." His eyes then shifted to Krillin. "And you, I remember how you wronged me on Namek. Today, I shall annihilate you all." No sooner had he spoken than Jinyu dashed forth like lightning, moving with such speed that none of the five could react. A dull thud echoed as Jinyu's fist struck Tianjin's abdomen, causing him to vomit bile and rendering him utterly incapacitated. "Why did you strike me first?" Tianjin, watching the video, could hardly contain his bewilderment. Jinyu had declared he would not spare Gohan and Krillin, yet he chose to attack Tianjin, whom he had never encountered before. After swiftly incapacitating Tianjin with a single blow, Jinyu unleashed a series of punches and kicks, effortlessly taking down the remaining four, Gohan and his companions, all within a mere 2 seconds. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, Frieza reveled in the spectacle. "Well done, Jinyu." Finished them off decisively. The sight of Gohan and his friends being bested uplifted Frieza's spirits, and he yearned to witness more of their misfortune. Most of all, he longed to see the expression on Sun Wukong's face upon discovering that Gohan and the others had been slain. In the video, Gohan rose to his feet, acutely aware of the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Realizing that Piccolo and the others were incapable of fighting Jinyu, Gohan instructed them to consume the Senzu beans to restore their strength and then retreat. He faced Jinyu alone, and even though he exerted all his strength, he could still transform into a Super Saiyan. After transforming, Gohan believed he could triumph. Upon witnessing Gohan's decision to confront him solo, Jinyu's face was filled with disdain. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he taunted, "Come, let me witness how much the little brat has grown." With a fierce shout, Gohan launched an attack against Jinyu. However, in his normal state, he was utterly incapable of inflicting any damage. Jinyu felt a profound disappointment. He had anticipated that Gohan would provide at least some semblance of combat enjoyment. To his surprise, the opponent's strength was remarkably feeble. Until now, he hadn't even exerted half of his power, yet it was already sufficient to easily suppress Gohan. In the midst of the battle, Gohan realized just how weak he had become. Due to his neglect of training, his power had diminished to a level even below his previous self. Jinyu, unwilling to waste time, seized Gohan by the leg and flung him away. Following that, he unleashed a barrage of energy attacks upon Gohan, enveloping him in a dense cloud of black mist. However, adhering to the principle that smoke does not equate to injury, when the mist dissipated, Gohan still retained the ability to continue fighting. He recognized that his only chance to defeat Jinyu lay in transformation. With a furious roar, a golden aura erupted around him. Though it was merely the transformation to Super Saiyan at full power, Gohan had given it his all. His lack of training permitted him only this level of prowess. The visage of Frieza darkened with shock, as memories of the past flooded his mind. The term Super Saiyan had etched a significant psychological scar upon him. However, he quickly regained his composure, remarking to himself that he had not anticipated his son could also transform. It seems he harbors such strength. Jinyu was equally astonished by Gohan's power, yet he feigned calmness, revealing no hint of his surprise. "I shall now experience the might of a Super Saiyan." With that declaration, Jinyu maximized his energy and charged toward Gohan at his utmost speed. Before reaching him, he concentrated and launched an energy blast. Yet, this attack would hold no effect against the transformed Gohan. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan executed a powerful knife hand strike, sending the incoming energy blast flying. Jinyu, unwilling to concede, clenched his fists and prepared to strike Gohan. However, to his astonishment, Gohan's speed surpassed his own. A dull thud echoed as Gohan's foot connected with Jinyu's lower body. In a swift motion, he maneuvered behind Jinyu, delivering an elbow strike that sent Jinyu crashing to the ground. Gazing at the fallen Jinyu, Gohan refrained from delivering a final blow. As his golden aura dissipated, he coldly stated, "The outcome between us is clear. Continuing this fight serves no purpose." Indeed, the compassionate Gohan was prepared to spare Jinyu's life. However, this familiar scene reminded Frieza of the past, specifically the events that transpired on planet Namek. The benevolent Goku had similarly chosen to spare him, intending to grant him a reprieve rather than obliterating him completely. This act of mercy was a profound humiliation for Frieza, an indelible mark of disgrace that he could never forget. His eyes were now veiled with a crimson haze of fury. "Get off Earth, you fool!" Gohan shouted at Jinyu. In the next moment, a blood-red beam of death surged forth, piercing through his shoulder. It was Frieza. He could no longer contain his wrath and resolved to take matters into his own hands. You Scion, I shall end your life. But it shall not be an easy demise. I will torment you slowly, ensuring that you meet your end in the most excruciating manner possible. In the 7th universe, at the realm of the destroyers, Vegeta could not help but curse. What a fool Gohan is. His frustration was palpable. Once again, he was grievously harmed due to his kindness. In a single battle, he had suffered severe consequences twice because of his compassion. Fortunately, Frieza had not aimed for Gohan's heart. Otherwise, Gohan would have surely met his demise. Sai, when we return, I must have a serious talk with Gohan. This cannot continue. It is far too dangerous. Just as Goku finished speaking, he noticed Vegeta turning towards him, glaring with palpable anger. Hey, Kakarot, whose character do you think Gohan has inherited to act this way? Goku was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Yet, Vegeta's furious demeanor caused him to instinctively take a couple of steps back. After a moment of contemplation, he scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Is it me? Who else could it be? Vegeta retorted, exasperated. He recalled how, in the past, he had survived on Earth solely because Goku had shown him mercy, wanting to engage him in battle once more. Ah well, haha. Goku continued to scratch his head, smiling. When we return, I will certainly talk to Gohan about this. He must change. On Earth, Gohan was deep in thought, questioning whether he had truly erred. Did he genuinely believe that kindness had no place in battle? However, upon reflection, he gradually clenched his fists. He was convinced that he had not been wrong. The only error lay in his neglect of training, which had diminished his strength instead of enhancing it. He could indeed integrate kindness into combat, but only if he became sufficiently powerful. He needed to wield immense strength so that when he chose to spare an opponent, he would not fall victim to an ambush by other nefarious foes. With sufficient power, he could react to any surprise attack, ensuring that his compassion would no longer lead to devastating consequences. In the video, Gohan grimaced in pain, clutching the wound inflicted by the death beam. Frieza, piloting his spacecraft, drew closer. You spared Jinyu's life, which reminds me of how your father once showed mercy to my minions. Just the thought of Goku from that time infuriates me more and more, my hatred reaching its zenith. I was so incensed that my very insides churned with fury. Thus, I shall ensure that you endure endless suffering before your demise. At this moment, I am genuinely curious about the expression that Sun Wukong will wear upon witnessing your agonizing end. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others yearned to assist Gohan, but unfortunately, Ji swiftly positioned himself before them, unwilling to permit any disruption to Frieza. On this side, Frieza unleashed another deadly energy beam, piercing through Gohan's right leg, followed by a shot to his abdomen. Frieza had no intention of concluding the torment just yet, as he aimed 2 more lethal beams at Gohan's limbs. Ultimately, Gohan could no longer endure the pain. He collapsed to the ground, his transformation automatically undone, reverting to his normal state. This scene was unbearable for many compassionate souls to witness, primarily due to Frieza's deliberate torment of Gohan. He could easily have ended Gohan's life with a single blow, but chose instead to inflict agony by penetrating his body repeatedly, allowing him to experience the excruciating pain time and time again, denying him a swift release from suffering. Numerous concerned individuals dared not watch any longer, fearing nightmares of Frieza haunting their sleep or discovering him lurking beneath their covers at night. Their terror was palpable, rendering them unable to bear the sight any further. Simultaneously, many who disapproved of such cruelty began to voice their outrage in chat groups, clamoring for someone to eliminate Frieza. A twisted individual like him, reveling in the torment of others, certainly does not deserve to live. Of course, among the viewers were also some equally cruel and sadistic individuals, hailing from different universes, who admired and relished Frieza's actions. They could watch scenes of torment without ever feeling repulsed. Chapter 3. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, that Frieza is truly malevolent. Even Kampa, the god of destruction, found it intolerable. Though he has obliterated countless planets, he does not partake in the sadistic torment exhibited by Frieza. Other gods of destruction typically annihilate swiftly, sparing their victims from prolonged suffering. It is evident that he harbors deep-seated hatred and fury towards the Saiyans. As Beerus observed the video of Frieza, his brow furrowed slightly. However, I believe that this very hatred propels Frieza forward, allowing him to ascend to greater heights. One must acknowledge that his rapid power surge upon resurrection is fueled by his animosity towards the Saiyans. If If this Frieza were to encounter me, I would undoubtedly defeat him in 3 moves, Kale declared, hands on her hips, her expression one of disdain. She is one of the potential Saiyans chosen by Kampa and Beerus, alongside Caulifla and Kaba, to train in the realm of destruction. The 3 of them were chosen as the most promising Saiyans on the entire planet of Salada. Under the command of Pampa, Bardos was tasked with guiding them. His objective was to transform Gabi and his companions into the strongest Saiyans, preparing them to participate in the Saiyan fighting tournament. They were to defeat the Saiyans of the 7th universe, including Son Goku and his allies. In the face of Khalifa's words, Gabi dismissed her as merely boasting, considering that this was not the first time she had uttered such arrogant claims. If she were truly to face Frieza in a video, it would not be Son Gohan suffering, but Khalifa herself. On Earth, within the 7th universe, Bulma and the others were in a state of extreme anxiety. Why hadn't Goku and Vegeta arrived yet? It had been quite some time. What were they doing? If Frieza continued to torment Gohan like this, he would soon meet his demise. Returning to the video, Son Gohan lay on the ground, devoid of the strength to rise. Frieza had grown bored and was prepared to deliver a fatal blow, the crimson light of his index finger pulsating ominously. The thought of killing Goku's son brought a grin to Frieza's lips. Meanwhile, in the 7th universe, within the realm of destruction, Goku and Vegeta were equally distressed. Their fists were clenched tightly, puzzled by the delay of their arrival in the video. Gohan was on the brink of death, yet they had not yet appeared. Within the video, the energy on Frieza's fingertip reached its zenith. Prepare to die, he bellowed, intent on unleashing all his hatred upon Son Gohan. The death beam shot forth at incredible speed, and Gohan, unable to rise, stood no chance of evading this strike. At this critical moment, just as Gohan was ready to abandon hope, a figure appeared before him, blocking the impending doom. It was the familiar white cloak of Piccolo. The death beam struck him instead, as Piccolo shielded Gohan from this lethal attack. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan could hardly believe his eyes. In the video, it was indeed his Uncle Piccolo who had intercepted the fatal blow. Piccolo remained silent, yet a satisfied smile graced his face. Protecting Gohan from such a decisive strike was undoubtedly within his character. Had the Piccolo in the video not acted, Gohan would have thought it was not truly him. For if he had been present, he would have unhesitatingly sacrificed himself to protect Gohan. In a chat group, someone remarked, Frieza's death is truly a nuisance. That damn Namekian keeps ruining my plans. The last time it happened was on Namek, where Frieza had unleashed a death beam aimed at killing Son Goku. In the end, Piccolo forcefully pushed Son Goku aside, sacrificing himself to shield Goku from a fatal blow. This time, the video depicted his intent to eliminate Goku's son, Gohan, employing the same deadly beam of energy. Miraculously, it was once again Piccolo who dashed forward, placing himself in harm's way to protect Gohan from the lethal strike. That Nappa is already deceased. What is the story with that Namekian? What exactly is Gohan to you? As one of the original Saiyans who invaded Earth alongside the villainous Vegeta, Nappa harbored intentions to kill Gohan as well. Ultimately, it was Piccolo who intervened yet again, risking his life to save Gohan. This prompted Nappa to question the nature of the bond between Gohan and Piccolo. What could possibly justify such selfless acts of protection? Vegeta, as I've said before, the dead should remain silent. Just watch quietly. Hit. Although that green fellow is not particularly aesthetically pleasing, his willingness to sacrifice himself for others without a moment's hesitation is undeniably beautiful and striking. Ribrian. Indeed, it is truly magnificent and radiant. Chi-Chi. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Once again, Piccolo has saved my son Gohan. In the video, witnessing Piccolo lying motionless on the ground, devoid of life, Gohan was left in utter disbelief, his mouth agape but unable to produce a sound. Others shared his shock, unable to fathom that Piccolo had perished in such a manner. As Frieza prepared to attack the others, Bulma understood the urgency of contacting Whis. Otherwise, they would all perish there. She raised her hands high, presenting an opulent strawberry parfait. And at last, she successfully reached Whis. Through the ensuing conversation between Whis and Bulma, all those watching the video finally grasped the situation. It turned out that Goku and Vegeta had not arrived because they were occupied training in Beerus's realm of destruction. Unbeknownst to them, they remained entirely unaware of Frieza's invasion of Earth. In the 6th universe, in the realm of destruction, Kampa mused, I was right all along. Beerus has taken that Saiyan back to his realm for training. Kampa wore a knowing expression, confident that Beerus would indeed seek out Goku to guide his training. The video had confirmed that his assumptions were correct. However, Kampa felt no urgency or concern, as he had also brought back 3 of the most promising Saiyans to his realm, Kaba, Caulifla, and Kale. On the day of the Saiyan tournament, Kampa was confident that he would impress Beerus. The Saiyan warriors of the 6th universe are truly formidable. Just wait, Goku, I shall triumph over you. Kale clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with battle fervor. She had already deemed Goku as the obstacle preventing her from attaining ultimate strength. Thus, defeating Goku was an imperative for her. She aimed to conquer him on the day of the Saiyan combat tournament, to unequivocally prove that she is the mightiest Saiyan of the 7th universe. Bulma and the others came to understand the situation. It was no wonder that Goku and Vegeta had yet to arrive, as they were engrossed in training and remained oblivious to Frieza's resurrection. However, now that communication had been established, anticipation swelled within each of them, eagerly awaiting Goku and Vegeta's swift arrival to vanquish the wicked tyrant, Frieza. Simultaneously, numerous beings from other universes shared in this anticipation, yearning for Goku and Vegeta to defeat Frieza. In the video, Goku needed to employ instant transmission to hasten his journey to Earth. To facilitate this, Gohan mustered his resolve, dragging his exhausted body back to a standing position. He felt that since Piccolo had sacrificed himself to save him, he could not allow Piccolo's efforts to be in vain. He was determined to transmit his energy signal. With every ounce of strength, he flared with power and transformed once more into a Super Saiyan. Goku successfully seized his energy signature. On Earth, Gohan could only maintain this form for a fleeting second before succumbing to exhaustion, his transformation dissipating. Observing that Goku and Vegeta had not yet arrived, Frieza unleashed a deadly beam directed at Gohan. Just as the energy was about to strike, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Goku and Vegeta materialized before Gohan. In response to the lethal beam, Goku effortlessly deflected it with merely 2 fingers. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. This was not the outcome he had envisioned. He had anticipated witnessing Gohan's demise at the hands of his deadly beam. Meanwhile, Goku swiftly caught Gohan, who was on the verge of collapsing. Tears of relief streamed down Krillin and the others' faces. At last, Goku and Vegeta had arrived. They were saved, and hope was restored for all. Subsequently, Goku entrusted the deceased Piccolo to Dend. After consuming a Senzu bean, Gohan's body regained its vitality. It appeared that the tide of battle was beginning to turn with the arrival of Goku and Vegeta. However, before engaging Frieza, Jinyu, in a fit of rage, descended to the ground to recount his tragic tale to Vegeta and Goku. Yet, before he could finish his narrative, Vegeta swiftly appeared before him, denying Jinyu any chance to continue. With a single-handed energy blast, he eradicated Jinyu, leaving nothing behind but a void where his essence once existed. The captain, Lycum and Bart, have perished. Damn it, the Jinyu frog, was actually slain by Vegeta, and that scoundrel managed to do it with just a single blow. Am I truly that feeble? Vegeta, huh? Could it not be that my strength is simply overwhelming? Nevertheless, to be honest, it is long overdue for trash like you to exit the stage. It is a miracle you have survived this long. Tagma, my body. It has been annihilated. In the video, astonishingly, Frieza, in a display of his formidable power, transformed into his ultimate form, unleashing an aura so potent that it nearly obliterated all of his subordinates. Everything in his vicinity was utterly destroyed, resulting in an enormous circular crater formed by the energy's devastation. This scene instilled fear among many viewers. Initially, they believed Frieza's cruelty was directed solely at those who opposed him. Now, they realized that Frieza's ruthlessness was indiscriminate. Even those in close proximity to him could fall victim to his mercilessness, much like the subordinates depicted in the video. The sheer force and presence he exhibited truly astonished Goku and Vegeta, rendering him almost unrecognizable from the Frieza they encountered on Namek. It is worth noting that back then, Frieza could be defeated by Goku in his Super Saiyan form. However, Goku is no longer the same as he once was. Through rigorous training, his strength has undergone unimaginable enhancement. As a result, when facing Frieza now, he does not even intend to transform into a Super Saiyan, confronting him in his base form instead. The two approached each other, ultimately standing face to face, mere inches apart. Finally, they engaged in combat. Goku delivered a punch, which Frieza blocked with his palm. In turn, Frieza retaliated with a punch that Goku intercepted with his arm. Neither could gain the upper hand with their initial strikes, inflicting no harm upon the other. They then clashed their arms together, and though they were unharmed, the The tremendous force created a shockwave that rippled outward, causing the ground beneath them to collapse instantaneously. They then began to grapple, and due to their overwhelming power, a massive crater formed beneath them. However, the impact of the shockwave soon caused this crater to fracture further, resulting in a vast abyss. The might of Goku and Frieza was evenly matched, neither able to attain dominance over the other. In the chat group, Frieza has perished. Do you see this, Goku? I, Frieza, have never engaged in any training since my birth, yet as a genius, I only needed a few months to reach this level. Do you comprehend my strength? Goku. Well, Frieza, it seems you have overlooked something. In the video, I have yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Frieza may be dead. But why is it so difficult for you to admit my superiority? Bulma interjects, enough chatter. Frieza, your presence is quite nauseating. The Ginyu Frog boldly questions, how dare you speak to Lord Frieza like that? Vegeta retorts, it seems you are eager for death, Ginyu. The Ginyu Frog boasts, you will never find my Vegeta. Your words are mere bluster. Vegeta responds, I have the Dragon Balls at my disposal. Note, Ginyu has exited the chat group. A singular thought permeated everyone's minds, revealing that this chat group indeed allowed exits. In the depths of hell, upon receiving this notification, Frieza was nearly consumed by rage. He could scarcely believe that his most capable subordinate, Ginyu, had become so cowardly, whether it was due to Vegeta's intimidation in the video or not. This was not the Ginyu he knew. Chapter 4. Methods void of justice. In the video, ultimately, Frieza and Goku were evenly matched, neither able to overpower the other, concluding in a stalemate as they distanced themselves. Frieza then gazed at Goku and unexpectedly declared, Goku, I must admit, I harbor a slight sense of gratitude towards you. However, Goku vehemently disagreed, retorting, spare me the nauseating sentiment, Frieza. For Goku, who had witnessed Frieza's cold-blooded ruthlessness and penchant for slaughter, there was no kindness to be found in his demeanor. Yet, Frieza completely disregarded Goku's words, continuing to speak to himself. This is the first time in my life I have truly exerted effort, driven by an insatiable desire for revenge against you. It is only through this endeavor that I have glimpsed different vistas and reached unprecedented heights. Suddenly pausing, Frieza clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with deep-seated hatred. What emotions have fueled my efforts? The humiliation embedded in my endeavors as Frieza is profound. Do you comprehend this? The others, including Krillin, were momentarily taken aback. The nefarious Frieza was actually enraged by his own efforts. I despise you, Goku, Frieza hissed, fists clenched, veins bulging like serpents writhed beneath his skin. Your face, your voice, everything about you. Stop wasting time and act. Goku remained expressionless, uninterested in listening to Frieza's tirade. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across Frieza's face. Goku, I shall make you taste the bitterness of hell. With that, he raised his hand, aiming at Goku. However, as the energy coalesced, it was not directed at Goku. Instead, it soared past him, targeting Krillin below. Indeed, this was Frieza's intent. Knowing how much Goku cared for those around him, he believed Goku would rush to save Krillin. And so it was, as Goku fulfilled Frieza's expectation. Krillin, he shouted, vanishing and materializing before Krillin, delivering a swift chop that shattered the energy attack. Is everything all right? Sun Wukong turned to Krillin and inquired. Krillin, somewhat frightened, wondered why Frieza was fixated on him. He plopped down on the ground, exhaling in relief. Thank you for your rescue, Wukong. However, Frieza seized the opportunity presented by Sun Wukong's distraction and swiftly moved behind him. Before Sun Wukong could react, Frieza landed a punch squarely on his chin. Naturally, the assault did not cease there. Frieza soared into the air, executing an elbow strike followed by a knee thrust that sent Sun Wukong flying once more. Subsequently, he caught hold of Sun Wukong's hair, channeling power into his right fist, intent on creating a hole in Sun Wukong's body. Fortunately, Sun Wukong responded in time, crossing his arms to block Frieza's blow. Thereafter, Sun Wukong retaliated, returning the damage he had just sustained, doubling it back onto Frieza. The speed of their battle was such that Gohan and the others below could hardly comprehend the spectacle. The majority of viewers watching the video were left in awe. This time, Sun Wukong showcased a prowess that surpassed his performance against the god of destruction, Beerus, indicating that he had undergone arduous training. Nonetheless, what they anticipated most was Sun Wukong's transformation into the Super Saiyan God, Blue, as mentioned in the video title. Seeing himself at a disadvantage, Frieza was filled with fury. He raised his right hand, gathering energy. Just as he was about to unleash it, he suddenly altered his attack direction, redirecting the energy blast from Sun Wukong towards Bulma below. As the energy sphere hurtled towards her, both Bulma and Jaco were struck with fear, knowing they lacked the ability to fend off such power. Being hit would spell disaster for them. In that fleeting moment when Sun Wukong turned around, Frieza seized the opportunity to kick him away, sending him crashing to the ground. In the seventh universe, the realm of the god of destruction, Vegeta clenched his fists in disdain, unable to tolerate Frieza's underhanded tactics. Frieza consistently employed such despicable methods, deliberately targeting those whom he knew mattered to Kakarot and himself. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, Frieza attacked them both. Rest assured, Vegeta, you're still in the video. Bulma will surely be fine, Sun Wukong said with a smile, showing no concern for the possibility of himself being launched away and unable to save Bulma, ultimately leading to her demise at Frieza's energy blast. He understood Vegeta well. There was no way Vegeta would allow Bulma to be harmed. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, his face slightly flushed. On Earth, the seventh universe, Bulma could no longer bear Frieza's wickedness. Frieza is truly despicable, she exclaimed angrily. If he cannot defeat Sun Wukong, he resorts to such tactics to create opportunities for himself. The Supreme Kai nodded. Indeed, but such methods are exceedingly effective against Mr. Wukong and Mr. Vegeta, for they would never allow any harm to come to you. Thus, although Frieza's methods are despicable, their effectiveness is undeniable. If Goku and Vegeta were entirely indifferent to the lives of others, Frieza's tactics would be futile. He astutely seizes upon this weakness. While his actions are indeed contemptible, one must recognize that this is a battle, a struggle where only one can emerge victorious. Therefore, Frieza's approach proves to be remarkably effective, albeit infuriating. Krillin clenches his fists, consumed by rage, not only towards Frieza but also towards himself, for his own inadequacy. He understands all too well that Frieza's success stems from the weakness of their group. In combat, they not only fail to assist but can inadvertently hinder, just as seen in the video. Goku and Vegeta, in their efforts to protect their friends, find themselves exploited by Frieza's opportunism. On a planet in Universe 11, a disdainful wave of a hand from Toppo dismissed Frieza's actions as utterly unjust. Despite initially struggling for an advantage, Frieza's underhanded tactics have allowed him to land successive, effective blows on Goku. However, such relentless assaults on the weak can hardly be associated with justice. Indeed, Tispa, with hands on his hips and a smile, remarks that their team lacks the pride of theirs. Had Universe 7 possessed such a proud team, Frieza would not dare to act so brazenly. In the video, energy looms ominously, and just as Goku speculated, Vegeta swiftly positions himself in front of Bulma, effortlessly annihilating the incoming energy blast with a single hand. He refuses to allow anyone to harm his wife, Bulma, and this thought stirs a growing displeasure within him. If Goku cannot resolve the situation with Frieza, then he shall step in. Meanwhile, Goku rises from the ground, filled with fury as he charges towards Frieza, incensed by the latter's audacity to attack those close to him. He vows to not let Frieza escape unscathed. However, amidst the clash, Vegeta suddenly intervenes, delivering a severe reprimand to both Frieza and Goku. The two have been cautiously gauging each other's strengths without revealing their full potential, which has irked Vegeta to no end. He can no longer tolerate it. Following Vegeta's admonishment, Goku and Frieza abandon their tentative probing and prepare to unleash their true powers. In that moment, all who watch the video, including the deities, pay close attention, for they understand that what follows is the genuine battle. As Goku and Frieza are poised to exert their full might, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. The once clear sky darkens ominously. First, Goku closes his eyes, and a vast golden aura envelopes him. Then, as he opens his eyes and clenches his fists, a brilliant blue light erupts from his being. At last, a cerulean energy sphere enveloped his entire being. The blinding azure radiance erupted outward with such fervor that it was nearly impossible to behold. Soon, as the blue energy sphere shattered like glass, Sun Wukong emerged before everyone in a completely new guise. The essence of humanity dissipated, replaced by a divine aura emanating from within. A profound and weighty pressure pervaded the air. Observing Sun Wukong's pupils, one could see that his brows and hair had transformed to a deep azure hue. His form was cloaked in a crystalline azure aura, reminiscent of the ocean's clarity. This marked a further evolution of the Super Saiyan God. The Super Saiyan God Blue, 7th Universe, Realm of the Destroyers. Oh, Beerus and Whis scrutinized Sun Wukong in the video. The Super Saiyan God was red. This one, however, was blue, thus confirming the transformation indicated in the video title, Super Saiyan God Blue. It appeared rather impressive, Vegeta remarked with his arms crossed over his chest. Even through the screen, he could sense the immense oppressive force that accompanied this transformation. Compared to the previous Super Saiyan transformations, this new form was undeniably more powerful. This seems to surpass my expectations, Sun Wukong said, a hint of excitement gracing his lips. Super Saiyan God Blue. Having chosen this path, he was determined to master this transformation one day. Moreover, he aspired to harness his own strength to develop even higher and more formidable transformations. The path of divinity could not possibly reach its conclusion so swiftly. On Earth, 7th universe. How remarkable. This is Super Saiyan God Blue, an even more formidable transformation than Super Saiyan God, exclaimed Krillin, his face awash with astonishment. Without relying on others' power, he could achieve this transformation solely through his own strength. Not only was he more powerful, but he also appeared more striking than the Super Saiyan God. In that moment, they couldn't help but ponder how strong a Saiyan must become to feel satisfied. In the 6th universe, realm of the destroyers. This is Super Saiyan God Blue. How incredible! Kampa exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. The Saiyans had traversed so far beyond the divine realm, reaching such extraordinary heights. The previous Super Saiyan God had merely borrowed the strength of others, a manufactured deity at best. Sun Wukong had not yet mastered much of divine power, but this time, Kampa, the destroyer, could sense it. Sun Wukong had truly harnessed divine power, embodying the essence of divinity. Remarkably, he had accomplished all this in just a few short months, as Beerus commented with a smile. The fact that a human could grasp the essence of divinity was already astonishing, but what was even more incredible was, in an astonishingly brief span of mere months, Sun Wukong has mastered the essence of divinity and developed the Super Saiyan God Blue transformation. Such an extraordinary feat is undoubtedly deserving of the title genius among geniuses. In the depths of hell, that wretched monkey, never mind. Frieza, regaining his composure, gazed at the reflection of himself in the video. The footage revealed that he had ascended to heights he had never previously imagined. This serves as proof that he possesses untapped reserves of power yet to be unleashed. Frieza chose to place his faith in the version of himself depicted in the video. No, in truth, he ought to trust in his own latent potential and innate talent. He was acutely aware of his prowess as a combat genius. A few months of training would undoubtedly lead to an immense enhancement of his abilities. In the video, Sun Wukong's new transformation genuinely astonished Frieza. He had never anticipated that during his absence, that despised monkey would evolve to such an extent. Intriguing, Frieza suppressed his shock and chuckled lightly. Stop pretending, Frieza. Sun Wukong recognized that Frieza had been thoroughly astonished by his transformation and power. While it might seem somewhat self-aggrandizing to say so, the truth is, I am indeed quite formidable now, though it is merely Super Saiyan. Frieza, however, was oblivious to the nature of this transformation. Sun Wukong, sensing the opportunity, grinned and explained, "Oh, it's quite different from what you think, Frieza. To elaborate would be rather cumbersome, so let me simplify it. This is the Super Saiyan of a Saiyan infused with Super Saiyan God energy." Frieza repeated the phrase, his face contorting with impatience. What a tongue twister. It nearly made me bite my own tongue. How revolting. Well then, let us set that aside for now, Sun Wukong chuckled. Now it's your turn to show me the fruits of your labor. Sun Wukong was genuinely eager to see the extent of Frieza's strength, considering he had managed to achieve such significant advancements in such a short time. What level of power could Frieza's most formidable abilities, which he had concealed until now, truly attain? Chapter 5. The one who loses is me in the 7th universe, at the realm of the destroyers. Humph, let me see just how strong Frieza has become. Even Beerus, the god of destruction, began to take an interest in Frieza. In the past, he had never regarded Frieza with any seriousness, considering him to be nothing more than a weakling. However, now from the video, the strength Frieza had acquired through mere months of training was gradually reshaping Beerus's perception of him. In the 10th universe, at the Kaioshin realm, how could this be? Zamasu struggled to accept the reality presented in the video. This time, Sun Wukong had not relied on the assistance of other Saiyans. Through his own training, he had managed to transform into a Super Saiyan God solely through his own power. Moreover, this transformation surpasses even that of the Super Saiyan God, Blue. Such an occurrence should not transpire. How could mere mortals encroach upon the realm of the divine? As Zama's roared in fury, in the distance, oblivious to the unfolding drama, Guas continued to observe the video screen, a smile gracing his face. He held a profound admiration for the human known as Son Goku. This is the essence of humanity: kindness, love, strength, and an unwavering heart. All these virtues he discerned within Son Goku alone. Thus, Guas, the god of the universe, genuinely cherished Son Goku, yearning for a day when they might meet. Yet, as his thoughts were consumed by Son Goku, he failed to notice that the crystal-clear tea, freshly brewed by Zama's, was gradually becoming murky. In Universe 11, within the realm of the Destroyers, anticipation brewed regarding the formidable power that Frieza concealed. He gazed intently at the video screen, chuckling softly. To him, the sight of Frieza, upon witnessing Son Goku unleash such overwhelming strength, still smiling, was a testament to Frieza's considerable prowess. It was highly probable that his strength rivaled that of the Super Saiyan god, Blue. In the video, Son Goku grinned with excitement, beckoning Frieza with a playful gesture. All right, Frieza, it's your turn now. Stop pretending and reveal your training success. I can hardly wait. Very well, Frieza replied, but in the next instant, he flickered and appeared behind Son Goku, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at him. He wished to test whether he could withstand Son Goku in his ultimate form. However, Son Goku effortlessly blocked the strike. So formidable was his strength that Frieza found himself unable to retract his fist. Realizing the extent of Son Goku's power, Frieza stepped back a meter or two when released. It seems I must earnestly elevate my abilities and unleash my full potential, he mused, a sinister and cunning smile curling upon his lips. In the next moment, as he clenched his fists, a tremendous surge of golden energy erupted around him. The golden aura expanded in tandem with Frieza's rising power. Soon, amidst a dazzling golden light, Frieza completed his transformation. While his overall appearance remained unchanged, his skin now gleamed with a radiant golden hue. Impressive, Son Goku exclaimed, astonished. Frieza's current strength was unfathomable, perhaps even rivaling his own Super Saiyan god, Blue. He was taken aback by how rapidly Frieza had ascended to such formidable heights. Likewise, Vegeta and Krillin were equally astonished by Frieza's newfound power, which exceeded their expectations. Huh, it seems my power has left you all in awe, Frieza taunted. Let us bestow upon it a trivial name, Golden Frieza. What do you think? Oh, the name Golden Frieza is indeed quite splendid. Frieza must be overjoyed now. In the video, he witnesses his future self mastering an entirely new transformation, one that leaves even Goku and Vegeta in awe. This newfound power has astonished the Saiyans, serving as a testament to his formidable strength. Yet, this is merely from the video. Cell clenches his fists and, with a cold smirk, declares that he too will astonish them with his new power. Frieza nods in agreement, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. In the video, it is solely Frieza who is resurrected, and his overwhelming strength leaves Vegeta and Goku astounded. However, in reality, Cell will also be revived alongside Frieza. Together, they will harness their extraordinary powers to vanquish Goku and his companions, shattering Universe 7 and the realm of the gods of destruction. Golden Frieza, such a cheap name, Beerus can't help but chuckle. Yet, it does aptly reflect Frieza's current transformation. There is little change overall, merely his skin has taken on a golden hue, hence the moniker Golden Frieza. Nonetheless, Frieza has indeed become incredibly powerful, much to Goku's surprise. It is astonishing how he has grown so formidable in such a short span of training, seemingly rivaling the power of Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta, feeling quite irked, is frustrated by Frieza's newfound strength. He yearns to expedite his own training, to master Super Saiyan 4 and continue to evolve until the day Frieza is resurrected. Regardless of whether he faces the ordinary Frieza or the golden variant, he is determined to personally eliminate him. In the chat group, Healers, Golden Frieza, his power indeed appears impressive, but he is far from beautiful in appearance. Rubrian, I concur, such a visage cannot be associated with beauty. Caulifla, I adore Goku. Super Saiyan Blue is far more beautiful than Super Saiyan God. Chi-Chi, Goku is mine. Goku, hee, I will strive to grow stronger. Moving toward the version of myself in the video. Gohan, and I too, Dad, I will do my utmost. I refuse to become like that version in the video. Beerus, it's never too late to understand. Excellent. The video has concluded. I shall send Whis to fetch you from Earth. Kompas, don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. Beerus, searching for opponents is futile. The victor of the Saiyan martial arts competition will be me. Caulifla. Indeed, wait for me. Goku, I will defeat you. Regarding Caulifla's provocation, Goku and Vegeta dismiss it entirely. For the true measure of strength will reveal itself on the day of the martial arts competition. In the video, Frieza beams with pride. I trust you understand now, Goku. My transformation is not merely a matter of color. It signifies my ascended prowess. Indeed, Goku responds with a smile. While I anticipated your transformation, I did not expect such overwhelming strength to accompany it. I can sense that my power has surpassed yours, Frieza declared, clenching his fist, ready to launch an assault on Goku at any moment. Unfazed, Goku smiled and replied, I believe we are evenly matched. There's no need for debate. A test will reveal the truth. With that, both Frieza and Goku assumed their combat stances, the tension in the air palpable. Die! Frieza roared, propelled by a torrent of hatred as he charged at Goku. In response, Goku surged forward with equal fervor. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, both recoiling in pain. Despite the throbbing agony, they quickly launched into a second round of strikes. Though simultaneous, Goku's speed eclipsed Frieza's, landing a powerful blow to Frieza's abdomen. The force of the strike sent a jolt of pain coursing through Frieza's body, yet his hatred and fury overshadowed the discomfort. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with a punch that struck Goku's midsection, causing him to wince in agony. Frieza then soared into the sky, launching an energy blast towards Goku. Fortunately, Goku reacted swiftly, firing back with his own energy sphere. The two blasts met in midair, resulting in a spectacular explosion that ultimately neutralized each other. Following a brief standoff, Goku and Frieza collided again, engaging in an intense close-quarters battle. As the fight wore on, to everyone's astonishment, Goku found himself at a disadvantage. Golden Frieza was overpowering the Super Saiyan Blue form of Goku. In the chat group, comments erupted. Frieza is dead. Huh? Did you see that? Even transformed into a god. You're still just Saiyans, mere filthy monkeys. Golden Frieza can easily dispatch you. Shut up, Frieza. The video isn't over. How can you claim victory? Vegeta retorted. Frieza is dead. Can't you see, Vegeta? I've got Goku firmly subdued. Frieza boasted. That question should be directed at you. Have you not noticed that I have yet to join the fray? Vegeta countered. At this, Frieza found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, while he seemed to have Goku under control in the video, he was also significantly injured. It was likely that after subduing Goku, his body would be pushed to its limits. Meanwhile, Vegeta had yet to enter the battle, hinting that he had mastered the Super Saiyan Blue transformation as well. Once Vegeta joined the fight, Frieza's nearly exhausted body would stand no chance against him. As the battle continued, time ticked by, and Frieza remained focused on his apparent upper hand over Goku. However, what he failed to realize was that his energy was steadily waning. I have won. Perish. With a fierce shout, Frieza unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Goku. He was utterly convinced of his impending victory. This strike would decisively defeat Goku and ensure his revenge. Yet, after delivering the blow, Frieza's face betrayed no hint of triumph. His fist had indeed struck Goku, making contact with his forehead, yet Frieza could not muster a smile. He discovered, to his dismay, that this punch had inflicted no damage upon Goku whatsoever. It seems your time is up, Frieza, Goku remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had seen through the facade. Frieza's energy had been diminishing over time, and in that fleeting moment, unbeknownst to him, his strength had completely dissipated. Thus, his punch had lacked the force to harm Goku, even though it connected with his forehead. I have won, Goku declared as he seized Frieza's wrist, retracting his fist. With a powerful flick, he sent Frieza's punch away. Without granting Frieza a moment to react, Goku tightened his right fist. A resounding thud echoed as his fist, imbued with overwhelming force, struck Frieza squarely on the forehead. Frieza was sent hurtling backward until he collided with a massive boulder, finally coming to a halt. In the 7th universe, hell. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Frieza fumed, stomping his feet in frustration. He longed to shatter the very ground beneath him. So close. So very close. He had nearly brought Goku to his knees with a single punch, only to find his energy depleted at the critical moment. He had been oblivious to the decline of his own strength throughout the ordeal. Fear not. This may not be entirely unfavorable, said Cell, patting Frieza on the shoulder with a grin. Oh, how so? Frieza inquired, perplexed. Consider it from a different perspective. Since we witnessed it in the footage, we can avoid that mistake upon our resurrection, Cell reasoned, his innate wisdom, derived from Piccolo's cells, shining through. Upon seeing Frisia's defeat, he had quickly grasped the implications. "Oh, I see," Frisia responded, a smile dawning on his face. Knowing this detail from the video meant he would not succumb to the same fate upon his return. In the footage, Frisia lay there, struggling to accept the reality of his repeated failure. "Impossible. No, it cannot be," he exclaimed in disbelief. Goku truly turned the tide. Nearby, Krillin witnessed Goku's sudden assault that sent Frisia flying, feeling incredulous. Just moments ago, Frisia had been dominating Goku. How could the tables have turned so swiftly? What on earth is happening? Frisia found himself unable to rise, his body feeling as if it no longer belonged to him. Beyond control, utterly beyond control. Yet, at that moment, Frisia noticed someone lurking in the shadows, the still-living chief of staff, Sorbet. A subtle exchange of words passed between them, and a sinister smile crept upon Frisia's lips. Soon after, he caught sight of Goku approaching, and Sorbet hastily concealed himself. Frisia quickly masked his grin as well. In the chat group, Champa, "Hey, did anyone hear what Frisia said to that guy? I can't hear anything." Beerus, "Fool, there was no sound just now. Nobody could hear anything." Champa, "Oh, I see. Wait, how dare you call me a fool, Beerus?" Krillin, "Although we couldn't hear what Frisia said to Sorbet, it's certain he's plotting something sinister." Gabby, "It's terrible. Frisia, despite resembling Frost, who works for peace in the universe, is his complete opposite. One is exceedingly good, the other exceedingly evil." Vegeta, "It's undoubtedly aimed at Kakarot. That's obvious. In the 7th universe, the realm of destruction." Goku's thoughts echoed Vegeta's. He had sensed Frisia's whispered conversation with Sorbet and realized that Frisia was indeed plotting against him. However, he remained uncertain if he had been noticed in the video. Hopefully, he had, and that Frisia would not succeed. In the video, Goku steadily approached Frisia. "Now do you understand? That is your weakness," he stated, taking his time rather than rushing to eliminate Frisia. Observing this, Vegeta furrowed his brow. Could it be that this would mirror the situation with Gohan? "What do you mean?" Frisia inquired, looking up at Goku, still unclear about the state of his own body. "You completed your evolution and hurried here, didn't you? I've observed that the golden Frisia transformation is immensely taxing on stamina and energy. You, engrossed in battle, were solely focused on defeating and killing me, completely oblivious to this fact. Thus, this is your weakness, the reason for your failure. You lack the strength to triumph over me now." With a deep exhale, Goku smiled and continued, "If this drags on, it'll be me who suffers in the end." Yes, if Frisia's energy is not entirely depleted, that punch he threw could indeed have concluded this battle. The one destined to lose would have been Goku himself. If you possess enough patience and are willing to invest a bit more time to fully master the golden Frisia transformation before arriving on Earth, then I would be the one to lose. Frisia clenched his fist, declaring, "I refuse to accept this." With a fierce shout, he rose and launched a punch toward Goku. Regrettably, his current prowess pales in comparison to his former self. With a mere flick of his hand, Sun Wukong effortlessly deflected the attack. "Frisia, you are incapable of defeating me now," he declared, forcefully casting Frisia aside, causing him to crash to the ground. Such a defeat was intolerable for Frisia. However, at that moment, Sorb appeared on the screen, concealed behind a rock, his ring prominently displayed upon his hand. "Now you understand," he seemed to say. As Frisia was left devoid of strength to continue fighting, his spirit waning significantly. It was only then that Sun Wukong relaxed, willingly dispelling his Super Saiyan Blue transformation. He took a few steps towards Frisia and proposed, "Continuing this battle is futile. You should swiftly retreat from here. Should you wish to spar, I am always ready." Before he could finish his sentence, a laser beam suddenly pierced through Sun Wukong's heart. The vast majority of viewers were left wide-eyed in disbelief. How could it be that he had emerged victorious only to be struck down in such a manner? Frisia turned to look, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was Sorb, who had orchestrated this premeditated attack, lying in wait to deliver the fatal blow to Sun Wukong. The ring upon Sorb's hand contained Frisia's lethal death beam, which was what allowed it to penetrate Sun Wukong's unsuspecting, relaxed body. In that moment, many were still unable to comprehend that Sun Wukong could be vanquished in such a way. In the realm of the 7th universe, the god of destruction spoke, "Kakarot." "I knew it." Vegeta clenched his fists, turning to glare at Sun Wukong. The scene in the video bore an uncanny resemblance to the past, when Gohan had hesitated to kill Jinyu. only to be struck down by Frisia's death beam. Wasn't this virtually identical? Sun Wukong's inherent kindness had led him to wish for a rematch with Frisia, intending to grant him a reprieve. And in that moment, he was fatally struck by an energy beam through his heart. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed let his guard down, believing Frisia to be defeated, thus completely dropping his defenses. Had he remained even slightly vigilant, he would not have succumbed to that energy attack. Frisia's treachery can sometimes prove quite effective, Beerus remarked with a smile, though his gaze remained fixed on Sun Wukong. The video showcased Sun Wukong's shortcomings, and once such flaws take root, eradicating them is no simple task. Chapter 6. Frisia's deceptive cunning. How despicable. It turns out Frisia had been feigning all along, deliberately acting to lull his opponent into a false sense of security. Gohan clenched his fists, filled with anger. He could hardly believe Frisia's treachery. He would go to any lengths for victory. Such actions were indeed vile. However, Piccolo interjected, crossing his arms over his chest. This tactic has proven to be quite effective. If it weren't for the carelessness exhibited by the great Sun Wukong, that scoundrel could never have succeeded in his ambush. In the depths of the underworld, Frisia exclaimed with triumphant glee, "Oh, I have succeeded. I have successfully defeated Sun Wukong." He laughed heartily, embodying the very Frisia depicted in the video, the one who had vanquished Sun Wukong. Indeed, this carelessness is a glaring weakness of Sun Wukong. So, through the cells he had collected, understood this weakness intimately, an inherent flaw that was difficult for Sun Wukong to alter. Frisia had adeptly seized upon this vulnerability to triumph over him. However, Cell did not perceive Frisia's victory as complete. After all, there remained the formidable god of destruction Beerus, the angel Whis, and the ever-watchful Vegeta, who had yet to intervene. Given Vegeta's profound disdain for Frisia, a disdain that could only be measured at a scorching 223 degrees, it was inconceivable that he would allow Frisia to escape unscathed. This was the conclusion Cell arrived at. In the sixth universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, it was indeed a treacherous and despicable act by Frisia. Kampa could hardly fathom that Frisia, in such dire circumstances, could turn the tide by feigning acceptance of defeat to lower Sun Wukong's guard, subsequently orchestrating an ambush through his minions. Such underhanded tactics were truly contemptible. Indeed, Vados nodded, a smile gracing her lips. An adversary as vile as Frisia is indeed difficult to contend with, regardless of one's strength. A cunning and treacherous foe like him is perilous. For the moment one lets their guard down, they may encounter fatal repercussions. In this battle, Frisia had already resorted to two despicable tactics to eliminate Sun Wukong. The first occurred shortly after their confrontation began, where he unleashed energy blasts directed at Krillin and others, diverting Sun Wukong's attention to create an opening for his assault. The second instance was this. Feigning an inability to accept his own defeat, he lulled Sun Wukong into complacency before striking him with energy. TCH. What a foolish way to perish, Kale remarked confidently. If it were me, I would have dispatched that Frisia without a moment's hesitation, leaving him no chance to recover. Kaba, standing behind her, rolled his eyes and couldn't help but retort, such bravado, given what I know of Kale's abilities. If she were to face the golden Frisia depicted in that video, she would likely be dispatched within 10 seconds. In the video, Frisia rose, gazing down at the fallen Sun Wukong, a smug smile spreading across his face. Fortunately, he had preemptively devised a contingency plan for unexpected developments. He then approached Sun Wukong, placing a foot upon his abdomen. The unbearable agony elicited a cry from Sun Wukong, a sound that brought Frisia immense satisfaction, the anguished cries of a Saiyan. Especially, the most detestable sound to him was the anguished cries of Sun Wukong. It was, to him, the most exquisite melody. Humph. It is precisely because you are so formidable that you have become so lax and careless. This bad habit is your intrinsic weakness. Thus, what good is your extraordinary strength if, in the end, you are defeated by a mere ray gun? I wonder how you feel now. As Frisia spoke, he pressed down forcefully on Sun Wukong's abdomen. Behold, the grand tale of vengeance has finally reached its climax. With that, Frisia pointed his index finger at Sun Wukong's head. Crimson energy beginning to coalesce. The death beam, Frisia intended to use this technique to extinguish Sun Wukong's life. However, at this critical moment, an energy blast arrived, interrupting Frisia's moment of triumph. Frisia, visibly displeased, looked up to see it was Vegeta. In the realm of destruction of the seventh universe, Vegeta scoffed, "Kakarot. Do be more cautious in the future. I do not wish to engage in such menial tasks again. With a glare at Sun Wukong, he admonished him. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Understood, Vegeta. By the way, you wouldn't have mastered the Super Saiyan God form, would you? Sun Wukong suddenly pondered. If he had achieved it, surely Vegeta had as well. Of course, Vegeta affirmed. If you have mastered it, how could I not? Watch closely. The next scene will be me thoroughly thrashing Frieza. Vegeta was indeed looking forward to the prospect of personally delivering a beating to that scoundrel Frieza. In the video, a signature smirk graced Vegeta's lips. Let's change contestants, he declared. Frieza's eyes blazed with fury. How dare Vegeta interrupt at such a pivotal moment? He was so close to eliminating Sun Wukong. Just within reach, yet Vegeta had audaciously disrupted him. Subsequently, Vegeta kicked the fallen Sun Wukong towards Whis, ensuring that they would attend to him. As for Vegeta himself, he remained to confront Frieza. However, upon witnessing Sun Wukong about to be rescued, Frieza raised his hand and unleashed a death beam. Vegeta, evading the attack, soared into the air and deflected the beam with a swift strike, which inadvertently pierced through the body of Sorb. Sorb, watching the video, was filled with terror, never expecting to meet his demise in such a manner. I am avenging myself. What chaos are you causing, Vegeta? Frieza could no longer contain his exasperation, shouting at Vegeta in midair. And what is this nonsense about changing contestants? It is utterly laughable. How could you possibly defeat me? In Frieza's eyes, Vegeta was merely trash, unworthy of being his opponent. Yet, unfazed by the mockery, Vegeta merely smiled contemptuously. With a slight curl of his lips, he clenched his fists, and in an instant, a torrent of azure energy engulfed him. Frieza and Krillin were utterly bewildered. This surge of energy, it was reminiscent of when Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God in his azure form. With a powerful shout, Vegeta instantly achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan God Blue. Frieza could scarcely believe it. The once worthless being had now attained such formidable power. He had become a Super Saiyan God. In the 7th chapter, Cell rested his chin upon one hand in the depths of hell within the 7th universe. Damn it. Not only had he thwarted my attempt to eliminate that stinking monkey, Goku, but Vegeta had also harnessed this power, Super Saiyan God Blue. Frieza glared at Vegeta on the screen, filled with a desire to devour him whole. The trash of old had somehow acquired power that could rival his own, Super Saiyan God Blue. Cell, still resting his chin on his hand, focused intently on Vegeta, as if pondering something profound. He possessed Saiyan cells within him. Could it be that if he continued his training, he too might touch the realm of the divine and master the essence of a Super Saiyan God? This was the thought-consuming Cell. For instance, his lightning cell form bore a resemblance to Super Saiyan 2. Thus, he contemplated whether he could reach the heights of Super Saiyan God with his Saiyan lineage. Returning to the video, Vegeta descended from the sky to the ground, relishing the sight of Frieza's incredulous expression. You probably don't realize it, but I can transform into Super Saiyan God Blue as well, you bastard. Frieza remained in denial. With a furious shout, he raised his hand and conjured an energy blast aimed at Vegeta. To Vegeta, however, it appeared as fragile as cotton. With a mere swipe, he swatted the energy blast away effortlessly. This astonished Frieza. Although that energy blast was small, it contained significant power. Vegeta had dismissed it with ease, as though it were a mere wisp of fluff. This realization struck Frieza with clarity. He could not possibly win this battle. Not only had his body reached its limits, but even without those limitations, he still had a mountain of energy and stamina remaining. The odds of victory were, indeed, 0, absolutely nil. For Frieza could never defeat Goku and then subsequently conquer a fully energized Vegeta. Yet, the one who despised Saiyans the most would never concede defeat. Even with the odds stacked against him, Frieza refused to surrender. Gritting his teeth, he began to unleash a barrage of energy blasts toward Vegeta. However, as the sky filled with incoming blasts, Vegeta didn't even need both hands. With just one hand, he effortlessly deflected all of Frieza's energy attacks. Frieza seethed with anger, rage consuming his very being once more. He began to intensify the energy in his hands, accelerating the release of his power. He could not fathom how this would fail to harm Vegeta. Yet the outcome was identical to before. The only discernible change was that Vegeta had now employed both hands instead of just one. As he advanced toward Frieza's position, he deftly swung his arms, effortlessly deflecting the incoming energy blasts. His hand movements were so swift that they left countless afterimages in the air. In that moment, the weaker onlookers gaped in astonishment. utterly unable to comprehend how Vegeta managed to repel those energy blasts. It was not only the speed that astounded them. The precision was equally terrifying. Not a single blast escaped his grasp. Despite Frieza incessantly unleashing energy attacks, Vegeta managed to deflect every single one. In the chat group, Vegeta taunted, "I know you saw that, Frieza. What do you have to say now? Can you still muster a laugh?" Finally seizing the opportunity to mock Frieza. He could not let this moment slip away. "Frieza, you are only here now because I am at a disadvantage. Had I been in peak condition, you would know precisely who would be laughing and who would be crying. Is that so? When you are revived, I shall see for myself who ends up laughing and who ends up crying," Frieza retorted. "You will regret the words you have spoken today," Frieza declared ominously. "I will do my utmost to bring you back to life soon, Lord Frieza," Sorbet chimed in. In the ensuing video, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage upon Frieza, who was rendered completely defenseless. Unlike Goku, Vegeta did not possess the weakness of complacency. Frieza found himself bereft of any opportunity to retaliate. Before long, Frieza's body exceeded its limits, and his golden Frieza transformation involuntarily dissipated. He pounded his fists into the ground, unable to accept the reality of his defeat. "This cannot be. How could I lose to Vegeta? This is utterly preposterous. Your era has long since concluded," Vegeta declared coldly, raising his right hand as energy surged forth. "Do not even think about reviving." He had no intention of granting Frieza any chances, unlike Goku. However, just as the spectators believed Frieza was on the brink of annihilation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Frieza lifted his head to gaze at Vegeta, a sinister smile suddenly gracing his previously furious countenance. "You are all the same." Vegeta paused, momentarily confused by Frieza's words, but soon he witnessed Frieza pressing both hands firmly against the ground. A crimson energy wave erupted outward with ferocious intensity. In the next instant, the earth crumbled and torrents of blood-red light, accompanied by magma, surged forth from below. "What is happening?" Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Nearby, Whis summoned a barrier to shield Goku and the others. Meanwhile, the rest of the world continued to live in blissful ignorance. Unbeknownst to them, peril was swiftly approaching. The blood-red radiance soon enveloped the entire Earth. Ultimately, with a thunderous boom, the planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. All perished, save for Whis and his companions, who found themselves ensconced in the vastness of space. Upon witnessing this, the vast majority of the audience gaped in astonishment. Frieza, in a moment of certain doom, had once again turned the tide. Although this might also spell his own demise, he had successfully vanquished Vegeta, obliterated Earth, and extinguished the lives of the remaining humans. In the chat group, Topo, he managed to channel energy deep underground, triggering the planet's destruction. Champa, even in the final moments, he fought with such fervor. "It's truly madness." Frieza, Vegeta, it's your turn to speak. Did you expect it? The one who emerges victorious in this video is me. Vegeta, you scoundrel, silence. You better resurrect quickly. I can hardly wait to slap your face, Frieza. Sorb, as expected of Lord Frieza, to annihilate Earth and dispose of Vegeta in one fell swoop. Truly impressive. Helace, despicable and cunning, willing to resort to any means for victory. Such traits are fully manifested in Frieza. Gab, Frieza is indeed the epitome of wickedness. In the Grand King's palace, he pondered. Surely Goku and his companions haven't lost. The Grand King turned to the Grand Minister, unwilling to see Frieza, that insidious fiend, claim ultimate victory. Your Majesty, I believe Goku and his allies have not been defeated. The Grand Minister replied with a slight nod, a smile gracing his lips. You see, in the video, Whis employed a protective energy shield around Goku and a few others. Moreover, the video has not yet concluded, indicating the possibility of a reversal. Feeling a sense of relief, he resumed watching the unfolding events on the screen. If Goku and his companions could be saved, even Whis' intervention would go unpunished. By customary decree, angels like Whis are to remain neutral, prohibited from intervening in battles. However, for Goku's sake, the Grand King permitted Whis to make an exception to rescue the Earth and his companions. In the realm of the destroyer of the seventh universe, Vegeta was seething with rage. He had not anticipated that Frieza would resort to such underhanded tactics, injecting his remaining energy directly into the Earth's core. By doing so, he could effortlessly annihilate the planet without expending significant energy, even at the limits of his own physical endurance. What a scoundrel! Vegeta fumed, clenching his fists in indignation. Fortunately, He had foreseen Frisia's desperate measures through the video. When Frisia was inevitably revived, he would not grant him the opportunity to destroy the planet again. He envisioned delivering a single punch that would send Frisia soaring into the air, followed by a decisive final flash that would obliterate him entirely. In that moment, Vegeta was eager to witness how Frisia would respond. Frisia's relentless pursuit of victory, even at the cost of his own demise, piqued Goku's curiosity as he tilted his head, his brow furrowing slightly. The notion that Frisia might willingly sacrifice himself along with Earth was indeed in character for him. However, Goku doubted Frisia had perished. Whis turned to Goku and reminded him of Frisia's unique physiology and remarkable vitality. Even in fragmented form, he could survive in the vastness of space. Vegeta's ire intensified at this revelation. According to Beerus, it seemed Frisia could evade death entirely. If that were the case, it meant that in the video, only he remained while others perished in the cataclysmic explosion of Earth, an elaborate scheme orchestrated by Frisia. Chapter 8. Goku found himself increasingly perplexed. Nevertheless, the video provided them invaluable foresight regarding the horrific actions Frisia might resort to when cornered. With a sigh, he turned to Vegeta, recognizing that this insight was indeed fortuitous. In their current reality, should Frisia resurrect, they would need to remain vigilant to prevent him from executing another catastrophic plan against Earth. Moreover, having discerned his vulnerabilities through the footage, Goku understood the imperative of remaining alert during battle and avoiding complacency. He must strive to rectify this flaw, otherwise, he risked meeting the same fate as depicted in the video, falling victim to Frisia's minions and suffering a fatal blow to the heart. Indeed, Vegeta scoffed, acknowledging Goku's point. The video served as a crucial reminder, allowing them to anticipate potential dangers lurking in their future. With this knowledge, their task was clear: to prevent the events of the video from manifesting in their reality. Don't be hasty to leave. The video isn't over yet, Beerus cautioned, noticing Vegeta's intent to resume training. Vegeta paused, realizing the truth in Beerus's words. There was still more to uncover. Could there be an unexpected twist? Driven by curiosity, he redirected his gaze towards the screen, hoping for a reprieve. After all, he could not bear the thought of Frisia reveling in victory. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others, sheltered beneath Whis' protective barrier, were engulfed in despair as they witnessed the destruction of their beloved Earth at Frisia's hands. Vegeta, Android 18, and Biddy had all perished due to the planet's obliteration. This is dire, Goku lamented, filled with regret. Had he acted decisively in that moment, perhaps he could have vanquished Frisia, sparing Earth from devastation and altering the course of events. Then why not finish him off now? A voice inquired, startling Goku. Beerus chastised him. It is your carelessness that has led to this. Once more, let us send Frisia back to that infernal flower-filled realm. Lord Beerus, what are you speaking of? Goku became increasingly perplexed. What do you mean by granting oneself another chance? The Earth has been annihilated. How can there be an opportunity? Is it possible that Beerus expects to locate Frisia within this vast cosmos and eliminate him to start anew? Whis smiled subtly, for this was his unique ability. In terms that everyone can comprehend, it is akin to reversing time. I possess the capability to rewind time. I utilized this same power after Lord Beerus damaged the sun, rewinding time before he acted foolishly to unexpectedly strike his head. My ability to reverse time can only extend back 3 minutes, Mr. Goku. Have you made your decision? This confirms it. I truly have another chance. The final opportunity to eradicate Frisia. Goku's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Very well, I entrust this task to you. Whis. This time, he would undoubtedly annihilate Frisia and ensure that he would never destroy the Earth again. Upon hearing Whis' words, the spectators were left in disbelief. Could the angel be so powerful? Rewinding time by 3 minutes surely meant Frisia's demise was inevitable. With such abilities, they deemed the angel utterly extraordinary, even surpassing the notorious Captain Jinyu's body-swapping technique. Moreover, considering that Whis can rewind time by 3 minutes, it stands to reason that he could also halt time for 3 minutes. If he could indeed accomplish that, the angel would be even more formidable. To pause time for 3 minutes while being able to move freely, with the strength of an angel, even 10 seconds would suffice to eliminate anyone. In the 7th universe, in the depths of hell, Frisia clenched his fists in fury. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot with rage. Hadn't Lord Beerus proclaimed that he and Whis would not meddle in the affairs between him and Goku? Initially, Frisia had reveled in his triumph, basking in the joy of victory. Although he had failed to slay Goku, He had obliterated the Earth and brought about the demise of Vegeta and all its inhabitants. Furthermore, due to his resilient life force and unique physique, he would not perish. He merely needed to survive in the cosmos for a while to be saved. But now, Whis and Beerus, these divine beings, had intervened, choosing to aid Goku and his companions. If time were to rewind back 3 minutes, Frieza would be utterly doomed. Alas, what could he do when others had allies? However, you are not the same in reality. Cell chuckled, placing a hand on Frieza's shoulder. Upon my resurrection, I shall be your ally. Together, we shall vanquish those Saiyans. Frieza recognized that Cell was attempting to comfort him, yet the consolation bore little weight. Instead, it served as a reminder to Frieza that his adversaries were accompanied by angels and gods of destruction. In contrast, his ally, Cell, could not possibly compare to such formidable beings. This realization deepened Frieza's sense of hopelessness regarding his quest for vengeance. Yet, he understood that he must pursue his retribution, regardless of the odds. All he could do was diligently train in this inferno, striving for strength. Upon his resurrection, with a corporeal form restored, he would continue to hone his abilities. When he and Cell reached a sufficient level of power, it would be time to seek vengeance against the Saiyans. In the chat group, Whis' intention to exercise his abilities sparked considerable discussion among the deities. Quitella, isn't this a violation of the angels' neutrality? Helles, I believe Whis and Beerus are reluctant to part with the culinary delights of Earth, haha. Makarita, if it were me, I might also act so for the sake of exquisite cuisine, darling. Compass, I demand to taste that luxurious strawberry parfait too, Beerus. Prepare one for me when I visit Universe 7. Sidra, hey, you guys are straying off topic. Aren't we discussing whether Whis' actions violate the rules? Bardos, from a certain perspective, it indeed appears to breach neutrality. However, when considering the maintenance of cosmic balance, it may not necessarily contravene regulations. Beerus, precisely. Whis isn't using angelic powers to engage in combat. What's wrong with maintaining cosmic balance, little mouse? Quitella, don't be so arrogant, Beerus. In the video, after Whis consented, he raised his staff and activated the ability to reverse time. Everything reverted to 3 minutes prior. Frieza knelt before Vegeta, who gathered energy in his right hand aimed at Frieza. Since Goku and the others returned with all their memories intact, they were acutely aware that Frieza was about to channel energy into the planet's core, threatening to obliterate Earth. Goku, unwilling to waste a moment, immediately concentrated his energy into a Kamehameha wave. He urged Vegeta to move aside. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, turned to see Goku forming the Kamehameha wave aimed at him. From Goku's gaze, it was clear that he was resolute in his intent to eliminate Frieza. Vegeta could only scoff and swiftly evade the scene. As for Frieza, upon hearing Goku's call, he froze momentarily. Just as he lifted his head, the Kamehameha wave was unleashed, engulfing his form entirely. Damn it! His final anguished roar echoed within the energy before his body was utterly annihilated. The malevolent emperor, who had returned to Earth for revenge, faced death once more. The video concluded here, yet it was merely the beginning of darkness on the screen. Just as everyone anticipated the end and braced themselves for a prolonged wait for the next video, a mechanical voice resonated in their minds. Episode 1 Combat Review. Super Saiyan Blue concludes here. As the sound concluded, the title appeared on the video screen. Episode 2 Combat Review. The Ultimate Warrior of Fusion. The most powerful Super Saiyan 4, Gogeta. At that moment, all beings from the universe, both mortal and divine, began to converse animatedly. Their attention was captivated by the intriguing phrase displayed on the screen. The concept of fusion was not unfamiliar to them, having witnessed it in the previous video featuring Goten and Trunks, who emerged as the Fusion Warrior Gotenks. However, this time, the Ultimate Warrior was boldly proclaimed as the most powerful in the dimension, a title that ignited a spark of anticipation among the onlookers. How formidable must this being be? Could it possibly surpass even the gods? Just the mention of those 4 words filled everyone with eager expectation to witness the unparalleled power of this ultimate fusion warrior. In the God of Destruction realm of Universe 7, Whis smiled knowingly and remarked, "Have you noticed the name?" His words served as a reminder to Goku and the others. The warrior's name in the title was Gogeta. Beerus's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Goku and Vegeta, clearly implying the significance of the name. Gogeta combines Go from Goku and Geta from Vegeta, indicating that this Gogeta is indeed the ultimate warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Haha, Vegeta. I've always said that one day we would fuse, Goku chuckled, nudging Vegeta with his elbow, brimming with joy. In stark contrast, Vegeta found little to celebrate, grappling with disbelief and the unsettling notion that he would one day actually fuse with Kakarot. On Earth in Universe 7, Bulma and the others had also deduced the truth. The name Gogeta unmistakably signified the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Otherwise, how could another warrior bear such a name? The term Gogeta was an amalgamation derived directly from their names. Meanwhile, in the mountainous region, Gohan and Piccolo were also piecing together the implications. However, their thoughts diverged from the excitement of others. While everyone anticipated the strength and allure of Gogeta, Gohan and Piccolo pondered a different question. What formidable adversary had Goku and Vegeta encountered to warrant such a fusion? It is indeed astonishing that they have been compelled to merge. Yes, the two of them are currently contemplating this very matter. They are well aware of Vegeta's temperament. He would certainly not agree to fuse with Goku without considerable provocation. Yet, should he consent, it can only signify one thing. They have encountered a formidable adversary that they cannot possibly defeat. An opponent so powerful that even if they were to exert their utmost strength and risk their very lives, victory would remain unattainable. Otherwise, Vegeta would never agree to such a fusion. Soon, a mechanical voice echoed in their minds. Phase 2 Combat Review. The Ultimate Warrior of Fusion. The most powerful Super Saiyan 4, Gogeta. The video screen began to display images, commencing with a narrated text introduction. Due to the excessive use of the Dragon Balls for wishes, the negative energy within them had accumulated to a critical point. This negative energy manifested into 7 malevolent dragons, each possessing the power to annihilate the universe. Through the efforts of Goku and his companions, 6 of these evil dragons were vanquished. They were on the brink of resolving the crisis entirely. However, the emergence of the one-star dragon disrupted everything. It absorbed the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, evolving into the ultimate evil dragon, known as the Super One-Star Dragon. Its objective was to harness the negative energy within to obliterate the entire universe. The narrated introduction concluded at this point. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the use of Dragon Balls for wishes also generates negative energy. This revelation left Vegeta astounded. It was the first time he learned of the negative energy produced by wishing upon the Dragon Balls. Of course, Whis nodded, smiling as he spoke. You believe that collecting all 7 Dragon Balls enables you to make a wish. The effort to gather them is merely the first step. The second involves the difficulty level of the wish you make. Each wish generates varying amounts of negative energy. Essentially, the greater the challenge of the wish, the more negative energy is produced within the Dragon Balls. Conversely, simpler wishes yield less negative energy, but it is never entirely absent. Oh, so our Dragon Balls won't also give rise to these evil dragons, will they? Goku inquired, his concern palpable. They had already made numerous wishes using the Dragon Balls. Would that not mean that their Dragon Balls had also accumulated a significant amount of negative energy? Even though the video's events unfolded in an alternate dimension, this aspect remained consistent. Whis smiled and nodded, affirming, indeed, your Dragon Balls will eventually manifest an evil dragon once the internal accumulation of negative energy reaches a certain threshold. What should we do then? Goku pondered. It seemed they could no longer use the Dragon Balls indiscriminately and should only resort to them in times of great necessity. At other times, it is advisable to gather the Dragon Balls and refrain from using them. What should be done? Simply abstain from their use. Beerus clasped his hands behind his back and gazed at Goku, stating that the very existence of those orbs had already disrupted the balance. And the wishes granted were even more so. In my opinion, such things should be utterly eradicated. Who knows how many wishes you all have previously fulfilled with them? Goku scratched his head awkwardly, wanting to point out that Lord Beerus had indeed discovered the Super Saiyan God thanks to the Dragon Balls. As for Beerus's notion of destroying the Dragon Balls, Goku himself vehemently disagreed. Although it was true that, as Beerus mentioned, they disrupted the equilibrium, there were moments when they truly required the Dragon Balls. When Earth faces destruction and humanity perishes, they rely on the Dragon Balls for revival and restoration. Thus, the idea of outright destruction did not sit well with Goku. He preferred to adhere to the principle of avoiding their use unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma and her companions had come to realize that wishing upon the Dragon Balls also carried inherent dangers. Each wish accumulated negative energy within the orbs. And when this negative energy reached a critical threshold, malevolent dragons would emerge, threatening to annihilate the universe. This was indeed dreadful news for them, considering the multitude of wishes they had made, including one for a pair of undergarments. They now had to exercise caution. Unless absolutely unavoidable, they must refrain from using the Dragon Balls. They certainly did not wish for a horde of destructive dragons to arise. It was best to remain alive and avoid complicating matters further. In the video, the scene shifted to reveal a being entirely clad in white, adorned with sharp spikes on his back and 7 Dragon Balls upon his chest. From the Dragon Balls on his torso, it was evident that he was the Super One-Star Dragon, who had absorbed all the Dragon Balls. Standing before the Super One-Star Dragon was Goku in his Super Saiyan 4 form, as featured in the first installment of the Saiyan Transformations. "You are finished." The Super One-Star Dragon smirked, his lips curling upwards. In the next moment, he merely clenched his fist, and instantly, countless beams of white light erupted from beneath the ground. With a resounding crash, the devastation ensued. As the brilliance faded, a radius of 1,000 meters lay obliterated, reduced to mere nothingness. The Super One-Star Dragon descended before Goku, the power within him so formidable that even he could scarcely believe it. "Do you see this, Goku? With just a slight exertion, I can annihilate everything here. Whether it be this planet or the cosmos, I can effortlessly obliterate it at my whim." "Silence, One-Star Dragon. I will never concede to you." Goku clenched his fists, a surge of energy propelling him towards the Super One-Star Dragon. His fury was palpable, not only because the Super One-Star Dragon aimed to destroy the universe, but also due to the wanton destruction he had wrought without anyone's consent. What incensed Goku the most was, the Super One-Star Dragon has inflicted harm upon those dear to him. The sound of dull thuds reverberated through the air as Sun Wukong's strikes landed upon the Super One-Star Dragon. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 epitomizes the zenith of primal power. Nevertheless, his formidable fists failed to inflict any damage on the Super One-Star Dragon, who stood unfazed, allowing Wukong's blows to rain down upon him. After absorbing all the Dragon Balls, the strength of the One-Star Dragon underwent a cataclysmic transformation. To him, Wukong's punches felt like mere feathery touches, devoid of any pain. Subsequently, the Super One-Star Dragon launched his counterattack, employing the techniques of all the malevolent dragons he had absorbed. Indeed, the powers of those evil dragons, once consumed, became part of the Super One-Star Dragon's arsenal, enabling him to wield their abilities at will. Wukong, already not in peak condition and unable to open his eyes, was further assaulted by a barrage of attacks from the other evil dragons. Ultimately, he succumbed to his injuries, collapsing heavily to the ground. Chapter 10. This evil dragon is remarkable in the 7th universe. On Earth, this evil dragon is indeed formidable. Son Gohan marveled at how, even in the state of Super Saiyan 4, his father was no match for the Super One-Star Dragon. In the initial review of Saiyan Transformations, he had witnessed the immense power of Super Saiyan 4. However, faced with this Super One-Star Dragon, Wukong in his Super Saiyan 4 form was utterly suppressed. The overwhelming strength of this adversary compelled both Goku and Vegeta to merge. Piccolo now comprehended that the Super One-Star Dragon was an opponent they could not hope to defeat, even at the cost of their lives. The oppressive force he perceived from the videos made it clear why Vegeta would consent to fusion. Without such a union, their universe would inevitably fall to the devastation wrought by the Super One-Star Dragon. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Kampa pondered the implications of wish orbs generating negative energy, culminating in the emergence of this evil dragon. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he reconsidered his initial intention to collect the Super Dragon Balls as rewards for the upcoming Saiyan martial arts tournament. Given the terrifying evil dragon birth from the wish orbs on Earth, which possessed the power to annihilate universes, he felt it prudent to abandon the idea of gathering the Super Dragon Balls. Should negative energy accumulate within them, the malevolent dragon spawned could potentially wield godly power akin to that of the Omni King. In the depths of hell, Frieza relished the sight of the stinky monkey son Wukong being utterly powerless to retaliate. This video was indeed to his liking, and a nefarious thought began to brew in his mind. Since the emergence of such a formidable entity as the evil dragon from the Dragon Balls, why not gather the Dragon Balls multiple times upon its resurrection? The aim of collecting and wishing is to accumulate the negative energy within the Dragon Balls, ultimately bringing forth the evil dragon into the world. There is a saying that goes, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." From Frieza's perspective, the Super One-Star Dragon, a being of immense power, is an asset to be exploited, potentially evolving into the ultimate weapon against Goku and his Saiyan comrades. However, Before reveling in his own delightful fantasies, Frieza is abruptly doused with cold reality when Cell unexpectedly interrupts. Frieza is instantly awakened to the true focus of the video, Vegito, the ultimate warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Frieza, visibly displeased, shoots a glare at Cell before returning his attention to the footage. Goku's current physical condition is dire, yet in this moment of crisis, his vision miraculously returns, allowing him to see clearly once more. Simultaneously, a plan begins to form in Goku's mind, one that might enable him to defeat the Super One-Star Dragon. To ensure the success of this scheme, Goku must conceal the fact that his eyesight has been restored. Thus, he feigns blindness, rising to his feet and turning in the general direction of the Super One-Star Dragon. "You are indeed terrifying and powerful," he declares, "but I will not allow you to annihilate the universe." With those words, he begins to concentrate all his remaining energy into his right fist. The Super One-Star Dragon, however, regards him with disdain, mockingly retorting, "You can't even aim properly now. What makes you think you can defeat me?" He underestimates Goku, believing him to still be blinded, and with the power of all the evil dragons absorbed, he feels invulnerable. Undeterred, Goku continues to channel every ounce of his strength into his right fist, preparing for what will be his most powerful strike. The outcome of this confrontation hinges on this singular blow. "Come on, strike me here." The Super One-Star Dragon taunts, daring Goku to land a hit as he playfully pats his own chest, convinced that a blinded opponent could never touch him. Yet, as the words leave his lips, Goku suddenly opens his eyes, a confident smile gracing his face. "As you wish." The Super One-Star Dragon's eyes widen in shock. It is hard to believe that Sun Wukong's eyes have miraculously restored. With a powerful ki blast, he struck the Super One-Star Dragon, though this energy proved insufficient to harm the formidable foe. However, this was not Sun Wukong's true lethal technique. It merely served to lower the Super One-Star Dragon's guard. The real attack lay in wait. "Behold my dragon fist," he exclaimed, as a dragon head materialized above his right fist. As he charged toward the Super One-Star Dragon, it appeared as though an entire golden divine dragon emerged behind him. His final punch struck the dragon's abdomen with the might of the renowned Dragon Fist. Despite the Super One-Star Dragon's formidable defenses, it could not withstand the blow. After mere seconds, it succumbed, the Dragon Fist piercing through its body, culminating in a spectacular explosion in midair. This dazzling display of power left the majority of onlookers in awe. Inspired, they raised their fists, wishing to emulate Sun Wukong. Yet alas, they could not conjure a divine dragon atop their own hands. In the depths of hell, Frieza clenched his fists, staring incredulously at the video of Sun Wukong. What kind of technique could possibly slay the One-Star Dragon? This was the first time he had witnessed such an attack from Sun Wukong. In that moment, he envisioned a resplendent golden dragon appearing from Sun Wukong's fists and body, ultimately leading to the catastrophic explosion of the Super One-Star Dragon. Meanwhile, Cell furrowed his brow, deeply perplexed by the astonishing power of this technique. Even with Sun Wukong's cells within him, he could not fathom its nature. There was only one possibility. This technique was conceived and perfected by the Sun Wukong of that timeline. The sheer terror of its might ignited a sinister ambition within Cell, as he yearned to master this technique for himself. In the chat group, comments flowed in. "Helles, I give full marks to the Dragon Fist. It is truly a magnificent technique." Guavas, however, this surely won't end so swiftly, for the title of the video is Fusion. Gohan, indeed. It seems that the evil dragon has not been vanquished by my father in the video. Zampa, if that One-Star Dragon is not dead, it must be revived quickly, no time to waste. Zampa was eagerly anticipating the emergence of Vegito, the ultimate fusion warrior, albeit with a tinge of concern, fearing the overwhelming power Vegito might wield. After all, he was to engage in a martial arts competition against Beerus. What if they acted unethically and fused before the match? Thus, he deemed it prudent to assess Vegito's strength in advance. On a distant planet in Universe 11, Jiren, the strongest warrior, was also captivated by the battle unfolding in the video, harboring a profound interest in the fusion warrior Vegito. Jiren affirmed that although Sun Wukong and Vegeta were far from his level of strength, their rapid progression and formidable abilities surpassed those of ordinary beings. Thus, the ultimate warrior born from their fusion, Vegito, piqued Jiren's curiosity regarding the extent of his power, which had earned him the title of the strongest in the dimensions. Returning to the video, everyone was joyously celebrating, convinced that Sun Wukong had triumphed over Super Shenron and, once again, saved the Earth and the universe. However, at that moment, Sun Wukong noticed some pink goo moving on the ground. Realizing the impending danger, he hastily urged Xiao Fong and the others to evacuate. Increasingly, the pink slime gathered in one location, ultimately coalescing into Super Shenron, who was completely resurrected. This stunning scene left many in disbelief. Despite having been obliterated, he could reassemble himself. Vegeta found the situation eerily familiar. The manner in which Super Shenron restored himself bore an uncanny resemblance to Majin Buu's abilities, an entity that could not be vanquished no matter the assault. In the video, Super Shenron wore a sinister grin. Sun Wukong, do you see? This is the quintessence of the 5-star dragon's prowess, he remarked. Indeed, he had just utilized the 5-star dragon's abilities to reconstruct his form. Had it not been for this power, he might have succumbed to Sun Wukong's unexpected dragon fist attack. Your previous maneuver was commendable, but you must be mindful of your target, Super Shenron taunted. Now fully restored, he regained both his energy and stamina, leaving Sun Wukong in a precarious predicament, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Damn it, what am I to do? Sun Wukong lamented, his physical condition deteriorating. The recent dragon fist explosion had nearly depleted all his strength, and facing the fully revitalized Super Shenron left him at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, Gohan and the others assumed fighting stances, prepared to join Sun Wukong in battle, aware of his current frail condition. They could not allow him to confront Super Shenron alone any longer. Nevertheless, from Super Shenron's perspective, their involvement was inconsequential, merely adding a few more ants to the fray. One ant is an ant, and several ants remain just that. They would not stir the waters in any significant manner. Very well, I shall grant you complete liberation, he declared. Then you need not worry about the fate of Earth and the universe. No sooner had he spoken than the Dragon Ball on his chest emitted a sinister glow. Sun Wukong sensed the impending doom and shouted, "Run!" Yet, his warning came too late. A surge of potent energy erupted from beneath the ground, instantly propelling Son Gohan and the others into the air. In that moment, Super Shenron sprang into action, dispatching the airborne Gohan and his companions. Even the world champion, Mr. Satan, could not evade his fate, receiving a devastating kick from Super Shenron to his abdomen. With a single kick, Satan's face was left grotesquely deformed. Although the blow was aimed at his abdomen, the contortion of his face was purely a reaction to the excruciating pain. Chapter 11. Do not take it too seriously, Kakarot. In the 7th universe, on Earth, as his father was seen in the video being kicked, Biddy Lee gasped, covering her mouth in distress. It is important to note that her father was not like Gohan and the other Saiyans. Satan was merely an ordinary human. How could an ordinary human withstand an attack from the Super 1-star dragon? Just one casual strike from the Super 1-star dragon could obliterate a city. Moreover, the kick in the video was evidently delivered with tremendous force. Was her father truly to meet his demise in such a manner? With this thought, Biddy Lee clenched her fists, tears welling in her eyes. However, while she was concerned for Satan, none of the others, including Bulma, shared her apprehension. In fact, they were far more worried about Goku and the others. The reason for their lack of concern was simple. They all understood that Satan was unlikely to come to harm. Oddly enough, it seemed as though Satan possessed an invincible protection. He never seemed to suffer any lasting damage from harm. For instance, during the battle against Cell, Satan was struck by a powerful blow and sent crashing into a distant hillside, yet he emerged unscathed. This track record reassured Bulma and the others. They were confident that Satan would merely experience a moment of pain, which he could endure without any lasting effect. Rest assured, Biddy Lee, your father will be just fine, Kiki said sympathetically, unable to watch her future daughter-in-law in distress. Let me tell you, in terms of defensive capability, Satan is truly the strongest of all humans. After all, no adversary has ever been able to harm him, let alone kill him. If he isn't the strongest human in defense, then who is? Biddy Lee found it difficult to accept Kiki's assertion. The Super 1-star dragon could easily overpower Gohan and the others. How could her father, an ordinary man, withstand such force? I assure you, Satan will be fine, Kiki insisted with confidence, patting her chest to emphasize her point. At that moment, Bulma and the others joined in to comfort Biddy Lee, reiterating that Satan was indeed safe. Seeing their unwavering confidence, Biddy Lee gradually relaxed, turning her attention back to the video. In the footage, within a mere 5 seconds, the Super 1-star dragon effortlessly dispatched Gohan and the others without any hint of difficulty. Ultimately, it came down to Goku alone. Regrettably, Goku, whose body was nearing its limits, stood no chance against the Super One-Star Dragon. In an instant, the dragon appeared above him with incredible speed, so fast that Goku could hardly register its presence. "Down you go," the Super One-Star Dragon exclaimed with a maniacal grin. With both hands clenched into fists, a heavy blow descended upon Sun Wukong's head. A resounding crash echoed through the air as he suffered a devastating strike, plummeting to the ground like a missile. As he awaited the arrival of the Super One-Star Dragon from above, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, mustering the strength of his battered body to rise once more. Even a fleeting thought of surrender would render him incapable of standing. It was the unwavering resolve to vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon that sustained him. With every ounce of his being, even at the cost of his life, he was determined to defeat this malevolent entity. The evil dragon was, in essence, a product of their own making, an outcome of their reckless wishes that had led to an accumulation of negative energy. Thus, for Sun Wukong, it was imperative that he personally resolve this predicament, preventing it from escalating and engulfing the Earth, and indeed the entire universe. Witnessing Sun Wukong's relentless struggle, many could no longer remain seated. In the chat group, individuals from various universes began to rally behind him, their messages of encouragement flooding the screen, urging him to triumph over the Super One-Star Dragon. There were also pleas for Vegeta to hasten his arrival, to fuse with Sun Wukong and defeat the formidable foe. They could no longer bear to see him continuously battered and injured. Conversely, there were those who harbored disdain for Sun Wukong, such as Frieza from the depths of hell. Their messages were not of support, but rather of a wish for his demise, hoping for the Super One-Star Dragon to inflict further torment upon him until he was utterly vanquished. Nevertheless, such sentiments were few and soon drowned out by the overwhelming tide of encouragement. In the video, Sun Wukong declared, "I am not dead yet," as he tightened his fist, fully prepared to stake his life on the battle ahead. The Super One-Star Dragon merely smirked, taunting, "You will soon find liberation, Sun Wukong." As the words left his lips, he appeared behind Sun Wukong, urging him to relinquish his burdens, promising that he would soon experience the bliss of ascension. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a slight smile, responding, "Then allow me to show you what that sensation feels like." However, the Super One-Star Dragon was well aware that such bravado was unfounded, given Sun Wukong's current state. In an instant, the dragon spun around, delivering a powerful elbow strike aimed at Sun Wukong, only to find that he had evaded the attack and positioned himself behind the dragon instead. With his elbow, he forcefully clamped down on the dragon's menacing black spikes protruding from its back. The Super One-Star Dragon was taken aback by Sun Wukong's unexpected strength, struggling yet unable to shake him off. "Vegeta's technique from your battle with Bu is now mine to wield. Let me use it to bring about your demise," Sun Wukong said with a smile, as a surge of energy enveloped him, his aura intensifying in an instant. Life begins to gradually transform into a breath of energy, immensely pure and powerful enough to annihilate all. This statement may elude the understanding of some, yet those with formidable strength discern its meaning. Sun Wukong prepares for self-detonation, intending to unleash all his inner energy to perish alongside the Super One-Star Dragon. In the 7th universe, on Earth, Piccolo witnesses this unfolding scene. Vegeta, determined to vanquish Majin Buu and rectify the troubles he has caused, contemplates employing this very tactic. Old Sun intends to resort to self-destruction. However, the sudden emergence of a video screen suppresses all energy, rendering Vegeta incapable of executing the self-detonation. Yet, the video reveals no presence of such a screen. Could it be that Sun Wukong genuinely aims to self-destruct to achieve mutual destruction with the Super One-Star Dragon? Though Piccolo harbors deep reluctance to allow Wukong to proceed, it appears this is indeed the final recourse available. The video hints at fusion, yet Vegeta has yet to arrive. The solitary solution that Sun Wukong can conceive at this moment is this drastic measure. Gohan, too, perceives his father's intentions, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, fists clenched tightly. He fervently wishes for Vegeta to hasten his arrival to fuse with his father. Otherwise, Sun Wukong may truly resort to self-detonation. In the 11th universe, the god of destruction reflects, "It seems that in that timeline, I have already perished once." Contemplating this, Vegeta finds the entire progression rather intriguing. Had the video screen not appeared, he would undoubtedly not be standing here, unaware of the evolution route leading to Super Saiyan 4. Nor would he have been chosen by Beerus for training. He would have perished that day, sacrificing himself to eliminate Majin Buu. The emergence of the video screen has disrupted their originally normal development, yet he finds this disruption quite enjoyable, as it indeed presents an interesting turn of events. The Super One-Star Dragon is remarkably formidable. Its regenerative abilities alone, akin to those of Buu, pose a significant challenge. Its overall strength eclipses that of Buu by an unfathomable magnitude. Sun Wukong dares not imagine the consequences should such a quintessentially evil dragon manifest in their realm. How would he and Vegeta confront it? Even if they risked their lives, they would stand no chance, as the video depicts a version of himself already fighting desperately. The Super One-Star Dragon seems to not even take the battle seriously, leaving him utterly outmatched. In the future, they must exercise utmost caution. The Dragon Balls must not be utilized unless absolutely necessary. Such a terrifying evil dragon must never be allowed to come into existence. In the 11th universe, Torpo acknowledges Wukong's resolve, recognizing that all his actions are for the sake of justice. He is indeed a true man. Torpo clenches his massive hand. Profoundly moved by Sun Wukong's willingness to sacrifice himself to defeat his adversaries. These videos have filled him with admiration for Wukong, full of love, kindness, and righteousness. Should the opportunity arise to meet Sun Wukong, he would embrace it wholeheartedly. He would undoubtedly make an exception to invite Sun Wukong to join their Pride team, despite the prohibition against sending invitations to individuals from other universes. However, for someone like Sun Wukong, Tsubasa would certainly extend an invitation. He believed that with Sun Wukong's participation, their Universe 11, no, all universes, would flourish. The Pride team would then be able to expand outward. Indeed, I acknowledge him, Tsubasa nodded. He was not one to easily admit such things. Yet, through the videos, he had witnessed Sun Wukong's prowess and character, and in his heart, he had come to accept him. In the video, Sun Gohan and the others were well aware of Sun Wukong's intentions. Each of them was reluctant to see him proceed with his plan. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong understood that this was his only option left. It was perhaps the sole method by which he could vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon. He showed no signs of retreat. The crimson energy enveloped both him and the Super One-Star Dragon. If self-destruction failed, he truly did not know what other means could defeat such an opponent. To be frank, Sun Wukong himself lacked absolute confidence that this tactic could eliminate the Super One-Star Dragon. Yet, it was the only opportunity he could conceive to eradicate the threat. Therefore, regardless of the slim likelihood of success, he had to give it a try. Prepare yourself, One-Star Dragon. Stop. The Super One-Star Dragon was beginning to feel a twinge of panic. Even if Sun Wukong's self-destruction could not kill him, he did not wish to be caught in such an explosion. Just as Sun Wukong had resolved to act, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Kakarot. Sun Wukong turned in surprise to see Vegeta. Do not be foolish, Kakarot, Vegeta admonished seriously. Do you genuinely believe such a technique could defeat him? If you perish, Earth is truly doomed, just like that time with Majin Buu. He too thought his self-destruction would eliminate Buu, but what was the final outcome? Only he perished while Buu remained. Had he survived, he believed that together with Sun Wukong, they could have avoided such complications. Vegeta's words struck a chord with Sun Wukong. Indeed, self-destruction was merely a notion he entertained as possessing a slight chance of defeating the Super One-Star Dragon. But whether it would actually succeed remained uncertain, and he had no assurance. Should he proceed with self-destruction, he would undoubtedly meet his own demise. Contemplating this, the energy he had gathered began to dissipate. Releasing his grasp, the Super One-Star Dragon hastily broke free and distanced himself from Sun Wukong. At that moment, the appearance of Vegeta ignited excitement among the majority of viewers watching the video. Vegeta had finally arrived. It seemed he was about to fuse with Sun Wukong. Everyone anticipated the emergence of the ultimate warrior, the most powerful being across dimensions, Vegeto. Bulma urged. Hurry, Vegeta. Teach that arrogant Super One-Star Dragon a lesson, even more than Frieza ever did. Frieza is dead, isn't he? To compare me to him is quite disrespectful, came the retort. Bulma replied, well then, let us just say you both are equally arrogant. Vegeta smirked. At last, it's my turn to showcase my prowess. Nappa is dead. He laughed. You've only just appeared now. Could it be that you are merely a fusion material, Vegeta? Vegeta shot back. What did you say? Speak again if you dare. Do you wish to meet your end once more? I am already dead, Vegeta. I'm in hell. If you want to kill me, come on. Dying will allow you to see me again, Nappa taunted. All right, everyone, enough of the bickering. Let us continue watching, Whis interjected. Indeed, We are approaching the most thrilling part, Makalita remarked. In the King of All's palace, witnessing Vegeta join the fray excited the Supreme Being. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Vegeta and Goku would join forces to vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon. Yet, what he yearned for even more was the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. The emergence of Vegeta was the event all beings and deities awaited. In the video, the true battle was just beginning. Vegeta stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Goku, clearly prepared for the confrontation. Goku bore a slight smile, but reminded him, "Before we fight, I must warn you, Vegeta. Engaging with this foe could lead to your utter destruction." Vegeta, brimming with confidence, replied, "Kakarot, did you think I would enter such perilous territory without careful consideration? I can now transform into a Super Saiyan 4. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, a large Ultra Bulls wave emitter was brought forth. Vegeta soared into the air while Bulma began to operate the device. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Bulls wave struck Vegeta. Stimulated by the wave, Vegeta entered the transformation process, quickly morphing into a colossal ape larger than mountains. However, upon his transformation, he began to unleash energy blasts from his mouth, wreaking havoc on the surrounding ground. He even extended a hand to grasp Goku. Chapter 12. Vegeta is truly extraordinary. In that moment, Bulma and the others feared Vegeta had lost his sanity. Even the Super One-Star Dragon couldn't resist mocking him, claiming that Vegeta's transformation into a giant ape was merely to witness the thrilling spectacle of two Saiyan monkeys battling each other. Outside the video, viewers grew anxious at this sight. The first video revealed that Goku, after becoming a giant ape, also lost his reason. Was it possible that Vegeta had succumbed to the same fate, losing his mind in his transformation? He was unable to assist Goku in defeating the Super One-Star Dragon. Does he still intend to wreak havoc upon the Earth, to obliterate everything in his sight? Observing the deranged Vegeta in the video, not only does he unleash the great ape cannon, destroying all that surrounds him, but he also seizes Goku. Frieza could not possibly let this golden opportunity to mock Vegeta slip away. This moment of derision, he is eager to reclaim. Thus, Frieza was the first to taunt in the chat group. "Frieza is dead. This is your grand display, Vegeta. I believe I have witnessed it. Truly magnificent. As that Super One-Star Dragon just mentioned, your involvement is not to assist, but to showcase the brutal conflict between two Saiyan monkeys. Absolutely riveting. Kefla, I thought this Vegeta was formidable. Turns out he is quite disappointing. Katra, he has lost his sanity. Does this not equate to aiding that One-Star Dragon? Cell is dead. Vegeta, oh Vegeta, you have truly become a laughingstock. Bulma, silence. Vegeta is far superior to any of you. How dare you mock him? Vegeta, it's fine. Let them speak. Let them continue." In truth, the Vegeta in reality is not at all perturbed. In fact, he almost finds amusement in their mockery, for he is acutely aware that the version of him in the video cannot possibly lose his composure. He is the Prince of Saiyans, imbued with royal blood. How could he ever succumb to madness? Even if he were to lose control, it would only be a fleeting moment while harnessing the power of the great ape, and he would undoubtedly regain his senses in mere seconds. Yet, others remain oblivious to this fact. As more and more individuals in the chat begin to express their doubts, those who have refrained from commenting grow increasingly anxious and skeptical. Could it be that Vegeta's involvement is truly a disruption? At that moment, the Vegeta in the video suddenly undergoes a transformation. A magnificent golden aura envelopes him. "I am the Prince of Saiyans. How could I lose my sanity merely by transforming into a great ape?" Vegeta releases his grip, allowing Goku to escape. Only then do Bulma and the others breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that a greater catastrophe has been averted. Vegeta regains his sanity, reclaiming his true self. As the golden aura intensifies, the skin of the great ape Vegeta transforms into a brilliant gold. What? The Super One-Star Dragon's eyes widen in disbelief. He never expected that Vegeta would recover his senses so swiftly. A deep, thunderous roar escapes Vegeta's throat, as his form is enveloped in golden light. Gradually, he diminishes in size, returning to his human stature. When the golden light dissipates completely, Vegeta presents himself anew before everyone. Adorned with a red tail and a coat of crimson fur, exuding a powerful aura and a confident smile gracing his lips. Super Saiyan 4. Simultaneously, witnessing the transformation of Vegeta into Super Saiyan 4 within the video, they reflect upon the words he had just spoken. Outside the realm of the video, those who had previously questioned and doubted Vegeta were rendered momentarily speechless. Frieza, too, felt a stinging sensation upon his face, akin to having been soundly slapped. How utterly outrageous. That rascal Vegeta managed to retain his composure. Frieza was now seething with frustration. He had just mocked Vegeta, and within mere moments, the tables had turned. He could not fathom why this always transpired in such a manner. In the God of Destruction's realm of Universe 6, the realization dawned upon him that Vegeta had regained his sanity with astonishing swiftness. Kampa blinked in disbelief. It was inconceivable that someone could recover their wits so rapidly after losing them. It had taken less than 5 seconds for Vegeta to reclaim his composure. Truly remarkable. Vegeta was no ordinary individual. Hadn't someone just ridiculed Mr. Vegeta? Kaba cast a pointed glance at Kale, his tone dripping with sarcasm. And now, Mr. Vegeta was able to regain his senses in mere seconds. Could anyone else achieve such a feat? Humph, I could do it too. Kale huffed dismissively, yet deep down, she lacked confidence in her own abilities. If she were to lose her composure, there was no way she could regain it within such a short span of time. In the God of Destruction's domain of Universe 7, laughter erupted. I have successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The chat group was devoid of the earlier mocking and doubts. This was truly splendid. Vegeta. Goku turned to Vegeta with a smile. However, Vegeta was not the least bit pleased. That hardly qualifies as the true Super Saiyan 4. Goku paused, scratching his head awkwardly, realizing he had misspoken. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised the cause of Vegeta's discontent. It was, without a doubt, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 that irked him. Indeed, Goku's intuition was correct. The ability to harness the power of the great ape and regain one's sanity in mere seconds was undoubtedly satisfying for Vegeta. Yet, his dissatisfaction stemmed from the manner in which he had achieved the transformation, via a device, no less. As the prince of all Saiyans, it was intolerable for Vegeta to have to rely on an apparatus to attain Super Saiyan 4. His fists clenched tightly, a surge of displeasure overwhelming him, making it difficult to accept. Hey, what's going on? Beerus discerned Vegeta's turmoil. In an instant, an oppressive aura descended upon Vegeta, akin to being crushed under the weight of countless mountains. This pressure also bore down upon Goku, rendering both warriors incapable of resisting and forcing them to the ground. My Lord Beerus. Goku and Vegeta were bewildered by the sudden onslaught of immense pressure. Hard to accept, isn't it? Beerus approached Vegeta, his tone devoid of courtesy. But that was merely a video of you from another timeline. You possess the power to alter everything now. Therefore, all you need to do is diligently cultivate your skills, and through your own strength, master the Super Saiyan 4. If you can achieve this, simply nod. If not, then return to Earth at once. I refuse to squander my time on a weakling who lacks confidence in himself. Understood? It took Vegeta every ounce of his effort to nod in agreement. That sufficed. Beerus smiled faintly, and in an instant, the immense pressure weighing down on Goku and Vegeta dissipated. As Goku rose, he could not help but voice his grievances. Lord Beerus, your lesson was rather tyrannical, wasn't it? I have never encountered such a direct form of reprimand before, one that grants no opportunity for response. You crushed us under your oppressive aura without hesitation. Moreover, why did you include me in your chastisement of Vegeta? This perplexity left Goku both amused and bewildered. Why should he be subjected to the same pressure as Vegeta? Consider it a minor exercise for your body. Beerus waved dismissively. Ah, so this is training? I am truly grateful, Lord Beerus, Goku replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Whis could not stifle his laughter. As for Vegeta, after experiencing such an imposing lesson from Beerus, he found enlightenment in an instant. Releasing his clenched fists, a smile crept across his lips. Indeed, the one who transformed into Super Saiyan 4 in the video was merely a version of himself from another dimension. What concern was it of his regarding that alternate self? In reality, all he needed to do was train diligently and master Super Saiyan 4 through his own power. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kakarot, Vegeta declared, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Haha, well done, Vegeta, Goku exclaimed, genuinely pleased for his comrade. At last, Vegeta had successfully transcended and mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, and now it was time to confront their adversary. With a swift motion, Goku and Vegeta ascended into the sky, their fists clenched tightly as they unleashed their energy. The golden flames emanating from their bodies threatened to paint the very sky in hues of gold. Such a display of power set the earth trembling violently, shaking it to its core. Don't get too arrogant. No matter how many insignificant characters come forth, the situation will remain unchanged. The Super One-Star Dragon firmly believed in his invincibility. Even with the addition of Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he was acutely aware of his overwhelming strength. There was no possibility of defeat in this battle. He was determined to obliterate this Earth, no, this universe, and no one could thwart him. Let us go, Vegeta. Goku relished this sensation. Fighting alongside Vegeta invigorated his confidence, filling him with the belief that with their combined might, victory was assured. However, Vegeta's perspective diverged from his. He understood that even with his presence, an insurmountable gap remained between them and the Super One-Star Dragon, a chasm that could not be bridged. To claim victory was merely self-deception. Kakarot, you must be well aware of this. Son Goku paused, inquiring what? At this rate, we stand no chance at all, do you understand? Vegeta remarked with a stoic expression. Son Goku fell silent for a moment. Then, he propelled himself a couple of meters forward, his fists clenched tightly. You are right, indeed. We have little hope. However, we have no choice but to confront him now. The instant Son Goku finished speaking, a smirk unexpectedly curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth, revealing his signature wicked grin. Let us fuse, Kakarot. Huh. Son Goku immediately turned to face Vegeta, slightly incredulous of his own ears. What did Vegeta just say? Fusion? In an instant, the audience watching the video erupted with excitement and anticipation. They had finally arrived at the moment they had been eagerly awaiting. Fusion. Son Goku and Vegeta were about to merge. In Universe 11, the God of Destruction could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the fusion of these two Saiyans. Son Goku and Vegeta. Of course, he was not particularly interested in seeing Gogeta defeat Super Yi-Xing Long. That matter was inconsequential to him. What he truly wished to behold was the formidable power that Gogeta would possess. Why was he deemed the strongest in the dimension? How would Gogeta's might compare against his own Universe 11's mightiest warrior, Jiren? This was the very spectacle he longed to witness. Whether Gogeta's existence would pose a threat to his Universe 11. In the depths of hell, a smirk crossed his lips. Let me see. Meanwhile, Cell was brimming with excitement. In his perception, only 3 individuals posed a true danger. Not Beerus the God of Destruction, nor Whis the Angel. And certainly not any other God of Destruction or Angel from different universes. The 3 who instilled fear in Cell were Son Gohan, Son Goku, and Vegeta. Through his own understanding and the information gleaned from the video, Cell could confidently assert that the potential of these 3 was boundless. Their capacity to grow stronger was limitless. This intrigued and excited Cell immensely, pondering what kind of formidable entity would emerge from the fusion of these 2 limitless beings, Son Goku and Vegeta. TCH. Why are you so eager? Sometimes I truly question which side you stand on. Cell, Frieza remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Witnessing Son Goku and Vegeta grow stronger only evoked feelings of anger within him, coupled with an intensified hatred, fueling his desire to become stronger and resurrect to eliminate those 2 Saiyans. However, he observed that Cell was entirely different. When Son Goku and Vegeta, those Saiyans, grew stronger, Cell felt neither anger nor multiplied hatred. He, on the contrary, would become exhilarated and excited, which truly raises one's suspicions regarding which side Shiruru stands on, the 6th universe or the realm of destruction. Hey, you 3, keep your eyes wide open, Kampa instructed, directing his gaze towards Gab and the others. You need to strive to reach the level of that formidable warrior, Gogeta. Do you understand? Is that really achievable? Gab scratched his face, skepticism evident in his demeanor. Catching up to Gogeta? What a joke. To Gab, even catching up to Vegeta and Son Gohan seemed nearly impossible, akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, Kampa was now demanding that they pursue Gogeta, this being born from the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta. Hailed as the ultimate warrior of the dimensions, how could such a feat possibly be accomplished? Chapter 13, the Patera Earrings. However, at times like this, there always seems to be a boastful and oblivious individual who steps forth, convinced of their own capabilities. That person is Caulifla. With her arms crossed and a scoff escaping her lips, she cast a derisive glance at Gab, saying, Gab, your inability to achieve this merely highlights your own limitations. Don't include me and Kale in your doubts. Unlike you, we are absolutely capable. Isn't that right, Kale? Caulifla turned to her diligent junior. Deep within Kale lies an immense and formidable power, a fact that even the angel, Beerus, has acknowledged, and one that Caulifla has witnessed firsthand. Thus, she believes that Kale, like herself, is capable of greatness. However, When Caulifla unexpectedly posed the question to her, Kale found herself ensnared in a web of uncertainty, unsure of how to respond. She shared Gabeth's sentiments, believing that there was no way she could ever catch up to Gogeta, the being known as the ultimate warrior of the dimensions. Achieving such a feat seemed more daunting than climbing to the heavens. Yet, to directly tell Caulifla that she felt incapable would surely lead to disappointment in her senior. All right, let us cease this discussion, Beerus interjected with a gentle smile, clapping her hands to break the conversation. In my view, this task is indeed insurmountable. She glanced at Kampa, adding, Lord Kampa, it is quite inconsiderate of you to impose such an impossible task upon others. Oh dear, here comes Beerus with her reprimands again. Kampa feigned ignorance, turning his head away and whistling. Lord Kampa, Beerus sighed, a hint of exasperation in her tone. If you truly wish to avoid losing to Lord Beerus, then let me offer you a suggestion. What suggestion? Kampa inquired, his interest piqued as he turned to Beerus. The Patera earrings. Present Kale and Caulifla with the Patera earrings. You should be aware of their effects. Beyond the slow method of diligent training to enhance one's own strength, this is the best solution that Beerus can conceive. When one finds themselves outmatched, the swiftest and most effective means to attain power equal to, or even surpassing that of their opponent suddenly occurs to Bardos. This revelation is spurred by the video of the fusion between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Oh, it dawns on Zampa in an instant, his expression transforming with joy. The Patera earrings, akin to fusion, enable two individuals to merge into a singular entity. However, it is certain that a fusion achieved through the Patera earrings is far more potent than a regular fusion. Zampa resolves to provide the Patera earrings for Caulifla and Kale's use. Meanwhile, as beings from other universes and deities are brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and the birth of the ultimate warrior, Gogeta, the residents of Universe 7, particularly Bulma, are left in disbelief. Their focus is drawn to the surprising declaration made by Vegeta, who has voluntarily proposed to fuse with Sun Wukong. Did I hear that correctly? Krillin queries, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he scratches his head. Vegeta has willingly suggested a fusion with Sun Wukong? I too am curious about this, Yamcha adds, raising his hand, his voice barely above a whisper, questioning if he misheard. You did not mishear. Vegeta indeed said so, Bulma confirms, though she herself struggles to grasp the reality of the situation. The proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta, has taken the initiative to propose a fusion with Sun Wukong. At this moment, only Videl remains oblivious to Vegeta's character, perplexed by the fervent reactions of those around her. Is it truly so astonishing that Vegeta's agreement to fuse has elicited such a response? In the realm of the god of destruction for Universe 7, laughter erupts from Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, I never imagined you would be the one to propose fusion. He gazes at Vegeta, unable to contain his mirth. Initially, he believed that it would be he who would need to implore Vegeta, persistently begging until, under duress, Vegeta would agree to fuse for the sake of Earth's survival and to protect Bulma and the others. Little did he know, upon viewing the video, that Vegeta had proactively suggested the fusion, a notion that had not crossed Wukong's mind at all. He likely assumed that even if he broached the subject, Vegeta would never acquiesce. Yet, to his astonishment, Vegeta took the initiative. This is nothing short of extraordinary. I cannot believe it, Vegeta. Beerus remarks, casting a glance at Vegeta, whose face flushes crimson as he quickly turns away. Less of your prattle. What did you say? Beerus's demeanor shifts dramatically, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Vegeta realizes he has misspoken, having been disrespectful to the god of destruction. Without the slightest hesitation, he promptly turned his head towards Beerus and bowed in apology. I was wrong, Lord Beerus. This was somewhat acceptable. Beerus cast a glance at Vegeta, reluctantly accepting the apology. Vegeta sighed in relief. However, at that moment, he found himself reflecting on the video of his own actions. It was hard to fathom that he had voluntarily suggested the concept of fusion with Kakarot. Presently, his rationale for refraining from fusion with Kakarot was based on 3 points he could not reconcile. Firstly, Kakarot had just demonstrated the fusion dance to him. The movements were utterly humiliating. As the Prince of Saiyans, he could never bring himself to perform such a dance, especially in front of others like Bulma. Absolutely not. Secondly, the fusion partner was Kakarot, someone Vegeta despised and therefore could not accept. Thirdly, resorting to fusion in battle against an enemy felt like an unfair advantage to him. He believed that this approach compromised the integrity of combat. Saiyans should stake their lives and everything they hold dear, fighting honorably, rather than employing such tactics to defeat foes they could not otherwise conquer. In the video, Goku himself was taken aback. He never imagined he would hear those words from Vegeta one day. "Hey, Kakarot," Vegeta said, noticing Goku standing there in stunned silence. His tone grew impatient. "Did you not understand what I said about fusion? If you comprehend, then prepare quickly. That guy won't give me much time." Goku recognized the urgency of the situation. There was no time to waste. Although he was still incredulous that Vegeta had initiated the idea of fusion, he felt a surge of joy. For the sake of protecting Earth and their universe, Vegeta was willing to propose such a measure. A slight smile graced his lips as he replied, "Then let us do it. Fusion. What have you two been discussing?" The Super One-Star Dragon interjected, growing increasingly impatient. "No matter what, I will soon grant you both liberation." With that, the Super One-Star Dragon charged towards Goku and Vegeta. To create an opportunity for their fusion, Trunks and Gohan rushed forward. "We won't let you disrupt our fathers." At that moment, Gohan and Trunks had a singular mission: to hold off the Super One-Star Dragon and buy Goku and Vegeta as much time as possible to complete their fusion. "Who do you think you are to stand in my way?" The Super One-Star Dragon bellowed angrily, viewing Gohan and the others as unworthy opponents. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta landed on the ground, choosing a broad area to prepare for their fusion. "Hurry up, Kakarot," Vegeta urged, only to see Goku grinning instead of striking a pose. This sudden display irritated him. Clenching his fists, he admonished, "Hey, what's so funny, Kakarot? Don't misunderstand, Vegeta." With a smile, Sun Wukong replied, "I am not mocking you. I am simply overjoyed. I never expected to hear the word fusion from your lips." Feeling utterly bored, Vegeta began to strike the poses for the fusion dance. Sun Wukong chuckled and mirrored his movements, albeit in a manner that was precisely opposite to Vegeta's. "No matter what you are doing, you shall not complete it." The Super One-Star Dragon charged towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, it was once again intercepted by Son Gohan and his companions midway. "We will not let you pass." Their resolve was unwavering, even though they knew they were no match for the Super One-Star Dragon. Regardless, they were determined to hold it back, hoping to create an opportunity for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to fuse. Their previous skirmishes had been futile. If they could not achieve even this, they would truly be disappointing. "Get out of my way." Facing the obstruction posed by Son Gohan and the others, the Super One-Star Dragon wasted no time. Raising its hand to unleash a tremendous surge of energy, the force immediately sent Son Gohan and his companions flying. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had succeeded. With a loud cry of fusion, their fingertips aligned perfectly. A point of light appeared at their fingertips, swiftly expanding outward, ultimately enveloping their bodies. "What is this?" The Super One-Star Dragon sensed an overwhelming force. Regardless of what it was, it charged towards the light sphere. However, it collided with an invisible barrier, being repelled violently away. Everyone watched the light sphere with rapt attention, both those within the video, such as Son Gohan, and those outside, including beings from other universes. Soon, as the light sphere retracted and the dazzling brilliance gradually faded, the most powerful being of dimensions emerged. Since Sun Wukong and Vegeta had fused in their Super Saiyan 4 forms, the resultant Gogeta appeared in the same guise. Moreover, due to his immense power, Gogeta's transformation evolved further, achieving Super Saiyan 4 full power, just a breath away from the divine aura that would signify a breakthrough to the limits of Super Saiyan 4. In the 7th universe, in the realm of the god of destruction, laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha. This is Gogeta, born from our fusion. Just looking at him is overwhelming." Sun Wukong was exhilarated. Even through the screen, he could feel Gogeta's extraordinary power, one that had undoubtedly surpassed the divine. "Not bad," Vegeta remarked coolly, though inwardly he was utterly astonished by Gogeta's might. He never anticipated that fusing with Kakarot would yield such a formidable warrior. One could gauge his strength merely from his presence, truly deserving of the title, the strongest in the dimensions. In the 7th universe, on Earth. "How magnificent!" Both Chi-Chi and Bulma exclaimed, covering their mouths in awe. They shared the same sentiment. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta had resulted in the incredibly handsome Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. His allure was not merely superficial. Krillin trembled with excitement, marveling at the sheer power of this being, Gogeta, whose strength was almost beyond belief. Indeed, as the saying goes, a truly powerful individual need not engage in battle. A mere glance suffices to convey their formidable prowess. The Super One-Star Dragon was doomed. Master Roshi, hands clasped behind his back, maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he was overwhelmed with astonishment. The warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta was undeniably impressive. Haha, Yamcha chuckled, then shouted towards the screen, "Go, Gogeta! Annihilate that Super One-Star Dragon." In this moment, the majority of onlookers were captivated by Gogeta's striking appearance, eager to witness him in action, anticipating the moment he would decisively vanquish the nefarious Super One-Star Dragon. In the video, the Super One-Star Dragon, sensing Gogeta's overwhelming strength, hesitated. "Who are you?" it questioned, intimidated. A unique voice responded, echoing Goku and Vegeta's words. "I am neither Goku nor Vegeta." Gogeta wore a confident smile, raising his gaze to meet that of the Super One-Star Dragon. "I am the one who will defeat you." As his words echoed, a gleam ignited in Gogeta's eyes. The next instant, the Super One-Star Dragon was struck with tremendous force, sent hurtling backward. This shocking display left most viewers astounded. A mere glance had sent the Super One-Star Dragon flying. Can you not muster greater strength? Bulma and her companions on Earth were equally shaken by Gogeta's might. A foe that even Goku and Vegeta struggled to defeat was effortlessly overpowered by Gogeta with just a look. This spectacle instilled fear in many who were not fond of Goku and Vegeta. They were left in awe of Gogeta's formidable power. If a mere gaze could incapacitate someone as strong as the Super One-Star Dragon, what would become of them, whose strength paled in comparison? The thought was too daunting to contemplate. Even in reality, they would not dare to confront someone as powerful as Gogeta. Engaging him would be akin to courting death. Chapter 14. How dare you look down on me in the video? The Super One-Star Dragon was incredulous, unable to fathom how it could be vanquished by just a glance. After all, it was the ultimate evil dragon, having absorbed all the malevolent dragons. Gathering itself, it charged at Gogeta once more, but was met only with further humiliation. Gogeta stood immobile, unwavering. The Super One-Star Dragon unleashed a powerful punch. Just as it was about to strike Gogeta, a loud thud resonated through the air. However, it was not Gogeta who was sent flying, but rather the Super One-Star Dragon. No one could quite comprehend what had just transpired. The sequence of events was simply that the Super One-Star Dragon aimed a punch at Gogeta, and in a startling turn, it was he who was propelled backward with a resounding bang. Following this dramatic occurrence, the chat group buzzed with excitement once more. Topo, truly formidable and just. I wish to invite both Goku and Vegeta to our Pride Troopers. Dispo, if the two of them were to join, I believe the universe would surely become a more peaceful and beautiful place. Champ, hey, I must ask, isn't this a bit excessive? How could he send the Super One-Star Dragon flying without so much as moving? Quitella, chirp, chirp, Champ, as a god of destruction, how could you have missed that? Beautiful. It's evident that Champ saw nothing at all. Champ, what do you mean by saw nothing? Beerus, Champ, this is the consequence of your constant indulgence in food and slumber without training. Champ, what do you mean, Beerus? You better clarify that quickly. Beerus, Gogeta wasn't standing still. His speed was simply too swift for you to perceive. Champ, what? Beerus, I've told you. Your incessant feasting and napping have diminished your power significantly, to the point that you couldn't even see this. In that instant, Gogeta landed 3 consecutive punches squarely on the Super One-Star Dragon's face, which is why it was sent flying. Champ, I see, but I simply wasn't paying close attention. Don't underestimate me, Beerus. As a god of destruction, how could I fail to see Gogeta's movements? Champ would never concede that he had failed to observe the events clearly. However, upon reflection, he found it quite astonishing, even with his diminished strength. And even if he had not been paying close attention, as a god of destruction, the overseer of universal destruction, he should not have been unable to discern Gogeta's actions. Lord Kampa, if my judgment is not mistaken, remarked Beerus, observing Kampa's evident distress with a slight smile as he approached. This Gogeta's power has already surpassed that of many deities. Despite his human form, his strength eclipses that of numerous gods. From this perspective, we can no longer regard him merely as human. Moreover, let us not forget that he is recognized by this video screen as the strongest in the dimensions. So even if you did not perceive it clearly, it does not matter, for Gogeta is undeniably powerful, a fact that no one can refute. Though the video had only revealed a fraction of the encounter thus far, from this small glimpse, the angelic Beerus had already drawn her conclusion. Gogeta's strength indeed surpassed that of many gods. Moreover, he has attained the level of power sufficient to become a god of destruction. However, this statement does not imply that Goku and Vegeta surpass all the gods of destruction in strength. That would be a misrepresentation. After all, the gods of destruction have undergone countless millennia of rigorous training, making it exceedingly challenging to surpass them. Thus, the precise implication of Bato's statement is that, based on the prowess demonstrated by Goku and Vegeta in the video, they are indeed qualified to aspire to the status of a god of destruction. All right, I understand, responded Pac with a dismissive tone, though internally he was genuinely concerned. Had his own strength truly diminished so significantly without his awareness? If he were still at the pinnacle of his power, how could he have failed to perceive Goku and Vegeta's movements? If that were the case, he would not have been subjected to mockery by Beerus and the others. It seems that he must exert himself a bit more and dedicate time to training during his leisure. In the video, the Super One-Star Dragon, having been flung away, found himself in contemplation, perplexed and troubled. How had he been propelled out so unexpectedly? It seemed Goku had not moved at all. Why then? Did his face ache as though he had been struck with great force? As he steadied himself, he raised a hand to his nose, only to discover purple blood staining his fingers. He had drawn blood for the first time since the battle commenced. What just happened? He wondered. You just took 3 punches from me in succession. Although I wasn't going all out, it's impressive that you only suffered a nosebleed, Goku remarked with a light chuckle, remaining stationary without any intent to attack. Clearly, he relished the opportunity to toy with the Super One-Star Dragon, for if he chose, he could conclude the battle in an instant, annihilating the dragon entirely. 3 punches? The Super One-Star Dragon paused momentarily, then clenched his fists, his tone growing more intense. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you not see? Goku lifted his gaze to meet the Super One-Star Dragon's eyes, a confident smile still gracing his lips. Very well. Come at me again. This time, I will allow you to see clearly. I will deliberately reduce my speed and strike you slowly. With that, he provocatively beckoned the Super One-Star Dragon with a finger, showing utter disdain for this ultimate embodiment of evil. This action only served to further incite the Super One-Star Dragon, who was already furious from Goku's taunts. Shut your mouth. How dare you look down on me? I will end you. However, as he approached Goku, 3 simultaneous dull thuds echoed in the air. Subsequently, Goku delivered a slowed kick to the Super One-Star Dragon's chin, sending him flying once more. Indeed, the speed had been considerably reduced this time, yet even so, many spectators still struggled to discern the action. Only those whose strength has reached a certain level can truly perceive the reality. Impossible, how could this be? How could I possibly lose? Steadying himself, the Super One-Star Dragon glared fiercely at Gogeta, unleashing a roar filled with resentment and fury. In the next moment, he clenched his fists and charged recklessly towards Gogeta's position. Unable to accept the fact that he, now the ultimate evil dragon after absorbing all the wicked dragons, could face defeat. As the attack approached, the Super One-Star Dragon found himself passing right through Gogeta. The speed was so immense that he did not even witness Gogeta's departure. Then, with a resounding crash, he lost control of his power and created a massive crater in the ground, falling into the ruins below. Meanwhile, Gogeta had ascended into the air. Observing the fallen Super One-Star Dragon, he remained unhurried in launching an attack, smirking provocatively. What are you hesitating for, you old fool? The Super One-Star Dragon could hardly believe his ears. Rising and turning around, he glared at Gogeta with uncontainable fury. Old fool, you dare call me an old fool? Just because your power has increased slightly, you feel so triumphant? As he spoke, the Super One-Star Dragon raised his hand, launching a barrage of energy blasts from his 5 fingers towards Gogeta. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot evade this attack. Die, die, die. Gogeta, however, did not flinch or evade. He stood there, allowing the energy blast to strike him. As the energy blasts collided with him, the Super One-Star Dragon grew emboldened, accelerating both the power and speed of his attacks. With an increasing number of energy blasts detonating upon Gogeta, a thick cloud of smoke soon enveloped him entirely. The Super One-Star Dragon's spirits lifted as he observed the smoke. The energy ceased, and he couldn't help but smirk, finally revealing a satisfied grin. How about that? Even if you are powerful, you cannot emerge unscathed from that onslaught. However, just as the Super One-Star Dragon uttered those words, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Gogeta standing unharmed. In fact, he remarked that the energy blasts had felt rather pleasant, akin to a massage. He even turned his back to the Super One-Star Dragon, claiming his back was sore and uncomfortable, requesting another round of attacks for a proper massage. This infuriated the Super One-Star Dragon. Clearly, Gogeta was disregarding him, toying with him. Those who had previously worried for Gogeta's safety now understood that their concerns were entirely unfounded. Gogeta's strength far surpassed that of the Super One-Star Dragon by an unfathomable margin. In this battle, victory was assured for Gogeta. In the video, the Super One-Star Dragon could not accept the humiliation of being looked down upon by Gogeta. What a jest! With a furious roar, he crazily charged towards Gogeta once more. This time, Gogeta finally decided to take action. However, it cannot be said that he actively engaged. He merely lifted his elbow, and the Super Saiyan Dragon, caught off guard, collided with him. Observing the eagerness of the Super Saiyan Dragon to endure a beating, Vegeta decided to indulge him. Consequently, he executed a swift kick that sent him flying. The impact echoed as the Super Saiyan Dragon crashed against a towering building, sliding down the wall before collapsing onto the ground. This brief exchange of blows had already begun to overwhelm him. Now, it is time for you to witness my ultimate technique, Vegeta remarked with a light chuckle, soaring before the Super Saiyan Dragon. In the midst of the latter's astonished gaze, Vegeta astonishingly multiplied himself into 5 distinct versions. Subsequently, all 5 Vegetas simultaneously assumed the stance to unleash the Kamehameha wave, their bodies half-squatting, hands poised at their sides. No matter how formidable you may be, if I unleash 5 Kamehameha waves simultaneously, you shall not be left with a single cell intact. With a resounding shout, the Super Saiyan Dragon, gripped by fear, promptly closed his eyes. He understood that, just as Vegeta had stated, 5 Kamehameha waves striking him would utterly obliterate his cells, rendering him incapable of recovery. Yet, to his astonishment, what ultimately struck him was a flurry of colorful confetti and ribbons. This unexpected turn of events also took everyone watching the video by surprise. Vegeta had merely intended to frighten the Super Saiyan Dragon. In the depths of hell, Frieza seethed with anger, glaring at Vegeta. He found Vegeta's behavior intolerable, for despite possessing the power to eliminate the Super Saiyan Dragon, he chose instead to toy with him, prolonging the battle unnecessarily. Frieza could scarcely bear to imagine a scenario in which he faced Vegeta, only to be subjected to such humiliating treatment. Even if he were to perish from a Kamehameha wave, he would prefer that fate over enduring such indignity. In stark contrast to Frieza's reaction stood Cell, who was exhilarated by Vegeta's formidable strength. He was immensely pleased. It was precisely as he had envisioned. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta into Vegeta proved to be an overwhelming force beyond comprehension. The Saiyan cells within him were surging with excitement, and Cell eagerly anticipated the day he would become stronger and face this Vegeta in battle. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Beerus observed, acknowledging the undeniable strength before him. However, he noted a shift in character. Vegeta had grown rather arrogant. With arms crossed, he commented on the situation. Both he and Whis recognized Vegeta's power, as did the other gods and beings present. The only aspect that troubled Beerus was the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's newfound arrogance and childish demeanor. Though capable of swiftly resolving battles, he chose instead to engage in playful mockery of his opponent. This is certainly not a commendable combat habit. The fusion between the two of us is truly remarkable, Vegeta, Goku exclaimed excitedly as he clenched his fists. Vegeta instantly perceived his thoughts, turning his head aside with a scoff. Stop dreaming, Kakarot. Even if I were powerful, I would never fuse with you. Really? Goku inquired, his smile unwavering. Indeed, Vegeta affirmed with unwavering certainty. Regardless of the circumstances, 3 points stood firm in his mind. First, the dance-like movements. Second, the opponent was Kakarot. Third, it was simply unfair. He resolutely refused to fuse with Goku under any circumstances. What if we encounter an adversary as formidable as the Super One-Star Dragon? Goku pressed on, gazing at Vegeta. What if we lose Earth? No, the universe gets destroyed. Would you still refuse to fuse with me? Vegeta's stance remained resolute, not a hint of wavering. Goku, unperturbed, leaned closer to Vegeta, startling him with the sudden proximity. What are you doing, Kakarot? Vegeta retorted sharply. Goku chuckled and continued. What if Bulma and Trunks were to be killed by the enemy? Would you still refuse to fuse with me? Yes. Bringing up Bulma and Trunks, Goku knew that the current Vegeta was no longer the cold-hearted Saiyan Prince of yore. He was now flesh and blood, deeply caring for his family, even if he refrained from expressing it overtly. Much like the Vegeta in the video, he too was concerned about Bulma's safety, which prompted him to propose fusion with the version of himself depicted in the video. Thus, Goku was certain this would strike a chord with Vegeta. Chapter 15. What is this Gogeta situation? Indeed, Goku's thoughts aligned perfectly with reality. Upon hearing the words, what if Bulma and Trunks were to be killed by the enemy? It pierced Vegeta's most vulnerable point like a dagger. He hesitated for a moment, struggling to utter the words, "I agree to fuse," and hastily shifted the topic. "Let us continue watching the video. Stop rambling, Kakarot." "Ha ha ha, I knew it, Vegeta," Goku exclaimed. Hands on his hips, his eyes narrowed into two upside-down crescents, laughing heartily. He had obtained the answer he sought. As he had posed earlier, if one day, he and Vegeta faced an enemy so powerful that they could not triumph at the cost of their lives, and Bulma and Trunks were in peril, Vegeta would eventually agree to fuse with him. Whether divine or mortal, a favorable living environment is indeed of paramount importance. Whis, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but smile gently. It was precisely due to the influence of those around him and the world he inhabited that Vegeta had undergone such a transformation. The originally ruthless and cold-blooded nature of the Saiyans has gradually been buried amidst these changes. The current iteration of him genuinely cares for and values his family and friends, as well as the planet Earth. Upon seeing the laughter of Goku, who jested, "You bastard," Vegeta felt a surge of displeasure and couldn't help but curse. He truly did not anticipate that Goku had now learned to exploit his weaknesses. Were it not for the mention of Bulma and Trunks, he would never have wavered. Even if the Earth and the universe were to face destruction, his resolve would remain unshaken. In Universe 11, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the situation regarding Vegeta is perplexing. He clenched his fists in concern, as his fears had indeed materialized. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta has given rise to Vegeta. From what he observed, he was certain that Vegeta's power would not be inferior to Jiren's, which is precisely what troubled him. Vegeta could potentially pose a threat to his Universe 11, the home of the strongest warrior, Jiren, who surpasses even the gods of destruction. Previously, he believed Jiren to be the mightiest human across all universes. However, things have shifted. He has now witnessed the emergence of another formidable existence through the videos. Lord Whis. As previously stated, the opponent is indeed the strongest in the dimension, remarked Margarita, who had foreseen this dire outcome long ago. She understood that Vegeta's strength would not be less than Jiren's. Thus, she could comprehend the gravity of the situation, unlike Whis, who appeared unable to accept it. "I cannot allow anyone to threaten our Universe 11, Whis declared, turning to Margarita. He voiced his concern that if the Grand Zeno were to whimsically host a universal martial arts tournament, the existence of Vegeta from Universe 7 would hinder their chances of guaranteed victory. This was his source of anxiety. Margarita had previously suggested that the Grand Zeno might find amusement in organizing such a contest. Without Vegeta, Whis would have felt no trepidation regarding the tournament, as the presence of Jiren rendered Universe 11 invincible. However, the emergence of Vegeta disrupted everything, leaving him unable to assert that Universe 11 was unbeatable. Even with Jiren, he no longer had the confidence of absolute victory in the tournament. In the past, before Vegeta's existence, he had been entirely assured of triumph. "Lord Whis, it seems you may have overlooked something," Margarita interjected, raising a finger with a smile. "Is it possible that Goku and Vegeta from Universe 7 have not yet reached the level depicted in the video? Moreover, I noticed through our communication group that those two have only just been found by Beerus." Upon hearing this, Whis finally calmed down. He comprehended Margarita's implication, that in reality, the Goku and Vegeta of Universe 7 currently lack the formidable strength portrayed in the video. Therefore, even if they were to fuse into Vegeta, their power would still be far from that of the two depicted. The prowess of Gogeta is unlikely to be as formidable as portrayed in the video. After all, fusion, much like the Potera earrings, is contingent upon the power of the individuals involved in the amalgamation. Understanding this, the beautiful Videl felt a wave of relief wash over her, a smile gradually illuminating her face as she resolved to inform Trunks and the others, beyond their daily endeavors in the pursuit of justice. She contemplated the need for intensified training to elevate their strength. Her primary concern was to see Trunks and the others enhance their abilities, ensuring that they themselves grew stronger before Goku and Vegeta did. As for Jiren, there was no need for notification, having witnessed the video. He was acutely aware that a rival of equal might had emerged. Jiren would instinctively push himself to train harder, aligning with Videl's thoughts. On a remote planet, after witnessing the absolute power showcased by Gogeta in the video, Jiren recognized that his opponent's strength was likely on par with his own when fully unleashed. Consequently, he closed his eyes, choosing to turn away from the video and immerse himself in training once more. For Jiren, power was paramount. Without it, he felt he had nothing. Thus, He would never allow anyone to surpass him. He was determined to train, for if fate decreed a confrontation with Goku and Vegeta in the future, he intended to defeat the Gogeta they would become, proving himself to be the mightiest. In Universe 10, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, Zamasu was driven to the brink of madness upon witnessing Gogeta. Initially, when Goku and Vegeta attained Super Saiyan form, they had already harnessed power comparable to that of deities, a fact that left Zamasu infuriated and incredulous. Now, with the fusion resulting in Gogeta surpassing divine strength, he found it utterly intolerable. Were it not for the presence of Gaosu by his side, Zamasu would have vented his fury upon Gogeta with vehement curses. In stark contrast, Gaosu, who harbored an affinity for humans, found great admiration for Gogeta. Although he exhibited a degree of arrogance, deliberately prolonging battles to toy with his opponent, the Super One-Star Dragon, Gaosu regarded Gogeta as a paragon of perfection. He was thoroughly entertained, finding the video far more captivating than even divine channels, to the point where he had little desire to peruse them further. In the video, the Super One-Star Dragon realized he was being mocked. He glanced upward, only to see all of Gogeta's forms sticking their tongues out and making faces before vanishing. The ensuing sound was Gogeta's laughter, a cacophony that made him double over in mirth. The dragon, now seething with rage, could barely contain himself, infuriated by the audacity of being ridiculed. In an instant, he propelled himself into the air, confronting Gogeta with a fierce determination. He had never been so humiliated before. Gogeta was the first to dare to do so. However, when he furiously launched a punch at Gogeta, the latter effortlessly evaded it with a swift movement. It was remarkably easy, as his actions appeared painfully sluggish in Gogeta's eyes, akin to being deliberately slowed down, resembling the pace of a tortoise. To be candid, I am somewhat disappointed in you, Gogeta remarked, arms crossed, unreservedly mocking. I expected you to perform better. The Super One-Star Dragon momentarily faltered. Against you, Gogeta suddenly paused, extending a single finger towards the Super One-Star Dragon, and continued. I need only this one finger. This statement further provoked the Super One-Star Dragon, who, being the most formidable entity after absorbing all the evil dragons, found such humiliation utterly unforgivable. With a thunderous roar, he commanded, all evil dragons, lend me your power. Instantly, the Dragon Balls embedded in his chest erupted in a crimson glow. In the next moment, all the negative energy contained within those Dragon Balls was unleashed, coalescing in the air into an enormous, dark red sphere of negative energy. This was the most potent attack the Super One-Star Dragon could wield, the Super Negative Energy Sphere. I shall use this power to annihilate the contemptuous Gogeta. Observing this colossal sphere of negative energy, Bulma and the others could not help but feel a sense of dread. What if Gogeta could not withstand it? Such immense energy could obliterate not only the Earth, but potentially the entire universe upon detonation. Outside the video, voices of skepticism arose. Some remarked, what a mess this is. They've toyed around long enough to infuriate the Super One-Star Dragon. Now, let us see how Gogeta resolves this. Such terrifying energy, once unleashed, would not merely threaten one planet. The entire universe would face annihilation. Even Gogeta could not possibly withstand such overwhelming power. Hell, now I am truly eager to see how you will respond, Frieza said, a smile returning to his face. He was eagerly anticipating the moment Gogeta would be vanquished by this energy. Kill that Gogeta. As long as this fellow perishes, that scoundrel Vegeta will also meet his end. Babidi shouted towards the video screen, now fully placing his hopes upon this energy. He had harbored a grudge since Vegeta had slain him years ago, in the 7th universe. On Earth, it was over. Such immense energy had truly escalated the situation. The god of tea, Yamcha, began to panic, gazing at the monstrous sphere of negative energy. He found it hard to believe that Gogeta could withstand it. Alas, Gogeta should have eliminated his foe sooner, Krillin sighed. Feeling that had Gogeta not toyed with the Super One-Star Dragon, but rather unleashed his full strength earlier, the Super One-Star Dragon would have been vanquished long ago, and this troublesome negative energy sphere would never have materialized. In the 6th universe, the realm of the Destroyers, it was nothing less than deserved. Kefla placed her hands on her hips, unable to suppress her derision. Isn't this predicament a result of your own actions? You insist on toying with your enemies. If you end up perishing under this energy, it is truly deserved. Are you so certain that Gogeta will meet his demise? The conclusion has yet to unfold. Gabe could not abide Kefla's words and retorted sharply. However, she chose to ignore him, merely snorting in disdain as she turned her gaze back to the video screen. Kefla remained steadfast in her beliefs, convinced that such overwhelming negative energy would be insurmountable even for Gogeta. Therefore, she concluded Gogeta was doomed. As was the Earth and the universe depicted in the video. The fusion had indeed imbued Gogeta with an overwhelming power, leading to a certain arrogance in his demeanor. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that, given his current strength, a touch of arrogance was perhaps justifiable. Whis observed Gogeta on the screen, a smile gracing his lips. Even in the face of the colossal negative energy capable of annihilating the universe, there was not a trace of fear on his countenance. He appeared entirely confident in his abilities, believing he could withstand the impending force. In the video, the Super One-Star Dragon had compressed the massive negative energy ball, intensifying its potency. This is the culmination of all the hatred from the evil dragons against you all, combined with the negative energy coalesced within the Dragon Balls. This energy will obliterate you all, Earth, the universe. Be prepared to vanish. The Super One-Star Dragon's desire to eliminate Gogeta had reached its zenith. Without a moment's hesitation, it thrust the compressed super negative energy ball toward Gogeta's position. Bulma and the others were filled with dread. Should this energy strike, the Earth, and perhaps even the universe, could vanish in an instant. Contrarily, Gogeta's reaction was markedly different. Despite the approaching energy, he remained calm and composed, his confident smile unwavering. It felt as though he possessed absolute faith in his power, believing he could effortlessly counter this force. Finally, as the energy neared, Gogeta rose, fists clenched, and unleashed his aura. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Gogeta did not evade. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the energy, channeling his strength into a kick that visibly deformed the energy sphere. Subsequently, the super negative energy ball was sent soaring away from the Earth. Remarkably, the dark red energy transformed into a brilliant blue as it traveled, the negative energy within it completely purified. With a resounding explosion, the energy detonated in the expanse of space. The malevolent shadow, the negative energy that had enveloped the entire Earth, was entirely cleansed in that instant. Observers from across the universe, including deities, watched in astonishment as this spectacle unfolded. They were once again profoundly astonished by the prowess of Gogeta. Those who had previously mocked him for being overly flamboyant were rendered silent, their smiles frozen and vanished. The immense negative energy had been effortlessly dispelled by Gogeta, who did not merely kick it away. He purified the malevolent energy contained within. His strength was so formidable that it was almost beyond belief. In that moment, a singular thought emerged in the minds of the majority. What transpired in the video could hardly be classified as a battle. From the moment the ultimate warrior of this dimension, Gogeta, was born, it transcended the definition of combat. True battle involves a back-and-forth exchange. A struggle of countless rounds where each fighter matches the other blow for blow, neither yielding to the other. What was unfolding now was clearly a one-sided domination, an unrelenting thrashing. When faced with Gogeta, the Super One-Star Dragon was destined for annihilation, with no possibility of victory. Chapter 16. The Explosive Kamehameha in the Seventh Universe. Within the depths of hell, Frieza was in disbelief. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. The smile that had once adorned his face had entirely vanished. His fists were clenched tightly, his eyes filled with incredulity. In his ideal scenario, Gogeta should have been obliterated by that negative energy blast, taking Earth and the entire universe with him in the explosion's wake. Yet what was this? The scene Frieza had envisioned did not materialize. Astonishingly, Gogeta had sent the super negative energy blast flying with a single kick, completely purging the negative energy enveloping the Earth and restoring the once ominous sky to its normalcy. I knew he could do it, murmured an elated Cell, whose excitement contrasted sharply with Frieza's reaction. As he witnessed Gogeta dispatch the super negative energy blast, the Saiyan cells within him surged with fervor. This was precisely what he had longed to see, the ultimate warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. A being without limits. This Gogeta, I will remember you. I must grow stronger, strong enough to surpass him. In that moment, Cell's ambitions expanded. Not only did he intend to personally defeat Gohan, who had once vanquished him, but upon his resurrection, he also planned to challenge the fused ultimate warrior known as Gogeta, the strongest in the dimension. That green-skinned fellow truly was deranged. In the distance, Daba could not suppress a look of disdain directed at Cell. He was perplexed, after all. Cell harbored the same desire to annihilate Goku and his companions. Yet, witnessing their moment of glory seemed to excite him. Wasn't he that madness? However, endowed with Piccolo's cells, Cell possessed his extraordinary hearing. Raising his hand, he unleashed an energy blast aimed directly at Daba. "Hello, can you hear me?" At that moment, Nab was taken aback. Although he lacked a physical form and could not die again, he would still experience pain, soulful anguish that surpassed ordinary suffering many times over. He turned to flee, but alas. As soon as he pivoted, he was struck in the back by a surge of energy. A resounding boom echoed, followed by Nab's anguished scream. This commotion drew the attention of several others nearby, who, like Nab, found Sheru's behavior peculiar. They quickly covered their mouths, fearful of uttering anything that might alert Sheru. In the seventh universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, "Well done," Beerus remarked, his eyes widening slightly in admiration. Initially, he expected Gogeta to merely kick away the orb of super-negative energy. To his surprise, Gogeta not only propelled it away, but simultaneously purified the negative energy contained within. This maneuver truly astonished Beerus. If he were to assign a score, it would be a remarkable 99, reserving that last point to prevent Gogeta from becoming overly proud. "Indeed, Mr. Gogeta has performed admirably," Whis nodded, a cheerful smile gracing his features. "He is the ultimate warrior born from the fusion of Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta. Both his intellect and prowess are extraordinary." While others pondered merely whether they could withstand that energy, Gogeta was different. He possessed absolute confidence in his strength, so much so that he bypassed that initial consideration and immediately focused on the next step, purifying the energy and eliminating the pervasive negative force enveloping the earth. This mindset was impressive even to Whis, the angel. "Haha, I share your sentiment. To find time to purify negative energy during a crisis is simply astounding," Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. From earlier, he had witnessed Gogeta's might, but now he marveled at Gogeta's attentiveness. He was not solely engaged in the thrill of overpowering his adversaries. He also contemplated ways to improve during battle. In my view, it must be my influence that led to this." Vegeta crossed his arms, a proud smile creeping onto his face. He was convinced that his thoughts inspired Gogeta's actions. After all, he consistently focused on many aspects during combat. If it were Kakarot, he surely would not ponder so deeply. In the sixth universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, is this really a person? Kampa gasped as he watched Gogeta on the viewing screen. The ability to obliterate the negative energy of the universe in an instant was truly terrifying. Vegeta astonishingly dispatched his opponent with a single kick, even purifying the negative energy in the process. Is he truly human? Kampa, at this point, has begun to harbor doubts. "Lord Kampa, one must refrain from indiscriminately insulting others," Batos gently reminded him. No, I am not insulting anyone." Kampa turned to Batos, eager to clarify. "What I mean is Vegeta really still a human? Possessing such formidable power, you cannot tell me he is merely human. That kick from just now, I am certain, contained power surpassing that of certain gods of destruction." "Oh, I see." Batos pondered for a moment, smiling as she spoke. His body and soul may still belong to humanity, yet his strength and spirit have ascended to the realm of the divine. However, Lord Kampa, do not be overly astonished. Have you forgotten? There exists a universe where a human has defeated even the gods of destruction. Thus, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for a human to attain strength greater than that of the divine. "TCH, I have not forgotten," Kampa retorted, turning his head away to gaze once more at the video screen. As for Batos' assertion regarding a universe where a human could vanquish a god of destruction, Kampa had not witnessed this himself, so he remained uncertain of its veracity. However, he was indeed witnessing Vegeta's prowess firsthand through the video. Observing Vegeta's remarkable displays of strength, Kampa found himself increasingly skeptical. Such a powerful warrior as Vegeta would undoubtedly prove too formidable even for Caulifla and Kale, even if they utilized the Padera earrings. Nearby, Caulifla, who had previously boasted that she could catch up to Vegeta, had now fallen silent, no longer daring to utter such claims. She had contemplated the overwhelming energy and realized that confronting it head-on would be futile. Even the mere aura emanating from it could potentially crush her. Noticing her newfound silence, Kaba smirked inwardly, thinking, "Caulifla, it seems you are no longer able to assert that you can match Vegeta or surpass him." In the video, everyone was left in awe of Vegeta's power, including the Super One-Star Dragon. The intense negative energy blast, which he had gathered with all his might, was effortlessly neutralized by Vegeta. At this point, Vegeta had grown weary of toying with the Super One-Star Dragon. "Enough, it is time to conclude this, One-Star Dragon." As he spoke, Vegeta placed his hands before him, palms open, and turned them upward at a roughly 90-degree angle. In an instant, a massive blue energy sphere coalesced before him. The Big Bang attack was one of Vegeta's favorite techniques and one of his most potent moves. After all, the energy it harnessed was no trifling matter. Its source was derived from his own being and the vital essence of the surrounding nature. Thus, it required little time to gather energy, allowing him to manifest it instantaneously. With a powerful shout, Big Bang attack, he offered no chance for the Super One-Star Dragon to react. The energy erupted and swiftly engulfed the dragon's form. However, in this instance, Goku did not unleash his full power. Consequently, the dispersal of energy did not obliterate the Super One-Star Dragon. It merely expelled the 6 Dragon Balls he had absorbed from within him, inflicting severe damage upon his body, which was nearly pushed to its limits. Subsequently, in an effort to eradicate the Super One-Star Dragon completely, Goku did not waste a moment, once again assuming a battle stance. He began to absorb the essence of nature surrounding him, and the devastating Kamehameha wave began to coalesce anew. This time, he was resolute in his intent to annihilate the Super One-Star Dragon entirely. However, just when everyone anticipated the imminent conclusion of the battle, an unexpected twist occurred. As Goku uttered the words Kamehameha, the subsequent energy wave had not yet been vocalized. With a flash of golden light emanating from his body, the fusion was abruptly undone, separating Goku and Vegeta once more. What just happened? What is going on? In the video, both Goku and Vegeta appeared utterly bewildered, as did Bulma and the others. The fusion had ended so abruptly. Outside the video, a profound silence enveloped everyone, especially those who had supported Goku, eagerly anticipating his triumph over the Super One-Star Dragon. In their eyes, the light had suddenly dimmed, and they fell into a solemn quietude, as they were at a loss for words. After all, just when they were on the verge of defeating their foe, the fusion was unexpectedly terminated, resulting in a colossal twist at this critical juncture. This sudden turn of events provided a delightful surprise for all. However, it also revitalized those who had recently felt disheartened, granting them an opportunity to mock their opponents. In the chat group, Frieza reappeared. Frieza is dead. Haha. It seems luck is not on your side. Now that the fusion has ended, prepare to meet your doom. Vegeta, you do enjoy chattering about death, don't you? You're like a fly buzzing incessantly in my ear. It's quite bothersome. Beautifully. It appears the flaw of fusion is its duration. I have gleaned a useful piece of information. Hellies, the moment to unleash such a magnificent attack was so abruptly interrupted. I feel utterly despondent. Zampa, it seems Goku's time has passed. Those 2 Saiyans are doomed. Quintella, indeed. Goku and Vegeta are finished. This video will likely conclude with their demise. Ramses, such a pity. I have a fondness for Super Saiyan 4. Krillin, surely. Goku and Vegeta cannot possibly die so easily. On Earth, Krillin and the others were profoundly shaken, struggling to come to terms with the unexpected dissolution of Goku and Vegeta's fusion. What would they do next? They could not fathom, nor dare to contemplate, the implications. The words of Quintella, the god of destruction from Universe 4, echoed in the minds of each one of them. This is precisely what concerns them the most at present. The fusion has been undone. What will become of Son Goku and Vegeta in the video? Are they capable of overcoming the Super One-Star Dragon? If they are not, does this mean that the timeline is destined for annihilation? It appears there are no deities of destruction like Beerus in their realm. With the fusion dissipated, is there truly no other means to secure victory? In the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, what transpired? Why did their fusion abruptly cease? Vegeta turned to Son Goku, seeking answers. After all, regarding the metamorph fusion technique, he had merely grasped the dance steps, knowing little else. Truthfully, I'm not entirely sure, Son Goku admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. What do you mean you're not sure? Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback. Didn't you learn about this fusion technique from that metamorph alien? Shouldn't you understand it well? That is correct, Goku replied, but I genuinely don't comprehend why our fusion in the video was suddenly undone. As far as I know, the fusion should last for half an hour. Yet in the video, it's only been 10 minutes. Indeed, Son Goku was equally perplexed. The fusion was supposed to endure for 30 minutes, yet it had ended in merely 10. I suspect it may be due to the overwhelming power you both wield in the Super Saiyan 4 state, was speculated, observing the duo. This could have led to a significant increase in energy consumption, thereby forcibly shortening the duration to 10 minutes. Ah, that makes sense, Son Goku exclaimed, slapping his palm in realization. It must be just as you said. Vegeta, too, grasped the notion, albeit begrudgingly, and turned back to the video. His primary concern now was what course of action he and Son Goku might take next. He desperately sought a remedy. Unwilling to witness the destruction of Earth and the universe by the Super One-Star Dragon. After all, that timeline held not only Bulma and Trunks, but also their daughter, Ra. In the video, Vegeta was nearly apoplectic, furious that complications had arisen at such a critical juncture. Son Goku, too, recognized their miscalculation. They should have eliminated the Super One-Star Dragon much sooner instead of lingering in playful banter. Observing the two as they emerged from their fusion, the One-Star Dragon couldn't suppress a smirk. It seems your luck has truly run out, he taunted. Is that so? Vegeta retorted, clenching his fists. You're reaching your limit as well, aren't you? If we were to fight until the end, it's you who would be unable to sustain yourself. Indeed, the two of us can undoubtedly triumph over you. Son Goku concurred with Vegeta's assertion. The One-Star Dragon, having endured a significant explosion from the Kamehameha wave, expelled the 6 Dragon Balls absorbed within his body. He had reached his physical limit and was now merely an ordinary One-Star Dragon. Thus, Sun Wukong believed that he and Vegeta could join forces to defeat the One-Star Dragon. Those watching from outside finally glimpsed a flicker of hope upon hearing this. Chapter 17. I must protect the Earth. However, the upward curve of the Super One-Star Dragon's mouth suggested that the situation was far from straightforward. Hope arrived swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. You will surely triumph. Yet, that was far from certain. As the One-Star Dragon bellowed, he suddenly opened his enormous maw. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were bewildered by his intentions. To their astonishment, the Dragon Balls, previously expelled from the One-Star Dragon's body by energy blasts, began to soar back into his mouth one by one. He completed his evolution once more, attaining the state of Super One-Star Dragon. Hope vanished completely. The audience, who had just ignited a flicker of optimism, fell silent, for they too recognized the grim reality. Victory had seemingly become an unattainable dream. No one had anticipated that the One-Star Dragon would absorb all the Dragon Balls again. In the 7th universe, in the depths of hell, Frieza declared, "These two filthy monkeys have met their end. There is no possibility of a reversal this time. It is truly over." After all, in the face of the Super One-Star Dragon, he did not believe that Sun Wukong and Vegeta could emerge victorious. Their only chance lay in fusion. Yet their penchant for playfully toying with their adversary had led to this missed opportunity. From here on, they would have no further chances. In the 11th universe, Jiren opened his eyes, halting his training as he observed Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the video. It appears your journey ends here, he mused, confirming his earlier thoughts. It is meaningless to lose. To be defeated is to lose everything. Thus, true strength lies in absolute individuality. Relying on fusion is merely self-deception. With that, Jiren closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in his training. He was determined not to face Vegeta in the future, only to be vanquished due to his own inadequacies. To be defeated by a fusion-born Vegeta would equate to nullifying everything he had achieved thus far. In the video, confronted by the Super One-Star Dragon, who had reabsorbed all the Dragon Balls, it was evident that Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood no chance. Even when exerting their utmost effort, they could not overcome the Super One-Star Dragon. Throughout the battle, they were relentlessly suppressed, unable to inflict even a scratch upon this formidable foe. Ultimately, exhausted from the strain, Sun Wukong and Vegeta reverted from their Super Saiyan 4 transformations. They could no longer assume the form of Super Saiyan 4. Witnessing this, many could not bear to watch any longer, as they foresaw the impending outcome. The Earth and universe depicted in the video were likely on the brink of destruction at the hands of the Super One-Star Dragon. Despite their reluctance to entertain such thoughts, the unfolding events compelled them toward this grim conclusion. The only warrior capable of defeating the Super One-Star Dragon has vanished. Now, Son Goku has reverted to his youthful form. Due to the significant disparity in stature between him and Vegeta, they are unable to perform a proper fusion. Though none wish for Goku and Vegeta to perish, they find themselves at a loss for solutions, merely forced to witness the universe's descent into ruin. In the chat group, Healers, the beautiful moments have entirely faded. We are truly about to witness the annihilation of this universe. Bulma, no. Is there truly no way to vanquish that Super One-Star Dragon? Champa, certainly not. There is no one left who can defeat that Super One-Star Dragon. Frieza, indeed, Frieza is dead. Finally, a video conclusion I can appreciate. Beerus, is that so? Will it really end with Goku and the others' demise? I doubt it. Quintella. Open your eyes and observe the situation. How could we possibly win? Are we to rely merely on words? Ha ha ha. Beerus, if you cannot speak sensibly, then be silent. I would not mind taking a trip to Universe 4 right now. Quintella, are you threatening me? Do you think I am afraid? However, I am currently not in Universe 4, but in Universe 7, the realm of destruction. Is there truly no way out? Goku is deep in thought, pondering if any method exists to defeat the Super One-Star Dragon. Besides the Metamoran fusion technique, what other miraculous techniques could he employ? The Kaioken would not suffice, given his current physical state showcased in the video. Attempting to activate the Kaioken now could lead to his body bursting from the strain. The Dragon Fist, unfortunately, he has already used it once, and while it managed to defeat the Super One-Star Dragon, its power was insufficient to obliterate all of its cells, allowing for resurrection. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. The Spirit Bomb. At this revelation, Goku's excitement surges, startling Vegeta. What are you doing, Kakarot? Vegeta exclaims, already exasperated from the lack of solutions against the Super One-Star Dragon. Nothing. Goku replies with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively and not revealing his thought. He refocuses on the video screen, contemplating that his counterpart within the footage must also be considering this technique, the one that has repeatedly saved Earth and created miracles. Learned from the North Kai. In the video, the Super One-Star Dragon approaches, declaring, prepare to perish, you two. Watch as I eliminate both of you in one fell swoop. With ease, he sends Goku and Vegeta flying through the air. Having shed their Super Saiyan 4 transformation, they can scarcely discern the dragon's movements. Struggling to rise from their injuries, they notice the Super One-Star Dragon gathering a dark red sphere of negative energy in his hands. What? The expressions on Goku and Vegeta's faces shift dramatically. Feeling the breath of energy, once it descends, the Earth shall cease to exist. Let me obliterate the entire planet in one breath. The Super One-Star Dragon is determined to offer them no chance. The size of this energy sphere renders the annihilation of a mere Earth an effortless task. It seems this is the countdown to the final conclusion. Outside the video, all eyes are fixed upon the luminous screen, with Bulma and others unable to bear the tension, some too anxious to continue watching. This is bad. Son Goku forced a smile, awkwardly laughing. This fellow is serious. You will all vanish along with the Earth. With a resounding shout, he hurled a negative energy blast towards Vegeta. Behold my ultimate power. Vegeta struck a pose, yet before the energy could fully coalesce, he was abruptly knocked aside by Son Goku. Wait, Vegeta. The Earth is my responsibility. Son Goku's gaze shifted to unwavering resolve as he extended his hands to confront the incoming negative energy blast. Upon contact, the overwhelming aura violently assaulted his body. The ground fractured, his feet sinking into the earth. As the energy blast continued to pound against him, he sank deeper into the soil, wreaking havoc in the God of Destruction's domain, the seventh universe. How dare you obstruct my image on the screen? Vegeta clenched his fists, irritation evident as he glared at Son Goku. Deep down, he understood that Goku had pushed him aside to prevent his demise. To save Vegeta, the Goku on the screen had resolved to wager his life to intercept this strike. Who knows? Goku mused, yet he was all too aware of his own thoughts. A life for a life. He was convinced that his sacrifice could withstand this blow. In the depths of the seventh universe, within hell, die. At last, we arrive at this splendid moment of conclusion, Frieza exclaimed, arms outstretched, reveling in the moment. Although it was regrettable that he did not personally deliver the fatal blow to Goku and the others, witnessing their demise at the hands of others was quite satisfactory from Frieza's perspective. Is this truly the end? Cell began to waver. He once believed in Goku and his companions. In his mind, no one else possessed the capability to vanquish them. Yet, the unfolding events in the video compelled him to reconsider. Could it be that Goku and Vegeta had truly reached their end? In the video, I will not allow you to succeed. Son Goku's eyes radiated unwavering determination. He had staked his life on this moment, resolutely intent on intercepting the strike. Although we have indeed used the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Earth several times before, we shall never do so again. With that, Son Goku summoned an inexplicable strength, managing to push the energy blast back slightly. However, under the relentless assault of the aura, the blue bracelet on his wrist ignited and vanished. This time, I must protect the Earth. Witnessing the adversary's attempt to reverse the energy, the Super One-Star Dragon could not permit this. With all his might, he thrust his hands forward. The energy surged instantaneously, causing Sun Wukong to succumb, his feet sinking into the earth. Yet, he persisted, refusing to surrender, clinging on with every ounce of strength and determination, resolutely pushing the energy outward with his very life. Chi-Chi, Goten, Xiaofeng, all my memories of you reside on this planet. I shall never allow you to annihilate Earth. Witnessing this scene, the audience was deeply moved, many brought to tears. In his quest to save the Earth, Sun Wukong had wagered everything. He was unwavering in his desire to protect the planet and those dear to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he was willing to sacrifice himself to shield them from harm. However, his efforts were rendered futile against overwhelming power. The Super One-Star Dragon remained unfazed. As the Dragon Ball on its chest radiated light, it infused even more negative energy into the energy sphere. You foolish fool, just die already. In an instant, the size of the energy sphere multiplied several times. Sun Wukong's youthful form could no longer withstand the pressure. The energy engulfed him, pinning him to the depths of the earth, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Many averted their gaze, opting to close their eyes. In the video, as the energy dissipated, the good news emerged. Through Sun Wukong's relentless efforts, the energy sphere had not obliterated the entire planet. It seemed he had absorbed the brunt of the damage himself. However, the explosion had created an immense, unfathomable chasm in the ground. Sun Wukong's essence vanished. Those watching the video could no longer see hope. Sun Wukong was dead, and neither Vegeta nor the others could conquer the might of the Super One-Star Dragon. At this juncture, everyone was compelled to accept the grim conclusion. In the video's final moments, all would be destroyed by the Super One-Star Dragon. This time, evil had triumphed. In the video, the sacrifice of Sun Wukong barely staved off the planet's explosion. The Super One-Star Dragon found this act laughable, dismissing Sun Wukong as a hero. As the negative energy within him spread outward, Earth was once again shrouded in darkness. With Sun Wukong's death, Bulma and the others fell into despair. Vegeta, consumed by rage, clenched his fists and struck the wall. Damn it! It infuriates me. My birthplace, planet Vegeta, was destroyed by Frieza. Now, Earth is facing the same fate. What a cruel joke. With a furious shout, Vegeta unleashed his final breath, charging at the Super One-Star Dragon. In his heart, he had, like Sun Wukong, come to regard Earth as his second home. Thus, he could not allow this second homeland to be destroyed before his very eyes. The first time, he lacked the power to thwart Frieza. This time, even in the face of impotence, he would risk his life to intervene. Along the way, Vegeta instructed Trunks to escape Earth aboard Bulma's spaceship, urging them to survive at all costs. As for himself, he intended to leave his life on this planet. They were powerless to dissuade him. They did not wish to do so. However, if they chose not to act, their inevitable fate would be death. Should any survive, it would be Gohan, Trunks, and Goten. Therefore, they were left with no choice but to heed Vegeta's counsel and depart from this place. Meanwhile, Vegeta confronted the formidable Super One-Star Dragon. Due to physical limitations, he could only transform into a Super Saiyan, making him no match for the One-Star Dragon. All present despaired, believing that hope had vanished and fate was sealed. Yet, at that very moment, the video shifted. They beheld Goku lying at the bottom of the abyss. Soon after, they heard Goku's voice resonate, "Gather your energy. If this continues, I will perish, and I cannot defeat the One-Star Dragon." The spectators, whether mortals or deities, were utterly astonished. Wasn't Goku already dead? How could he still communicate? Could there truly be a twist in this tale? In that instant, a glimmer of hope ignited within each heart. Perhaps the hope was faint, but its mere existence sufficed. In the seventh universe, within the realm of destruction, Goku clenched his fists in excitement, realizing, indeed, energy is just as I imagined. The spirit bomb? Vegeta finally grasped the situation. Yes, Goku still possessed this tremendous technique. The miraculous spirit bomb had been responsible for extraordinary feats in the past. On Earth, joy radiated as Chi-Chi wiped away her tears, elated that Goku was still alive. However, she quickly recalled, wait, the One-Star Dragon still remains to be vanquished. A perplexed Videl pondered what Gohan's father meant by energy. As others celebrated, her curiosity deepened. Yearning to comprehend the essence of this energy, Bulma smiled gently at Videl, explaining, it is a powerful technique capable of annihilating the One-Star Dragon. Videl was taken aback, realizing that those in the video were not doomed after all. Chapter 18, he is now a deity. In the depths of hell within the seventh universe. Frieza's smile vanished upon hearing Goku's transmission. Especially when Goku mentioned energy, his expression shifted from amusement to fury. After all, he was deeply familiar with this concept, a memory he could never forget. On that fateful Namek, he had suffered the brunt of Goku's spirit bomb. Though seemingly small, it had nearly claimed his life. Fortunately, Frisia's vitality was exceptionally resilient. Had it been anyone else, even one possessing equal strength, they would have surely succumbed to that spirit bomb. You truly are not so easily extinguished, Frisia seethed, realizing Goku had kept this ace up his sleeve. Cell clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with unparalleled excitement. The spirit bomb, a technique he was exceedingly familiar with, was within his grasp due to the presence of Sun Wukong's cells within him. If he desired to employ this move, he could certainly do so, fully aware of its terrifying potency. As long as he could amass sufficient energy, he could undoubtedly annihilate the Super One-Star Dragon. Within the chat group, various voices echoed, "Hylos, it seems that Beerus was indeed correct. Perhaps a reversal is on the horizon." Xiangpa, the spirit bomb sounds like a formidable force. North Kai, haha, at long last. After all this time, Goku has finally recalled my technique. Exine, if it is the spirit bomb, there may truly be hope to vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon. Topo, for the sake of justice, I believe in you. Son Goku, Gab, keep pushing, you must eliminate the Super One-Star Dragon. In that moment, a renewed sense of hope ignited within many. They placed their faith in Son Goku, eagerly anticipating his miraculous resurgence to completely obliterate the Super One-Star Dragon. Meanwhile, as Vegeta fought valiantly alone, Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Trunks suddenly appeared, landing beside him. They instructed Xiao Fong and OOB to escort Bulma and the others to safety. The trio resolved to remain and join Vegeta in a desperate stand against the Super One-Star Dragon. However, even united, the four of them were no match for the formidable foe. In terms of overall strength, their efforts were akin to eggs striking against a rock, shattering upon impact. The Super One-Star Dragon had barely exerted 30% of its power and effortlessly defeated them all. Son Gohan and the others lost consciousness, collapsing in various locations, while only Vegeta retained a flicker of strength. Unwilling to accept defeat, he, battered and bruised, charged once more at the Super One-Star Dragon. Regrettably, the dragon merely kicked him aside with ease. A dull thud resonated as Vegeta crashed beside the enormous crater where Son Goku had recently fallen. Now devoid of strength to rise, Vegeta opened his eyes, and to his surprise, he erupted into laughter. The Super One-Star Dragon, approaching him, found this reaction perplexing. How could one laugh at such a moment? It seemed he had truly lost his mind. With that, the Super One-Star Dragon raised its hand, palm directed at Vegeta. Soon, you shall share a grave with Son Goku. Hearing this, Vegeta summoned his remaining energy to turn his head toward the Super One-Star Dragon, a slight smile gracing his lips. What did you say? You are certain to lose. After uttering these words, Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness. As the Super One-Star Dragon struggled to comprehend his words, a powerful aura surged forth. Beneath the pit behind Vegeta, a sphere of blue light began to ascend. Soon, the diminutive form of Son Goku emerged. He is lifting a colossal blue energy sphere with both hands, having risen from the depths of the chasm. This blue energy, known as the Spirit Bomb, ignited a wave of exhilaration among everyone present. Indeed, the video screen revealed yet another monumental twist. Son Goku was holding this Spirit Bomb aloft. Now, this orb not only represented the hope of Goku and his companions within the video, but also embodied the aspirations of those outside, who supported Goku. It was imperative that this strike obliterated the Super One-Star Dragon entirely. Of course, where there is joy, there are also those who despair. The antagonists, who opposed Goku, were now seething with anger. They could hardly believe that he had returned once more, even condensing such formidable energy. Their only hope lay in the possibility that Goku's energy bomb would fail to vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon. After all, if he did not succeed, Goku and his allies would face annihilation. In the realm of the Destroyers of Universe 2, the beauty was unparalleled. Nothing could rival its splendor. Hylos excitedly covered her mouth with her hand, perceiving the Spirit Bomb as a thing of beauty. The sight of Goku, rising once again to confront the Super One-Star Dragon, was even more exquisite. This spectacle struck a chord within Hylos, who revered beauty above all. In the Destroyer realm of Universe 12, the existence of such a being among humans was astonishing. Perhaps his power was not the mightiest, but his determination to triumph over foes was unmatched. The Destroyer God, Jin, found himself captivated by this human named Goku. Whether in terms of strength, where Goku surpassed deities, or in character, where he was willing to sacrifice himself to protect his homeland and loved ones, Goku's relentless spirit in battle, rising again and again after each fall, was truly inspiring. Jean believed that he was not alone in being enchanted by Goku. Such qualities would surely catch the attention of other deities as well. In the Destroyer realm of Universe 6, the sight of Goku rising once more bewildered Kampa. It was as if he were impervious to defeat, reminiscent of his battle with Beerus in the video. Each time he was knocked down, he would rise again, seemingly invincible. However, Kampa's perspective was met with a contrasting view from Vados, who observed Goku in the video with a hint of sorrow in her gaze. She sensed an ominous truth. Lord Kampa, perhaps he is not unkillable, but has already faced death once. Kampa paused, turning to Vados in confusion. What do you mean? He has already died. It's nothing. Vados replied, leaving her words ambiguous. Yet, as she had just indicated, Goku in the video had indeed faced death not long ago. In the video, the Super One-Star Dragon, drenched in cold sweat, was incredulous upon witnessing the reappearance of Son Goku. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Son Wukong has not perished. How could he not only return to life, but also harness such formidable energy? From this energy, Super One-Star Dragon sensed an immense threat, one that could endanger his very existence. I certainly will not die so easily, Son Wukong declared, raising his head with an unwavering gaze. First, I must defeat you. In that moment, the earth, the forests, and the very essence of nature converged into the energy sphere in Son Wukong's hands. All the living beings joined in, raising their hands to channel their energy to him, aiding him in forming the most powerful energy sphere. As the sphere grew larger, the negative energy previously unleashed by Super One-Star Dragon enveloped the earth once more. However, under the influence of the energy sphere, the negative energy dissipated entirely, and the sky regained its azure brilliance. Super One-Star Dragon was infuriated. His plans had once again been thwarted by Son Wukong. This energy sphere embodies the wishes of all Earth's inhabitants, a cry from a planet you have so ruthlessly ravaged. Son Wukong shouted towards the ground where Super One-Star Dragon lay. This time, he was resolute in his aim to annihilate the villain. How could this be? Super One-Star Dragon was incredulous. I distinctly killed you just moments ago. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of energy blasts towards Son Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blast struck Son Wukong, causing explosions around him. Many watched in trepidation, fearing that Son Wukong might fall once again, shattering the hope that had just begun to rise. Yet, to their astonishment, the energy blasts had no effect on him, inflicting no harm whatsoever. In fact, Son Wukong appeared impervious to the destruction wrought by the explosions. Observing the frantic Super One-Star Dragon, a smile gradually crept upon Son Wukong's lips. Closing his eyes, he began to communicate telepathically. King Kai, can you hear me? I can hear you clearly, Wukong, King Kai exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement from his realm. At last, you have remembered. To defeat this villain, you must utilize the energy sphere I taught you. After all, the energy sphere was specifically designed to confront foes like Super One-Star Dragon. The malevolence of the adversary strengthens its power, and Super One-Star Dragon embodies the quintessence of negative energy. No enemy could possess a more potent evil heart than his. Thus, employing the energy sphere is the second best method to vanquish Super One-Star Dragon, following fusion. However, Son Wukong had something more urgent to convey to King Kai. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste a single second. This is insufficient, King Kai. I now have only this one method left. If this fails to vanquish him, it will be utterly over. However, I have already gathered all the vital energy from the earth. Thus, I must now collect energy from the cosmos. Please transmit my voice to Lord King Kai in the universe. Very well, leave this to me. Aware of the urgency of the situation, North Kai began to relay a message to Son Goku. Soon, the people from various planets who had received Son Goku's assistance raised their hands towards the heavens. All the vital energy began to converge towards the earth, towards the energy sphere in Son Goku's hand. With the energy from numerous celestial bodies, the energy sphere in Son Goku's grasp instantaneously expanded to an enormous size. At this magnitude, Son Goku believed it would surely suffice. Thank you, Lord King Kai, and thank you, friends of the universe. As the energy sphere continued to grow larger, the Super One-Star Dragon grew increasingly anxious. Die, he shouted in fury, launching a negative energy sphere towards Son Goku. When the energy struck and exploded upon contact, The Super One-Star Dragon eagerly anticipated that Son Goku had finally been defeated. However, as the smoke cleared, his expression shifted dramatically. The outcome was the same as before. He was unable to inflict any harm upon Son Goku. The latter remained unscathed, exuding an aura of invulnerability, a smile gracing his face as he looked down at the Super One-Star Dragon. At that moment, Son Goku, with arms raised high, symbolizing hope through his energy sphere, truly resembled a savior. No, it would be more accurate to say he embodied a divine being. Even though his physical form had not ascended to divinity, his spirit had, at that moment, reached the realm of the divine. This spectacle stirred the viewers of the video, prompting them to rise in excitement. This was the visage of a deity they had long envisioned, despite Son Goku's youthful appearance. However, this did not diminish his status in their eyes. The Son Goku depicted in the video was, to them, a true god. In the chat group, Xiangpa, can someone tell me, is this Son Goku truly still human? Jean, yes, but one could also argue otherwise. In my heart, I acknowledge that this fellow is now a deity. Hyles, so magnificent. At this moment, Son Goku is truly radiant, even more so than a god. I can hardly bear it. Librian, Lord Hyles. We too are dazzled to the point of being unable to look directly. Many from the second universe. I wish to marry him and become Son Goku's wife. Chi-Chi. Hey, just look and don't get carried away. Goku is mine, and I am his one and only wife. Krillin. Ha indeed. No matter where he goes, Goku is always so adored. In the seventh universe, in hell. Damn it. Frieza seethed with rage, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. He yearned to witness an outcome where evil triumphed, hoping to see Son Goku and his companions vanquished. Is this matter truly so arduous? Must we indeed wait for his resurrection, so that he may personally vanquish Sun Wukong and his companions? Moreover, witnessing the multitude engaged in conversations within the chat group, proclaiming that Sun Wukong has ascended to divinity, and that he is now akin to a deity, fills Frieza with revulsion, inducing a wave of nausea. The mere sight of such remarks is more distressing than death itself. He solemnly vows that upon his revival, he shall undoubtedly eliminate Sun Wukong at all costs. In the King of All's palace, oh Wukong, how formidable! I too wish to partake. The King of All mimics Sun Wukong's demeanor, raising his hands high as though to gather energy. The Grand Priest, accompanying him, emulates the others, lifting his hands skyward to share his energy with the King of All. However, amidst this playful interaction, he observes something amiss with Sun Wukong in the video. His physical condition appears gravely altered. It seems he has already ceased to exist. Chapter 19. How wonderful! Wukong has triumphed. In the seventh universe, among the realm of destruction, laughter resonates as everyone remarks on the video of his ascension to godhood. Observing the barrage of comments in the chat, Sun Wukong, with hands on his hips, glances at Vegeta and chuckles. I feel the same way. Although it may sound somewhat boastful, I genuinely believe that the version of me in the video is remarkable, despite inhabiting a youthful form. The strength within him and his unwavering resolve to protect the earth surpasses that of any other. In this moment, he truly embodies the essence of a deity. In Sun Wukong's heart, he acknowledges the version of himself depicted in the video. However, he perceives that this portrayal is even more formidable than he. Time and again, he is defeated, yet he rises again, ultimately uniting the energy of the entire universe to forge the ultimate spirit bomb, imbued with the hopes of all. Wait, Kakarot. Vegeta turns, his expression stern as he fixes his gaze upon Sun Wukong. You clearly understand, don't you? Sun Wukong, taken aback, scratches his head, feigning ignorance regarding Vegeta's insinuations. Do not feign confusion while harboring understanding. Vegeta's tone sharpens, his reprimand resonating. Both Beerus and Whis turn their attention towards them, fully aware of Vegeta's intended message. Haha. Well then, Sun Wukong chuckles lightly, swiftly masking his smile. Indeed, he comprehends Vegeta's meaning. The version of himself in the video, little Sun Wukong, had perished after withstanding the Super One-Star Dragon's overwhelming negative energy blast. Yet, the Super One-Star Dragon had not been vanquished. Perhaps the intensity of his determination, or some miraculous force, enabled him to rise again, allowing him to disregard the dragon's onslaught and feel no pain, for he was, in fact, already deceased. Sun Wukong surmises that the version of him in the video could only sustain this state for a few minutes at most, perhaps even less. He must seize the moment, for time is fleeting. Gathering the spirit bomb to vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon, Vegeta scornfully chastised Goku for taking on all burdens alone. He turned his gaze back to the video screen, feeling an overwhelming dissatisfaction, exacerbated by the sight of Kakarot choosing to sacrifice his life for the sake of everyone. In stark contrast, Vegeta's own inadequacy left him feeling powerless to assist. This was the crux of his frustration. However, in that moment, a resolute determination blossomed within him. He vowed to become stronger, ensuring that such a scenario would never repeat itself. Regardless of the adversary's strength or persistence, he, Vegeta, would confront and obliterate them, refusing to allow Kakarot to shoulder the entire burden alone. In the video, disbelief painted the face of the Super One-Star Dragon, stuttering in fear. What kind of person are you? At that moment, the spirit bomb was finally coalesced. Goku wore a radiant smile, genuinely elated with this strike. He could finally eradicate the Super One-Star Dragon and rectify the errors of the past. Nearby, Xiao Fong and the others approached, echoing the sentiments expressed in the audience's chat. "Grandpa, you seem like a god." Goku, suppressing his smile, fixed a serious gaze upon the Super One-Star Dragon. "Prepare yourself. One-Star Dragon." "Wait, no?" The Super One-Star Dragon trembled as he spoke, acutely aware of the energy contained within the spirit bomb. It was an essence that his very cells vehemently resisted. Should it strike him, survival was an impossibility. Goku offered no further reprieve, launching the spirit bomb with force toward the Super One-Star Dragon. This strike was unavoidable. He could neither block nor evade it. The spirit bomb was homing, destined to pursue its target until impact. Even if the Super One-Star Dragon wished to escape, the sheer magnitude of the spirit bomb rendered evasion futile. Extending his hands in a futile attempt at resistance, it was all in vain. With a roar of defiance, the Super One-Star Dragon was ultimately disintegrated by the overwhelming energy of the spirit bomb. On Earth, within the 7th universe, joy erupted as Goku triumphed. "Wonderful! Goku has won. Indeed, this is truly magnificent. We in the video will not perish, and Earth and the universe are spared from annihilation." They praised Goku, who had not only saved Earth and themselves, but had also salvaged the entirety of the universe. Watching the Super One-Star Dragon's demise at the hands of the spirit bomb brought immense relief to Krillin and the others. Their anxieties had been unfounded, and they felt grateful to have Goku by their side. Truly, the adage held weight. With Goku around, there are no surprises. Yet, amidst their celebration, Master Roshi adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Goku." He found himself unable to share in their exuberance, because he, known as the god of martial arts, has long since perceived everything. It is a pity that the version of himself in that video is lacking one of the strongest and most exceptional disciples. In the 6th universe, the realm of the destroyers, this individual is truly formidable. Kampa is now somewhat intimidated. At this rate, in reality, Beerus has already taken Goku and Vegeta back to train. If they do not exert themselves, they are bound to lose the Saiyan fighting tournament a month later. Contemplating this, Kampa hurriedly turned to Beerus and issued a command. "Right now, let Kaba and the others commence their training." After all, it only stated that fighting is not permitted, but it did not prohibit training. Quickly. "Understood, Lord Kampa," replied Beerus, nodding. She was well aware that Kampa was anxious, fearful that Beerus would elevate Goku to a level of strength comparable to that of the Goku in the video, or perhaps even surpass him. Thus, she urged Kaba and the others to train promptly, lest they fall too far behind. In the video, as the energy dissipated, when Xiao Fong and the others found Goku, he lay on the ground, utterly exhausted. The Dragon Balls beside him had regained their normal color. In the next moment, although no one had uttered the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon, the Dragon Balls radiated a golden light. Then, a beam of golden light shot towards the sky, and the familiar green dragon appeared before everyone. Bulma and Xiao Fong were puzzled, for no one had summoned the dragon. Why did it appear so suddenly? Moreover, the sky did not darken with the dragon's emergence. "Stand up, Goku," the dragon commanded, its eyes glowing red. A golden light enveloped Goku's entire body. The previously motionless Goku began to regain consciousness and opened his eyes. Everyone was overjoyed to see him awaken. Still a bit dazed, Goku glanced at Chi-Chi, then turned to the dragon, instantly invigorated. He rose to his feet, as though he had accomplished a significant task, and smiled at the dragon, saying, "I have defeated them all, O Eternal Dragon. Do you now understand why those evil dragons appeared?" The dragon inquired. Goku nodded with a smile. "It is because you have relied too heavily on the power granted by the Dragon Balls. Therefore, from now on, these 7 Dragon Balls shall no longer be used by you. They will completely disappear from your presence, and so shall I. The dragon continued. Moreover, the negative energy within the Dragon Balls has not yet fully dissipated. It will take a considerable amount of time to purify the remaining negative energy. Is that so? I understand, Eternal Dragon. However, can you grant us one last request? Just one wish. This will be the final wish that Goku makes to the dragon. Speak. The dragon consented. Goku's wish was quite simple. Following the malevolent dragon crisis, the majority of humanity on Earth perished. In his heart, he yearned for the resurrection of all those who had succumbed. He hoped that the divine dragon would lend its assistance one final time to this ravaged planet. Ultimately, the dragon acquiesced, fulfilling Sun Wukong's last wish and restoring life to the innocent souls who had departed. However, just as everyone believed the ordeal was drawing to a close, the dragon unexpectedly addressed Sun Wukong with a statement. Then let us depart, Wukong. To this, Sun Wukong, though slightly taken aback, responded with a smile. Ah, has the time come? The dragon lowered its head, beckoning. Come up, Wukong. Turning to Chi-Chi and the others, Sun Wukong grinned and said, I shall take my leave for a brief moment. With that, he leapt onto the dragon's head. Wait, Kakarot. Vegeta would not permit Sun Wukong to leave without a word. Are you planning to sneak away for training? However, as he spoke, he suddenly sensed something. Realizing that Sun Wukong was not embarking on any training, he questioned, Kakarot. Could it be that you? Sun Wukong silenced him with a gesture, smiling as he said, Farewell, Vegeta. Everyone goodbye. Thus, Sun Wukong followed the divine dragon into the unknown, leaving no one aware of his destination. Chi-Chi, though uncertain, understood that this was Sun Wukong's nature. He would occasionally vanish without a trace. Nevertheless, she resolved to return home to prepare dinner, intending to make a bounty of dumplings and delicious dishes, ensuring that when Sun Wukong returned, he would not go hungry and could feast to his heart's content. Subsequently, a video briefly showcased Sun Wukong's departure with the dragon. Along the way, he passed by Yamcha and Puar, who were busy repairing a vehicle, and then encountered Tien and Kaiotsu, diligently training beneath a waterfall. Ultimately, Sun Wukong made a request to the dragon, asking to visit two places first. The first was the Turtle Hermit's house on Turtle Island, where he wished to see Krillin and Master Roshi. Sun Wukong requested a final contest with Krillin. Although Krillin believed victory was beyond his reach, he smiled and consented to the challenge, yet he remained unconvinced of his ability to win. After all, he felt that everything had changed. He had grown old with a head full of white hair, while Sun Wukong remained youthful and sprightly. In the end, Sun Wukong allowed himself to be struck by Krillin's punch, soaring through the air. Excitedly, he looked up at Krillin and exclaimed, as expected, nothing has changed. You haven't lost your touch. Krillin, surprised, never anticipated that he could land a hit on Sun Wukong. However, when he turned to look ahead again, Sun Wukong had vanished, leaving no trace behind, not even footprints on the beach, which were washed away by the waves. With a swift turn, Sun Wukong arrived at his second destination, the realm of the underworld. There, the two exchanged a handshake, and a surge of life energy flowed into Piccolo's being. In an instant, Bick realized something profound. Yet, when he turned around, Sun Wukong had already vanished. At this point, the video finally came to an end. A voice echoed in everyone's minds. Episode 2 Battle Review. The Ultimate Warrior of Fusion, the most powerful Super Saiyan 4, Gogeta, concludes. However, although the video had concluded, many remained puzzled by the significance of the final 767. They did not ponder it deeply, merely assuming that Sun Wukong had gone off to do something with the Dragon Shenron. Or perhaps it was truly as Vegeta had said, that Sun Wukong had embarked on a training journey with the dragon. Only a select few, those of considerable strength and intellect, discerned the truth. Those who did felt a profound sense of loss for Sun Wukong, a being so powerful and benevolent, who had tragically perished in the realm of the afterlife. In the end, did Sun Wukong truly die? Cell clenched his fists, struggling to accept this outcome. Even though the Super One-Star Dragon had been vanquished, Sun Wukong's demise left a void. The most formidable Saiyan was no longer among them. If you continue like this, Mr. Cell, I fear I might truly be compelled to strike you, Frieza warned, his fists clenched, suppressing his fury. He had lost count of how many times he had heard Cell utter such sentiments. It was clear that Cell's objective aligned with his own, to eliminate Sun Wukong and his allies. Yet, upon witnessing Sun Wukong's death, it felt as though he had lost a brother, and he found himself mourning the loss. Understood, Cell waved dismissively, responding with feigned indifference. He merely wished for Sun Wukong, whom he begrudgingly acknowledged as a worthy adversary, to not be slain by any foe other than himself. In the sixth universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Kampa suddenly fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "Hey, Beerus, did you know about this all along?" Kampa inquired, turning to Beerus. Indeed, Beerus nodded. "I was aware." Kampa turned back to the now blackened screen of the video. He could hardly fathom that a mere human could possess such immense strength, not merely in terms of power, but in spirit. Though Sun Wukong had perished under the overwhelming negative energy of the Super One-Star Dragon, his spirit remained unbroken. His resolve to protect Earth had not waned. Remarkably, he had risen once more, utilizing the spirit bomb to obliterate his adversary. At this moment, Kampa found himself utterly speechless, unable to criticize or find fault with Sun Wukong. The portrayal of Sun Wukong in the video was immaculate, so flawless that it sparked a thought within Kampa. The Saiyans of his sixth universe could never hope to match the prowess of the Sun Wukong depicted in the video. In the 10th universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, it became abundantly clear to Beerus that Sun Wukong posed a significant threat to them. Even without merging with Vegeta to become Gogeta, it was evident that Sun Wukong, as an individual, represented a formidable challenge. Once on a fateful day, should they encounter Sun Wukong, this indomitable creature, akin to an unyielding cockroach, would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to them. Chapter 20. That Vegeta is set to reappear. In the 7th universe, on Earth, I was astonished to discover through the video that the version of myself from that timeline had aged considerably. Krillin gently caressed his bald head, marveling at the sight of his older self adorned with an abundance of white hair. However, that rascal, Goku, truly amazed him. Reflecting on a particular scene from the video, Krillin couldn't help but chuckle. To bring me joy, he had intentionally allowed himself to be struck by my punch. How amusing. Oh, and there I was, engaged in car repairs. Yamcha was drenched in sweat, utterly speechless. No wonder throughout the entire video, there was not a single trace of his presence in any combat scene. It turned out, from the beginning of the battle to its conclusion, he had been busy fixing cars alongside Poir. What a profoundly embarrassing revelation for all to witness across the universe. The thought flushed Yamcha's face with crimson. He wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in for several years. Meanwhile, in the rocky terrain, Piccolo and Gohan had deduced what had transpired with the young Goku in the video. After a moment of silence, Gohan clenched his fists and turned to face Piccolo, his gaze resolute. "Uncle Piccolo, please continue my training." He understood that both this video and the previous one were consequences of his inadequate strength, which left him unable to protect anyone. Had his power been formidable enough to aid Goku and Vegeta, perhaps no one would have perished. Thus, he resolved to grow stronger. He must become stronger. "Well then, let us proceed." Piccolo nodded, thoroughly pleased with Gohan's current attitude. They prepared to immerse themselves in rigorous training. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, he realized a transaction had been made with the dragon. Reflecting on the final scene of the video, Whis comprehended it all. After Goku's demise, they had communicated telepathically to negotiate a deal. The dragon briefly resurrected Goku, who, in return, was to assist in vanquishing the Super One-Star Dragon. How remarkable that, even in his final moments, he thought of others, disregarding his own well-being. Indeed, as Vegeta had remarked, he truly was a fool. Beerus, with arms crossed, glanced at Goku and chuckled softly. To him, an ancient god of destruction who had existed for countless millennia, only one's own life ought to hold paramount importance. What do love and the lives of others matter? They pale in comparison to one's own existence. Nonetheless, Goku was the first human he had encountered who overturned this notion, along with Vegeta and a few others. This was the reason for Beerus and Whis' profound admiration for Goku and the Saiyans residing on Earth. "Haha, I think it's quite all right," Goku responded with a smile. Scratching his head, he does not perceive his actions as foolish. On the contrary, he believes that the version of himself in the video is truly remarkable and strikingly handsome. Even in the final moments, he remains considerate of others. This is his essence. It is what Sun Wukong would do. He hopes that many years from now, he can embody the same unwavering spirit as little Wukong, remaining true to himself without any alterations. However, it must be said that the technique of the spirit bomb used to vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon was indeed exquisite. Beerus turned his head slightly, adding a few words with a hint of indifference. Though he did not elaborate verbally, in his heart, he harbored a deep admiration for little Wukong, who would unhesitatingly choose to sacrifice himself for the sake of Earth and those around him, even after death. Driven by concern for the safety of the Earth and his loved ones against the super one-star dragon, Sun Wukong brokered a deal with the dragon to return to life, refusing to rest until the foe was defeated. Such a person would earn the respect of everyone and every deity. With the video concluded, Lord Beerus. "It is time for my training," Vegeta inquired, looking towards Beerus. He was eager to delve into his training, yearning to master the primal power of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. He would not allow the events depicted in the video to manifest in their reality. Any adversary would be confronted by him, Vegeta. He would not permit Kakarot to shoulder everything alone. Beerus concurred that it was indeed time to commence training. However, at that very moment, a mechanical voice resonated in the minds of every being and deity across the universe. The next battle recap will be aired in 5 days. This episode is particularly special, as it will not only feature a battle recap, but will also unveil a brand new Saiyan transformation. The title of this episode is Epic Battle, Super Saiyan God Blue Vegito versus the legendary Super Saiyan. As the voice faded, it detonated like a bomb in water, igniting a fervor throughout the universe. Individuals who had just grasped the truth and were mourning Sun Wukong's demise found their attention instantaneously captured by this new recap. It was irresistibly enticing. The emphasis lay in the fact that this recap was exceptionally unique, encompassing not only a battle summary, but also introducing a brand new Saiyan transformation. Moreover, the text mentioned Vegito, and everyone was acutely aware that this was indeed the ultimate warrior born from the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Showcased as Super Saiyan 4 Vegito in the previous video, now transformed into Super Saiyan God Blue Vegito. The prospect of witnessing the multiverse's strongest warrior employing an alternate evolutionary path alongside an unseen Saiyan transformation was exhilarating. How could anticipation not surge to its zenith? Every individual was brimming with expectation. In Universe 6, within the realm of destruction, the legendary Super Saiyan, and to his astonishment, Gogeta is set to make another appearance. Kampa rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was mistaken. Yet, in truth, he was not. The text on the video screen was unmistakably clear, an epic battle featuring Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta against the fabled Super Saiyan. It appeared that this transformation had indeed reached the realm of the divine, as Batos cheerfully reminded him. This was the same form that had been featured in previous video compilations, the Super Saiyan God, in its azure manifestation. Excitement stirred within Kampa as he anticipated the spectacle to come, beyond the sheer power he expected from Gogeta in his Super Saiyan God state. What truly piqued his interest was the nature of the legendary Super Saiyan. The impending clash would unfold between these two formidable warriors. Just how powerful could this mythical Super Saiyan be that it warranted Gogeta's intervention in battle? Frieza, meanwhile, was both infuriated and bewildered. What on earth is this legendary Super Saiyan? Is this never-ending? He fumed. Aren't there only a handful of Saiyans left? How can there be so many variations? One moment it's Super Saiyan 4, the next it's Super Saiyan God, and now, another form emerges, the legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza found himself at a loss, unable to fathom how many Saiyan transformations could possibly exist. 100? 1,000? How many forms can they possibly have? I doubt this is the last one. Cell chuckled, his intelligence heightened by the cells of Piccolo. In a tone of utmost certainty, he declared, given this compilation, it is evident that the legendary Super Saiyan will undoubtedly reveal further transformations. However, such revelations are hardly surprising. I've already told you, that group of Saiyans has no limits. Their capacity for new transformations is boundless. Frieza shot a disgruntled glare at Cell. That's precisely what I detest, your incessant praise for those filthy monkeys. If not for our current acquaintance, I might have been tempted to end you right here. Cough, cough, let us refrain from that topic for now, Cell replied, clearing his throat and adopting a serious demeanor. If we wish to eradicate them, we must not squander time. Let us devote ourselves to our training without delay. 5 days from now, we must seize the opportunity during this interval. With that, Cell took flight towards their usual training grounds. Currently devoid of physical forms, only souls remained, rendering their training exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, the pursuit of sufficient power to defeat the Saiyans upon their resurrection rendered such challenges trivial to them. Gritting their teeth and clenching their fists, they resolved to endure, no matter the cost. In the 7th universe, on Earth, a momentous event is upon us. The legendary Super Saiyan is about to make an appearance. But wait, is it not true that Goku and his companions have already attained the status of the fabled Super Saiyan? Could it be that there are other Saiyans alive? Unbeknownst to them? No, the crux of the matter lies with Vegito. He is set to confront this legendary Super Saiyan. Krillin and the others erupted in excited discussions. It is not merely the legendary Super Saiyan that stirs anticipation. The prospect of witnessing Vegito once more is equally thrilling. Born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, this ultimate warrior is now presented in his Super Saiyan Blue form, having previously beheld Super Saiyan 4 Vegito. The thought of encountering Super Saiyan God Blue Vegito once again ignites a fervor within. In the realm of Universe 7, the god of destruction, Beerus, raised an eyebrow in surprise. The legendary Super Saiyan, what is that? He inquired, instinctively turning to Goku and Vegeta for insight. After all, Saiyans should have a deeper understanding of their own kind. We've never heard of it, they replied in unison. Indeed, it was not mere folly on their part. Goku and Vegeta were genuinely unaware of this legendary Super Saiyan. They had previously believed that the Super Saiyan transformations they mastered were the very legends themselves. Now, they realized their misunderstanding. This legendary Super Saiyan exists beyond them, a being that requires Vegito to surpass. Oh ho ho, this is truly exhilarating, Whis remarked, filled with anticipation. However, he refrained from utilizing his angelic powers for investigation. He preferred to witness the events unfold in person, for otherwise, it would lack excitement. Indeed, it is quite thrilling. Goku echoed, his eyes igniting with fervor. Yet, during the next 5 days, his focus must be on diligent training, striving to master the power of Super Saiyan God through his own efforts. Lord Beerus, may we commence our training? Vegeta, while intrigued by the legendary Super Saiyan, prioritized strengthening himself and mastering Super Saiyan 4 more swiftly. Before we train, there is one matter to address, Beerus stated, glancing at Whis. The latter immediately grasped Beerus's intent and sighed. This shall be the only occasion, Lord Beerus. We are currently in competition, and this could be deemed a violation of the rules. Haha, understood, just this once, Beerus chuckled. Goku and Vegeta exchanged puzzled looks, still bewildered by the divine conversation between Whis and Beerus. Then, they beheld Whis waving his angelic staff, enveloping Vegeta's body in a radiant white light. What is happening? Vegeta gasped, staring in astonishment at his hands. Realization dawned upon him. Indeed, in the next moment, a furry tail sprouted forth. Wait, Vegeta's tail? Goku exclaimed, utterly astonished. Turning his gaze towards Beerus and then to Whis, he finally comprehended the situation. So, this was what they had been discussing. Just this once, Lord Beerus. Whis remarked as he retracted his angelic staff. Indeed, I genuinely do not wish to squander time collecting that wish orb. Aside from requesting Whis's assistance in manifesting Vegeta's tail, the only solution Beerus could conceive was the wish orb, that is, the Dragon Balls. However, he was reluctant to expend time traveling to Earth or Namek. Moreover, after viewing the previous video, he was genuinely apprehensive that his wish might awaken the malevolent dragon. Wouldn't that render him a sinner? Beerus certainly did not desire to be perceived as a villain. Thus, he implored Whis to aid Vegeta in acquiring his tail. This approach was the swiftest and most effortless. Hey, how does it feel now that you have a tail, Vegeta? Goku chuckled, leaning closer to Vegeta, his curiosity piqued. From the video, he had learned that the tail was the source of a Saiyan's power, capable of awakening the latent potential within. He was eager to discover whether Vegeta experienced any peculiar sensations with the tail's emergence. Vegeta took a moment to attune himself, clenching his fists and then releasing them, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. At this juncture, Goku was nearly certain he had the answer. Indeed, Vegeta exclaimed, gazing at his hands with exhilaration. If my senses do not deceive me, my control over power has become significantly more precise since the tail's emergence. Furthermore, my aura in its normal state has also been enhanced. This is the effect of the tail. The fact that such considerable changes had occurred so swiftly filled Vegeta with renewed confidence. He was resolute in his ambition to surpass Kakarot. Even if he could not attain the divine realm as a Super Saiyan 4, he would surpass divinity in strength and physique. Just like Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, a mortal body could indeed transcend the divine. As the narrative unfolds, Goku and Vegeta master Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, respectively, and confront Buu, concluding their battle before swiftly transitioning to the next segment. By the way, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support and viewership. It truly moves me to tears. Chapter 21. He embodies the essence of evil, Buu. Is it truly so? Goku initially harbored doubts. Could it really be that miraculous? The tail's mere emergence had led to such a substantial enhancement. However, upon sensing Vegeta's aura, he discerned that it indeed aligned with Vegeta's assertion. Vegeta's aura in its normal state had noticeably increased compared to when he had no tail. It appears I am gradually beginning to surpass you, Kakarot. Vegeta's smile widened. Unable to suppress his boastful nature, he felt as though he could glimpse the future. In the future, myself has surpassed Kakarot, finally shedding the second place and ascending to the first, thus becoming the strongest Saiyan. Not at all. Goku quickly glanced at Whis and said, "Let us hasten to our training. I cannot allow myself to be easily surpassed by Vegeta. It is inconceivable for him to permit Vegeta to surpass him without resistance." "I feel the same. Let us proceed," Whis replied with a smile. Their training would not be a walk in the park. After all, Goku had completely dismissed the notion of using the power of the mind to break through to Super Saiyan God. He intended to rely solely on his own strength to achieve this transformation. Consequently, the difficulty of his training would increase manifold. The two of them had to seize every moment, leaving no second wasted. "We are off, Vegeta. We too shall engage in training." However, a word of caution. A purple aura of destruction emanated from Beerus, his lips curling into a slight smirk. "I am not gentle like Whis. Thus, while you still have time before training commences, it would be wise to prepare and adjust yourself to your optimal state. Should you let your guard down during training, it could prove fatal." It was evident that Beerus was not jesting. He was utterly serious. As he uttered his final words, Vegeta's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Clenching his fists, he forced himself to regain composure and cease his shivering. "I understand, Lord Beerus. I am already prepared. No challenge is insurmountable in my quest for strength." Beerus was pleased with Vegeta's current attitude and turned to walk ahead. "Follow me. This is not the appropriate place for training." Observing Vegeta and Beerus depart, Goku wiped the cold sweat from his brow and chuckled nervously. It seems Vegeta's path will not be easy. Just moments ago, the overwhelming aura of destruction and pressure emanating from Beerus had frightened him. Even from several meters away, beads of sweat continued to form on his face and body. He could sense that Beerus had genuinely harbored murderous intent at that moment. "Do not worry. Should Lord Beerus truly eliminate him, I shall revive him," Whis remarked with a gentle smile directed at Goku. Yet, upon hearing this, Goku felt even more anxious for Vegeta. Being with Lord Beerus can indeed be perilous. Subsequently, both Goku and Vegeta immersed themselves in their training. Meanwhile, Beerus focused on Vegeta's training primarily through combat, initially using only 1/10 to 1/12 of his strength to spar with him. After their bout, he instructed Vegeta to engage in weighted training, lifting enormous stones and circling the entire realm of destruction for 10 to 20 laps, while Beerus followed closely behind. Should Beerus catch up to Vegeta, he would unleash a small orb of destructive energy towards him. This tactic was undeniably terrifying, keeping Vegeta in a perpetual state of heightened tension. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. In any case, the training under Beerus is exceedingly rigorous, as he previously mentioned, devoid of any gentleness. Opportunities for rest are nearly non-existent. Even during sleep and meals, one must don a gravity suit imbued with immense weight. In stark contrast, Whis adopts a more lenient approach to Goku's training. Goku enjoys considerably more time for rest, as Whis believes that one need not remain in a constant state of tension. Particularly when pursuing the path of divine evolution, it is essential to relax and take appropriate breaks. Most of Goku's training involves entering a different dimensional space, where he can experience the essence of divinity. Within that realm, Goku loses control over his body, and his every action is not dictated by his will, as though he were bound by some unseen force. Only when he attunes himself to the divine essence and gains mastery over it can he move freely. Thus, maintaining a calm mind is of utmost importance. This encapsulates Goku's training under Whis. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 5 days had elapsed. Both Goku and Vegeta had mastered new powers, the path of divine evolution, the Super Saiyan God, and the Super Saiyan 4 from the Super Saiyan evolution line. Initially, they planned to engage in a friendly duel to ascertain who was more formidable between the Super Saiyan 4 and the Super Saiyan God. However, just then, an unexpected event transpired. Whis intended to contact Bulma to procure some delicacies from Earth, as the previous supplies had been devoured by the insatiable appetites of Goku and Vegeta. Suddenly, he detected a significant occurrence on Earth. Satan had approached Fat Bu, having discovered his benevolent side, and the two had become friends, even adopting a dog. Just as Fat Bu had promised Satan to refrain from harming any humans or committing misdeeds, a human wielding a gun appeared and shot both the dog and Satan. Enraged beyond measure, Fat Bu could not comprehend why, while he was forbidden from taking lives, a human could so callously end Satan's. In a fit of extreme fury, Fat Bu resurrected both Satan and the dog. However, due to his inherent chaotic nature, the surge of anger caused the evil within him to stir and expand, threatening to separate from his being. Whis relayed this information to Beerus and the others. How foolish of that individual to complicate matters further, Beerus remarked with annoyance. Vegeta, upon hearing this, was quite displeased. He had been looking forward to the battle with Goku, and now it was interrupted by the folly of another. Indeed, Beerus nodded, preparing to let Whis witness the unfolding events. What formidable strength has Vegeta, nurtured by his own hands, truly acquired? Alas, he was interrupted by a foolish individual, eliciting laughter. I suppose it's not so bad, remarked Goku, hands on his hips, as he gazed at Vegeta. Engaging with Bu could indeed serve as a test of our current powers. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta conceded that there was a semblance of truth in his reasoning. Indeed, while battling Bu may not be as exhilarating as clashing with Kakarot, it was worth recalling that at one time, he was utterly incapable of overcoming that rotund menace. He had even learned from the recap on the viewing screen that his self-destruction had failed to vanquish Fat Bu. Thus, having grown stronger through training, it was fitting to confront Bu once more to gauge his abilities. What once seemed insurmountable could now be easily surpassed. Very well, we must hasten our departure, Goku declared with a smile. The original 10-day agreement was now rendered moot. They had to confront the newly emerged Thin Bu without delay, otherwise, chaos would surely ensue on Earth. He then turned to Whis, requesting, Whis, could you kindly inform Gohan and the others? Just let them know that this matter is in the capable hands of Vegeta and me, and they need not worry. Not a problem, Whis replied, as such matters were trivial for him. With a mere flourish of his staff, the message was conveyed to Piccolo and the others. Meanwhile, those on Earth had already sensed the sudden surge of malevolent energy emanating from Fat Bu. Each of them was prepared and poised to act. Now, with Goku and Vegeta on their way, they could rest easy, entrusting the situation entirely to them. However, they still intended to witness the outcome, not to engage in battle with Bu, but to observe the extent of Goku and Vegeta's growth after 5 days of training. Come, grasp my hand, Goku instructed, placing his index and middle fingers upon his forehead. The distance from the god of destruction's realm to Earth was considerable, even Whis, with his transcendent speed, required 5 minutes to traverse such space. Time was of the essence, and thus, they would employ instant transmission. Vegeta, though reluctant, placed his hand upon Goku's shoulder, while Beerus and Whis joined, resting their hands on Goku as well. The next moment, having detected a powerful surge of dark energy on Earth, Goku's lips curled into a smile. In an instant, they vanished, and moments later, they found themselves within the confines of Majin Buu's abode. Satan, initially concerned for Bu, was startled to see 3 figures materialize in the air. Upon recognizing Goku and Vegeta, he exclaimed, "You are those two." Instantly recalling their faces from the video, he noted, the one on the left with the spiky hair is Goku. His son, Gohan, is married to my daughter, Videl. Hello, Satan, Goku greeted, raising his hand in salutation, his memory of the past encounter still vivid. The individual in question is the father of Gohan's wife. Therefore, could you assist in saving Bu? He is not inherently malevolent. Please, save him, and he will surely refrain from causing harm. Satan, recalling the gentle Bu, urgently sought their help, knowing full well the formidable prowess of Goku and his companions. In his mortal form, he felt utterly powerless to rescue Bu. Even the little dog was barking incessantly, pleading for Goku and the others to save Bu. Rest assured, leave it to us, Goku replied with a smile, as he and Vegeta stepped forward, while Satan remained by Whis and Beerus, redirecting his focus to Bu. The current state of Fat Bu appeared to be one of profound agony, with his hands pressed against his head, steam erupting from the vents on either side, releasing copious amounts of hot air. Gradually, as the steam dissipated, Bu began to recover. However, despite the alleviation of his pain, Fat Bu was still gasping for breath. Clearly exhausted. Did you sense that, Vegeta? Goku inquired. Of course I did. Both Vegeta and Goku's gazes were not fixed upon Fat Bu, but rather on the swirling mass of steam accumulating in the air, emanating an overwhelmingly sinister aura. Fat Bu's power had diminished significantly, seemingly siphoned off to form that very cloud of smoke. Quite intriguing, Beerus remarked, clasping his hands behind his back, keen to observe the unfolding events. Whis shared the same sentiment, conjuring several chairs with a flick of his staff. Beerus reclined comfortably, surrounded by snacks and drinks. "Please, join us," Whis invited Satan, noting the familial connection since his daughter was to wed Goku's son, Gohan. As family, it was only fitting to treat one another kindly. "Me? Really?" Satan was somewhat taken aback, having learned from videos that one was an angel and the other a god of destruction. The kindness of these two divine beings was overwhelming. "Indeed, let us sit together and watch," Whis reassured him. "Thank you." With Whis's gentle smile easing his tension, Satan nodded and comfortably settled into a chair. Before long, the cloud of smoke transformed into a lean, dark version of Bu, embodying pure malevolence. Upon his emergence, the first act of Slim Bu was to express gratitude towards the human who had shot Satan and the little dog. With a swift motion, he unleashed an energy blast that obliterated the fleeing human, leaving no trace behind. "Now, how shall we divide the two?" Vegeta mused, eyeing the two boosts with anticipation. "Perfect. One for each of us." However, it was clear that Slim Bu possessed greater strength, as Fat Bu had significantly weakened after the separation. Thus, Vegeta was reluctant to choose the weaker Fat Bu. However, upon hearing this, Goku was taken aback. He turned to Vegeta, exclaiming in astonishment, "Hey, Vegeta, Fat Bu has improved. Do you still wish to fight him?" With Fat Bu having transformed for the better, he no longer desired to annihilate him. "So how shall we divide this? Either you refrain from combat, or allow me to handle the Slim Bu." As he spoke, Vegeta prepared to advance, keen to avoid wasting any time. Yet, Goku was equally averse to remaining idle. Just as he was about to suggest a game of rock, paper, scissors with Vegeta to determine who would engage first, Whis smiled gently and proposed, "Allow me to assist you in this allocation." With a subtle wave of his angelic staff, in an instant, the Slim Bu in the sky was transformed into two. This way, Goku and Vegeta each had an opponent to contend with. Ha ha ha. As expected of Whis, Goku now knew precisely whom he was to battle. Vegeta was equally pleased, as both he and Goku were set to have adversaries. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. "All right, Kakarot, let us compete to see who can vanquish Slim Bu faster." "Sure, I think that's a splendid idea," Goku agreed, seeing this little contest as quite fitting. They would measure who could more swiftly defeat their respective Slim Bu. "Bu, come here quickly. The remainder is up to them," Mr. Satan called, waving his hand towards Fat Bu. Fat Bu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to heed Satan's call, approaching him. Nonetheless, he remained deeply concerned. Could Goku and Vegeta truly prevail? He had a vague recollection of Vegeta, someone who, at one point, could not even best him. How then could he hope to confront the Slim Bu, an entity far stronger than himself, born from his very being? Chapter 22. This ascendancy is remarkably rapid. At that moment, Piccolo and the others flew over. Upon seeing Mr. Satan and Fat Bu together with Whis, along with the two shadowy Slim Bus hovering in the air, each was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding circumstances. How had Fat Bu come to be alongside Whis? And why were there two black Slim Bus? Once they landed, Whis elucidated everything to them. After they had grasped the entirety of the situation, they settled into the chairs conjured by Whis, ready to observe. Ahem. It is thus we shall eat while spectating and witness who among Goku and Vegeta manages to dispatch Slim Bu first. Concurrently, they were eager to see just how much Goku and Vegeta's powers had increased in these 5 days. "The left one is mine, the right one is yours. Is that acceptable, Kakarot?" "No issue at all. Both Slim Bus possess identical strength. Whichever we choose makes no difference." "Ha ha ha. Absolutely not a problem. Then let us proceed." With that declaration, Vegeta surged forward first, unleashing his energy as he sped towards the Slim Bu on the left. Goku smiled, similarly igniting his own energy as he flew toward the Slim Bu on the right. They were indeed set to compete against one another. Let us observe who shall first vanquish the slender Majin Bu. Such a minor competition, he certainly would not be outmatched by Vegeta. Can Goku and his companions triumph over Bu? Chi-Chi clasped her hands tightly, her concerns palpable. After all, Vegeta had previously been unable to defeat the rotund Bu. This slender Bu appears formidable as well. Is it truly possible to achieve victory after just 5 days of training? "They will prevail, Mother," Gohan asserted with enthusiasm. "I can sense the immense surge in power from both Father and Uncle Vegeta. One must remember that a Saiyan's strength amplifies exponentially from their base form. Thus, with an elevated battle power and intensified aura, their transformation into Super Saiyan would render them even more formidable. Is that so? That is splendid news. With Gohan's assurance, Chi-Chi felt her tension ease. Beerus picked up a pudding, consumed it, and pointed his spoon at Vegeta, a smug smile gracing his lips. You must understand. Vegeta has trained under my guidance for 5 days. His prowess will undoubtedly surpass your expectations. Goku, too, Whis interjected with a knowing smile, unyielding in spirit. After all, a subtle rivalry existed between him and Beerus to discern whether the Goku, trained by Whis, or the Vegeta, trained by Beerus, would emerge superior. Could it be that their strengths would surpass their previous limits? Piccolo, struck by a sudden realization, gasped in astonishment. If their abilities were to defy all expectations, it would imply they might have grasped the powers of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God within merely 5 days. Such an exaggeration seemed unfathomable. Though Piccolo refrained from voicing his thoughts, Gohan and Master Roshi had also arrived at similar conclusions. In the skies, a well-known adage rings true: a shift from light to dark can enhance strength tenfold. The embodiment of malevolence, the slender Majin Buu, indeed possesses far greater power than his benevolent counterpart. Yet, Goku and Vegeta, having undergone rigorous training, had experienced a profound transformation in their strength. Even should the formidable Fat Buu appear, they would effortlessly overcome him. Vegeta, swift as the wind, materialized before the slender Buu in an instant. The latter, caught off guard, received a powerful punch to the face from Vegeta. The force erupted dramatically. However, due to the unique nature of the slender Buu's body, only his head was propelled several meters away while his body remained unmoved. Almost immediately, Buu's head began to return at an alarming speed. Vegeta, aware of the impending collision, would not grant the slender Buu such an opportunity. Raising his left hand, he unleashed a burst of energy that obliterated Buu's head. Below, Bulma and the others believed victory was assured. Yet, they were unaware of Majin Buu's remarkable regenerative abilities. In an instant, the slender Buu's head reformed. Impressive. Vegeta found the encounter increasingly entertaining, eager to spar with the slender Buu. However, he had made a pact with Goku to see who would be the first to defeat him. Thus, he could not afford to squander any more time. His fists clenched tightly, a golden aura erupted upward in an instant. A formidable energy surged outward with ferocity. The slender Buu, who had intended to unleash his full might upon Vegeta, found himself unable to withstand this overwhelming force and was abruptly sent reeling backward. Uncle Vegeta's aura was exceptionally powerful. He had never before encountered such an immense presence. What on earth was happening? Had Vegeta truly transcended his limits? In that moment, Gohan and the others, sensitive to the energy around them, were left astounded, their faces pale with disbelief. They had never anticipated that Vegeta's aura could reach such staggering heights. Even more astonishing was the realization that Vegeta's energy continued to escalate, showing no signs of abating, as if he were undergoing a profound transformation. They began to comprehend that Beerus's earlier statement was indeed accurate. The current Vegeta would utterly redefine their expectations. The ground beneath them trembled under the impact of this overwhelming energy. Huh! Vegeta exclaimed, his fists tightening, as his golden aura swelled dramatically. Bathed in that radiant light, Vegeta's form began to transform. His hair lengthened and took on a rugged appearance. Crimson fur sprouted across his body, and he exuded a primal, muscular prowess. Indeed, this was the pinnacle of unleashed wild power, the Super Saiyan 4. As they beheld Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, each member of Piccolo's group wore expressions of utter incredulity. In just 5 days, Vegeta had achieved the Super Saiyan 4 seen in the footage. Even someone as ordinary as Bulma understood the magnitude of mastering such a transformation in merely 5 days. Impressive, isn't it? Beerus observed their astonishment with satisfaction, relishing their reactions. This was the result of his direct guidance and training. He cast a deliberate glance at Whis, as if to convey, "You might as well concede now, Whis. Victory is beyond your reach." "Lord Beerus, now is not the time for determining the victor," Whis replied with an unruffled smile. After all, Goku had also attained the Super Saiyan God form, and there was still ample time. There was no need to ascertain who was stronger at this moment. Thus, Whis remained calm, confident that he would not be outmatched by Beerus. At that moment, Piccolo and the others suddenly realized another astonishing revelation. If Vegeta had mastered Super Saiyan 4, did that not imply that Goku had also attained Super Saiyan God? Both Goku and Vegeta were prodigies in battle. Given Vegeta's success under Lord Beerus's tutelage, it was reasonable to conclude that Goku, guided by the angel Whis, would have achieved the same. With this thought, they each turned their gazes skyward toward Goku. How remarkable it is, Kakarot. Upon achieving his transformation, Vegeta is most eager to witness Goku's reaction. Although both warriors are aware that each has attained a novel transformation, they have yet to unveil these forms in one another's presence. During their training in the realm of destruction, their paths diverged entirely, leaving them without any encounters. Truly impressive. Vegeta, Goku lauded with a smile, echoing the formidable transformation observed in the video. Though it is merely a step beyond Super Saiyan 3, the power emanating from Vegeta is incomparably greater, far surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3. Indeed, Goku possesses mastery over Super Saiyan 3 himself, and thus, he is acutely aware of the immense disparity in strength between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 3. These two forms exist in entirely different dimensions, rendering any comparison futile. The same applies to his Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 3. They too do not inhabit the same realm, with the former vastly eclipsing the latter. Therefore, Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God cannot be justly compared to Super Saiyan 3. Naturally, one's base combat power remains of paramount importance. Now, it is my turn to witness your prowess, Vegeta remarked with a light chuckle, dismissing the threat posed by Fat Bu. The latter, realizing this, was consumed by rage and unleashed a punch towards Vegeta. Vegeta, Bulma cried out in concern, unable to contain her anxiety, for Vegeta had his back turned to Fat Bu. Alas, Fat Bu's speed was remarkable. By the time Bulma's voice reached him, he was already upon Vegeta, delivering a punch. With a resounding thud, to everyone's astonishment, Vegeta did not even attempt to block. Fat Bu's fist struck his face, yet he felt nothing, no pain, no discomfort. Bulma chuckled awkwardly, realizing her worries were unfounded. The opponent's attack was utterly ineffectual. Vegeta's indifference to dodging was emblematic of his prowess. Krillin clenched his fists, elated for Vegeta, whose defensive capabilities were indeed as formidable as they appeared in the video. The defensive prowess of Super Saiyan 4 is truly exceptional. No, this cannot be, Fat Bu exclaimed. Rendered speechless, his full-powered punch had failed to inflict any harm upon Vegeta. Both Fat Bu and Satan stood in disbelief. For Satan, it seemed he had genuinely placed his trust in the right individuals. With Goku and Vegeta at the helm, they evidently possessed the ability to vanquish Fat Bu. Conversely, Fat Bu was astounded. Merely 5 days prior, Vegeta was not even his equal. Yet now, even this more powerful Fat Bu could not land a single blow on Vegeta. The pace of his improvement was staggering. Now, Fat Bu comprehended why Goku had once spoken to him in such a manner, promising that given 10 days, they would grow stronger to confront him. It now appears that 10 days are utterly unnecessary. 5 days suffice. Leave, Vegeta coldly declared, not even casting a glance at the frail Bu. With merely the aura emanating from him, he sent Bu hurtling away. At this moment, Goku had also assumed his stance. Haha, come on. Instantly, a torrent of fiery red energy surged forth from within him. The human aura vanished, replaced by a divine essence detectable only by deities. His hair and pupils transformed to a crimson hue, and his physique appeared even leaner than usual. He had stepped into the realm of the divine, becoming a Super Saiyan God. Indeed, Piccolo and the others were taken aback. Just as they had surmised, if Vegeta could achieve this, Goku certainly could as well. However, witnessing it firsthand still left them in disbelief. In a mere 5 days, both had attained new transformation forms. It was unfathomable what arduous training they had undergone under Whis and Beerus. You're not too shabby yourself, Vegeta remarked, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Despite not sensing the divine aura, the overwhelming pressure was palpably real. Now, let us see who can eliminate that fellow first. Bu seemed to have sensed the gravity of the situation. He could distinctly feel the intense desire for destruction emanating from Vegeta. No, he thought. This pure evil Bu is starting to feel fear. He instinctively took a step back, wanting to flee the scene. The Bu facing Goku felt similarly, as the oppressive atmosphere made it difficult for him to breathe. The opponent's strength had surpassed their comprehension. I will not be defeated by you, Vegeta, Goku chuckled. He was now quite knowledgeable about the Super Saiyan God. With a swift motion, he grasped Bu with one hand, instantly enveloping him in fiery red energy. Bu's body was restrained by this energy, rendering him immobile. Divine binding. Next, Goku assumed his stance, his hands positioned like a flower bud at his waist. Blue energy began to coalesce in an instant. His intention was clear, to end the battle with a single strike. thus ensuring he would outpace Vegeta in resolving the confrontation. This scene astonished Krillin and the others. They had never anticipated that Goku would aim to dispatch Buu with just one move. Moreover, Buu, bound by Goku's divine power, had no means of escape. Lacking the strength to break free from the restraint meant Buu was doomed to face this attack. Given Goku's current power, it had grown beyond Buu's capacity to withstand. A direct hit would obliterate him to the point of leaving not a single cell intact, certain death, leaving no opportunity for Buu to recover. On the other side, a terrified Buu hastily raised his hands, unleashing countless energy blasts toward Vegeta, attempting to deter him or at least slow his advance. However, these energy blasts were utterly ineffective against Vegeta. Even Vegeta directly absorbed the energy into his own being, transforming it into his own power. This is the unique ability of Super Saiyan 4, the capacity to assimilate any energy attack and convert it into one's own strength. Observing the insignificant energy, the slender Buu hastily concentrated a formidable energy blast, one capable of obliterating the earth. "Hey, this is no joke," Krillin exclaimed, his demeanor tinged with anxiety. The energy blast appeared ominous indeed. If it struck the earth, it would surely lead to its annihilation. Yamcha, too, felt a surge of fear and discreetly moved closer to Whis, reasoning that he would be safe beside Whis and Beerus should calamity befall them. "I trust my father will resolve this effortlessly," Trunks declared, his fists clenched in unwavering belief in Vegeta. After all, he was a Super Saiyan 4. Bring it on." Vegeta scoffed, dismissing the energy blast entirely. As the energy approached, he merely placed one hand against it, halting the blast instantaneously. The energy seemed to collide with an unyielding wall, the barrier remaining intact and undamaged, while the energy was forcibly subdued. In the next moment, as Vegeta exerted his strength, the colossal energy blast began to visibly shrink, compressing under his greater might. Soon, the energy, which had been several times larger than a person, was reduced to the size of his palm. With a mere gentle grip, Vegeta crushed the energy blast effortlessly. Witnessing Vegeta's ease in neutralizing Buu's concentrated attack left Krillin and the others in stunned silence. Primarily, it was astonishing how little effort Vegeta appeared to exert. They could hardly fathom what would transpire if he unleashed his full power. "I knew it. Such a thing is trivial for my father to handle." Trunks beamed with delight, his faith in Vegeta unwavering. "Is this all you're capable of? How dull," Vegeta taunted, swiftly appearing before Buu. He extended his hand, aligning his index and middle fingers towards Buu's head. No, please." Buu trembled in genuine fear, retreating in desperation. But Vegeta would not grant him the chance to escape. Glancing over, he saw Goku gathering his Kamehameha wave, and Vegeta refused to be outdone. A wicked smile crept across his face. "Die, scum." With that, a beam of light shot forth from his fingertips. Simultaneously, Goku shouted Kamehameha. The two energy blasts struck Buu almost simultaneously. On Goku's end, the blue energy beam engulfed Buu's form, annihilating every cell and ensuring his utter demise. Meanwhile, Vegeta's beam penetrated Buu's head, leading to a sudden explosion of Buu's body. The cells were utterly annihilated, signifying complete demise. The ease with which the battle concluded was astonishing. Indeed, both my father and Uncle Vegeta have reached unprecedented levels of strength. Is this the essence of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God? Witnessing their might in reality surpasses the power depicted in videos 100-fold. Each of Gohan's companions was profoundly astonished by the prowess exhibited by Goku and Vegeta. The impact of witnessing such power firsthand was far more overwhelming than anything they had observed on screen. The simultaneous conclusion of the battle was unexpected. Vegeta, despite vanquishing Fat Buu, felt no elation or satisfaction. From his perspective, eliminating Fat Buu was merely a trivial feat given his current strength, hardly worthy of celebration. What truly concerned him was the contest with Goku, which ended in a draw, as they both defeated Fat Buu at nearly the same moment. "Looks like we'll have to settle the score next time," Goku chuckled, hands on his hips, his delight unmistakable. Now, he and Vegeta could effortlessly eradicate Fat Buu, and Goku felt a sense of joy and contentment. Just 5 days prior, Fat Buu had been an adversary that both he and Vegeta struggled to overcome. However, after 5 days of rigorous training under Beerus and Whis, mastering Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, they could now dispatch Majin Buu with ease. With such rapid advancement in power, how could Goku possibly feel discontent, even having lost this minor contest? He remained cheerful and satisfied. Well done, well done." Beerus remarked with a clap and a smile. Although they did not eliminate Fat Bu faster than Goku, Beerus was content with the outcome of the draw. Additionally, he was pleased with Vegeta's current strength. From being unable to defeat Bu just 5 days ago to now being capable of dispatching him with a single blow. Impressive progress indeed. At least the struggles of the past 5 days bore fruit. It is worth noting that during those 5 days of training, Vegeta had perished twice, once accidentally struck by destructive energy and another time during a sparring match with Beerus, who, unable to contain a sneeze, inadvertently unleashed destructive energy that resulted in Vegeta's demise. Of course, death was a minor inconvenience, as Whis could easily revive him. I truly appreciate your assistance. Satan quickly expressed his gratitude towards Goku. No worries. Goku scratched his head and smiled. We're all family now. This statement left Satan momentarily speechless, blinking in disbelief. Unsure of how to respond. Dad Gohan's face turned crimson, prompting uncontrollable laughter from the others. At such a moment, it is indeed inappropriate to utter such words. However, when spoken by Goku, it seems entirely reasonable. By the way, does that rotund Bu truly refrain from malevolence? Krillin harbors some doubts, primarily because when Bu first appeared, he obliterated several cities and claimed numerous human lives. No, that cannot be the case. Satan fears they might harm Bu. He hurriedly positioned himself in front of Bu, anxiously declaring, "Rest assured, Bu shall not engage in wrongdoing again." Before he could finish, Goku interjected with a defense for Bu. Satan felt profoundly moved. Never expecting Goku to advocate for Bu, Goku nodded at him and turned to Krillin and the others, stating that Bu was merely a pawn of that villain Babidi. Now that Satan is by his side, he certainly would not commit misdeeds again. Would he, Bu? Bu nodded vigorously, having promised Satan that he would never revert to his former ways of murder and destruction. If you ever do, I will eliminate you, Vegeta coldly remarked, arms crossed. Observing Bu, he now possesses the capability to do so, but hopes Bu will refrain from any transgressions. I will never transgress again, Satan assured once more, vowing to keep a vigilant watch over Bu. Since we have returned, and given that both Vegeta and Goku have achieved new transformations, why not celebrate together? Bulma suggested with a smile, believing today warrants a proper celebration. Excellent idea. Beerus delights in festivities, primarily because they offer an opportunity to savor a plethora of exquisite delicacies he has yet to experience. Whis shared the sentiment. As long as he could indulge in Earth's culinary delights, he would be inclined to participate in any gathering. With universal agreement, Bulma retrieved a capsule, preparing to summon the spaceship to transport everyone to Capsule Corporation. However, at that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in everyone's minds. Phase 3 battle review commencing, featuring the fierce clash between Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta and the legendary Super Saiyan. Countdown, 30 seconds. Please cease combat and enjoy the video. The Phase 3 battle review has arrived. Krillin excitedly pointed at the video screen materializing before them. Each individual screen illuminated, displaying text alongside a 30-second countdown. The legendary Super Saiyan. At last, they would witness it. Goku was filled with anticipation, eager to understand the magnitude of strength possessed by the warrior capable of merging with Vegeta to become Gogeta. Buffed, the so-called legendary Super Saiyan. What is so extraordinary about that? I, who have attained Super Saiyan 4 and the strongest Saiyan, Vegeta scoffed, feigning disdain for the legendary status. He believed himself unparalleled, dismissing others as inferior. Yet, deep within, he was genuinely curious, yearning to uncover the true nature of that legendary Super Saiyan. To think that one could engage in battle with Vegeta is quite astonishing. And others feel the same. After all, they have all witnessed Vegeta's immense power firsthand. Even within the chat group at that time, certain deities conceded this fact. The strength of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta has surpassed that of the gods. Yet, this legendary Super Saiyan has managed to compel Vegeta to enter the fray. One can only imagine the magnitude of his power. Hold on, let us not dwell on this any longer. There are merely a few seconds left. Hurry. We must make our way to Capsule Corporation, Bulma urged, glancing at the dwindling time. She had no desire to linger in this desolate wilderness watching videos. It was far too dull. Beerus and Whis shared her sentiment, agreeing that enjoying food while watching was the true indulgence. Thus, they all hastened their pace towards Capsule Corporation. In the 6th universe, within the realm of destruction, Kampa eagerly raised his gaze towards the video screen as the new battle recap approached. Compared to the impending video, the delicacies in his hands lost their appeal. Both Beerus and Kaba ceased their training, collectively turning their attention to the screen. Each of them was filled with anticipation for this battle recap. The fabled Super Saiyan versus the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Who would emerge victorious? Who do you think will win? Beerus? Kampa inquired, eager to discern Beerus's preference. The video had yet to commence, yet Kampa was keen to know which fighter Beerus favored for victory. If I had to choose, I would select Vegeta, Beerus stated without hesitation. After all, warriors of Vegeta's caliber, surpassing the gods, are few and far between. Furthermore, Beerus pondered. Although the recap speaks of the legendary Super Saiyan facing Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, who could say if the outcome would mirror the previous video? Did not the Super One-Star Dragon also confront Vegeta? Yet in the end, its power fell short, and it was left at Vegeta's mercy. Very well. Then I shall choose the legendary Super Saiyan, Kampa declared, determined to select differently from Beerus. He was curious to see who would prove stronger between their chosen fighters. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, a most detestable video reappeared. Frieza glared at the video screen. His expression darkened considerably. It was filled with the Saiyans' triumphant moments, which he despised. He yearned to witness the Saiyans receiving a thorough beating, not their glorious highlights. However, a sudden remark from Cell sparked a revelation within Frieza. Oh, but isn't this a battle of Saiyans against Saiyans? Frieza's eyes brightened at this thought, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, Cell, you have a point. This third installment of the battle recap features Saiyans battling one another. While I loathe their moments of glory, I must admit, the prospect of Saiyans clashing excites me. Such a scene is one that Frieza could only envision in his dreams. Just the thought of it ignites an insatiable anticipation within him. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Gogeta is the warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. This signifies that the legendary Super Saiyan must first confront Goku and Vegeta before Gogeta emerges. Clenching his fists, Frieza exclaims, I must ensure they are vanquished, the legendary Super Saiyan. Observing Frieza, whose enthusiasm for the video has been rekindled, Cell cannot help but chuckle. Haha, look at you. You're just like me, getting all excited over the Saiyans. Indeed. Frieza's thoughts are entirely consumed by the prospect of Gogeta being struck down. Regardless of who this legendary Super Saiyan might be, he only hopes that this individual delivers a thorough beating to Goku, Vegeta, and Gogeta alike. In Universe 10, the name of the legendary Super Saiyan alone suggests an extraordinary being. With a grand gesture, Broly expresses his eagerness for the video. One is the legendary Super Saiyan, and the other is Gogeta, renowned as the strongest across dimensions. What kind of sparks will fly when these two collide? Soon, the video commences, beginning with a narrated text introduction, much like the previous segments. One day, the resurrected Frieza, in pursuit of the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish of growing 5 centimeters taller, travels to Earth. During this time, his subordinates locate 2 remaining Saiyans, Paragus and Broly. Upon learning of their plight, Frieza, eager to assist Paragus in avenging himself against Vegeta, invites them to accompany him to Earth. In Universe 7, in the depths of hell, Frieza's eyes widen in disbelief. How could this video reveal his desire to grow taller by 5 centimeters? Indeed, such a modest wish would appear more natural than an excessive one. Wait, where is my mind wandering? Why does the video echo my thoughts? Does this mean that beings across the universe, including gods, are privy to this? Meanwhile, a few individuals behind him begin to discuss this astonishing wish to grow taller by merely 5 centimeters, a notion they find utterly absurd. Upon hearing their remarks, Frieza wastes no time and unleashes an energy blast in their direction. He will not tolerate any scrutiny regarding his height. A resounding explosion ensues, sending those who dare to discuss him flying. This display of power leaves the other inhabitants of Hell too frightened to continue their conversation. They certainly do not wish to incur Frieza's wrath. Frieza, are you truly concerned about your height? Cell inquires with curiosity. It is rather perplexing that someone as malevolent as Frieza would be so preoccupied with such a trivial matter. Ahem, Frieza coughed lightly, a faint blush creeping across his visage. Indeed, I do care about this matter. As for the soldiers, it is true that in the past, a few would privately discuss my stature. However, those soldiers have long since met their demise. Anyone who dares to utter a word regarding my height must face the consequences. Chapter 24, Young Vegeta was quite adorable, indeed. Of course, Frieza's preoccupation with his height is not solely due to the whispers of others regarding his diminutive stature. The crux of the matter lies in Frieza's realization that whether in reality or in videos, whenever he stands face to face with Son Goku, he is compelled to tilt his head upwards just to behold the visage of that insufferable monkey. Even Vegeta, who is shorter than Goku, necessitates Frieza to look up to him. This realization leaves Frieza feeling as though he has already been defeated by his height before even engaging in battle with them. In Universe 6, on a certain celestial body, Frost marveled at the uncanny resemblance between himself and Frieza, noting that they shared identical aspirations. Indeed, as a counterpart from Universe 6, Frost's wish mirrors that of Frieza's, to grow 5 centimeters taller. He finds his own height vexingly inadequate, as he too must look up to meet the gaze of others, a fact that greatly unsettles him. On Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Krillin scratched his head, astonished to learn that Frieza was so concerned about his height. It had never occurred to him that the tyrant's fixation was simply a desire to be 5 centimeters taller through the use of the Dragon Balls. If that were the case, it would imply that when Frieza sought to gather the 7 Dragon Balls on Namek, his intention was indeed to increase his height by that same measure. That Frieza is undeniably short, as evidenced in videos, particularly when standing face to face with Goku, elicited a laugh from Chi-Chi, who could not suppress a chuckle at the thought. Here was a figure feared by many, a malevolent overlord. Yet he was compelled to look up at others due to his stature. No wonder he often resorts to using a flying vehicle. Perhaps it serves to compensate for his height. However, let us pause for a moment. The current focus seems to lie elsewhere. Bulma, noticing something, pointed to a line of text on the video screen. "Look here," she exclaimed. Frieza's minions had located 2 surviving Saiyans, Paragus and this Broly. Upon learning of their circumstances, Frieza decided to take them along to Earth to fulfill Paragus's long-standing desire for revenge against Vegeta. With this reminder, Krillin and the others began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, I was completely captivated by Frieza's desire to grow 5 centimeters taller, and I failed to notice this detail. It appears that the Saiyan Paragus seeks vengeance against Vegeta. "Vegeta, what have you done to provoke him?" Goku inquired, casting a glance at Vegeta. The others followed suit, their gazes fixed upon him. After all, Vegeta was once a notorious villain. Who could fathom what misdeeds he had committed to incite Paragus's wrath, to the extent that he would ally himself with Frieza for revenge? "What provocation? I do not even know who Paragus or Broly are," Vegeta retorted, perplexed. Others anticipated an explanation from him, yet Vegeta himself was baffled. Who were Paragus and Broly, and why was he the target of their vengeance? He was utterly unaware of their identities. Moreover, the revelation that 2 Saiyans had survived was astonishing to him. In his reckoning, aside from Gohan and the other half-blood Saiyans, only he, Kakarot, and his brother Tarbal remained among the pure-blooded Saiyans. "Wait, you don't recognize them?" Goku and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. If Vegeta was unfamiliar with them, why then would they seek revenge against him? Was this not a ludicrous situation? At that moment, the text on the video screen vanished, and the scene shifted to reveal a red incubation pod, inside which a young Vegeta resided. "This is Vegeta," Goku and the others immediately recognized, easily identifying him by his distinctive hair. "Hey, young Vegeta looks rather adorable," Bulma chuckled, gently nudging Vegeta's arm with her elbow. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense was this video presenting? First, it exposed Frieza's hidden desire to grow taller, and now it unveiled his own childhood, a sight he wished to keep private. Will I be visible in this? Goku wondered curiously. Given that the video commenced with a glimpse of childhood, he was intrigued to see if his younger self might also make an appearance. In the video, Vegeta's father, King Vegeta, approached the incubation pod, gazing at his son within. The king's face radiated with excitement and pride. "My most cherished son, your latent abilities are of a genius level. If you continue to grow, you could one day become the king of the universe. After your growth, the ruler of the universe shall not be that monster named Frieza, but you." As he spoke, King Vegeta placed his hand on the pod. "Hurry and grow. I am eagerly anticipating your development." With that, he turned to leave, but just a few steps away, he noticed another green incubation pod nearby. Momentarily taken aback, he turned to the Saiyan within the verdant incubation pod and inquired, "Who is this little one? Why is he in the special incubation chamber?" Noticing King Vegeta's growing irritation, the person in charge hurried over. "This child is named Broly. He is the son of Commander Paragus." "That is not what I asked," Vegeta retorted. "This exclusive incubation pod is designed for nurturing elite Saiyans. Why is he here?" King Vegeta was incensed by this very fact. Why should there be any other Saiyan child in this special chamber aside from his own son? Other Saiyan children should not have the privilege to occupy such a space. "Well, that is because," the responsible individual stammered, "Broly's latent potential is exceptionally remarkable. King Vegeta's anger intensified. Could his abilities truly rival those of his son? Indeed, according to the readings on the device, Broly has surpassed the prince's metrics. King Vegeta, upon hearing this, was incredulous. His son, Vegeta, was of royal Saiyan lineage. How could there be a Saiyan with superior readings? Snatching the device from the responsible person's hands, he aimed it at Broly in the incubation pod. Perhaps due to the abruptness of his actions, the previously slumbering Broly was jolted awake and began to wail. Simultaneously, the readings on the device fluctuated wildly, ultimately resulting in a catastrophic overload. The scene then shifted to a young Paragus, kneeling before King Vegeta. Your Majesty, I have heard that you intend to place my son Broly aboard a spaceship to send him to a border planet. However, safeguarding the border is clearly the duty of lower-class warriors. Why choose Broly? In response to Paragus's entreaties, King Vegeta dismissively replied, your son Broly's latent potential is extraordinarily high. To call it a sudden mutation would not be an exaggeration. A Saiyan like him, if he ever loses control, could not only endanger us, but potentially annihilate the universe. With those simple words, the video descended into darkness. Yet, the footage had already illuminated the understanding of all who beheld it, including the gods. No wonder Paragus sought revenge against Vegeta. It was on this day that their enmity began to fester. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, Frieza chuckled sharply, concealing his mouth with his hand. Oh, it seems I've come across a rather significant revelation, he mused. He now perceived King Vegeta as utterly foolish. Here was a Saiyan as formidable as Broly. And instead of utilizing him, Vegeta feared that Broly might pose a threat to his own existence and that of his son. Thus, he chose to cast him onto a desolate planet to fend for himself. Had King Vegeta wisely harnessed Broly's power, perhaps his planet would not have been so easily obliterated by Frieza's own hand. Meanwhile, on Earth in the Capsule Corporation, Goku nodded in realization, finally grasping the situation. Turning to Vegeta, he remarked, no wonder that Paragus seeks revenge on you. Your father cast both him and his son aside without a second thought. Anyone who survived such an ordeal would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon King Vegeta. However, for a normal individual, the sins of the father should not be visited upon the children. They ought to exact their wrath upon King Vegeta, not upon an unsuspecting Vegeta himself. Such an act would be exceedingly cruel, especially considering the nature of your father. Bulma was genuinely astonished that Vegeta's father could embody such malevolence. Others, too, found it difficult to accept the extent of King Vegeta's brutality. Having banished the young Broly to a desolate, inhospitable planet, was this not akin to pushing him off a precipice to his demise? Nevertheless, despite the shock, Bulma and the others recognized the inherent savagery of pure-blooded Saiyans, who are known for their ruthless, cold-blooded warrior nature, much like Vegeta upon his initial arrival on Earth. His teammate, the bald Nappa, was one who would kill without hesitation. Thus, it was not surprising that King Vegeta would commit such an act, as it was entirely in line with the behavior typical of emotionless, ruthless Saiyans. Furthermore, his actions were ostensibly motivated by a desire to protect his own son, fearing that Broly might one day surpass Prince Vegeta. Humph, only now have I come to learn of this, Vegeta scoffed, acknowledging that he had only recently discovered the truth through the video screen, completely unaware of it prior. I have long stated that King Vegeta is excessively selfish, which is why I harbor disdain for him. Beerus, arms crossed, coldly interjected, expressing his deep-seated dislike for King Vegeta, particularly due to a personal grievance that still lingered. King Vegeta had hoarded the most comfortable pillow in the universe for himself, leaving Beerus with only the second most comfortable one. Thus, Beerus did not believe that the perpetually selfish King Vegeta acted out of concern for his son. Rather, he was merely anxious about the potential threat Broly posed to his own supremacy. Moreover, King Vegeta's aspirations for Vegeta to become the ruler of the universe seemed to blatantly disregard Beerus's status as a god of destruction. Paragus, I intended to remain concealed a bit longer, but now that the video has surfaced, I shall reveal my hand. Await your demise, Vegeta. Do not let me and Broly discover a means to escape this wretched planet. Vegeta, that is his affair, it bears no relation to me. Paragus, you are his son. Thus it is only natural for me to seek you out. It was out of jealousy for Broly's latent potential surpassing yours that your father harbored resentment, leading him to deliberately allow Broly to perish in the wilderness. Vegeta, that is his problem. It does not concern me. Paragus, I care not that you are his son. Since he has met his end, you shall not live either. Regardless of the power you currently wield, you cannot hope to rival Broly. Just wait and see. Yamcha, revenge. Ah, this I relish. Nappa has fallen, and at this moment, I cannot contain myself. Vegeta, you are not much superior to your father. The betrayal Vegeta inflicted upon Nappa is a memory that lingers, never to be forgotten. In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, it is evident that Paragus is impervious to reason. Krillin is genuinely perplexed. Why is Paragus so fixated on eliminating Vegeta? It seems he is determined to clash with you to the bitter end, Vegeta. Goku gazes at Vegeta, chuckling. Now we have two additional adversaries, both Saiyans. The Broly in question must be the legendary Super Saiyan who can contend with Vegeto, as seen in the video. How tiresome. Vegeta remains unfazed. Since Paragus refuses to listen and is intent on vengeance, let him come. There is no need for Paragus and Broly to find a way off that desolate planet. Once Vegeta enhances his strength through training, he shall personally confront them, extinguishing the flames of hatred ignited by his father, King Vegeta. In the video, a frigid landscape is depicted. Clad in green and blue winter gear, Vegeta and Goku gaze upwards, where a Frieza spacecraft hovers. They sense that the arrival includes not just Frieza, but another formidable presence as well. Shortly, as the spacecraft descends, Frieza, Paragus, and Broly emerge. The moment they step out, Goku and Vegeta immediately perceive the overwhelming aura emanating from Broly. At this juncture, they have internally confirmed that he is not to be underestimated. Chapter 25. Broly will not be easily vanquished. These two, are they not Saiyans? Vegeta fixates on Paragus and Broly, recognizing their identities. This revelation surprises him. He had not anticipated that beyond himself, his brother, and Kakarot, there existed two pure-blooded Saiyans still alive. Yet, why do these two pure-blooded Saiyans stand alongside Frieza? Do they not realize that Frieza is the true architect behind the destruction of planet Vegeta? At this moment, Paragus's gaze was fixated upon Vegeta. The flames of his upright black hair, the lofty and smooth forehead, and the murderous glint in his eyes were unmistakable. There could be no doubt. Vegeta bore an uncanny resemblance to King Vegeta. In Paragus's eyes, the two figures perfectly converged. This was the object of his vengeance, Vegeta, son of King Vegeta. What brings you here, Frieza? Goku inquired, though he already understood the answer. Frieza's presence inevitably heralded mischief. After all, wherever Frieza appeared, calamity was sure to follow. The fact that he had brought along two pure-blooded Saiyans only deepened the suspicion. You must have noticed, Frieza remarked, gesturing with a flick of his hand, causing the Dragon Balls to soar toward him. Of course, he sought to obtain the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. And those two behind me? Goku asked further. They are the newest members of my Frieza force, Broly and his father, Paragus, Frieza replied. Proceeding to recount the tale of Paragus and Broly's plight, how they had been cast aside by the selfish King Vegeta. However, to Goku, it was clear that the fault lay solely with King Vegeta, not Vegeta himself. He believed that since they were all Saiyans, they might as well coexist peacefully. Yet, Paragus would not heed such reasoning. Under his command, Broly charged at Vegeta. In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Vegeta grumbled, as expected. This Paragus fellow doesn't listen to reason at all. With a frustrated bite into a chicken leg, he reflected on how calamity had struck from nowhere. He had not been the one to cast Paragus and Broly onto a desolate planet. Now, despite having no hand in their plight, the vendetta had found its way to him. Let us see what this Broly is capable of, Goku chuckled, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of witnessing the legendary Super Saiyan's power. In the footage, Broly launched a punch toward Vegeta, who effortlessly crossed his arms to block it. After dodging several of Broly's subsequent attacks, Vegeta retaliated with a swift kick that sent Broly staggering back. During this exchange, Vegeta's battle instincts were awakened, igniting his desire for combat. He noted that Broly's displayed fighting prowess was significantly superior to that of an ordinary Saiyan. No, such power surpassed that of even elite warriors. According to Paragus, the two had been marooned on an inhospitable, desolate planet, devoid of any means for training or worthy opponents. Paragus himself was too weak to serve as a suitable sparring partner. It is astonishing that Broly possesses such formidable combat prowess. No wonder his potential battle power as a child exceeded even his own. This realization only deepened Vegeta's curiosity. Perhaps by prodding Broly slightly, he might unleash an even greater strength. Feeling invigorated as the cold subsided, Vegeta cast off his green winter attire, revealing his battle suit underneath. He then threw a punch, landing a blow squarely on Broly's face. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, Broly charged at Vegeta once more. However, due to his limited experience in combat against formidable opponents, his attacks were rather simplistic. Vegeta effortlessly discerned his every move, evading all of Broly's strikes with ease. Drawing upon years of accumulated combat experience, he swiftly sent Broly flying with a few calculated kicks. On planet Vampa in Universe 7, Paragus could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed his son Broly being thoroughly dominated, clearly at a disadvantage. Paragus understood all too well the immense and terrifying power Broly possessed. He had seen Broly effortlessly vanquish many dangerous creatures on this planet. Yet, why was he being overpowered by Vegeta, a mere prince of the Saiyans? How could he be at such a disadvantage? Incredible! Broly exclaimed as he observed Vegeta in the footage. He pondered that if he were to face Vegeta in battle, then Vegeta would undoubtedly be the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. The power of Vegeta was leagues beyond the monstrous creatures inhabiting planet Vampa. They were not even in the same realm. Broly's realization struck Paragus profoundly, amplifying the disbelief in his eyes. It was not that Broly had grown weaker, but rather that Vegeta was exceedingly strong. Paragus felt a wave of foolishness wash over him for only now coming to this conclusion, spurred to awareness by Broly's remark. The previous footage had clearly shown that Vegeta had become immensely powerful, having transcended into Super Saiyan forms, including Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Meanwhile, Broly remained confined to this desolate, uninhabited planet, devoid of worthy adversaries to challenge him and facilitate his growth. It was evident that he could not possibly defeat Vegeta. With this realization, Paragus turned to Broly, recognizing the need for a change in strategy. He had to enhance Broly's training exponentially. Otherwise, even if they were to leave, avenging themselves against Vegeta would be an arduous task. In Universe 6, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Kampa reflected on his previous wager with Beerus. He had bet against Beerus, predicting a victory for Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, while Beerus had chosen Gogeta as his champion. However, it now appears that Broly is being thoroughly suppressed by Vegeta, completely at a disadvantage. He exhibits not an ounce of combat skill, resembling a mere brute, relying solely on raw strength to flail aimlessly. He seems utterly oblivious to the essence of battle. Such a person, even with immense potential and hailed as the legendary Super Saiyan, could never hope to surpass Gogeta. After all, hasn't he even managed to best Vegeta? No, it's not quite that way, Lord Kampa, Bardoss interjected, shaking her head. Her words piqued Kampa's curiosity. How could that be? If you closely observe Broly in the video, Lord Kampa, Bardoss said, pointing to the footage. Though he is still being overwhelmed, his speed of learning and growth is remarkable. He is gradually adapting to and becoming accustomed to fighting. Furthermore, take a closer look. As Broly evolves, Mr. Vegeta in his normal state is beginning to feel the strain. Oh, Kampa exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, just moments ago, Vegeta was completely dominating Broly, making it seem as simple as battling a fledgling. Yet now, Broly is capable of blocking Vegeta's attacks. Furthermore, he has even managed to land several successful strikes, sending Vegeta flying. Then this means Kampa's excitement surged as he turned to Bardoss. This fellow has been dormant, never having fought a worthy adversary. Thus his power has been pent up within him. Now, under the stimulus of battling Vegeta, that latent strength is gradually erupting, correct? Yes. You are quite astute this time, Lord Kampa, Bardoss nodded. Kampa's interpretation was not incorrect. Broly had indeed never faced a formidable opponent before. Without any provocation, the power within him could never fully manifest. Haha, so you're saying that with Broly's extraordinary rate of growth, I still have a chance of victory? Kampa's perspective shifted dramatically. He considered that, given Broly's astonishing development, there existed a possibility, however slight, of defeating Gogeta. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. His expression changing as he scolded Bardoss. What do you mean, Bardoss? What do you mean I am clever this time? I am always clever, all right? With that, Kampa puffed out his chest proudly, crossing his arms defiantly. Bardoss found his demeanor amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Lord Kampa, you are always clever. If that truly is the case, then it would be splendid. In Universe 7, on Earth, the Capsule Corporation, Goku and the others also recognized Broly's adaptation and learning in combat. His rate of growth was exceedingly rapid. Even in the video, Vegeta was beginning to feel the pressure. In terms of power, he was evidently struggling against Broly. This guy Vegeta was taken aback by Broly's remarkable speed of growth and learning. If he was not mistaken, the Vegeta depicted in the video was significantly stronger than his current self. To everyone's astonishment, Broly managed to catch up in a remarkably short span of time, even surpassing his usual self depicted in the video. It is indeed amusing. It is no wonder that King Vegeta regarded him as a formidable threat and sought to eliminate him preemptively. Beerus now contemplates that King Vegeta's instincts were indeed accurate. With Broly's astonishing rate of growth, had he not been dispatched to planet Vampa, it would not be long before he surpassed Vegeta and all other Saiyans, even effortlessly eclipsing Frieza from that fateful year. Such a powerful warrior has prompted Beerus to consider bringing Broly back to the realm of destruction for training. The video continues, revealing that Vegeta has also sensed something amiss. Broly's growth rate is far more exaggerated than he had anticipated. As Vegeta found himself outmatched, he proactively sought to augment his strength. With a golden aura enveloping him, Vegeta's power surged dramatically, and with a single punch, he sent Broly flying, swiftly regaining the upper hand. Then, with a fierce determination, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, a sight that genuinely astonished Paragus and Broly, as it was their first encounter with the Super Saiyan transformation. This significant increase in power allowed Vegeta to firmly subdue Broly once more. However, this advantageous position was fleeting. Broly's growth continued unabated, and he quickly escalated his strength to a level where he began to overpower Vegeta, even in his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta was left astounded by Broly's terrifying rate of advancement. With no alternative, he had no choice but to ascend to the next level. As he closed his eyes, the divine aura surged from within him. Upon opening his eyes, a torrent of fiery red energy erupted forth. Vegeta had achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan god. He was now fundamentally different from before. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that his power had undergone a transcendental enhancement. Despite Broly's remarkable growth, something both Goku and Vegeta found astonishing. It paled in comparison to the absolute power of a Super Saiyan god. There simply wouldn't be enough time for further development, as Vegeta could swiftly resolve the confrontation. Indeed, the reality was as such. Vegeta easily sent Broly hurtling through countless icebergs, ultimately launching him into the icy depths with a devastating divine flame. Many viewers began to question this turn of events. Had Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan God form, already defeated Broly? It was evident that Broly lacked the strength to contend with a Super Saiyan God. Even if he managed to rise again, he stood no chance against Vegeta, especially with Goku yet to join the fray. Thus, the question arose, how would the fused warrior Gogeta from a previous dimension manifest? Was this video merely a tantalizingly misleading title? In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Krillin and the others shared the same perplexity. Broly has been cast into the ICC, either rendered unconscious or gravely injured, devoid of any capacity to continue the fight. However, the situation is likely more complex than it appears. Goku does not believe that the title of the video could be misleading. Thus, it is improbable that Broly could be so easily vanquished. Most importantly, the legendary Super Saiyan has yet to manifest. Broly has remained in his base form throughout the battle with Vegeta, indicating that the conflict is far from its conclusion. Indeed, Broly is poised to unveil even greater power. Vegeta shares Goku's sentiments, although he harbors reluctance to witness Broly's continued evolution, as it could lead to an overwhelming superiority beyond what has been depicted in the video. Yet, this is the reality he must confront. Broly will persist in his ascent and cannot simply be defeated. The legendary Super Saiyan's strength remains unseen, as the video has yet to reach that pivotal moment. On the planet Vampa in Universe 7, has Broly ultimately succumbed? Paragus shakes his head, realizing that revenge remains elusive. He understands that within Broly lies a terrifying power, one that, if unleashed, could spiral beyond even Broly's control. However, in the video, he witnesses the overwhelming might exhibited by Super Saiyan God Vegeta, which has deprived Broly of any opportunity to unleash his inner strength, leading him to be thrust into the icy depths, perhaps unconscious or gravely injured. Yet, as he contemplates this, an astonishing event unfolds within the video that leaves Paragus, Broly's father, in disbelief. He is not alone in his astonishment. Those who had previously deemed Broly the loser are equally taken aback. Chapter 26 reveals Broly's growth, a spectacle that defies comprehension. They can scarcely believe their own eyes. The outcome is not as they had anticipated. In the footage, Broly, submerged in the icy sea, has not lost consciousness, nor has he been rendered incapable of combat by Super Saiyan God Vegeta. Instead, in this dire moment, he unleashes an awe-inspiring force. Suddenly, a torrent of golden energy surges from Broly's being, causing the previously tranquil sea to boil and churn. In the next instant, a towering golden beam ascends as a massive vortex forms, from which Broly emerges. He radiates a ferocious and tempestuous aura, his pupils glistening gold, his muscles slightly swollen, and his energy transforming into a vibrant green. This is his transformation, a fusion of the great ape power within him. However, with this surge in power, Broly's rationality begins to wane. As he breaks the surface of the water, he is eager to return the damage inflicted by Vegeta tenfold. With his mouth agape, green energy coalesces within, reminiscent of the Saiyans Oozuru attack. With a thunderous blast, the formidable energy was unleashed. Sun Wukong was taken aback, hastily ascending to evade the impending assault. Ultimately, the energy obliterated a colossal snow-capped mountain. As it detonated in the sky, a verdant radiance enveloped the entire firmament. Everything below was shrouded in this emerald glow. The sheer magnitude of the force instilled a sense of dread in both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Fortunately, it had not struck either of them directly, nor had it impacted the ground. Had it done so, this place would have been annihilated in an instant. Redirecting his focus to Broly, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He realized that he could not permit Broly to continue evolving unchecked. Otherwise, both he and Kakarot would meet their demise here. However, in his current state as a Super Saiyan God, when he propelled himself toward Broly and delivered a full-force punch to his face, Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock. What did he witness? His most potent strike not only failed to propel Broly backward, but appeared to have no effect whatsoever, as Broly stood firm and unscathed. Now it was Broly's turn. Empowered by his great ape strength, his fist was beyond what Vegeta could withstand. With a single blow, Broly sent Vegeta hurtling away. What form is that? Frieza inquired, intrigued. It was astonishing that it could suppress the Super Saiyan God form of Vegeta. After all, this transformation was known to rival even Frieza's golden state. Well, Paragus replied, when Broly transforms into a great ape, he does not become the cumbersome giant one would expect. Instead, he achieves the transformation in his human form, thereby harnessing the power of the great ape without the encumbrance of a larger physique that would hinder his speed. Is there any downside to this? Frieza asked. Only that Broly himself struggles to control that power, Paragus explained. In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, the great ape power, could it be akin to Super Saiyan 4? Whis glanced at Vegeta, noting that Super Saiyan 4 also necessitates mastery over the great ape power, reclaiming one's self and rationality in the golden great ape state to achieve the transformation. Thus, Broly's transformation could be considered a third of Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, Sun Wukong concurred, finding the logic compelling. Moreover, the aura emitted by Super Saiyan 4 is exceedingly ferocious, mirroring the tempestuous energy that Broly exuded in the footage. Regardless of the circumstances, it was terrifying that Broly could suppress the transformed Vegeta. Such rapid enhancement in a short span was unbelievable. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Krillin would never have dared to believe it. Others echoed his disbelief. Who was Broly, after all? Merely a being raised on a desolate planet. Unlike Vegeta, who had undergone rigorous training, he has battled against a myriad of formidable foes. Yet, remarkably, Broly managed to overpower Vegeta, who was in his Super Saiyan God Red form, with just a minor transformation. The speed at which Broly grows and learns is evident to all. Initially, Vegeta could easily dominate him in his normal state. However, as time progressed, Broly has evolved into a being that cannot be easily defeated by Vegeta. Indeed, Broly's growth is astonishing. Goku's eyes gleamed with admiration. Previously, he believed Gohan possessed the greatest potential. However, after witnessing Broly, he now considers Broly's potential to have surpassed Gohan's, firmly placing him at the pinnacle. After all, from initially being unable to contend with Vegeta's normal form to subsequently overpowering Super Saiyan God Red Vegeta with merely a hint of the great ape's power. Such a leap in capability is something even Gohan would find challenging to achieve. Moreover, Broly's learning and development have yet to cease. The current footage reveals that he is continuously evolving at an astonishing pace, showing no signs of slowing down. In the depths of hell, Frieza observed with a mocking expression as Vegeta, now being overwhelmed by Broly, suffered a fate he never anticipated. It was not merely a defeat but a humiliating one at the hands of another Saiyan, akin to himself. Frieza believed the proud Vegeta would find it exceedingly difficult to accept such a reality, being bested by a fellow Saiyan to such an extent. The legendary Super Saiyan indeed lives up to its name. Cell, too, became captivated by Broly's growth, obsessively gathering information about him. If possible, he would covet Broly's cells for himself. In his view, acquiring Broly's cells would grant him that extraordinary growth and learning speed, making him the ultimate perfect android. A form that no one could ever hope to defeat. Chapter 27. Utterly terrifying in Universe 11, the realm of the God of destruction. The existence of such a powerful warrior in Universe 7 was astonishing. Although his current strength does not compare to Jiren's, should he continue to ascend, the implications are daunting. Could this video reveal the emergence of two warriors capable of threatening his Universe 11? He distinctly recalled that among all civilizations, Universe 7 ranked among the lowest. How then could it harbor such potent beings? Is it possible that Lord Zeno miscalculated the average level of human civilization? He now found himself compelled to question this. In the footage, Super Saiyan God Vegeta was unable to withstand Broly, bolstered by the power of the great ape. Before he could react, Broly delivered a single punch, sending him hurtling into the snowy mountains. This serves as a testament to one's formidable power, simultaneously exacting retribution for the recent afflictions endured. At this juncture, Sun Wukong also prepared to join the fray. Having observed for an extended period, a fervent desire for battle ignited within him. He longed to engage in a spirited clash with Broly, this extraordinary Saiyan. Discarding his winter attire, Sun Wukong leapt into the air, commencing his unique warm-up routine. Broly, too, had set his gaze upon Sun Wukong, his aura steadily intensifying. In the ensuing moments, both warriors charged towards one another. Sun Wukong, ever true to his combat style, opted for a preliminary assessment of their respective strengths in his base form. Initially, he found that in this state, he could not inflict any harm upon Broly. Even with his prideful Kamehameha, Broly withstood the attack head-on, absorbing the impact without sustaining any damage. Unsurprisingly, Sun Wukong found himself overwhelmed and pummeled by Broly. Next, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, even in this form, he remained no match for Broly, as a vast chasm in their powers existed. Thus, he ascended to the Super Saiyan God form. In the midst of battle, he attempted to reason with Broly, first employing the God Bind to restrain Broly's movements. Then attempting verbal persuasion. He sought to calm Broly, asserting that they were not his enemies. They were not malevolent beings. The true adversaries were Frieza and Paragus, who had manipulated Broly for so long. He urged them to cease their conflict. Nevertheless, Broly had already succumbed to the overwhelming power of his escalating aura, his rationality dwindling, rendering him impervious to Sun Wukong's words. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a surge of power that shattered the God Bind. Astonishingly, at that moment, Broly showcased his extraordinary aptitude for learning, enveloped in a torrent of vibrant green flames. Sun Wukong quickly realized that reasoning with Broly was futile. He was completely unresponsive. As he retreated to create some distance, he was taken aback when the green flames from Broly surged along his arm, rapidly engulfing his entire being. This left Sun Wukong immobilized, unable to make any move. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, on Earth at Capsule Corporation, Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. He had sensed impending danger the moment he witnessed the green flames emanating from Broly. Ultimately, it became evident that Broly had indeed replicated his father's technique, the God Bind. "How terrifying!" exclaimed Satan, drenched in sweat. Witnessing such science, capable of obliterating universes and planets, left him trembling, his courage significantly lesser than that of his daughter, Beulah. "It's all right, Satan, do not fear." As Buu savored his pudding, he embraced Satan, who appeared to be like Buu's little woman. Yet for Buu, Satan was currently his closest friend, willing to stand up for him, just as he would always protect her. "Ha ha ha, you learned my technique with just a glance," exclaimed Sun Wukong, hands on his hips, unable to contain his laughter. After gradually enhancing his combat skills and suppressing Vegeta, he once again witnessed Broly's extraordinary ability to learn. In one moment, the technique was applied to him, and in the next, it was utilized by Broly himself. Sun Wukong believed that the version of himself in the video must also be bewildered. Vegeta was beginning to believe his father's words from the video regarding Broly's anomalous existence. If left unchecked, Broly's continuous growth could potentially annihilate the entire universe. After all, as his power surged, Vegeta noticed that Broly's rationality was diminishing. He felt that Broly was on the verge of becoming a bloodthirsty demon, solely driven by slaughter and combat. In the depths of the 7th universe, in hell, Frieza exclaimed, "Well done, Broly." Just like that, deliver a crushing blow to Sun Wukong's face. Having just witnessed Broly mercilessly pummel Vegeta, he was now eager to see Broly unleash his fury on Sun Wukong. Frieza's spirit soared. There had never been a more exhilarating moment. After all, witnessing a Saiyan assault another Saiyan was a spectacle he had only dreamed of until now. Everything was unfolding according to his desires. Broly thrashing Vegeta, then Sun Wukong, and ultimately, Gogeta. He mused that if Broly continued to grow at this rate, even Gogeta would not stand a chance against him. It seemed likely that the one who would ultimately clean up after those filthy monkeys would not be the angel Whis, but rather the god of destruction, Beerus. The video continued to play, showcasing Broly's formidable restraint. Sun Wukong found himself unable to break free, reduced to watching as Broly clenched his fist, gathering power, before delivering a heavy blow to his face. With no means to evade or act, he could only brace himself for the impact. Sun Wukong tensed his body, firmly planting his feet on the ground, refusing to be sent flying by Broly's punch. Subsequently, he seized Broly's arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending Broly crashing to the ground. The tremendous force shattered the icy landscape. He had thought that this single hit would cause Broly some pain, perhaps cooling his temper as he lay in the ice. However, Broly defied expectations. Instead of calming down, he became even angrier, rising with a surge of rage. His green aura flared dramatically. Waves of energy rippled outward, expanding in circles from his form, impacting everything in their path. The ground beneath and the surrounding glaciers were marred by numerous visible fissures. At that moment, Sun Wukong comprehended the situation entirely. There was but one way to calm Broly, to defeat him, incapacitating him to the point of losing his combat ability. At that juncture, even if Broly remained unyielding, he would no longer possess the capacity to fight. However, the ideal was alluring while the reality was harsh. Broly's aura continued to surge in power relentlessly. Sun Wukong, despite several attempts to launch an offensive, found himself at a distinct disadvantage, even being firmly suppressed by Broly. Ultimately, Sun Wukong inadvertently fell prey to Broly's grip around his ankle. This was perilous. Thrown to the ground by Broly in a fit of rage, he was subjected to a relentless barrage of slams. Sun Wukong nearly succumbed to the onslaught, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The fury was far from over. Broly seized Sun Wukong's head and forcefully grounded against the glacier, before casting him aside, as if he were mere refuse. A resounding thud echoed as Sun Wukong crashed heavily to the ground, the light in his eyes dimming as he appeared utterly dazed. Chapter 28. Frieza was overjoyed. Witnessing the scene unfold in the video, the chat group was inundated with comments, all expressing shock at Broly's formidable power. Gabe, I can't believe Mr. Wukong and Mr. Vegeta have both been bested by Broly. Xiangpa, how can there be such an extraordinary human in your 7th universe? This rate of growth and learning is simply outrageous. Ramsey, I concur with Xiangpa. It truly is astonishing. In such a short time, Broly has become immensely powerful. No wonder he forced Wukong and Vegeta to fuse into Vegeto. Paragus, did you see that? This is Broly's strength. Vegeta, you might as well await your demise. Frieza, it is delightful that I am no longer alive. There is no need for my intervention in this video. Vegeta, do you truly believe this will suffice to vanquish me and Kakarot? It is important to note that, although currently at a disadvantage, they were merely in their Super Saiyan God Red forms. They had not yet transformed into Super Saiyan God Blue. The disparity in power between Blue and Red is considerable. Furthermore, the Blue transformation compensates for the significant weaknesses of the Red form, excelling in the use of absolute power to obliterate foes. On Earth, within Capsule Corporation, the reality of Broly's terrifying prowess was undeniable. Indeed, he had ascended to such heights with alarming speed, rendering both Wukong and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan God Red forms powerless against him. Who could fathom the extent of his growth? It was truly frightening. Krillin and the others were engulfed in a profound gloom, primarily due to witnessing their two strongest comrades being so ruthlessly overwhelmed by Broly. Who could maintain a light heart in the face of such a defeat? Especially considering Broly had initially been a novice, utterly inexperienced in battle, yet had transformed into a masterful warrior in such a brief span. It felt akin to an unfair advantage. In truth, no growth rate or learning speed could be this rapid. The legendary Super Saiyan possesses an extraordinary capacity for learning, with strength that escalates with both fury and the passage of time. These are the insights that Son Goku has gleaned thus far. Broly, the fabled Super Saiyan, embodies these remarkable traits. His profound learning ability and the continual enhancement of his power are indeed formidable attributes. When either of these characteristics is singularly attributed to an individual, it manifests as an overwhelming force. For Broly, however, both traits converge within him, rendering him exceptionally powerful. As for the legends, they are of little consequence. I shall manage this colossal, irrational being on my own. Vegeta holds unwavering confidence in his Super Saiyan 4 form, vowing to diligently train and augment his strength. When the day arrives to confront Paragus on planet Vampa, he intends to harness the might of Super Saiyan 4 to vanquish both Broly and Paragus. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the others, Whis' gaze remains fixated on the video, particularly on the area around Broly's neck. A fleeting moment of concern creases his brow. In the video, as the scene shifts, Piccolo, who is training in a distant location, senses the drastically diminishing energy of Goku and Vegeta. He hastily reaches out to Goku, inquiring about the unfolding events. Goku candidly reveals that they have encountered an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. Should he and Vegeta prove insufficient, he plans to utilize instant transmission to join Piccolo. Piccolo consents, understanding that his own strength would be of little use against an opponent capable of overwhelming even Goku and Vegeta. It is wiser for him to remain where he is, allowing Goku and Vegeta a brief respite should they require refuge. Returning to the battlefield, Goku rises once more, tearing away his tattered garments. After centering his energy, he stands resolute, fists clenched tightly. A deep, resonant roar escapes his throat, and the divine aura surges forth. The fiery red energy that enveloped him swiftly transforms into a vibrant blue. An immense pressure saturates the air as Broly's overwhelming power compels Goku to unleash even greater strength. He ascends into the form of Super Saiyan God, Blue. Upon witnessing Goku's transformation, the audience observing the video comprehends that the true battle is only just commencing. The preceding exchanges can be seen as mere probes into Broly's formidable strength. Now, they shall bear witness to the genuine confrontation, determining whether Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan who has undergone little training, prevails, or if the seasoned warriors, Goku and Vegeta, emerge victorious. In the depths of the seventh universe's hell, Frieza cackles with delight, reveling in the spectacle. How splendid! Super Saiyan God, Blue, proves futile against Broly. Come on, unleash a savage onslaught upon that wretched monkey, Son Goku. The video depicts Broly, transformed into a formidable force, unleashing a relentless assault on Goku and Vegeta. This spectacle undoubtedly delighted Frieza, who then turned to face Cell, a cunning smile curling at the corners of his mouth. An insidious scheme began to formulate within him. Cell, I have a brilliant plan, he declared. Since Paragus seeks vengeance against Vegeta, and our aim is to eliminate those Saiyans, I trust you understand my intentions. Frieza's meaning was unmistakable. Upon resurrection, the two would journey to planet Vampa, enticing Broly, this powerful combatant, to join forces with himself and Cell. This alliance would yield nothing but advantages for them. With Broly's support, the likelihood of exterminating those wretched monkeys would soar to 100%. Understood, just leave Gohan to me, Cell replied, nodding, arms crossed, a smirk dancing on his lips. Goku belongs to you, Gohan to me, and Vegeta to Broly and Paragus. This division is quite perfect. He had no objections. He found the arrangement quite satisfactory, as long as Broly did not contest his claim to Gohan. In Universe 11, Toppo rallied, "Come on, Goku," clenching his fist. He cheered for Goku on the screen, his voice resonating with conviction. Despite witnessing Broly's immense power, Toppo retained his faith in Goku. For Broly was currently aligned with the forces of evil. Goku epitomized justice, and Toppo refused to believe that righteousness could falter against malevolence. Light will always triumph over darkness. This is an eternal truth. Chapter 29, Paragus is exceedingly selfish. In Universe 6, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Kappa observed the unfolding scene with arms crossed, a smile gracing his face. It seemed they were preparing for a final showdown. Although Kappa acknowledged that Goku's power, upon attaining Super Saiyan God Blue, surpassed that of any Super Saiyan God, he remained unconvinced that Goku and Vegeta could emerge victorious. The reason was simple. Broly's extraordinary growth had not reached its zenith. He was still evolving, and thus, Goku could never hope to defeat him. In the video, Goku, having transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, indeed showcased a remarkable surge in power. However, he failed to subdue Broly. Their battle was characterized by an exchange of blows, each evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Yet, Broly's growth continued unabated. Goku was acutely aware of this. Therefore, he had to exert himself fully, striving to conclude the battle swiftly and defeat Broly. Otherwise, should Broly's power escalate further, Goku would stand no chance of overcoming him. As their confrontation raged on, they plunged into the molten depths below. Seizing an opportune moment, Goku grasped Broly's ankle, hurling him skyward, shattering the ground as he soared into the icy expanse once more. Goku, fueled by determination, pursued him. However, upon emerging, he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from above, a green luminescence enveloping the sky in an emerald hue. Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a hint of ominous energy. Raising his gaze, he beheld Broly, who was hoisting an enormous energy sphere high above his head. Countless fragments of rock and ice ascended into the air, only to disintegrate into fine powder upon nearing the energy. The power emanating from Broly was truly terrifying, causing the planet to tremble. Those who initially believed Broly would falter now recognized their grievous error, realizing they had underestimated him. Should he continue to ascend at such an alarming rate, he could indeed compel Sun Wukong and Vegeta to fuse into Gogeta. It was evident in the chat group that a segment of individuals had begun to rally behind Broly. Their support stemmed from sheer astonishment at his extraordinary growth. They had never witnessed a human with such remarkable acceleration and strength. Thus, they collectively believed that if Broly sustained this trajectory, he might stand a chance of defeating Gogeta, the fusion warrior who transcended even the divine, a formidable opponent from the 7th universe, Earth, and Capsule Corporation. The sheer magnitude of Broly's energy sphere was enough to send chills down Krillin's spine, causing his body to tremble involuntarily as he watched the video. Even from behind the screen, the terror was palpable. Why, then, did Sun Wukong and Vegeta show no fear in the face of such an adversary? Though Broly possessed immense power, I could sense that this was not his true self. Whis' brow slightly unfurled as he pointed to Broly in the video. "Observe," he said. "The collar adorning his neck is likely imbued with a special current. Thus, Paragus must possess a remote control to regulate it." Indeed, upon Whis' revelation, Chi-Chi and the others finally noticed the collar on Broly's neck. Although they had seen it earlier, it had not drawn their attention, as they had presumed it to be mere ornamentation. It was, in fact, a device designed for control, bestowed upon Broly by his nefarious father, Paragus, to exert dominance over him. "Are you implying that Paragus intended to manipulate him?" Sun Wukong's smile gradually faded as he turned to Whis. He deliberately placed this collar on Broly to ensure he obeyed his commands. "Precisely," Whis affirmed with a nod. "Absent Paragus's directives, I believe Broly would be a naturally benevolent Saiyan, rather than a mere combat machine under duress. It is Paragus who has forcibly trained Broly into a warrior bound to execute his will, all in the name of vengeance, without ever considering whether Broly wished to partake in such endeavors. Everything stems from Paragus's own desires. That wretched Paragus is truly despicable." Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a genuine anger coursing through him. He vowed not to forgive Paragus for his actions. As a father, he treated his son in such a manner. Once he and Vegeta arrived at Planet Vampa, he would certainly teach Paragus a lesson, making him understand that a good father should never act in such a way. This realization cast a poignant light on Broly's situation, evoking a sense of pity. Bulma clasped her hands together, her eyes brimming with concern. She no longer perceived Broly as a villain. In the depths of the 7th universe, within the confines of Hell, Frieza was engulfed in his splendid plans. Turning to Cell, he smiled and said, "Once we are resurrected and have Broly in our grasp, I shall designate him as the mightiest warrior of my Frieza force, the Anti-Saiyan. As the name suggests, he is to be the one who retaliates against the Saiyans. Broly will become my sharpest weapon to defeat Goku and Vegeta." "That sounds splendid." Cell nodded in agreement, quite taken with the title of Anti-Saiyan Warrior. "It rolls off the tongue rather nicely. And for him, we shall call him the Anti-Gohan Warrior." With this thought, Frieza initiated a discussion in their chat group. "Frieza, Paragus, once Cell and I are resurrected, would you join us in taking on Vegeta and his Saiyan cohorts?" Paragus, "Absolutely, Lord Frieza, as long as you leave Vegeta for Broly and me to eliminate." Frieza, "Certainly, Vegeta is yours, Goku is mine, and Gohan belongs to Cell. A perfect distribution." Vegeta, "You scoundrels, even if you collaborate, it will be futile. I alone can handle all three of you." Frieza, "I eagerly await that moment, Vegeta. How delightful it would be to see you, so defiant, brought low beneath our feet." Goku, "Paragus, Do you not see the wrong in controlling your son, Broly? Paragus, what is wrong with it? He is my son, and I have the right to do so. So what? Xiangpa. Ha! Is that not the very definition of selfishness, akin to that of King Vegeta? Helles agreed. A father who seeks to control his own son is hardly admirable. Legic, you best hope we do not cross paths. Else I may find it hard to refrain from erasing you with destruction. Simultaneously, a majority of the deities were commenting in the chat group, indicating their dissatisfaction with Paragus' deliberate control over his son had already reached a boiling point. Many humans also expressed their anger towards Paragus, having long wished to voice their grievances but remained silent until now. Finally, someone had taken the initiative, allowing them to vent their frustrations. How dare he control his own son in such a way? Paragus was utterly selfish and devoid of humanity. Was it merely because his son possessed immense power that he sought to manipulate him? Such behavior is indeed reprehensible. Chapter 30. Frieza continued to perform with the finesse of an actor, fully immersed in his role. On planet Vampa, within the 7th universe. Seeing so many people and deities warmly greeting one another in the chat group, Paragus was consumed by rage, his grip crushing the spider legs in his hand. What do you know, you wretched fools? Just wait. I have memorized each of you, and none shall escape. Once Lord Frieza takes me away from here, I shall command Broly to eliminate the most detestable Vegeta first, and then the rest of you shall follow. None will evade their fate. Even if so many extend their greetings to Paragus, he remains steadfast in his belief that he is not at fault. Rather, it is they who are flawed. Upon departing from planet Vampa, he intends to order Broly to annihilate them all. What destruction can a god bring before my Broly? They all meet the same end, death. In his fury, Paragus failed to notice that Broly had also ceased eating, his gaze fixated on the chat group. Broly had long harbored doubts about some of Paragus's commands, yet he regarded Paragus as his father and believed he ought to obey him. However, the barrage of messages in the chat awakened a realization within him. He began to comprehend that even if it were his father issuing orders, he need not comply with those he found distasteful. A seed of rebellion quietly took root in Broly's heart. He perceived that the figures of Goku and Vegeta depicted in the video were not malevolent. Therefore, should their paths cross in the future, he might heed Paragus's call to battle Vegeta, but he would never follow Paragus's orders to take their lives. In the video, Broly unleashed his energy, hurling it towards Goku. A cataclysmic explosion instantly engulfed everything in its vicinity. Unable to withstand the violent surge of energy, the once icy expanse was transformed into a molten inferno. Broly hastily sought Goku's figure and soon spotted him, evidently having blocked the energy, and emerged unscathed. This was not the outcome Broly desired. His green aura flared anew, charging towards Goku once more. However, his power had not escalated as swiftly as before, and he found himself evenly matched with Goku in his Super Saiyan God form. At that moment, Frieza discerned the unfolding situation. If this battle continued, Broly's sole fate would be defeat, especially with Vegeta yet to join the fray. Should Vegeta enter the battle, 2 Super Saiyan gods would be arrayed against him. Broly stood no chance of victory. This was not the outcome he sought. What he desired was for Broly to eliminate those 2 insufferable monkeys. I will ask you once more, Paragus, has he truly reached his limit? Frieza inquired coldly. It seems so, Paragus nodded, for he had never witnessed Broly unleash a power greater than his current state. Oh, is that so? Frieza remarked, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He conceived an insidious plan, one that could potentially augment Broly's power significantly. The scene shifted to Frieza's recollections. On Namek, Frieza had manipulated Krillin into the air, ultimately leading to Krillin's explosive demise. Witnessing this heinous act ignited an unparalleled fury within Goku, propelling him to transcend his limits and transform into a Super Saiyan. At present, Broly's state was merely that of a great ape, not yet a Super Saiyan. Thus, Frieza deemed it necessary to prod Broly from behind, inciting him into a state of extreme rage. On Earth, within Capsule Corporation, a realization struck Goku, causing his fists to clench tightly. The others shared in his apprehension. Isn't that precisely the sort of thing Frieza would do? Vegeta scoffed, unperturbed by the notion. To him, using someone until they were of no further use than discarding them was typical. Killing Paragus to provoke Broly's wrath. If he were to act on such a notion, it would be utterly despicable. Bulma pondered this grim possibility, yet found it difficult to accept. Such cruelty was unfathomable. Mom, don't forget the earlier footage, Trunks interjected. recalling how Frisia had mercilessly decimated his own soldiers to showcase his overwhelming power. The brutality of that scene was etched in his memory. Frisia reveled in his strength, seemingly oblivious to any wrongdoing or remorse for those who perished at his behest. Goku's fists tightened further. He could not fathom such treachery. Even if Paragus were malevolent, he believed a lesson could suffice. There was no need for murder. In the video, events unfolded as Goku and the others had anticipated. Surely, anyone with intelligence would have surmised Frisia's intentions. "Allow me to provide Broly with a little motivation," Frisia declared, turning his finger menacingly toward Paragus. As crimson light flared, Paragus sensed the impending doom. He could hardly believe that Frisia intended to kill him, especially after having joined forces with him. Yet, frail and weakened, he had no hope of escape. In a single strike, Frisia pierced Paragus's body, extinguishing his life. With a cough, Frisia feigned ignorance, calling out to Broly in the air, "Look, look." Upon hearing this, Broly halted his battle with Goku and turned his gaze toward Frisia. The latter, embodying the role of a masterful actor, continued his performance with fervor. "Your father, look, your father has been ruthlessly slain." Broly, upon hearing these words, was struck with disbelief, his gaze shifting to Paragus's lifeless form. As he beheld the lifeless body of Paragus pierced through, Broly's pupils quivered violently. Music resonated in the air, and a torrent of green energy surged forth from Broly's being. He seemed to be in excruciating pain, pressing his hands tightly against his head. Uncontrolled, frenzied energy erupted violently outward. Even the Super Saiyan Blue Goku could not withstand it, being forcefully repelled in an instant. The pinnacle of Broly's fury obliterated the last vestiges of his rationality. His overwhelming aura and terrifying presence rendered the very heavens and earth pale. The entire planet trembled violently, as if a demon was awakening. Chapter 31. Is this comfortable now? Frisia? In the chat group, Topra, Frisia is truly despicable. Gaby, indeed, it is treacherous and insidious. You, the one who murdered Paragus, dare to frame Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Goku. Frost. Oh dear, I can hardly bear to witness such vile tactics. Despite the disdain expressed in the comments, Frost, unlike others, reveled in the unfolding scene. The self in Universe 7 mirrored his own treachery. Frost even began to fantasize about the future when he would meet Frisia. They would undoubtedly get along splendidly. Together, they would eliminate more weak and insignificant beings, dominating both the 6th and 7th universes. Even the gods of destruction would be powerless against their collaboration. Katra, indeed, it is quite despicable. In this regard, Frisia, I, Katra, would declare you the strongest. Broly, you killed my father. You are the villain, Frisia. Every individual deemed Frisia's actions as profoundly contemptible. To unleash Broly's true potential, he had deliberately slain his father, framing Goku and Vegeta for the act. However, concerning Paragus's demise, no one across the universe, neither mortal nor deity, felt pity. After all, through the broadcast, it was evident to all that Paragus, much like Frisia, was no virtuous being. He had exploited his son for revenge, training him into a combat machine that obeyed only his commands. The death of such a man was regarded as a relief, eliciting no sympathy. In Universe 7, on planet Vampa, Paragus took a step back, instinctively clutching his heart in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend what he was witnessing. In a bid to empower his son Broly through rage, the Frisia he trusted had gone so far as to sacrifice himself. He was indeed a villain. Broly's conviction solidified. Frisia was malevolent, and his father Paragus was also a villain. Thus, when he eventually encountered Goku and Vegeta, he would resolutely disregard Paragus's words and would not bring himself to slay Goku and Vegeta. He must resist. He must indeed resist. Soon, Paragus, recovering from his shock, gazed at the video depicting his own lifeless form. His fists gradually clenched tighter, his fury intensifying. Damn Frisia, I trusted you completely, and in the end, enraged, he hastily entered the chat group and began to address Frisia with feigned cordiality. Paragus, you, whom I placed my trust in. I rejoined the Frisia force only to receive this in return. You actually killed me to make Broly stronger. Frisia, can you allow me to explain? Paragus, what is there to explain? You better not let me see you, or I'll be the first to have Broly obliterate you. Frisia, please don't say that, Paragus. Our shared goal remains to annihilate those Saiyans. Let us not forget that. Zamasu, ha ha ha, an argument. I relish these moments. Continue, the louder the better. Paragus, to hell with you. Scram, Frisia. Broly and I can accomplish that without you, or that so-called Cell. Frieza, but without us. How will you escape from that desolate planet? Paragus, fine, come then. You two can perish on planet Vampa. Broly and I will leave aboard the spaceship you arrived in. Hurry up. Frieza, in the 7th universe, in Hell. Frieza realized that his grand plans had been utterly obliterated. His previously buoyant mood soured instantaneously. Thanks to you, Frieza, the anti-Saiyan warriors have vanished. Cell remarked with a sardonic tone, though he too felt a pang of frustration. Their carefully laid plans had been destined to yield a formidable Saiyan, Broly. With Broly vanquishing Vegeta, Frieza dispatching Goku, and he eliminating Gohan, the arrangement was flawless. Yet, all of this was ruined by Frieza's own actions. Naturally, Cell harbored some resentment over this disruption. What can I do? Frieza certainly wished to avoid such a predicament. He had anticipated the addition of the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, to his ranks. Little did he know that the video would reveal his treachery to both Paragus and Broly. There was nothing he could do about that. We must rely on our own training to defeat those Saiyans, Cell huffed, crossing his arms defiantly. Now, Broly was no longer an option. After all, if he and Frieza ventured to planet Vampa, they would only be courting disaster, as Paragus would command Broly to eliminate them both. On Earth, in the Capsule Corporation, Paragus observed the chat, realizing that his relationship with Frieza had completely deteriorated. Bulma and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. It served Frieza right. He had been clamoring in the chat group about teaming up with Paragus. Now, the collaboration had fallen through. Paragus had witnessed Frieza's vile tactics through the video. How could they possibly collaborate when, like in the video, he might again pierce himself with a death beam? How delightful it must be for Frieza, who had raised a stone only to crush his own foot. Vegeta wore a sly smile. He relished the moment when Paragus and Frieza had their falling out. Not only had the collaboration failed, but according to Paragus, should Frieza dare to confront him, the first order would be for Broly to eliminate Frieza. Merely contemplating such a scenario was amusing. However, in reality, Frieza could no longer ally with Paragus. The Frieza in the video had indeed succeeded. Goku gazed at the video screen, where Broly's power surged with fury, his brows furrowed in concern. The earth-shattering aura and the feral visage of Broly resembled a demon freshly awakened. Upon hearing Goku's words, the previously mocking crowd suddenly sobered, their smiles fading into worry for Goku and Vegeta in the video. After all, as Goku had pointed out, the real Frieza had failed while the Frieza in the video had triumphed. Broly, fueled by rage, seemed to embody the legendary Super Saiyan as depicted in the title. Simultaneously, many ceased to flood the chat with messages regarding Frieza, having noticed the demonic surge of power emanating from Broly in the video, the legendary Super Saiyan. A warrior poised to rival the mightiest, Gogeta. Chapter 32. The birth of the legendary Super Saiyan in the video, Broly's transformation was far from over. His immense power wreaked havoc on everything around him, rendering him untouchable. As his energy intensified, a towering green pillar of light erupted forth. As the light dissipated, Broly's figure gradually emerged, transformed beyond recognition. His pupils vanished, his hair turned a brilliant gold, and his muscles expanded dramatically, even increasing his height. This was a warrior capable of contending with Gogeta. All eyes were glued to the video, witnessing the birth of the legendary Super Saiyan in his incomplete form. Wonderful! My plan has succeeded, Frieza exclaimed, clenching his fists in exhilaration. He knew that the key to a Saiyan's strength lay in their anger. Indeed, after he had slain Paragus, Broly had transcended through fury. Given the power radiating from Broly, he was certain that the two monkeys he despised would meet their end at Broly's hands. Goku quickly assumed a combat stance. Broly let out a primal roar. From his being emanated countless energy blasts, resembling a demon awakened from slumber. His indiscriminate assault would lead to destruction and devastation of all in his path. Sun Wukong leapt and dodged the oncoming energy blasts, but soon realized the sheer volume and breadth of the attacks rendered evasion futile. To conserve his strength, he decided to stand his ground, unleashing a series of powerful punches to deflect the incoming energy projectiles. Recognizing that Broly's strength was beyond what he could confront alone, Vegeta immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, joining the fray. However, even in unison, their attacks proved ineffective against Broly, who effortlessly sent them both flying. In a bid to breach Broly's defenses and inflict some damage, Sun Wukong and Vegeta positioned themselves on either side, executing their signature techniques, the Kamehameha and the Gallic Gun. The two streams of energy merged into a formidable new force. Yet, this combined technique, the Gallic Kamehameha, failed to harm Broly, who easily shattered their collaboration. In the sixth universe, the god of destruction, Kampa, was in awe of the power Broly displayed. This is the legendary Super Saiyan. Indeed, impressive, he mused, observing that even the combined efforts of Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong and Vegeta could not match Broly's might. Kampa had initially believed that their transformation would level the playing field, but it became evident that unless they fused into Vegeto, they stood no chance against Broly. Throughout the battle, Broly maintained complete dominance over Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Realizing this, Kampa turned to Beerus, a smug smile gracing his face. Beerus, perhaps this Broly could indeed surpass Vegeto. That remains to be seen, Lord Kampa, Beerus replied, skeptical that Broly could surpass Vegeto. While Broly's displayed power was undeniably formidable, it paled in comparison to the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto seen in the video. In Beerus's view, a competent and powerful individual would never allow Broly the opportunity to grow. On a distant planet in the 11th universe, Jiren regarded Broly with disdain. Even with strength, serving a weakling renders you powerless. You cannot surpass me. He acknowledged Broly's power but dismissed him as a mere combat machine, controlled by Paragus, incapable of rebellion. Thus, from Jiren's perspective, Broly was a weakling, and losing to such a one would equate to undermining his own existence. In the 7th universe, on the planet Wampa, observe the Broly depicted in the video. Then behold the reality of Broly. Paragus wears an expression of utter disbelief. Is this truly the same individual? This is my Broly. Broly and Paragus lock eyes for 2 fleeting seconds. After a moment of hesitation, Broly eventually points at himself, a look of confusion etched upon his face, and inquires, "Is this not me?" Paragus, witnessing his reaction, becomes increasingly agitated. How could this Broly possess such formidable power? Although unleashing this strength may result in a loss of reason, it could aid him in vanquishing Vegeta as well as Frieza, who had betrayed him. That would suffice, indeed. In Paragus's eyes, as long as he can eliminate his loathed adversary Vegeta and the treacherous Frieza who had stabbed him in the back, the potential loss of Broly's sanity is of little consequence. Soon enough, Goku and Vegeta soar towards Broly, engaging in yet another fierce confrontation. The power emanating from Broly is astonishingly formidable. After first-hand experience, both Goku and Vegeta are acutely aware of this reality. Even with their mastery of Super Saiyan Blue, augmented by their combined efforts, they find themselves incapable of inflicting harm upon Broly. His defense is so impenetrable that they cannot even breach it, rendering Broly impervious to pain. However, amidst the escalating tension, a rather amusing turn of events unfolds. Broly relentlessly pursues Goku and Vegeta, who cunningly lead him before Frieza. Initially, Frieza is in high spirits, reveling in the spectacle of Saiyans clashing. Yet, upon witnessing Broly, enshrouded in a swirling green aura, radiating an intense murderous intent, and bearing a visage akin to that of a demon, Frieza's demeanor shifts dramatically. Cold sweat beads upon his brow as he steps back, urgently exclaiming, No, calm down. Broly, it's me, Frieza. Don't you remember? We're allies." Yet, despite Frieza's desperate pleas, the unhinged Broly no longer recognizes him. Regardless of who stands before him, he would not hesitate to strike. With a swift advance, he closes the distance to Frieza as a green energy blast coalesces at his chest. Then, with a resounding crash, accompanied by Frieza's agonized scream, he is sent hurtling away. What follows is a relentless barrage from Broly. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, utilizing Goku's instant transmission technique, manage to temporarily extricate themselves from the chaos. Chapter 33. They have fused using the earrings. Universe 7, Earth, Capsule Corporation. Ha ha ha, it serves you right, Frieza. After Goku and Vegeta depart, the frenzied Broly unleashes a flurry of blows upon Frieza. Klin and the others could not contain their laughter. The monstrous creation they had unleashed was now facing the consequences of its own making. As they observed the video, it seemed that fusion was imminent. Goku gazed intently at the screen, realizing that their only remaining option was to merge. After all, even when teaming up, neither he nor Vegeta stood a chance against Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan's power had far surpassed that of the two. Trunks firmly believed that his father and Uncle Goku would easily defeat that fiend upon merging. Ever since witnessing the spectacle of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta effortlessly toy with the Super One-Star Dragon, Trunks had been utterly captivated. Gogeta's formidable strength and striking appearance rendered him nearly invincible. This time, Trunks was confident that Gogeta could effortlessly handle Broly. However, Vegeta was less than pleased at the prospect of fusion. Firstly, he would have to endure the humiliation of witnessing himself and Kakarot merge once again, performing that grotesque and shameful dance. Secondly, the fact that even the combined might of himself and Kakarot could not overcome Broly was disheartening. Clenching his fists, he vowed silently that in reality, he would defeat Broly solely through his own strength. He resolved to not only master Super Saiyan 4 completely, but also to continue growing stronger, striving for further breakthroughs. Super Saiyan 4 was by no means his limit. It was not the culmination of his evolution. In the 7th universe, in the depths of hell, Frieza seethed with rage. How dare he lay a hand on me? He had not anticipated such a scene in the video. Broly was attacking him with relentless ferocity. Did he not realize that the fiend had lost all rationality? Cell shot a glance at Frieza, noting that the fault lay solely with Frieza himself. He was aware that Broly had succumbed to madness, transforming into a mindless beast driven only by destruction. Yet, Frieza remained a mere spectator. Goku and Vegeta were undoubtedly intent on drawing Broly's wrath towards him. Consequently, this absurd spectacle led many to mock Frieza in the chat groups. Truly a case of poetic justice. I bet you're not laughing now, Frieza, remarked Topo. Ha. Well done. How does it feel to be on the receiving end of Broly's mighty fists, Frieza? Chimed Paragus. I'm in stitches. Just look at Frieza's panicked expression as he desperately shouted, I am Frieza. At Broly, added Bulma. Broly, in his berserk state, is nothing short of a destructive killing machine, noted Kampa. The sight of the treacherous and sinister Frieza getting pummeled is a beautiful spectacle. I relish it, declared Helles. Damn it all, Frieza muttered, infuriated. His grotesque and pitiful state was now on display for all to see, driving Frieza to the brink of fury. As for Broly, he was no longer of any use to him. Once revived, he would not extend a hand to rescue him. Paragus and Broly could remain on planet Vampa to await their demise. Meanwhile, in the video, Goku and Vegeta approached Piccolo's position. Having just arrived, the two, devoid of strength, automatically relinquished their Super Saiyan Blue forms and returned to their normal states. Observing the battered figures of Goku and Vegeta, Piccolo hurriedly inquired, what on earth happened? He could scarcely believe the extent of their adversary's power, realizing that even the combined might of Goku and Vegeta was insufficient. Slowly rising to his feet, Goku acknowledged the urgency of the situation, stating, Piccolo, we will discuss this later. I have a more pressing matter at hand. His intention was to fuse with Vegeta. Thus, Goku broached the topic of the fusion technique with Vegeta. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta recalled that Trunks and Goten had employed this very technique, an exceedingly foolish method of merging. Indeed, Vegeta, we shall utilize the fusion technique, Goku remarked with a smile upon seeing Vegeta's recollection. However, what he received in return was a resolute refusal from Vegeta. Stop blathering, Kakarot. I will not merge with you, he asserted with clenched fists and an unwavering tone, declaring it absolutely impossible. Goku sought to persuade him further, for this was the sole method he could conceive to defeat Broly. The Metamoran fusion technique, he stated, raising his hand to signify the number 3. With a serious expression, he continued, the fusion lasts only 30 minutes, Vegeta. We have previously fused using the Patera earrings, but now, without them, we stand no chance against that fiend. Despite Goku's persistent pleas for Vegeta to consider merging, Vegeta remained steadfast in his refusal, unwilling to engage in the mortifying dance associated with the fusion. However, when Goku uttered a particular phrase, Vegeta's resolve wavered. Does it not matter to you if your beloved Bulma were to perish? At this, Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. You, Kakarot, do not speak such shameless words, he shouted, grappling with his inner turmoil. Ultimately, for Bulma's sake, he made a decision. Turning to Goku, he urged, hurry, teach me how to perform it. On Earth, within the Capsule Corporation of Universe 7, Krillin could not contain his laughter. Ha. Indeed, Vegeta cares most for Bulma. The moment you mention her, he is utterly helpless. Yet, a mere glance from Vegeta silenced Krillin, prompting him to cover his mouth in fear, refraining from laughter or speech. Nevertheless, the others continued to enjoy the moment. Goku, mimicking the video of himself, earnestly looked at Vegeta and reiterated, does it not matter to you if your beloved Bulma were to perish? Shut up, you idiot Kakarot. Vegeta's face turned crimson as he turned away, cursing. Similarly, Bulma's cheeks flushed, surprised to discover her significance in Vegeta's heart. even if he were willing to witness Earth's destruction at Broly's hands. Vegeta would not agree to merge with Goku until the mention of her caused him to relent and agree to the fusion. In addition to this point, did you not notice that remark? In the video, Goku indeed stated that both he and Vegeta had previously utilized the Patera earrings for fusion. Beerus turned to Goku and Vegeta, expressing his curiosity about this aspect. The fusion achieved through the Metamoran technique had already produced Gogeta, the mightiest being in existence. Possessing such formidable power, the Patera earrings, which are divine artifacts reserved for the Kaioshins, are likely to yield even greater results than the Metamoran fusion technique. This implies that a warrior born from the use of the earrings will undoubtedly possess strength surpassing that of Gogeta. Indeed, Goku and Vegeta simultaneously realized. Goku had indeed uttered that statement in the video. They had fused using the earrings. Chapter 34. So, I must be the strongest now. This signifies that we may still have the opportunity to view a video of Goku and Vegeta utilizing the earrings for fusion. Piccolo, the embodiment of wisdom, directly articulated the crux of the matter. Given the appearance of a video compilation featuring Goku and Vegeta's fusion, one can boldly speculate that a video of their fusion using the earrings must also exist. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Krillin and the others gradually began to grasp the excitement, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the video showcasing Goku and Vegeta's fusion with the earrings. They yearned to witness the overwhelming strength of the fused warrior. After all, they had all witnessed Gogeta's incredible prowess. Thus, there was no doubt that a warrior born from the earrings would be equally, if not more, formidable. In the video, following a merciless pummeling, Frieza, having been treated with utter disdain by Broly, could no longer contain himself. How audacious! Enraged beyond measure, he transformed into Golden Frieza, his power surging dramatically as he successfully repelled the unprepared Broly. You are truly reckless. Frieza clenched his fists, his gaze filled with murderous intent. How dare you lay a hand on the illustrious Frieza? Prepare to witness the might of Golden Frieza. However, the arrogance lasted but a fleeting moment. No sooner had he spoken than Broly lunged forward, pressing Frieza's head against the rocky wall once more. Yet, this was not the most amusing part. The scene shifted back to Goku. At this stage, Vegeta was still unfamiliar with the intricate movements required for the fusion technique. Thus, to aid him in memorizing the motions, Piccolo and Goku demonstrated the sequence for him. Upon witnessing the movements, Vegeta was left in shock. Is this posture not utterly humiliating? Nevertheless, Goku saw no issue with it. Time was of the essence, and they could only demonstrate the technique to Vegeta once before they needed to commence. Despite his profound discomfort with the embarrassing poses, for the sake of his beloved Bulma, Vegeta grit his teeth and accepted the challenge. However, if everything proceeds as expected, an unexpected turn of events is imminent. Piccolo observed that Vegeta, due to his inexperience, misaligned his fingers with Goku's. Consequently, their inaugural fusion attempt resulted in a failure, transforming them into an extraordinarily rotund figure. Unaware of their unsuccessful fusion, the plump Baekong confidently proclaimed, "Well, this must make me the strongest, right?" Nevertheless, as Baekong, the failed fusion, prepared to confront Broly, Piccolo promptly intervened, pointing out their mistake. "You two have failed to fuse properly. Your fingers are misaligned. Return in 30 minutes for another attempt." Indeed, a mere 30 minutes is all that is required to wait before the fusion can be automatically undone. The revelation that they must endure a 30-minute wait before attempting fusion again startled Baekong considerably. At this moment, the scene shifted to Broly, who was mercilessly pummeling Golden Frieza. Broly's fists rained down upon Frieza with relentless ferocity, each blow landing without pause. Frieza's agonizing cries echoed throughout the entirety of the video screen. In the depths of hell, Frieza, witnessing this, was incensed, his fists clenched tightly, his murderous intent and fury reaching a fever pitch. "You two wretched monkeys." A single expletive could not quell Frieza's rage. He had never anticipated that Goku and Vegeta would fail their fusion, resulting in him, the tyrannical emperor of evil, enduring an additional 30 minutes of punishment. Was he truly destined to be a human punching bag for Goku and Vegeta's fusion efforts? No, that could not be. He was the villain here. This situation made it seem as though he were a benevolent figure, suffering at the hands of Broly to buy time for Goku and Vegeta's fusion. "Truly, you have my deepest sympathies, Frieza," chuckled Cell, intending to offer comfort. However, as he spoke, witnessing Frieza being mercilessly battered by Broly, he could not contain his laughter, erupting in guffaws before Frieza. This proved to be the final straw for Frieza, who erupted in furious tirades against Goku and Vegeta. The specifics of his invectives are best left to the imagination, as they numbered in the hundreds, nay, thousands. In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Krillin could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Now, this is what we call poetic justice." This scene brought him immense joy, especially considering that Frieza had once caused his demise. Witnessing Frieza being pummeled by Broly filled him with elation. After all, Frieza had deliberately slain Paragus, leading to Broly's transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan. Now, the tables had turned. Frieza was the one receiving a sound thrashing, and he deserved every moment of it. Chi-Chi felt no sympathy for Frieza. On the contrary, she wished for Broly to strike even harder. After all, Frieza was the villain who had persistently plotted against her beloved Goku. Now, Frieza found himself in a comical predicament, subject to a relentless beating for a full half-hour. Son Gohan also believes that villains like Frieza ultimately face retribution for their evil deeds. Had he not killed Paragus, Broly would not have transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Furthermore, had he not sought the Dragon Balls on Earth, he would not have suffered a brutal beating from Broly. Everything is a consequence of his own actions. Indeed, evil begets evil. However, the sole individual displeased in this scenario is undoubtedly Vegeta. Even upon witnessing his most despised foe, Frieza, being mercilessly pummeled by Broly, he finds himself unable to share in the laughter of others. This is solely due to the fact that he has just endured a humiliating defeat in front of countless spectators throughout the universe. The proud prince of the Saiyans has been forced to perform a dance of utter embarrassment. Moreover, this initial failure signifies that he must soon repeat the performance, with all present, including deities, poised to witness his second attempt. Contemplating this reality fills Vegeta with despair. The shame is unbearable. What if the next fusion attempt were to fail as well? Observing the footage of the scene, Bulma chuckled softly, scratching her face while muttering to herself. She firmly believed that Vegeta would not master the movements on his first attempt. At the very least, he would require 2 tries. Returning to the video. After 30 minutes had elapsed, Goku and Vegeta disengaged from their fusion and promptly initiated a second attempt. Just as the crowd anticipated their successful union, Bulma's prediction proved accurate. Indeed, Goku and Vegeta faltered once more. This time, it was not a misalignment of fingers, but rather a discrepancy in angles, Vegeta positioned at 60 degrees and Goku at 45. Consequently, their fusion failed again. The first failed attempt resulted in a plump figure, panting heavily after a few steps, while the second produced a gaunt form, seemingly drained of life, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. There was no choice but to wait another 30 minutes for another try. As Piccolo's words echoed, the scene shifted back to Broly. With a powerful punch, he struck Golden Frieza, distorting his face and sending him hurtling into a rocky mountainside. Witnessing this spectacle, many could not suppress their laughter. They were unable to contain themselves, having believed that 30 minutes was the limit. They were astonished to see Goku and Vegeta fail their second fusion attempt. Now, an additional 30 minutes meant Frieza would endure yet another 30 minutes of punishment from Broly. In the chat group, numerous individuals and deities could not resist sending messages mocking Frieza, likening him to a human punching bag. It seems, remarked Xiang Pa, that this is merely an opportunity for Frieza to test the limits of his resilience. How long can he endure the beating? Quintella, I'm dying of laughter, truly. One mistake leads to an extra half an hour of punishment. It's utterly ridiculous. Helles, although that Frieza is despicably cunning, witnessing him endure over an hour of beatings makes me feel a tinge of pity for him. Beerus, as expected of Golden Frieza, indeed. The golden variant is more resilient to punishment. Bulma, well, I exploded with laughter. I am truly a prophet. Piccolo, heh, looking at it from a different perspective. Frieza has essentially protected Earth for more than an hour. Goku, ha ha ha, Frieza, did you ever think this day would come? Let's see if you'll dare to commit evil deeds again. The fate of wrongdoing is such, eventually, one is consumed by the misdeeds they have wrought. Frieza, you dare speak after your demise, Goku? What happened between you and Vegeta? Will you merge? If not, can we switch? Frieza's fury was palpable, his body trembling with rage, yearning to slay Goku and Vegeta at that very moment. Their fusion had failed, causing the mighty Lord Frieza to be thoroughly humiliated, receiving a thorough beating from Broly for over an hour in front of the entire universe. According to the comments shared by Piccolo in the chat, Frieza enduring such punishment for over an hour had, in fact, protected Earth for that duration. This thought was even more unbearable for Frieza. You wretched monkeys dare to exploit the great Lord Frieza in such a manner? Unforgivable. Rest assured, when I am revived, I shall eliminate you all. 7th Universe, Earth. Capsule Corporation. How could I endure the shame of performing that grotesque dance once more? Vegeta clenched his fists, equally furious. They had once again failed to fuse for the second time. 3 times in total, having to display such disgraceful antics before the eyes of the universe. Ha. It's fine, Vegeta. After all, it's another version of you from a different timeline. You needn't take it to heart, Goku said, trying to console Vegeta. However, his comfort was utterly ineffective, only inciting louder laughter from everyone. After all, Goku's words were entirely misplaced, further aggravating Vegeta. The other timeline's Vegeta is still Vegeta himself. In the video, another 30 minutes passed. Goku and Vegeta steeled themselves for the task ahead. This time, failure was not an option. They positioned themselves, one to the left and one to the right, and commenced the fusion dance. Fusion. As their fingers touched, the movements were flawless, free of errors. Instantly, a magnificent golden aura enveloped them. The figures of Vegeta and Goku intertwined in red and blue, creating a robust silhouette. In the next moment, the golden energy surged dramatically, forming a powerful cyclone that spiraled skyward. Soon, as the whirlwind dissipated, an overwhelmingly potent presence radiated outward in all directions. At this moment, the warrior born from the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta made his grand appearance. His gaze was sharp, and a confident smile adorned his lips. His hair, black and standing erect like flames, bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta's, while the bangs that hung in front echoed Sun Wukong's style. His physique was robust and exuded an air of mystery, with an expression that radiated invincibility. The strongest warrior of the dimensions had come into existence, and the audience watching the video erupted with excitement. They were finally witnessing this being whose power transcended the divine once again. Go on, Vegeta, defeat that guy? Piccolo exclaimed, only to be struck by a sudden curiosity. By the way, what should we call you? This question momentarily stumped the newly formed Vegeta. After a brief pause, he recalled that during the previous fusion with the earrings, he was named Vegeto. What should I be called this time? Well, the name isn't what matters. Let us hurry up, Piccolo urged, mindful of the uncontrollable and formidable enemy awaiting them. They had already lost over an hour due to 2 failed fusion attempts. Vegeta, however, was quite concerned about this. That's unacceptable. Having a resonant name would make me seem even more impressive. After pondering for a moment, Vegeta's lips curled into a smile as he reached a decision. Once he settled on a name, he placed his index and middle fingers together on his forehead. I can now confront Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan who has lost his sanity. In the 7th universe, at Capsule Corporation, Krillin turned to Sun Wukong and the others, exclaiming in surprise, "Did you just hear that?" Vegeta said that the fusion from the earrings was called Vegeto. To their astonishment, they could glean this information directly from the video. The warrior formed from the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta using the Pod-era earrings was indeed named Vegeto. We all heard it, confirmed the others. Vegeto, like Vegeta, was a name that resonated beautifully. Wait a moment, Chi-Chi interjected, glancing between Vegeta and Sun Wukong, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. Why do both names prominently feature Vegeta? Upon her remark, the others also began to notice this peculiarity. It indeed seemed to be the case. Vegeto, Vegeta, they noted, with Vegeta's name appearing twice in the 2. Sun Wukong's name, however, was only present once. In fact, the 2 in Vegeto even derived from Sun Wukong's Saiyan name, Kakarot. Could this imply that my power surpasses yours, Kakarot? Vegeta declared, his demeanor swelling with pride. In his view, the dual representation of his name was a testament to his superiority over Sun Wukong. If not due to greater strength, then surely it must be attributed to his royal lineage, which was purer than that of Sun Wukong. Chapter 36, Frieza's love born from hatred. I wouldn't know. Sun Wukong replied with a scratch of his head, merely chuckling in response. He is indeed unclear about the matter of names. Yet it does not concern him in the slightest. What captivates his attention most is the essence of the individual known as Vegeto and the extent of his formidable power. He is filled with anticipation, almost unable to contain his eagerness to witness the video compilation featuring Vegeto. Naturally, Beerus shares a sentiment akin to that of Goku regarding Vegeto. The warrior formed through the fusion of the Patera earrings, brimming with curiosity, and expectation. After all, the prowess of Gogeta, the fusion warrior, has become apparent through the video compilation of his battle against the Super Shenron and the confrontation with Broly. They are all acutely aware of the immense strength Gogeta possesses. However, when it comes to Vegeto, their knowledge is limited to a mere name. All else is shrouded in mystery, leaving them to rely on speculation and imagination. In the sixth universe, within the realm of destruction, it is revealed that Goku and Vegeta have indeed fused using the Patera earrings. The name Vegeto alone suggests that he must be an exceptionally powerful warrior. Kampa feels a twinge of annoyance, believing that the concept of fusion was his idea first. Nevertheless, this does not hinder him from allowing Caulifla and Kale to utilize the earrings to secure victory in the Saiyan fighting tournament. He is determined to have them fuse with the Patera earrings. Of course, should Caulifla and Kale manage to defeat Goku and his companions without the earrings, Kampa might reconsider his stance on their fusion. After all, winning through such means raises his concerns about Beerus accusing him of foul play. Meanwhile, on a certain planet in Universe 11, Jiren opens his eyes once more, pausing his training. Though he does not acknowledge the existence of Gogeta, the warrior born of Goku and Vegeta's fusion, he cannot deny that their strength has reached a level beyond his own capacity to secure victory. The mere sight of Gogeta's emergence captures his attention, yet Jiren resolves that should he encounter Gogeta in the future, he will not succumb to defeat. The same applies to Broly. One is a fusion, while the other is subservient to a weaker being. To be bested by either of them would mean negating all that Jiren has accomplished thus far. Soon, the scene shifts back to the video. Frieza is hurled away by a single punch from Broly, his body embedded deep within a rocky outcrop. Observing Broly, whose power continues to surge, Frieza is filled with a blend of hatred and admiration. How he longs to seize control of Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, transforming him into the mightiest asset within his army. In that moment, Frieza envisions a future where he can eliminate anyone he desires, even the likes of Goku and Vegeta, and perhaps even the god of destruction, Beerus. Collaborating with Broly, he entertains the possibility of vanquishing even the god of destruction. However, just as Frieza becomes lost in this delightful fantasy, a sudden whoosh pierces the air, jolting him back to reality as an unfamiliar figure materializes before him. A figure unfamiliar to Frieza stood before him. "Who are you?" Frieza inquired, perplexed. "Humph, I am Gogeta," replied Gogeta with a dismissive huff, turning slightly to face Frieza. "I am the result of the fusion between Son Goku and Vegeta." Frieza, unacquainted with the concept of fusion, was baffled. "You've been dead for so long that it is understandable you would be unaware of such a technique." A confident smile played upon Gogeta's lips as he continued. "This is not merely a simple amalgamation of two powers. It yields a combat prowess far superior." "How utterly despicable!" Frieza exclaimed, realizing that Son Goku and Vegeta had left him to endure a relentless beating for over an hour. It was revealed that they had gone to employ this underhanded technique. "How dare you call others despicable?" Gogeta retorted, at a loss for words. Were it not for Frieza's heinous act of murdering Paragus, they would not have needed to fuse. Two Super Saiyan Blue forms could have subdued Broly even under the influence of the Great Ape's power. With no further ado, Gogeta placed his fingers to his forehead and in an instant teleported to Broly. At that moment, Broly was relentlessly assaulting Whis, who, as an angel, effortlessly evaded all of Broly's attacks due to the perfect utilization of Ultra Instinct. Not even a single strike could graze him. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Gogeta appeared before Whis. "Leave the rest to me," he said with a smile. Having already fused, he felt no trepidation about facing Broly, unlike before. "Oh, so you have successfully completed the fusion," Whis remarked, taken aback. His surprise was not solely due to the successful fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, but also because Vegeta had actually consented to fuse with Goku. Gogeta merely smiled, his gaze fixed on Broly, who had now turned his attention to him. "Come on," he declared, unleashing his energy as he soared into the air, shifting the battlefield. Broly immediately followed suit, his rage palpable. In the sky, Broly unleashed countless streams of green energy. Despite the overwhelming number, Gogeta navigated through them with ease, evading each one without so much as a scratch. After creating some distance, Gogeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, confident that this form alone was sufficient to contend with Broly. He felt no need to ascend to Super Saiyan God. Observing Gogeta, who had not transformed into Super Saiyan God, many spectators began to express their doubts in the chat. Was this iteration of Gogeta even more reckless and arrogant than the last? After all, the previous Gogeta, while audacious, had not lacked in skill. The relentless playfulness of the Super Saiyan Gogeta continues, prolonging the battle without an end in sight. Yet, it is worth noting that he has transformed into his most formidable form from the very outset, Super Saiyan 4, at full power. However, in this video recap, Gogeta astonishingly refrains from even taking on the Super Saiyan God form, opting instead to engage Broly as a mere Super Saiyan. Such an overabundance of confidence in his own strength seems rather unwarranted. Can this truly be effective? Surely, he is destined to be defeated by Broly in due time. Chapter 37. If you dare, come and face me. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, arrogance reigns supreme. This is the nature of Saiyans. They easily succumb to hubris, becoming excessively proud the moment they acquire a modicum of power. Let them continue their struggle against Broly, only to await the moment when he decisively overwhelms them. Frieza clenches his fists, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Gogeta being mercilessly beaten by Broly. Just moments ago, the fusion caused him to endure over an hour of punishment in the video, all in defense of Earth. Frieza remains acutely aware of this incident, and he longs to witness Broly deliver a sound thrashing to Gogeta, which might quell his irritation. However, as the voices of doubt grow louder, with many believing that Gogeta's arrogance will lead to his downfall at Broly's hands, he swiftly proves them wrong through decisive action. Transforming into Super Saiyan, Gogeta demonstrates his overwhelming power, successfully subduing Broly. With a single punch, he sends Broly reeling backward. In a fit of rage, Broly regains his composure and retaliates, intent on returning the damage he just received with double the ferocity. Yet, his reckless assault fails to connect with Gogeta, who deftly sidesteps by pushing aside Broly's right hand with his left, exposing a significant vulnerability. Following this, he delivers a crushing elbow strike to Broly's midsection. But the onslaught does not end there. Gogeta swiftly rolls and delivers a powerful kick to Broly's face, sending him crashing into the ground. Seizing the moment while Broly remains incapacitated, Gogeta spreads his arms wide, channeling energy into a sphere. As he hurls it downward, the energy sphere splits into countless tendrils of blue energy, cascading towards Broly like a torrential rain of lasers. With an explosive display, the sheer volume of energy leaves Broly with no avenue for escape. He lets out a furious roar, conjuring a green shield to shield himself from the onslaught. The two engage in a series of fierce clashes, yet time and again, Gogeta maintains the upper hand. While his power may only slightly surpass Broly's incomplete form, his speed vastly outstrips that of his opponent. Ultimately, they stand face to face, each gathering energy in their hands, preparing for a decisive beam clash. The blue and green energies swiftly collide, and conventionally, one would expect Gogeta's energy to dominate Broly's. All those who watched the video, including the divine beings, shared the same sentiment. After all, Vegito had been consistently suppressing Broly throughout their battle. Although Broly had managed to land a few hits on Vegito, the latter sustained no injuries whatsoever. In fact, after being struck, Vegito swiftly countered with a series of powerful blows to Broly. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that Vegito had secured a decisive victory. In any contest of energy, he was assuredly the victor. However, an unexpected turn arose during their energy clash. Their overwhelming powers shattered the very fabric of space, propelling them into an entirely new dimensional realm. In the chat group, the messages flowed. Goku, this is astonishing. Champ, their combined powers are so immense that they VE fractured space itself. Helles, Vegito is indeed a beautifully perfect warrior, surpassing all conventional strength. Tobro, at this moment, all I want to do is shout, justice. Gab, come on, quickly defeat the out-of-control Broly. Ketla, just thinking about such a powerful warrior belonging to Beerus from the 7th universe makes my appetite vanish. Beerus, what's the matter? If you're dissatisfied, come and fight me. Ketla, you just keep shouting about fighting. Being strong is nothing to boast about. Beerus, I apologize, but strength indeed warrants respect. Returning to the video, upon witnessing the new dimensional space, Vegito momentarily paused. Broly seized this opportunity, clenching his fist and charging at him. As Broly's fist approached Vegito's face, Vegito quickly sidestepped the attack. In swift succession, Vegito unleashed a barrage of fierce strikes upon Broly. Broly's speed paled in comparison to Vegito's, and all his counterattacks were deftly evaded by Vegito. Moreover, Vegito capitalized on Broly's brief moments of vulnerability to deliver even more devastating blows. As it became increasingly apparent that Broly could not overcome his opponent, his fury surged to new heights. He suddenly adopted a formidable stance, fists clenched, and let out a primal roar. The green aura surrounding him swelled dramatically, amplifying his power exponentially. The entire dimensional space trembled under the weight of his strength, as if on the brink of obliteration. Indeed, driven by sheer rage, Broly transcended his limits once more. His once golden hair transformed into a vibrant emerald hue, and the might of the great ape within him reached its zenith, surpassing all boundaries. This was the complete, true, legendary Super Saiyan. Vegito felt neither fear nor anxiety in the face of Broly's ascension. Clenching his fists, he once again charged toward Broly. Yet this time, the outcome was markedly different. His full-force punch landed solidly against Broly's face. Had this been the earlier version of Broly, he would surely have been sent flying. However, now, as the fully realized, legendary Super Saiyan, Broly stood resolute. He was not only not sent flying, but he also suffered not a single scratch. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, as he realized the precarious nature of his situation and attempted to retreat to create some distance. He discovered that Broly had inexplicably seized his right hand. The overwhelming strength rendered him incapable of breaking free. Seizing this opportune moment to strike Vegeta, Broly charged his right fist, enveloped in a green aura, and unleashed a powerful blow to Vegeta's abdomen. The impact sent him hurtling away, crashing into the extreme edge of the dimensional space, creating a massive crater. In the sixth universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Kampa's eyes widened in astonishment. Broly's power far surpassed his expectations. He had initially believed that the golden-haired Broly represented the zenith of his strength. To his surprise, the current emerald-haired version was Broly's true limit. Now, he completely dominated Vegeta. The tides of battle had turned, and the victor would undoubtedly be the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. This time, I am certain of victory, Beerus, Kampa declared with a smug expression, glancing at Beerus. His gamble had paid off. The legendary Super Saiyan would triumph. Even the fused form of Goku and Vegeta, Vegito, would not stand a chance. Lord Kampa, have you not noticed? Beerus pointed to the screen displaying Vegeta, a smile gracing his lips. Observe, Vegeta has yet to transform into anything beyond a mere Super Saiyan. He has not even tapped into the power of Super Saiyan 3, let alone that of Super Saiyan God. Thus, even though Broly currently holds the upper hand, this advantage cannot persist indefinitely. Chapter 38. Vegeta finally unleashes his true power. You are right, Kampa realized instantly upon hearing Beerus's words. Embarrassed, he scratched his face and turned his gaze back to the screen featuring Vegeta. Indeed, in light of Broly's sudden surge in strength, he had been momentarily elated, forgetting that Vegeta had not yet fought seriously. Broly's power had seen a tremendous enhancement, his hair transitioning from golden to a vibrant green, truly entering his complete form as the legendary Super Saiyan. However, the Vegeta he was suppressing was still merely a standard Super Saiyan. As Beerus had pointed out, not only had Vegeta not achieved Super Saiyan Blue, but he had also not utilized the powers of Super Saiyan 3 or Super Saiyan God. This indicated that once Vegeta unleashed his greater strength, the battle would once again shift dramatically. Nearby, Kale stood with her arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. She had learned from Kampa that during the Saiyan combat tournament, he would provide her and Caulifla with Patera earrings for their fusion. Therefore, she currently looked down upon Vegeta, believing that she alone could not defeat him. However, when she merges with Kale, the warrior they produce will undoubtedly surpass Gogeta. Just wait until the day of the Saiyan martial arts tournament. Then I shall prove that the fusion of Kale and I represents the mightiest Saiyan. Beside them, Kaba nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens upon hearing this proclamation. The audacity to assert that they could outshine the dimension's strongest, Mr. Gogeta. After the fusion, they might not even stand a chance against Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta. Kaba knows Kale quite well. Her strength is merely mediocre, but her bravado is 1,000 times harder than Diamond. In Universe 11, within the realm of the God of Destruction, one must wonder if such formidable warriors will continue to emerge. A flicker of burning passion shone in the exquisite eyes of Vermeude. After Broly attained the legendary Super Saiyan form, his power transcended that of certain deities. Even Jiren could not guarantee a victory in battle against him. Already, two warriors have appeared who are not inferior to Jiren, Gogeta and Broly. This filled Vermeude with both fury and doubt. Surely, more warriors of comparable strength to the strongest in Universe 11, Jiren, will rise. After all, this video compilation seems to revolve around the Saiyans. Who knows what other Saiyans might emerge? I find it highly probable, dear Vermeude. Margarita firmly believes in this likelihood. The Saiyans appear boundless, relentlessly evolving. Though she is uncertain of the reasons behind this phenomenon, Margarita, the angel, is convinced that if Goku and Vegeta continue their training, even without merging into Gogeta, their individual powers may eventually rival Jiren's. Nevertheless, she harbors no concern about such occurrences, as she is certain Jiren has also viewed the video compilation. Given his nature, where power reigns supreme, he will undoubtedly strive to train harder, refusing to allow anyone to surpass him. Thus, the notion of being outdone is simply unacceptable to Jiren. This reality is quite infuriating. Vermeude clenched his fists, his anger unabated. In the underworld of Universe 7, Frieza has abandoned all cares regarding the outcome of Gogeta's battle, whether he wins or loses. For now, he revels in the seconds during which Broly mercilessly pummels him. If Broly lands a blow for 3 seconds, Frieza delights in that moment for 3 seconds. He simply enjoys this fleeting pleasure. After all, he is accustomed to those wretched Saiyans constantly thwarting his plans. What he yearns to witness is simply unattainable. On Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Krillin and the others were deeply astounded by the true extent of Broly's power, realizing he had concealed such terrifying strength. This is the genuine, fully realized form of the legendary Super Saiyan. His hair transformed from golden to a vibrant green, and his muscles expanded significantly. Had Broly unleashed this transformation against Goku and Vegeta, they would have found themselves in grave danger, likely without even a moment's respite to teleport away. Will Dad and the others lose? Son Gohan clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with concern. He did not wish for anything to befall Gogeta in the video. For if Gogeta were to encounter misfortune, it would equate to a dire situation for both Goku and Vegeta. Do not worry, Goten, Son Gohan reassured, affectionately ruffling Goten's hair. Dad and Vegeta, when fused, become the most formidable and invincible force. They cannot possibly lose. Is that really true? Son Goten asked, his skepticism evident. Absolutely. Son Gohan affirmed with great conviction. He held unwavering faith in Goku and Vegeta, for they had never let their companions down. Furthermore, it was noteworthy that Gogeta in the video had merely assumed the ordinary Super Saiyan transformation. Once he unleashed a more powerful form, he would undoubtedly triumph over Broly. The title of the strongest in the dimensions is not merely a boast. The sentiments of the others mirrored those of Son Gohan. Although they were astonished by Broly's immense strength, none believed that Gogeta would falter. After all, Gogeta had yet to engage earnestly. Indeed, as they anticipated, when Gogeta activated his serious mode, Broly could no longer inflict any harm upon him. In the video, perhaps Broly's earlier attacks had provoked Gogeta, stirring a sense of indignation within him. Or perhaps it was the transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan's complete form that elevated his power beyond the reach of ordinary Super Saiyan transformations. Gogeta's aura surged dramatically, repelling Broly instantly. With fists clenched and eyes suddenly fierce, a torrent of blue energy erupted from within him, accompanied by a transformation of his human essence into divine energy. The overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire dimensional space. In that moment, Gogeta finally unveiled his true strength, stepping into the realm of the gods, directly transforming into Super Saiyan God Blue. At this juncture, Gogeta's speed became so extraordinary that Broly could scarcely perceive him. In an instant, he was before Broly, delivering a powerful blow to his face without uttering a single word. In mere moments, he sent Broly flying. Regaining his composure after being struck, Broly clenched his fists, eager to retaliate, yet Gogeta's swiftness rendered any counterattack impossible. Another punch and kick landed forcefully upon Broly. Gogeta's speed far exceeded Broly's, and no matter how robust Broly's defenses were, they proved utterly futile against such velocity. Moreover, it was paramount to note that Gogeta's strength now eclipsed Broly's by a significant margin. The combination of overwhelming speed and unparalleled power marked a complete reversal in the battle's tide. With the scales of victory tipping decisively in Gogeta's favor from the moment he transformed into Super Saiyan God Blue and embraced his earnest mode. The outcome of this battle is already predetermined. Even the legendary Super Saiyan lacks the strength to contend with Vegito. Chapter 39, The Sole Arbiter. In the 6th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, it appears you were indeed correct, Beerus. Cold sweat drips from Kampa's brow. The Super Saiyan God, Blue Vegeto, has completely subdued Broly. At this juncture, it is evident who will emerge victorious. Like the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto, the power exhibited by the Super Saiyan God, Blue Vegeto, is unparalleled. Even the gods are surpassed by such formidable strength. Should a warrior of this caliber manifest in reality, one could only consider themselves unfortunate. In the King of All's palace. Incredible, Vegeto. The King of All has now transformed into Vegeto's ardent admirer. Both the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto and the Super Saiyan God, Blue Vegeto, are favorites of his. The Grand Priest also holds a fondness for Vegeto, the fusion warrior, primarily because it is truly remarkable for a mortal to wield such immense power. Vegeto, in both forms, manages to elevate his strength to a level that transcends even the gods, a feat that is not only challenging but nearly impossible to accomplish. In the realm of the second universe, the god of destruction, Hellas, is quite taken with Vegeto, the fusion warrior. Vegeto himself is undeniably striking and beautiful, a fact that requires no elaboration. More importantly, this Vegeto is in the form of the Super Saiyan God, Blue. Hellas considers this transformation to be the most exquisite of all. Vegeto, while maintaining this form, embodies beauty to perfection. If given the opportunity, Hellas would genuinely desire to claim Goku and Vegeta from the 7th universe to have them as warriors in her 2nd universe. When that time comes, she would cultivate Goku and Vegeta into even more magnificent fighters, akin to the likes of Ribrian, creating an entirely new breed of beautiful warriors. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, Frieza expresses his displeasure. "I knew it," he exclaims, having just witnessed Broly delivering a few blows to Vegeto. Yet, those few strikes were futile, as the Super Saiyan God, Blue Vegeto, has now fully overpowered Broly. If we are revived and Goku and Vegeta fuse, that would indeed be problematic. Cell begins to worry. It seems he and Frieza had not considered this scenario before. However, upon reflection, if Vegeta and Goku truly merge into Vegeto, they would possess no capacity to combat him. We must eliminate them before they fuse. Frieza's eyes glimmer with a ruthless determination. This is his plan, which he believes could succeed. After all, Goku and Vegeta must perform the fusion dance, and that moment presents the perfect opportunity to strike them down. Cell, realizing the validity of Frieza's words, nods in agreement, acknowledging that since Vegeto is beyond their reach to prevent their fusion, that would suffice. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation. "Indeed, Father is remarkable," Goten exclaimed, raising his hands in excitement. Just as Gohan had described, Father, exerting his full strength, effortlessly subdued Broly. "Isn't that right?" Gohan smiled. The fusion of Dad and Uncle Vegeta into Vegeto is truly formidable. It seems that even the power of Super Saiyan God in its red form is sufficient to defeat Broly, without the need for Super Saiyan God in its blue form. The blue form is already overwhelming. After Vegeto transformed, Broly couldn't even touch a single hair on him. Of course, Vegeta scoffed, a smirk of pride betraying his stoic demeanor. With his presence, Vegeto's immense strength is only to be expected. Returning to the video, the two clashed fists once more, shattering the dimensional space and reappearing on Earth. After being thoroughly beaten by Vegeto, an enraged Broly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that obliterated everything in its path. However, this energy failed to harm Vegeto. With a leap, Vegeto positioned himself behind Broly, gathering energy in his hands and launching it towards Broly's back. Subsequently, Vegeto raised his right hand high above his head. In that instant, a colossal amount of energy rapidly coalesced in his palm, forming a ball of energy that shimmered like a rainbow, floating above Vegeto's hand. He then grasped the rainbow energy, preparing to unleash one of his signature moves, the Soul Reaver. Essentially, a direct hit on the enemy would guarantee annihilation. However, Vegeto held back, not employing his full power. He hurled the rainbow energy at Broly. In a tremendous explosion, a towering column of fire erupted, and Broly's agonized screams pierced the heavens. At that moment, the Eternal Dragon appeared, summoned by someone. Yet Vegeto paid it no mind, as Broly remained unresolved. Nevertheless, he decided to accelerate the pace, no longer toying with Broly. While the preceding battle had been earnest, it had not aimed for an immediate conclusion. Suddenly, a green beam of light erupted. The pain from his injuries only fueled Broly's fury, as he recklessly charged at Vegeto, intent on annihilating him by any means necessary. However, Vegeto effortlessly deflected all of Broly's attacks, even indulging in some playful maneuvers. When confronted with Broly's concentrated energy blast, Vegito could have easily neutralized the energy. Instead, he chose to wait for it to approach him. At the critical distance, Vegito moved, gliding past the energy blast towards Broly. His body was a mere centimeter from the energy, an exceedingly narrow margin. Next, upon reaching Broly, Vegito delivered a powerful punch directly to Broly's face. Following this, a flurry of relentless strikes ensued. In that fleeting moment, confronted with the incessant barrage of attacks from Vegito, Broly found himself unable to maintain his footing, let alone seize an opportunity to retaliate. In the Grand Zeno Palace, the Grand Zeno was utterly captivated, mimicking Vegito's vigorous assault on Broly with great enthusiasm. Each of his imitative gestures bore a striking resemblance to the original, albeit his diminutive stature rendered the performance rather endearing, lacking the suave essence of Vegito. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest, who held the Grand Zeno in utmost favor, stood by clapping and exuberantly praising him, declaring that his imitation was remarkably accurate, exceedingly impressive, and incredibly skillful. Chapter 40 reveals that the outcome of this battle was glaringly evident. In the seventh universe, within the depths of hell, the overwhelming might of Vegito incited an intense loathing in Frisia, the malevolent emperor who harbored a profound disdain for Saiyans. He was not deluded enough to believe he surpassed Vegito in strength. It was precisely because he had witnessed Vegito's formidable power firsthand that his animosity intensified, wishing for Vegito's demise. More accurately, he yearned for the death of the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, for without these two components, the existence of Vegito would be rendered impossible. In the sixth universe, within the realm of destruction, Kampa remarked dismissively that there was no need to continue watching. Yet, despite his words, his gaze remained fixated on the video screen, harboring a fervent hope for a miraculous turn of events. He wished for Broly to once again ascend in power, surpassing Vegito. However, it was painfully apparent that such a scenario was utterly implausible. Even should Broly undergo another transformation, dramatically amplifying his energy, he would still fall short against Vegito. The reason for this was well understood by those of great strength or divine status. Vegito's power dwarfed Broly's by a considerable margin. If he so desired, he could obliterate Broly with a single blow. Indeed, it was true. He could kill Broly in an instant. Yet he opted not to do so. This signified that even if Broly were to suddenly multiply his strength several times over, he would remain no match for Vegito. At that moment, Kale, accompanied by Caulifla, approached Kampa and Beerus, inquiring, "Lord Kampa, Lord Beerus, I have a question that has been on my mind." "Speak quickly," Kampa replied, casting her an impatient glance. This demeanor was understandable, as his mood was already soured by Broly's impending defeat, leading to a less than cordial reception towards Caulifla. What Caulifla had longed to ask was whether Broly's transformation bore a striking resemblance to Kale's. She had noticed something amiss the moment Broly's hair shifted to a vibrant green, particularly when the terrifying power within Kale erupted. Her hair shimmered in a vibrant green, her physique exhibiting a remarkable muscular expansion, her height surging. Even the fierce aura emanating from her was reminiscent of both Caulifla and Broly. This undoubtedly suggested that Caulifla too embodied the legendary Super Saiyan. Kampa paused momentarily, recalling the moment when Caulifla unleashed her inner power. Indeed, her hair was green, her height increased, and her muscles were bulging. Moreover, like Broly, the overwhelming force could render Caulifla irrational, transforming her into a ferocious combat machine, consumed solely by the desire for battle and slaughter. In an instant, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. A wicked grin appeared on his face as he turned, rubbing his hands while gazing at Caulifla. Witnessing Kampa's sudden shift in attitude, Caulifla, inherently timid, was so startled that her body began to tremble. She hastily sought refuge behind Kale. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I won't harm you," Kampa chuckled. His spirits notably lifted. As his longtime companion, the Angel Vados instantly discerned Kampa's thoughts. "Lord Kampa, I must clarify that Kale is indeed, like Broly, a legendary Super Saiyan. This is indisputable." With this revelation, both Caulifla and Kampa were filled with exhilaration. Indeed, Kale was a legendary Super Saiyan, just like Broly. "Your intention is to cultivate Kale to reach Broly's level, isn't it?" Vados was well aware of Kampa's aspirations. Since both were legendary Super Saiyans, Kale could not possibly be inferior to Broly. By nurturing her, she could surpass Broly. Thus, even if her individual strength fell short against Vegeta, once she fused with Caulifla, the warrior they would create would undoubtedly surpass Vegeta. "Ha ha ha, you truly understand me, Vados." Kampa laughed heartily, extending his hand to point at Kale and Caulifla. You two must train diligently from now on. I want to see you defeat all the Saiyans of Universe 7. Yes, Lord Kampa, I will do just that. Caulifla replied confidently, her fists clenched. She was already on the path to becoming the strongest Saiyan, and defeating all Saiyans in Universe 7 was one of her ambitions. Seeing their happiness, it was as if they had already secured victory. Vados sighed in resignation, choosing not to dampen their enthusiasm. In her view, although Kale was a legendary Super Saiyan, reaching the level of Broly as seen in the footage was an arduous task, if not altogether impossible. After all, in terms of possessing the pure bloodline of the Super Saiyan, Broly was far more authentic than Kale. In a brief span, Broly had transformed from someone unskilled in combat to a formidable opponent capable of contending with Vegeta. Such an extraordinary growth rate was something Kale utterly lacked. Now, it was evident to all that in the footage, Broly was firmly suppressed by Vegeta, with no chance of retaliation in sight. The outcome of this battle has become exceedingly evident. Moreover, this confrontation has further illuminated the formidable power of Gogeta, showcasing it to both mortals and deities alike. Humanity is not to be underestimated. They possess the potential to transcend the divine. In the footage, one can observe Gogeta maintaining an unyielding dominance over Broly, who is rendered utterly defenseless. Ultimately, after receiving a powerful kick, Broly is sent soaring into the air. Gogeta's gaze fixates upon Broly, suspended above. As he suddenly raises his hands high, a terrifying energy surges forth, coalescing into a blue beam that entirely engulfs Broly's form. The meteor explosion delivers catastrophic damage to Broly, nearly stripping him of all combat ability. To the astonishment of those watching, including the gods, Broly appears to regain a modicum of rationality after being struck by the meteor explosion. At this juncture, Gogeta prepares to conclude the battle. He slightly crouches, positioning his hands in a flower bud formation at his waist. This technique, frequently employed by Son Goku, has become familiar to many viewers, some of whom have even attempted to emulate it. As Gogeta's immense blue energy surges forth, an overwhelming aura envelopes the area, dissuading any from approaching. The blue energy coalesces between Gogeta's hands, exuding a fierce intent and an earth-shattering presence that assaults Broly's body. In this moment, all present, including the deities, witness the miraculous restoration of Broly's previously vacant pupils, signifying his return to lucidity. The implications are clear. He has regained his mental faculties, albeit as a result of Gogeta's relentless assault. Now, acutely aware of Gogeta's murderous intent and formidable aura, Broly is gripped by fear, retreating a couple of steps. Yet, it is too late for him to evade. Gogeta's ultimate Kamehameha has reached its culmination. Overwhelmed by trepidation, Broly's body trembles uncontrollably, betraying his will. The ultimate Kamehameha is unleashed as Gogeta shouts, thrusting his hands forward with tremendous force. The sheer might distorts the ground and air, erupting with an unstoppable energy directed at Broly's position. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Destroyer, the magnitude of this strike is truly terrifying. Ramses cannot help but express his astonishment, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he watches. At the very moment the ultimate Kamehameha is released, even he, as the destroyer of the 10th universe, is left pondering the implications. If one finds themselves ensnared by that formidable energy, what should they do? Ramsey pondered deeply and concluded that the one thing he must avoid at all costs is to confront that energy head-on, even as a being of destruction such as himself. To withstand it directly would undoubtedly lead to severe physical harm, if not death. Thus, he contemplated two possible courses of action. First, to unleash the destructive power of absolute rules. Second, to evade. Any prudent individual would naturally choose to retreat, for no one wishes to be struck by an energy potent enough to warp the very air and ground itself. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, Frisia exhibited a look of disbelief. The intensity of this energy surpassed that of all prior attacks combined. Indeed, the energy of this ultimate Kamehameha was exponentially more powerful than any previous onslaught. The fusion of those two Saiyans was truly remarkable, thought Cell. Albeit he too was struck with fear by the magnitude of that energy. Should he be hit, not a single cell of his body would remain intact, regardless of whether he had 100 lives to spare. Survival after being subjected to such an assault was utterly impossible. In the video, Broly was paralyzed by terror, stripped of any semblance of the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet, just as the energy was about to collide with him, Zillai and Reimer made a wish to the dragon, and Broly was instantaneously transported back to planet Wampa. Upon witnessing Broly's sudden disappearance, Vegito swiftly redirected the energy into the cosmos, thereby averting potential devastation to Earth or any other celestial body. With this, the battle reached its conclusion. Broly and Vegito had achieved a resounding victory. In the final scene of the video, a confident smile graced Vegito's lips as he waved his hand, dissipating the energy he held. The third episode concluded with an analysis of the fierce battle between the legendary Super Saiyan and Vegito, marking an end to their conflict. Simultaneously, everyone, including the deities, was still reflecting on the extraordinary and intense battle they had just witnessed. The level of combat seemed to transcend even that of divine beings. In Universe 10, within the realm of the Kaioshin, Zamasu could not contain his rage upon seeing Vegito's victorious visage on the screen, his cup shattered in his grasp. He was infuriated that mere mortals dared to wield such formidable power. Who granted them the audacity? Insects ought to behave like insects, lying low and awaiting their demise. As individuals become increasingly formidable, one must ponder their intentions. Await the imminent arrival of the Human Zero Plan, an impending reckoning. Amongst all of God's creations, humanity stands as the singular flaw. I, Zamasu, shall rectify the errors of the divine, eliminating you with my own hands. Only in your absence will the world and the universe radiate with a more splendid luminescence. In the seventh universe, on Earth, within Capsule Corporation, the prowess of Gogeta is indeed remarkable. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly is utterly no match, exclaimed Krillin, his visage brimming with excitement. Initially, he believed that Gogeta could merely contend with Broly, but after viewing the complete footage, he realized the fallacy of his assumptions regarding Gogeta's true strength. Gogeta's triumph over Broly was astonishingly effortless. Even the fabled Super Saiyan could be vanquished with ease. Indeed, nodded the Kaioshin, equally exhilarated. What astonished me further was that Gogeta's power was sufficient to restore Broly's sanity, a memory that lingers vividly. Despite Broly's descent into madness, becoming a relentless beast of destruction, a brutal onslaught from Gogeta led him to regain a semblance of rationality. In the climactic moment when faced with the ultimate Kamehameha, fear engulfed Broly, and he entirely reclaimed his senses. One can only fathom the magnitude of terror he experienced at that juncture. Furthermore, one cannot help but speculate on the sheer strength of that ultimate Kamehameha. It was truly terrifying. Satan had never witnessed such a fearsome confrontation, far surpassing the horror of the Cell incident. He clung tightly to the arm of Fat Bu, who, despite indulging in delectable pudding, was profoundly awed by Gogeta's might. He reflected on his fortunate decision to align himself with Goku and his companions, living harmoniously alongside Satan. However, it must be said that Broly's fortune was indeed remarkable. Bulma, savoring an ice cream cone, remarked with a smile, in the final moments, someone granted him a wish, returning him to his original home on planet Vampa. Had he not been transported there, the energy unleashed upon him would surely have been fatal. Gohan nodded solemnly, acknowledging the unimaginable power of Gogeta. Born from the fusion of his father and Uncle Vegeta, had that ultimate Kamehameha struck Broly, it would have undoubtedly been his end. Ha ha ha, a fully powered Gogeta is truly formidable, Yamcha declared, striking a victorious pose reminiscent of Gogeta's triumph. Chapter 42. Such an audacious title indeed. If only he could wield power akin to Gogeta's. Then perhaps others would truly call him the God of Tea. Not merely a display of full power, mind you. Beerus smiled faintly, having noticed the moment when Gogeta casually dispersed the energy in his hand. In truth, he had retained a reserve of strength and had not unleashed his full power. Only those with keen observation skills, extremely meticulous individuals, or beings as formidable as Beerus himself would catch such a detail. Indeed, as Beerus stated, by the end of the video, Gogeta had indeed held back, not utilizing his complete strength. Had that ultimate Kamehameha struck Broly, the outcome would not have resulted in Broly's demise. In that case, Gogeta would have undoubtedly unleashed a technique far more potent than the ultimate Kamehameha. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others turned their heads, their gazes fixated on Beerus. However, it was evident that they were skeptical of Beerus's words, primarily because Gogeta's ultimate Kamehameha had already surpassed their comprehension and imagination. The fact that such a reality-defying technique had been employed made it hard to believe that Beerus would claim Gogeta still had more to give, that it was not his full power. Despite the incredulity, what Lord Beerus asserted was indeed correct. Whis stepped forward, smiling as he affirmed, Gogeta has indeed held back. This meant he concealed even greater power and techniques that he had yet to reveal. Whis, like Beerus, discerned that Gogeta had not exerted his full might in the video. Moreover, while he appeared to be serious during the battle with Broly, the reality was that he was not fully engaged. It resembled the time when Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta faced off against the Super One-Star Dragon. Gogeta was relishing the fight, approaching it with a sense of playfulness. Upon closer inspection, this could be observed in various moments throughout the battle. For instance, during the fight, Broly unleashed a powerful energy wave in a fit of rage. Gogeta could have easily blocked or neutralized it, yet he deliberately chose not to do either. Instead, he opted for an extreme maneuver, gliding just a hair's breadth away from the energy wave before soaring towards Broly. Had he miscalculated even slightly, he would have been struck. Numerous instances throughout the battle indicated that Gogeta had complete control over the entire encounter. Consequently, he did not take the fight particularly seriously. As for the intense murderous intent directed toward Broly, that only arose when he prepared the meteor explosion. Had Gogeta felt that intent from the outset of the battle, he would have needed merely a single strike to eliminate Broly entirely, thus avoiding the lengthy engagement. With this revelation, Krillin and the others began to comprehend the situation more clearly. It afforded them a deeper understanding of Gogeta's extraordinary strength, which had transcended their capacity to grasp. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, how about we fuse right now? Goku chuckled heartily as he turned to Vegeta. Oh, I think that's a splendid idea, Beerus remarked with keen interest. He had long desired to engage in a battle with Gogeta, especially after witnessing the two versions of Gogeta in the video. Don't even think about it, Kakarot. Vegeta scoffed, turning his head away. There was no way he would partake in that embarrassing fusion dance. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Episode 4 Battle Review, The Unrivaled Vegeto. Countdown, 30 seconds, please wait. Reminder, this battle review features two distinct periods of Vegeto. As the voice faded, everyone perked up at the text appearing on the screen. It was none other than Vegeto, the warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, the unrivaled Vegeto. They were thrilled that the warrior they anticipated was about to make an appearance, and this time it included two different incarnations of Vegeto, one unrivaled, and the other the strongest across dimensions. Humph, what an audacious title, Beerus snorted, his fighting spirit intensifying. However, the name also indicated that Vegeto's power would undoubtedly be formidable. After all, a warrior bearing the title of unrivaled could not possibly be weak. This realization only fueled Beerus's desire to face Gogeta and Vegeto in battle. But that would have to wait until Goku and Vegeta grew stronger. Fusion and merging depended on the strength of the two warriors. The stronger they were, the mightier the resulting warrior would be. It was akin to enjoying a chilled cola. The cooler it is, the more refreshing it feels. Thus, Beerus remained patient, waiting for Goku and Vegeta to become ever more powerful. Ha ha ha, this is going to be a feast for the eyes. Krillin exclaimed, hands on his hips, brimming with anticipation. I wonder who is stronger, Vegeto or Gogeta. We'll surely find out after watching the video. At that moment, many shared Krillin's sentiment. They eagerly awaited the emergence of Vegeto, curious about the extent of his powers and how he would compare to Gogeta. One was a fused warrior, the other a merged one. Which would prove to be the mightier? I believe they should be equally strong, Gohan pondered aloud. After all, both were the result of Goku and Vegeta's fusion or merging. Their strengths should logically be on par. Who knows? Whis remarked, looking at Gohan with a smile. Even I cannot accurately determine whose strength would surpass the other. However, when it comes to the advantages, it is undoubtedly the Patera earrings that possess more merits. The Patera earrings are divine artifacts. They simply require two individuals to adorn one earring on their respective ears to achieve fusion in an instant. This process is far more convenient compared to the Metamoran fusion technique. For instance, if Sun Wukong and Vegeta encountered an exceptionally formidable foe, they would need to invest time in performing the fusion dance. This moment presents a significant vulnerability. An astute enemy would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike, potentially eliminating one or both of them. In contrast, the Patera earrings do not present such a glaring weakness, as the two can don the earrings even while in motion. This method is remarkably convenient and time-efficient, leaving no room for wasted moments. Chapter 43. Whis' observations are indeed profound. Each of them, including Sun Wukong, wholeheartedly agrees. The utilization of the earrings is unquestionably simpler and more time-saving than the Metamoran fusion technique. Furthermore, Whis smiled slightly, raising two fingers, indicating a second advantage of the Patera earrings over the Metamoran fusion technique: time. Everyone paused, glancing at Whis, eager to understand the significance of time. If the Patera earrings are used by two Supreme Kais, the fusion would become permanent and unbreakable. However, if utilized by two mortals, the fusion would last for 1 hour. This revelation made it clear to all. After all, the Metamoran fusion lasts only 30 minutes. In fact, in a video recap, due to Gogeta's overwhelming power, he was unable to sustain the fusion for even 30 minutes and prematurely reverted to his original form. Thus, in terms of duration, the Patera earrings indeed offer a superior advantage. Whis then raised a third finger, forming a gesture of 3. Another notable point is that the Patera earrings eliminate the possibility of fusion failure. Conversely, the Metamoran fusion technique. Ahem, Whis did not complete his sentence but directed his gaze towards Vegeta, gently clearing his throat. Nevertheless, everyone understood Whis's implication, prompting a round of hearty laughter. Indeed, as illustrated in the previous video recap, Vegeta's blunders resulted in 2 failed fusions, transforming first into a corpulent form and subsequently into a thin one, before finally achieving success on the 3rd attempt, becoming the true and ultimate Gogeta. Their laughter was also fueled by the memory of Lord Frieza, as Vegeta's errors led to the 2 fusion failures. Frieza, or rather, Golden Frieza, was utterly defeated by Broly for over an hour on the icy plains. It is astonishing to think that the formidable Emperor of Evil, who has obliterated countless planets, spent over an hour protecting Earth in the video. Such a revelation is almost unbelievable. This connection undoubtedly elicited hearty laughter from Krillin and the others. Noticing their amused gazes directed at him, he too began to chuckle. His son and wife, Bulma, were also laughing. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, and he clenched his fists, muttering softly, "I cannot be blamed for my failures. I have not practiced that dance move like Kakarot has." Vegeta recalled Kakarot's words clearly. He had spent an entire hour mastering the Metamoran fusion dance, while Vegeta had only needed to watch it once, making 2 mistakes before succeeding. In comparison to Kakarot, Vegeta believed his own accomplishments were quite impressive. He possessed an undeniable talent for that embarrassing dance. Why should he be the subject of ridicule? Who knows how many failures others might endure before achieving success? In Universe 6, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Kampa rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was that truly Vegito displayed on the video screen? The warrior formed from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, Vegito. Lord Kampa, this is quite fortunate. It provides us an opportunity to witness the immense power possessed by Mr. Vegito, suggested Beerus. To understand Vegito's strength, this video summary presented the perfect means and opportunity. Moreover, it featured Vegito from 2 distinct periods, implying that Goku and Vegeta would fuse with varying levels of power. Kampa's lips gradually curled into a smile. Indeed, as Beerus had stated, this was an excellent chance to assess their opponent. He could closely observe the might of Vegito, who was reputed to be invincible. Nearby, Kale eagerly awaited the spectacle as well. She was curious to see how formidable the fused warrior of Goku and Vegeta would be, and if it surpassed the strength of her own fusion with Caulifla. If not, she would certainly challenge them. Kaba understood her thoughts and was left speechless. He wondered where Caulifla's confidence originated. It seemed that without a vigorous defeat, Caulifla would remain oblivious to the concept of pain. In the Xeno's palace, the Grand Minister found himself excited by the prospect of a new fusion. Xeno gazed eagerly at the Grand Minister, brimming with joy. Having just witnessed the fusion warrior Gogeta, he was now poised to see the fusion warrior Vegito. Indeed, this is truly something to look forward to, Lord Xeno, the Grand Minister replied with a smile. Equally anticipating the fusion warrior Vegito, who was formed using the Patera earrings of the Supreme Kai. Would his power surpass even that of Gogeta? Nonetheless, one thing is certain, Vegeta must indeed be an entity that transcends divinity within the 10th universe and the realm of the Supreme Kai. Upon reading the text displayed in the video, Zama's nearly crushed the new cup in his hand, infuriated that mere human pests dared to wield the sacred Patera earrings, an artifact meant solely for the Kais. In that moment, Zama's found it increasingly difficult to contain his rage. The aura surrounding him became infused with hatred, entirely unlike the divine essence one would expect. The sanctified Patera earrings are not meant to be sullied by your filthy hands. If they were to become tainted by your presence, it would be utterly unforgivable. Meanwhile, in the distance, Gaosu, who was searching for something, sensed the disturbance and furrowed his brow. Zamas, have I not advised you to refrain from letting human folly provoke you? Have you erred once more? Noticing Gaosu's attention, Zamas swiftly composed himself, allowing the malevolent aura to dissipate. A smile graced his face as he turned to Gaosu. I sincerely apologize. I could not maintain my composure just now. Gaosu sighed. Oh, you, humans are not as despicable as you perceive. You must learn well. Your journey is still long. In truth, Gaosu had initially regarded Zama's as an exceptionally capable Supreme Kai, not only due to his remarkable abilities, but also for his commendable combat prowess among the Kais. Under normal circumstances, Gaosu would have planned to retire soon, passing on the mantle of Supreme Kai to Zama's. However, he now recognized Zama's distorted sense of morality and his prejudice against humanity, prompting Gaosu to remain vigilant. He resolved to reconsider the transition of power only when Zama's views on humanity had undergone a transformation. Otherwise, should Zama's ascend to the position of Supreme Kai, he would not assist humanity. Rather, he would bring them harm, plunging them into endless peril. Zama's, naturally, was aware of Gaosu's thoughts and felt increasingly disgruntled. While he appeared to acknowledge his faults outwardly, his inner desire to eliminate Gaosu grew stronger. In his eyes, Gaosu's kindness towards humanity was intolerable. Such a deity should not exist. For the sake of a better universe, Zama's felt compelled to rectify this situation personally and hasten the initiation of his zero plan across every universe. Unrivaled Vegeto, he scoffed. What an audacious claim. Frisia could not help but spit disdainfully on the ground, his expression rife with contempt. He harbored a profound loathing for the Saiyans. One moment, they spoke of the fusion that birthed the strongest being in the multiverse, Vegeto, and the next, they hailed this so-called unrivaled Vegeto. How could there be so many ways to become stronger? In that instant, Frisia's disdain for the Saiyans surged to new heights. Indeed, such grandiose claims. One proclaims to be the strongest in the dimension, while the other asserts invincibility. Whichever title one adopts, they both resonate with an aura of invulnerability. With arms crossed and a sinister smirk, Cell remarked, however, I do not believe those Saiyans are unconquerable. Once I am resurrected, I shall make them understand what it means to be the ultimate android that overcomes all. Ahem, overcoming all is merely a self-bestowed moniker, akin to the titles of Vegeto and Gogeta. Both possess their own illustrious names, invincible and strongest in the dimension. Cell, unwilling to be overshadowed, crafted a title for himself, intending to overshadow both Gogeta and Vegeto. Naturally, this also extends to the gods of destruction and angels. He aims to dominate them all. Frisia, swift to grasp Cell's intent, allowed a peculiar smile to grace his lips. Then I shall be known as the Monkey Slayer Emperor, Frisia. A fitting title, simple yet brutal. It is easily comprehensible. Slaying monkeys is merely a euphemism for exterminating those Saiyan pests. Ultimately, Frisia's singular ambition is to cultivate strength and, upon resurrection, eliminate Goku and Vegeta, the two Saiyans. Not to forget Paragus, who has insulted him in their chat group. He must also be included in this vendetta. Upon his revival, Frisia resolves to eradicate every last one of these Saiyans without exception. In Universe 4, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Ketra, reclining with discontent, observed the text on the video screen, which had shifted from proclaiming dimensionally unrivaled strength to invincibility once more. I must say, the Saiyans from Beerus domain are exceptionally arrogant. He mused, his fists clenched, gradually tightening with frustration. As one who harbors a vehement animosity towards the god of destruction, Beerus, he yearned to witness warriors from Universe 7 portrayed as feeble and weak, utterly inferior to the might of his Universe 4 warriors. Yet, from the initial video analysis to the present, not a single weakling had appeared. What of Goku and his Saiyan companions? They have consistently enhanced their prowess, each growing increasingly formidable. Furthermore, the emergence of fusion has resulted in powers surpassing even the divine. Excluding these individuals, even the villains of Universe 7 possess immense strength. They are far from the easily vanquished weaklings. This realization left Ketra vexed, as he discovered that the warriors of Universe 7 far surpassed those of Universe 4 by unfathomable margins. There was simply no comparison. Soon, amidst the anticipation of all beings and deities across the universe, the countdown reached its conclusion, accompanied by a mechanical voice echoing within his mind. The announcement resounded, Phase 4 of the battle analysis, Invincible Vegeto, commencing playback. As with previous video analyses, the screen began to display an introductory segment accompanied by sound. An evil sorcerer named Babidi released the seal on the demon Majin Bu. Under his command, Majin Bu wreaked havoc, mercilessly slaughtering countless individuals and decimating numerous cities. However, a human named Satan discovered the benevolent side of Majin Buu. The two formed an unlikely friendship, and Majin Buu vowed to abandon his malevolent ways, aspiring to become a good being. Tragically, a nefarious individual appeared and shot Satan. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Majin Buu attempted to heal Satan's body. Yet, his overwhelming fury caused him to split into two entities, the pudgy Buu, embodying goodness, and the slender Buu, representing evil. They clashed upon their encounter, but ultimately, the stout Buu was overpowered and consumed by the lean Buu. The assimilation of the righteous Buu transformed him into the embodiment of pure evil, the formidable Kid Buu, whose power was unmatched, leading to the swift destruction of Earth. At this moment, the narration concludes, and the video segment is introduced. The inhabitants of Universe 7, particularly Goku and his companions, were all too familiar with this tale, for it reflected their recent experiences. The sole distinction lay in the fact that they had triumphed over the slender Buu, preventing the emergence of Kid Buu. Wait, could it be that the divergence here is the failure to defeat the slender Buu? Satan glanced at the pudgy Buu beside him, then turned to Goku and his companions. Goku nodded in affirmation, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, this is an alternate timeline where we did not conquer the slender Buu. Had he and Vegeta not grown stronger, events would have unfolded as depicted in this video, with the virtuous pudgy Buu being devoured by the malevolent slender Buu, ultimately transforming into the invincible Kid Buu. In the end, only he and Vegeta would need to fuse to combat Kid Buu. Isn't it fortunate that this video projection appeared?" Goku continued, "Thanks to this, I and Vegeta were able to learn and master such formidable new transformations, enabling us to easily defeat the slender Buu." Bulma, now acutely aware of the significance of this video projection, grasped its importance. Chapter 45. Old Kai, please hurry. The video projection allowed Vegeta and Goku to comprehend these two new powerful transformations, Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Had they not learned of these transformations and failed to grow stronger, they would have faced a fate akin to that depicted in the video, falling victim to the formidable Kid Buu. "Indeed, you have made a valid point," Beerus remarked, casting a glance at Bulma before tossing a grape into his mouth. After savoring it, he pointed at the video projection and chuckled. "If this video projection had not appeared, not only would you have been unaware of these transformations, but neither Whis nor I would have come to your aid." "Lord Beerus speaks the truth," Whis concurred, nodding in agreement. Without the video projection, they would have had no knowledge of the seventh universe's existence, particularly a planet called Earth. They remain oblivious to the immense potential and formidable power possessed by the numerous Saiyans present. Furthermore, they are unaware that Earth is, in fact, a planet renowned for its extraordinary culinary delights. This gastronomic planet is a name bestowed upon Earth by Beerus and Whis, primarily due to the overwhelming abundance of delectable dishes available, far too many to count. Each delicacy is simply exquisite. Even a random selection is guaranteed to be delightful, justifying its title as a culinary paradise. In the depths of hell, Babidi clenched his fists in frustration, stomping his feet in anger as he realized that this predicament was somehow linked to the traitor Majin Buu. "Saiyans, rally together. Goku, Vegeta, annihilate that traitor," he exclaimed, recalling the bitter memory of being ambushed and killed by Buu, a detail he could never forget. The video merely alluded to his release of Buu's seal, after which Buu wreaked havoc alone, devoid of Babidi's presence. Babidi surmised that in that timeline, the accursed Buu had undoubtedly killed him once more. It was utterly infuriating. Soon, the video commenced, beginning with Gotenks, the fusion of Goten and Trunks, a warrior embodying numerous flaws. Standing before him was the formidable Majin Buu. However, it was evident that Gotenks had exhausted his strength. In his normal state, he was no match for Buu. The scene shifted to the Supreme Kai's realm, where Goku anxiously called out, "Grand Elder Kai, hurry. The fusion power of the little ones is waning." "Is that true, Dad?" Gohan, seated and seemingly undergoing some training, turned to Goku, equally anxious as he was currently unlocking his own latent potential under the guidance of the Elder Kai. "At this rate, they will be annihilated by Buu," Goku stated with a serious expression. "Very well, you may go," the Elder Kai said, his demeanor somewhat comical. "Your potential has already been fully unlocked." This revelation left both Goku and Gohan bewildered. "Completed? But we thought the training was still ongoing. Why wasn't this communicated sooner?" Gohan couldn't help but inquire. "How long ago was it finished?" "About 5 minutes ago," the Elder Kai replied nonchalantly. "Why didn't you inform us earlier?" Did you not just say you were distracted and would delay? Gohan expressed his frustration. Had they known sooner, he could have rushed to Earth to assist Gotenks in defeating Bu. Foolishness. Wouldn't it be more impressive to reveal it at a critical moment? The Elder Kai retorted with bravado. Oh, never mind. I must hurry. Since you have unlocked my potential, what must I do next to become the strongest warrior? Gohan eagerly questioned, desperate to transform into the mightiest fighter and vanquish Bu. No longer can we allow Bu to act recklessly. Are you not often transforming into that so-called super whatever? The old Kai observed as he looked at Gohan. It's all about focusing your mind. The secret of the Super Saiyan, is it? I understand now. Gohan clenched his fists and began to emulate the transformation into a Super Saiyan. A deep, thunderous roar erupted from his throat. An overwhelmingly powerful aura instantaneously burst forth, violently impacting everything around it. The old Kai, standing too close and lacking in strength, was effortlessly sent flying by the energy radiating from Gohan. Not far away, Goku, feeling this immense power, wore a shocked expression. The entire Kaishin realm was ravaged. The ground cracked under the force of the aura, rendering anything unable to approach Gohan at that moment. Incredible. Truly incredible, Dad. Gohan exclaimed excitedly, turning to Goku after the tumult subsided. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, his current power surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. Haha, indeed, Goku chuckled. It's astonishingly strong. Utterly overwhelming. He was now entirely convinced that Gohan could definitely defeat Majin Buu. At this moment, a series of mechanical voices suddenly resonated in everyone's minds. Reminder, this also counts as a Saiyan transformation. This is a power uniquely belonging to Gohan, resulting from the potential development training by the old Kai, representing a brand new evolutionary path exclusively for Gohan, which could be termed mystical Gohan. In the 6th universe, in Hell, Frieza shouted, "Damn it. Another Saiyan transformation in the battle recap." He truly hadn't anticipated this. He had wanted to witness how Bu would teach Goku and his companions a lesson, but instead, he was struck by the revelation of Gohan mastering an entirely new power. In contrast to Frieza's reaction, Cell was immensely excited. Haha, mystical Gohan, how splendid. He could sense that the power possessed by this mystical Gohan was exponentially greater than that of the Super Saiyan 2 who had once defeated him. Though it was not a Super Saiyan transformation, the might of this mystical Gohan far surpassed that of Gohan in Super Saiyan form. Truly, it was an evolutionary path unique to Gohan, a power that only he could possess. This realization heightened Cell's anticipation for their eventual battle upon his resurrection. He longed to defeat Gohan, the very Saiyan who had once vanquished him. In the 6th universe, in the realm of destruction, a new transformation, mystical Gohan, amused. He had initially wanted to see what new transformation Caulifla and her companions might attempt, but he believed this one would be beyond their grasp. After all, this transformation resulted from a development of potential, and Caulifla's potential did indeed pale in comparison to Gohan's. Chapter 46. Whis' eyes also sparkled with intrigue. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, haha, Gohan has mastered a new transformation. Goku exclaimed with a smile, feeling immense pride in his son's newfound strength. He had thought that both he and Vegeta had acquired new transformations. His son, Son Gohan, is regarded as the Saiyan with the most potential, akin to Broly. In his eyes, how could Gohan possibly fade from the spotlight? His brand new transformation arrived swiftly, said to be a development of his potential, and even Goku recognized it. In truth, it enables Gohan to harness the immense power that surges forth in moments of anger. Nevertheless, this approach has indeed granted Gohan a unique power, allowing him to carve out an evolutionary path distinctively his own. By dedicating himself to this training, Gohan no longer needs to follow the Super Saiyan route. He simply needs to continue along this path. How impressive! Krillin couldn't help but exclaim. Despite not being a Super Saiyan, his power surpasses that of one. Just from witnessing Gohan's explosive aura in the recent video, it was evident. Moreover, Goku in the video remarked that Gohan is now extraordinarily powerful. Oh, such a transformation exists. Vegeta crossed his arms, finding this transformation quite amusing. Due to Gohan's immense potential, a transformation uniquely his own was birthed after unlocking that potential. Truly, he is a Saiyan acknowledged by Vegeta himself. When Gohan first transcended into Super Saiyan 2 as a child, it was at that moment that Vegeta genuinely recognized him. As for the Supreme Kai, his attention currently rests more on the old Supreme Kai rather than Gohan's ascension. Why haven't they shown up here? Their timeline is hardly different from ours, he mused. TCH, That old fool, Beerus grimaced upon seeing the old Supreme Kai in the video. While others may not recognize him, Beerus certainly knows who the old Supreme Kai is. Ah, Lord Beerus, that esteemed individual has been awakened, Whis remarked with a smile. Aware of the relationship between the old Supreme Kai and Beerus, this statement naturally piqued Goku and the others' interest, as they turned their gazes towards Beerus. Lord Beerus, do you know that seemingly elderly and rather peculiar Supreme Kai? Goku inquired first. I do, Beerus replied nonchalantly, scratching his ear. He can assist Gohan in unlocking his potential. Where is he? Can you tell us, Lord Beerus? Goku expressed his desire to meet the old Supreme Kai in order to help Gohan fully unleash and control the latent power within him, allowing him to embark on his unique evolutionary path. TCH, absolutely not. I have no desire to disclose that, Beerus retorted, turning his head away in annoyance. The old Supreme Kai had displeased him in the past, leaving him in a foul mood. Consequently, he had no intention of releasing the old Supreme Kai, especially since the latter's existence is intertwined with that of the god of destruction. Furthermore, the old fellow is quite weak and could easily be slain by others. For the sake of his own safety, Beerus would certainly refrain from revealing to Goku and his companions the whereabouts of the old Kai. Upon observing Beerus's reluctance to speak, Goku and the others turned their attention to Whis. However, with Beerus forbidding him to divulge any information, Whis found himself at an impasse. He merely tilted his head towards Goku and the others, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. At that moment, Bulma had a sudden stroke of inspiration. She devised a plan that would undoubtedly coax Beerus into speaking. Subsequently, she made a phone call, the content of which remained a mystery. Not long after hanging up, they witnessed someone bringing forth an exquisite delight, an extravagant strawberry sundae, notably the upgraded version, renowned from previous video highlights. As soon as this delectable treat appeared, the gluttonous gaze of Beerus was irresistibly drawn to it, his mouth watering at the sight. Whis's eyes also sparkled with excitement. Recalling the luxurious 657 strawberry sundae featured in the video of Golden Frieza, it was something he had yet to savor alongside Beerus. Clearing her throat deliberately, Bulma produced 2 spoons from her pocket and smiled. I can tell you're eager to indulge. However, to partake, you must reveal the location of that lecherous old Kai. Realizing he and Whis had been ensnared by the Earthling's cunning, Beerus faced a dilemma. Should he divulge the information or resist? All the while the stunning strawberry sundae became increasingly tantalizing. Unable to withstand the temptation any longer, Beerus shook his head, internally arriving at a decision. All right, I will tell you, he conceded, casting a glance at the old Kai in the video. With a sigh, he added, that fellow once provoked my ire. So I sealed him within the Kai sword. Now, can I enjoy my treat? He inquired. Of course, please indulge. Bulma replied with a grin, handing over the spoon and sundae to Beerus. He and Whis eagerly dug in, savoring the strawberry sundae. The moment it touched their palates, their eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed worth the exchange. The sundae was exquisite beyond measure. What exactly is the Kai sword? Is it a real sword? Goku scratched his head, several visible question marks materializing above him. Watching Beerus relish the sundae, Krillin couldn't help but shiver. His fear of the god of destruction intensified. The implications were terrifying. After all, merely inciting his wrath could lead to being sealed within a sword, an ordeal far worse than death. The thought of being confined to a sword, unable to perish but forced to endure suffering, was unbearable. Krillin certainly did not wish to find himself sealed within the sword. The Kai sword, an epiphany struck the Kai, his expression turning pale. Wasn't he at the very sword embedded in a stone pillar within the Kai realm? He also believed that the Kaioshin sword was a legendary divine blade, and that once someone drew it, they would gain extraordinary power. However, the truth was far from his assumptions. In reality, his ancestor had been sealed within the Kaioshin sword by Lord Beerus. You see, the one who arrived was Son Gohan. Son Goku cast a glance at Kaioshin Shin, and instantly, a wave of excitement surged through him. Kaioshin Shin nodded, affirming that indeed, it was within the realm of the Kaioshin. That is truly wonderful, exclaimed Son Goku, clenching his fists in joy. When we have the chance, might you lead us there? I wish to release the seal of the old Kaioshin and ask for his assistance in unlocking Gohan's potential. Indeed, Kaioshin Shin responded eagerly. He was more than willing to accompany Son Goku and his companions, as he needed their strength. After all, the task of breaking a seal was beyond his capabilities. He lacked the power even to draw the Kaioshin sword. Yet, Son Goku and his allies would undoubtedly succeed. The video continued to play. After changing into a martial arts uniform identical to Son Goku's, Son Gohan made his way to Earth. Meanwhile, in his usual state, Gotenks was no match for Majin Buu, who effortlessly sent Gotenks flying and then unfused. Just as Piccolo and the others believed their doom was imminent, a formidable aura suddenly enveloped them, startling all three. Majin Buu also looked up, sensing the overwhelming energy. What is this immense power? Could it be a new adversary? Piccolo's face turned pale with fear. He could not ascertain the source of this overwhelming presence, as it exceeded his comprehension, even surpassing Majin Buu's power by several folds. However, they quickly deduced the origin of this energy. It's brother Gohan. Goten exclaimed with delight. The one emanating this fearsome aura was indeed Son Gohan. What? How could this be? Piccolo was struck with disbelief. Such a powerful presence belonged to Son Gohan. Moreover, according to what they knew, Son Gohan should have perished. Yet, he was not only alive, but had somehow acquired immense strength. Soon, Son Gohan descended, positioning himself before Majin Buu. Goten and Trunks were elated that Gohan had survived and had become extraordinarily powerful. Son Gohan then elucidated the reason for his survival. At the brink of death, he had received aid from the Kaioshin. With their assistance, his latent potential was unlocked, granting him this formidable power. At that moment, gazing at Son Gohan, who appeared transformed, Majin Buu tightened his fists, feeling a palpable tension. Upon learning from Goten that Chi-Chi and the others had all been slain by Majin Buu, Son Gohan's fury ignited. His gaze filled with a murderous intent. He turned to face Majin Buu, ready to unleash his wrath upon him. Simultaneously, within the realm of the Kaioshin, Sun Wukong and his companions gathered before the crystal ball, observing everything about Earth. Come on, Gohan, let us witness the true extent of your potential. Sun Wukong expressed his eager anticipation. Simultaneously, a sense of joy enveloped him, for this was precisely what he wished to see. Not all matters needed to be resolved by him and Vegeta. Gohan and the others possessed the capability to stand on their own, armed with the power to protect Earth and vanquish foes. However, when the Supreme Kai announced he would take Gohan to the Kaioshin realm, I found myself pondering the implications of this event. Jebet was of the belief that humanity lacked the merit to enter the sacred realm of the Kais, even someone as formidable as Gohan. Yet, the Supreme Kaioshin unhesitatingly brought Gohan along, for he held faith in him, believing Gohan to be the one capable of confronting Majin Buu. Hey, Jebet, I did not misjudge this individual, did I? The Supreme Kaioshin turned to him, smiling. Indeed. Jebet nodded. Reflecting on Gohan's accomplishments, he regarded this human with awe. Not only had Gohan drawn forth the Kaioshin sword, a feat beyond the grasp of previous Kais, but he had also liberated the sealed Elder Kai. Upon hearing this, the Elder Kai felt a twinge of displeasure. It is quite absurd that none of my 14 successors could aid in breaking my seal. I am truly at a loss for words. A task insurmountable for 14 Kais was ultimately achieved by a mere human. Were it not for Gohan's arrival, I shudder to think how many more generations I would have remained confined. My sincerest apologies. The Supreme Kaioshin hurriedly shifted the subject. However, esteemed elder, I believe the outcome is indeed favorable. It is evident that the mortal realm must rely on humanity's own hands for protection. I concur wholeheartedly. Sun Wukong remarked with a smile, fully endorsing the Supreme Kaioshin's sentiments. The future is not bestowed upon us. Rather, it is something we must strive to create. It is our belief in a promising future that compels us to cherish life even more. With that, his gaze returned to the crystal ball, observing Gohan, who now bore none of the childish innocence he once had. Go forth, Gohan. The future of Earth rests upon your shoulders. In the chat group, Hellas, oh, how beautifully said. The future must indeed be forged by our own efforts. Quitella, such a human in Universe 7 under Beerus truly seems like a waste. Beerus, little mouse, if you envy, just say so. No need for subtlety. Compa, I too believe such a powerful Saiyan should not belong to Universe 7. Caulifla, just wait. During the Saiyan fighting tournament, I will defeat all of you. Vegeta, where did this trash come from? Such arrogance is quite amusing. Jabe, I sincerely apologize. She has always been like this. You need not be courteous with her. The old Kaioshin, sealed away and just awakening from slumber, coughed and implored, is there anyone who can come to my rescue? In the 7th universe, on Earth, within Capsule Corporation, Bulma pondered, just wait a moment, esteemed ancestor. As soon as the video concludes, I shall return to aid you. Kaioshin clenched his fists resolutely. He could not allow his forebear to continue suffering within the confines of the Kaioshin sword. By the way, why haven't we seen Vegeta yet? Bulma questioned, her curiosity piqued. In the video depicting the battle against Majin Buu, Vegeta was conspicuously absent. Also, in the Kaioshin realm, only Goku, crowned with a golden halo, was visible. Where could Vegeta be? Bulma mused aloud. Vegeta, blushing slightly, glanced at Bulma and confessed, in this timeline, I should be the first to perish. Chapter 48, A Familiar Feeling. Indeed, it was at the very moment the video began that he resolved to self-destruct, intending to take Majin Buu down with him and eradicate the trouble he had inadvertently created. Yet, according to the footage, the only one who ultimately perished was himself. Buu remained unharmed. Thus, it was evident that he was the first to fall. Ah, I see. Bulma responded with an awkward smile, having inadvertently overlooked this detail. It was certainly not her intention to provoke Vegeta's feelings. Now, all eyes were on Gohan's performance. Though Goku was eager to witness the mysterious Gohan's prowess, he understood that matters were unlikely to be straightforward. The Gohan depicted in the video had evidently surpassed Majin Buu in strength. However, why would he still need to merge with Vegeta? Clearly, the resolution would not arrive swiftly, and there must be further twists in the tale. Simultaneously, many anticipated Gohan's combat prowess, eager to discern who would prevail between him and Buu. Yet, some speculated how Buu might reverse the tide of battle. If he could not contend with Gohan, how could he possibly compel Goku and Vegeta to fuse? Returning to the video, as the battle commenced, Gohan exhibited his formidable combat capabilities. With his potential unlocked, he completely overpowered Majin Buu. Regardless of how Buu attacked, Gohan effortlessly thwarted or evaded his strikes. Each of Gohan's counterattacks inflicted excruciating pain upon Buu. Initially concerned that Gohan might struggle against Buu, Goten and Trunks contemplated merging once more into Gotenks to assist Gohan. However, upon witnessing Gohan dominate Buu, they stood dumbfounded and abandoned their fusion idea. Piccolo, Gohan's father, was equally astonished. Gohan had transformed into an incredible powerhouse, almost unrecognizable. Despite his overwhelming advantage over Buu, Gohan did not hasten to eliminate him, for the latter had committed numerous heinous acts. If he were to be eliminated swiftly, it would be far too lenient on him. Moreover, Sun Wukong sensed the faint traces of Krillin and the others within the body of Majin Buu. Although their presence was exceedingly weak, it served as evidence that they were not deceased. Thus, he could not obliterate Majin Buu in one fell swoop. He needed to engage in combat, while contemplating the means to rescue Krillin and the others. However, despite his deliberate restraint of power, Majin Buu was utterly incapable of resisting his onslaught. In this confrontation, Majin Buu experienced an unprecedented and overwhelming pressure, for Sun Wukong's strength truly crushed him. At present, he could not even manage to injure Sun Wukong. In the sixth universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Kappa nodded in approval. Observing Sun Wukong's performance in battle, with his hands clasped behind his back, he adopted a teacher-like demeanor and began to offer earnest critiques. Though not as formidable as the Super Saiyan God forms of Goku and Vegeta, considering the timeline presented in the video, Sun Wukong's current prowess was indeed the strongest among those Saiyans, which was commendable. Yet, a question arose. Kappa's brow furrowed in confusion. Despite having so thoroughly suppressed Buu, why was Vegeta making an appearance? He could not fathom it. Sun Wukong alone was more than capable of vanquishing Majin Buu. Thus, what reason could there be for Vegeta's emergence? Was it possible that Majin Buu could suddenly grow stronger in an instant? That was a skill exclusive to the Saiyans, and Kappa did not believe Buu possessed such an ability to gain strength through rage. Bardos shook her head in agreement, equally perplexed. After all, in the sixth universe, there had never been a being like Buu, leaving her uncertain of his unique capabilities or how he might turn the tide against Sun Wukong. In the 11th universe, the assessment of Sun Wukong's performance in this video recap was notably improved compared to the previous one. Topo not only praised him vocally, but also assumed a striking pose he deemed just and heroic. His remarks referred to the Sun Wukong featured in the recap of Golden Frieza, a version that had left a profound impression, one that was remarkably weak. As the son of Goku, he had struggled even to transform into a Super Saiyan, a fact that Topo remembered vividly. Thus, upon witnessing this enigmatic form of Sun Wukong, Topo instinctively compared him to the earlier version, resulting in a clear distinction. This mysterious Sun Wukong vastly surpassed the one from the Golden Frieza video. as at least this version could transform into a Super Saiyan, and even possessed a unique transformation that transcended that of a Super Saiyan. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, why is he not following the usual script this time? Frieza clenched his fists, expressing his displeasure. In the previous video compilations, Son Goku and his companions would initially endure some blows. Yet, this time, the onslaught began with sheer domination, which was far from what he had anticipated. In Frieza's eyes, even if the eventual outcome favored the Saiyans, he at least expected to witness them taking some hits along the way. Was it too much to ask for such a trivial request? This is truly him, rekindling the old sensations of yesteryears. From the footage of Son Gohan, Cell could sense the resurgence of the once mighty Saiyan. Gohan had returned. This was the Gohan he recognized, not the one from the video who struggled against mere minions. Returning to the video, after sending Majin Buu crashing into the rocks with a powerful kick, a brilliant purple light erupted outward. Countless fragments of stone hurtled towards Son Gohan, who disdainfully chose not to evade, instead shattering the incoming debris with ease. As he continued to dismantle the stones, Majin Buu approached at an alarming speed, attempting to catch Gohan off guard. Surely, focusing on the debris would leave Gohan unable to react to his swift advance. However, Majin Buu underestimated him. In the face of overwhelming power, any cunning little tricks were futile. When Majin Buu hovered before Gohan, he immediately opened his mouth, gathering a tremendous amount of energy within. His excitement was palpable. He was convinced this strike would surely hit Gohan. Many viewers watching the video shared this belief. At such a close range, evasion seemed impossible for Gohan. Chapter 49. Goku and the others began to comprehend the situation. Just as the energy was about to be unleashed, to everyone's astonishment, Gohan did not adopt a defensive stance. He did not attempt to mitigate the damage through defense. Instead, he boldly extended his hand and pressed it against the energy forming in Majin Buu's mouth. With great force, he pushed the energy back inside Buu. Remarkably, he succeeded. The energy erupted, and Majin Buu was visibly injured, his clarity returning. The viewers, witnessing this spectacle, could no longer contain themselves. Bulma, well done. That's it. Defeat Majin Buu quickly, Gohan. Gabe, I've never seen someone shove energy back like that. Librian, Majin Buu never anticipated that Gohan would force his energy back down his throat. Babidi, excellent work, Gohan. Now, crush that traitor. Northeast Kai, hold on. I'm eating. And this is making me laugh so hard I might choke. Back in the video, Gohan unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on Majin Buu, who, pushed beyond his limits, resorted to self-destruction. However, at present, Gohan's speed is astonishingly swift. In the fleeting moment of Majin Buu's self-destruction, he managed to rescue Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks, soaring into the sky to evade the ensuing energy explosion. Yet, he would not succumb to death because of this. An hour later, Majin Buu resurrected and sought them out once more. However, Gohan could not fathom why Majin Buu would deliberately wait an hour before reappearing. If there were any changes, Gohan should have sensed them immediately. Yet, Majin Buu exhibited no alterations whatsoever, leaving Gohan perplexed about his intentions. Soon enough, Majin Buu directed his attention towards Goten and Trunks. Hey, you little brats, come out. I wish to battle you too. The utterance startled Gohan and the others. They could hardly believe that Majin Buu would audaciously challenge Goten and Trunks. Do not mistake this. Your opponent is me, Gohan declared, pointing his thumb at himself. He would not allow Majin Buu to engage with the two youngsters. He had implored the Elder Kaishin to unlock his potential precisely for the purpose of defeating Majin Buu. Majin Buu chuckled ominously, gesturing towards Goten and Trunks. No, I wish to settle things with the little brats first, and then I will deal with you. Why complicate matters so? Gohan stepped forward, questioning, did you not intend to defeat me? What is the matter, little brats? Majin Buu ignored Gohan, provocatively challenging, are you afraid to fight me? However, as he spoke, 2 chunks of flesh unexpectedly fell from his body. Where had that earlier bravado vanished? What did you say? Trunks could no longer endure the provocation and stepped forward angrily. Are we afraid? Goten, too, was caught in Majin Buu's taunt. After all, the 2 youngsters had not considered the implications deeply. Moreover, even without Gohan, their Super Saiyan 3 forms could likely match Majin Buu's strength. With Gohan present, they felt even more emboldened, knowing he could assist them at any moment. As this thought crossed Trunks' mind, he smiled, feeling confident. You clearly have no understanding. Had we not reverted to our normal forms earlier, victory would have been assured. Is that so? Majin Buu continued to provoke. Yet I can't shake the feeling that you all are terrified. How dare you say such a thing? Goten could no longer restrain himself, clenching his fists. What a foolish creature. Let us fight. Indeed, we must not allow him to underestimate us. Trunks wholeheartedly agreed. They were eager to demonstrate their strength as Gotenks through fusion to Gohan. Wait. As the voice of reason, Piccolo sensed something amiss and quickly interjected. I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Don't you find it strange? You're overthinking it. Uncle Piccolo, Trunks dismissed, unconcerned. What kind of scheme could that fool possibly devise? Indeed, they directly employed the Metamoran fusion technique. Soon, the formidable warrior, Gotenks, born of countless flaws, emerged in a Super Saiyan 3 state. Upon his entrance, he confidently gestured towards the crowd, seemingly convinced of his impending victory over Majin Buu in front of Gohan and Piccolo. Oh, it truly is the fusion of Goten and Trunks, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Although she was already aware that Gotenks was the product of the two young boys' fusion, this was their first time witnessing the process firsthand. However, Bulma realized that Buu's intent was to provoke the fusion of Goten and Trunks. Goku's expression shifted as he recalled that at the video's onset, Gotenks had defused, while Majin Buu had deliberately waited an hour to approach after his self-detonation. This meant that the cooldown period had elapsed, allowing Goten and Trunks to once again perform the Metamoran fusion technique. Could it be that he wishes to consume Gotenks? Vegeta's demeanor darkened, his fists clenched. Reflecting on the recap in the video, he remembered that the slender Buu transformed into his current form after devouring the fat Buu, signifying that he possessed the ability to absorb others and grow stronger. Is this for real? Krillin and the others began to express their concerns. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai realized something, his expression shifting as he hurriedly proclaimed, indeed, this is true. The original Majin Buu was a childlike embodiment of pure evil. It was only after devouring the Grand Kai that he became the fat Buu. Therefore, he certainly possesses the ability to absorb others and enhance both his appearance and strength. With this clarification, Goku and the others understood. No wonder he and Vegeta fused into Vegeto in the end. Chapter 50. This is Gotenks Buu. Majin Buu consumed the Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks and then absorbed the mysterious Gohan. At that point, he was invincible, and only through fusion could he be defeated. How cunning. Beerus chuckled softly. No wonder Majin Buu deliberately waited an hour. He was timing the cooldown for Goten and Trunks fusion. Intriguingly, with such intellect, he indeed qualifies to absorb everyone. In the 7th universe, in Hell, Babidi realized Majin Buu's intentions as well. Enraged, he waved his fists, attempting to prevent the battle between Gotenks and Majin Buu. Yet, how could he thwart what had already transpired? He could only watch helplessly as Buu's scheme unfolded, preparing to absorb the Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks and grow even stronger. In the 6th universe, in the realm of destruction, Kampa pondered, what exactly does he intend to do? His mind, still clouded, struggled to comprehend the situation. It is perplexing. Majin Buu clearly cannot overpower Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, so why does he provoke him so audaciously? Is it a ploy to incite anger? Waiting for Gotenks to lose control only to self-destruct and take him down? No, it appears that Lord Kampa has discerned Buu's true intent. He seeks to consume Gotenks, thereby augmenting his own strength to ultimately defeat Gohan. The notion of consumption is indeed astonishing. He possesses such formidable abilities. Kampa's realization brings a shift in his perception of Majin Buu, who initially seemed remarkable with his extraordinary regenerative capabilities, able to restore himself from a mere single cell, even after self-destruction. Yet now, he reveals an additional power to absorb others and enhance himself. Each of these abilities is already unfathomable, but Buu astonishingly wields both. In the video, as Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks basks in his triumph, two pieces of flesh, previously detached from Buu's back, silently launch at him, enveloping both Gotenks and Piccolo. What have you done? Gohan bellows at Majin Buu, fists clenched in fury. However, it is too late. With a smug grin, Buu beckons, and the flesh returns to his form. In that instant, Gohan, Dandy, and Mr. Satan, who are watching from Earth, along with Goku and others in the other world, all grasp the severity of the situation. Buu's true objective is revealed, to absorb Piccolo for his intellect and Gotenks for his power. Soon, a new incarnation of Majin Buu emerges, exhibiting Gotenks' features due to the latter's superior strength. He dons the attire of the Metamorans and even grows a nose. This is Gotenks Buu. How do you like it, Gohan? My plan has come to fruition. Look at me now. I am quite impressive, am I not? Gotenks Bu boasts triumphantly, emboldened by the surge in power that renders him unafraid of the enigmatic Gohan. Meanwhile, Gohan's fury reaches its zenith. The realization that Bu mercilessly consumed his uncle Piccolo and Gotenks right before him incites not only rage, but also deep regret. His negligence in not swiftly vanquishing Majin Bu has cost him dearly, resulting in the loss of both Piccolo and Gotenks. On Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Krillin buries his head in his hands, overwhelmed by the dire turn of events. Gohan had the potential to decisively overpower Majin Bu, yet now, Gotenks Bu's prowess rivals that of the mysterious Gohan. This monstrous being has not only absorbed Gotenks, but has also taken him along. Piccolo, sweating profusely, is at a loss for words. The audacity of Majin Bu to absorb not just Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, but also himself, is utterly abhorrent. Gohan clenches his fists, consumed by rage. In the video, Majin Bu not only devoured everyone, but now, astonishingly, he has absorbed Gotenks and Piccolo right before their eyes. He will never forgive Majin Bu, absolutely never. That Bu is evil, while this one is good, Den said, sensing Gohan's fury as he hurriedly embraced Fat Bu. He genuinely feared that Gohan might lose control and strike Fat Bu. However, such a scenario was implausible. After all, though Gohan was engulfed in rage, it was solely directed at the formidable Majin Bu depicted in the video. He understood that Fat Bu and that monstrous Bu were not the same entity. Goku realized that Majin Bu had evolved. His thoughts had transformed. Previously, during his battle with Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, he had not harbored the intention to absorb him. Yet later, upon encountering the mysterious Gohan, who had unveiled his potential, he felt overwhelmed, prompting the desire to absorb Gotenks and Piccolo to strengthen himself and surpass Gohan. He recognized the disparity between himself and Gohan, acknowledging his inability to defeat him, thus leading to an evolution of thought towards the idea of absorbing others to gain power. How careless, Vegeta seethed, clenching his fists in displeasure. He had failed to notice those two masses moving towards them. Moreover, Goten and Trunks were excessively confident in their abilities. If they had not fallen into Majin Bu's trap and had not fused into Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, even if Bu absorbed them, his power would not surpass that of Gohan. However, now, his strength had indeed eclipsed that of the mysterious Gohan. In Universe 6, within the realm of the gods of destruction, oh, it truly is as we suspected, Kampa rubbed his eyes. Realizing that the video confirmed what Vados had predicted, Majin Bu had absorbed Gotenks and Piccolo. Thus, the situation had indeed been turned on its head. TCH, had it been me, I would have certainly sensed what that Bu was up to. Kale confidently pounded her chest, remarking on the disparities even among Saiyans. Listening to her words, Cauliflo wore an expression of disdain. Just moments ago, Kale had been perplexed about what Majin Bu had done. Now, seeing his absorption abilities, she claimed to have known all along. Such bravado. In Universe 7, within the depths of hell, fool. What a great fool. Babidi stomped his feet in anger. He had anticipated Bu's intentions, believing that Gotenks and the others would notice at a critical moment. To his dismay, they had remained oblivious and were easily absorbed by Bu. Chapter 51. The Birth of the Strongest Majin Bu. Meanwhile, witnessing Majin Bu absorbing the Saiyans, Frieza's face finally broke into a satisfied grin. Humph, the scene I adore is about to unfold, he mused, unconvinced that the recent highlights had solely belonged to that Saiyan. Gohan. Now, Majin Bu had absorbed Piccolo, the Namekian. The two little warriors who fused have also been absorbed. Gotenks Bu's strength must now surpass that of the enigmatic Gohan. Surely, he is about to unleash a fierce onslaught on Son Gohan. How will you respond to this, Son Gohan? Cell is also eagerly anticipating the outcome. However, his anticipation does not stem from the belief that Gotenks Bu will overpower Gohan. Rather, he is curious to see if Gohan, in a state of fury, can unleash an even more formidable power. Just as in the past, when he broke through in a state of extreme rage. The 10th universe, the Kaioshin realm, completely absorbing everything. Goas set aside his teacup, deeply concerned for Gohan, who appeared in the video. The once secure situation of victory had drastically changed. It's no wonder that this battle recap mentioned the fusion warrior, Vegeto. It seems that if Vegeto does not intervene, there is no one who can defeat Gotenks Bu. Zamasu, standing nearby, watched this scene with disdain. Even Majin Bu, in his eyes, is merely human. A Majin that wanders about absorbing power to elevate itself is as repugnant as the Saiyans who aspire to surpass the divine. Such beings are merely refused that must be cleansed. In the video, the strongest Majin Buu was born. Gotenks Buu's lips curled upward, revealing a confident smile. He now believes that he can vanquish the formidable foe he struggled against just an hour ago, Gohan. The strongest has transformed. He is now the epitome of strength. How despicable of you, you scoundrel, to assimilate Uncle Piccolo and Super Gotenks. Son Gohan exclaimed with clenched fists, seething with anger. This is all your fault, Gotenks Buu retorted, pointing a finger at Gohan with a disdainful smile. You have surpassed what was supposed to be the strongest me. Upon sensing your presence from afar, I devised this plan. I considered that if someone stronger than me truly existed, then by absorbing that little brat named Gotenks who dared to confront me, no matter who appeared, my position as the strongest would remain unshaken. Thus, I deliberately waited an hour for those two little brats to fuse again before making my move. Gotenks Buu unabashedly revealed his thoughts, for his plan had come to fruition. It no longer mattered whether he spoke of it. He is the strongest now. So that's how it is. Son Gohan comprehended everything. He then smirked and taunted, but you've babbled so much. It seems your intellect hasn't improved. If you wish to become the strongest through absorption, why not absorb me directly? His words, however, elicited laughter from Gotenks. I believe it is you who remains clueless. Without an opponent, how can I prove that I am the strongest? This statement left Son Gohan momentarily speechless. It turns out that the real fool was himself. The previous Majin Buu had declared that he would absolutely kill you. That is the ultimate objective. Hasten to battle, for I shall vanquish you, thus proving that I am indeed the mightiest in the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation. Remarkably, Buu has suddenly become quite astute, much to Bulma's astonishment. Initially, upon encountering Buu, she deemed him nothing more than a fool, knowledgeable solely about consumption. However, to her surprise, he possesses a notable level of intelligence. He has discerned that without an adversary, he cannot substantiate his claim to supremacy. Thus, he deliberately refrained from absorbing Gohan first, opting instead to absorb Gotenks and Piccolo, ensuring Gohan remains as his rival. How tedious, this notion of being the strongest, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, idly cleaning his ears. It is likely that he is dozing off in the video. Had he been awake and heard such audacity, he would undoubtedly annihilate Gotenks and Buu from the 7th universe. Returning to the video, Gohan and Gotenks are engaged in fierce combat. Initially, Buu, who was no match for Gohan, has, after absorbing Gotenks, indeed surpassed the enigmatic Gohan, overpowering him in strength. Soon, Gohan finds himself battered and bruised. Yet, Gotenks Buu remains unsatisfied. Ascending into the air, he merges his fingers upon his forehead, channeling Piccolo's technique. Having absorbed Piccolo, he now wields his power. The special beam cannon spirals forth at an incredible velocity towards Gohan. Aware that evasion is futile, Gohan crosses his arms defensively across his chest. Once the energy dissipates, he has managed to withstand the onslaught. However, his body has reached its limits, and he collapses, barely managing to kneel with one hand, bracing himself against the ground, thus avoiding a complete fall. The sensation of being struck by Piccolo's technique is undoubtedly unpleasant. Gotenks Buu approaches Gohan, crouching before him. After a moment of silence, Gohan suddenly raises his hand, unleashing a blast of energy towards Gotenks Buu. Yet, at such close range, Gohan believed this strike would be fatal. The opponent, however, had anticipated the attack and easily evaded it, performing a backflip to create distance. Gohan is left in utter shock that his lethal strike was so effortlessly dodged. In the next moment, Gotenks Buu's arm extends, seizing Gohan's face. The overwhelming strength propels Gohan through countless rocks. This unparalleled power of the universe was acquired solely to eliminate you. Gotenks Buu asserts as he retracts his arm and ascends into the air, expelling numerous white specters resembling Buu from his mouth. This is Gotenks' technique. At this moment, Gohan, battered and scarred, emerges from the rubble, gazing up at the sky filled with Buu-like specters, his pupils trembling violently, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. After all, his body has truly reached its limits, unable to withstand any further powerful attacks. Chapter 52. Go and eradicate the demon Buu, Son Goku. Moreover, he had never encountered such a move before, completely unaware of what it entailed. As he watched the white specter relentlessly charge towards him, Son Gohan attempted to evade. Yet when it struck at his face, he found himself with no choice. He could only deliver a swift chop with his hand. However, this played directly into the opponent's hands. Suddenly, The spectral form of Bu radiated with blinding light, and a terrifying explosion of energy engulfed Son Gohan's entire being. Fortunately, he managed to endure the blast. Yet soon after, Gotenks Bu unleashed a flurry of fierce assaults upon him, ultimately seizing Son Gohan by the throat and lifting him into the air. At this critical juncture, Mr. Satan and his little dog sprang into action. However, as an ordinary human, Mr. Satan's efforts proved utterly ineffective against the demon Bu. Just as Bu concentrated energy into the tip of his finger, aiming at Mr. Satan, Son Gohan seized the opportunity. He delivered a powerful knee strike to Bu's face, freeing himself from the grip. Yet, he was quickly ensnared once more by Bu's energy rings. At that moment, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, Son Goku observed everything with great urgency. Unfortunately, having already perished, he was unable to assist Gohan. To his surprise, the Elder Supreme Kai willingly offered his life to Son Goku. After all, if no one could defeat the demon Bu, he would inevitably find his way to the Supreme Kai's realm, leading to their demise. Thus, it seemed worth attempting to see if Son Goku's revival could alter their fate. Meanwhile, in Hell, King Yama released Vegeta, preparing to send him to the mortal realm in hopes of defeating the demon Bu and resolving this crisis that threatened the entire universe. The scene shifted back to the Supreme Kai's realm, where many spectators were moved by the Elder Supreme Kai's selfless act of giving his life to Son Goku for the sake of the universe. Initially, most viewers perceived the Elder Supreme Kai as rather unsavory. Yet now, he revealed himself to be a benevolent deity. However, just as many were experiencing a moment of sorrow for the Elder Supreme Kai, he astonishingly rose to his feet once more. "Hurry up, what are you dawdling about?" In that instant, the viewers could hardly contain themselves. "Jabe, how is the Elder Supreme Kai still alive?" "Tro, this truly is death, but with an extra halo." "Bulma, it's truly moving, that old man." "Elder Supreme Kai, sealed away, haha, what can I say? Being a god means that even death feels no different from life." "Beerus, you idiot, did you even consider me when you did this?" In a moment, Beerus, residing in the God of Destruction realm, was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation, fearing that the frail Elder Supreme Kai's demise would bring him closer to death himself. Fortunately, there exists a Kaioshin, Shin, whose life is intricately intertwined with his own. Otherwise, the version of himself featured in that video recap would have met his demise in slumber. Truly outrageous. In that very moment, Beerus altered his perspective once more. It would be wise to refrain from summoning the old Kaioshin. After he aids Gohan in unlocking his potential, Beerus could easily find a flaw to exploit and seal him away. After all, this fellow truly does not value his own life, but Beerus still desires to live. Should he perish, he would be deprived of countless culinary delights. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, laughter erupted. Resurrections are splendid. Quickly go and eradicate Majin Bu, Goku. Upon witnessing Goku and Vegeta's revival, Babidi appeared to glimpse a newfound hope. In his eyes, although their current strength may not rival that of Gotenks Bu, should they unite, they could indeed perform miracles and utterly vanquish Gotenks Bu. Meanwhile, Frieza spat disdainfully upon the ground, his face contorted in revulsion. He had not anticipated that the Saiyan, Goku, would revive so swiftly. Such luck. A divine being willing to relinquish their life for him. Why is it that every fortunate event seems to favor those Saiyans? Why can't Frieza ever encounter a stroke of good fortune himself? In Universe 10, within the Kaioshin realm, Zamasu was on the verge of a violent outburst. The Kaioshin willingly offering his life to a human wretch was unfathomable to him. How could such an act befit a deity? Zamasu could not accept this occurrence. The murderous intent in his eyes had reached a fever pitch. Just wait a little longer. When the time is ripe, he would undoubtedly initiate the Zero Human plan, eradicating all humans. Moreover, he intended to eliminate deities like the old Kaioshin featured in the video. He aspired to create a universe devoid of foolish gods and the existence of human vermin. Returning to the video within the Kaioshin realm. Just as Goku was preparing to teleport back to Earth, the old Kaioshin, adorned with a golden halo, suddenly called out to him. "You may go, that is no issue. However, have you devised a strategy to confront Majin Bu? To put it bluntly, even if you join forces with Gohan, you may not prevail against him." The old Kaioshin's words indeed posed a challenge for Goku. He had yet to conceive a viable plan to combat Majin Bu. Standing there, deep in contemplation, a sudden spark ignited within him. Clenching his fists in excitement, he exclaimed, "I can fuse with Gohan. That would undoubtedly secure our victory." Goku held absolute confidence in this notion, for the warrior born from their fusion would be exponentially more potent than Gotenks Bu. Fusion, you say? However, I doubt that while you engage in that dreadful fusion dance, Majin Bu will simply stand by and wait. The elder Kaioshin expressed his perspective, highlighting what he believed to be the greatest flaw of the Metamoran fusion technique. It is a significant waste of time, as an adversary is unlikely to afford one the luxury of such moments for fusion. What should be done then? Son Goku pondered, genuinely at a loss for an alternative to the Metamoran fusion technique. If I go to Earth, am I merely destined to perish once more? Observing the anxious Goku, the elder Kaioshin wore a rather mischievous grin. It is your moment to shine. As he spoke, he removed the patera earrings adorning his ears. Here, take one and wear it on your left ear. Goku, taken aback, was uncertain of the purpose behind this action. Neither Kaioshin Shin nor Kibito comprehended the significance of the patera earrings, having remained oblivious to their function thus far. Nevertheless, Goku obediently donned the earring on his left ear. Will this truly enhance my strength? Why do I feel no difference at all? He mused, still hopeful that this item would grant him power. However, no matter how intently he focused, he felt no change. The other half should be worn by Gohan on his right ear, the elder Kaioshin explained with a smile. This way, the two of you shall be able to fuse, akin to the Metamoran technique. In Chapter 53, it was revealed that Buu's power had significantly diminished, and the revelation of the patera earrings effects left Kaioshin Shin and Kibito utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that the patera earrings could facilitate fusion between two individuals. Is this truly the case? Goku exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. If fusion is this effortless, it is undoubtedly more convenient than the Metamoran technique. Indeed, and the results will surpass those of the Metamoran fusion, the elder Kaioshin affirmed. These are divine artifacts possessed by every Kaioshin. Upon hearing this, Kaioshin Shin and Kibito could hardly believe their ears and decided to test the theory. To their astonishment, they successfully fused, transforming into the formidable Kibito Kai. The newly formed Kibito Kai was exhilarated, having gained immense power. Goku was equally astonished by Kibito Kai's strength. Indeed, it was exponentially greater than the combined might of Shin and Kibito. Truly remarkable, elder Kaioshin. But how long can this fusion last? Goku inquired, eager to know the duration. The patera earrings do not possess the temporal limitations of other techniques. The elder Kaioshin chuckled, his hands clasped behind his back. Once fused, you remain in that state indefinitely. Separation is impossible. This revelation left Goku and the others in a state of shock. Indefinitely fused? Am I to be permanently united with Gohan? Goku mused aloud, contemplating the implications. If Earth achieves peace, will I then have to attend school? And what of Chi-Chi? Should I refer to her as Mother Chi-Chi or simply Chi-Chi? In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Chi-Chi found herself struggling to accept the reality that Goku was to be permanently fused with Gohan. It is akin to the final words spoken by Sun Wukong in the video. If he were to permanently merge with Gohan, one would ponder whether he ought to regard himself as a mother or perhaps as a wife. It is utterly perplexing, leaving one at a loss. Oh dear. Gohan appears equally bewildered, scratching his head, perspiration trickling down his brow. Should such an event truly transpire, he is uncertain how to navigate the situation. This dilemma extends beyond his relationship with Chi-Chi. It encompasses a matter of utmost significance to Gohan. He is yet to marry Videl. Whis, did you not mention that the fusion lasts only an hour? How, then, does it transform into a permanent fusion in the words of the old Kai? Sun Wukong hastily turned to Whis, recalling vividly that the fusion duration was indeed stated as 1 hour. About that, did I perhaps neglect to mention? Whis pondered for a moment, then waved his hand with a smile, assuring them not to worry. Permanent fusion applies solely to two deities. When two gods utilize the patera earrings for fusion, they become inseparable for eternity. However, if it involves two humans, the fusion will only endure for an hour. Thus, there is no need to concern yourselves with such matters. It is unlikely to occur. The old Kai, after all, is unaware of this distinction. Indeed, the old Kai has never witnessed a fusion between two humans using the patera earrings. In this video, the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta resulted in the creation of Vegeto, a first in the universe, an ultimate warrior born from two humans utilizing the divine patera earrings. Oh, an hour then? That is reassuring, truly reassuring. I was quite frightened just now. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong finally felt a sense of relief. The three of them, along with Videl, simultaneously exhaled, grateful that a permanent fusion would not take place. Should it have, their lives would undoubtedly become exceedingly chaotic and troublesome. Kakarot, heed this. The last being to fuse with you is I, Vegeta declared, casting a piercing glare at Sun Wukong. The title of the video is unequivocally clear, Invincible Vegito. This serves as proof that the final fusion with Kakarot is not Gohan, but rather me, Vegeta. As for Gohan, it is not difficult to surmise his fate. Either he was absorbed by Buu through cunning tricks, or he met his demise at Buu's hands. If Gohan were alive, it would not be Vegeta who fused with Kakarot. Sun Wukong finally grasped the situation. Indeed, he realized that the video ultimately depicts his fusion with Vegeta. Therefore, his earlier concerns were unfounded. This implies that in the end, he is either dead or has been absorbed by Buu. Gohan, too, recognized these two possible outcomes for his counterpart in the video, his smile gradually fading. He began to worry for the Sun Wukong within the video. And regarding those two outcomes, he deemed the likelihood of absorption to be the most plausible, for Buu would never allow such a formidable opponent to escape his grasp. If Majin Buu were to absorb himself, he would achieve his desired goal of becoming the ultimate being. In the video, Gohan's body had already reached its limit. Fortunately, Dandy's healing abilities restored Gohan's strength. However, to Majin Buu, this merely prolonged Gohan's suffering. He raised his arms high above his head, and an unsettling aura surged forth. As formidable energy began to coalesce, energy potent enough to obliterate the entire planet. In this dire moment, Goku instantaneously appeared, wielding a single-handed spirit sword, which he hurled towards Gotenks Buu. In an instant, Gotenks' body was cleaved in two, his antennae severed. Yet, this minor injury was inconsequential to Buu, who swiftly regenerated. At that moment, Goku tossed the last remaining Patera earring to Gohan. However, an unexpected mishap occurred. Gohan failed to catch the earring, which fell to the ground and bounced away. Quickly pick it up, Goku urged, and upon retrieving it, Gohan placed it on his right ear. Then you can fuse with me and defeat Buu. Gohan nodded in agreement, hastily searching for the earring. Nevertheless, upon realizing that the earring enabled their fusion, Buu was determined to prevent them from merging easily, launching a ki blast towards Gohan. With the earring lost, Gohan's chances of finding it dwindled. Just as Buu reveled in his triumph, his form began to shift, donning the attire of Piccolo. The fusion of Gotenks was undone, significantly diminishing Buu's power. Meanwhile, Gohan successfully located the Patera earring. At this point, even without fusion, Gohan can defeat you. Goku felt completely at ease. The mysterious power of Gohan far surpassed that of the current Piccolo Buu. However, Buu remained unfazed, a smirk gracing his lips. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. Goku was momentarily puzzled by Buu's words. In the next instant, the severed antenna that Goku had sliced off slithered behind Gohan, unnoticed by him. In the air, Buu triumphantly pointed to his still recovering antenna. Can you guess why I haven't allowed this severed part to regenerate? What? Goku's expression shifted drastically as he comprehended the situation. Glancing towards Gohan, the antenna suddenly expanded, enveloping Gohan's body. This is bad. Goku realized he had truly erred in his judgment, having relaxed too soon. He should have urged Gohan to put on the Patera earring more urgently. As he observed Gohan's form transforming into Gohan Buu, the most formidable iteration of Buu emerged. Goku blinked in disbelief, utterly bewildered. Hey, you can't be serious. He couldn't help but curse in shock. At this moment, many viewers facepalmed in exasperation. Just a hair's breadth away, ultimately, Buu has triumphed. The mightiest Gohan was ultimately absorbed. Moving forward, the only warriors one can rely on are Goku and Vegeta's fusion, Vegito. In the 6th universe, within the realm of destruction, it is indeed true that Gohan has also been absorbed. With arms crossed, Kappa chuckled. Next up should be Vegeta making his entrance, followed by the fusion with Goku. He eagerly anticipates the emergence of Vegito, curious to witness the extent of the fused warrior's power. Not far away, Kale also shares the anticipation for Vegito's appearance. But her interest lies purely in understanding the strength of this fusion, wishing to compare if Vegito surpasses her own fusion with Caulifla. In the 2nd universe, within the realm of destruction, oh, is it about to happen? Hellas set down her tea, her gaze fixated on Goku on the video screen. Since Gohan has been absorbed, the next to appear must be the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, Vegito. Hellas is eager to see if Vegito can astonish her like Gogeta did, wondering if he too is a flawlessly beautiful ultimate warrior. In the 10th universe, Vegito, come forth. Let me witness the strength of a warrior born from such a weakling's method. Jiren's eyes sparkled with fiery determination. No matter how powerful Vegito may be, or Gogeta for that matter, he refuses to acknowledge a warrior born from fusion. Therefore, he will train relentlessly, ensuring that he shall never be surpassed by anyone. The strongest human is none other than he, Jiren. In the 7th universe, on Earth, Capsule Corporation, Gohan. My Gohan has been absorbed. Chi-Chi was in a state of panic, wishing she could dive into the video screen. Yet, she understood her limitations. Even if she entered, she could not rescue Gohan. Vital, visibly distressed, covered her mouth with her hands. This current predicament was the last scenario she wished to witness. Although she had anticipated that Gohan would inevitably be absorbed by Buu, knowing that the fusion would be with Vegeta and not Gohan, seeing it unfold before her eyes. Witnessing Buu absorb Gohan left her heart heavy and in denial. Hey, Gohan, what were you thinking just now? Old man was careless. But why did you also let your guard down? Piccolo turned to Gohan, unable to restrain his reprimand. Had Gohan not been careless at that moment, the instant he picked up the Patera earrings, he should have worn them without hesitation. Had he done so, the situation would not have turned into such a reversal. Buu would have had no chance of absorbing Gohan. While Gohan scratched his head, feeling awkward and unsure of what to say. He felt that his thoughts mirrored those of Goku in the video. It is widely believed that Majin Buu's release of Gotenks resulted in the transformation into Kid Buu, which significantly diminished his power in an instant. There was no need for fusion. He could effortlessly defeat Kid Buu on his own. It seems that Buu was aware of this and intentionally held back, perhaps due to the wisdom gleaned from absorbing Piccolo. Krillin's 2 remarks rendered Piccolo momentarily speechless. Indeed, had Buu not assimilated Piccolo, acquiring his intellect and cunning, he would never have conceived of such a strategy to absorb Gohan. Ultimately, the fault lies with Mr. Goku. Whis smiled faintly and turned to Goku, stating, I should have reminded you numerous times during your training. Your greatest flaw in battle is your tendency to become overly complacent. No matter how powerful one may be, a lapse in vigilance can lead to a swift downfall. Even a god of destruction as formidable as Lord Beerus can be caught off guard by overconfidence. Hey, don't drag me into your lessons. Beerus quickly interjected. Such statements would surely amuse Goku and the others. Nevertheless, Whis indeed possesses the strength to incapacitate him in a single blow. Indeed, Goku chuckled, scratching his head. He now understood Whis' admonition. He truly needed to amend this habit of overconfidence in battle. Had he been more vigilant, Gohan in the video would not have been absorbed. Returning to the video. This is truly remarkable. My power is even greater than before. Buu was immensely satisfied with his current form. This was his strongest incarnation, having absorbed the most powerful and enigmatic Gohan. His strength now surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks by several folds. He was genuinely the strongest, unmatched by anyone. Most importantly, this time there were no time constraints. Not only was he powerful, but unlike Gotenks, he would not be limited to a mere 30 minutes of supremacy. Chapter 55. Goku was now exceedingly exhilarated. It was a permanent state of superiority that Majin Buu relished the most. He no longer had to worry about being surpassed. He was the strongest, eternally so. It seems I can no longer fuse with Gohan. I must find someone else for the fusion. Gazing at the remaining Patera earring in his hand, Goku had no choice but to set his sights on another partner. Among those present, Tien had already collapsed to the ground. On the other side, there were Mr. Satan and Dandy. Dandy, being a support-type Namekian, was certainly not a viable candidate for fusion. That left only Mr. Satan. Goku felt as though he might crumble under the pressure. In an instant, 2 fusion outcomes flashed through his mind. Fusing with Tien was undoubtedly out of the question. If one were to merge with Satan, it would be utterly futile. An increase in battle power from 1000 to 1001 would not suffice to secure victory. Moreover, there exists the unsettling possibility that this fusion could result in a diminishment of strength. Observing this scene, the audience in the chat group could no longer contain their reactions. Zyampa, what on earth is that? Merging with that human not only fails to enhance strength, but may actually weaken it further. Hiles, for heaven's sake. Do not fuse with those two. One is a grotesque green creature, and the other, with that explosive hairstyle, is even more unappealing. It is truly unsightly. Frieza, alas. You have met your day, Goku. Babidi, how infuriating. Where is Vegeta? He should hurry and join forces with Goku to eliminate that traitorous Buu. Vegeta, silence, Babidi. Vitalai. Oh, father, at this moment, your presence has become more of a burden. Satan, I sincerely apologize for my weakness. Goku. No, Satan, I assure you. My intentions in the video were never to belittle you. Returning to the video, Goku felt he had no choice but to select Satan. Just as he prepared to toss the Patera earrings to him, a familiar energy caught his attention. Instantaneously, Goku utilized instant transmission to arrive at the source of this aura. Indeed, it was Vegeta. He had sensed Vegeta's presence. In a bid to confront Majin Buu, King Yama had permitted Vegeta to descend to the mortal realm. This is splendid, it's truly you, Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. At last, he could choose the most suitable partner for fusion. He and Vegeta were a perfect match, even more so than with Gohan. Meanwhile, Gohan Buu was also making his way towards Goku and the others. As Goku extended the Patera earrings to Vegeta, proposing the fusion, Vegeta unhesitatingly declined. Regardless of the circumstances, Vegeta was resolute in his unwillingness to fuse with Goku. Sensing the formidable energy of Gohan Buu, Vegeta immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Realizing that his counterpart was still unwilling to merge, Goku had no choice but to also ascend to Super Saiyan form. However, as Gohan Buu approached, a mere release of his energy sent both Goku and Vegeta reeling. Goku attempted to convey to Vegeta the extent of Gohan Buu's strength. Yet Vegeta remained steadfast in his refusal to consider fusion. In his eyes, he was the proud prince of the warrior race of Saiyans, and he would continue to fight as long as an adversary stood before him. Yet, no matter how fiercely he attacked Gohan Buu, his efforts proved fruitless. And when Gohan Buu retaliated, Vegeta found himself utterly unable to defend against the onslaught. Before long, both he and Goku were left battered and bruised, their transformations undone, returning to their normal states. Gazing up at Gohan Buu, Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. He could not even prevail against the rotund Buu. Not to mention this, the absorption of Son Gohan by Majin Buu proved futile for Vegeta, who, aside from fusion, could not secure victory. Son Goku produced the Patera earrings from his possession. We will perish, as will the earth. Everything will be rendered to nothingness. Vegeta, adamant about resisting the fusion with Goku, was not merely acting out of his own unwillingness. There was another matter he found unacceptable. Goku had deceived him, concealing the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, only utilizing the full power of Super Saiyan 2 during their battle. Vegeta, aware that everyone had been consumed by Buu, Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Bulma, felt a sharp pang in his heart as Goku continued to name the fallen: Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks. If this persisted, everyone would sacrifice their lives in vain. Kakarot. Vegeta suddenly stood, questioning, is fusion truly capable of defeating Buu? I am uncertain, Goku replied. But I do know that once we fuse, we shall acquire an immensely powerful strength. As Goku spoke, Majin Buu had already gathered energy, charging toward them. Stop hesitating and hurry, Vegeta urged, extending his hand toward Goku. Here, catch. Goku tossed the Patera earring to Vegeta. It goes on the right ear, right? Vegeta quickly donned it, not daring to delay for a moment. I forgot to mention, Vegeta, Goku added with a smile, once we fuse, we cannot revert to our original forms. Those words reignited Vegeta's reluctance to fuse. What did you say? How infuriating to hear this now. If he were to permanently fuse with Goku, would his life not descend into chaos? Yet, there was no choice. Buu was already advancing with energy poised to strike. Without fusion, they faced certain death. As the Patera earrings were properly worn, they emanated a golden glow. Waves of light expanded outward, irresistibly drawing them together. In the next moment, Goku and Vegeta were pulled toward each other at incredible speed. Upon collision, an indescribably brilliant light erupted, releasing an overwhelming aura that enveloped the earth and radiated into the cosmos. The smile on Majin Buu's face vanished immediately. Goku and Vegeta had ceased to exist. In their place emerged a new entity, the ultimate warrior born from their fusion via the Patera earrings. The invincible Vegito, adorned with the Patera earring, donned a deep blue turtle school GI, his gloves and shoes mirroring Vegeta's. A confident smile graced his lips. With a decisive thud, all viewers of the scene shifted their focus entirely to Vegito. Chapter 56. At last, Vegito has emerged in the 7th universe, amidst the depths of hell. Frisia's displeasure reached its zenith as he realized that those two insufferable monkeys had successfully fused. He was acutely aware that once they achieved this union, Majin Buu would meet his demise. The prospect of witnessing the Saiyans being thoroughly trounced was now beyond his grasp. Vegito looks rather impressive, remarked Kampa. His anticipation for Vegito's combat prowess palpable. The initial impression he gave was reminiscent of Gogeta, exuding an aura of confidence that suggested invincibility, though the true measure of his might would only be revealed through the impending battle. In the God of Destruction realm of the second universe, Hellas was taken aback by Vegito's appearance, finding him to be stunningly beautiful. Despite lacking the chiseled abs of Gogeta, Vegito's aesthetics were of a flawless caliber, and the perfection of his attire only heightened her admiration. If his strength proved formidable, she would undoubtedly bestow upon him the highest accolades in her esteem. Meanwhile, in the sixth universe's God of Destruction realm, Kampa eagerly anticipated witnessing Vegito's strength, which was crucial for his understanding of the Saiyans from the seventh universe. This notion, however, was not entirely his own, but rather a reminder from the angel Vados, as Kampa's intellect did not quite extend to such strategic insights. On Earth, within the Capsule Corporation, Goku expressed immense satisfaction with Vegito, akin to his feelings towards Gogeta. The aura surrounding Vegito radiated an unparalleled sense of invincibility, instilling confidence in Krillin and the others, who recognized the sheer strength he embodied. "Now, let me witness your power," said Beerus, his excitement palpable after savoring a piece of cake. His focus was entirely on Vegito, curious to discern which of the fused warriors possessed the greater strength, as he anticipated engaging in combat with the stronger of the two. In the video, Vegito soared into the sky, completely disregarding Gohan and Buu, and began to unleash a flurry of blows. His speed was astonishing, executing an unfathomable number of kicks and punches within mere seconds, leaving only fleeting shadows in his wake, barely perceivable to the naked eye. "This is truly remarkable. Far exceeding my expectations," Vegito exclaimed after coming to a halt. He felt an immense satisfaction with his newfound strength. His gaze shifted to Gohan and Buu, noticing that they harbored no immediate intentions of attacking. A sneer of derision crossed Vegito's face. "What? Are you afraid?" No sooner had he spoken than he tightened his right fist and, from several dozen meters away, struck Gohan Buu. The sheer force of his punch left a gash upon Gohan Buu's visage. As pain registered, disbelief flickered in Gohan Buu's eyes. "What's wrong? No need to be so astonished." Vegito chuckled lightly. The fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot is aptly named Vegito. He had just been contemplating their next move, and it seemed they had successfully merged at last. "Very well, let us continue." "Ah, I see." Gohan Buu's lips curled into a sly smile. "But do you truly believe that your fusion can best me?" Vegito remained silent, merely beckoning Gohan Buu with a flick of his fingers. After all, words are futile, action speaks volumes. Gohan Buu's arrogance was swiftly ignited by Vegito's demeanor. "Enough of your arrogance," he bellowed, charging at Vegito. With ease, Vegito evaded the onslaught, soaring above Gohan Buu. He then delivered a powerful kick to Gohan Buu's face. Not yet finished, he executed a swift turn, landing another devastating kick. Stabilizing himself, Gohan Buu swiftly appeared before Vegito. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Vegito's form. Strangely, all of Gohan Buu's attacks landed squarely on Vegito, eliciting a smile from Gohan Buu. He had believed Vegito to be formidable. It seemed he was merely a braggart, ultimately being overwhelmed and mercilessly beaten. On the seventh universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation. "No, it cannot be." Yamcha rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. He had thought that Vegito would emerge victorious. Even against the enigmatic Majin Buu, who had absorbed Gohan, Vegito should have prevailed. Yet now, the reality was starkly different. Vegito was being outmatched by Buu, unable even to retaliate. Krillin's pupils quivered in disbelief. The ultimate warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, Vegito, was being bested by Gohan Buu, unable to offer any resistance. Wasn't he dubbed invincible by the analysis videos? This was hardly the invincibility he was reputed to possess. The disparity with the so-called strongest in the dimension, Gogeta, was staggering. After all, Gogeta had truly demonstrated a level of power that epitomized the strongest in the dimension. Whether facing the evil dragon that had absorbed all malign forces or the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, Gogeta had achieved unequivocal victories. With absolute power, he effortlessly subdued the two formidable adversaries. What on earth is happening? Bulma is equally perplexed. Although she lacks knowledge of combat, she can clearly see that Vegeta is being overwhelmed by Gohan and Buu. Yet, she recalls that initially, Vegeta had intimidated Gohan with merely the force of his punches, even leaving a mark on Gohan's face. How has the situation diverged so drastically from her expectations? Not at all, was remarked with a smile, turning to Bulma and her companions. It is not that he lacks the ability to retaliate. Rather, Mr. Vegeta is intentionally refraining from doing so. In fact, even being struck by Majin Buu's attacks is by Mr. Vegeta's design. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, Krillin and the others suddenly grasped the situation, realizing that it was not as they had imagined. Chapter 57. Kampa was filled with confusion. This revelation brought them a sense of relief. After all, how could the invincible Vegeta possibly struggle against Gohan and Buu? Yet, at this moment, many others from different universes remained oblivious, beginning to question Vegeta's strength. However, those who were truly powerful had already discerned the truth. Vegeta was not without the capacity to fight back. He was simply choosing not to. In Universe 6, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Kampa was engulfed in bewilderment. What is happening? How has Vegeta been subdued? He had initially assessed Vegeta's aura and concluded that his strength should vastly surpass that of Gohan and Buu. Yet now, how could he be bested by Gohan? Unable even to retaliate? Hey, do you understand what is going on, Beerus? Kampa turned to Beerus, seeking clarity, for he knew that any confusion could be resolved by consulting Beerus. I think you are mistaken, Lord Kampa, Beerus replied. Vegeta is not truly subdued. He is doing this on purpose. Kampa's confusion deepened, coupled with a sense of irritation. Doing this on purpose? Does that mean Vegeta is deliberately allowing himself to be hit? Why would he do such a thing? What advantage does he gain from this? Kampa pressed further. Who knows? Beerus chuckled, offering no further explanation. However, regarding Vegeta's motivations, Beerus could only surmise one reason: arrogance. His overwhelming power had inflated his confidence to such an extent that he deemed it beneath him to evade these attacks, thereby showcasing his unparalleled strength. In this regard, Gogeta and Vegeta were alike, not hurrying to eliminate their foes and end the battle, but rather treating Super Shenron as a mere child, toying and playing with him. Not far away, unaware of the unfolding events, Kale could not suppress her laughter. So weak. Did he really think there would be any difference after fusing? In the end, it appears that this is the extent of our capabilities. Once we merge, we shall undoubtedly obliterate him, wouldn't you agree? Carlifa turned to Kair and inquired. However, Kair found herself at a loss for words, as she believed mocking others was inappropriate. Yet, when faced with her beloved senior, she felt compelled to respond, merely nodding and forcing a smile as she said, Indeed. You are right, sister. Ha ha ha. Just wait and see. Carlifa beamed with growing pride, turning her gaze back to the video screen. The day of the Saiyan combat tournament will mark the moment Kair and I become the most formidable Saiyans. Gabe could only look on in bemusement, utterly drained of any sarcastic retorts. After all, Carlifa was truly beyond redemption. It was likely that once they were soundly defeated by Mr. Goku and his companions from Universe 7, she would finally quiet down. In the video, after enduring countless blows from Vegito, Gohan Buu leapt and spun above him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegito flying. A tremendous crash echoed as Vegito crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Gohan Buu would not squander the opportunity to finish Vegito off. Aligning his hands together, he targeted the very spot where Vegito had just fallen. A purple energy sphere coalesced rapidly, initially resembling a mere pea, but under Gohan Buu's concentrated effort, it expanded dramatically into a colossal energy blast. Die! He bellowed as he unleashed the energy ball downward. When the energy detonated, it unleashed a formidable energy field. Gohan Buu could no longer contain his triumphant grin, his expression soaring with exhilaration. In his mind, no matter how powerful Vegito might be, after such an onslaught, his demise was inevitable. There was no way he could survive. However, as the dust settled, within the crater formed by the explosion, Vegito stood unscathed, a confident smile still gracing his lips, with no signs of injury whatsoever. The smile on Gohan Buu's face vanished instantly, for this was entirely contrary to his expectations. He had believed that the energy he had unleashed would have annihilated Vegito. Yet here he was, not only alive but completely unharmed. This revelation shattered Gohan Buu's understanding and perception. After all, he had thought himself to be the pinnacle of strength, having absorbed the enigmatic Gohan. Yet, Vegito's appearance had utterly disrupted that notion. The strongest being, it seemed, was not him. Simultaneously, those who had previously doubted Vegito looked on in disbelief. Vegito was completely unharmed. So he had intentionally allowed himself to be struck. In the sixth universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, you were indeed correct, Beerus, Kampa remarked in astonishment. It seems that Vegeto's reputation is well-deserved. He truly is unmatched, a force to be reckoned with. Despite the fact that Goku and Vegeta in the video were still not at their full potential, yet the fusion of the two, Vegeto, is already remarkably formidable. Although he may not surpass the divine, he is certainly close to it. Should they master the powers of Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4, there is no doubt that Vegeto would rival Gogeta, equally capable of transcending divinity and posing a threat to humanity not far off. Just moments ago, Caulifla was mocking Vegeto, but now she finds herself at a loss for words, her cheeks aflame as if she had been struck multiple times. This experience has imparted a lesson. The next time she considers derision, she will think twice, for a miscalculation could lead to a swift and humiliating rebuttal. In the seventh universe, in the depths of hell, Frieza, that scoundrel, mused that he had known all along it was deliberate. He had not mocked Vegeto, for he had already deduced that Vegeto could never be subdued by Gohan or Buu. The events depicted in the video were a calculated display by Vegeto, such as Frieza's understanding of Goku and his fellow Saiyans. However, it does not take much intellect to ascertain that the fusion warrior Vegeto, born of Goku and Vegeta, could not possibly be weak. In that moment, everyone comprehended that Vegeto had merely feigned being overpowered. His demeanor mirrored that of the fusion warrior Gogeta, exhibiting a profound arrogance. Yet, this was understood by all, for possessing genuine strength naturally breeds a degree of hubris. Nevertheless, when discussing the extent of power, it is important to note that, despite the current limitations of Goku and Vegeta's strength, Vegeto has already surpassed the majority of humanity, qualifying him as one of the strong among them. Should Goku and Vegeta evolve further, mastering Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4, their fusion, Vegeto, would undoubtedly emerge as a preeminent force, transcending the divine, just as Gogeta does. This realization is clear to all, thus no one dares to claim that Vegeto's prowess is lacking. In the video, Vegeto brushed off the dust from his attire. Not bad, that blow only allowed me to feel a slight sting, he remarked. Is that so? Gohan Buu, maintaining his composure, inquired. Even so, do you not intend to unleash your full strength? As he spoke, he ensnared Vegeto's legs with his tentacles and hurled him to the ground with great force. However, this action inflicted no damage upon Vegeto. Rising to his feet and rubbing his shoulder, Vegeto chuckled. Well then, the warm-up is finally over. Apologies. I was not yet accustomed to this body. But now, there are no issues. Let us formally commence our battle. Gohan Buu, eager to witness the extent of Vegeto's formidable power, felt the excitement of the unfolding spectacle. Vegeto assumed a combat stance, and Gohan Buu, instantly alert, dared not relax for a moment in the presence of Vegeto. However, no matter how earnest he was at that moment, Vegeta's speed remained so astonishing that it was beyond Gohan Buu's comprehension. In an instant, he appeared right before Gohan Buu, delivering a devastating punch to his face. The force was so immense that it expelled saliva from Buu's mouth. Subsequently, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of blows upon Gohan Buu's face, each punch akin to a tempest, striking with fervor and intensity. After a final kick sent Buu flying, Vegeta raised his hand, launching a blue energy sphere toward Gohan Buu. A tremendous explosion ensued, leaving Gohan Buu in a state of utter disarray, nearly half his body obliterated. Why, you wretched fiend? Gohan Buu's eyes brimmed with fury and hatred. Vegeta's power exceeded his wildest expectations. That recent surge of energy had nearly breached his body's recovery threshold. Should it surpass that limit, he would face true death, unable to regenerate. Indeed, as the old Kai had mentioned, the Patera earrings were extraordinarily formidable, Vegeta mused. At that moment, Gohan Buu suddenly exerted himself, restoring his body completely. However, the ensuing battle turned decidedly one-sided, with Vegeta establishing absolute dominance over Gohan Buu. This only fueled Buu's rage, ultimately transforming his wrath into a cataclysmic energy capable of annihilating Earth in an instant. Let me see what you plan to do. Gohan Buu taunted, reveling in the thought that if this energy were to strike the ground, the planet would be reduced to mere ashes in an instant. He believed that Vegeta was powerless to counter this force. As for himself, even if the planet were obliterated, he could reconstitute himself from countless cells. Emerging as the sole survivor, Majin Buu. Are you prepared for your fate? Gohan Buu queried, granting Vegeta a mere few seconds to ponder. Yet, He would not allow him further time for contemplation. The descent of this energy sphere signified the end of all things. Awareness? Humph. It seems you are the one who fails to comprehend the gravity of the situation, Vegeta scoffed, a confident smirk gracing his lips once more. I need not say much more. If you wish to kill me and obliterate this planet, then by all means, come and try. I shall remain here, unwavering. Witnessing this, many speculated that Vegeta was excessively arrogant. Nonetheless, his words were undeniably charismatic. Had they possessed his strength, they too would have uttered such bold declarations. As for whether Vegeta could withstand the impending attack, his self-assured demeanor suggested he certainly could. This was the consensus among the onlookers. In the video, Gohan Bu commanded, "Do not overestimate yourself. You shall vanish along with the earth." With a fierce shout, he hurled the energy sphere forcefully toward Vegeta. Indeed, Vegeta remained true to his word. Standing still, he did not move an inch, merely smiling as he watched the energy blast approach him gradually. An evil grin also appeared on Gohan Bu's face. He was eager to see if Vegeta truly possessed the capability to withstand this force, or if he was merely posturing, filled with arrogance. As the energy blast reached him, Vegeta suddenly extended his hands and pressed them against the energy sphere. At the moment of contact, the energy that had been relentlessly descending came to an abrupt halt. "Very well, I shall return this energy to you," Vegeta remarked lightly, showing no signs of strain. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he began to exert force. He astonishingly propelled the energy forward while running, ultimately delivering a powerful kick that sent the energy blast flying towards Gohan Bu. In that instant, everyone witnessed the unparalleled might of Vegeta, a demonstration of absolute power. On the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, the spectators were left in awe. "Isn't this just too formidable?" exclaimed Krillin, watching the energy blast soar into the cosmos. He was genuinely astonished by Vegeta's strength. Although the Goku and Vegeta in the video appeared considerably weaker compared to their counterparts from other footage, Vegeta had only mastered Super Saiyan 2 at full power, while Goku had achieved Super Saiyan 3 at full power. Together they still formed a formidable entity in Vegeta. The thought was almost unfathomable. If the Goku and Vegeta from the video reached the same level of power as their counterparts in other recordings, just how powerful would their fusion, Vegeta, become? Indeed, Vegeta is incredibly powerful. To confront Majin Buu, who absorbed my strength, he didn't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan, Gohan remarked, equally astonished by Vegeta's might. Chapter 59. The invincible Vegeta transformed into coffee candy. The remarkable aspect is that Vegeta, in this battle, has remained in his base form, without even transforming into the lowest Super Saiyan. Yet, even in this state, Vegeta exhibits extraordinary strength, capable of utterly overwhelming Gohan Bu. Indeed, Mr. Vegeta's power is undeniably formidable. Whis affirmed with a smile, acknowledging Vegeta's might as an angel. At this moment, if Vegeta were to transform into a Super Saiyan, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his overall strength would approach that of a deity. How can this be? It's difficult. No, it's impossible to compare. Beerus lamented, anxiously scratching his head as he watched the video of Vegeta, troubled by a pressing concern. Initially, I wished to ascertain the true strength of Vegeto and Gogeta, with the intent of engaging in a battle with the mightiest among them. However, it has come to my attention that the Vegeto depicted in the video is limited to transforming into a Super Saiyan at best, lacking the ability to assume the God Blue Super Saiyan form or the Super Saiyan 4 transformation like Gogeta. The disparity in transformation forms directly correlates to a difference in power, rendering it impossible to compare Vegeto and Gogeta in the presence of Lord Beerus. Whis turned his gaze towards Beerus. Having spent countless years in his company, he could discern the source of Beerus's vexation with a mere glance. Setting his juice down on the table, he smiled and reminded, "Have you forgotten, Lord Beerus, that this video compilation features 2 distinct periods? Perhaps, in that earlier era, Vegeto possessed the ability to transform into either the God Blue Super Saiyan or the Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, Beerus had an epiphany. There existed 2 periods of Vegeto. Since the current form is a Super Saiyan, the subsequent form must inevitably be either the God Blue or the Super Saiyan 4. This realization alleviated Beerus's urgency. In the realm of the 6th universe, Kampa remarked, "This fellow hasn't he even transformed into a Super Saiyan." It was only now that Kampa acknowledged this fact. The Vegeto in the video maintained his base form, not even achieving the most rudimentary Super Saiyan transformation. Indeed, Lord Kampa. Vados nodded with a smile, clearly noticing Kampa's astonishment at Vegeto's prowess. In the video, Vegeto had already established himself as the most formidable human in the 7th universe. Kale and Caulifla aspired to defeat this version of Vegeto, who had yet to master the Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4 forms. Their task was exceedingly challenging, as Vegeto not only possessed immense strength, but also battle experience far beyond what these two young girls could contend with. In the Grand Zeno's palace, excitement sparkled in Zeno's eyes as he exclaimed, "Wow, he got kicked away." Although this Vegeto may not match the fighting power of the Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, his combat performance was equally spectacular, showcasing Vegeto's overwhelming strength and dominance. Thus, throughout the video, no one dared to claim Vegeto's power was inferior. As the energy was sent flying into the cosmos, Gohan Bu stubbornly insisted that Vegeto's actions were nothing remarkable, believing he had not surpassed himself. In response, Vegeto did not indulge him. With a surge of energy, Super Saiyan Vegeto was born. From that moment, the chasm between Vegeto and Gohan Bu widened significantly. Regardless of Gohan Bu's attempts to attack, Vegeto effortlessly evaded. Yet, when Vegeto transitioned from defense to offense, Gohan Bu found it far more challenging to evade Vegeto's strikes. A single kick sent Gohan Bu's nose bleeding, and as he watched the blood flow, Vegeto couldn't resist a taunt. A nosebleed has occurred. It appears that life was far safer before the emergence of a nose. After absorbing Gotenks, Majin Bu sprouted a nose. Gohan Bu wiped away the blood from his nostrils and, with clenched fists, unleashed a series of fierce blows upon Vegeta. In the end, a surge of energy collided with him. However, this was merely a ruse on Vegeta's part. When the energy dissipated, Vegeta remained unscathed, exhibiting no signs of damage whatsoever. Subsequently, in order to demonstrate the essence of formidable energy to Bu, Vegeta aimed his palm at Gohan Bu. In the next instant, a powerful energy blast erupted, instantly reducing Gohan Bu to countless fragments of flesh. Although Gohan Bu managed to regenerate, the speed of his recovery had notably diminished. Next, Gohan Bu deliberately exhaled hot air from the pores on either side of his head, obscuring the area and blocking Vegeta's line of sight. Regrettably, this tactic proved futile. He emerged from the smoke, battered and bruised, having endured a severe beating at Vegeta's hands. Once again, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage upon Gohan Bu, who was toyed with like a mere child. Just when everyone presumed the battle was drawing to a close, an unexpected turn of events shattered all expectations. Gohan Bu, in a fit of wild provocation, beckoned Vegeta to come closer. Vegeta, confident in his invincibility, approached Gohan Bu without hesitation. As he neared, fists clenched and poised to strike. Gohan Bu wore a sly grin, reveling in his cunning. "You are finished," he exclaimed. In that moment, Gohan Bu's antennae suddenly targeted Vegeta's form. With a beam of transformation energy striking Vegeta, Majin Bu utilized his unique ability, transforming Vegeta into a spherical coffee candy. The coffee candy fell into Gohan Bu's grasp. At that instant, all who watched the spectacle widened their eyes in disbelief, stunned that the invincible Vegeta had been reduced to mere candy. In Universe 6, the God of Destruction's realm, Kampa could scarcely fathom the unfolding events, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Coffee candy. Could it be that Majin Bu intends to consume Vegeta? He pondered, realizing that the video might culminate with the Saiyans' demise. "I'm uncertain, Lord Kampa," replied Vados, equally perplexed about what would transpire next. Yet, she believed that the situation was far from its conclusion. Even in his transformed state, Vegeta's power should remain intact. Only his physical form had altered. If her suspicions were correct, an invincible coffee candy was about to emerge, even transformed into candy. Gohan Bu should not stand a chance against Vegeta. However, this remained speculation, and the true nature of the developments would only be revealed as the story unfolded. Chapter 60, Vegeta, you are in trouble now. Universe 2, God of Destruction's realm. Ah, my exceedingly beautiful Vegeto has been transformed into coffee candy. Hellas, in her fury, stomped the ground, causing it to crack. Gogeta and Vegeto are the two most perfect and beautiful beings she has ever encountered. Yet now, one of them has inexplicably metamorphosed into a dark, unappealing candy. This is something Hellas simply cannot accept. Should Majin Bu fail to restore Vegeto, she vows to eliminate him without hesitation. In her heart, she swore amidst the chaos of Universe 7 and the Abyss. "Oh, Vegeto, how unfortunate your fate has become." Upon witnessing this, a smile finally graced Frisia's face. Vegeto, now a mere piece of coffee candy, could not possibly triumph over Gohan Bu. Surely, Vegito would soon be devoured. This video's conclusion might indeed be the one he eagerly anticipated, the annihilation of the Saiyans. After all, the last glimmer of hope, Vegito, has been reduced to candy. Who could possibly rise to challenge Gohan Bu now? That human, Satan, or the supportive Namekian, Dent? It's preposterous to think anyone could stand against Gohan Bu at this juncture. Is this truly the end for the coffee candy? Cell 2 found it unacceptable for Vegito to meet his end in such a manner. Once a being of unmatched strength, now reduced to candy. How absurd. Should Gohan Bu consume him? Cell swore he would unleash a torrent of vitriol upon Goku and Vegeta in their chat group, blaming them for this predicament. Their incessant bravado had led to this disaster. Have the Saiyans, upon acquiring great power, become incapable of humility? Must they always be so arrogant? Meanwhile, Babidi was furiously stamping his feet, venting his frustrations. Cursed be this treacherous Majin Bu. How infuriating it is that he remains unvanquished. On Earth, in Capsule Corporation, Krillin pressed his hands against his head, overwhelmed with anxiety. The Vegito in the video had been transformed into coffee candy. This meant that their last hope of defeating Gohan Bu had vanished. How prideful you both are. Goku and Vegeta. Bulma, hands on her hips, glared at Goku and Vegeta. Whether it be Gogeta or Vegito, both were ultimate warriors born of fusion. How could they both be so reckless, so consumed by arrogance? They possessed the power to eliminate their foes in an instant, yet chose to toy with them. Leading to this unfortunate turn of events. Goku scratched his head, at a loss for words after being reprimanded. He couldn't deny Bulma's point. Both Vegito and Gogeta had indeed been reckless, playing with their enemies. However, it seemed there was little he could do to rein them in. Vegeta, too, found himself speechless, a faint blush creeping onto his face. Yet, he understood that this was simply the nature of their Saiyan heritage, a tradition of pride. Once one possesses formidable power, an overwhelming sense of confidence often ensues, easily giving rise to arrogance and hubris, particularly in the heat of battle. Such is the case with Vegeta and Gogeta, whose strength transcends the wildest imaginations of those around them. Consequently, their arrogance knows no bounds, resulting in a chaotic display of bravado during combat. To Vegeta, this behavior appears entirely normal, while many others have succumbed to despair. The transformed Vegeta, now a mere candy, faces an inevitable fate, being consumed by Gohan Bu and subsequently becoming a part of his formidable strength, thus evolving into an invincible entity known as Jetet Bu. However, a faction of deities and individuals remain hopeful, believing that the situation is not destined to conclude so swiftly. Their shared conviction is that, despite his transformation into candy, as long as Vegeta's power remains unchanged, Gohan Bu should not be able to overpower him. They continue to watch intently, pondering whether the outcome will ultimately lead to consumption or an unexpected reversal. Returning to the scene in the Kaioshin realm, we find the divine beings Jebet and the Elder Kai witnessing this tumultuous event unfold before their eyes, nearly fainting from indignation. The Elder Kai expresses his frustration towards Vegeta, berating him for allowing his immense power to cloud his judgment, incessantly reveling in his own superiority while failing to swiftly deal with Majin Bu. His hubris, he fears, may lead to utter ruin. On Earth, Gohan Bu is reveling in his triumph, grinning widely as he contemplates whether to crush the candy or savor it slowly. Just as he prepares to indulge, an unexpected turn of events occurs. His hand, seemingly possessed, strikes his own face with a forceful punch, leaving him bewildered. The spectators, who had previously lost hope and believed Vegeta's fate was sealed, are now left in stunned silence, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. In the video, the candy form of Vegeta ascends into the air, and his distinctive dual-toned voice resonates, apologizing to Bu with a hint of regret. Gohan Bu, filled with disbelief, stares at the candy, unable to comprehend the phenomenon before him. How could this be possible? He had always thought that those transformed into candy lost all capacity for resistance. Why, then, is Vegeta still capable of movement and speech? It appears that, even in this altered state, my power remains intact. Vegeta, in his candy form, muses with a smile. Though lacking hands and feet, he finds the experience somewhat less fluid. What a predicament. Your opponent is the world's strongest candy, you know, he declares, leaving Gohan Bu utterly astonished. Throughout his existence, he has never witnessed such an occurrence. That a being transformed into candy could still move and speak is simply unfathomable. Although you possess the ability to move, in the end, you are merely a coffee candy. What could a mere piece of coffee candy possibly do to me? Gohan Bu attempted to deceive himself with such words, convincing himself that Vegeta was now nothing more than a candy, an inconsequential sweet that could not inflict harm upon him. However, Vegeta, upon hearing this, was not incensed. Rather, he found Gohan Bu's self-deception to be utterly amusing. In Chapter 62, titled The Death of the God of Destruction, the angel fell into a slumber. Sighing, Vegeta inquired, "Is it truly wise to boast so? You should find yourself in a more passive position now. I have become so small that attacking me would be quite the challenge." "Attack?" Gohan Bu scoffed, feigning composure as he responded, "Humph, that is unnecessary. All I need to do is capture you and swallow you whole. It is as simple as that." "Is it indeed? Then I shall take my leave." Noting Gohan Bu's bravado, Vegeta resolved to grant him no opportunity. In an instant, he struck Gohan Bu in the abdomen. Though his form had changed, his strength remained unaltered, resulting in a blow that left Gohan Bu reeling in pain. Following this, Vegeta landed punches to his chin and forehead, sending Gohan Bu crashing to the ground. This spectacle was a source of delight for many onlookers. As Vegeta proclaimed, the world had given birth to the unrivaled coffee candy. On Earth, within Capsule Corporation, Goku gazed at Whis in confusion, seeking answers. Under normal circumstances, one transformed into a human by Bu should possess no capacity for resistance. Why was Vegeta still capable of moving? Perhaps, Whis mused, Vegeta's power had transcended the limitations of Majin Buu's abilities. Thus, even in his candy form, Mr. Vegeta's strength had not diminished. In fact, it had been enhanced. Moreover, his diminutive size, no larger than a coffee candy, rendered him more elusive and difficult for Majin Buu to strike. Consequently, it was as if Vegeta had not only retained his strength, but had indeed augmented it. Is that so? Goku comprehended. Truly, he was the ultimate warrior born of the fusion with Vegeta, an embodiment of immense power. Faced with the choice, he found himself uncertain on how to proceed. Should he fuse with Vegeta or merge with him when confronted by an unbeatable foe? In Universe 10, within the realm of destruction, Ramshur could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "How utterly delightful! The sight of Vegeta, transformed into candy, pummeling Gohan Bu is simply too absurd and humorous." In the depths of the 7th universe, in hell, Frieza grimaced, muttering, "I knew it, truly a wretched being, capable of creating miracles at any time." His irritation flared as he realized that the Saiyans were, indeed, destined to prevail. In moments of utmost peril, they invariably managed to conjure miracles. This realization plunged Frieza into despair. It was inconceivable to him that defeat was even a possibility. Returning to the video, as Gohan Bu rose to his feet, he erupted with energy and soared into the sky, intent on seizing the candy form of Vegeta. He then attempted to swallow it whole. However, despite Gohan Bu pushing his speed to the limits, he was unable to even graze Vegeta. Their velocities were on entirely different planes, and compounded by Vegeta's diminutive size, Gohan Bu's chances of capture were utterly diminished. Ultimately, left with no alternative, Gohan Bu reverted Vegeta to his original form. What followed was a relentless onslaught from Vegeta, whose overwhelming prowess rendered Gohan Bu incapable of inflicting any harm. The video culminated in a scene where Vegeta pierced Gohan Bu's head with an energy sword, at which point the screen abruptly blacked out, succeeded by a text introduction. Everyone understood that this marked the conclusion of the first era of Vegeta, ushering in the next video recap, which featured a different incarnation of Vegeta. This textual revelation astonished all present, including the deities. The substitute Supreme Kai of Universe 10, Zamasu, harbored a deeply distorted sense of morality and an unfathomable hatred for humanity. In his quest to eradicate all human life across the universe, Zamasu invited his counterpart from the future to collaborate with him. Ultimately, through the wish granted by the Super Dragon Balls, one of them acquired the body of Son Goku, transforming into Black Goku, while the other gained immortality. Together, they enacted a plan known as the Zero Human Plan, aimed at exterminating all humans in the universe. The first target of their devastation was the future timeline. Any deities that stood in the way of their scheme met with annihilation. Following the deaths of the Supreme Kais, the gods of destruction perished as well. With the demise of the gods of destruction, the angels fell into a deep slumber. This text introduction concluded, leaving humanity and the deities in shock. In the chat group, discussions ensued. Son Goku. Ah, So this Zamasu has taken my body and wiped out all humans and deities. Frisia. Oh, I'm dead. And there exists such a peculiar deity. Quitella. Hey, Universe 10, speak up. I can't believe I perished due to the death of the Supreme Kai. Helles, speak. Speak. All of our deities have been slain by that Zamasu. Ramushi. I know nothing about this. Zamasu seems to be the substitute Supreme Kai raised by Gawasu. Gawasu, this cannot be true. In that moment, Gawasu struggled to accept the reality. Although Zamasu's moral compass was indeed twisted, and his hatred for humanity was indescribable, Gawasu could not fathom that Zamasu would resort to such actions. Kill all humans. Eliminate every deity that obstructs him. Zamas, do you truly harbor such intentions? Vas rose to his feet, gazing at Zamas with a questioning look. Realizing that his plans had been unveiled, Zamas decided to abandon pretense. Haha, this wretched video has exposed all my objectives. Zamas clutched his head, erupting into a maniacal laughter. They fail to comprehend my thoughts. That Vegeta dares to involve himself with me is beyond belief. It appears that in the end, the one Vegeta annihilates will be none other than myself. How ironic that I, a being of such power, would meet my demise at the hands of humans, those wretched pests. No, that cannot be. I am forewarned now and shall not allow such a fate to unfold. As he concluded his words, Zamas turned his gaze towards Gvas, his eyes igniting with a fierce murderous intent. Sensing the hostility, Gvas instinctively recoiled a step. Do you intend to? He had already deduced Zamas's intention to eliminate him, starting with the god of destruction, Rumshur, and the angel, Kiers. However, Gvas found the thought unbearable. He could not fathom that his most trusted disciple, Zamas, would conceive such a notion. Chapter 63. A being identical to Sun Wukong. Zamas had resolutely committed to his path long before this moment, particularly after witnessing the video. Observing the Saiyans wielding such formidable power, daring to encroach upon the divine realm, and even surpass the gods themselves, was intolerable for Zamas. This only solidified his resolve to eradicate all humans and any divine beings that hindered him. With a flick of his wrist, a blade of purple divine energy coalesced in his hand. Stepping forward, he cleaved the obstructive tea table in two. The cup of tea he had prepared spilling its murky contents across the floor. Gvas stumbled backward, losing his footing and landing on the ground. Forgive me, but for the sake of my plan and the betterment of the universe, you must perish. Zamas lunged at Gvas with his hand poised to strike. At this critical moment, a radiant beam descended, shielding Gvas. Zamas's expression shifted dramatically, and the sword of energy dissipated from his grasp. They arrived so swiftly. He had already surmised the identities of the newcomers, none other than the god of destruction, Rumshur, and the angel, Kiers. You truly are despicable, Rumshur remarked, foregoing further dialogue as he raised his palm towards Zamas. With the utterance of the word destruction, Zamas was engulfed in agony, his form disintegrating into countless particles. Meanwhile, he informed the others in the chat group, Rumshur, rest assured, I intervened just as he intended to strike at Gvas. Quitella, that will suffice. It is truly terrifying that a mere Kaioshin could annihilate our future selves. Wami, indeed, eliminating the Kaioshin would mean eradicating us, and by extinguishing us, the angels would follow suit. It seems he had plotted this from the very beginning. Beerus, Gawasu, you must be more discerning in your future dealings. Vegeta, I still wish to personally deal with that scoundrel. However, seeing Zamasu defeated brought a sense of relief to the beings and gods of other universes. For at least this threat had been preemptively neutralized. At that moment, a video commenced. It depicted Son Goku, Vegeta, and the future Trunks ascending into the sky, while below them lay a city ravaged into desolation, reduced to mere ruins. Before them stood two figures, one identical to Son Goku, Zamasu. The video's subtitles revealed that Zamasu had wished upon the Super Dragon Balls to acquire the body of a version of Son Goku from another timeline. The other was the immortal Zamasu. Hey, you used the Super Dragon Balls for malevolent deeds. Son Goku shouted at Zamasu. You transformed into an immortal and then created a false version of me. The counterfeit Black Goku could not contain his laughter. Ah, that's where you're mistaken. Upon hearing this, Son Goku and his companions were taken aback, unable to believe their ears. They had presumed that Black Goku was conjured by Zamasu. Black Goku placed a hand upon himself. This is indeed the genuine Son Goku. This body is yours, yet its heart belongs to me, to Zamasu. What? Son Goku seemed to have pieced together the puzzle. The first wish I made upon the Super Dragon Balls was to exchange our bodies. Black Goku revealed the truth. At this point, whether I reveal it or not bears little consequence. Better to let you all experience despair. I was robbed of my body. What then? Son Goku demanded loudly, his tone laced with fury. He had hesitated before, but now he was certain of Black Goku's actions. And how did that unfold? Black Goku chuckled softly. I killed him, of course, with this very hand. He extended his right hand. Son Goku clenched his fists, struggling to suppress his anger. So you are the true Zamasu. Who, then, is the other one who bears his visage? I am also Zamasu, the Zamasu from this future timeline. I allied with the Zamasu from the past for the sake of justice. After uttering these words, Black Goku and Zamasu launched an assault against Son Goku and his companions. In an instant, Son Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, ready for battle. Son Goku was enraged. Black Goku had slain another version of himself and seized his body. An energy blast coalesced and hurtled toward Black Goku. However, Zamasu intercepted it. Unafraid of any attack due to his immortality, the energy blast struck his head, obliterating it entirely, yet Zamasu swiftly regenerated. Immediately, Black Goku charged forward, wielding an aura-formed sword aimed at Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong prepared to defend himself, Zamasu seized the opportunity and kicked him away. Unbeknownst to them, in pursuit of our wishes' fulfillment, we even obliterated the Super Dragon Balls and eradicated all the Supreme Kai in this timeline. With the death of the Supreme Kai, the God of Destruction would follow suit, and with the God of Destruction's demise, the angels would fall into slumber. At that moment, no divine beings would emerge to obstruct our plans. All of this was orchestrated to realize our aspiration, the Zero Human Project. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong and his companions were left bewildered. Why seek the annihilation of humanity? What could have birthed such a notion? The world is indeed beautiful. Yet Zamasu's brow suddenly furrowed as he sternly proclaimed that humanity's ugliness tarnished the world's beauty. Thus, we must eradicate all humans and eliminate every divine being that hinders our scheme. We shall restore the world to its former splendor. To date, we have annihilated countless humans. Next, we shall obliterate those with wisdom that transcends time, perpetually embroiled in conflict and abusing violence. The most repugnant beings in the universe, the Earthlings. The most despicable must face severe retribution. They shall taste despair and terror from which they cannot escape. Once you are extinguished, Earth will no longer harbor any obstacle to our existence. No sooner had he spoken than Black Goku and Zamasu surged towards Sun Wukong and his allies. In the face of their onslaught, all attacks were effortlessly parried by the immortal Zamasu, who defended flawlessly. Meanwhile, Black Goku focused solely on assaulting Sun Wukong and his companions with unrelenting force. In an instant, the duo completely overpowered Sun Wukong and his allies. However, at that very moment, all viewers of the video were engulfed in fury, unable to accept Zamasu's recent declarations. The notion that humanity is a grotesque entity that must be eradicated incited a torrent of vitriol in the chat, directed at Zamasu. Regrettably, Zamasu, having been destroyed by lambs, could not perceive the barrage of insults aimed at him. Chapter 64. Zamasu's Malevolence in the Seventh Universe, in Hell. TCH, in his perception, apart from gods like himself, all others belong to humanity. Frieza gazed disdainfully at Zamasu in the video and remarked that if it weren't for that notion, he believed he and Cell could truly ally with Zamasu, as their goals were rather similar. Frieza sought to exterminate Sun Wukong and his Saiyan companions, while Zamasu aimed to annihilate all humans, which, naturally, included the Saiyans. Unfortunately, in Zamasu's eyes, Frieza was also considered human. Thus, collaboration was impossible between them. What does it matter? We need not worry at all. After all, that Zamasu has already been vanquished by the God of Destruction from Universe 10. So, with his hands clasped behind his head, chuckled softly, eagerly anticipating the appearance of Vegeta, as he had seen in this video recap. Sun Wukong and Vegeta have now attained the ability to transform into the Super Saiyan God Blue. Consequently, this time, the fused form of Vegeta will also assume the Super Saiyan God Blue transformation, which fills Cell with great anticipation. Just how formidable is the Super Saiyan God Blue Vegeta? In the seventh universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, the existence of such a deity is astonishing. Who could deny it? Zamasu is truly malevolent, lamenting that humans have tarnished the beauty of the world. This is utterly ridiculous. While some humans are indeed wicked, there are also many virtuous individuals. One cannot condemn them all indiscriminately. Krillin and the others find it unbearable to accept Zamasu's disparaging remarks about humanity. To them, humans possess both good and evil, and not all are malevolent. Zamasu has failed to genuinely understand humanity, hastily concluding that they are all inherently bad. That scoundrel has usurped my body. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his fury reaching a boiling point. He surmised that since Zamasu had seized his form, he could not have merely killed his counterpart in that timeline. Black Goku must have also slain Chi-Chi and others from that era. Such an act is tantamount to striking at Sun Wukong's most sensitive spot. He would never forgive those who harm his loved ones. Hey, Kakarot, calm down, Vegeta admonished. His arms crossed as he regarded Sun Wukong. The destruction wrought by the god of destruction from Universe 10 has already occurred. There's no point in dwelling on it. Gradually, Sun Wukong unclenched his fists, acknowledging Vegeta's wisdom. Indeed, ruminating on the past was futile. The events depicted in the video pertain to another timeline and foretold future occurrences. However, with Zamasu now vanquished, that tragic future would not manifest. Meanwhile, Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the unfolding events in silence. He refrained from speaking, continuing to indulge in his delicacies. In his view, should the threats depicted in the video truly endanger his seventh universe, this god of destruction would not remain idle. Regardless of Zamasu or Black Goku, there would be no need for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to intervene. He would personally wield his destructive power to eradicate them. In Universe 10, at the Kaioshin realm, see? I told you it was a mistake to choose that guy as a substitute god of destruction, remarked Rumshur, wishing he could thump Guavas on the head with his elongated nose. In truth, Rumshur had desired to select a Kaioshin endowed with immense muscle. Yet, Guavas insisted on nominating Zamasu as the replacement Kaioshin, claiming Zamasu possessed considerable strength and an unwavering sense of justice. Now, the sense of justice has intensified to the point of eradicating all deities and humanity alike. In this bleak future, only Zamasu, the Supreme Kai, remains, embodying his twisted notion of justice. I, Goku's spirit, was mistaken in my judgment. Gavas is now engulfed in profound remorse. This transgression stems from his decision to select Zamasu as the substitute Supreme Kai. Had he not made that choice, countless lives, both human and divine, would have been spared. He has resolved that once this video review concludes, he shall extend his apologies to each universe, particularly to Universe 7, where Zamasu usurped Goku's body. He feels compelled to personally apologize to Goku. For now, let us refrain from further lamentations. It is a silver lining that this video review has afforded us foresight. We have altered the future. Zamasu has been eradicated and will not commit further atrocities against humanity or the divine. Gavas's deep regret is palpable, and the angel Kusu approaches him, offering gentle consolation. Gavas nods in acknowledgement, yet the weight of this matter lingers heavily in his heart. He must sincerely apologize to those affected. The burden of Zamasu's sins rests upon his shoulders. Returning to the video, Goku is soon vanquished, leaving only Vegeta and Trunks to face the adversary. It is evident that one cannot combat two alone. Thus, Trunks proposes that he will confront Black Goku while Vegeta takes on Zamasu. He is resolute, prepared to risk everything, even if it leads to mutual destruction, to eliminate Black Goku. Upon hearing this, Black Goku smirks disdainfully. What grand determination you possess, Trunks. Silence. Trunks interjects angrily, his gaze filled with fury as he confronts Black Goku. You have committed innumerable vile acts using Uncle Goku's body. You are beyond redemption. Is that so? Black Goku retorts nonchalantly, a smirk playing on his lips. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that your transgressions are far more grievous than mine. Trunks falters, struggling to comprehend Black Goku's insinuation. Listen closely. I assert that one of the reasons humanity should be annihilated is you. Your alterations to the past have birthed the new timeline, and that serves as evidence of your guilt. How many times have you traversed between the past and the future? It is clear that, as a human, you have repeatedly violated divine prohibitions, just as in your first journey. When you utilized the time machine to travel back from the future, you killed Frieza and his father. And then you used a heart disease remedy developed in the future to save Goku, who was destined to perish from his ailment. In the eyes of Black Goku and Zamasu, had Goku died as history dictated, they would not have sought this body. No human would have reached the realm of the divine, and perhaps they would never have conceived the idea of exterminating all humanity. Thus, they lay the blame solely upon Trunks, deeming him responsible for the chaos that ensued. Chapter 65. The Wrath of the Super Saiyan Universe 7, Earth, Capsule Corporation. Zamasu's audacity to speak of Trunks in such a manner incensed Goku, who clenched his fists in fury. It was evident to him that Trunks had ventured here for the sake of the entire future. In Goku's eyes, Trunks was blameless, even if he had transgressed the divine taboos. His actions were motivated solely by the desire to avert the tragic future that loomed over them. Trunks had sacrificed immensely to alter their fate. Vegeta, too, was engulfed in rage, his fists tightly clenched, on the verge of erupting. Though he seldom voiced his sentiments, his heart held a profound concern for Trunks. The audacity of Zamasu to malign his son in the video projection ignited Vegeta's fury and left him filled with regret. Regret for what? For the erasure of Zamasu by the god of destruction from Universe 10, Rumshire. Had Zamasu not been obliterated, without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta would have rushed to Universe 10 to personally exact vengeance upon Zamasu. No, he would not merely kill him. He would first deliver a severe beating, rendering Zamasu bruised and incapacitated before unleashing his most formidable energy to annihilate him completely. What a vile creature Zamasu was. Not only did he misuse Goku's body for malevolent deeds, but he also dared to slander Trunks, the very one who had safeguarded them all. Kiki, hands on her hips, mirrored the anger that surged within her. If Black Goku and Zamasu were still alive, she would insist that Goku teach them a harsh lesson, those ignorant fools who spoke carelessly without understanding. In the god realm of Universe 10, it became evident that Zamasu had long set his sights on the Saiyans of Universe 7. Whis' hands trembled slightly upon this revelation, something he had only just discovered, a notion he had never anticipated. Thereafter, Zamasu had fixated on the Saiyans, harboring a relentless desire to eradicate humanity and seize the Saiyan form for himself. It appears those devoid of muscle-possessed minds as muddled as a stagnant pool, Rumshire scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest. The next time he selected a replacement Kaioshin, he vowed to choose one endowed with abundant strength, one who would never resemble Zamasu, whose mind was plagued with malevolence. In the god realm of Universe 6, it was evident that Zamasu's wickedness was unparalleled. Although altering the past might breach divine prohibitions, Trunks acted to save everyone, striving to prevent history from spiraling into a grim future. Gab could not abide Zamasu's denouncement of Trunks. To him, even if Trunks had not taken such actions, Zamasu would still have conceived the desire to annihilate humanity. His current stance was merely an attempt to shift all blame onto Trunks alone. Zamasu was indeed a formidable adversary. As Zampa's displeasure was palpable, he had not anticipated that this god of destruction would meet his demise at the hands of a mere substitute Kaioshin from another universe. He is remarkably astute, much like Kampa, Bados remarked with a smile, her concern lingering that a deity might intervene to thwart his plans. By vanquishing the weaker god of destruction, the destroyer would inevitably perish, leading us angels into a state of slumber. He has truly exerted considerable effort for this scheme, even employing the Super Dragon Balls, which are exclusive to our 6th and 7th universes. Indeed, that scoundrel, Kampa's fists clenched tighter, his irritation escalating. How did he manage to gather the Super Dragon Balls scattered across our 6th and 7th universes without anyone noticing? Normally, Kampa believed that even if he were asleep, Bados would certainly detect any divine presence in his 6th universe. What exactly did Zamasu do that even Bados could not perceive? Returning to the video, Trunks found it hard to accept Zamasu's words. His fists gradually tightened, emanating a vast silver aura. I merely wish to save everyone. With a shout, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared towards Black Goku. He could not accept that his intentions to rescue all were being twisted into accusations of causing harm, as Black Goku claimed. However, his power paled in comparison to that of Black Goku. Even as he approached, Black Goku effortlessly struck him away. Manipulating time is a privilege reserved for deities. Zamasu looked down upon Vegeta, coldly stating that should anyone transgress, they must be eradicated. You have slain both humans and gods. What, pray tell, is your so-called ideal world? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. With both deities and humans extinguished, are only you two left, Zamasu? Is this your vision of an ideal world? Is this what you deem beautiful? Zamasu's response only deepened Vegeta's confusion. You humans cannot comprehend. It is a noble and splendid world. Meanwhile, Trunks, having just been hurled away by Black Goku, pounded the ground in frustration. His fury reached a crescendo. You say I am guilty? Say what you will. In an instant, Trunks' pupils vanished, and his hair transformed into a golden hue. A tremendous aura surged forth. creating a golden flame that shot skyward like a beacon. Soon, a blue wave emerged from his form, intertwining with the golden flames, accompanied by blue lightning and celestial particles exclusive to the divine realm. The magnitude of his power surged to unprecedented heights. With each step Trunks took, the very earth trembled beneath him. "You scoundrel, I shall personally bring your end." As the onlookers questioned the nature of Trunks' transformation, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Reminder, this is another transformation of the Saiyans, achieved through extreme rage, Super Saiyan Rage. This transformation is a half-step into the divine realm. The scene unfolds in the realm of the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Behold, yet another transformation has emerged so swiftly. Just moments ago, Zamasu had left a sour taste in Goku's mouth. In the blink of an eye, Trunks in the video has achieved a new metamorphosis, Super Saiyan Rage. Remarkably, this form is akin to a half-step into the realm of divinity, an astonishing breakthrough attained amid battle. Kale's pupils widened in surprise. She had not anticipated this. Initially, she intended to mock Trunks for his perceived weakness and his reckless challenge against Black Goku. However, this unexpected advancement rendered her unable to belittle him, especially considering that this transformation was not merely an ordinary one, but a significant stride into the divine sphere. "Impressive," Kabo remarked, his face adorned with envy. "This is the power of Trunks, the son of Mr. Vegeta. To achieve such a breakthrough in anger is truly remarkable. In the depths of the seventh universe, hell. Heh, that guy Trunks has also attained a new transformation," Cell smirked, a wicked grin upon his lips. "A half-step into the divine realm, Super Saiyan Rage. It appears that even he has surpassed me now. Hey, Frieza, we must hasten our training." Cell turned to Frieza, a sense of urgency in his tone. "I can feel it. I am on the cusp of a breakthrough." Understanding his own capabilities, Cell believed his lightning form was akin to the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Thus, he resolved to maximize the potential of the Saiyan cells within him, aiming for a monumental leap across multiple realms. "You are correct. We must indeed make haste," Frieza concurred. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the screen where Trunks had just achieved his groundbreaking transformation. His eyes were now bloodshot with fury. Through Zamasu's recent remarks, coupled with Trunks' appearance, Frieza had come to a chilling realization. This was the very Saiyan who had once vanquished him, dismembering him into countless bloody fragments. That sword-wielding Saiyan had now transcended into a half-divine state. How could Frieza accept being weaker than him? He must intensify his training, elevate his power to unprecedented heights, and upon resurrection, annihilate those Saiyans once and for all. Back in the seventh universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation. "That is the new transformation I achieved in the future," young Trunks exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. How extraordinary it was that his future self had grown so formidable. To harness rage as a catalyst for ascending to a half-divine state was no small feat. Full divinity must be within reach. With diligent training, it would soon be attainable. "Wonderful, Trunks." Gohan beamed. "Now, Trunks possesses the strength to strike down Black Goku. It seems quite promising indeed, Super Saiyan Rage. It is my first encounter with this transformation. It appears that the future Trunks, much like Gohan, has achieved a unique transformation that is exclusive to him." Son Goku, hands on his hips, remarked with a smile. Genuinely pleased for Trunks in the video. This newfound power should enable him to deliver a significant blow to Black Goku. "Well, it's somewhat acceptable," Vegeta scoffed dismissively, seemingly unimpressed with Trunks' breakthrough. However, the wild upward curve of Vegeta's lips betrayed his true feelings. He was indeed quite elated that his son had not fallen behind Kakarot's offspring. Trunks had also mastered a transformation that was uniquely his own, Super Saiyan Rage. Continuing to cultivate this power, one can only wonder how formidable it will ultimately become. However, it is certain that this strength will not pale in comparison to that of Super Saiyan God. It seems that rage is indeed an essential and indispensable emotion for a Saiyan. Beerus mused quietly before taking a bite of chicken. Thus far, every Saiyan in the video recap has grown stronger through their anger. The first Super Saiyan achieved his breakthrough through intense fury, and all subsequent transformations have stemmed from similar depths of rage. But love is also indispensable, Lord Beerus was reminded with a smile. The transformation of Super Saiyan 4 does not require extreme anger. Rather, it necessitates love, capable of awakening one's affections in an instant. Indeed, love is also significant. Beerus conceded. It is true that both love and rage empower the Saiyans, and with those two elements, they may indeed be limitless beings. Regardless, he is exceedingly eager, anticipating the day when Goku and Vegeta, among others, can catch up with him. Should that day ever arrive, Beerus mused that he might consider retiring, casually passing the mantle of Destroyer of Universe 7 to one of them. Of course, before he retires, he must engage in a grand battle with Goku and the others to fully relish the joy and splendor of combat. In the video, Black Goku still wore a disdainful expression. "You think you can defeat me?" He did not believe Trunks could best him, considering it merely a breakthrough. "Come, let me see." Foolish Saiyan. With a roar, Trunks launched himself toward the airborne Black Goku. Despite Black Goku's swift reaction, landing a knee strike to Trunks' abdomen, Trunks steeled himself, refusing to be knocked away. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with a punch that connected squarely with Black Goku's face, erasing the smile from his countenance. He was bewildered, unable to comprehend how Trunks could inflict harm upon him. Consequently, Black Goku was compelled to take Trunks seriously. Trunks' strength has now reached a level that rivals that of the Super Saiyan God, the pink-haired version of himself. As the battle continued for some time, seeing that Black Goku was at a disadvantage against Trunks, Zamasu swiftly joined the fray. Naturally, Vegeta also entered the battle. However, the synergy between Black Goku and Zamasu was exceptional, far surpassing that of Trunks and Vegeta. After all, they were essentially one entity, which made their collaboration remarkably effective. Ultimately, with the hope of victory dwindling to nearly zero, Vegeta had no choice but to retreat with the severely injured Goku using the time machine to return to the past. Upon arriving in the past, they first tended to their injuries and then engaged in a brief period of training. They even dedicated time to mastering the Mafuba technique, as Zamasu had wished for immortality from the Super Dragon Balls. Beyond sealing him, Goku and his companions could not conceive another method to defeat him. Before long, upon their return to the future timeline, Black Goku and Zamasu were already waiting for them. They had destroyed the time machine to prevent Goku and the others from escaping again. At that moment, the past versions of Beerus and Whis also arrived. Chapter 67. Black Goku stripped of all power. Stop, Zamasu. You are Goku's master. Zamasu was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Whis. He had not anticipated that his mentor would come here. However, he no longer felt the need to address him with honorifics. Goku and Vegeta were equally puzzled as to why Whis was present. Whis extended his hand, revealing the time ring he wore, which could assist them in traversing different timelines. Upon seeing the ring, Zamasu understood. "So, you are the Whis from the past, who has arrived using the time ring." "Indeed," Whis replied. "Lord Beerus has informed me of everything. Your actions, Zamasu, are utterly excessive. How could you commit such horrific deeds?" Whis could not comprehend how his disciple had transformed into a murderer, one who sought to annihilate all humanity and deities alike. "What do you mean by horrific? As long as humanity is eradicated, the world will return to its true beauty. As for the gods, they will impede me, and all who stand in my way must be eliminated." Black Goku articulated his beliefs, convinced of their righteousness. "Whis, little did I know I would kill you 3 times. As soon as the words left his lips, Zamasu and Black Goku simultaneously raised their hands, launching energy blasts towards Whis and Beerus. They would not allow anyone to interfere. Anyone who dared to obstruct them would face death. One God is sufficient, one true God. In the chat group, symbol, what nonsense is this? There should only be one God. Beautiful. This is truly infuriating. Zamasu's words are intolerable. Gold. Just look at what kind of Kaioshin your Universe 10 has produced. Quitella remarked, it is utterly disconcerting that I, in the future, would meet my demise at the hands of such a wretched being. Sedera interjected, one must concede that Zamasu possesses considerable intellect. Yet he fails to wield it in a commendable manner. Topo declared, the so-called justice he espouses is nothing but nonsense, as he ruthlessly ravages the future. Ramsey added, enough of this. I have already eradicated that abominable Zamasu. Guavas expressed his remorse. My sincerest apologies, everyone. I shall remain vigilant henceforth to prevent such occurrences. In the 11th universe, the realm of destruction, one could hardly fathom the presence of such a dim-witted Supreme Kai in the 10th universe. The absurdity was striking. One God suffices. With a singular deity and no mortals, what remains? 2 Zamasu. Is this an attempt to engage the Omni King and the Grand Priest in a game of cards? Oh dear. Now I truly wish to witness Vegeta emerge and deliver a severe reprimand to him, remarked Margarita with a smile. Waimei nodded in agreement. Indeed, I concur. Initially, they had little desire to see the Super Saiyan God, Vegeta, due to the awareness of his formidable strength, rivaling that of Gogeta. They were not keen on the emergence of such a powerful warrior. However, upon witnessing the repugnant Zamas, their eagerness for Vegeta's appearance rekindled, for they yearned to see him deliver a thorough lesson to Zamas. In the video, as the energy dissipated, Zamas and Guavas remained unscathed. Shielded by the Super Saiyan Blue forms of Goku and Vegeta, a fierce battle ensued. Vegeta targeted Black Goku, unable to tolerate the vile creature masquerading in the guise of their Saiyan kin, especially one clad in Goku's skin. This was an affront Vegeta could not abide. Meanwhile, Goku clashed with the immortal Zamas. Having returned from a journey to the past, Vegeta underwent grueling training, resulting in a significant enhancement of his powers. He had surpassed Black Goku, who was now struggling in their confrontation. As the battle progressed, Black Goku found himself increasingly beleaguered, his strength failing to keep pace. With a powerful punch, although Black Goku attempted to defend himself, Vegeta's formidable force propelled him backward, crashing through multiple buildings. Ultimately, he found himself within one structure, where Vegeta unleashed a barrage of strikes upon him. Seizing an opportunity, Black Goku managed to block one of Vegeta's punches. Just as he prepared to pierce Vegeta's body with his ki-infused sword, he was taken aback when Vegeta effortlessly deflected the lethal blade with his arm. Noticing the incredulity in Black Goku's eyes, Vegeta coldly inquired, "Do you wish to know what error you have committed?" Black Goku stood momentarily stunned. He made a mistake. But what was it? As he spoke, Vegeta's azure aura surged dramatically. His strength amplified, delivering a powerful punch to Black Goku's abdomen. Black Goku, in disbelief, questioned why Vegeta's power had escalated to such heights. It seemed to stem from anger, yet he could not comprehend why Vegeta was enraged. The truth eluded him. This body, every cell from head to toe, was cultivated through countless battles by Kakarot. Yet, to you, it is merely borrowed. Within this physique lie the remnants of Saiyan cells, which only a simpleton could wield with such finesse. As Vegeta spoke, he unleashed a flurry of blows onto Black Goku. Helpless, Black Goku was left in agony. Ultimately, Vegeta seized Black Goku by the hair, lifting him as one would refuse. "Do you wish to understand why you cannot defeat me now?" With a headbutt followed by a punch, he sent Black Goku flying. "Because you are a counterfeit, whereas I, Vegeta, am the legitimate prince of all Saiyans." This declaration, coupled with Vegeta's fury, ignited a fervor among all viewers and deities alike. Black Goku was merely an imposter, while Vegeta stood as the true Saiyan prince. For this reason alone, Black Goku stood no chance against Vegeta or Goku. In the chat group, "Frieza is dead. Who would have thought you could be so eloquent, Vegeta?" Goas, "Alas, the sins that arise from me." Champ, "Oh, it's heating up, it's heating up." Gabe, "You're so cool, Mr. Vegeta. If I ever get the chance, I would love to spar with you." The Jinyu Frog, "I can relate. When I switched bodies with Goku, I couldn't harness his strength at all." Frieza is dead. Jinyu, "You dare speak? Had you remained in Goku's body, I wouldn't have met my demise." Jinyu Frog, "Oh, Lord Frieza, I was wrong. It was my fault." Quitella, "Hey, you really are scared of him, aren't you? Even though he is dead, you're still afraid. How pathetic." Chapter 68. Zamasu underestimates the Saiyans in the 7th universe, on Earth, a capsule corporation. "Haha, Vegeta. It seems you know me so well," Goku remarked, looking at Vegeta with a hearty laugh. He felt that even he could not speak so much to Black Goku. Indeed, Vegeta had a profound understanding of Goku. Bulma chuckled, noting how furious Vegeta was at Zamasu for seizing Goku's body. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face flushed crimson. With a huff, he turned his head away. "Humph, I merely find it revolting for that scoundrel to usurp a Saiyan's body." Yet, who would believe such an explanation? The more he denied it, the louder the laughter became. Vegeta wished he could simply vanish into the earth. Why did such humiliating moments always surface in these video compilations? In the Omni King's palace. "Go, Vegeta. And Goku, you must strive as well." The Omni King waves his tiny fists, continuously cheering for Vegeta and Son Goku. Although he lacks the capacity to assist them in their endeavors, he finds solace in vocally supporting them, which is commendable in its own right. Zamasu, the substitute Kaioshin of Universe 10, is indeed intelligent, yet his gravest error lies in underestimating humanity, and, in particular, the Saiyans. The Grand Minister, with his hands clasped behind his back, observes the dark Goku on the video screen and smiles as he reflects on Zamasu's folly. In his view, Zamasu has grossly underestimated the Saiyans. Despite seizing a Saiyant's body and experiencing firsthand their immense power, he remains blind to humanity's strength. unwilling to acknowledge or confront it. Furthermore, he believes that, as a divine being, he is immune to any possibility of defeat at the hands of humans. This arrogance leads him to dismiss the Saiyans' power and potential, ultimately sealing his fate to lose, regardless of his ability to harness his surroundings. Even after secretly collecting the Super Dragon Balls, wishing for immortality twice, and exchanging bodies with Goku, he still resorts to deceit by eliminating the Kaioshin, causing the god of destruction to perish, and putting the angel into slumber. His disdain for the Saiyans and humanity is the root of his impending defeat. Of course, Dark Goku's plan is partially realized through his appropriation of Saiyan abilities, which he mistakenly believes to be his own. Unbeknownst to him, all his achievements stem from the very humans he so despises. Returning to the video, we see Vegeta unleashing his full energy, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon Dark Goku, who finds himself utterly overwhelmed and unable to retaliate. Although he attempts to counterattack, his efforts are futile as Vegeta effortlessly exploits any openings, momentarily amplifying his speed and strength to inflict even greater damage. With a resounding crash, Dark Goku is sent hurtling into a wall, creating a massive crater upon impact. Yet, despite being thoroughly battered and on the brink of defeat, he inexplicably erupts into laughter, leading onlookers to question his sanity, Vegeta included. "What are you laughing at?" Vegeta queries. "Ah, the flesh and divine essence bestowed upon me by the gods. Humans, with their hubris, believe these gifts to be their own," Dark Goku muses to himself, gazing at his hands. However, Vegeta is far from amused by such distasteful sentiments. He raises his hand and unleashes an energy blast towards Dark Goku, who, caught off guard, is engulfed by the explosion's energy. Meanwhile, on Earth in the Capsule Corporation of Universe 7, the observers exclaim, "Look! Dark Goku cannot withstand Vegeta's might." As things stand, Black Goku is undoubtedly destined to be vanquished by Vegeta. He has not made a wish upon the Super Dragon Balls to obtain an immortal form akin to Zamasu. Krillin scratched his head and turned to Goku and the others, for he believed that Black Goku was clearly no match for Vegeta at this point. As long as Goku could keep Zamasu in check, it would be feasible for Vegeta to eliminate the mortal Black Goku and subsequently assist Goku, employing a 2-on-1 strategy. In such a scenario, even if Zamasu possesses immortality, victory would seem improbable for him. Satan nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely what I think." Although he is merely an ordinary human without the extraordinary combat prowess of Goku and his companions, indeed, even Krillin surpasses him, he could clearly discern that within the video, Vegeta was utterly dominating Black Goku. Given the current trajectory, victory was assured. How could they possibly lose? "Have you all forgotten what this compilation is about?" Bulma interjected, hands on her hips. Vegeta has yet to make an appearance, which signifies that a twist is still possible. Just like in the previous video compilation, where the mystifying Gohan, having awakened his potential, had subdued Majin Buu, only for everything to reverse until Vegeta manifested and conclusively resolved the conflict. Thus, even though Vegeta and Goku currently have the upper hand against Black Goku and Zamasu, they shall not emerge victorious until the fused warrior Vegeta arrives. Krillin, despite understanding this, found it perplexing how Zamasu and Black Goku could possibly defeat Vegeta and Goku. They lacked the ability to absorb others and grow stronger, as Majin Buu did. Yet, even Krillin noticed that despite continuously being beaten, Black Goku's strength was gradually increasing. In the video, Vegeta soared into the sky, observing as the energy from the explosions dissipated. He crossed his arms over his chest and scoffed, "Humph, you scoundrel will not perish so easily. So hurry up and show yourself, you counterfeit." Just 2 seconds after Vegeta's declaration, a series of purple beams erupted from the ruins below. Black Goku, filled with rage, ascended into the air, hovering a few meters before Vegeta. "I've come to understand how you have suddenly grown stronger," Black Goku remarked, disregarding the pain coursing through him. "It is your anger, the wrath over your son's suffering, that has driven this transformation. Upon reflection, it is indeed a rather simple concept, to channel anger into energy. Such a notion is horrifyingly human." As he spoke, a manic grin spread across Black Goku's face. Chapter 69. Black Goku aims his scythe at Vegeta. Thus, as a deity, it took me until now to grasp this notion. Yes, it is indeed anger. I am enraged by the existence of humanity that sullies the universe. Black Goku raised his hand, and a multitude of pinkish energy flames materialized above his right hand. Immediately, his entire being was enveloped by this vibrant pink aura. I felt a surge of indignation towards the deity who had accepted such a reality. I was enraged at my inability to overcome the self-important humans. The pink aura coalesced into a blade of energy in his right hand. Subsequently, Black Goku pointed the energy blade towards his left hand, gradually inserting it within. Strangely, the energy blade did not pierce through his palm to spill blood. Instead, it transformed entirely into energy, gradually reintegrating into his hand. In a sudden motion, Black Goku's left hand grasped the last remnants of energy remaining on his right hand, then forcefully withdrew it, manifesting a scythe forged from aura and fury. Vegeta, along with Goku and Zamasu, were taken aback by the emergence of this scythe. Behold the appetizer. When I transmute rage into energy, I gain newfound strength, Black Goku proclaimed, leveling the scythe at Vegeta with a smirk. If anger can be a source of power, then my wrath surpasses all others. Thus, I am the strongest. Do you wish to understand the true magnitude of a deity's fury? Endure my scythe with your corporeal form. No sooner had he spoken than Black Goku swung the scythe with great force. A pink slash, comprised of concentrated energy, surged towards Vegeta's form. However, Vegeta merely flickered and appeared to Black Goku's right, effortlessly evading the strike. To him, the attack lacked swiftness. Humph, I had ample time to evade. Just as Vegeta mocked. He turned to find the previous slash had created a vast pink rift in the air, capturing the attention of all present. What could it be? Vegeta sensed a profound unease emanating from the rift. Who knows? Black Goku sneered. Perhaps it is merely the unfathomable wrath dwelling within me. My strength transcends comprehension, continually ascending to realms uncharted by predecessors. Ha ha ha. Battling formidable foes elevates us to the pinnacle of existence. Zamasu gazed at the rift with wide-eyed excitement, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "This is indeed a divine method, proving that the divine possesses the power to judge all creation." At that moment, a multitude of strange pink gases emerged from the rift. As these gases enveloped Goku and Vegeta, they began to coalesce into countless Black Gokus. While each manifestation lacked the strength of the original, they each possessed at least half, if not more, of its power. On the seventh universe, Earth, Capsule Corporation, Vegeta exclaimed, "That bastard is utterly nonsensical." His face contorted with displeasure. He longed to leap into the video screen and unleash his Super Saiyan Force strength upon Black Goku and Zamasu. Anger is the essence of our Saiyan power. What right does an imposter have to speak such words? Furthermore, the notion that combat with formidable adversaries enhances one's strength and realm is a quintessential trait of our Saiyan lineage. That, Vegeta began. Let us set aside what he just articulated. In the video, the two of us seemed to find ourselves in a perilous situation. Sun Wukong pointed towards the video screen. Glancing at Vegeta, it was evident that they were surrounded by countless Black Wukongs, with even more gas seeping from cracks, coalescing into entirely new Black Wukongs. This was indeed dire. Satan clung tightly to Fat Boo's arm in fear. Just one Black Wukong was already terrifying enough, and now there were so many emerging, with new ones continually appearing. How can we fight against this? How can we contend with someone who seems to have an unfair advantage? The villainous entity, possessing Wukong's body, was evidently not so easily overcome by Vegeta. Cold sweat dripped down Krillin's face. In his view, had Black Wukong not seized the body of Wukong from a certain timeline and harnessed the power of the Saiyans, Vegeta and Wukong would have long since vanquished Zamasu. Even now, the scythe summoned by Black Wukong drew upon the wrathful energy of the Saiyans. Does this require my father and Uncle Vegeta to fuse? Son Gohan pondered aloud as he gazed at the video screen. This must be Black Wukong's trump card. There was surely no way to contend against so many Black Wukongs. The only solution would be to fuse into Vegito. Naturally, many others from different universes shared this sentiment. Vegito would soon make his appearance, wouldn't he? In hell. Frieza let out a sharp cackle, relishing the sight of Vegeta and Son Wukong being overwhelmed. No matter how many times he watched them being suppressed, he never grew weary of it. He was fully aware of the eventual outcome. Zamasu would undoubtedly be defeated by the fused warrior Vegito. Therefore, for Frieza, witnessing Son Wukong and Vegeta being battered was a source of enjoyment, and he wished to indulge in it for as long as possible. Returning to the video. Although Son Wukong and Vegeta managed to eliminate some of the Black Wukongs, their numbers were far too overwhelming, multiplying infinitely. They quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, as their rate of eliminating Black Wukongs was far outpaced by the rate at which new ones were generated. Meanwhile, Trunks, who had studied the Mafuba technique, confronted Zamasu. In a state of extreme rage, Trunks unleashed the Mafuba upon Zamasu. Unfamiliar with such a technique, Zamasu was utterly oblivious to what was happening. However, in the next moment, a peculiar force sealed his body within a jar. Yet, this was not the end. To prevent Zamasu from escaping, Bulma hurried over, intent on sealing the jar's opening with a talisman. But when she inquired about the talisman's whereabouts, everyone was taken aback, for they had forgotten to bring it back. At this point, the scene shifted to Master Roshi, who was holding a freshly prepared talisman while conversing with the Capsule Corporation. Oh dear! You forgot to bring such an important item. The atmosphere, initially serious and tense, was now tinged with an air of absurdity. The scene instantly provoked laughter among the viewers of the video. Zamasu, how could you forget something so trivial? Remarked Xiangpa. It seems that, aside from Vegito, no one can restrain these two Zamasu, observed Ramusi. I sincerely apologize for the incident that arose from my oversight, said Gavas. Is it necessary to apologize every time we appear? Queried Beerus. Frisia is dead, yet it's evident that Kakarot's foolishness is beyond reproach, he added with a smirk. It's obvious that the fool forgot to bring it, said Vegeta. Ha ha ha, perhaps in the heat of the moment, I simply forgot, Goku chuckled. Chapter 70. A wicked smile slowly crept across his lips. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Vegeta scoffed. This is all your fault, Kakarot. Now, I must fuse with you to eliminate those two bastards. His frustration had reached a boiling point. He had no desire to fuse with Goku. Originally, Zamasu, being immortal, could have been sealed away while they focused on defeating Black Goku. Perhaps fusion would not have been necessary. But now, due to Goku's failure to bring the talisman, Trunks' efforts in sealing Zamasu in a jar had gone to waste. Hey, Vegeta, how can you say that? I certainly didn't do it on purpose, Goku quickly explained, feeling that he must have forgotten due to the urgency of the situation. All right, everyone, let us keep watching, Beerus declared, silencing Goku and Vegeta. His greatest anticipation lay in witnessing the power of Super Saiyan God Vegito. In Universe 11, the realm of the gods of destruction, TCH. How could he forget something so crucial? Goku truly has a carefree spirit, mused a deity. The image of the arrogant Zamasu sealed within a small jar was amusing to contemplate. However, due to the oversight of a single talisman, that delightful scene would remain unseen. Indeed, it is this very misstep that led to the birth of the fused warrior Vegito, remarked Margarita with a smile. Rather than Zamasu being sealed, she yearned to see Zamasu and Black Goku receive a thorough thrashing from Vegito. Being sealed away and spared physical harm would be far too lenient for Zamasu. Since he possessed immortality, they could kill him time and time again to see just how many times he could recover. That's true, the deity nodded. Come now, Vegito. Let me witness just how formidable your power is in the state of Super Saiyan God. He was not the least bit concerned that Vegito might surpass Jiren in strength, for he had shifted his perspective. After all, the video depicted events from the future. Jiren had ample time to train and augment his strength. In a realm of exquisite beauty, Wei Mei firmly believes in Jillian, confident that he will not easily allow anyone to surpass him. With absolute power as his foundation, Jillian is determined to maintain his invincibility. There is a profound saying that Wei Mei wholeheartedly endorses. To defeat an adversary, one must first understand them. Thus, Wei Mei has cast aside any worries or anger regarding the emergence of beings like Vegeta, who surpass the gods. Returning to the scene, Bulma, Trunks, and Little Dance are tightly pressing down on a container. Inside, Zamasu struggles desperately, causing the container to shake violently. Unfortunately, their combined strength proves insufficient. And with a resounding bang, the container bursts open. Zamasu emerges, suspended in the air, his face etched with disbelief as he gasps for breath. Clenching his fists, he realizes he has truly escaped from that accursed confinement. At that moment, Black Goku notices Zamasu's fluctuating energy, sometimes weak and sometimes strong, prompting him to teleport away from the scene. Following his departure, the rifts and all traces of Black Goku vanish. Goku and Vegeta also utilize instant transmission to leave. Observing Zamasu, who is drenched in cold sweat, Black Goku pauses and inquires, "You seem quite disheveled. What has transpired?" Turning to face him, Zamasu speaks with a slight tremor in his voice. It appears we have completely misjudged the situation. Humanity is not merely insignificant. If we let our guard down, our ideals may wither like dew under the sun. It is evident that Zamasu has undergone a harrowing experience. Black Goku shifts his gaze to Goku and Vegeta. It seems this game must come to an end. It is time for you ignorant mortals, who have continuously blasphemed the divine, to witness the true power of a god. The moment is ripe for revelation. As Zama speaks, a wicked smile slowly curves his lips. The Patera earrings on both their ears suddenly emit an eerie glow. Zama's then removes the Patera earring from his left ear and places it on his right. Witnessing this maneuver, all viewers of the video realize what is about to unfold. A revelation beyond their wildest imaginations. Zama's trump card is not the scythe born of Black Goku's wrath, but rather the fusion enabled by the Patera earrings. Zama's and Black Goku are about to merge. No wonder they were able to force Vegeta into action. In the chat group, the reactions pour in. Zyampa. So this is Zama's true trump card. Waymay. Haha, how could I forget this? If Goku and Vegeta can use it, Zama's and Black Goku can certainly do the same. The divine artifact known as the Patera earrings belongs exclusively to the Supreme Kai. It is rather despicable that Zamasu has resorted to such underhanded tactics after making a wish on the Super Dragon Balls, and now he resorts to fusion, which is utterly unjust. Zamasu, is it not astonishing that you remain entirely unrepentant even at this juncture? Will you truly persist in your misguided path? Exclaimed Goku. This individual has long since resolved to annihilate everything. Just observe his grotesque perception of good and evil. It is utterly repulsive, remarked Hit, visibly distressed. Quick, Goku and Vegeta. Fuse into Vegeto and swiftly vanquish that villain, urged Bulma. In Universe 6, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Kampa found himself taken aback by the unexpected use of fusion. He knocked gently on his own head, having completely forgotten about the Patera earrings. Despite Zamasu and Black Goku always wearing them, it was astonishing that he had overlooked such a divine object. Until just moments ago, he had naively believed that Black Goku's scythe was the trump card of both Black Goku and Zamasu. However, now they had fused, and Vegeto was bound to face a grueling battle. Kampa pondered that defeating the fused Zamasu would not be an easy task for Vegeto. It certainly wouldn't be as straightforward as depicted in the previous video summaries. The birth of fused Zamasu was an overwhelming force that had completely dominated and absorbed Majin Buu and others. After all, the strength of both Black Goku and Zamasu was considerable, and their combined power would surely not be feeble. In fact, it might very well rival that of Vegeto. Even if the final outcome of the video still showcased Vegeto's victory, it would undoubtedly come at a steep cost. This battle was destined to be arduous. I am uncertain, Lord Kampa, replied Beerus, hesitant to make a definitive statement. However, he conceded that Kampa's words held merit, particularly regarding Black Goku's formidable strength, which was not significantly inferior to that of Goku or Vegeta. Moreover, Zamasu possessed the immortality granted by a wish on the Super Dragon Balls. Hence, their fusion was guaranteed to yield a potent adversary. Until witnessing Vegeto in combat, it was impossible to ascertain whether this would indeed be a challenging battle. Returning to the video, Zamasu and Black Goku's forms were soon drawn together by an overwhelming force. In the wake of a dazzling light, fused Zamasu emerged. My form embodies justice. My form embodies the world. Praise the exalted and beautiful Zamasu, the strongest god with immortality. Upon witnessing the appearance of fused Zamasu, the chat group erupted in chaos, unable to contain their reactions. Setting aside the question of strength, it was impossible not to comment on the rather peculiar appearance of fused Zamasu, inviting a flurry of humorous critiques. Zampa, this is utterly repulsive. What an abhorrent appearance. Bulma, Goku's body, Zamasu's face, it's just hideous. It's impossible to look at directly. Krillin, is this really Goku? It's disgusting. I feel nauseated. Hellies, I can't endure this any longer. Such an unsightly thing should not exist in this world. Vegeto, please appear and cleanse my eyes. Ramsey, no. It should be Vegeto who swiftly eradicates him. Frieza may be deceased, and though I loathe to support those two wretched monkeys, Goku and Vegeta, the sight of such grotesqueness in the video feels like an assault on my eyes. Vegeta, it's rare that I agree with you. This ghastly creature ought to perish quickly. Tisbro, they call it noble and beautiful. Where's the beauty in this? Enough of this. I must wipe my eyes. I feel quite nauseated. Returning to the video, we now delve into the manga's narrative, where Vegeto dominates the fused Zamasu. Seeing this visage should bring you joy, humans. The fused Zamasu opens his arms, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Both Goku and Vegeta experience an overwhelming sense of dread, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Vegeta, have you forgotten? We too have encountered this before, Vegeta. Sensing Vegeta's apparent forgetfulness, Goku hurriedly explains. They had previously harnessed this power when confronting Majin Buu, the fusion of the Patera earrings. I remember now. It's the same fusion as Vegeto. For Vegeta, this is an unwelcome recollection, as he has no desire to fuse with Goku. Future Trunks, too, is bewildered by this phenomenon. The fused Zamasu, in a moment of sudden movement, dashes past Goku and Vegeta. An instant later, both heroes are doubled over in agony, clutching their abdomens as they collapse to the ground. Their expressions filled with torment, and they revert from their transformed states. Did he just attack? I completely missed it, Future Trunks remarks incredulously. He had been attentively watching. Yet he failed to witness how the fused Zamasu launched his assault. In fact, even Goku and Vegeta were unable to comprehend how Zamasu moved. So this is what fusion entails. This is the power of the Patera earrings. The fused Zamasu gazes in disbelief at his own hands, erupting into wild laughter. He is overwhelmed with joy beyond articulation, as he never anticipated this outcome. The Patera earrings of the Supreme Kai grant him an astonishingly formidable power. Do not let your recent attack lead you to arrogance. There remains only one adversary left to eliminate, which ultimately plays to my advantage. Vegeta seethed with anger, transforming as he unleashed the full potential of his Super Saiyan God Blue form. He charged towards the fused Zamasu's position without hesitation. Zamasu remained unfazed, feeling his strength had grown to such a degree that defeating Vegeta felt akin to squashing an ant. Turning back, he wore a sinister smile, effortlessly evading Vegeta's assault. He struck Vegeta's back with his elbow, sending him flying and reverting him back to his original state. My movements are even more fluid than I anticipated, truly. The fusion of two of my beings is remarkable. Zamasu reveled in his overwhelming power, the Patera earrings bestowing upon him a tremendous enhancement. He genuinely believed he possessed the strength to alter everything. Witnessing Vegeta fall once more, Goku could no longer contain himself. With a surge of energy, he transformed into Super Saiyan God Blue as well. He then became a streak of blue light, racing toward the fused Zamasu at incredible speed. Noticing Goku's approach, Zamasu remained stationary, not even casting a glance in his direction. He simply extended his hand towards Goku. Goku attempted to halt his advance, but it was futile. He could not stop. Ultimately, he was sent flying by Zamasu's palm. During his flight, Goku regained control of his body, landing gracefully after executing a backflip. However, scarcely a second had passed before he charged at Zamasu once more, refusing to believe that the power of Super Saiyan God Blue could not shake Zamasu. Yet, to Zamasu, Goku's actions appeared as if they were in slow motion. With a gentle push of his right hand against Goku's incoming punch, Zamasu rendered Goku's attack ineffective. All of Goku's strikes were easily deflected by Zamasu. Future Trunks could hardly believe his eyes. Zamasu was effortlessly overpowering both Goku and Vegeta. This level of strength surpassed his comprehension and imagination. Is this what fusion entails? It is truly terrifying. At last, Goku positioned himself above Zamasu, fists clenched, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Zamasu merely waved his hands, and with a deft flick, Goku found himself spinning in midair, crashing heavily to the ground. In Universe 11, the God of Destruction observed with satisfaction. Indeed, the power of the fused Zamasu is as formidable as I had envisioned. With elegance, Wei Mei held a glass filled with the exquisite red wine unique to Universe 11. She took a delicate sip, her gaze remaining fixated on the video showcasing the fused Zamasu. Though his appearance was undeniably grotesque, the power he wielded was formidable. The combination of his immortal form and the Saiyan strength within Black Goku made him a formidable adversary. Should Jiren encounter him now, he would likely find it exceedingly difficult to overcome this Zamasu. Oh dear, what you say is indeed true, my dear, sighed Margarita, her brow furrowed with concern. While this video screen has unveiled many intriguing battles and transformations, it has also introduced numerous warriors that pose a threat to our Universe 11. Initially, we had already seen 3, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Now, with the addition of fused Zamasu, we face even greater challenges. These are warriors whom even a fully powered Jiren would struggle to defeat. Fortunately, time was on their side. Both Margarita and Wei Mei held steadfast belief that Jiren would relentlessly strive to enhance his strength. He would never allow himself to be surpassed by others, not even by humans from other universes, including the sixth universe and the realm of the gods of destruction. Look, look, Beerus, I was not mistaken, was I? Kappa exclaimed, pointing at the fused Zamasu displayed on the video screen. He turned his head to Beerus and remarked, the strength of the fused Zamasu has now surpassed that of many gods of destruction. Through the use of the Patera earrings, he has achieved a level of power that exceeds several deities. Indeed, Kampa, you are among those who have been surpassed, Beerus nodded with a smile. In this moment, she could not resist seizing the opportunity to playfully tease Kampa, for it brought her great amusement to provoke him. No matter how many times she witnessed his vexed expressions, it never failed to entertain her. Oh, what are you saying, Beerus? Kampa retorted, his face flushed with anger as he waved his fists in the air. He was displeased to hear Beerus speak of him in such a manner. Though he was aware that the fused Zamasu in the video appeared to have exceeded his own strength, he firmly believed that with dedicated training, he would not be outmatched by Zamasu. Moreover, he possessed the power of destruction imbued with the essence of rules. As long as he wielded this power, what did it matter if fused Zamasu was stronger? One act of destruction from him would render Zamasu utterly defenseless, leaving him to await his gradual obliteration. Understood. Lord Kampa, I shall be serious. Beerus cleared her throat and remarked earnestly, indeed, the power of fused Zamasu is exceedingly formidable. Perhaps, as you suggested, Lord Kampa, Vegeta will find himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Humph. Indeed, Kampa beamed with delight upon hearing Beerus concur with his perspective. He was certain that his insights were correct. With such overwhelming strength possessed by fused Zamasu, even the combination of Goku and Vegeta would face significant challenges. In the face of the fused Zamasu, even the seemingly invincible Vegeta would undoubtedly find himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Returning to the video, one could see Son Goku sprawled on the ground, resembling an ant. Zamasu could not help but mock. You appear utterly motionless, Goku. Just a moment ago, you spoke with such bravado. As Zamasu approached, Goku dared not hesitate. He swiftly rose, adopting a half-squatting stance with his hands positioned at his waist in a flower-like formation. With a surge of blue energy enveloping him, an overwhelming force began to coalesce in his palms. Kamehameha, he shouted, releasing the gathered energy towards the fused Zamasu. The latter showed no inclination to evade or even attempt to block the attack. Ultimately, the azure beam of energy pierced through Zamasu's body, creating a large gaping hole. Witnessing this, everyone believed a miracle had occurred. The future Trunks in the video were equally astonished, filled with both dread and joy. They could hardly fathom that such energy had penetrated Zamasu's form. It seemed that Zamasu's overconfidence, stemming from his immense power post-fusion, had led him to neglect evasion or defense. However, a few astute observers soon realized the truth. Wait, Zamasu possesses immortality. Indeed, a sinister smile crept on Zamasu's lips as he exerted a slight force. The hole created by the energy attack healed instantaneously, taking less than 2 seconds. For Zamasu, endowed with immortality, such damage was trivial. This revelation extinguished the hope of future Trunks and all viewers. It's impossible. We cannot prevail. Even the full power of Goku's Kamehameha could not obliterate Zamasu, whose regenerative abilities allowed him to effortlessly restore his pierced form. My regeneration remains as formidable as ever, Zamasu mused, extending his hand toward Goku, seemingly grasping at the air. Despite the distance of several meters, Goku felt an unseen grip around his neck, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. With another gesture, Vegeta found himself ensnared by a mysterious force as well. In an instant, the two were lifted into the air, their Super Saiyan blue forms dissipating as they returned to their normal states. Before Zamasu, their power appeared utterly insignificant, akin to that of ants, incapable of inflicting any harm upon him, and they found themselves unable to engage in even a regular battle. Chapter 73. Incredibly powerful in Universe 10. Within the realm of the Supreme Kai, the aura was truly terrifying, palpable even through the screen. I had never before witnessed such overwhelming strength. The immortal Zamasu and the formidable Black Goku, when united, do not merely blend their powers, rather, they experience an infinite expansion of strength. Witnessing the unimaginable might of the fused Zamasu, Guas is beset by profound guilt, realizing that the suffering inflicted upon those in the video is a direct consequence of his actions. He had chosen Zamasu as the candidate for the 10th Universe's Supreme Kai. Had he heeded Rumsher's counsel and selected a more robust contender, the situation would not have escalated to such terrifying extremes. Indeed, the power of fused Zamasu is exceptionally formidable. Fortunately, The earlier Zamasu had yet to reach his full potential. A mere destroyer could easily eradicate him. Rumshire himself acknowledges the strength of fused Zamasu and even feels a sense of relief. Had the Zamasu he just eliminated possessed the same prowess as depicted in the video, a typical destroyer would stand no chance against fused Zamasu, and Rumshire might find himself bested instead. In the realm of the second universe, the god of destruction observes that, although the appearance of this being is grotesque, his power is undeniably immense. The combination of immortality, Black Goku's latent potential, and the might of the Saiyans renders fused Zamasu surpassingly powerful, eclipsing many gods of destruction. Hellas, the god of destruction of the second universe, affirms this strength, as the video clearly conveys the overwhelming might he possesses, reaching an extraordinarily high level. However, the visage of fused Zamasu fails to captivate Hellas. She yearns to witness the arrival of Vegeto, not solely to cleanse her eyes with his strikingly perfect appearance, but also to behold the unparalleled, resplendent fusion warrior who can utterly vanquish the hideously imperfect and foolish substitute Supreme Kai, fused Zamasu. On Earth, at Capsule Corporation, the current fused Zamasu transcends the limits of my understanding as a deity. The Supreme Kai Shin, though reluctant to admit it, cannot deny this undeniable reality. Fused Zamasu's divine level has surpassed Shin's comprehension, placing him beyond the realm of Supreme Kai and angels alike, leaving one to ponder what he truly is. Yet, it is clear that he has not encountered me. Beerus concedes that the current fused Zamasu is indeed powerful, but he merely surpasses some gods of destruction. As the mightiest of all destroyers, Beerus remains confident in his ability to eliminate the current fused Zamasu with ease. How can this unsightly creature possess such power? Even Goku and Vegeta are no match for him. Bulma's mind is in turmoil. She is at a loss for what to do. Could it be that such an unseemly character is destined to dominate the entire universe? Mother, why are you so anxious? Father and Uncle Goku have yet to merge. Trunks remarked, casting a glance at Bulma. He was far from worried, as was Goten. In the hearts of these two young boys, the most formidable beings were not the god of destruction Beerus or Angel Whis from their seventh universe, but rather the fusion warriors known as Vegeto, the strongest in the dimensions, and Gogeta, hailed as invincible. These two figures represented the epitome of strength in Trunks and Goten's eyes. After all, each appearance of theirs was marked by an overwhelming power that vanquished foes effortlessly. They believed that Vegeto's emergence this time would be no different. They dismissed notions of arduous battles or parity with fused Zamasu. To them, the birth of Vegeto would surely result in a decisive defeat for fused Zamasu, crushing him with absolute power. I am certain that my fusion with Vegeta will triumph over him, Goku declared with a firm smile, his fists clenched in confidence. Strangely enough, despite witnessing fused Zamasu's godlike strength, Goku remained convinced that he and Vegeta's fusion, Vegeto, could easily dispatch him. Perhaps it was a testament to his unwavering faith in Vegeto's capabilities. Returning to the video, the sinister smirk on fused Zamasu's lips deepened. Now, let me test my abilities and see just how much I can elevate my power, he proclaimed. In an instant, a purple aura enveloped Black Goku's entire form. Both Goku and Vegeta sensed the dire gravity of the situation, yet their bodies were immobilized, unable to react. The next moment, as Black Goku concentrated his energy, he unleashed a terrifying force that transformed into a colossal semicircular energy field, radiating outward. Everyone was violently propelled away by the force. When the energy dissipated, a vast and immense crater was left in its wake, with Goku and Vegeta lying on the ground. Black Goku ascended into the air, arms outstretched, laughing heartily. This is simply perfect, beyond imagination. Such overwhelming power is exactly this. He was ecstatic, feeling a strength so profound that it surpassed anything he had ever envisioned. Subsequently, Black Goku directed his gaze toward the Kaioshin below. Gaosu and Shin, do you see this? The arrow of you and those other weak gods boasting about your might is over. Upon witnessing this, the deities watching the video could no longer contain themselves. How dare a mere substitute Kaioshin speak to them in such a manner? In the group chat, Shin lamented, alas, my strength is not particularly formidable. But Zamasu's words are truly disheartening. Zamasu, that damn Zamasu, so formidable yet he dares not confront us directly, resorting instead to the murder of the Supreme Kai to make us vanish. Hellas, indeed, his exterior has become grotesque to the utmost degree, and now, his inner thoughts and spirit have also descended into utter ugliness. Weimeha, how dare he claim we are all weak gods? Who, I wonder, is truly the most arrogant among us? Beerus, it is evident he holds us in disdain. Such a blatant disregard is infuriating. Jean, if I were to encounter this fellow, I would make him realize that dying is often more comfortable than living. Legel, agreed. I am currently inclined to disassemble his body into 100 pieces. Ramziah, I am filled with rage. I should have acted sooner to destroy Zamasu. Chapter 74. Is that Zamasu out of his mind? In the Xeno Palace, Xeno is pondering, are Beerus and the others truly weak gods? He believes Beerus far surpasses this fused Zamasu in strength. Not only Beerus, but many other gods of destruction are also mightier than this amalgamation of Zamasu. They need not even unleash their destructive powers imbued with the essence of rules to easily vanquish him. Thus, Zamasu's assertion that they are all weak gods seems rather erroneous. Xeno, immersed in power far beyond his comprehension, finds it unsurprising that he would utter such words. The Grand Minister fully comprehends Zamasu's perspective. After all, a mere wretch suddenly endowed with the ability to annihilate universes would certainly perceive himself as the strongest. Henceforth, he would no longer regard anyone else with respect, believing solely in his own supremacy. Xeno nods in understanding and gazes at the video screen, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Soon, Vegito should make his appearance. How thrilling! I harbor no fondness for Zamasu and yearn for Vegito to swiftly eradicate him. Soon, my lord, the Grand Minister assures with a smile, returning to the unfolding video. Zamasu remains lost in his newfound power, relishing the omnipotence it bestows upon him, believing himself capable of controlling everything. He ascends into the higher reaches of the sky, dismissing the countless deities across the universe, the Kais of all realms, the supreme Kais of the 12 universes, even the gods of destruction. All intelligent beings, save for himself, shall cease to exist. In an instant, the sky darkens. Countless energies emanate from fused Zamasu, shooting downwards in indiscriminate destruction, as if intent on obliterating the entire world. As several attacks hurtle towards the Supreme Kai, Goku swiftly intervenes, using his body to absorb the blows and shield them from harm. Fortunately, the energies are not overwhelmingly powerful. Goku feels pain but is not slain. At that moment, the Supreme Kai approaches, removing the Patera earrings from his ears. In the 7th universe, on Earth, within the Capsule Corporation, Bulma gazed intently at the screen displaying the fusion of Zamasu, who was unleashing energy to obliterate everything in his path. With her hands firmly on her hips, she exclaimed in exasperation, "Has Zamasu lost his mind?" Initially, he merely harbored disdain for humanity, but that quickly escalated into a desire to annihilate us. Now, he seeks not only the destruction of all gods, but has further twisted his intentions to eradicate every intelligent being except himself. If it weren't for the fact that I am an ordinary person, I would have eagerly joined the fray to teach that Zamasu a lesson. Such a warped and perverse mindset. I can only wonder what kind of teacher he had in his youth. What methods did they employ to shape him? For now, we can only wait for Dad and Uncle Vegeta to fuse. Gohan clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the video display, stating, "Only then do we stand a chance against the fused Zamasu." He, too, felt a sense of urgency. He could not bear to witness the continued devastation of the future timeline by the fused Zamasu. The future had already suffered irreparable damage. If this destruction persisted, it wouldn't be long before the Earth itself could no longer endure and would explode. "Hurry and fuse, Goku and Vegeta," Krillin shouted, his fists tightened, directing his plea towards the figures of Goku and Vegeta on the screen. Fusion was their last hope. However, the act of fusion, while seemingly simple, merely putting on the Patera earrings, was fraught with complications. Goku harbored doubts that Vegeta would readily agree to the fusion, and he himself might hesitate, perhaps wishing to test whether he could defeat the fused Zamasu through sheer strength alone. In the video, after handing the Patera earrings to Goku, the Supreme Kai of Time, Shin, spoke with palpable excitement. "Mr. Goku, if you fuse with Mr. Vegeta, you will become Vegito. In that case, you might stand a chance against the fused Zamasu. Vegito possesses tremendous power. I witnessed this firsthand long ago when facing Majin Buu. Even when Buu absorbed Gohan and others, Vegito easily triumphed over him. Thus, I believe that the fusion of Goku and Vegeta into Vegito is the ultimate solution, the only viable means to defeat Zamasu." Gazing thoughtfully at the Patera earrings in his hand, Goku pondered deeply. Indeed, the fusion with Vegeta appeared to be the last and best course of action to vanquish the fused Zamasu. They would need Vegito's power to succeed. While uncertain if they could achieve a definitive victory, the prospect of not fusing left them with virtually no chance whatsoever. At that moment, while evading Zamasu's attacks. Vegeta fortuitously landed near them. "Vegeta," Goku called out. The other party turned away with evident impatience, asking, "What is it?" "We could utilize the Patera earrings for fusion," Sun Wukong suggested, inquiring about Vegeta's thoughts. After all, he was aware of Vegeta's strong reluctance to fuse with him. Therefore, he felt compelled to seek Vegeta's consent before proceeding with the fusion, as it would not suffice for him to desire it alone. "What nonsense!" Vegeta scoffed, confirming Sun Wukong's assumptions about his unwillingness to merge. "I've already stated that I no longer wish to fuse with you." "I knew you would say that," Sun Wukong replied. With Vegeta's refusal, it became impossible for him to fuse alone. He turned to the Supreme Kai, Shin, extending his hand. "My apologies, Supreme Kai, but it seems this is the situation. Here, you can have this back. We still wish to rely on our own strength to confront him." "Why is it like this?" Even at such a critical moment, Shin could hardly comprehend the reasoning of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. With the universe facing a crisis, their refusal to fuse was baffling. "Kakarot, you stay here. Allow me to engage him first," Vegeta said, addressing Sun Wukong. Chapter 75. Hey, this is not good. However, Sun Wukong was not inclined to let Vegeta face the fused Zamasu alone. Fueled by determination, he followed suit. Guas was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the rationale behind the Saiyans' decisions. Shockingly, they were foregoing the use of the Patera earrings. In the air, Sun Wukong seemed to be conveying something to Vegeta, who then halted, while Sun Wukong surged forward towards the fused Zamasu in a burst of energy. "Hey, are they really planning to take turns?" Guas was left even more dumbfounded. Foregoing the Patera earrings for fusion was one thing. Facing the formidable fused Zamasu alone was another. Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared intent on confronting him one by one, rather than joining forces. "Alas, there's nothing to be done. That's just their nature," Shin sighed. Shaking his head, he understood both Sun Wukong and Vegeta well enough. It was simply their way of doing things. In Universe 6, the realm of the God of Destruction. Oh, they still refused to fuse at the first opportunity? This clearly exceeded Kampa's expectations once more. Fusion would surely defeat the fused Zamasu. Why then did they reject such an option? Perhaps it was out of pride, Batos mused with a smile. She could see that. Rather than using fusion to eliminate their foe, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong preferred to tackle the fused Zamasu with their own powers. TCH, what pride! It's utterly tedious, Kampa remarked. He could not fathom why Sun Wukong and Vegeta would choose to fight alone. In his view, this was tantamount to courting death, a profoundly foolish endeavor. The choice of facing the enemy one after another, rather than uniting their strengths, seemed even more absurd, especially when fusion could so easily resolve the threat. Had he been replaced, he would have undoubtedly chosen to fuse with the seventh universe, Earth, and Capsule Corporation without the slightest hesitation. Alas, how could it be so? It was not only the King Kai Shin in the video who felt helpless. The King Kai Shin in reality also found himself in a state of utter resignation upon witnessing this scene. There was no other choice. Just as you articulated in the video, Goku and Vegeta are simply that kind of individuals. Krillin shook his head and approached, placing a hand on King Kai Shin's shoulder, saying, "The good news is that, by the end of the video, Goku and Vegeta will certainly fuse." Thus, he was not overly concerned. As long as they could successfully merge and ultimately defeat the fused Zamasu, that was all that mattered. By the way, why didn't Goku mention my name this time? Bulma's head was adorned with large question marks. Wasn't it the case that as soon as he brought up the notion of dying, Vegeta would invariably agree to the fusion? It seemed to have been the case in the previous two instances, Vegeto and Vegeto. Why was Goku silent this time? What? Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta's face flushed instantly. However, he too felt a twinge of confusion. Why didn't Kakarot mention Bulma in the video at this moment? After a moment's contemplation, Vegeta could only surmise one possibility. Perhaps Kakarot was feeling a sense of unwillingness, a reluctance to accept that the power they had painstakingly cultivated over such a long period could ultimately fail to defeat the fused Zamasu. That must be it. Hence, Kakarot refrained from hastily invoking Bulma's name to spur himself into fusion, preferring instead to engage in battle with the fused Zamasu once more. He wished to test his limits and see if he could indeed prevail against Zamasu after giving it his all. Returning to the video, Goku confronted the fused Zamasu, demanding that he cease his destruction of the world and engage him in a one-on-one duel. However, the fused Zamasu found Goku's words utterly laughable. One-on-one. It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Not only could I handle you alone, but even with Vegeta and future Trunks alongside you, I could easily dispatch all three of you. Nevertheless, the fused Zamasu acquiesced to Goku's request, halting his destruction to engage in a one-on-one battle. Yet, he regarded Goku with disdain, treating him like a mere child to be toyed with. After effortlessly evading several of Goku's attacks, he sent him flying with a single kick. As Goku crashed to the ground, the fused Zamasu raised his right hand, harnessing the power of the King Kai to create a colossal object resembling the hardest metal from the seventh universe, akin to thundersteel. He then hurled this massive metallic creation towards Goku. Fortunately, Goku was quick enough to evade it, narrowly avoiding a potentially fatal blow. Observing the immense object embedded in the ground, Goku couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Should he be struck by such a formidable and heavy entity, it would surely spell his doom. However, as he lifted his gaze towards the fused Zamasu, Son Goku's pupils trembled violently. For in the air, the fused Zamasu conjured an overwhelming multitude of colossal metallic entities, reminiscent of the previous ones, all hurtling towards Son Goku's position. This was dire indeed. Son Goku, unwilling to be complacent, swiftly dodged left and right, striving to evade the onslaught of the approaching metallic behemoths. Nonetheless, the speed of these metallic giants was formidable, and with their sheer numbers and massive size, Son Goku was ultimately struck, sent sprawling backward, and skidding several meters along the ground. Observing Son Goku struggle to rise again, the fused Zamasu began to mock him mercilessly. This is the so-called universe's hardest metal, the thunder steel. You cannot even contend with such a natural substance. Do you now comprehend the extent of your own arrogance, human? How infuriating! Son Goku gritted his teeth, enduring the relentless pain radiating from his body. Despite his dwindling strength, he remained resolute, harboring no thoughts of surrender. This sight evoked sympathy from many onlookers, each hoping that Son Goku and Vegeta would soon fuse, preventing him from confronting the fused Zamasu alone. Victory seemed utterly unattainable under such circumstances. In the chat group, Frieza is dead. Truly a fool, Son Goku, knowing you cannot win, yet insisting on fighting alone to the bitter end. Cell is dead. Son Goku, while I too wish to see you defeat that imbecilic god on your own, it is evident that this is beyond your capabilities, even with Vegeta by your side. Hit, agreed. Although the fused Zamasu is grotesquely ugly, he is not an adversary to be defeated casually. Please, summon Vegito to vanquish this repulsive fiend. Chapter 76. No, I too shall fight. Beerus, how I wish you two would learn to destroy. Destruction is the ultimate counter to that absurd immortality. Compa, you actually wish to teach them that? How devious, Beerus. Beerus, silence, Compa. What I choose to do is none of your concern. Topo, for the sake of justice, please swiftly eliminate that Zamasu. His notion of justice is making me feel utterly unwell. In the video, this is unacceptable. Uncle Goku is completely at the mercy of the fused Zamasu. Future Trunks clenched his fists, realizing that if this continued, Uncle Goku would be killed. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Were it not for Zamasu toying with Son Goku, not taking the fight seriously, Goku would likely not withstand even a single blow. If only we could stall for an hour. Guas sighed, but given the circumstances, this seemed nearly impossible. His words caught the attention of Vegeta and Future Trunks. What do you mean, an hour? Future Trunks inquired. When the Potera earrings effect wears off, the fusion will naturally dissipate, Guas replied. The fusion effect of the Potera earrings lasts only an hour? Trunks immediately grasped the meaning behind Guas's words. Indeed, Guas nodded in affirmation. What? Vegeta turned in surprise, hastily inquiring. Wasn't it said that once fused, one cannot unfuse? That effect is exclusive to deities. Zamas and the others did not attain the status of true Supreme Kais. Guas's clarification finally enlightened Vegeta and the others. It turns out that only fusions among deities are permanent. With this understanding, Future Trunks' confidence surged. Given that Zamas, in his current fused state, was not earnestly trying to eliminate them, surviving for an hour seemed quite feasible. However, just as Future Trunks prepared to rush in to assist Goku, Vegeta suddenly halted him. Trunks, stay right here. He was determined not to allow his son to perish in battle against the fused Zamas. Yet, Trunks, turning back, resolutely defied Vegeta. No, I must fight. Even if the world is reduced to just me and this is still our world. I cannot let you sacrifice yourselves here. This is also for my late mother, for Bulma. At the mention of Bulma, Vegeta found himself momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, He felt an overwhelming calm wash over him. Yes. Future Trunks nodded. Meeting Vegeta's gaze, he chose to divulge everything. You have long been absent, and my mother, who raised me alone, has felt incredibly lonely. Ever since I traveled back in time and met you, she has always inquired about your well-being. As Trunks spoke, Vegeta found himself rendered speechless, his fists clenched tightly. He had been entirely unaware of this. The Bulma of this world had endured such hardship. In truth, had she not been slain by Black Goku, she intended to return to the past with me. Rather than fleeing from Black Goku, I believe she yearned more to reunite with the past version of you. As Trunks reached this point, his fists tightened even further. If only he had been strong enough, Bulma would not have met her demise at Black Goku's hands. The future timeline would not have suffered such devastation. Bulma. Vegeta had never considered this before. He fell into a contemplative silence, gradually lost in thought. In Universe 7. On Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Bulma couldn't suppress her tears, lamenting the harshness of her future life. Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his fists with fury, not from embarrassment or pride, but pure anger directed at the substitute Supreme Kai of Universe 10, Zamasu. He had never anticipated that the Bulma of the future would endure such suffering. The premature death of his future self had already rendered Bulma's life exceedingly challenging and lonely, raising Trunks all on her own. She was so close to using the time machine to see him, and her life had begun to improve. Yet, Zamasu's emergence shattered everything. In a moment of profound rage, Vegeta felt the veins on his forehead pulsate as he clenched his fists tighter, his fury reaching an unprecedented zenith. His animosity towards Zamasu had eclipsed even that he harbored for Frieza. Were Zamasu still alive, he would not hesitate to slay him. No matter how many times it required, each act of vengeance would feel insufficient. All right, Bulma. If that villain still breathes, I shall ensure that Goku delivers him a severe lesson. He vowed. Kiki approached, gently patting Bulma's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Her disdain for Zamasu was palpable. His actions were utterly detestable. Not only had he slain a version of Goku from another timeline and usurped his body, but he had also plunged the future into chaos and brought untold suffering to Bulma, who had already endured so much. Such malevolence was unforgivable. Though I cannot fight, I will support you from the sidelines, for you are my friend, Whis remarked with a smile, holding a piece of cake. He stood firmly on Bulma's side. Grateful for her immense wealth that allowed him and Beerus to indulge in Earth's exquisite culinary delights. Krillin, with clenched fists, fervently wished for Goku and Vegeta to fuse soon. Unable to bear the devastation Zamasu wrought upon the Earth of the future, let Vegeta emerge and vanquish him swiftly. Returning to the video, future Trunks' gaze grew resolute. His determination to vanquish Zamasu intensifying. I refuse to let anyone suffer any longer. For my mother, who awaits my father's return, I cannot allow you to perish here. Father. This was the essence of future Trunks' resolve. As the scene shifted back, the fused Zamasu hovered ominously above the ruins where Goku and Vegeta sought refuge. How long do you plan to hide within? I sense Vegeta's energy. Are you two contemplating how to escape back to the past? Perhaps it would be better for you to perish together in that desolate place. Chapter 77. At last, the fusion is upon us. Vegeta thought. He could not permit himself to die here, for if he did, Bulma from the past would be left heartbroken and alone, her life turned into a desolate struggle. Future Trunks was determined to prevent such a tragedy from repeating. Vegeta understood his son's thoughts clearly. Thus, he resolutely forbade Future Trunks from confronting the fused Zamasu. Wait until you can stand on your own before speaking of battle, he admonished. As your father, it is not your place to face such formidable foes. If a fight is to come, it shall be after my demise. Yet, Vegeta was unwavering. He would not allow himself to be slain by Zamasu, nor would he let Bulma suffer. Meanwhile, Goku was reaching his limit. The power of the fused Zamasu far exceeds his previous strength by an unfathomable magnitude. He has been battered and bruised, his body adorned with wounds, and the remnants of his energy and strength are dwindling. The prospect of maintaining the transformation into the divine state of Super Saiyan Blue seems nearly impossible, and even the standard Super Saiyan transformation eludes him. Just as he hesitates over whether to consume the last Sensabine, Kakarot, unexpectedly, Vegeta swiftly appears behind him, calling out to him. Goku is taken aback. Turning to face Vegeta, initially believing that Vegeta intends to interrupt his battle, suggesting it is time for him to take over against the fused Zamasu. To his surprise, Vegeta extends his hand towards him. Give me the Patera earrings, Vegeta commands coldly. Goku is momentarily stunned, having thought Vegeta was requesting the last Sensabine. Why? At this juncture, is he asking for the Patera earrings? On Earth, within the Capsule Corporation of Universe 7, it seems that Mr. Vegeta does not wish for the past to bring sorrow to Bulma, nor does he want future Trunks to meet his demise. After an internal struggle, he arrives at the ultimate decision, to utilize the Patera earrings to fuse with Mr. Goku. Whis nods in satisfaction, smiling as he observes. Indeed, in the end, Vegeta consented to the fusion for the sake of Bulma and Trunks. This proud Saiyan prince, willing to set aside his dignity, has chosen to merge with Goku for the sake of those he holds dear. I knew Vegeta loved me the most. Bulma exclaims joyfully, leaping into Vegeta's embrace, causing his face to flush deeply, turning an intense shade of red. Ha ha ha, we are finally going to fuse. Now, let us see how Vegito will confront the fused Zamasu. Goku eagerly anticipates the battle between Vegito and Zamasu, yearning to witness Vegito swiftly vanquishing this villain, who has usurped bodies, ravaged the future, and wreaked havoc upon both mortals and deities. This fusion represents the combined might of himself and Vegeta, and he is resolute in his belief that Vegito will undoubtedly defeat Zamasu. No matter the adversary, as long as they unify through fusion, victory is assured. Vegito, you must triumph over the fused Zamasu. Krillin prays fervently, sharing the same hopes with Yamcha and the others. The strength of the fused Zamasu is indeed formidable. As the Supreme Kai has remarked, the power of the fused Zamasu transcends his comprehension as a god. Thus, even with the fusion into Vegito, there remains uncertainty among them regarding Vegito's ability to effortlessly secure victory against Zamasu. They foresee this battle likely being a grueling struggle. Thus, prayers were fervently uttered, hoping that Vegito would triumph and vanquish the fused Zamasu. Simultaneously, the majority of beings from other universes shared this sentiment, having witnessed the unfathomable strength of the fused Zamasu. They believed that even if Vegito were to emerge, victory would not come easily. They merely wished for him to prevail, not to succumb to Zamasu. However, when Vegito finally made his appearance, the power he exhibited shattered the expectations of all, leaving them astounded and incredulous. In the sixth universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, that fellow, who seemingly wore an expression of aloof indifference, surprisingly held deep affection for his family. Kampa's perception of Vegeta underwent a significant transformation. He could hardly have imagined Vegeta's profound concern for his loved ones, whether through fusion or the Patera earrings. Despite his reluctance to engage in battle alongside Goku in such a manner, he ultimately yielded for the sake of his family. Oh, a man who cherishes his family is indeed admirable. Bardos remarked with a gentle smile. Now we shall witness the birth of the unparalleled Vegito. It remained uncertain who would reign supreme in the clash between the Super Saiyan Blue Vegito and the fused Zamasu. Would it be a grueling battle or one that was ultimately unwinnable? A short distance away, Kale tossed aside her heavy dumbbells, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, so the fusion is finally upon us? Come now, let me behold the power you wield post-fusion. Just don't fall as easily as before against Zamasu, she said, eager to witness Vegito's might. Yet, secretly, Kale hoped to see Vegito falter, believing that he was overrated by others. Just watch closely, Kale. Vegito will undoubtedly eliminate that fused Zamasu. Gaber could no longer contain himself, rising to shout at Kale. He held unwavering faith in Vegito. The warrior hailed as the invincible fused ultimate fighter. Those 4 words alone spoke volumes. How could he possibly lose? You truly have a vivid imagination, Kale retorted, casting a skeptical glance at Gaber. She held no belief that Vegito could triumph. Chapter 78. The emergence of the unparalleled Vegito. As this unfolded, the fused Zamasu raised his hand, gathering a massive energy sphere. At that moment, dazzling blue lights suddenly erupted from the ruins. Zamasu paused, sensing that something was amiss. Before he could unleash the energy blast in his hand, a yellow ki blast shot forth from the rubble, hurtling toward him. In this moment, the energy wave surged forth with astonishing speed. The fused Zamas, taken by surprise, found half of his body struck, not merely penetrating through him. The energy wave pierced the heavens, shooting into the cosmos. The once pitch-black sky, under the influence of the fused Zama's power, was restored to its natural hue. Those who had just speculated that Vegeta would face a fierce battle stood frozen in awe at this spectacle. The energy that could have obliterated Zamas in an instant was a sight to behold. Had it fully connected, the fused Zamas might well have met his demise. Yet, this was merely the beginning, and the most astonishing revelations were yet to unfold. On the screen, A look of disbelief adorned the face of the fused Zamasu, astonished that half of his body could be so effortlessly obliterated. Fortunately, possessing an immortal essence, he merely exerted a fraction of his power, and his lost half swiftly regenerated. At that moment, his rage was palpable. As the smoke cleared from the ruins, the invincible Vegeta emerged, remarking with a light chuckle, "It seems that even losing half of your body won't keep you down." The fused Zamasu, noticing Vegeta, realized he was neither Goku nor Vegeta. He landed on the ground and coldly inquired, "You little brat, what is that form of yours?" "I am Vegeta," he replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Like you, I am a warrior birthed from the fusion of Patera earrings." At this juncture, Vegeta's power astounded all present. They had just failed to witness the truth. Everyone presumed Vegeta unleashed the energy wave in his Super Saiyan Blue form. Little did they know, he had yet to transform at all. The sheer strength he exhibited without any transformation nearly obliterated the fused Zamasu. How much more potent could he possibly be? In the second universe, the realm of the god of destruction remained as beautiful as ever. Behold the perfect warrior, Vegeta. Quickly, represent the beautiful side and vanquish that grotesque Zamasu. Hellas, the god of destruction, adored Vegeta immensely. Moreover, she held Goku in high regard as well. In her eyes, the two most beautiful warriors were Goku and Vegeta, their magnificence surpassing even that of the divine. In the sixth universe, the god of destruction pondered, how can this power be so immense? The inhabitants were left dumbfounded. He had initially anticipated that Vegeta would struggle against the fused Zamasu, given the latter's unbelievable strength. Yet, Vegeta's power was even more staggering, and he remained in his base form. It was perplexing. Bardos observed intently, unable to precisely articulate why the fused warrior Vegeta, born of Goku and Vegeta, wielded such extraordinary power. It seemed to transcend that of any god or mortal fusion. In the seventh universe, within the depths of hell, the intrigue continued to unravel. Zamasu truly exemplifies foolishness, granting those two wretched monkeys the opportunity to fuse. Had Frieza been aware of the Patera earrings' capability to facilitate fusion, he would have undoubtedly destroyed them, ensuring that Goku and Vegeta would never unite, sealing their fates to certain demise. In the video, the notion of human fusion evidently eludes Zamasu, who soon finds himself the target of Vegeta's mockery. "It appears you were unaware that we humans too can utilize the Patera earrings for fusion. Ha ha ha. No wonder your laughter was so boisterous moments ago. Allow me to impart another piece of information you likely do not know." "What is it?" Zamasu inquired. "It is said that the effects of your Patera fusion dissipate after 1 hour." "What?" Zamasu's expression instantly shifted, clearly revealing his ignorance as the substitute Supreme Kai. "You have yet to become a true Supreme Kai. Thus, you are no different from us mere humans," Vegeta taunted, his tone dripping with derision. It is truly laughable how little Zamasu comprehends for someone in his position. How could such a thing occur? Damn Gawasu, how dare he keep this from me? Zamasu seethed, fists clenched in anger. He was utterly oblivious to these critical details. "Nevertheless, an hour is more than sufficient to eliminate you." Zamasu relaxed his fists, raising his gaze to fixate on Vegeta. However, his words only served to amuse Vegeta further. "Please, do not mistake the situation," Vegeta scoffed. "I have no intention of prolonging this battle." "What?" Zamasu was instantly incensed, unable to fathom Vegeta's audacity. Does he truly possess such confidence in his strength? Does he believe his power can easily vanquish me? In that moment, the onlookers outside the video were equally taken aback by Vegeta's words. "As expected of you, Vegeta, you are simply too impressive." Then, in the video, Vegeta consumed the last of the Senzu beans. The next second, he erupted with energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. This was the magnificent Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. "I shall obliterate you, leaving no opportunity for resurrection," Vegeta declared with unwavering confidence. Zamasu was taken aback by this self-assuredness. "What did you say?" Yet, in the following instant, Vegeta merely raised his hand. Huh! Energy surged and coalesced in his palm before abruptly crashing into Zamasu. The force of the impact overwhelmed Zamasu, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing through numerous buildings. Vegeta, fueled by rage, followed swiftly, his speed astonishing. As he circled behind Zamasu in the blink of an eye, a single kick sent Zamasu flying once more, yet again crashing through several structures. Future Trunks, and the two Supreme Kais looked on. The four of them were left utterly speechless, as were those watching the video, all in a state of astonishment. The power of Vegeta was simply overwhelming. It seemed that the fused Zamasu had no means of retaliation whatsoever. In Chapter 79, Vegito was far from reckless. At this moment, the fallen Zamasu was clutching his bleeding nose, his expression and eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? They were merely two humans. Two individuals who could not even contend with him. Yet the warrior born from their fusion possessed such formidable power, so immense that he was utterly incapable of opposing it. As Vegito soared toward him once more, Zamasu dared not remain passive. He frantically unleashed energy blasts towards Vegito. However, Vegito disdainfully evaded them with ease, swatting them away with a mere gesture. When he arrived before Zamasu, he delivered a devastating punch, sending Zamasu hurtling away. Perhaps Zamasu's heinous actions had provoked Vegito, influenced by the emotions of Vegeta and Goku. This time, Vegito was not inclined to hold back. He aimed for a swift resolution, striking with lethal intent. In a fit of rage, he pursued Zamasu, raining down a series of punches upon him, the final blow driving Zamasu into the ground. Subsequently, he concentrated an energy blast in his right hand and hurled it into the earth, resulting in an explosion that consumed everything. Future Trunks and the Supreme Kai were left in shock. The fusion of Saiyans was astonishingly powerful. Goku felt as though his brain had ceased to function. He had never envisioned that two Saiyans, upon fusing, would become this formidable. On Earth, in Capsule Corporation, it was truly fascinating to witness the Super Saiyan Blue Vegito wielding such power. Beerus was instantly intrigued, confident that his expectations had been vindicated. After transforming into Super Saiyan God Blue, Vegito's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the fused Zamasu. The video confirmed his thoughts. Vegito and Zamasu were not even in the same realm of existence. Continue. Deliver a resounding defeat to that villain Zamasu, Vegito. Bulma couldn't contain her elation as she watched Zamasu being mercilessly pummeled by Vegito. After all, Zamasu had wreaked havoc on the future timeline, taking countless lives and committing unspeakable atrocities. He deserved every bit of this retribution. From the moment he resolved to commit such malevolent acts, Zamasu should have anticipated this day would come. Incredible. Even the fused Zamasu was utterly incapable of contending with Vegito. The Supreme Kai's current state of mind mirrored that of his counterpart in the video, already drenched in cold sweat from shock. He had believed that fused Zamasu represented the pinnacle of power. Little did he expect that Vegito, born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, would emerge. He is undeniably powerful beyond limits. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, it seems that after our fusion, we are indeed invincible. Sun Wukong chuckled, placing his hands on his hips, excitement lighting up his face as he turned to Vegeta. Whether in the form of Gogeta or this fusion as Vegito, their strength surpassed all comprehension. Even so, do not expect me to fuse with you. Fusion is out of the question, absolutely not, Vegeta warned, clenching his fists. No matter what, he was resolute in his refusal to fuse with Sun Wukong. What he had done in the video was something he would never replicate in reality. As for Vegito's immense power, Vegeta certainly acknowledged it. He had to concede that the warriors born from his fusion with Kakarot, Vegito, and Gogeta were unprecedentedly formidable. However, both he and Sun Wukong were perplexed as to why their fusion or amalgamation resulted in such powerful beings. There was also Gotenks among the fused, who, despite possessing tremendous strength, fell short compared to Gogeta. As for the fusion of Zamasu, his growth and power still paled in comparison to Vegito. This phenomenon was indeed strange and difficult to explain. In the video, Vegito stood with arms akimbo, gazing at the massive crater created by the energy blast. Come out, Zamasu. The longer you take, the more advantageous it becomes for me. Just as Vegito spoke, Zamasu's hand suddenly emerged from the ground, accurately seizing Vegito's legs. Following this, the fused Zamasu himself rose, wearing a smile that radiated the thrill of a successful scheme. He was elated to have finally captured Vegito, ready to retaliate. However, as he began to exert force to fling Vegito away, he suddenly realized that his hands were missing. Stunned, he turned back to Vegito, only to see a blue energy sword, forged from concentrated ki, in Vegito's hand. His own hands lay at Vegito's feet. Hey, Zamasu, did you forget to bring your hands? Vegito taunted with a smirk, mercilessly mocking him. They had been severed by his energy sword. When exactly had this occurred? Zamasu had been completely oblivious. Had Vegito's speed reached a level where he could not even register pain? In the next moment, Zamasu's face contorted with rage. He would not permit a human to be so arrogant, nor would he allow a being so vastly superior to exist. Yet before he could retaliate or restore his hands, Vegito unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Zamasu's body with the energy sword, as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Zamasu found himself unable to retaliate, let alone defend or evade. No longer was he the supreme, immortal deity he once claimed to be. He was now a pitiful sight, utterly unable to command respect. Ultimately, Vegito delivered a swift kick that sent him flying. At this moment, everyone was profoundly shaken by the might of Vegito. In the chat group, Xiangpa, is he really that powerful? Ramses, this strength surpasses that which was needed to combat Majin Buu by countless dimensions. Beerus, indeed. It is worth noting that when facing Majin Buu, Vegito transformed merely into a standard Super Saiyan. Now, he has ascended to the divine realm of Super Saiyan God. In its blue form, Hellas, it is breathtakingly beautiful. This is a battle between beauty and ugliness, and beauty triumphs magnificently. Topo, not only beauty, but also justice. True justice clashes with false justice. Frisia, humph, what nonsense. Once I, Frisia, am resurrected, Vegito and Gogeta will have to step aside. Vegeta, huh? I find your bravado amusing, Frisia. In terms of power, you are lacking. Yet, when it comes to boasting, you certainly take the crown. Chapter 80. This technique shall guide you on your path. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the destroyers, Caulifla, who once fantasized that Vegito would be overpowered and ultimately defeated by the fused Zamasu, now found herself utterly speechless. After all, the footage displayed bore no resemblance to her imagined scenario. What were you saying before Vegito appeared, Caulifla? Please, continue. Gabiku seized the opportunity to taunt, eager to witness how Caulifla would respond. Wasn't she the one who doubted Vegito's ability to defeat the fused Zamasu? Wasn't she convinced that Zamasu would overpower Vegito? Now, who was truly being overwhelmed and suppressed? Humph. Caulifla could only let out a cold huff, utterly incapable of formulating a rebuttal. As she watched Vegito completely dominate the fused Zamasu on the screen, her displeasure grew, deepening her loathing for Vegito. No, it wasn't just Vegito. Her resentment extended even more towards Son Goku and Vegeta. Clenching her fists tightly, Caulifla could hardly wait for the day of the Saiyan tournament. On that day, she vowed to personally defeat Son Goku and Vegeta, proving herself as the strongest Saiyan. As for the fusion, Caulifla refused to believe that she and Kale, despite Vegito's overwhelming strength, would be weaker. After all, Kale was the legendary Super Saiyan. Surely, they would surpass those two Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the destroyers, at last, Zamasu would no longer pose a threat. Witnessing Vegito's complete dominance over Zamasu, Guas felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was reassured, with Vegito present, Zamasu could not possibly wreak any further havoc. The situation had not escalated into something even more terrifying and troublesome. This was indeed a comfort. In the video, Zamasu, who had been sent flying, momentarily halted in midair. With a vigorous shake, his hands swiftly restored themselves. I will not allow this. It is absolutely intolerable. He could not accept that there existed a being in this world more powerful and perfect than himself. Especially considering that the opponent is human. At this moment, the formidable Vegeta has assumed a stance on the ground, ready to concentrate energy to utterly annihilate Zamasu. Come forth. Zamasu, this technique shall escort you on your journey. Prepare to be obliterated, Zamasu. Vegeta positions his hands in a flower-like shape, gearing up for a powerful attack. The fused Zamasu senses the impending doom. He cannot allow Vegeta to unleash his ultimate move. Swiftly, he conjures the most indestructible material, Thunder Steel. Defying the divine is, in itself, a transgression for the oblivious human. No sooner had the words left his lips than Zamasu hurled the Thunder Steel towards Vegeta's location. Even as the Thunder Steel approached, Vegeta remained unfazed, gathering energy in his hands. In the next instant, as the Thunder Steel descended, Vegeta instantaneously teleported 1 meter to the side, effortlessly evading the strike. However, witnessing Vegeta's evasion, the fused Zamasu swiftly conjured even more Thunder Steel. He absolutely could not allow Vegeta to execute the ultimate Kamehameha wave. Engaging in close combat was futile. He was no match for Vegeta. Thus, he resorted to ranged attacks to thwart Vegeta. The god of destruction, Beerus, observed the unfolding spectacle with incredulity. How astonishing. This is truly remarkable. Could Vegeta's power have already surpassed Lord Beerus? As the god of destruction of Universe 7, this was the first time he had witnessed such a terrifying display of power. The strength exhibited by Vegeta had evidently far exceeded that of Beerus during their initial confrontation with Son Goku. The god of destruction of Universe 6 nodded in agreement. reminiscing about his own previous encounter with Beerus. Based on Vegeta's current strength, it seemed to surpass that of Beerus at his peak by more than half. Humph. The Saiyans have truly reached such extraordinary heights. It is indeed unbelievable. Kampa scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest. To be honest, it would be disingenuous for him to claim he felt no envy. Powerful strength is coveted by all, and he was no exception. Even during his earlier years of indulgence and neglect of training, the peak Kampa could not compare to Vegeta's prowess. By the way, Vados, why does this Vegeta possess such immense strength? Clearly, Son Goku and Vegeta's individual powers are not particularly formidable, Kampa pondered, deeply perplexed. This curiosity had not only arisen in the present, but had lingered in his mind for quite some time, ever since the emergence of Gogeta, the so-called strongest fusion warrior. At that time, Kampa had begun to question this phenomenon. Despite Son Goku and Vegeta not reaching the level of a god of destruction individually, when they fused or merged, the resulting warriors seemed to wield power that surpassed even that of the gods of destruction. This was indeed a puzzling matter, whether through fusion or merging. The resultant enhancement should not be so disproportionately vast. Lord Kampa, I believe the only explanation for this situation lies in Bardas's momentary silence before she expressed her perspective. In my opinion, Son Goku and Vegeta are indeed the most exceptional candidates, a rarity among the masses. When such uniquely perfect individuals encounter one another, especially as they stand as both formidable rivals and the best of friends, the union of perfection upon perfection will ultimately give rise to an unparalleled warrior upon their fusion or amalgamation. Of course, this is merely my personal conjecture, and I cannot precisely ascertain the reasons behind it. Nevertheless, Bardas is convinced that this is the answer to why Son Goku and Vegeta, despite their individual strengths not being overwhelming, can produce such a powerful warrior through their fusion. They are simply too perfect. In other words, they are the most suitable pair for fusion. Kampa nodded, his thoughts beginning to waver. Initially, he believed that the fusion of Caulifla and Kale would triumph over Son Goku and Vegeta, especially since Kale is a legendary Super Saiyan. However, after hearing Bardas's insights, he felt that the hope of defeating Son Goku and Vegeta was rather dim. Still, he clung to a shred of hope, thinking that if it were achievable, they would strive for the best. If not, then there was little that could be done. Chapter 81. Let me use death to atonement in the 7th universe, on Earth. At Capsule Corporation, upon hearing the words of the Supreme Kai of Time in the video, the thought crossed their minds. Could Vegeta's power have already surpassed Lord Beerus? Son Goku and the others turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixated on Beerus, eager to extract an answer from him. In the video, the blue-haired Super Saiyan god Vegeta appeared, and his power genuinely seemed to eclipse that of Beerus. Coughing abruptly, Beerus, who had been sipping his drink, found himself choked by the sudden attention of his companions. After several forceful pats on his chest, he gradually regained composure. "Hey, what are you all staring at?" he asked with an air of irritation. Lord Beerus, did Vegeta truly surpass you in the video?" Goku inquired with a grin, being the first to break the silence. The others shared in his curiosity, their eyes glimmering with heightened anticipation. "Impossible," Beerus waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor relaxed. "There's no way he could surpass me. However, I must concede that Vegeta's strength is indeed formidable. At least in a confrontation without utilizing my destruction powers, I would find it challenging to prevail against him." Even though Beerus's response did not directly affirm that Vegeta had surpassed him, it nonetheless acknowledged Vegeta's formidable might. This implied that if Beerus, the supreme god of destruction, did not resort to his destructive abilities and remained in his untransformed state, he would be unable to triumph over Vegeta. Does this not suggest that Gogeta possesses at least half of Lord Beerus's strength? Krillin suddenly exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement as he thought of Gogeta, the ultimate warrior. Born from the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, contemplated that the strength of Gogeta was likely comparable to that of Vegeta. Given that Vegeta's power surpassed that of half of Beerus, it could be inferred that Gogeta shared a similar might. However, one must bear in mind that the god of destruction is not an entity to be trifled with, especially not by me, Beerus remarked casually, continuing to indulge in cake while watching the video. At this juncture, he found himself unable to discern which of the fused warriors was indeed the stronger, the fusion or the merge. If a comparison were to be made, he believed that Gogeta and Vegeta's powers were likely quite similar, as both represented the notion that 1 + 1 could transcend 5. Thus, it could only be stated that both were ultimate warriors. Regardless of who it may be, their mere presence rendered them nearly invincible, leaving little room for comparison. In the video, fused Zamasu was seething with rage, bellowing, "Human, prepare to meet your demise." Countless bolts of energy rained down from the heavens under Zamasu's command, all directed towards Vegito below. The energy in Vegito's hands had reached its zenith. However, just as he was poised to unleash his most formidable and final attack, the ultimate Kamehameha, he suddenly sensed something amiss, his expression shifting dramatically. In the next instant, accompanied by a flash of light emanating from his being, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were separated. The fusion had been undone. Wait, what is this? Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances, both equally perplexed. Wasn't it stated that the Patera earrings would allow fusion for 1 hour? What is happening? They pondered. As fused Zamasu had not yet reached the 1 hour mark for the fusion to be undone. How was it that they had merged for such a shorter duration? Not only were they bewildered, but the Supreme Kai and all spectators of the video were also taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Soon, discussions erupted within the chat group regarding this predicament. Healers, the most perfect and beautiful warrior, Vegito, has vanished. Compass, what is going on? How could the fusion be undone before an hour has passed? Bulma, oh no. Is it possible that Zamasu, that villain, will ultimately prevail and annihilate all beings in the universe? Vegeta, what on earth is happening? Frieza, it seems your luck has run out, doesn't it? Paragus, Vegeta, could it be that you and Kakarot are destined to fall victim to Zamasu? Old Kai, from my understanding, the power of Vegito after the fusion was overwhelming. Even the divine Patera earrings could scarcely contain it, which significantly diminished the fusion's effectiveness. Compass, how could this be? In the 6th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, upon reading the old Kai's commentary, Compa's astonishment deepened and cold sweat trickled down his back. The Patera earrings, a divine artifact exclusive to the Supreme Kai, were indeed a source of great concern. This entity is utterly incapable of withstanding the power of Vegito. Just how formidable is his strength? Could it be that the Vegito depicted in the recent footage has yet to unleash his full potential? If that is the case, everything aligns perfectly. The ultimate Kamehameha wave was merely in its preliminary formation and had not yet been released when they abruptly reverted from their fusion. This can only imply that within Vegito resides an even more potent force, which ultimately rendered the Patera earrings incapable of sustaining the fusion, resulting in its premature dissolution. Not far away, Caulifla stood in astonishment. The magnitude of Vegito's power was so overwhelming that even the Patera earrings could not endure it. If he can achieve this, then Kale and I certainly can as well. The Patera earrings will undoubtedly falter before the strength of the two of us, she declared, her fists clenched and her gaze resolute. She was not deceiving herself. This was genuinely her conviction. In just a few days, she was preparing to engage in a Saiyan combat tournament against the 7th universe. At that moment, she must prove that she is the strongest Saiyan. The warrior resulting from her fusion with Kale must also be recognized as the mightiest of fused warriors. Naturally, to expedite their training progress and bolster their power, Beerus, following Compa's command, crafted a dimensional space for Caulifla and her companions. Its effects were reminiscent of the hyperbolic time chamber of the 7th universe, wherein a single day of training equated to a year outside, with a maximum duration of 10 days. With the assistance of this dimensional space, Caulifla's confidence surged, and she firmly believed she would not be outmatched by Goku or Vegeta. On Earth, within Capsule Corporation, everyone's attention shifted back to Whis and Beerus. They sought to ascertain the validity of the claims made by the old Kai in their chat group. Was it truly the case that Vegito's strength was so overwhelming that the Patera earrings could not bear it, leading to the dissolution of their fusion? Whis, what do you say? Beerus posed the question to Whis. In Chapter 82, titled Incapable of Fusion, Whis nodded thoughtfully, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Vegito's power has reached an indescribable magnitude, one that even deities find challenging to attain. Thus, it is plausible that the Patera earrings were genuinely unable to withstand it, ultimately resulting in the fusion's dissolution. With Whis, the omniscient angel, attesting to this, everyone was once again left in awe of Vegito's strength, which was astonishingly powerful enough to overwhelm the Patera earrings. This served as a profound revelation for all present, including the deities. Moreover, it served as a veiled reminder to Goku and Vegeta that regardless of whether they fused or combined, they would face the risk of premature dissolution due to the incomprehensible power of Gogeta or Vegito when confronting formidable adversaries. Therefore, It is imperative to remain vigilant in such encounters. Remember the phrase swift resolution. It is imperative to avoid procrastination and to eliminate formidable foes with utmost urgency. Otherwise, should the fusion or amalgamation be prematurely undone, they may find themselves ensnared in crisis once more, as illustrated in the video recap. Soon, everyone would comprehend that Vegeta has dispelled the fusion. This signifies that fused Zamasu will reclaim the advantage, leaving Goku and Vegeta bereft of the strength needed to confront him. After all, a fusion requires a period of anticipation before a second merging can occur. Yet, fused Zamasu has just endured a lengthy onslaught from Vegeta. In his furious state, how could he possibly allow Goku and Vegeta the opportunity to fuse again? In that moment, a great number of spectators began to fret for Goku and Vegeta, unable to fathom how they could eradicate fused Zamasu without the ability to merge. In the video, following the dissolution of their fusion, Goku and Vegeta were besieged by a multitude of thunderous steel projectiles launched by fused Zamasu. The aftermath left them battered and bruised, their remaining energy and strength insufficient for combat. Observing the injured duo, fused Zamasu could not suppress his derisive laughter. It was evident. Mere mortals could not wield divine artifacts with ease. There ought to be limits to blasphemy against the divine. As he spoke, Zamasu's face contorted with rage, veins pulsating like serpents beneath his skin. The vivid memory of being ruthlessly pummeled by Vegeta replayed in his mind, a humiliation of the highest order. How could humans dare to lay hands upon a being as perfect as he, subduing him to the point of helplessness? Fused Zamasu could not bear it, nor would he ever forget. In the next moment, Zamasu thrust his hand to the right, conjuring a purple vortex of time and space. Goku and Vegeta gazed at the swirling anomaly in confusion, yet an ominous feeling stirred within them. Zamasu clenched his left fist and struck the vortex with force. Instantly, another vortex appeared beside Goku. Moments later, Zamasu's fist emerged from the maelstrom, landing a devastating blow upon Goku's face. Stunned by the sight of Goku being propelled away, Vegeta momentarily faltered. Unbeknownst to him, a purple vortex had materialized behind him as well. In an instant, Zamasu delivered a powerful kick that struck Vegeta with ferocity. "Perhaps I should enlighten you on the folly of your actions," Zamasu declared as he relentlessly unleashed this attack upon Goku and Vegeta. With their strength and stamina dwindling, they stood powerless against his elusive strikes. It was not long before both warriors fell to the ground. In the chat group, comments flowed. "Frieza is dead. Haha. This time you two stand no chance of victory. Zampa, the divine cannot intervene in this matter. This universe is truly on the brink of destruction at the hands of Zamasu." Beerus, shouting, "What was I even doing back then, allowing such trash to persist until now? Whis, I can no longer endure this. My eyes cannot bear to witness the grotesque visage of Zamasu any longer." Bulma, with Goku and Vegeta incapacitated. "Who else can thwart this nefarious Zamasu?" Krillin, "It's over, it's truly over. I feel utterly powerless to eliminate Zamasu now." Beautifully, does the light of hope only bloom for a fleeting few minutes? What a pity, so close yet so far, the outcome can no longer be reversed. In that moment, nearly everyone shared this sentiment, believing that Goku and Vegeta had lost all hope. After all, their powers had dwindled to almost nothing, and neither fusion nor any combined effort seemed viable. They had no feasible means to triumph over the fused Zamasu. In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, suddenly, Yamcha had a flash of inspiration and turned to Goku, asking, "What about the Spirit Bomb?" After all, in the previous video recap, it was the Spirit Bomb that Goku used to finally vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon. Moreover, the Spirit Bomb's potency amplifies significantly against foes with malevolent hearts. Zamasu undoubtedly harbors such wickedness. "Oh yes, the Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb can surely eliminate Zamasu," he exclaimed. "Wonderful. This means the future realm 1T be obliterated by Zamasu, and Dad and Uncle Goku 1T be killed." Hearing about the Spirit Bomb, Trunks and the others felt a surge of excitement, regaining their hope. Indeed, they had overlooked the Spirit Bomb, a technique that has wrought miracles time and again. Perhaps this Spirit Bomb is their last glimmer of hope. However, Goku did not share in the others' enthusiasm upon hearing this. He understood that the Spirit Bomb would not suffice. "No, it won't work," Whis interjected, shaking his head as he elucidated. "I believe that even if Goku in the video were to utilize the Spirit Bomb, it would not be enough to slay Zamasu." "What? How can that be?" Bulma and the others were taken aback, looking at Whis in confusion, unable to comprehend his reasoning. The spirit bomb cannot kill the fused Zamasu. Keep in mind, in the future realm, there are virtually no living beings left. Therefore, even if Mr. Goku gathers energy for the spirit bomb, the amount collected would be minimal, and its strength would not reach the level necessary to obliterate Zamasu. Whis believed the spirit bomb to be ineffective for this very reason. In the future realm, nearly all life had been extinguished by Zamasu. Without sufficient energy, the spirit bomb could not eliminate the fused Zamasu. After hearing Whis' explanation, Bulma and the others came to understand, one by one losing hope once more. If even the spirit bomb, this divine technique, could not be employed, they truly could not conceive of any other means to defeat the fused Zamasu. Were Goku and the others in the video truly destined to perish? Returning to the video, they watched as Goku and Vegeta endured relentless assaults from Zamasu. The Supreme Kai Shin clenched his fists tightly. Lord Guas, I have never regretted becoming a Supreme Kai as much as I do now. As long as I continue to be a disciple of the Supreme Kai, I could wield the power of resurrection. He yearned to assist Goku and Vegeta, believing that with the power of resurrection, he could mend their bodies and restore them to their prime. However, now that he had ascended to the position of Supreme Kai, he had lost the right to use this power. Indeed, Guas nodded in consolation, but had you not been elevated to the Supreme Kai, you wouldn't even have been able to use the time ring to arrive here. It simply expresses our profound helplessness. Wait, please, Future Trunks interjected, having overheard the conversation between the two Supreme Kais. What did you just say? Is it true that a Supreme Kai cannot use the time ring? Guas instinctively replied, No, that's not what I meant. The previous statement pertained to what a Supreme Kai's disciple could do. Future Trunks asserted directly. A disciple of the Supreme Kai can use what? The two Supreme Kais exchanged puzzled glances before looking back at Future Trunks. The power of resurrection, like Zamasu or Jebbit. Those who serve the Supreme Kai possess the ability to restore vitality. What is the matter? Both Supreme Kais were bewildered as to why Future Trunks suddenly inquired about this. Upon realizing this, Future Trunks became ecstatic. Supreme Kai, I have actually become your disciple. The two Supreme Kais gasped in disbelief, particularly Shin, who was unaware that he had taken Trunks as his disciple. It's true. Future Trunks quickly explained, when we were dealing with Dubra, I had already become the disciple of the Supreme Kai of our world. Disciple? Did you undergo that ritual? Supreme Kai Shin asked, wanting to confirm if Future Trunks truly had become a disciple. Only those who had participated in the ritual could genuinely be considered disciples of the Supreme Kai. Mere verbal claims were insufficient. Ritual? Future Trunks hesitated, awkwardly scratching his face. Is that the strange dance where I had to jump around for an entire day? Precisely. That is it. Supreme Kai Shin exclaimed excitedly. So, Mr. Trunks, you can indeed wield the power of resurrection. I possess the power of resurrection? Future Trunks pondered. Indeed. He had inadvertently used this power to save them when Little Mai was nearly killed by Black Goku, and Guas was close to death. On Earth, in Capsule Corporation, Little Trunks blinked in bewilderment, pointing at himself. Wait, does this mean that my future self is to become a deity? Trunks, a disciple of the Supreme Kai? Vegeta, as a father, also found it hard to believe that Future Trunks would become a disciple of the Supreme Kai. This implied that one day, he would inevitably ascend to the rank of Supreme Kai. Becoming the god of destruction for Universe 7, Vegeta felt a surge of excitement as he clenched his fists. Turning to boast to Goku. What do you think, Kakarot? My son will undoubtedly become the god of destruction, and not just for our universe. Based on Vegeta's current understanding, the strength of the gods of destruction seemed rather feeble, with only the substitute god, Zamasu, possessing a somewhat commendable power. Thus, once his son Trunks ascended to the role of god of destruction, he would become the mightiest god of destruction in the history of all universes. Indeed, it is quite unimaginable, Vegeta, Goku remarked, glancing at young Trunks. He reached out to ruffle the boy's hair, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. You're quite capable, Trunks. Hee hee. I will do my best, young Trunks replied, brimming with enthusiasm. It appeared that in the future, he would not only have a stunningly beautiful girlfriend, Mai, but he would also become incredibly powerful, ultimately taking on the mantle of the god of destruction for Universe 7. At that time, not just his mother Bulma, but his father Vegeta would also take pride in his accomplishments. Hey, I need to work hard too. Goten chimed in, determined not to fall behind Trunks. Since Trunks was destined to become the disciple of the god of destruction, he resolved to strive to become the disciple of Lord Beerus as well. Oh. So in the future, I took Trunks as my disciple, the Supreme Kai mused, now focusing his attention on young Trunks. He had never considered selecting disciples from among humans, but it appeared that choosing Trunks would be quite admirable. In the depths of hell within Universe 7, Frieza seethed, exclaiming, "That Saiyan who killed me. He has become a disciple of the god of destruction? Does this mean he will transform into a god of destruction in the future?" Frieza's discontent grew. He realized that this development made it increasingly difficult to eliminate the Saiyans. After all, the lives of the gods of destruction were intrinsically linked to the Supreme Kais, a fact gleaned from the video compilations featuring Zamasu. Killing a Supreme Kai would also lead to the demise of the god of destruction, ensuring that the latter would never permit such an act. "Frieza, it seems your situation has become considerably more troublesome. You must step up your game, but this matter is beyond my concern," Cell remarked, crossing his arms and chuckling softly. His stance was clear. The fate of Trunks becoming a Supreme Kai held no significance for him. After all, the only Saiyan he desired to eliminate was Gohan, the one he acknowledged as possessing the greatest potential. For Cell, the singular goal of exterminating Gohan remained unchanged, unaffected by the fates of other Saiyans. The intent to eliminate Son Gohan was resolute. Frieza scoffed, fully determined to transcend the god of destruction. Chapter 84 revealed that Vegeta, too, was considering the greater good. He prepared to exert himself to surpass the god of destruction through rigorous training. In the video, both Gogeta and Vegito had achieved this feat. Frieza could not fathom why he should be any less capable. He firmly believed in his own potential. "Ha ha ha. Very well, I shall accompany you," declared Cell, harboring a degree of confidence himself, for he possessed the cells of a Saiyan. He believed he could attain the same heights as a Saiyan, being the ultimate android. After all, in the 6th universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Kampa looked astonished as he inquired of Beerus, "Can the Supreme Kai still take humans as disciples?" It was a revelation to him that disciples need not be chosen from among the divine. "Indeed, Lord Kampa," Beerus replied with a subtle smile, conjuring a projection of all the universes from his staff. The 11th universe was gradually magnified. If I recall correctly, a human has already mastered the power of destruction and has become a substitute god of destruction. Kampa scratched his head. "Is that so? I don't remember this." "Indeed it is," Beerus affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, a light flickered in Kampa's eyes as he conceived a brilliant idea. Since it is possible for a human to master the power of destruction, why not select one from the trio of Kaba and the others? This way, during the Saiyan martial arts tournament, our 6th universe's odds of victory will be significantly enhanced. Returning to the video, future Trunks could hardly contain his impatience. Knowing he possessed the power of resurrection, he yearned to assist Goku and Vegeta swiftly. "Wait a moment," the Supreme Kai called out to future Trunks, who paused in surprise. At that instant, a tremendous explosion echoed in the distance, launching Vegeta away. "Father!" Future Trunks hurriedly flew over to bring Vegeta back to safety. "Father, I will help restore your strength." Observing the severely injured Vegeta, future Trunks was determined to expedite his recovery. However, Vegeta was perplexed by future Trunks' words. "Mr. Trunks, please wait a moment," the Supreme Kai interjected once more, interrupting him. "With a transformation as powerful as Super Saiyan Blue, you can restore only one person's strength. Therefore, you must choose to aid either Mr. Vegeta or Mr. Goku." Future Trunks was taken aback by this limitation. "I can only assist one person?" he questioned. Vegeta turned to Trunks, demanding an explanation. "Father, it seems I have acquired a healing ability. I can restore your energy," Trunks exclaimed with excitement, filled with joy and eagerness. At last, he could assist Vegeta and Goku in their plight. He was ready to lend his strength to eradicate Zamasu. However, just as he prepared to heal Vegeta, the latter abruptly grasped his hand. "Wait a moment, Trunks," Vegeta said, his tone laden with significance. "If you can only heal one person, you should aid Kakarot." Trunks was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why treating Vegeta would differ from treating Goku. The one capable of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue and standing toe-to-toe with Zamasu was not he, but Kakarot. Vegeta, in this moment, tacitly acknowledged Goku's superiority, admitting that Goku was indeed the strongest in the universe. Rising to his feet, Vegeta clenched his fists, asserting, "I care little for this. But only after merging did I fully understand. We must all survive and return together." With that declaration, Vegeta stormed back towards Zamasu, determined to create an opportunity for Trunks to heal Goku. "Dad!" Trunks exclaimed, worried for Vegeta's well-being. Yet, at this juncture, there was little he could do to alter the course of events. In the 7th universe, in the depths of hell, Frieza scoffed. How revolting that Vegeta would relinquish the chance to heal himself for Goku. He felt as if his eyes had been sullied by witnessing such a loathsome scene. In contrast, Cell recognized that Vegeta had indeed transcended his ego, an impressive feat after all. He possessed Vegeta's cells. For such a proud warrior to admit Goku's strength, even granting him the sole opportunity for healing, was remarkable, an act driven by the desire for their collective survival. Cell understood just how extraordinary Vegeta's actions were. On Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Bulma observed Vegeta, a smile gracing her features. Vegeta has truly considered the greater good, she mused. In the past, he would have undoubtedly chosen to keep the healing opportunity for himself. Yet now, he had selflessly offered it to Goku, a warrior stronger than himself. Well done, Vegeta! Goku exclaimed, hands on his hips, unable to suppress his laughter. His heart swelled with joy at seeing Vegeta prioritize the bigger picture. Humph, Vegeta scoffed. Though he felt a sense of pride in the version of himself displayed on the screen, capable of acknowledging Kakarot's superiority. At least, he had not yet reached a point where he could do that himself. Even if Trunks helps Goku recover, does he truly stand a chance against the merged Zamasu? Krillin pondered aloud, scratching his face in confusion. He remained deeply concerned about the overwhelming power of the fused Zamasu. Could Goku really defeat him alone? It seemed unlikely that even with Vegeta's assistance, they could overcome Zamasu together. Who knows? Yet, that is what the Vegeta in the video claimed. I believe this to be true. Once he has regained his strength, the elder son in the video will possess the capability to engage in combat on par with Zamasu. Meanwhile, he is also willing to place his trust in Vegeta, particularly since this statement has emanated from Vegeta himself. One might boldly speculate that Sun Wukong is concealing a far more formidable power, one that could potentially surpass that of Super Saiyan God in its intensity. Indeed, is it not characteristic of Sun Wukong to harbor such hidden strength? A force greater than that of Super Saiyan God. I am eager to witness it. After all, he is currently training along the evolutionary path of Super Saiyan God. It is an opportune moment to observe what transformations lie beyond Super Saiyan Blue. As he swiftly advances towards that direction, should he master it, he might well seize victory in the upcoming martial contest against the Saiyans of Universe 6. Chapter 85. I am the Prince of Saiyans in the realm of the Destroyer of Universe 2. The beauty is simply breathtaking. Even though there remains a desire to confront the enemy to the very end, for the greater good, one is willing to bestow the singular opportunity for healing upon another. Such an act is truly magnificent, radiating brilliance. Hellas, with arms outstretched and a look of astonishment, remarked upon this. Despite Vegeta's battered appearance in the video, seemingly on the verge of collapse, Hellas perceives him as radiant, shining with an extraordinary luminescence, solely due to the noble action he has taken, which she deems profoundly beautiful. This is a feat not everyone can accomplish. Certainly, many in other universes are equally moved by Vegeta's actions. Who would have thought that this haughty prince of the Saiyans would not only acknowledge Sun Wukong's superiority in strength, but, for the sake of their survival and the greater good, would relinquish the sole opportunity for healing to Sun Wukong, thereby allowing him to continue the battle against Zamasu? Returning to the video, Sun Wukong finds himself in a perilous predicament, being choked by the fused Zamasu, lifted into the air. Beg for mercy. Kneel before me, Saiyan. The fused Zamasu is intent on unleashing the fury he has just accumulated. Sun Wukong, struggling for breath, finds it utterly impossible to acquiesce to his demands. Observing Sun Wukong's steadfast refusal to submit, Zamasu unleashes a forceful blow that sends him hurtling away. In the midst of this flight, a purple vortex of time and space suddenly opens behind Sun Wukong. Upon entering it, he emerges from another vortex before Zamasu. Yet Zamasu has already assumed an attacking stance, aiming at the emerging Sun Wukong and delivering a powerful kick that sends him flying once more. Subsequently, Zamasu employs this tactic repeatedly, battering Sun Wukong until he is drenched in blood, with pain coursing through every single cell in his body. The tiresome Saiyan, regardless of the blows dealt. My rage remains unquenched. Fused Zamasu, amidst his relentless assault, hurled insults. With a final kick, he sent Son Goku flying. Just as Goku was about to plunge once more into the swirling vortex of time, Vegeta suddenly materialized, grasping Goku firmly. Vegeta, Goku exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Go to Trunks. What did you say? Close your mouth and do as I instruct. Vegeta barked, then forcefully propelled Goku toward Trunks. As for himself, he would remain behind to buy time for Trunks to assist Goku in regaining his composure. In the chat group, comments flooded in. Zyampa, This guy truly cares for that Son Goku. Vegeta, what nonsense. In the video, I simply do not wish for Kakarot to be defeated by anyone other than myself. Krillin, once again, it's Goku and Vegeta. There's hope to defeat fused Zamasu. Helles, hurry, I cannot stand the sight of that utterly repulsive creature for even a second. Torib, for the sake of justice, Son Goku. I believe in your ability to prevail. Ribrian, go Son Goku. The bond between you and Vegeta is imbued with the power of love. I can feel it will aid you in victory. Vegeta, what did you just say? Bulma, Chi-Chi, what power of love? For a moment, the inhabitants of Universe 7 found themselves bewildered. Ribrian's sudden mention of love left Vegeta momentarily speechless. He believed his actions were solely motivated by not wanting Kakarot to be defeated or killed by anyone else. The only being capable of vanquishing Kakarot was he, Vegeta. Thus, he had saved Kakarot. What love? What power of love? Utter nonsense. Chi-Chi and Bulma wore expressions of awkwardness. If there was love between Son Goku and Vegeta, if their bond was indeed true love, what then were they to each other? In the video, future Trunks hurried to Son Goku's side, preparing to heal him. Meanwhile, Vegeta was bracing himself for the inevitability of death. As a purple vortex of time opened behind him, a pair of hands suddenly grasped his throat. In the next instant, fused Zamasu emerged from the temporal whirlpool, his hands tightening around Vegeta's neck. Are you prepared to kneel before me? He taunted. Do not jest. I am the Prince of Saiyans. Even if I were to be shattered to pieces, I shall never forsake my pride. With a furious roar, immense energy began to coalesce around Vegeta. Though Zamasu had a firm grip on his throat, he could not break free. Yet, in this state of control, he realized that he, too, had a measure of dominion over Zamasu. Thus, the only course of action Vegeta could conceive was to concentrate the energy within him and unleash an explosive assault upon fused Zamasu. Boom. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from Vegeta, illuminating the sky in a blinding radiance that transformed the entire firmament into a sea of white. Upon reaching this point, a portion of the viewers expressed profound concern for Vegeta. Conversely, others were deeply moved by his actions, as he was willing to sacrifice his own life to secure more time for Goku's recovery. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, an inquiry arose regarding whether this technique was directed at him. Majin Buu, setting aside the cake in his hands, focused intently on the explosion depicted in the video, noting its striking resemblance to the technique Vegeta had once intended to employ against him. However, there was a nuance. The two techniques appeared to differ fundamentally. Vegeta had made the ultimate sacrifice. Krillin clenched his fists, unable to comprehend the situation. Hadn't Vegeta proclaimed that they were all meant to survive and return to the past? How could he resort to self-destruction, thereby embracing death? Father! Exclaimed Trunks, his fists also tightly gripped, his eyes igniting with an intense fury. Due to Zamasu, his father, Vegeta, had perished. In that moment, the desire to train and grow stronger surged within him. Trunks silently vowed to devote himself to rigorous training, enhancing his strength to ensure that, should a villain like Zamasu arise again, he would personally eradicate such evil and prevent any further loss of life. Wait a moment, it seems Vegeta hasn't actually died. Goku observed, alerting everyone that the energy merely triggered an ordinary explosion, not one born of life energy. Indeed, that appears to be the case, Vegeta acknowledged. The explosion depicted in the video was not a self-destruction technique, but rather a standard energy detonation. It seemed he had calculated that self-destruction would not provide a prolonged delay. Hence he could not afford to perish outright. This revelation offered some solace to Krillin and the others, though they remained apprehensive. After all, fused Zamasu would undoubtedly not relent in his pursuit of Vegeta, especially after such an energy explosion, which might incite Zamasu's wrath to unleash even greater brutality upon him. In Chapter 86, Vegeta, a True Man, the video confirmed that Vegeta had not succumbed to self-destruction. Though he lay on the ground, his resolve was to draw fused Zamasu's attention, allowing Goku more time. Thus, while on the ground, he continued to provoke and enrage Zamasu. Grant me a swift end. He taunted. Zamasu descended before Vegeta, declaring, Do not assume you can escape so easily, Vegeta. I intend to make your body endure excruciating pain until I claim your wretched life. What followed was a relentless barrage of blows to Vegeta's face, left, right. One punch after another, with no pause. Vegeta could only endure the agony, unable to offer any resistance. In his quest to buy time for Goku, he resolved to persist. This scene compelled many viewers to rise, united in a singular thought: Vegeta, a true man. In Capsule Corporation, Bulma swiftly closed her eyes, unable to bear witnessing the unfolding events any longer. Her beloved Vegeta is currently being mercilessly tormented by the fused Zamasu. How cruel. Chi-Chi covers her mouth in shock. In the video, Vegeta's face is already drenched in blood, yet the fused Zamasu shows no signs of relenting. Driven by the desire to reclaim the anger and humiliation inflicted upon him by Vegito, he harbors no intention of sparing either Vegeta or Goku. Each punch is meticulously controlled, just enough to avoid death, ensuring that Vegeta feels every ounce of pain, pushing him to his limits. Only when they have sufficiently tortured him will they ultimately take his life. The brutality of the assault is palpable, and Vegeta can almost feel the pain through the screen. If this relentless beating continues, he knows he won't last much longer. He will soon be killed, which fills him with immense frustration. That Zamasu, had he not been erased, Vegeta would have eagerly raced to Universe 10 to test the resilience of that Zamasu's body. Vegeta, I will not fail you, Goku declares with unwavering certainty. Clenching his fists as he gazes at Vegeta, he understands that since Vegeta has chosen to set aside his pride and entrust everything to him, he will absolutely not let him down. Regardless of whether he can defeat the fused Zamasu, he will give it his all to provide Vegeta with the resolution he deserves. In the 7th universe, in the depths of hell, that fool did not even realize that Vegeta was deliberately provoking him to buy Goku some time to heal. Frieza clenches his fists, gritting his teeth as he fixates on the video of Vegeta. Never mind. Shifting his thoughts, Frieza decides not to dwell on it. A sinister smile slowly creeps across his lips. After all, watching that detestable monkey Vegeta being tormented so ruthlessly is quite delightful. I relish this extreme form of torture. As I always say, every additional second of viewing is a moment of enjoyment. Frieza's musings are ultimately futile. As for the lives of Goku, Vegeta, and Broly, they shall await his resurrection, and he will personally take them. Returning to the video, it becomes evident that Vegeta is on the brink of death. Trunks hastily begins to heal Goku, recalling the wondrous sensation he felt while treating Mayan Guas. Soon, the power of resurrection manifests, as golden light envelopes Goku's body. It takes less than a second for him to be fully restored. Remarkable. Trunks, your ability is extraordinary. I am completely healed, Goku exclaims in astonishment as he examines his hands and body. With this newfound strength, defeating the fused Zamasu seems achievable, and at the very least, saving Vegeta is certainly within reach. Meanwhile, Trunks, having pushed himself to the limit, nearly loses consciousness, but fortunately, Mai is there to support him just in time. Trunks, are you alright? Goku noticed that Trunks was not in good condition and couldn't help but feel concerned. Yes, I'm fine. Uncle Goku, I beg you. Trunks was solely focused on Goku rescuing his father, Vegeta, and subsequently defeating the fused Zamasu. Everything now rested upon Goku's shoulders. He had done all he could. No problem. Thanks, Trunks, Goku replied, his fists clenched, exuding confidence in his power. We need to hurry, Mr. Goku. Mr. Vegeta seems to be on the verge of collapse. King Kai urgently reminded them, having sensed that Vegeta's energy had waned significantly. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression turned grave, laced with a hint of murderous intent. At that moment, Zamasu kicked Vegeta away, causing him to fall to the ground, unconscious. TSK, he's already out cold. What a pathetic weakling. He's so weak that he can't even serve as a proper outlet for my frustration. The fused Zamasu expressed his dissatisfaction. He was not finished fighting. Yet Vegeta had already succumbed. Just then, as Zamasu approached the unconscious Vegeta to deliver a final blow, Goku appeared in an instant, standing protectively in front of Vegeta. How are you still alive? Weren't you supposed to be on the brink of death? Zamasu's irritation grew as he gazed upon Goku, who appeared fully restored. It was then that he realized once again just how resilient Saiyan life was. They were truly difficult to kill. It was Trunks who healed me, Goku declared, his voice brimming with fury. He would never forgive Zamasu for what he had done to Vegeta, absolutely never. At that moment, King Kai teleported to Vegeta's side. A mere glance exchanged between him and Goku communicated their mutual understanding. In the next instant, King Kai whisked Vegeta away. Alright, round 2 begins now. This time, I will show you my full strength. Goku was determined not to squander the precious opportunity Vegeta had granted him for healing. He would give everything he had to defeat the fused Zamasu. At this moment, Trunks, though unable to completely restore Vegeta's body, could at least rouse him from unconsciousness. Chapter 87. Old son, what do you think? As Vegeta awoke, disregarding his pain, he inquired about the current state of the battle. This prompted many viewers to marvel once more at the undeniable bond between Vegeta and Goku. At that moment, Goku faced the fused Zamasu, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, while Zamasu, still in his Super Saiyan Blue form, looked on with disdain. Despite still being unrefined, one has once again resorted to the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Do you not comprehend yet? The Super Saiyan Blue lacks a future, clinging instead to a past metamorphosis that is quite unsightly. Goku, undeterred, closed his eyes, allowing his body and mind to attain complete tranquility. In an instant, the azure flames that enveloped him vanished, and the divine aura was entirely retracted within him. Uncle Goku's blue flames dissipated, prompting Trunks to notice something amiss. This was precisely the reason Vegeta spoke of, illustrating Goku's superiority over him. Trunks, observe closely. This is the answer Kakarot has discovered. However, fused Zamasu remained unimpressed, dismissing Goku's transformation as inconsequential. Do you truly believe there is any difference? It appears to be merely a delay. Goku chose not to explain, but instead assumed a battle stance. In the next moment, he propelled himself towards fused Zamasu with a swift leap. Yet, all his attacks were met with resistance. Seizing the moment, fused Zamasu unleashed another assault, merging with a temporal vortex to strike Goku. This time, however, Goku evaded all attempts. After dodging one attack, he landed a punch squarely on fused Zamasu's face. Naturally, Zamasu retaliated with a strike of his own. Nevertheless, it was evident that Goku's strength surpassed that of Zamasu, distorting his visage. I landed a hit, Goku exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. At last, aside from merging with Vegeta to become Vegeto, he had successfully landed a direct blow on fused Zamasu, inflicting damage. You scoundrel! Fused Zamasu began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Goku's transformation was not merely a matter of the blue flames vanishing. His power had significantly surged, no longer merely indirect. In that moment, both Vegeta and the others were left in astonishment. After all, Goku had begun to suppress fused Zamasu. If this continued, victory was assured. In the sixth universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, there is indeed hope to defeat fused Zamasu, Kampa exclaimed, his eyes widening in keen observation. Although he failed to comprehend the nature of Goku's transformation, he had witnessed Goku not only strike, but also injure Zamasu, an achievement previously unattainable. Kampa pondered earnestly over what Goku had done to achieve such a remarkable enhancement. Meanwhile, in the seventh universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, incredible. Goku truly possesses the capability to contend with Zamasu, just as Vegeta said, Krillin remarked, fists clenched, overwhelmed with excitement. At the very least, hope had been rekindled. The Goku from the video appeared to have a genuine chance of defeating fused Zamasu, having landed a single punch. It was only a matter of time before countless blows followed. It seemed that Goku was now evenly matched with Beerus. Master Roshi adjusted his glasses, speaking with profound significance. Regarding the transformations experienced by Sun Wukong, he possesses a modicum of understanding. Piccolo, have you noticed any changes in father? Asked Son Gohan, directing his gaze towards Piccolo. Yet this time, even the sagacious Piccolo found himself at a loss. Shaking his head and observing the footage of Sun Wukong, he candidly admitted, I cannot discern anything at the moment. After all, Piccolo lacked mastery over the divine aura and had no comprehension of the Super Saiyan God state. Thus, he was genuinely perplexed about the nature of Sun Wukong's sudden and significant enhancement. What is your perspective, old son? Piccolo inquired, turning his attention to Sun Wukong. Now that Sun Wukong had also attained the Super Saiyan God form, embarking on the path of evolution within this divine realm, he surely must possess insights that would surpass those of the others. I think, Sun Wukong paused for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. It is likely due to his intention to fully contain the divine aura within himself. Although I have yet to master the Super Saiyan Blue form, I noticed that during my time in the red form, the divine aura would gradually leak out, causing my strength to diminish bit by bit. His actions are probably aimed at preventing the divine aura from leaking, allowing him to consistently maintain his optimal state and perform at the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan God Blue's formidable power. After all, we all share the same transformation form, and Sun Wukong certainly finds it easier to notice this aspect. I see, Piccolo nodded, inclined to agree with Sun Wukong's assessment. So this transformation form is indeed the complete Super Saiyan God Blue, a state surpassing the Super Saiyan God Blue. No wonder Vegeta in the video has such faith in Sun Wukong, believing he possesses the capability to contend with fused Zamasu. However, achieving this is no simple task. I suspect, Mr. Wukong, that you have attempted this before, just as he has, Whis remarked with a slight smile. Indeed, Sun Wukong acknowledged with a nod, affirming Whis's observation. After mastering the Super Saiyan God form, he realized that the divine aura gradually leaked from his body over time. Recognizing that this energy loss resulted in a continuous decline in his strength, Sun Wukong endeavored to contain the divine aura within himself. Yet, undertaking such a feat proved immensely challenging. Even a brief attempt left him in excruciating pain. This experience made Sun Wukong acutely aware that achieving such control was beyond his current capabilities. Now, witnessing the video of himself successfully accomplishing this task, Sun Wukong understood that it was no easy feat. Not only is it difficult to achieve, but it also poses significant risks. A moment's inattention could result in grave consequences. Mastering this aspect necessitates enhanced control over the divine aura and one's own body. Once perfected, it would ultimately overcome the disadvantage of diminishing strength due to the leaking divine aura. To further enhance one's own prowess, it also facilitates the pursuit and attainment of a higher realm. However, with advantages come disadvantages. Such endeavors impose a tremendous physical burden that necessitates constant vigilance. Even the slightest leak of divine energy could result in excruciating pain at the site of the body's vulnerabilities. In severe circumstances, the body could succumb to the strain and ultimately collapse. With a finger raised, Whis smiled and elucidated these points specifically for Goku, urging him to internalize this knowledge for future training, thus allowing Goku to expedite his mastery of the Super Saiyan God Blue transformation and gain better control over divine energy. Akin to the flawless form showcased in the video, the thought of bodily collapse induced a wave of concern in Chi-Chi for Goku. What if he lost control and perished? Do not worry, Chi-Chi. I am fully prepared, Goku reassured her, already steeled for the challenges ahead. This was an essential step he must undertake, not only to master the Super Saiyan God Blue in its entirety, but also to develop even more formidable transformation forms. Hence, there was no evading this pivotal moment. Kakarot, you better be cautious. If you perish due to a lack of control over your divine energy, you will not be worthy to be my rival. Vegeta warned with a dismissive snort, casting a stern glance at Goku. Naturally, he too was committed to rigorous training, aiming to fully harness the powers of Super Saiyan 4 before delving deeper into the development towards Super Saiyan 5. Haha, understood, Vegeta, Goku replied, hands on his hips, chuckling. He had no intention of succumbing to the mismanagement of divine energy. The mere thought of dying from such a triviality would be a source of ridicule for himself. In the 7th universe, in the realm of the afterlife, hey, Goku has mastered a new transformation. We should intensify our training as well. I can hardly wait to enhance my already perfect form, Cell remarked to Frieza. He could distinctly sense that he was on the cusp of a breakthrough, almost there. The prospect of achieving such advancement, even in a formless state, was exhilarating. He could hardly fathom how powerful he would become upon resurrection with a corporeal body. However, he would not let this potential breakthrough lead him to arrogance. After all, in the video, Goku and his companions had transcended more than just one transformation. If Cell aimed to eliminate Gohan, the most potent and promising Saiyan, he must continually strive for further breakthroughs. One alone would not suffice. Alright, let us watch this to the end, Frieza declared, resolute in his desire to witness the unfolding events. Despite having acquired power nearly equal to that of the fused Zamasu, Son Goku harbored doubts about his ability to maintain this strength until he ultimately vanquished his foe. Thus, he was determined to witness the outcome firsthand, eager to discern whether it would be Son Goku or the fused Zamasu who would triumph in this confrontation. Hey, you lot, pay attention, he called out loudly to Kampa, who was intent on guiding Kaba and the others along the path of Super Saiyan God evolution. Given that the three of them lacked tails, it was indeed challenging for them to pursue the route of Super Saiyan 4. Understood, Lord Kampa, they replied in unison. Nevertheless, both Kaba and Kale were genuinely eager to learn through combat, seeking to study how Son Goku achieved this transformation. Only Caulifla stood apart, dismissing the Super Saiyan God Blue form entirely, believing it to be an easily attainable feat, attributing Vegeta's failure solely to his inadequacy. Returning to the video, Vegeta elucidated to Trunks the nature of Son Goku's current state. Goku had managed to contain the divine aura emanating from his Super Saiyan God Blue form within himself. thereby overcoming its inherent weakness of being unable to unleash its full power for extended durations. At this moment, Goku was capable of harnessing 100% of the Super Saiyan God Blue's strength, embodying the true essence of the complete Super Saiyan God. At this juncture, Son Goku had gained the upper hand, yet the fused Zamasu seized an opportune moment to strike Goku in the abdomen. Contrary to expectations, Goku did not get sent flying. Instead, he tensed his body, enduring the pain, and retaliated with an elbow strike. Zamasu was not propelled far, stabilizing himself with a burst of energy before launching himself back into the fray. Goku extended his hands, and the two clasped together, preparing for a contest of strength. However, Zamasu eschewed fair play, delivering a head but that caught Goku off guard. Nevertheless, Goku responded with remarkable swiftness, kicking Zamasu away with force. Excellent. If this continues, we should be able to hold out until Zamasu's fusion is undone, Future Trunks thought, filled with elation. Goku was now evenly matched with Zamasu, and it seemed certain that they could endure until Zamasu's fusion was broken. With little time remaining, Goku was not inclined to grant Zamasu any respite. He propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Zamasu gathered energy to launch at Goku, but instead of evading, Goku chose to confront it head-on. With both hands pressing against the energy blast, he exerted force, sending it hurtling away from him. This display left Zamasu utterly bewildered. On the other side of the universe, in the Capsule Corporation on Earth, the scene unfolded. At this juncture, it seems certain that Goku is poised for victory, as Zamasu's strength appears to be waning. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Krillin exclaimed, "We are finally on the brink of triumph this time." Not only has Goku managed to gain the upper hand over the fused Zamasu, but the most crucial factor is that the fusion is nearing its 1-hour limit and will soon be undone. Once the fusion is dispelled, Zamasu will undoubtedly be no match for Goku and Vegeta. However, it is premature to declare victory. The video has not yet reached its conclusion, leaving the outcome uncertain. Piccolo furrowed his brow, observing the increasingly beleaguered Zamasu in the footage. Though he longs for Goku to secure a decisive victory and eradicate Zamasu once and for all, he can't shake the feeling that such a triumph would come too easily. The situation surely cannot resolve itself so simply. I concur, Goku nodded, acknowledging the unfinished state of the video. It is indeed impossible to ascertain whether he will completely vanquish Zamasu based on what the footage has shown thus far. Primarily, Goku is concerned about Zamasu's immortality. Even if the fusion is dissolved, it remains likely that Black Goku and Zamasu would struggle against the Goku and Vegeta depicted in the video. However, that immortality poses a significant challenge, as there is no straightforward means to counter it. Moreover, the burden of the Super Saiyan God form is immense. A moment's carelessness could lead to complete physical collapse. Goku is uncertain how much longer he can endure in the state portrayed in the video. In other words, the battle has transformed into a race against time, where every second counts. Until the very end, it is impossible to determine who will emerge victorious. The atmosphere is palpably tense. Simultaneously, the vast majority of spectators are convinced that Goku will prevail. After all, they can clearly see that Goku has subdued the fused Zamasu. Given the current trajectory, whether the fusion is dispelled or not, Goku seems poised to secure victory. Yet, there exists a faction of individuals who speculate that the battle will not conclude so effortlessly. Perhaps Zamasu still possesses hidden cards up his sleeve, and it remains uncertain just how long Goku's body can withstand the strain. In the video, a smile crept across Goku's lips. Saiyans are notoriously resilient. You are well aware of that, aren't you? We're so close, Future Trunks said with palpable excitement. He felt that Goku only needed to exert a little more effort to completely defeat the fused Zamasu. However, Vegeta harbored a contrasting perspective. That fool Kakarot is stubbornly overexerting himself, he thought, as Goku concealed the blue energy of the Super Saiyan God within his body, risking imminent destruction. The question now is how long Kakarot can maintain this state. Vegeta is acutely aware of the significant drawbacks of the full Super Saiyan God form, having experimented with it himself. At that moment, Goku landed a powerful punch, sending the fused Zamasu hurtling away. Yet, the body seemed to be on the verge of collapse, as a sudden pain shot through Sun Wukong's arm, causing him to grimace. He was acutely aware of the state of his body. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to squander a single moment. Clenching his fists, he hoped to alleviate the throbbing pain coursing through his arm, but alas, employing such tactics in actual combat proved somewhat overwhelming. His physical condition was rapidly deteriorating. At that moment, fused Zamasu, who had just been sent flying into the ruins, suddenly emerged. He was now consumed by fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with rage and hatred directed at Sun Wukong. Do not let your pride cloud your judgment. An excessive reliance on one's own power is a flaw inherent in Saiyans, Sun Wukong thought, unwilling to waste another moment. He surged forward, unleashing a fierce assault against fused Zamasu. After delivering a powerful blow that sent Zamasu hurtling away, Sun Wukong tightened his fists, preparing to follow up with a second strike. However, Zamasu raised his hands upwards and forcefully pressed them down. A wave of invisible energy suddenly enveloped Sun Wukong, pinning him heavily to the ground, making it difficult for him to rise. Nevertheless, fused Zamasu was equally fatigued, panting heavily. Sun Wukong had no intention of surrendering or ceasing his struggles. He began to gather energy in his hands, slowly but surely. Though it took considerable effort, he ultimately succeeded in coalescing the energy. A surge of blue ki erupted forth, hurtling towards Zamasu. Unable to evade, Zamasu took the brunt of the attack. With a resounding explosion, energy erupted, filling the air with smoke. At that moment, Sun Wukong found himself able to move freely once more. To eliminate Zamasu before reaching his limits, he charged into the smoke. Sensing Sun Wukong's approach, fused Zamasu instinctively raised his palm to block Wukong's punch. The two then unleashed their full might upon one another. Ultimately, both Sun Wukong and fused Zamasu were sent sprawling by the force of their attacks. With two thunderous crashes, they both fell to the ground. However, even though they collapsed simultaneously, fused Zamasu was the first to rise. "I am immortal," he murmured to himself, tearing open his shirt. "I cannot be harmed." In an instant, his body began to heal. Sun Wukong also rose to his feet, seizing the opportunity while Zamasu's gaze was elsewhere. With a single punch, he knocked fused Zamasu down, forcing a strained smile onto his face. "You cannot recover now. My time to fight in this state is running out." However, scarcely had the words left his lips when blue spiritual energy began to emanate from him, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. In the chat group, "So this transformation imposes a tremendous burden on the body. Judging by Sun Wukong's condition, he must have reached his limit. This is truly troublesome. The me in the video has begun to leak energy. I can no longer fully contain the divine aura within. Indeed, any beauty cannot be maintained for long." In but a fleeting moment, the radiant light began to wane. "Frisia, once deceased, now taunted, this time. It seems you are truly reaching your end. Fear not, for in the video, you may perish at the hands of another. Yet in reality, your fate is sealed by my hand, Frisia." Vegeta retorted, "Silence, Frisia. Wait until your resurrection before you boast such bravado." Bulma chimed in, "Indeed, you vile Frisia. Remain in the depths of hell where you belong." The Frisia forces soldier proclaimed, "Lord Frisia, wait for us. We shall soon gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect you." So, now deceased, interjected, "Do not forget me. Remember to revive me as well, for I have formed an alliance with Frisia." As they observed the revived fused Zamasu in the video, Goku realized that his time to maintain the Super Saiyan Blue form was dwindling. At this juncture, he decided to take a gamble. Even if he was invulnerable, perhaps one final move could defeat him. Goku began to concentrate his power into his right fist. Trunks and Vegeta, witnessing this, understood that Goku was preparing for a last-ditch effort, channeling energy into his right hand to deliver a decisive blow to fused Zamasu. Should he fail, Goku would have no alternative. Meanwhile, the resurrected fused Zamasu repeatedly muttered a single phrase, "Damn it, damn it, damn it. I no longer need this earth, this universe. I shall annihilate you and this galaxy." His fury erupted, enveloping him in a torrent of pink energy, a force powerful enough to threaten annihilation. Does he possess such strength? Trunks thought, astonished. Chapter 90. This technique is known as the divine skill. No, that's not right, Vegeta discerned. That fiend is akin to Kakarot. His energy is surging from his battered form. Blinded by rage, he can no longer calculate the toll this takes on his body. If he does not recover his strength before unleashing such power, not even an invulnerable body could withstand the consequences. However, at that moment, the fused Zamasu had lost all reason, consumed solely by the desire to eliminate Goku. With a primal scream, he charged at Goku, fists clenched. Goku had long awaited this encounter. He propelled himself forward with explosive force, neither party contemplating evasion. Yet, just as their fists were about to collide, Goku smirked, vanishing in a flicker. "What? Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically as his punch struck only Goku's afterimage. The real Goku materialized beside Zamasu, his left hand pressing against his right forearm, while his right hand, fingers splayed, was poised against Zamasu's form. Lord Beerus, your technique is exceedingly perilous. I sincerely apologize, yet may I borrow it for a moment? With a commanding shout of destruction, an invisible yet immensely powerful shockwave struck the face of the fused Zamasu. In the blink of an eye, half of Zamasu's visage transformed into sand, subsequently collapsing and vanishing. For a moment, not only were Trunks and the others in the video rendered speechless with astonishment, but all viewers were equally taken aback. Even Son Goku could wield destruction. Kakarot and Vegeta exchanged glances between the video's Son Goku and their own. The astonishment in their eyes was beyond description. Was that not the very destruction of Lord Beerus? My father can wield destruction. Son Gohan, equally astonished, turned to Son Goku, pondering whether his future father had become a substitute god of destruction. Others shared Gohan's incredulous thoughts. If Son Goku had indeed become a substitute god of destruction, why would he employ such divine techniques? No, that is not the case. Beerus shook his head and raised a finger. A flash of purple light erupted, coalescing into a purplish-red sphere of destructive energy. This is true destructive energy. What Son Goku utilized in the video was merely a crude imitation of authentic destruction. He merely shattered Zamasu's face using energy, which hardly qualifies as genuine destruction. Upon finishing his statement, he released the destructive energy, striking a large tree, which instantly disintegrated into countless particles. Lord Beerus speaks the truth. Mastering the techniques of a god of destruction is no simple feat. Whis nodded, smiling. Not only are the techniques of the god of destruction difficult to master, but our angelic techniques, such as the Ultra Instinct, are equally challenging. The reason these techniques are deemed divine is precisely because even deities find them hard to grasp. Such an art is referred to as divine imitation. Yet, it is still quite formidable. Gohan remained thoroughly astonished. Even if it is imitation, it is not something just anyone could replicate. Humph, I can certainly do it too. Vegeta snorted. For him, anything Kakarot can accomplish, he, Vegeta, can achieve as well. Moreover, since Kakarot's attempt was merely an imitation, Vegeta resolved to master the authentic and complete power of destruction. In the 7th universe, within the realm of Hell, Frieza mused, destruction? That monkey Son Goku can even perform the techniques of a god of destruction. He truly did not anticipate that Goku could replicate such destruction. This far exceeded his expectations. He must devise a defense against this technique. He cannot allow Goku to obliterate him and cell again upon his resurrection. This technique is indeed troublesome. I must carefully contemplate how to respond. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Kappa scratched his head, bewildered by the circumstances. Something feels amiss. Yet he could not articulate what was wrong. Lord Kappa, that was merely an imitation. It is not true destruction, Bardos reminded with a smile. This was precisely where Xiang Pa sensed something amiss. Indeed, imitation is not genuine destruction. No wonder I have felt something was off. However, the fact that Sun Wukong could replicate destruction is remarkable. Although its potency may not be as formidable as true destruction, achieving such a feat is no small accomplishment. Realizing this, Xiang Pa once again acknowledged Sun Wukong's genius in battle. After all, the technique of destruction was something he could mimic after merely observing Beerus employ it a few times. Is this not the mark of a true prodigy? Not far away. Kale finally ceased her bravado, having been utterly astonished by Sun Wukong's display of destructive power. Sun Wukong had harnessed the strength of a god of destruction. Regardless of whether it was imitation, is it truly possible to develop such abilities independently without the guidance of a god of destruction? In the realm of destruction of Universe 2, the encouragement for Sun Wukong echoed. Go on, Sun Wukong. Completely obliterate that grotesque Zamas. Although it was not genuine destruction, the displayed power seemed capable of annihilating the fused Zamas. Despite his immortality, the strain of emotions and continuous injuries appeared to overwhelm his immortal form against such immense energy. In the video, as half of Zamas's face disintegrated into dust, soon after, half of his body followed suit. Just as everyone believed the fused Zamas was about to be utterly destroyed and meet his demise, an unexpected turn of events was about to unfold. At this critical moment, the fused Zamas used his remaining hand to open a time vortex. In the next instant, a time whirlpool appeared beside Mai, and Zamas's hand reached out, pulling her into the vortex. As Sun Wukong prepared to unleash destruction once more, Zamas held Mai before him as a shield. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately halted the release of destruction. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. Yet, the fused Zamas offered no reply. His objective had been achieved, and as long as Sun Wukong refrained from continuing his assault, he was content. Then, the leg that had not yet been destroyed suddenly lifted and delivered a powerful kick to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong, already at his limit, succumbed and fainted. At that moment, the half of Zamas's body that had been damaged began to heal rapidly. Soon, it was fully restored, and he even utilized his abilities to change the clothing on his upper body back to its original state. Witnessing this scene, many once again lost hope. They had believed that Sun Wukong was on the verge of victory, yet the fused Zamas, lacking any sense of honor, had taken the defenseless Mai as a hostage. Now, with Sun Wukong unconscious, the prospect of defeating the Dark Zamas seemed utterly bleak. In the chat group, due to the repugnant actions of the fused Zamasu, many individuals could not help but extend their cordial greetings toward him. Trunks, that scoundrel Zamasu actually uses defenseless humans as hostages. Goku, how despicable, Zamasu, to resort to such underhanded tactics in battle. Frieza has perished, yet it appears that this so-called god of justice is capable of committing profoundly unjust and base acts. However, seeing that filthy monkey Goku brought to his knees is precisely what I wish to witness. Topo, this is utterly unjust, beyond all justification. I simply cannot endure it any longer. Helles, not only is it unjust, but such actions are also devoid of beauty. Zamasu has ascended to an entirely new level of repugnance in my view. Gawasu, Zamasu, how far must you go? In the video, it was believed that this was already despairing enough. Little did anyone expect that the most disheartening events were yet to unfold. The fused Zamasu clenched his fists, glaring at the fallen Goku, his eyes brimming with hatred. The deity, positioned at the pinnacle of existence, resorted to such an unworthy method of victory. This must serve as a lesson etched in my mind. Humans shall never again be allowed to exist. In a swift motion, Zamasu raised his hand, aiming at Mai, prepared to eliminate her first. At that moment, future Trunks charged at Zamasu, sword in hand. Yet, how could his strength possibly contend with that of the fused Zamasu? With merely a glare, future Trunks was sent sprawling backward by a forceful impact. Humans, in their entirety, must never be allowed to re-emerge. The fused Zamasu now comprehended the true terror of humanity. Their power far exceeded his expectations. Despite regarding humans as nothing more than vermin, the most incapable and powerless beings, his encounters with Goku and Vegeta had irrevocably altered this perception. Humanity represents a perilous existence. After annihilating all humans this time, their resurgence shall be impossible. Forget it. It is far too troublesome. Let us obliterate this earth as well. The fused Zamasu withdrew his hand from Mai, redirecting his aim toward the ground. With but a surge of energy, the earth would vanish in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, the time limit for the fusion was reached, and the two suddenly separated. Strangely, they did not part ways as Goku and Vegeta had, but rather remained partially connected, unable to fully split apart. Goku awakened, witnessing the struggling black Goku and Zamasu, unable to fully divide. He was baffled. In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, what is happening? Gohan wondered aloud. Why did the fused Zamasu not separate into two individuals like Dad and Uncle Vegeta? Hasn't the hour of fusion elapsed? Indeed, it is quite strange. Goku, too, found himself perplexed by the circumstances surrounding Zamasu and Black Goku. Scratching his head, he pondered, could it be that the two of them are utilizing divine power to resist the dissolution of their fusion? Is their forceful resistance indeed a reality? After all, Zamasu is a substitute Supreme Kai, endowed with divine strength. Who knows if their inability to separate normally is due to this resistance? How utterly revolting, Vegeta scoffed, growing increasingly eager to deliver a thorough beating to Zamasu. Had he foreseen this moment, Vegeta mused that he should have sent a message in the chat group, preventing Rumshur from obliterating Zamasu, as he would personally venture to Universe 10 to eradicate Zamasu himself. You are only half correct, Mr. Goku, Whis remarked, casting a smile towards Son Goku. It is not solely their divine power that resists the dissolution of their fusion. Every cell within their bodies is engaged in this resistance. This revelation instantly astonished Goku and the others. What did it mean that their very bodies and each cell were resisting the dissolution of the fusion? Indeed, Piccolo, the voice of reason, suddenly grasped the implication, exclaiming, they are both Zamasu. Even if Zamasu wished upon the Super Dragon Balls to exchange bodies with Goku, His soul remains that of Zamasu. Thus, within this hour of fusion, the souls and cells of the two Zamasus have become intertwined. What did you say? Vegeta turned to Piccolo, unable to believe his words. Such a claim seemed audacious. The notion that the cells and souls of two Zamasus had gradually merged over time was staggering. That is precisely the case, Whis affirmed, nodding in agreement with Piccolo's hypothesis, even if it sounded rather unscientific. Indeed, within the hour of their fusion, the cells and souls of the two Zamasus had indeed united. This was why they did not dissolve their fusion as readily as Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta. Upon Whis' conclusion, Vegeta and the others found themselves at a loss for words. If Zamasu refrained from engaging in fusion, would that not mean that Goku and Vegeta in the video would have even less chance of overcoming Zamasu? Simultaneously, many deities from other universes and astute humans began to infer why Zamasu's separation was so arduous. The two were resisting the dissolution of their fusion, which only diminished Goku and his companions' chances of victory. After all, the fused Zamasu, unable to separate from his fusion, posed an insurmountable challenge for Goku and Vegeta in their current states. In Universe 10, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, Gowasu implored, "Zamasu, I beg you, please surrender." He was truly disheartened to witness Zamasu's continued destruction. He had strayed far from the path of a deity, treading an increasingly erroneous road, with no sign of halting in sight. Chapter 92. One God is sufficient. Upon witnessing his former disciple, Gawas felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. While his heart ached for Zamasu, he was also engulfed in guilt and concern for Goku and his companions captured on the screen. His grave error in selecting Zamasu as the substitute god of destruction for Universe 10 had exposed Goku and the others to an unprecedented existential threat. Who could have anticipated that Zamasu's continued existence would precipitate such calamity? Zamasu's actions left Ramusi utterly astounded. Not only did he annihilate all the gods of destruction, resulting in the demise of their respective angels, but he also harbored ambitions to usurp the omnipotent Zeno, aspiring to become the singular deity reigning at the pinnacle of existence within the Zeno's palace. Zeno, however, did not respond with anger to Zamasu's audacious proclamations. Rather, he found him exceedingly distasteful. Zamasu's conduct was hardly befitting of a divine being. Thus, Zeno fervently hoped for Goku and his allies to emerge victorious. Rising to his feet, he waved his tiny fists and shouted at the video screen, "Go for it, Goku. Vegeta, you must defeat that villain, should circumstances permit." Zeno would even be willing to lend his formidable power to Goku and the others. However, despite his willingness, as the supreme deity, he was powerless to intervene directly in the unfolding events. All he could do was watch and cheer for Goku, hoping for their triumph. That was the extent of his ability. In the video, the proclamation echoed, "I am the sole deity." Black Goku and Zamasu resisted the dissolution of their fusion, declaring, "One God is sufficient, we are one." Just then, Trunks, propelled by the force of Zamasu's earlier gaze, appeared unexpectedly behind the fused entity. With a mighty swing, he struck down the center of Black Goku and Zamasu, forcibly separating them in an instant. Trunks' intervention astounded Goku and Vegeta. They had not anticipated that he could cleave through the fusion of Black Goku and Zamasu. Nevertheless, this turn of events was fortuitous, as it meant Zamasu would no longer maintain his fused state. Now, separated, both were considerably weaker and more vulnerable. A collective sigh of relief swept through all who witnessed the video, including the deities. Thankfully, Zamasu and Black Goku had not completed their fusion again, and perhaps, just perhaps, Goku and his allies still had a chance of victory. In the video, following this pivotal moment, Trunks acted decisively, with no hint of hesitation. Aware of Zamasu's immortality, he redirected his focus toward Black Goku, who lacked such a gift. With all his might, he thrust his sword into Black Goku's body, ensuring it penetrated deeply, even embedding itself into the ground below. On the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation. "Wonderful, Trunks," Son Gohan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "You have personally eliminated Black Goku and safeguarded Earth. Now, only the immortal Zamasu remains." However, the challenge posed by Zamasu's immortality was indeed formidable. Krillin scratched his head, struggling to conceive a method to vanquish the immortal being. It seemed that sealing him away was the only viable option. At least, with Black Goku defeated, the immediate danger had been halved. "Now Goku and the others are safe," Yamcha remarked with a smile, feeling that the threat had been thoroughly dispelled. The others shared this sentiment. Yet, Just as everyone believed that victory was assured with Black Goku's demise, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Black Goku suddenly raised his hand, unleashing an energy blast that struck Trunks. Everyone was taken aback. How could Black Goku, who had been pierced through, still be alive? It was Zamasu who possessed immortality, not Black Goku. Why was this happening? For a moment, confusion reigned. The most astonishing revelation was yet to come. Black Goku rose to his feet, the sword still embedded in his body, as if untouched by pain. He turned to face Goku and the others with a sinister grin, effortlessly withdrawing the blade and shattering it in his grasp. In the next instant, Black Goku's form transformed into a puddle of liquid. The most bewildering moment arrived as the liquid reformed, and Black Goku astonishingly re-emerged as the fused Zamasu. What? Vegeta and the others could hardly believe their eyes. How could Black Goku morph into fused Zamasu? Goku shouted, attempting to extract answers from the newly transformed Zamasu. At that moment, the fallen Zamasu approached from behind Goku, refraining from attacking. With a slight upward curl of his lips, he too transformed into a pool of liquid, reconstituting as fused Zamasu. Goku was thoroughly terrified, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Both Black Goku and Zamasu had become fused Zamasu. Sensing their combined power, Goku realized they were just as formidable as the previous fused Zamasu. How could they possibly contend with such overwhelming odds? One fused Zamasu was already a daunting challenge, and now there were 2. In the realm of the Destroyers of Universe 2, the grotesque creature has multiplied. Hellas found it unbearable to gaze directly at the screen depicting fused Zamasu. One repugnant entity was already difficult to endure, and now there were 2. The reason for the sudden duplication of fused Zamasu eluded even Hellas, the Destroyer of Universe 2. After all, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Although she had previously witnessed deities utilizing Podhera earrings for fusion, seeing someone like Zamasu, who, upon separating, had transformed into 2 distinct entities, was entirely new to her. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, she found herself perplexed. What on earth was happening? The fused Zamasu had indeed morphed into 2. Bulma initially thought her eyes were deceiving her. Rubbing her eyes, she soon realized that she was not mistaken. Both Black Goku and Zamasu had truly become the fused Zamasu. How could they contend against 2 fused Zamasus? Gohan clenched his fists, wishing he could leap into the screen to assist Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 93, he would surely be revived again. Yet, even if he did intervene, given his strength, he would be of little help. What was this? Goku pondered why Zamasu had transformed in such a manner. Hadn't the fusion time elapsed? Moreover, Trunks had split him in 2. Why had both Black Goku and Zamasu turned into the fused Zamasu? I suspect that the cells of Zamasu and Black Goku have completely merged. This has resulted in their inability to revert to their original forms, and they might even proliferate through cellular division. Presently, there were merely 2, but perhaps in the future, further divisions could occur. Of course, this was merely Whis' conjecture. Yet it represented the most unfavorable and terrifying scenario. If the fused Zamasu continued to divide, who could predict how many fused Zamasus might emerge? With just these 2 fused Zamasus, Goku and Vegeta had nearly no chance of victory. The notion that cellular fusion could lead to such a grotesque outcome was utterly repulsive. Vegeta glared at the 2 fused Zamasus on the screen. In the video, both he and Goku had reached their limits. If this continued, death was the only foreseeable outcome. With no glimmer of victory in sight, the others were likewise contemplating how Goku and Vegeta could possibly achieve victory. Could it be that the conclusion of this video would be their collective demise? Were Goku and Vegeta destined to meet their end here? In the video, one of the fused Zamasus kicked Goku away with a single blow, while the other approached from behind and sent Goku flying with a punch. Subsequently, both fused Zamasus bore wicked smirks, their mouths emitting a cruel laughter, mercilessly mocking Goku and his companions. Gritting his teeth, Goku tightened his fists once more, struggling to rise to his feet despite his overwhelming fatigue. As he gazed at the 2 fused Zamasus mocking them, confusion enveloped him. Both were equally formidable. What on earth was happening? Vegeta and the 2 Supreme Kai also found themselves baffled by the situation. Why had Black Goku and Zamasu transformed into 2 fused Zamasus? However, despite their confusion, they understood that this was the most dire situation imaginable, one that could not possibly worsen. At that moment, Vegeta found himself at a loss. He glanced back at the unconscious Trunks and Mai, as well as Goku, who was being relentlessly pummeled by the fused Zamasu. You scoundrel! Vegeta clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. In the next instant, Consumed by fury, he transformed once more into Super Saiyan Blue. He charged towards the two fused Zamasu, fully aware that his body had reached its limits and that further exertion could lead to his demise. Yet, he was determined to prevent anyone from perishing here. Even though he knew this reckless act could cost him his life, he pressed on without hesitation. At that moment, one of the fused Zamasu had Goku by the throat, lifting him into the air. Vegeta flew in, his target not the fused Zamasu, but Goku himself. He delivered a powerful kick, sending Goku hurtling away. Many onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, but upon reflection, they recognized that this was indeed a quintessentially Vegeta manner of rescue, unique and distinctively his own. As he landed, an immense surge of golden energy erupted from Vegeta's hands. He began to gather his strength with all his might. Soon, as the energy reached its zenith, he aimed both hands at the two fused Zamasu. Gamma burst, he shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy infused with golden light and crackling lightning. The two fused Zamasu, seemingly undeterred, made no effort to evade or defend themselves, allowing the energy to engulf them completely. The force of the attack was monumental. When the energy dissipated, the area where the blast had struck lay in ruins, and the fused Zamasu had been reduced to mere fragments. At this moment, the awakened Trunks was filled with concern for Vegeta. Despite his exhaustion and having just unleashed such tremendous energy, Vegeta was at risk of perishing. Yet, Vegeta had already cast aside the thought of death. He was willing to sacrifice himself for the survival of others. However, just as everyone believed the ordeal had come to an end, the fragments on the ground began to stir ominously. It's futile, Vegeta. He will surely revive. Goku hastily warned, hoping that Vegeta had conserved some energy. Indeed, the fused Zamasu possessed an immortal essence. But then, the most terrifying event unfolded. Each fragment transformed into a new fused Zamasu, and countless versions stood up, each wearing a sinister smile. This scene struck fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it. Chapter 94. I will fight until the end now. Countless fused Zamasu have emerged, each possessing an astounding 100% of their strength. These are not mere weakened versions of Zamasu. Even a single one poses an insurmountable challenge, and two are utterly despairing. The sheer multitude of these fused Zamasus is beyond comprehension, amplifying the hopelessness to a staggering degree, leaving no glimmer of hope in sight. In the chat group, discussions unfold. With so many fused Zamasus, even if Goku and Vegeta had 10 lives, they wouldn't stand a chance, remarks Xiangpa. Chirp, chirp, those two Saiyans are done for, adds Quatella. It's my fault. I sincerely apologize for all that has transpired, laments Guas. The crux of the matter is, at this point, escape is futile. Zamasu possesses the time ring, enabling him to pursue Goku and Vegeta across any timeline, states Waymeda. Old Kaioshin is sealed and in dire straits. Who can come to my rescue? He coughs. Wait for me, ancestor. Once the video concludes, I shall come to your aid, promises Shin. Countless grotesque Zamasus. My eyes have suffered innumerable blows, exclaims Hellas. Haha, I am genuinely curious who could possibly deal with so many fused Zamasus, muses Paragus. On Earth, within Capsule Corporation, Bulma exclaims in frustration. How can one possibly fight against so many fused Zamasus? This is sheer bullying. Just one turning into two was already overwhelming. And now there are so many that one cannot even count them. This is outright oppression. Goku and Vegeta cannot split themselves. Could it be that the conclusion of this video really shows them falling to countless fused Zamasus? Krillin hesitates to entertain such thoughts. Yet the unfolding events compel him in that direction. The spirit bomb cannot be utilized due to the scarcity of energy in the future timeline. Fusion is currently unavailable to Goku and Vegeta, and the Patera earrings have been destroyed in battle. Furthermore, Zamasu would never grant them the opportunity to fuse. With their bodies reaching their limits, devoid of energy and stamina, they find themselves at a loss for any means to vanquish such a multitude of fused Zamasus. A single Zamasu is already a formidable adversary, and in this moment, none can conceive of a path to victory. There exists no strategy for success. In the video, as the countless fused Zamasus close in, Vegeta clenches his fists and shouts to Goku, Kakarot, I shall remain here to fight until the very end. You must return to the past and pray for a miracle. He has made his choice, determined to sacrifice himself, allowing Goku and the others to escape in the time machine. For Vegeta, it suffices that he alone meets his end. Upon witnessing Vegeta's resolute determination, Goku was momentarily taken aback. However, a faint smile graced his lips as he declared, If you choose to stay, then I shall remain alongside you. Clenching his fists, Goku approached Vegeta, resolute in his refusal to abandon him to face the multitude of fused Zamasu alone in this hellish realm. Future Trunks and the two Supreme Kais could not comprehend their decision. Goku merely chuckled and replied, "Trunks, it's settled. You must return to the past swiftly." "No, I cannot leave you both here," Trunks protested, unable to bear the thought of watching Goku and Vegeta remain behind. The fate that awaited them was nothing short of death. "Trunks, do you not still wish to protect that girl?" Vegeta said, turning his back to Trunks. Momentarily distracted by the sight of the unconscious Mai beside him, Trunks fell into silence, doubt beginning to creep in. "Hurry and go. I entrust Bulma to your care," Vegeta declared, his determination unwavering. He would not abandon this place. Dad! 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 Trunks found himself unable to simply forsake Goku and Vegeta. Yet, as the fused Zamasu drew nearer, the Supreme Kai Shin urged, "Mr. Trunks, now is the time to seal the hatch." With great reluctance, Trunks complied, for otherwise, they would all meet their demise. As the time machine prepared for activation, Goku turned to Vegeta, asking, "So, Vegeta, do you have a battle plan?" "How could there be one?" Vegeta retorted, his tension momentarily alleviated by the absurdity of the question. With so many fused Zamasu, what strategy could possibly be effective? Chapter 95. Let us create a ruckus before we die, Kakarot. Before them, mere meters away, countless fused Zamasu advanced, shrouding the atmosphere in overwhelming despair and pressure that rendered it difficult to breathe. "Let us create a ruckus before we die, Kakarot." Vegeta smirked, the corners of his mouth curling into a wicked grin. This would be their final uproar before the end. "Indeed, let us make it a grand spectacle together," Goku replied with a smile. For some inexplicable reason, fear eluded them in this moment. Channeling their energy, both were unable to transform even into their ordinary Super Saiyan forms. They could only fight in their base state. In the chat group, Helles, truly, the bond between Goku and Vegeta is one of genuine love. Topo, for the sake of justice, I will forever remember you both. Bulma, who said that? Vegeta and I are the true love. Chi-Chi, exactly. Goku is mine. Goku, ha ha ha, it seems that I am destined to perish in that video. However, to create chaos with Vegeta one last time before I go is rather splendid. Vegeta, humph, I never imagined, Kakarot, that I wouldn't be the one to end your life. What a pity. In Universe 6, in the realm of the gods of destruction, even Kampa was moved by the spectacle before him. Many millennia ago, he was much like Beerus, fighting valiantly side by side, putting their lives on the line to vanquish foes, having no inkling of how many times they had caused a ruckus. Yet now, whenever they meet, they hurl insults at each other, unable to engage in civil discourse. It is truly poignant. Even the angel, Batos, can feel the weight of their bond, as she wipes away the tears from her eyes with a handkerchief. Vegeta, on the other hand, wishes for no one to perish and is willing to sacrifice himself for that cause. Goku, unwilling to allow Vegeta to face his demise alone, resolutely chooses to remain by his side, prepared to meet death together. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, it is unexpected to witness the camaraderie that has blossomed between these two troublesome monkeys. Alas, in the end, they shall die together. This conclusion is indeed what I yearn to see. Frieza, with one hand partially concealing his mouth, emits a sharp, sinister laugh, reveling in his current elation. For Frieza, it is a moment of triumph, as he finally has a video recounting Goku and his companion's demise, an outcome he has long desired. Yet, it is a pity that the video does not depict him personally delivering the fatal blow to Goku and the others. Nevertheless, in reality, Frieza is steadfast in his belief that, upon resurrection, he will personally eliminate Goku and his friends. Back on Earth, within Capsule Corporation, a sense of dread permeates the air. Krillin, his hands pressed against his head, is overwhelmed with anxiety, not wanting to witness such a grim conclusion for Goku and Vegeta. Gohan clenches his fists, equally disheartened by the thought of their demise, yet he sees no glimmer of hope. The combined might of Zamasu is already a formidable challenge, and now facing numerous fused Zamasus leaves them utterly powerless. Whis, too, begins to harbor doubts, sensing the absence of any potential for victory. It is unfathomable to conceive of a means to assist Goku and Vegeta at this juncture. The only possible savior seems to be the Grand Zeno from that timeline, who must still be alive, as he could not have been vanquished by Zamasu. However, it is unlikely that the Grand Zeno would intervene to aid Goku and Vegeta. as he has always been indifferent to the affairs of mortals and gods. Haha, it appears we are destined to perish together, Vegeta, Goku exclaims. Casting a jovial glance at Vegeta, at least we can create quite a stir before our end. I have no intention of dying alongside you, Vegeta retorts disdainfully, crossing his arms and coldly asserting, and rest assured, I shall be the one to defeat you in the end, Kakarot. Mark my words. Simultaneously, many across other universes share the same sentiment, believing that Goku and Vegeta in the video have lost all hope of victory. After all, given the current physical state of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, their remaining stamina and energy levels render them incapable of even transforming into a standard Super Saiyan. How could they possibly contend against the countless fused Zamasu? The certainty of their demise is inescapable, with no glimmer of hope for victory. Returning to the video amidst everyone's concerns, the unexpected outcome loomed before them. As the multitude of fused Zamasu drew closer, Sun Wukong found it hard to fathom the reality that they were about to perish, overwhelmed by innumerable fused Zamasu. Humph, seeing you, my most despised foe, meet your end. That is indeed satisfying, Vegeta remarked with a cold snort and a hint of amusement. How can you say that, Vegeta? Sun Wukong chuckled softly, frustration evident as he struggled to summon any more strength. If only he could transform into a Super Saiyan one last time, unleashing chaos before their inevitable end. In that moment, he yearned for 2 more Senzu beans. Chapter 96. The Omni King recognized the situation. With those beans, he and Vegeta could transform into Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan God Blue forms, reveling in a final bout before their demise, competing to see who could vanquish the most fused Zamasu. However, at this critical juncture, just when many believed all hope was lost, Sun Wukong felt something peculiar in his pocket. Upon extracting it, he discovered an object with a purple outer casing, adorned with a blue button on top and a red button below. The onlookers were perplexed, gazing at the object Sun Wukong had revealed. Yet, some deities recognized it. This appears to be the communication device of the Omni King, one remarked. Beerus, hey, could this possibly belong to that esteemed individual? Champ, I wonder who knows. Step forward if you do. Ramsey, I believe I've seen this before. It belongs to that esteemed individual. Weimer, why? Why is this device in the hands of a mere human like Sun Wukong? Helles, this is truly astonishing. Whis, oh dear. It seems a singular hope for victory has emerged. Frisia, what are you lot babbling about? Is that wretched monkey Sun Wukong about to be saved yet again? As Frisia listened to the deity's discourse, an ominous premonition surged within him. He sensed that Sun Wukong and Vegeta might indeed escape their fate. Yet, what purpose did that button serve? What could it summon to vanquish so many fused Zamasu? Even if Beerus, the god of destruction, arrived, could he manage such a feat? On Earth in Universe 7, at Capsule Corporation, curiosity swirled among Sun Wukong and his companions. Which esteemed individual could this be? They wondered, turning their gaze toward Beerus and Whis. The caliber of someone whom both could refer to as master must be extraordinary. Moreover, how could such a powerful artifact find its way into Wukong's possession? I mentioned this before, Whis replied with a smile. In the 12 universes, aside from the Kaioshin, gods of destruction, and angels, there exist 2 supreme deities. The Grand Minister and the Omni King. The Omni King, the supreme deity at the pinnacle of all existence. The true embodiment of the zenith of creation. That button must surely belong to the Omni King. Upon this elucidation from Whis, Sun Wukong and his companions suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Their faces manifested expressions of profound astonishment. A deity of such immense power, standing at the apex of all, how could it be that his possession was in the hands of Sun Wukong? What could possibly explain this? Beerus was equally taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Fearless in the face of adversity, he nonetheless trembled before the 2 deities he truly feared, the Grand Minister and the Omni King. Witnessing Sun Wukong in possession of the Omni King's artifact left him in a state of sheer trepidation, compelling him to unravel the mystery at hand. Whis, with a subtle smile, acknowledged his own lack of understanding regarding why Sun Wukong possessed the Omni King's item. However, one certainty emerged in his mind. Sun Wukong and Vegeta would not meet their demise in the future timeline, for the Omni King represented an invincible force. Should he choose to aid Sun Wukong and Vegeta, no matter how formidable their adversaries, they would be effortlessly obliterated with but a flick of the Omni King's little finger. Even a being as formidable as fused Zamasu would be regarded as utterly insignificant in the Omni King's eyes. In the Omni King's palace, recognition dawned upon him. Wasn't he that his toy? With a mere press of the button, he would instantly appear beside the one who activated it. Conversely, the individual pressing the button would find themselves immediately transported to his side. Oh dear, it seems that in the future, you have already considered Mr. Wukong a friend. Dear Omni King, remarked the Grand Minister, tinged with a hint of surprise. The button had originally been intended for his friends, yet the Omni King had never had any. Thus, it remained with him. The fact that Sun Wukong had produced the button in the video review was proof that a strong friendship had blossomed between the Omni King and him. It was the reason the Omni King had entrusted the button to Sun Wukong, allowing him to summon assistance at critical junctures. Returning to the video, Sun Wukong suddenly turned to King Kai, exclaiming, "Hey, King Kai, is the Omni King still present in this world?" King Kai was momentarily taken aback. After pondering the question, though uncertain of Sun Wukong's motive, he responded earnestly, "The Omni King must still be here. After all, he is the one being who cannot be vanquished by anyone." However, he was perplexed. "But why do you ask this, Mr. Wukong?" In a moment of life and death, Sun Wukong's inquiry regarding the Omni King left King Kai bewildered. Chapter 97. The Omni King truly appears. With King Kai's reassurance, Sun Wukong seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. He, along with Vegeta, no, all of them, might just escape death. A hint of exhilaration danced upon his lips as he grasped the button in his hand. It remained uncertain whether this object would have any effect on the Grand Zeno present here. Upon witnessing the button in Goku's possession, the Supreme Kai, Shin, was taken aback. However, he soon comprehended why Goku had posed such a question earlier. "Trunks, please hold on a moment. Let us return together," Goku suddenly called out to Trunks, who was on the verge of activating the time machine. After all, should the Grand Zeno truly be summoned, then he and Vegeta would not perish here. Trunks appeared bewildered but complied with Goku's request, momentarily halting the time machine. Goku placed his last hope upon the button he held. If he successfully summoned the Grand Zeno, the likelihood of their survival was significantly increased. None of them would meet their end. At the very instant Goku pressed the blue button, a beam of light flickered, and indeed, the Grand Zeno manifested. The two Supreme Kais were rendered speechless by the appearance of the Grand Zeno, their mouths agape in astonishment. However, due to the abrupt summoning, the Grand Zeno lost his footing and fell face-first to the ground. This sight nearly caused the two Supreme Kais to faint from shock. Naturally, all the deities watching the video were equally startled, cold sweat trickling down their brows, hardly daring to breathe. Despite it being merely a video, they felt compelled to extend utmost respect towards the Grand Zeno, for any of their actions could easily be observed by the real Grand Zeno and the Grand Minister. Yet, many humans who were unfamiliar with the Grand Zeno were filled with confusion. They could not comprehend who this figure was, especially upon seeing the Grand Zeno's diminutive stature, resembling that of a child. Their skepticism only deepened. Was this truly the esteemed figure spoken of by so many gods in their chat group? The two Supreme Kais in the video appeared utterly terrified. Although the Grand Zeno looked like a mere child, he seemed far from formidable. In the depths of hell within Universe 7, Frieza remarked, "Is this colorful, seemingly adorable little child truly the one capable of saving Goku and the others? How utterly displeasing." Frieza could not fathom such a notion. To him, the Grand Zeno seemed insignificant. It was baffling that so many deities in their chat group referred to this child as that esteemed being. This is what they mean by not judging a book by its cover, Cell chuckled softly. Yet, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his smile to fade. If Goku indeed knew such a powerful deity, could they truly execute their plan to eliminate Goku and his friends? Who could say? Frieza was unwilling to dwell on such uncertainties, his hatred intensifying. Regardless, he was determined to annihilate that accursed Saiyan race upon his resurrection. Be it the god of destruction Beerus, the angel Whis, or this vibrant little child. Whoever obstructs me shall be annihilated. I, Frieza, shall cultivate my strength, soaring far beyond them. This encapsulates Frieza's ambition. To eradicate the Saiyans, he shall enhance his power, surpassing all deities. However, this endeavor is not solely motivated by the desire to obliterate the Saiyans. Frieza possesses an insatiable ambition, and even in the absence of the Saiyans, he would still conceive the notion of exterminating all gods and reigning supreme over them. Such arrogance is indeed staggering. Yet, I find it appealing, and I shall accompany you in this pursuit of supremacy over all deities. Cell, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and gazed at Frieza. In the video, The fused Zamasu also took note of the King of All's presence. However, they were unable to ascertain whether the figure was indeed the King of All. Nevertheless, countless Zamasus were already drenched in cold sweat, fully aware of the terror that the King of All embodies. At that moment, when the King of All turned around and confirmed his identity, all fused Zamasus were nearly overwhelmed with fear. It truly is Lord Zeno. Why? Why is Lord Zeno here? They exclaimed in panic. We had not accounted for this in our plans. In an instant, all fused Zamasus were engulfed in trepidation. In their strategy, they had presumed that the King of All would remain indifferent to their machinations. Yet, he had unexpectedly appeared, shattering their plans and exposing vulnerabilities. At this juncture, the King of All directed his gaze towards Son Goku. Who are you? Clearly, this future version of the King of All did not recognize Son Goku. Yes, it was they who did this, Son Goku replied with a grin, raising his hand in greeting. Hello, Lord Zeno. Who are you? Did you summon me? The King of All remained puzzled by Son Goku's identity and why he possessed his own toy. I am Son Goku, he explained with a smile. I am a friend of the King of All from another world. Oh, the King of All nodded, then glanced around at the dismal surroundings. This is truly dreadful. Yes, it was they who did this. Son Goku quickly pointed at the fused Zamasus. In that moment, all fused Zamasus were left in a state of shock, as the King of All had now fixed his gaze upon them. In the chat group, Zampa, so Son Goku is indeed friends with Lord Zeno. Helles, truly magnificent. The first human to befriend the King of All has emerged. Why am I? Not to mention the first human, even if we consider all the deities. Lord Zeno has never befriended any of them. Ketla, how can such a thing occur? The first friend of Lord Zeno is a Saiyan from the 7th universe. Why must it be from the 7th universe? Bills, jealousy, envy, and hatred, little mouse. Learn from it. Ketla, Bills you. In the 6th universe, the realm of destruction. Indeed, the character of Sun Wukong is truly remarkable. He shares the same fears as Kampa, namely the Grand Minister and Zeno. It is astonishing to witness the friendship that has blossomed between Sun Wukong and Zeno. Kampa, overwhelmed by this revelation, is left in a state of shock, perspiring profusely. Bardos nods in agreement, acknowledging the extraordinary nature of this situation. It further reinforces her belief that Sun Wukong is indeed a human capable of constantly creating miracles. Not far away, Caulifla stands utterly bewildered, rendered speechless. Initially, she had aspired to compete with Sun Wukong, driven by her innate arrogance, refusing to be outdone by him or Vegeta in any aspect. However, with Sun Wukong now recognized as Zeno's first friend, she finds herself at a loss. Fully aware of her inability to forge a friendship with such a powerful being. Wonderful Mr. Wukong. With Lord Zeno on our side, no matter how many fused Zamasu there are, Lord Zeno will surely eradicate them all, exclaimed Kaba, clenching his fists in excitement. Now, Sun Wukong and Vegeta would not face death. The Saiyans of Universe 7 would not be slain by that despicable villain, Zamasu. In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, the situation still seems almost unbelievable. Beerus wipes the cold sweat from his forehead and hastily consumes a piece of cake to calm his nerves. It is astonishing that such a prominent figure as Zeno would form a friendship with Sun Wukong. He feels that this event will remain hard to believe for him no matter how much time passes. Truly remarkable, Wukong, he muses. Now, my father and the others will not perish, nor will they fall victim to fused Zamasu. The crisis has been averted once again. Well done, old Sunday. In that moment, Krillin and the others could not help but extol Sun Wukong's virtues, expressing their joy and admiration for him. The ultimate resolution turned out to be something none had anticipated, surpassing the imagination of all, even the deities. Sun Wukong astonishingly produced a Zeno summoning device from his pocket and, with a gentle press, summoned the most powerful deity. As for Vegeta, although he remained silent, he too was profoundly astonished, finding it incredible that Kakarot, this simple-minded creature, had befriended a being of such supreme stature. However, this meant that they would indeed survive. None would perish. Kakarot, Trunks, Mai, himself, and the two Supreme Kai would all live to return to their past timeline. This was precisely the outcome Vegeta had hoped for. Observing the fused Zamasu in the video, they were all struck by fear of Lord Zeno. Trunks, hands on his hips, suddenly felt a surge of joy. After all, Zamasu had dared to bully Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and his future beautiful girlfriend Mai. Little Trunks eagerly wished for the fusion Zamasu to be eradicated swiftly. This was only natural, for he now stood before the amalgamation of Zamasu, a being that epitomized the pinnacle of existence, the supreme deity, Lord Zeno. As Beerus indulged in his cake, he chuckled, having initially refrained from savoring the delicacies due to his anxiety. He did not wish to witness Goku and Vegeta being mercilessly vanquished by the fusion Zamasu. However, once he saw Zeno summoned by Goku, his worries dissipated entirely. After all, no one could triumph over Zeno, a certainty that Beerus held firmly. In Chapter 99, the fusion Zamasu began to scatter in all directions. It seems there is a large group, Zeno remarked, glancing at Goku. Yes, indeed, they are the villains, Goku affirmed eagerly. Their only recourse now rested upon Zeno, and he spoke the truth. This future timeline had indeed been ravaged by the fusion Zamasu. Oh dear. The fusion Zamasu were gripped by fear, fully aware that their situation was dire. Zeno appeared to side with the Saiyans, an unfavorable turn of events for them. This is infuriating. Zeno's tone remained remarkably calm. Goku seized the moment to embellish. Right, Lord Zeno. Wouldn't it be better to eliminate them all? Indeed, Zeno acknowledged, finding Goku's reasoning sound. Such destructive beings, causing havoc across planets, surely had no place in existence. Quickly flee. Run. Realizing Zeno genuinely contemplated their annihilation, the fusion Zamasu, without a moment's hesitation, scattered in panic. In the depths of the seventh universe, in hell, Frieza was left astonished. Is this colorful little child truly so formidable? He mused, astonished that so many fusion Zamasu lacked even the courage to fight back. Just moments ago, they had proclaimed themselves as deities at the apex of all existence. Yet now, faced with Zeno, not a single fusion Zamasu dared to confront him. Instead, they all sought to escape. Curiosity about the true extent of Zeno's power ignited within Frieza. Who knows? Cell remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It appears he is indeed the most powerful of them all. After all the deities in their chat referred to him as Lord Zeno, signifying his unparalleled status above all. If that were the case, for him and Frieza to surpass each other, they would have to become the two most powerful entities in the universe, a feat of extraordinary difficulty. Returning to the video, the fusion Zamasu were indeed fleeing, with none daring to halt. With all their might, they fled at the utmost speed. After all, for the fused Zamasu, confronting the Omni King directly was tantamount to seeking death. Thus, escape was their sole recourse. They possessed countless doppelgangers. As long as one could elude the Omni King's divine power, that would suffice. If even one survived, they could continue with their zero plan, which was merely an endeavor to flee to another dimension. However, their belief stemmed from ignorance of the Omni King's formidable strength. Once targeted by the Omni King, none among them could hope to escape. As the Omni King manifested blue energy in both hands, Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, realized the gravity of the situation and his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that the Omni King intended not only to annihilate all fused Zamasu, but also to obliterate this world? Vegeta, hurry. We must board the time machine. Sun Wukong urgently called out, racing towards the time machine. If the world were to be destroyed, they too would be obliterated alongside it. In a flash, Vegeta and Sun Wukong clutched the time machine, while the two Kaioshins swiftly donned their time rings, returning to the past through them. Disperse. The Omni King suddenly raised his hands, and with his command, everything was engulfed in a blinding white light. No, my plan. The fused Zamasu cried out in agony, their voices filled with despair. The power of the Omni King shattered the time rings representing this future timeline, for an entire timeline had been erased by him. The video concluded at this point, and a voice echoed in their minds. Episode 4 Combat Summary. Invincible Vegeto concluded. Please take a few days off. The third installment of the Saiyan Transformation Analysis will be aired shortly. As the announcement faded, the chat group remained open for a few more minutes. Many deities hastened to send their final messages in the chat. Helles, the power of the Omni King is truly dazzlingly beautiful. Gaosu, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. Compass, I'll train, Beerus. Just wait. During the Saiyan fighting tournament, you will witness the might of our sixth universe Saiyans. Beerus, oh, I genuinely look forward to seeing what your sixth universe is capable of. Sun Wukong, Lord Kampa, hurry up. I can hardly wait. Caulifla, just you wait. Sun Wukong, I alone will defeat all of you. Old Kaioshin, someone, please come save me from my sealed state in the Kaioshin realm. Shin, ancestor, we are on our way. Please hold on a moment longer. Chapter 100. The power of the Omni King is indeed terrifying. In Universe 10, the realm of the Destroyer God, Gaosu finally breathed a sigh of relief as the Omni King took action, resolving this crisis. Upon witnessing the complete annihilation of Zamasu, he must now open his eyes to seek a worthy replacement for the Supreme Kai. It is, of course, imperative for him to recognize the need for a more earnest approach to his teachings. There must be no repeat of Zamasu's tragic path, which led to the swift destruction of an entire timeline. This spectacle indeed left even Lord Rumshire, the god of destruction of Universe 10, in a state of shock. Whereas the gods of destruction must wield their destructive powers to obliterate planets, the Omni King can, with a mere thought, effortlessly erase an entire timeline in an instant. Such occurrences had been witnessed before, as several universes faced obliteration when they incurred the wrath of the Omni King. Nevertheless, the disappearance of a universe is an awe-inspiring and terrifying sight, no matter how often one witnesses it. Within the Omni King's palace, he joyfully raised his hands, exclaiming that he truly had a friend in Goku. His desire to befriend Son Goku had been realized, and seeing the future video where they formed a friendship brought him immense joy. Moreover, he had been quite reluctant to see Goku and Vegeta fall to the fused Zamasu. Yet he was elated to see his future self aiding them. The Omni King felt an overwhelming sense of happiness for having assisted Goku and his friends. Indeed, the Omni King now had a good friend. The Grand Minister nodded with a smile, sharing in the Omni King's delight. As for when the Omni King might wish to visit Goku, that entirely depended on his whims. He could go whenever he pleased. On Earth, in Capsule Corporation, Krillin, brimming with excitement, turned to Goku and Vegeta, declaring their victory. With the support of the Omni King, a being at the pinnacle of existence, how could they possibly lose? Zamasu had been utterly vanquished. However, Master Roshi suddenly tapped Krillin on the head, leaving him bewildered and innocent-looking, questioning the sudden reprimand. Did you not see? Master Roshi, hands clasped behind his back, continued. While we successfully eradicated the fused Zamasu, the future timeline of Trunks has been entirely obliterated. Both the fused Zamasu and the entire future timeline have been erased by the Omni King. Bulma and the others were also contemplating the implications of this loss. With the future timeline gone, what would become of future Trunks and Mai? Humph, now you understand the true terror of the Omni King, Beerus remarked, snorting disdainfully as he savored his cake. This is the extent of the Omni King's power. If he is displeased, all universes within the entire timeline may be extinguished. Indeed, the power of the Omni King is truly formidable, Goku acknowledged, having gleaned a clear understanding of the Omni King's terrifying might from the recent footage. The crux of the matter lies in the unpredictability of the Omni King's actions. One can never foresee what might transpire. In the video, he had explicitly urged the Omni King to annihilate all fused Zamasu, yet the Omni King opted instead to obliterate the entire future timeline. Such unpredictability introduces an element of danger that cannot be underestimated. As long as you understand, he replied. Upon learning this from Sun Wukong, Whis could not help but smile with satisfaction. The most terrifying aspect of the Omni King lies herein, the unpredictability of his actions. Thus, the wisest course of action is to maintain a distance from the Omni King and avoid excessive interaction. From this point, the narrative of reality unfolds, progressing through a segment of the storyline before continuing its exploration. However, the future timelines depicted in the video have been utterly obliterated. Trunks and Mai gazed at the screen before them, which was gradually fading into a void of blackness. Bulma remained deeply concerned about the fate of Trunks and Mai in that future which had now vanished. Others shared her sentiment, their minds occupied with the implications of this loss. After all, an entire future realm had been erased by the Omni King, leaving no prospect of a future timeline. They found it impossible to dismiss these thoughts. Alas, even so, I believe this is preferable to losing everything, sighed the Supreme Kai, stepping forward to offer solace. He hoped everyone would focus on the positive aspects. At the very least, the amalgamation of Zamasu had been decisively eliminated. Had even one of those fused Zamasu survived, it could have led to the destruction of even more timelines. Indeed, nodded Gohan. To prevent further timelines from being annihilated by Zamasu. This was indeed the most prudent course of action. Well then, Gohan, there are only a few days left until the third Saiyan Transformation Review. Come with me to the Supreme Kai realm, the Supreme Kai said, taking Gohan by the arm. His intention was clear, to rescue the Elder Supreme Kai, who was sealed within the Supreme Kai sword, and seek his assistance in helping Gohan unlock his potential, guiding him towards his unique evolutionary path and the mysterious transformation of Gohan. Can I join as well? Inquired Sun Wukong. Chapter 101. It is time for us to return to the God of Destruction realm. He, too, wished to witness how the Elder Supreme Kai would assist Gohan in realizing his potential. Furthermore, he desired to spar with the newly empowered Gohan to observe the strength of this transformation, which transcended even that of the Super Saiyan. In the video, none among them could contend with Majin Buu. Yet Gohan was able to dominate Majin Buu, completely suppressing him. This demonstrated that Gohan's mysterious power surpassed that of the Super Saiyan Form 3. I must also accompany you, Vegeta insisted. Gohan was the Saiyan whom he, Vegeta, acknowledged. He was eager to witness firsthand how strong Gohan could become and to understand this evolutionary path that was not a Super Saiyan transformation. Certainly, you may join us. Come closer. The Supreme Kai welcomed them without hesitation. Thus, Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood by his side. Lord Beerus, we are about to rescue our esteemed ancestor, they announced. Before departing, King Kai Shin addressed Beerus, mindful of the history between them. After all, the old Kai had once provoked Beerus, resulting in a bond between the God of Destruction and the Kaioshin that led to his sealing. Such matters were not to be discussed, as Beerus had little interest in them. However, the old Kai's ability to assist Gohan, the Saiyan, in unlocking his potential did hold some merit. Thus, regarding the old Kai's release, Beerus chose to turn a blind eye. Seeing no objection from Beerus, King Kai Shin was filled with joy, understanding the importance of not inciting Beerus's wrath. As they prepared to leave, Piccolo gave Gohan a thumbs up, encouraging him to showcase his strength upon their return. Having watched numerous recap videos, Piccolo felt motivated, realizing that formidable foes were destined to emerge in the future. He could not rely solely on Goku and Vegeta. He too must train diligently to contribute to the fight against their enemies. Go for it, Gohan, he urged. Chi-Chi also encouraged Gohan, no longer opposing his training as she once did. The recap videos had enlightened her. She recognized her past mistakes. Knowledge alone would not save the Earth, and she understood that the fate altered through intellect might lead Gohan to peril. Thus, she wished for him to train vigorously, to grow strong and avoid the fate of being vanquished by resurrected foes like Frieza. Gohan, I will always wait for you, she declared. Videl clasped her hands tightly, prioritizing Gohan's safety above all. She eagerly anticipated his return, hoping he would come home to marry her. You better not fool around out there, Gohan, Mr. Satan warned, having learned through the videos of his daughter's impending marriage to Gohan, prompting him to issue a cautionary note. Gohan, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, assuring, I wouldn't dream of it. My heart belongs solely to Videl. Rest assured, Mr. Satan, there are no women in the Kaioshin realm. King Kai Shin remarked with a smile, alleviating Mr. Satan's concerns. All right, everyone, it's time for us to go, Gohan announced to the group, determination in his voice. He pledged to train with unwavering commitment, aiming to better protect the Earth and those he cherished. With King Kai Shin's declaration, the four of them were instantly transported back to the Kaioshin realm. Now, we must return to the God of Destruction realm, Whis said with a gentle smile. Turning to Beerus. As Gohan unlocked his potential, Beerus had promised to take him to the God of Destruction realm to train alongside Goku and the others. Yes, it is time to go back, Beerus replied. A few days passed, during which I managed to catch a brief nap. Beerus remarked, yawning with fatigue. The past few days had been spent assisting Vegeta in his training, coupled with watching video recaps. He had not had a moment's rest and was utterly exhausted. The delectable feast was prepared. Let us take it back. Bulma presented 2 universal capsules filled with an abundance of culinary delights. Naturally, such delicacies were essential for Goku and his voracious companions who were residing in the God of Destruction realm. These capsules contained an ample supply of food sufficient to last Goku and the others for nearly half a month. Vegeta's wife is indeed remarkably considerate, chuckled Whis, unable to suppress his laughter. Upon returning to the God of Destruction realm, the concern for provisions would be alleviated. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the King Kai's realm, a peculiar warmth crept into Vegeta's cheeks. He scratched his face, feeling as though someone were discussing him. Chapter 102. This is a divine artifact. It should not be treated thus. By the way, do remember to return often, especially to convey this to Goku and the others. Do not remain solely in the God of Destruction realm, Bulma advised Whis and Beerus. She certainly did not wish to go months without seeing Vegeta and the others after a single meeting. Indeed, let us not forget to visit Earth often, echoed Kiki and the others, fully supporting Bulma's sentiments. However, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan had become so engrossed in their training in the God of Destruction and King Kai's realms that they entirely overlooked the notion of returning to see them. Understood. As for this matter, Whis and Beerus were well aware. Particularly after the food ran out, they would undoubtedly remember to return to Earth. At this moment, in the 6th universe, within the God of Destruction realm. All right, I have made my decision. Since there is still destructive power to cultivate, I shall impart this power to Kaba. This was the conclusion Zamasu arrived at after careful consideration. By passing on the destructive energy to Kaba, the overall strength of the Saiyans in the 6th universe could be significantly enhanced. Moreover, Kaba possesses considerable potential. He believed Kaba could master the destructive force entirely and become the substitute God of destruction for the 6th universe, thereby contributing greatly to defeating the Saiyans of the 7th universe. Meanwhile, in the King Kai's realm, in an effort to rescue the sealed Old Kai, Goku and the others ventured to the location of the King Kai's sword. They beheld the sword embedded within an exceedingly tall rock pillar, with only the hilt protruding. The entire blade was deeply ensconced within the pillar. Could the Saiyans truly extract the King Kai's sword? This was a feat attempted by several King Kais, all of whom had failed. Jebbet expressed his skepticism regarding Gohan's abilities. Although the video indeed showed the Old Kai being released, he remained unconvinced that Gohan could truly pull out the King Kai's sword. Perhaps there exists an alternative method to liberate the Elder Kaioshin. Fear not. There is no need for Mr. Vegeta or Mr. Goku to intervene. Mr. Gohan alone suffices. Kaioshin Shin possesses unwavering faith in Son Gohan, confident that he can extract the sword of Kaioshin. Well, I shall give it a try, Gohan declared, flexing his wrists as he approached and grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands. He exerted considerable effort, yet despite his immense strength, the sword of Kaioshin remained firmly embedded in the ground, showing no sign of budging. At this sight, Jebbet could not help but chuckle. See, Lord Kaioshin, I told you, this sword is beyond the capability of a mere human to withdraw. However, in the following moment, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. This time, the outcome shifted. Once more, Gohan applied himself to pulling the sword of Kaioshin. The once immovable sword began to shift, gradually being pulled free. Before long, he successfully extracted the sword entirely. Nevertheless, the weight of the sword of Kaioshin was considerable, and upon reverting from his Super Saiyan form, Gohan struggled to hold it aloft. Jebbet was taken aback, sweat beading on his forehead. He had not anticipated that a human, a Saiyan, could truly pull the sword of Kaioshin from its place. Wonderful, Gohan, exclaimed Goku, clenching his fists in delight over Gohan's achievement. What now? Gohan pondered aloud, a sense of confusion washing over him. He was uncertain about how to proceed after retrieving the sword of Kaioshin, particularly in regard to breaking the seal on the Elder Kaioshin. This is quite heavy. Ah well, I'm not certain, Kaioshin Shin admitted, scratching his head with an air of embarrassment. As a Kaioshin, he genuinely did not know how to unravel the seal of the sword of Kaioshin to release the Elder Kaioshin. This revelation left Goku and the others at a loss. So it was that even the Kaioshin was unaware of how to rescue the Elder Kaioshin. Oh dear. I completely forgot to inquire in the chat group or ask Lord Beerus. Kaioshin Shin scratched his head, feeling quite sheepish. Perhaps I should visit the God of Destruction's realm to inquire, he suggested. Humph, that is unnecessary, Vegeta scoffed, suddenly gathering energy in his palms. He then directed the energy toward Gohan. Hey, Gohan, just drop that wretched sword. In an instant, everyone comprehended Vegeta's intent, their faces reflecting shock. No, but this is a divine artifact. It cannot be treated so. Jebbet attempted to intervene, but unfortunately, he was unaware of Vegeta's character. Goku, Gohan, and Kaioshin Shin understood well. Once Vegeta made a declaration, he would surely act upon it, and there would be no stopping him. Consequently, the three of them retreated, with Gohan casting the sword of Kaioshin to the ground. Step aside, Vegeta commanded, directing his energy toward Jebbet, who stood in front of the sword. Will Lord Elder Kaioshin be harmed? Jebbet expressed his concern, anxiety evident in his demeanor. What if the Supreme Kai sword is destroyed, and the ancient Supreme Kai sealed within perishes? If he dies, how can they possibly explain this to the God of Destruction? Should he indeed pass away, they would have to implore Whis for his resurrection, Vegeta stated coldly, his energy suddenly intensifying. Chapter 103. The ancestor Jebbet, witnessing this, was truly frightened and hastily departed from the scene. Ultimate Flash. With a furious shout, the golden energy laced with lightning erupted violently. In an instant, the Supreme Kai sword was completely annihilated. As the energy dissipated, a gaping abyss was left in its wake. Though Vegeta did not unleash his full power, he still exerted a formidable 50%. The Supreme Kai quickly peered into the crater. The Supreme Kai sword had been utterly obliterated, not a fragment remaining. What about the ancient ancestor? Supreme Kai Shin's face turned ashen with dread. What if the old Supreme Kai truly could not be rescued? Would this strike not have resulted in the demise of the ancient Supreme Kai? Was he, the Supreme Kai who failed to halt Vegeta, not a murderer of his forebear? His reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Hey, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind them. The crowd's expressions lit up, and they turned to see a rather disheveled old man standing there, identical to the figure they had observed in the video recap. There was no mistaking it. The ancient Supreme Kai had indeed returned. Ancient ancestor. Upon first sight of his forebear, Supreme Kai Shin rushed forward, eager to embrace him. The old Supreme Kai nimbly sidestepped to the left, revealing a rather impish grin. I do not fancy men hugging me. If you wish to embrace me, bring forth a more comely maiden. Having been sealed away for so long, he yearned for the company of a beautiful lady. I shall soon utilize my clairvoyance to scout for some lovely maidens on other planets, he mused. Supreme Kai Shin, Gohan, and the others were momentarily rendered speechless, sweat pouring from their brows. The ancient Supreme Kai not only appeared disheveled, but also harbored rather unsavory thoughts. All right, let us be serious. The ancient Supreme Kai cleared his throat, adopting a more somber demeanor. After being sealed for such an extended period, I have finally emerged. You successors of the Supreme Kai truly are inept, allowing me to remain within the Supreme Kai sword for so long. Thankfully, I had those video recaps to watch. Otherwise, I would have been utterly bored to death. The remainder of his discourse was consumed with complaints and grievances about the monotony of his years in confinement. After all, it is unbearable for any normal individual to remain in one place for several years, let alone for countless millennia. Hey, old man. I advise you to close your mouth promptly, Vegeta interjected, growing increasingly irritated by the ancient Supreme Kai's incessant rambling. The old Supreme Kai's chatter was akin to a machine gun, rapid and relentless. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Vegeta raised his hand, gathering an energy sphere aimed directly at the ancient Supreme Kai. Now, awaken Gohan's potential, or face dire consequences. He truly has no desire to endure the incessant prattling of the old Kai. It is utterly exasperating. He came to witness Gohan's latent abilities being unleashed and to engage in a spar, not to listen to the old Kai's ramblings. Ah, Mr. Vegeta. Observing Vegeta's blatant disrespect towards the old Kai is quite alarming. He directed his energy towards the old Kai, causing both Kaioshin and Kibito to hastily interpose themselves before him, urging Vegeta to calm his fury and lower his energy. Oh dear, young ones should temper their tempers. It is essential to exercise control, they implored. The old Kai, oblivious to Vegeta's temperament, mistakenly believed that Vegeta's actions were merely a form of intimidation. After all, striking the Kaioshin's sword with energy is vastly different from striking him directly. It is crucial to remember that both he and Kaioshin are intertwined with the god of destruction's essence, making it highly improbable for Vegeta to inflict harm upon him. Thus, the old Kai remained unfazed, clasping his hands behind his back and adopting the demeanor of a teacher, beginning to lecture Vegeta. Alas, I have been sealed away for so many years. Is it so wrong to voice my thoughts upon my release? Moreover, at my advanced age, cannot a young one like you show me some deference? Also, I must mention that your method of extracting me from the Kaioshin sword was rather crude and perilous. To unleash such formidable energy towards the Kaioshin sword was reckless. Any miscalculation could have led to my demise. You ought to have employed a more gentle approach in severing the sword. The old Kai continued his monologue, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, even reprimanding Vegeta at the most inopportune moment. Both Goku and Gohan were taken aback, hastily shaking their heads in an attempt to signal him to cease his chatter. Regrettably, the old Kai remained oblivious to their intentions. Vegeta, now at the pinnacle of his wrath, could no longer tolerate the incessant noise. Shut your mouth, he bellowed, launching an energy blast that detonated beside the old Kai's feet. Fortunately, Vegeta managed to temper the blast's power. Chapter 104. Here I come, great old Kai? The small energy blast merely created a modest crater in the ground, knocking the old Kai to the earth. Kaioshin and Kibito gasped in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. Thankfully, the old Kai only suffered a minor fall, experiencing a momentary pang of discomfort, but sustained no significant harm. Upon realizing that this young man was genuinely serious, The old Kai momentarily froze, reflecting on his earlier underestimation. I have truly misjudged the situation, he thought. After regaining his composure, the old Kai cleared his throat. All right. I understand now. I shall comply with your wishes. No more energy gathering. This old body cannot withstand your power. He had originally intended to assist Sun Wukong in unlocking his potential upon his return. After all, he had observed through video compilations that these Saiyans were commendable, diligently striving to protect Earth and the seventh universe. Thus, as the Kaioshin, he naturally felt compelled to offer whatever assistance he could. Come here, you rascal. The old Kaioshin beckoned to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, realized the call was directed at him and nodded in response. All right, I'm coming, esteemed old Kaioshin. Just stand there. The rest is up to me, the old Kaioshin replied nonchalantly. Remember, this ceremony to unlock potential is quite time-consuming. Be patient. Oh, Sun Wukong nodded, obediently taking his place. He was determined to wait, no matter how long it took, as long as it meant he could grow stronger. Let us commence, the old Kaioshin declared, beginning to dance around Sun Wukong in circles, mumbling incomprehensible phrases. This peculiar display left Sun Wukong and the others in bewilderment. What on earth is this? He looks rather ridiculous, they thought. Sun Wukong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, nearly wanting to dig his toes into the ground. However, he had no choice but to abide by the old Kaioshin's instructions. Additionally, the videos had indeed shown the old Kaioshin unlocking his potential. Therefore, regardless of how awkward or prolonged this ritual became, he resolved to endure it. Hours passed, with the old Kaioshin still circling Sun Wukong. Vegeta grew increasingly impatient, his fists gradually clenching tighter. How much longer will this take? Had I known it would be so lengthy, I would have trained elsewhere and returned when it was nearly complete. Old Kaioshin, do you have any idea how long this will actually take? Sun Wukong inquired, looking towards the Kaioshin with frustration. He too was growing restless, feeling the weight of boredom as they waited without engaging in any activity. Moreover, he noticed Vegeta was on the verge of exploding with impatience. If he lost control, it could result in a disastrous energy blast directed at the old Kaioshin. I have no idea, the Kaioshin replied, shaking his head. He too felt the urgency to conclude this ordeal, yet lacked the old Kaioshin's ability to unlock potential, leaving him uncertain about the duration. This waiting is dreadfully dull. Perhaps I should just take a nap, Sun Wukong said, promptly lying down to sleep. As for Vegeta, despite his simmering frustration, he managed to suppress his emotions for the sake of Sun Wukong's empowerment. He stifled his anger, enduring the wait. Time continued to pass, and eventually, the old Kaioshin ceased his odd dance and addressed Sun Wukong. The once bored Sun Wukong sprang to his feet, excitement coursing through him. Really? But I don't feel any different. He scratched his head, genuinely perplexed by the lack of noticeable change. The ritual to unleash potential has finally come to a conclusion. Son Goku and Vegeta stride towards Gohan, eager to test his newfound power, akin to transforming into a Super Saiyan and releasing their energy. The old Kai is remarkably confident about the potential he has ignited, asserting that if it has succeeded, it must indeed be a triumph. Gohan's latent strength is the most formidable he has ever witnessed. Gohan nods in affirmation, then crouches slightly, his fists clenching tightly. With a fierce roar, Gohan's energy surges dramatically. A torrent of brilliant white aura bursts forth from his being, enveloping him entirely. The overwhelming force of his energy radiates outward with wild intensity. The old Kai, not having distanced himself too far, is unexpectedly propelled away by the sheer force of Gohan's explosive energy. Impressive, Gohan! Goku exclaims, his eyes widening in astonishment as he feels the sharpness of Gohan's energy, awakening him considerably. The sensation is indeed formidable, roughly aligning with his expectations, and surpassing even his mastery of Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta, with a slight smirk, acknowledges Gohan's current power, recognizing that the prolonged wait has not been in vain. The mysterious transformation of Gohan is truly remarkable. Though it is not a Super Saiyan form, it diverges entirely from the conventional evolutionary path of ordinary Super Saiyans, presenting a power that eclipses their capabilities. Chapter 105. Come, Gohan, let us spar. Moreover, Vegeta discovers that this enigmatic transformation of Gohan is superior to that of a Super Saiyan. It is well known that each Super Saiyan transformation significantly drains energy and imposes varying degrees of physical strain on the body. However, Gohan's mysterious form not only conserves energy, but also imposes no physical burden whatsoever. One could assert that this enigmatic transformation is indeed a flawless evolution. Come, Gohan. Let us spar. Vegeta steps forward, addressing Gohan with eagerness. He can hardly contain his anticipation to gauge the strength of this mysterious form. Hey, Vegeta, shouldn't I go first? Goku interjects, taken aback. They had clearly agreed beforehand that he would spar with Gohan first. Humph, I never consented to that. Besides, after making me wait so long, I must be the first to face Gohan. Vegeta disregards Goku's protest and, with a surge of energy, transforms into Super Saiyan 2 at full power. In an instant, he dashes towards Gohan, eager to test the current strength of his opponent. Faced with this, Goku has no choice but to let Vegeta engage Gohan first. Bring it on, Uncle Vegeta, Gohan responds, fully prepared. Having just awakened his potential and achieved the mysterious transformation, he is eager to explore his newfound strength. Assuming a fighting stance, Gohan releases a surge of energy and, effortlessly raising his arm, blocks Vegeta's incoming punch without feeling the slightest pressure. However, the force behind Vegeta's punch was formidable. The moment Gohan intercepted it, the ground beneath them erupted, forming a sizable crater. The old Kai was taken aback, pondering whether this would lead to the destruction of his sacred realm. Jebet also expressed deep concern, fearing that Vegeta and Gohan might obliterate the Supreme Kai's sword. Yet, he realized he possessed no means to halt their clash. Take it easy, you two, urged the Supreme Kai, hoping they would exercise restraint. After all, this realm was a sanctuary, and wanton destruction would be a profound disrespect to such a holy place. Impressive. Vegeta appraised with a smirk, noting that Gohan could easily block his punch delivered with full power in Super Saiyan 2 form, without any strain. How about this? Vegeta executed a reverse kick aimed at Gohan's head, which Gohan effortlessly deflected with his arm. Following this exchange, Vegeta retreated, conjuring a massive energy sphere with one hand. As he launched it towards Gohan, Gohan exhibited no intent to evade. Instead, he concentrated his power in his hand and, with a single slap, sent the energy sphere flying away. Haha, truly remarkable. That power. Goku, watching from the sidelines, felt increasingly elated. He had always yearned for Gohan to surpass him as a father. In the past, Gohan's lack of training, compounded by Chi-Chi's disapproval of martial arts, had stifled his combat prowess, leading to a steady decline in his strength. Goku had almost resigned himself to the belief that Gohan would never surpass him. But now, with Gohan rekindling his desire for strength, Goku's joy was beyond measure. He longed to see Gohan journey further along his unique path of evolution, hoping that one day, he would transcend his father. Of course, Goku understood that Gohan's renewed ambition was largely due to the influence of the video compilations, which made him realize that without strengthening himself, he would be unable to protect the Earth or anyone else. Very well, let us see how you handle this, Vegeta declared. Swiftly ascending to a greater height, he began to gather energy in his hands, and the next moment, countless energy blasts erupted from his palms, raining down upon Gohan. Indeed, this was a classic technique, the princess method. However, these energy blasts, despite their sheer numbers, lacked the requisite strength. Gohan effortlessly swatted them away with a single hand. This was precisely the outcome Vegeta sought, and he was pleased. Yet, his only dissatisfaction lay in Gohan's apparent reluctance to mount any offensive. He remained in a defensive posture throughout. Thus, Vegeta reprimanded without reservation, "Gohan, what do you mean by standing there and refusing to attack? Do you believe that mere passive defense will suffice to defeat your adversary during battle? From now on, I demand that you regard me as your enemy and unleash your full potential to vanquish me. Do you understand?" Startled by Vegeta's sudden outburst, Gohan promptly nodded in agreement, responding, "I understand, Uncle Vegeta." No sooner had he uttered those words than he transformed his defensive stance into an offensive one, no longer remaining stationary and passive. In a mere heartbeat, Gohan surged forward from several dozen meters away, closing the distance to Vegeta with astonishing speed, so swift that even Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan 2 form at full power, struggled to perceive his movement. In an instant, Gohan's fist was upon him. The sheer force of that punch was palpable even before it made contact, as the gust of energy it generated slammed into Vegeta with undeniable intensity. Vegeta, feeling the pressure, did not dare to relax. A bead of cold sweat formed on his brow. Clenching his fist, he retaliated with a punch of his own. A dull thud resonated as their fists collided, and it was Vegeta who staggered backward several meters. regaining his footing only to reveal that he had indeed been overpowered by Gohan's strength. Remarkably, instead of anger, Vegeta felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the Gohan he had always envisioned, the first to achieve Super Saiyan 2, possessing strength that surpassed them all. Today, he finally witnessed that formidable Gohan once more. Well done, Gohan. Show Vegeta what you're capable of, cheered Goku, fervently rooting for his son, as he found himself sidelined, unable to join the fray. Chapter 106, Gohan's Potential Unleashed. Dad. Gohan awkwardly scratched his face, aware of his newfound prowess. Yet, he lacked the confidence to believe he could truly best Vegeta, who had merely refrained from transforming into Super Saiyan 4. As it stood, Vegeta had no intentions of assuming that form just yet, as doing so would signify the end of their bout, and he wished to further test Gohan's capabilities. Gohan assumed a combat stance, and in the next moment, both warriors unleashed their energy, hurtling towards one another. A resounding impact echoed as their knees collided. Following that, Gohan and Vegeta vanished from sight, replaced by the relentless sound of fists slicing through the air and colliding, creating a continuous symphony of sonic booms and muffled thuds that reverberated outward. Simultaneously, vast sonic boom circles began to manifest in the sky, a testament to the cataclysmic clash of absolute powers. This phenomenon unequivocally illustrated that both Son Gohan and Vegeta had attained an extraordinary level of strength. Indeed, the current iteration of Mr. Gohan is now on par with Mr. Vegeta. Nay, he appears to have completely subdued Mr. Vegeta, who is in the Super Saiyan 2 form at full power. The Supreme Kai, clenching his fists in excitement, remarked fervently. While it is true that in terms of combat prowess, the Supreme Kai may not measure up to warriors like Son Goku and his fellow Saiyans, his perceptive abilities as a deity are remarkable. Even amidst the astonishing velocity of Gohan and Vegeta, he can discern every clash and confrontation in their battle, leaving no detail overlooked. Ha 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 indeed, Son Goku bellowed with laughter. Ever since the Supreme Kai awakened Gohan's latent potential, his strength has indeed surged to impressive heights. I believe that upon our return, Piccolo and the others will be utterly astonished. Witnessing this in reality is 100 times more staggering than viewing it through video recordings. The Saiyans are simply phenomenal. Jebbit, too, found himself completely astounded by the might of the Saiyans. Whether from the video recaps or their real-world counterparts, each one seems to possess no limits, continually growing stronger until they surpass even the divine. Subsequently, the Supreme Kai turned his gaze towards the old Kai. Ancient One, you have managed to awaken Son Gohan's potential to such an extent. Might you also assist in unleashing my own potential? The Supreme Kai yearned to become formidable, to gain unparalleled strength, so that he could support Goku and the others against future foes. Why would you wish for that? The old Kai scrutinized the Supreme Kai before redirecting his attention to Gohan. Perhaps it is best if you refrain. Why is that? The Supreme Kai inquired, perplexed. Does the Ancient One not desire my participation in battle? Fool! The old Kai retorted sharply, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Understand that the only reason that boy has grown so powerful is due to his innate potential. I merely facilitated its awakening. As for you, lacking in potential, what can I possibly awaken within you? The Supreme Kai realized that the old Kai was not concerned about him participating in battle. Ha ha ha, rest assured, Supreme Kai, Goku consoled, placing a reassuring hand on the Supreme Kai's shoulder. Should any nefarious intruders arise, we will handle them. However, this statement did little to comfort the Supreme Kai, who felt increasingly useless, as if he could not contribute to the fight against evil, leaving it to mere mortals to address. Meanwhile, the battle between Vegeta and Son Gohan escalated in intensity. The enigmatic Gohan completely overpowered Vegeta in terms of strength. Vegeta found himself increasingly outmatched, with all his attacks effortlessly thwarted by Son Gohan. However, when faced with Gohan's onslaught, he struggled to defend himself, realizing it was time to elevate his own power. With a resounding thud, Vegeta retreated several meters, stabilizing himself with a surge of energy. He then clenched his fists, a torrent of golden aura enveloping him. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form, unleashing a formidable aura that crashed against Gohan, enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of pressure. The disparity between the enigmatic Gohan and Super Saiyan 4 became painfully evident. Come on, Gohan, unleash your full power and show me what you've got, Vegeta urged, signaling for Gohan to attack. Gohan tightened his fists, fully aware that he could not rival the power of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Nonetheless, He adhered to Vegeta's challenge and launched himself forward with all his might. With a powerful burst of energy, Gohan soared towards Vegeta. His fists were clenched, every ounce of his strength coalescing within them. Vegeta stood motionless, his significant power rendering Gohan's speed almost sluggish, as if time itself had slowed. As Gohan reached Vegeta, his fist struck out with ferocity, the wind from the punch whipping violently against Vegeta's face and body. Yet, with a tremendous crack, Gohan's punch did not connect. Just as the fist was about to make contact, Vegeta raised his hand and effortlessly caught Gohan's blow, their fists mere centimeters apart. Gohan exerted more force, attempting to push his fist forward, but was unable to overcome Vegeta's superior strength. With a gentle push, Vegeta sent Gohan staggering backward. Regaining his composure, Gohan charged at Vegeta once more. Initially approaching from the front, he suddenly vanished, leaving only an afterimage behind, and reappeared behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick. Unfortunately, Vegeta effortlessly blocked the attack. Anticipating the defense, Gohan had a backup plan. He brought his index and middle fingers together, radiating a brilliant light, summoning a technique reminiscent of Piccolo's Special Beam Cannon. Chapter 107. Very clever, Gohan. Gohan understood that even at his full potential, he could not contend with Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, prompting him to keep some tricks up his sleeve. After all, when victory cannot be achieved through direct confrontation, one must resort to cunning tactics. Ha ha ha, Gohan, you are quite clever, the Supreme Kai Shin praised. Indeed, when one's strength pales in comparison to that of an opponent, confronting them head-on is the most foolish course of action. At such times, one must engage their intellect, devise strategies, and employ cunning to bridge the gap between oneself and the adversary. Such actions are most astute. Son Goku, hands on his hips, chuckled. However, Gohan will not succeed. The Supreme Kai Shin was momentarily taken aback. Why did Goku lack faith in his own son? Fool, your understanding is woefully inadequate. The elder Supreme Kai could not help but reprimand his successor. In the face of absolute power, any cunning or tricks are futile. Remember this phrase. It is eternally true. Yes, indeed, Son Goku nodded. His thoughts aligned with those of the elder Supreme Kai. The mysterious Gohan possesses formidable strength, but he can only suppress Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta at full power. At present, Vegeta has transformed into Super Saiyan 4, rendering Gohan's power insufficient. No matter how strong his efforts, they will not suffice. The Supreme Kai Shin scratched his face, coming to a realization. Indeed, before absolute power, all cunning and technique are in vain. Taste this, Uncle Vegeta, Gohan shouted, launching his concentrated special beam cannon towards Vegeta without hesitation. At less than half a meter away, Gohan was confident that Vegeta could not evade this attack. However, Vegeta had no intention of dodging. With a powerful swipe of his right hand, he effortlessly deflected the so-called most penetrating special beam cannon. Gohan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Vegeta's ability to swat the attack away so easily. This revelation altered his perception of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Its power was far greater than he had imagined. In the midst of their exchange, Vegeta suddenly appeared behind Gohan. Gohan was caught off guard. In the next instant, Vegeta delivered a swift chop to Gohan's neck. A crisp sound echoed through the air as Gohan's pupils dilated in shock. The transformation that unleashed Gohan's full potential was instantly undone, returning him to his normal state, completely unconscious and tumbling forward uncontrollably. Fortunately, Vegeta swiftly caught the collapsing Gohan and gently laid him back on the ground. He knocked Gohan down with a single blow. The Supreme Kai Shin's expression was one of disbelief, mirrored by his companion, Jebet. After all, both believed that the mysterious Gohan possessed immense strength. Yet, Vegeta had rendered him unconscious with a single strike, shattering their understanding and leaving them momentarily incredulous. Such a reaction was entirely expected. Vegeta is not merely a transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Let us not forget that I have also trained alongside Vegeta in Lord Beerus's realm of destruction for quite some time. Goku turned to look at the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet, smiling as he spoke. Under the guidance and supervision of Whis and Beerus, the two underwent rigorous training that resembled a hellish ordeal, significantly enhancing their base form's power. Thus, it is quite remarkable that the enigmatic Gohan could suppress Vegeta at full power in Super Saiyan 2. After all, with the enhancement of his base form, Vegeta in full power Super Saiyan 2 has surpassed Goku at the moment he first mastered Super Saiyan 3. I see. The Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet now comprehend the situation. However, They were still taken aback by the fact that such a formidable Gohan was swiftly defeated by a single blow from Vegeta. Ah, yes, you have now made his acquaintance. Beerus interjected, recalling their previous interactions in the chat group. The mere mention of the god of destruction, Beerus, stirred a sense of frustration within the old Supreme Kai, who had been sealed within the Supreme Kai sword for countless millennia due to Beerus's actions. Yet, he only dared to grumble internally, never voicing his grievances in the presence of Beerus, lest he be sealed away once more. Jebbet, please assist Mr. Gohan in restoring his physical state, the Supreme Kai Shin instructed. Understood, Jebbet nodded, channeling the power of resurrection to heal Gohan's body. Naturally, he also took the liberty of restoring Vegeta's energy. Once revived, Gohan engaged in light conversation with the Supreme Kai before the trio of Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan set off towards the realm of destruction, eager to continue their training and grow even stronger. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On this particular day, while the three were still immersed in their training, Beerus suddenly recalled the Saiyan featured in the video recap, the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. Hey, you three, pause for a moment, he exclaimed. The three warriors, caught in their sparring, immediately halted due to the abruptness of Beerus's command, their fists still poised in midair. After a brief moment of confusion, they reverted to their normal forms and descended from the air. What is it, Lord Beerus? Goku inquired, having been in the midst of a crucial training session. You three need to head to that. What was it called again? Beerus began, momentarily forgetting. He turned to Whis for assistance. Ah, Lord Beerus. It is called Planet Vampa, Whis gently reminded him with a smile. Yes, Broly resides on Planet Vampa, Beerus confirmed. Gohan recalled that during the video recap, both Broly and his father, Paragus, had lived on Planet Vampa. The names Broly and Vegeta were indeed familiar to Goku and Vegeta alike. After all, within the video recap, the adversary they must confront can only be vanquished through their unification. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly is not easily forgotten by Son Goku and Vegeta. This extraordinary entity, indeed, is to be sought after. The intention is to have the three of you locate Broly and bring him back. Such a formidable Saiyan remaining on that planet would be a sheer waste. Beerus intends to have Broly return, accompanied by Whis for training. Chapter 108. Vegeta. Your father is rather despicable, isn't he? If Broly, this legendary Super Saiyan, were to remain in isolation, he would become utterly ineffectual. Even though his power would steadily augment over time due to his Saiyan lineage, the enhancement would be far more expedient with rigorous training. Thus, Beerus cannot permit Broly to linger on Planet Vampa. Very well, Lord Beerus, Goku exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. This would present an opportunity to engage with Broly in a real confrontation. Since first witnessing Broly in the video recap, he has longed for a chance to spar. Now, that opportunity is finally at hand, and after days of training, both he and Vegeta have achieved significant breakthroughs. Gohan has also gained a deeper mastery of his potential, rendering the three of them qualified to face Broly. I am eagerly anticipating the chance to contend with the legendary Super Saiyan, Gohan declared, his fists clenched in anticipation. He believes that to rapidly enhance his strength, battling formidable opponents is as vital as training itself. Encountering such a powerful adversary as the legendary Super Saiyan is a rare occurrence. Thus, when the opportunity arises, it must be seized. He firmly believes that this will greatly assist him in his growth. Humph, you two need not intervene. I alone shall suffice, Vegeta retorted with a scoff, crossing his arms defiantly across his chest. His confidence remains unshaken, convinced that he alone can handle Broly without the aid of Goku or Gohan. Do not underestimate him. You have seen his power, Beerus cautioned, seated in a meditative posture. Only when you two merge into Vegeta do you possess the strength to defeat Broly. Therefore, you must not be complacent. Beerus is acutely aware that they are prone to overconfidence during battle. Ah, by the way, Goku suddenly recalled, glancing at Beerus. Broly's father is also on Planet Vampa. Should we bring him back as well, Lord Beerus? The video recap indicated that while Paragus is not a commendable individual, Broly harbors profound filial affection for him. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to overwhelming rage following Paragus's demise, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. Why would we bring him? Beerus's brow furrowed slightly. He harbors no fondness for Paragus whatsoever. Not only does Beerus regard Paragus as a weakling devoid of combat prowess and utility, but he also disapproves of Paragus's despicable act of controlling Broly with an electric collar. You are to eliminate him upon your encounter. Simply return with Broly, he commands. The notion of killing Goku astonishes him, leading him to ponder whether such an action is excessive. The morality of slaying a being aside, Broly would undoubtedly erupt in fury and transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. I do not wish to extinguish his life, he reflects. Let us leave him on Vampa Star to fend for himself. With a dismissive wave, Beerus adds that as long as Paragus does not enter his realm of destruction, he is indifferent to the rest. The decision to kill or not rests solely on Goku and his companions. Understood, Goku replies, nodding in agreement. He resolves to follow Beerus's second suggestion, leaving Paragus alone on Vampa Star, which serves as fitting retribution for his intentional manipulation of Broly and his ambition to conquer the universe through Broly's strength. Now, allow me to guide you. Whis smiles at Goku and his companions. Without his assistance, reaching Vampa Star would be exceedingly troublesome. They would have to travel via spaceship, as instant transmission is not an option. After all, Broly currently lacks transformation, rendering his combat power weak and his aura nearly imperceptible, making it impossible for Goku to utilize instant transmission. Nevertheless, even with Whis' presence, the remote location of Vampa Star within the 7th universe means that it would require approximately an hour of Whis' superluminal travel to reach it. Meanwhile, on Vampa Star, Paragus oversees Broly's training with the intent of one day eliminating Vegeta. However, due to the planet's scarce resources, Broly's training is rather rudimentary, primarily consisting of evading the unique spider-like creatures that inhabit the planet. At that moment, a radiant beam of light descends rapidly. Its speed, coupled with Whis' concealed aura, goes unnoticed by both Broly and Paragus. Ultimately, Whis and the others land atop an imposing mountain. Wow, this is Vampa Star, Goku exclaims as he steps out, surveying the desolate surroundings. Indeed, the location is remarkably remote, and the environment is exceedingly inhospitable for human life. Goku muses that he has never encountered a planet more wretched than Vampa Star, a place utterly unsuitable for existence. Indeed, Father, Gohan concurs, also deeming the planet dreadful. Furthermore, it appears devoid of sustenance, teeming instead with numerous creatures resembling spiders. It is unfathomable that Broly and Paragus have endured life on this planet for so many years. Vegeta, your father is truly despicable. He cast people away to this forsaken place and left them to their fate. Goku turned to Vegeta, hands resting on his hips, chuckling as he spoke. It dawned upon him why Paragus harbored such animosity towards both Vegeta and his father. Exiled to this harsh planet, devoid of any means of survival, enduring years of inadequate sustenance and restless nights, with no hope of escape, Paragus must have accumulated an immense reservoir of fury and resentment. Humph, that was his doing. Not mine, Vegeta scoffed. He felt indignant, believing the situation was not of his making. Yet, Paragus directed all that ire towards him, which irked him greatly. Father, Uncle Vegeta. Look, Gohan gestured for Goku and Vegeta to join him in observing the scene. There, engaged in training, was Broly, alongside Paragus, who was overseeing his progress. What is that supposed to be? Don't tell me that's his training. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. He found it hard to accept that Broly's regimen consisted merely of evading attacks from that monstrous spider. It was pathetically subpar. He could have easily accomplished that as a child. No wonder Broly appeared so weak when he first emerged in the video recap. It's no surprise that Lord Beerus remarked that keeping Broly here is a waste. Goku chuckled, now in agreement with Beerus's sentiment. If this was the extent of his training, Broly would hardly make any progress. However, upon reflection, finding such training on this desolate planet was, in fact, quite commendable. Let us join him, Whis suggested with a slight smile, tapping his angelic staff lightly upon the ground. In an instant, the four of them vanished from their location, reappearing beside Broly and Paragus. As they materialized behind Paragus, Broly was the first to sense Goku and the others' presence. He hastily dispatched the spider creature before rushing towards Paragus. Broly, you. Paragus, still unaware of Broly's intentions, was taken aback as he flew toward him. Hello there, Goku greeted, raising his hand in a friendly wave. Upon hearing the voice from behind, Paragus's pupils dilated in shock. On this planet, there should only be he and Broly. How could there possibly be a third party? Who is it? Paragus inquired hastily, instinctively placing his hand on the laser gun at his waist. At that moment, Broly had already soared over, recognizing Goku and the others. After all, he had seen everything through the video recaps. He also surmised that a confrontation was inevitable today. Once his father laid eyes on them, he would surely command Broly to eliminate them. Yet, Broly was aware that Goku and his companions were not malevolent beings. The four of them are inherently good individuals, which is why Broly is inclined to heed Paragus' command to fight. However, Broly would never contemplate harming Goku and his companions. When Paragus turned around and beheld Goku and Vegeta, he clenched his fists in anger. "So it is you, Vegeta. How audacious of you to seek me out," he exclaimed. "Enough with the pleasantries. We have come to take Broly away." Vegeta had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Paragus. Their primary objective was to confront Broly and subsequently escort him away. "Huh? Do you truly possess the capability to take Broly from me? Prepare to perish here," Paragus commanded. Broly, attack. Impatiently, Paragus anticipated the moment when Broly would eliminate Vegeta and the others. At his command, Broly obediently lunged towards Vegeta and his allies. "Go ahead, Gohan," Goku encouraged, patting Gohan on the shoulder. Being the weakest among them, it was only fitting that he would be the first to face Broly. Vegeta had no objections, but he insisted that he would be the second to fight. "I will give it my all," Gohan declared, unleashing a burst of energy that sent Broly staggering back. He then delivered a powerful punch that sent Broly flying. At this point in time, Broly's strength was inferior to that of the Broly depicted in the video compilations. With his training, Gohan was easily able to dominate the base form of Broly. However, they all understood from the video reviews that Broly possessed an extraordinary ability. His capacity for learning and the speed at which he could enhance his powers were remarkably exaggerated. Regaining his composure, Broly charged at Gohan once more, launching a relentless assault. Yet, due to the monotony and lack of combat finesse in Broly's attacks, Gohan effortlessly evaded them. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan delivered a kick to Broly's abdomen, inflicting significant damage while creating distance between them. At this moment, Gohan's body lowered slightly, and he positioned his hands in a lotus shape at his waist. A blue energy began to coalesce between his palms, while white flames enveloped his entire form. In his base state, Gohan could easily overpower Broly. "Kamehameha," he shouted, as the blue energy erupted forth, hurtling towards Broly. Sensing a formidable force approaching, Broly realized it was too late to evade the attack. With no alternative, he crossed his arms in a defensive posture. The energy struck, engulfing his entire body in a powerful blast. Paragus clenched his fists, anxious and worried, knowing through the video compilations that Broly's strength would increase with the duration of the fight. Yet, witnessing Broly struggling against Goku's son filled him with dread. As the energy dissipated in the air, Broly was propelled downwards, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. However, as the mightiest bulwark, Broly's resilience to blows has reached its zenith. The Kamehameha wave failed to vanquish him, leaving merely a trace of minor damage. Yet, this slight injury ignited a fire within Broly, his rage surging as his aura intensified substantially. This transformation was palpable to Gohan and the others. In the next moment, after unleashing his fury, Broly soared towards Gohan in the sky with a velocity that far surpassed before. "Did you feel that, Vegeta?" Goku inquired, casting a glance at Vegeta. "Undoubtedly," Vegeta responded, crossing his arms over his chest with a cold demeanor. "That fellow has indeed begun to elevate his power. Just as in the footage, he is rapidly growing in battle. While honing his combat skills, his aura and strength are continuously escalating. The legendary Super Saiyan with a power level of 940 is gradually awakening." Vegeta was keen to observe how far Broly could ascend. Could it truly be as depicted in the video, a relentless annihilator transforming into a terrifying killing machine? Only through the fusion of himself and Kakarot into Vegito could they hope to defeat him completely. This is precisely what makes it intriguing, Goku mused, his anticipation mounting. He was curious if, during their battle, Broly had indeed transformed into the fabled Super Saiyan. If that were the case, Goku knew he could not withstand Broly's full might. Perhaps only by merging with Vegeta could he hope to conquer Broly. In the sky, Broly, having ascended once more, exhibited significant changes. Chapter 110, Vegeta remained defiantly obstinate. His aura and strength had not only augmented immensely, but he had also begun to grasp some combat techniques. Gohan, in his normal state, now found himself struggling. Thud, thud, thud. In the face of Broly's relentless onslaught, Gohan could only defend or evade. He could no longer respond with the same ease as before, effortlessly countering all of Broly's attacks. Presently, he was unable to seize even a moment to retaliate, as Broly's offensive grew increasingly ferocious. This could not continue. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Gohan's face. He recognized that Broly was indeed as formidable as depicted in the footage. The rate at which he learned and evolved was truly terrifying. However, it was precisely through battling such a powerful adversary that Gohan could augment his own combat experience and grow stronger. With this thought, excitement glimmered in Gohan's eyes. Bang! After crossing his arms to block one of Broly's heavy punches, Gohan was propelled backward, successfully creating distance between them. Wasting not a single second, Gohan clenched his fists. A deep roar erupted from his throat as a vast surge of golden aura enveloped him, accompanied by arcs of energy resembling serpents. At that moment, Broly continued to advance towards him. In the next moment, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 at full power. The sheer force of his transformation momentarily stunned Broly. The astonishment was palpable in Paragus' eyes as he witnessed the spectacle. Indeed, these Saiyans were just as depicted in the video summaries. Having mastered the transformation known as Super Saiyan, after witnessing the Super Saiyan transformation, Paragus contemplated aiding Broly in achieving this form. However, despite Broly's relentless training, he displayed no signs of breakthrough. The only transformation he could manage was that of the Great Ape. Paragus found himself perplexed, as his own lack of strength rendered him incapable of mastering the Super Saiyan transformation. At that moment, with Son Gohan now in his full-powered Super Saiyan 2 form, he effortlessly overpowered the recently strengthened Broly. No matter how Broly attacked, Gohan could easily evade or deflect his strikes. After blocking one of Broly's punches with his left arm, Gohan retaliated with a powerful right hook aimed at Broly's face. The force of this blow was such that even Broly, the mightiest of shields, struggled to withstand it. The impact contorted half of Broly's face, and in the next instant, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground like a falling star. Dust and debris erupted, obscuring the scene, but it was evident that Broly had sustained significant damage. A few seconds later, a furious roar erupted from below. The dust was instantly dispersed by a surge of energy. Several energy blasts shot upwards towards Gohan, but he deemed it unnecessary to evade. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly swatted the energy blasts away. Just as the last of the blasts was deflected, Gohan glanced down to see Broly soaring toward him, delivering a punch with all his might. Gohan raised his left arm to block the punch, then bent to evade Broly's follow-up left hook. As Broly unleashed a third punch, Gohan took a step back to dodge and gathered energy in his right hand, firing an energy blast at Broly. The explosion sent Broly flying once more. However, just before he hit the ground, he managed to stabilize himself with a surge of energy and charged at Gohan again. It was clear that Broly's power had significantly increased once more. Nevertheless, Gohan remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity to send Broly flying again with a punch. At this juncture, Gohan still held the upper hand. Yet Goku and the others sensed a gradual shift in the tides of battle. Broly's strength continued to ascend. This time, the distance he was propelled back was noticeably shorter than in previous encounters. Soon, after several more exchanges, Gohan landed another punch squarely on Broly's face. This time, Broly was not even knocked away despite the fierce blows he received, which astonished Gohan. He had not anticipated Broly's rapid ascension in power. It had only been a mere minute since he was being suppressed. Suddenly, Broly brazenly absorbed Gohan's punch, driving a knee forcefully into Gohan's abdomen. Although Gohan had defended with utmost speed, Broly's velocity exceeded his own by a fraction. A resounding impact echoed as Gohan took a heavy hit to his midsection, causing saliva to spill forth. Yet, this was not the end. Broly prepared to unleash another punch upon Gohan. Ignoring the pain coursing through him and desperate to avoid another crushing blow, Gohan swiftly crossed his arms in defense. However, Broly feigned a move, initially aiming for Gohan's abdomen. Gohan, indeed, braced for that strike, but at the last moment, Broly diverted his fist towards Gohan's face. This decisive punch sent Gohan flying. "Well done, Broly." "Continue to bring him down," Paragus exclaimed with palpable excitement. However, he soon realized the presence of Goku and Vegeta nearby. After a brief moment of shock, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Fearing for his life at the hands of Goku and his companions, Paragus cautiously retreated a few meters away, distancing himself from them. "Impressive, Broly. In such a short span, you have grown so much," Goku remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Indeed, witnessing the reality of Broly's growth was far more exhilarating than viewing it in video recaps. Such an exaggerated rate of development and learning ability made Broly's claim of being second truly stand out. no one dared to assert themselves as first. I believe that if this continues, you two will need to employ the Metamoran fusion technique to defeat him, Whis said with a smile, glancing at Goku and Vegeta. Given Broly's current rate of growth, Whis surmised that he was on the verge of unlocking the power of the great ape. That won't be necessary, Vegeta retorted defiantly. I can handle him alone. Yet, despite his bravado, he secretly acknowledged the undeniable truth. He could see clearly just how formidable Broly's growth and learning capabilities were. This scenario presented an opportunity for Gohan. It seemed that his only path to attain the strength necessary to confront Broly was through fusion with Kakarot. Meanwhile, the aerial battle raged on, with the tide having completely turned. Broly now dominated Gohan utterly. Not only was his strength overwhelming, but Gohan could scarcely withstand any of his assaults. Broly's massive form was complemented by astonishing speed, leaving Gohan struggling to defend against each onslaught. In a swift motion, Broly suddenly appeared behind Gohan. Startled by the speed, Gohan quickly turned and raised his arms in defense. However, Broly did not strike as anticipated. Instead, he concentrated a small energy sphere in his hand. The energy orb collided with Gohan's arm, exploding and sending him flying. Without delay, Broly launched another energy sphere. Gohan, still reeling from the first blow, found it difficult to defend himself and was struck once more. In that critical moment, the previously palm-sized energy orb rapidly expanded into a colossal sphere, enveloping Gohan entirely. This was dire indeed. Gohan exerted every ounce of strength to resist the overwhelming force of the energy, feeling that even a slight relaxation would result in being completely consumed. He had no choice. He had to unleash his full power. With that thought, Gohan transformed back to his normal state, his golden hair reverting to black and the golden aura dissipating. Yet, his energy not only remained stable but surged tremendously. A brilliant white aura erupted around him, sharpening the contours of his features with a distinct, sharp fringe forming on his forehead. This was not a Super Saiyan transformation, but rather a unique evolution of Gohan, embodying the potential within him, the enigmatic mystic Gohan. The significant boost in power allowed him to disperse the energy that threatened to engulf him in an instant. As Broly attempted to close the distance, Gohan merely cast a glance, and the resulting shockwave halted Broly in his tracks. To think I would have to resort to this so soon, Gohan murmured, clenching his fists. He had anticipated that it would take longer to reach this level of power, but Broly's growth and learning abilities exceeded his expectations. He realized that if he did not give his all, he would surely be defeated. What is this? Paragus exclaimed, his smile vanishing upon witnessing Gohan's energy dispersal. Though he was not a Super Saiyan, why did it seem that Gohan's current strength surpassed that of even a Super Saiyan? Following this revelation, Gohan regained the upper hand, completely suppressing Broly. No matter how fiercely Broly attacked, Gohan was able to deflect every assault. With a single, effortless punch, Gohan sent Broly flying, his body crashing through countless boulders. Their powers were no longer on the same level. Suddenly, Paragus clenched his fists as he focused intently on Gohan. I've just remembered, he said, continuing to gaze at Gohan in the air. This is the transformation that appeared in the video featuring Vegeta, the one that unlocks latent potential. Broly, rally your strength, Paragus urged, unwilling to believe that his Broly could be so thoroughly dominated. After all, this was his Broly. In the midst of the video recap, the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, ascends beyond the divine. As he endures relentless blows, his fury intensifies, accumulating both anger and power. Ultimately, after being propelled by a ki blast from Gohan, Broly erupts in a spectacular display. His pupils transform to a resplendent gold, and an emerald aura envelopes him. The might of the great ape is harnessed in his humanoid form and unleashed. The terrifying surge of energy sends shockwaves through the surrounding environment. Goku and the others understand that this marks the initial transformation of Broly, who harnesses the power of the great ape. Paragus, witnessing Broly's utilization of this immense strength, breathes a sigh of relief, confident that in this state, Gohan stands no chance against Broly. This is a test for you, Gohan, Goku observes from above, resolute in his decision not to intervene. Firstly, for the sake of fairness in battle. Secondly, to hone Gohan's skills. Goku hopes that Gohan perceives this confrontation with Broly as a trial, rather than seeking to defeat him outright. Goku merely wishes for Gohan to endure, even if just for a fleeting moment. The pressure exerted by Broly, now wielding the great ape's power, weighs heavily on Gohan. Beads of cold sweat form on his brow, and his body trembles involuntarily. Clenching his fists, he strives to maintain composure and quell his quaking form. Yet, the method to combat such a formidable Broly eludes him, for he has surpassed Gohan's capabilities. As Gohan contemplates his strategy, Broly suddenly opens his mouth, gathering a sphere of green energy within. In an instant, he unleashes the energy blast, a seemingly small orb with the potential to obliterate worlds effortlessly. Gohan dares not confront it head-on. The very idea of engaging it risks unnecessary exhaustion. Acknowledging his inability to defeat Broly, he recognizes that such a confrontation diminishes his already slim chances of victory. With a surge of adrenaline, he evades the incoming energy blast, which detonates in the vastness of space, casting a green hue across the sky. Seizing the initiative, Gohan envelopes himself in a brilliant white aura and accelerates towards Broly. The latter, still reeling from his previous attack, remains motionless, a rare opportunity for Gohan. With little time for hesitation, he dismisses the notion of a trap. After all, Broly, having grown in strength, risks losing his sanity due to the overwhelming power coursing through him, a piece of knowledge gleaned from prior video analyses. With every ounce of might concentrated in his right fist, Gohan realizes that he must seize every opportunity presented to him. Moreover, he must seize each opportunity with utmost fervor, leaving nothing in reserve. Only in this manner may he entertain the faintest glimmer of hope for victory. Chapter 112. Taste this, Broly. However, that flicker of hope seemed to vanish entirely the moment he unleashed his punch. The full force of his effort landed squarely upon Broly's visage. Not only did it fail to propel Broly away, but he exhibited not the slightest reaction, nor a hint of pain. Even the half of his face that was struck remained utterly motionless. This is unacceptable. The disparity is insurmountable, Son Gohan realized in that instant. The chasm between himself and Broly was not merely a matter of degrees. It was vast, obliterating any prospect of triumph. The next moment, as his fist recoiled, Broly retaliated with a punch of his own. Gohan attempted to defend himself, but Broly's speed was exponentially greater. The blow came with such ferocity that it was utterly unavoidable. With a resounding thud, Son Gohan was sent hurtling backward. Broly, fueled by a surge of anger, pursued him, ascending above Gohan. With both hands clenched into fists, he struck once more against Gohan's back. Gohan coughed, blood spilling forth from his lips. He crashed heavily to the ground. The weight of Broly's assault was simply beyond the limits of his endurance. Such relentless strikes would not require many. Gohan was acutely aware that a few more would render him unconscious. He sensed that his time in this battle was drawing to a close. Having had the chance to contend with Broly, he felt a sense of fulfillment, yet he recognized the undeniable truth. His own strength was woefully inadequate. His combat experience was lacking, and there were countless areas in which he needed to grow and learn. Nevertheless, before his exit, he resolved to make one final attempt. With every ounce of energy he could muster, he aimed to see if he could inflict even a minor wound upon Broly. Rising to his feet and using the smoke to cloak himself, Son Gohan positioned his hands in a flower petal shape at his waist. In an instant, a brilliant blue energy coalesced around him. This strike was a gamble, an all-or-nothing endeavor, with every ounce of his energy channeled into it without reservation. As Broly hurtled towards him, the smoke dissipated, revealing a dazzling beam of blue light radiating outward. "Taste this, Broly," he shouted. The Kamehameha wave surged forth, resembling a pillar of light soaring into the heavens, propelled by an overwhelming force aimed directly at Broly. Paragus' eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Son Gohan could harness such formidable energy amidst the smoke. It appeared that Broly had no means of evasion. However, Broly had no intention of dodging. Empowered by the might of the great ape, he was reckless, eschewing any defensive maneuvers. He would only act to protect his life if he felt genuinely threatened, much like when Vegeta had attacked him, particularly with the final Kamehameha wave that had jolted Broly back to his senses. Soon, as the energy began to dissipate, the formidable Kamehameha, fueled by unwavering determination, proved to be quite powerful. At the very least, Gohan was satisfied, having inflicted some minor injuries upon Broly. Though not significant, it was enough for Gohan, who felt content that his full-force strike had managed to impact Broly, even if only slightly. As Broly's massive hand approached, Gohan, exhausted and unable to maintain his mystic form, reverted to his normal state. "I have given it my all. The rest is up to Uncle Vegeta and Dad," Gohan thought, a smile gracing his face as he gently closed his eyes, surrendering his resistance, primarily due to his lack of energy for defense or evasion. Ha ha. Let us take care of Kakarote's son first, Paragus exclaimed, his laughter echoing with excitement. The slaughter was set to commence with Gohan, the first target. He intended to demonstrate to Vegeta just how formidable Broly had become under his tutelage. At that moment, a swift motion revealed Goku and Vegeta appearing before Gohan simultaneously. Gohan opened his eyes. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Kakarote, take Gohan and retreat. This one is mine. It's agreed that I'll be second, Vegeta declared, assuming a battle stance. Ready for confrontation. You've done well, Gohan, Goku commended, clearly pleased with Gohan's performance. You've given it your all, and that is commendable. He assisted in bringing Gohan back to the ground, where Whis helped with his recovery. In the sky, the battle between Vegeta and Broly officially commenced. Initially, Vegeta, in his normal state, faced Broly's full-force punch. Goku intended to counter it with a punch of his own, but upon their fists colliding, Vegeta realized he was outmatched in strength. Therefore, he instinctively bent his arm to dissipate some of Broly's force and stepped back. Broly pursued, and seizing the opportunity, Vegeta delivered a kick. Unfortunately, the strike landed on Broly with no effect, as if he were unfazed, sustaining no damage and remaining firmly planted. Vegeta, undeterred, retreated once more, increasing the distance between them. Then, he raised one hand, aiming at Broly. A vibrant golden energy sphere, interspersed with crackling lightning, formed in his palm. The powerful aura radiated outward like ripples in water, expanding furiously in all directions. With a resounding explosion, the golden energy sphere surged towards Broly. Yet, Broly did not attempt to evade. Upon impact, the energy unleashed a tremendous explosion, bathing everything in a blinding light. Paragus couldn't help but worry. The energy was beyond his expectations. Vegeta was impressively potent, capable of unleashing such formidable power without any transformations. However, Broly was not easily vanquished. As the energy dispersed, he emerged with only minor injuries. He suffered no significant injuries at all. Paragus exhaled in relief and once again commanded, "Go, Broly. Kill Vegeta, the one he wishes to eliminate the most." Of course, now there was an additional target, Frieza. After all, Paragus had learned from the video recap that the despicable Frieza had ambushed him, killing him to enable Broly's transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan. Indeed, he is remarkably resilient. Vegeta smirked, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his lips. Now, let us elevate this battle to a new height. Clenching his fists tightly, a surge of golden energy enveloped Vegeta. The scorching aura swept across everything around him. Chapter 113. Let us compare our strengths in an instant. The surroundings transformed into a blazing furnace. Soon, Vegeta completed his transformation, sprouting red fur and significantly lengthening his hair, his muscular form radiating power. This was the Super Saiyan 4 at full capacity. Paragus's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Vegeta could master the transformation showcased in the video recap. Let us compare our strengths, Vegeta provocatively beckoned Broly. Broly, fully aware of Vegeta's disdain, erupted in fury and charged towards him. Vegeta did not dodge. Instead, he struck Broly with a powerful punch. A dull thud echoed as their fists collided. Empowered by the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Vegeta indeed possessed the strength to contend with Broly. In terms of power, they were evenly matched, resulting in no clear victor. Subsequently, Broly and Vegeta engaged in multiple clashes, each one yielding the same outcome. Neither could overpower the other. This fueled Vegeta's confidence, leading him to believe Broly was not as formidable as he seemed and that he could easily dispatch him alone. Seizing the moment, he utilized Broly's momentum against him, delivering a swift kick that sent Broly flying. As Broly was propelled away, he struggled to regain control of his body. Vegeta seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful burst of energy and launching himself towards Broly's face with a fierce punch. Broly was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground like a meteor. Yet, this was not the end. Vegeta raised his hand and concentrated an immense energy, directing it towards Broly below. With a thunderous explosion, the energy engulfed Broly entirely. However, the energy had not yet dissipated. A green light erupted from beneath, sending a wave of foreboding through Vegeta's heart. Indeed, Broly charged through the energy, advancing towards him. Vegeta was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, readying himself to counter Broly's impending attack. Observing Broly's intent to strike, he raised his arm in defense. Who would have thought that Broly would suddenly change, pressing his hands firmly against the sides of Vegeta's head? Vegeta intended to summon his strength to break free from the constraints, only to discover that Broly's power had escalated even further. It appeared that after sustaining a blow, his fury had once again amplified his strength dramatically. Vegeta found himself unable to escape, while Broly forcefully slammed his head against Vegeta's forehead, causing him to lean back and feel a wave of dizziness. Seizing the moment when Vegeta was incapacitated, Broly reached out and grasped Vegeta's right calf, then descended to the ground, violently slamming Vegeta against the earth. The scene was truly tragic. Even Gohan could hardly bear to watch. Despite the formidable defensive capabilities of Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta was struggling to withstand such brutal treatment. Meanwhile, Goku was preparing himself, acutely aware that Broly's power had surged once more. Vegeta was on the verge of defeat, prompting Goku to consider joining the fray. If necessary, they might indeed need to resort to the Metamoran fusion technique, as Whis had suggested, to overcome Broly. With relentless ferocity, Broly continued to slam Vegeta into the ground, creating massive craters in the earth. Well done, Broly, Paragus thought, reveling in the sight of Vegeta being so thoroughly dominated. After years of anticipation for revenge, the moment had finally arrived. The son of King Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, was destined to fall today. The onslaught persisted, fueled by Broly's desire for retribution, a response to the few blows Vegeta had landed on him. However, Vegeta's combat instincts were remarkably sharp. Seizing an opportunity, he unleashed a wave of energy that sent Broly flying. Yet, such an attack barely grazed Broly, merely propelling him backward. As Vegeta emerged from the fray, disregarding the pain coursing through him, Broly quickly regained his footing and charged back towards him. "Vegeta," he shouted coldly, clenching his fists with unwavering resolve. In the next moment, as Broly lunged forward, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and he leaped to the right in an attempt to evade Broly's fist. To his astonishment, Broly altered his trajectory through sheer force of will, extending his other hand to seize Vegeta by the throat. This unexpected maneuver astonished not only Vegeta, but also Goku and the others. It was important to note that these combat techniques were not innate to Broly. He had acquired them through his battles with them. He had learned a great deal during his previous confrontation with Gohan. Now, in the midst of the battle with Vegeta, those techniques gradually ascend towards the legendary Super Saiyan, an entity truly terrifying. Not granting Vegeta a moment to react, Broly decisively pinned him to the ground. The overwhelming force created craters in the earth, causing the very ground to tremble. Subsequently, Broly hurled Vegeta high into the air. At this moment, Vegeta had yet to recover from the previous assault, but Broly was already launching a new attack. With both hands raised, a colossal green energy sphere rapidly coalesced. The terrifying energy seemed poised to annihilate everything in its path. The surrounding environment was forcibly altered, all bathed in a verdant hue, as fissures began to emerge across the land. The power of this strike was unmistakable. In desperation, as the energy sphere hurtled toward Vegeta, Goku clenched his fists and, with a burst of energy, ascended into the divine realm. A cerulean aura enveloped his entire being. In the form of Super Saiyan God, he positioned his index and middle fingers upon his forehead. In an instant, he teleported beside Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta regained his composure. But rather than concern himself with the approaching energy sphere, he was incensed by Goku's interruption of his battle. "Hey, Kakarot, don't you dare, listen. That guy has completely lost his mind. If we don't join forces, your strength alone won't suffice to defeat him. You must understand this, Vegeta." Goku believed that their primary objective remained to vanquish Broly. He could not stand idly by while Vegeta faced potential demise. Clearly, Broly had succumbed to his primal rage. Chapter 114. Ultimate Flash. Originally, he had no intention of killing Goku and the others, for he realized through video analyses that they were, in fact, good individuals. However, the surge in his power was beyond his control, ultimately consuming him. With his sanity lost, he could no longer gauge the weight of his blows. Each strike was lethal. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he knew he was indeed weaker than Broly. "Here it comes," Goku warned. With a surge of energy, he positioned his hands in a flower-like stance at his waist. Kamehameha. Vegeta also spread his arms wide, gathering energy in his hands. "Ultimate Flash," he declared. As both unleashed their most potent energies simultaneously, the two forces collided with the gargantuan energy sphere. Initially, they matched evenly, but as Goku and Vegeta poured forth their strength, the colossal energy sphere began to falter. Gradually, it shattered, dissipating into the air. "Let us go all out." Goku exclaimed with a smile. It had been quite a while since he had teamed up with Vegeta against a common foe. You need not remind me, Vegeta replied, his tone as brusque as ever. Subsequently, the two of them launched simultaneous attacks on Broly, one from the left and the other from the right. Initially, Broly, empowered by his great ape form, was only more formidable than either Goku or Vegeta individually. However, with Goku and Vegeta uniting their strength against him, Broly stood little chance. It wasn't long before he found himself at a disadvantage, thoroughly overwhelmed. It is important to note that the synergy between Goku and Vegeta is exceptionally potent. Even a legendary Super Saiyan like Broly could hardly withstand their combined might. Goku, positioned on the left, sent Broly flying towards Vegeta on the right, who then delivered a powerful kick that propelled Broly into the air. Despite Broly's efforts to stabilize himself in a fit of rage, Goku employed the Godbind technique, instantly constraining Broly's movements. At this moment, Vegeta had the opportunity to unleash his attacks at will. However, he disdainfully refrained from striking Broly while he was incapacitated. Instead, he merely kicked Broly away, inadvertently releasing him from Goku's grasp. It became evident that the collaboration between Goku and Vegeta left Broly with no prospect of victory. Their coordination was impeccable, and their movements were remarkably agile, drawing upon their extensive battle experience, rendering Broly unable to even make contact with them. Although Broly had recently experienced a surge of anger that temporarily boosted his power, the extent of this enhancement paled in comparison to his previous transformations. The earlier increases had been monumental, almost unbelievable, whereas this latest one offered little more than a marginal improvement, insufficient to alter the tide of battle against Goku and Vegeta. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, within the realm of the Destroyers, Kappa approached a grand tree and halted, followed closely by the diminutive Kappa from Universe 6. Now, according to the instructions I imparted earlier, give it a try. Let me observe your mastery of the destructive power, Kappa said, hands on his hips, gazing at Kappa. Indeed, in preparation for the Saiyan tournament, he had taken the initiative to teach Kappa the art of destruction, intending for him to serve as a substitute destroyer for Universe 6, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the Saiyan warriors from that universe and increasing their chances of triumph in the tournament. Kappa nodded in acknowledgement, closing his eyes to attune himself to the destructive energy within. As a purplish-red aura, saturated with the essence of destruction, emanated from him, he gradually lifted his right hand, gathering a sphere of destructive energy. Finally, he unleashed it, striking the tree, which instantaneously disintegrated into countless particles. Ha ha, quite impressive, Kappa exclaimed, his laughter echoing with satisfaction. Kappa had successfully grasped the first stage of destructive energy. With further practice, and with time remaining before the Saiyan tournament, he would undoubtedly refine his abilities. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Beerus, Kale had also begun to master her own powers, capable of wielding half of her transformative strength. Kefla, on the other hand, has embarked on the evolutionary path of the Super Saiyan. In her quest to vanquish the Saiyans of Universe 7 and to become the mightiest Saiyan, she has made extensive preparations. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, the battle rages on. Broly is persistently overwhelmed by Goku and Vegeta, his stamina waning to the point where he can barely land a single blow on them. After being sent flying by a kick from Goku, Broly steadies himself, consumed by fury, unleashing his full power. A green aura envelopes his entire being. Yet Goku and Vegeta remain undaunted, unaffected, and swiftly close in on Broly. Upon reaching him, they simultaneously deliver a devastating punch to his abdomen. This time, even the strongest of shields cannot withstand the onslaught. Broly coughs up blood mixed with bile. Following this, Vegeta thrusts an energy blast into Broly's side. With a resounding explosion, Broly is hurled away, seizing the moment while Broly struggles to regain his balance. Goku and Vegeta stand back to back, each concentrating their energy. As showcased in the video compilation, the Kamehameha and Gallic Gun merge in midair, creating a new and even more formidable force. This energy surges towards Broly. In the final moment, Broly steadies himself, realizing there is no escape. He extends his hands in a futile attempt to block the energy, which unfortunately is beyond his current capabilities. He is pushed back several meters, unable to hold out for even 10 seconds before being entirely engulfed by the energy. Could it be that he will lose without a fight? Paragus clutches his head, uncertain of what to do. Broly remains completely suppressed by Goku and Vegeta. Without transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, his latent bloodline cannot be fully realized. causing his growth to stagnate, not merely slow, but come to a standstill. If this continues, Broly will be defeated in mere minutes. Damn it, Paragus grits his teeth. Is there truly no other option left? Chapter 115. My Broly does not disappoint. Must I resort to the same desperate measure as shown in the video compilation to enable Broly to eliminate Vegeta? The final option, of course, is to take my own life. Paragus recalls from the video that his death would provoke Broly, igniting an unparalleled rage within him, ultimately leading Broly to transcend and transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. However, the thought of suicide is something Paragus finds exceedingly difficult to contemplate. He places his hand on the laser gun at his side, contemplating the act, but finds himself unable to muster the resolve. Killing others is one thing, but this is entirely different. However, this time the target of the assassination is none other than oneself, suicide. Who can withstand such a notion? Whis, could you lend a hand? At that moment, Sun Wukong instantaneously appeared beside Whis and spoke to him. What did you say? Whis inquired. Is it possible to show Broly the scene of Paragus' demise? Sun Wukong chuckled, revealing his thoughts. I wish to engage in combat with him, the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta shared the same sentiment, eager to battle the fabled Super Saiyan. Broly, empowered by the might of the great ape, is formidable. Nevertheless, they yearn to confront an even stronger opponent. After all, since they are here, it would be rather uninteresting not to challenge Broly in his most powerful form. Is that so? Since you desire it, of course, I can oblige, Whis replied, never one to refuse such a request. After all, he too was eager to witness the legendary Super Saiyan in action. Moreover, what he anticipated even more was the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, resulting in Gogeta. Once Broly achieves the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, the only way for the two of them to secure victory would be through the Metamoran fusion technique. Then allow me to assist you, Whis declared, waving his angelic staff. In an instant, a white beam of light penetrated Broly's mind. Following this, Broly pressed his hands tightly against his head, visibly contorted in agony, as the green aura surrounding him expanded exponentially. What is happening? Paragus was bewildered by Broly's condition. Yet he could discern that Broly's current state mirrored the extreme rage-induced breakthrough depicted in the video recap. This could work to his advantage, perhaps even providing a glimmer of hope to slay Vegeta. With this thought, an excited smile crept across Paragus' face. Soon, the green aura enveloping Broly intensified, culminating in a towering beam of light. It's coming. Sun Wukong could already sense the overwhelming pressure suffusing the air and enveloping the earth. Whether it was excitement or fear, his body trembled uncontrollably. Vegeta experienced a similar reaction, clenching his fists to momentarily halt the tremors. In no time, as the energy beam dissipated, Broly had completed his transformation. His golden hair and eyebrows vanished entirely, as did his pupils, while his muscles swelled significantly, and his height increased noticeably. This was Broly's Super Saiyan form. The primal power of the great ape within him had yet to reach its limit, hence he had not yet fully attained the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Witnessing Broly's transformation, Vegeta's lips curled into a wicked smile as he eagerly soared towards the airborne Broly. The moment Broly's gaze fixed upon him, an immense pressure surged forth. In the next instant, Broly barreled toward him at a speed far surpassing that of Vegeta. So fast, Vegeta was taken aback, realizing he could barely perceive Broly's movements. A dull thud echoed through the air. With a single punch, Vegeta was sent flying. Realizing the dire situation, Goku quickly unleashed his energy and soared into the fray. He intended to mount a surprise attack from behind, but to his astonishment, Broly's speed exceeded his expectations. In a swift motion, Broly seized Goku's forearm. Almost immediately, a formidable surge of energy coalesced at Broly's chest. Goku yearned to escape, yet with Broly's grip tightening around his arm, liberation was impossible. With a resounding boom, Goku was propelled away by the explosive force emanating from Broly's chest. Father, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan clenched his fists, eager to rush to the aid of Goku and Vegeta. However, he understood that this was a challenge they had willingly accepted. Harnessing Whis' divine power, he aimed to show Broly the vision of Paragus' demise, hoping to facilitate his breakthrough. Thus, he refrained from intervening, knowing that now was not the time to join the battle. Ahaha, truly my Broly. Paragus was elated beyond measure, just as he had envisioned. Broly's strength surged uncontrollably. At this point, Kakarot and Vegeta were no match for him. This guy. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Broly's might was far beyond his imagination. Nevertheless, as the proud prince of the Saiyans, he would never concede as long as his opponent stood. With a fierce roar, Vegeta charged once more at Broly. He refused to believe that, even with all his might, he could not inflict harm upon Broly. Vegeta, Goku attempted to call out to him, urging him to act in unison. Yet, Vegeta was resolute, already racing towards Broly alone. Upon reaching Broly, Vegeta unleashed a full-force punch. However, when it struck Broly's face, there was no reaction whatsoever. Pain. Being knocked back? None of it occurred. Frustrated, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches against Broly's form. But the outcome remained unchanged. Broly felt nothing. Damn it. Vegeta could not accept this. Stepping back, he spread his arms wide, gathering an immense amount of energy between his hands. The energy coalesced at an astonishing speed. Once complete, he brought his hands together before his chest, aiming directly at Broly. Ultimate Flash. He bellowed, unleashing a brilliant beam of energy, a dazzling amalgamation of yellow and crackling lightning. Broly neither dodged nor defended himself, allowing the energy to engulf him entirely. Heh, even the legendary Super Saiyan cannot emerge unscathed from my ultimate flash, Vegeta thought, a smirk creeping onto his lips. In his mind, there was no way anyone could withstand the full force of his attack. Yet, in the very next moment, to his utter disbelief, Broly advanced steadily through the energy, stepping closer to Vegeta. How is this possible? The smile vanished from Vegeta's face as he watched Broly approach him. An ominous reality settling in. Chapter 116. Paragus wore a displeased expression. Vegeta swiftly withdrew his energy, clenching his fists and preparing to strike. At that moment, Goku soared into the air. However, his kick was abruptly intercepted as Broly seized his calf. Goku found himself utterly unable to control his body, and Broly wielded him like a weapon, hurling him forcefully into Vegeta, propelling both of them away into the distance. Kakarot, if you don't come over here, I will send that brute flying. Vegeta glared at Goku, his voice laced with anger. Yet Goku remained unconvinced. Even if you were to land a punch on Broly, he would not be so easily dispatched. You have witnessed for yourself that Broly's current strength far exceeds our own. Initially, I believed that after his breakthrough, our combined efforts would grant us the power to contend with him. Yet now, I realize I was mistaken. Broly's strength is far beyond my expectations. Although I had seen glimpses of it in the recorded footage, only through first-hand experience could one truly comprehend the magnitude of that power. As Goku and Vegeta exchanged words, Broly opened his mouth wide, gathering energy for a devastating blast aimed directly at them. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, look out behind you. Noticing Goku and Vegeta engrossed in conversation, Gohan urgently shouted from above. Huh. Goku and Vegeta finally reacted, turning to see the energy projectile closing in within mere meters. That bastard, Vegeta cursed, hastily condensing energy in his hands. Goku mirrored his actions, both unleashing their energies to counter Broly's attack. Yet, despite their combined efforts, the two were unable to overcome Broly's formidable force. Instead, they found themselves gradually pushed back, their energies faltering against his. Just as it seemed they would be struck by the combined might of their attack and Broly's, Goku called out to Vegeta, "Hey, Vegeta, place your hand on me." As he spoke, he extended one hand, merging his index and middle fingers against his forehead. "I refuse." Vegeta, deducing Goku's intention to utilize instant transmission to escape, was resolute in his pride as the Saiyan Prince. He had no intention of retreating mid-battle. Seeing Vegeta's reluctance to comply, Goku felt exasperated. He retracted his energy and placed his hand on Vegeta's shoulder, initiating the instant transmission despite Vegeta's protests. "Hey, Kakarot. You." Vegeta's indignation was cut short as Goku activated the technique, whisking them away to safety. They narrowly escaped disaster. Had they been struck by that energy, even if they survived, they would have surely lost all combat capability and consciousness. In an instant, Goku and Vegeta arrived at Whis' location, where Paragus greeted their appearance with evident displeasure. Just a fraction more, merely a whisper away. He was on the verge of witnessing Vegeta's demise at the hands of his son Broly. "Kakarot, what on earth have you done?" Vegeta glared furiously at Goku upon his arrival. He had clearly stated his desire to remain behind, yet Goku audaciously took it upon himself to lead him away. "Calm down, Vegeta. If we get hit, it will be the end of us," Goku exclaimed, hands clasped over his chest, a cheerful laugh escaping his lips. "Besides, this is not a retreat, it is merely a tactical withdrawal. We need to regroup and devise a strategy to defeat Broly. And how do you propose we defeat that monster? Vegeta inquired, suppressing his fury. He was indeed curious about the plan Goku might conjure to vanquish Broly. Gohan glanced upward at Broly, who was wreaking havoc in search of a worthy opponent, then turned back to Goku and asked, Dad, do you really have a plan? He believed the only feasible way to conquer Broly was through the Metamoran fusion technique, which Goku had also contemplated. With a sly smile, Goku looked at Vegeta and clenched his fists, assuring him, there is indeed a method that will enable us to defeat Broly. What method? Initially puzzled by the inquiry, Vegeta suddenly noticed the mischievous grin on Goku's face and realized what was coming. Wait a moment, Kakarot, you can't possibly be thinking of that, can you? The Metamoran fusion technique? He recalled a video in which they had been unable to withstand Broly's might, leading Goku to threaten him with Bulma's safety. Reluctantly, he had agreed to fuse with Kakarot. Yes, that very one. Goku affirmed with a chuckle, clearly on the same wavelength as Vegeta. Come on, with that. We can surely defeat Broly. Don't be absurd, Kakarot. Vegeta firmly rejected the notion, adamant that he would never fuse with Goku. Goku paused, momentarily taken aback. Noticing Vegeta turn away, refusing to engage, he pondered and deliberately leaned in, saying, what about Bulma? If we don't defeat Broly here, Paragus will undoubtedly return with him to Earth one day. Bulma, Trunks, and the entire planet will be at risk of destruction. Kakarot. Vegeta shot a glare at Goku, feeling a mix of anger and exasperation. The mention of Bulma struck a chord, revealing Goku's grasp on his vulnerability. Enough with the chatter. If it's fusion, then it's fusion. With a resolute bite of his lip, Vegeta finally acquiesced. After all, Goku had indeed exploited his weakness, and he figured that if he refused to agree now, Goku would incessantly repeat his proposal. Better to concede than to endure that annoyance. Yes, fantastic, Goku exclaimed, as if triumphant, his fists clenched in exhilaration. By the way, Vegeta, do you still remember the fusion dance? To perform the Metamoran fusion technique, one must execute the dance steps. Without this, the fusion cannot be completed. It's just like in that video recap where we both did it. Vegeta snorted, a proud expression adorning his face. Chapter 117. Paragus clenched his fists in anger. It's all right, Vegeta. Come on, Gohan, let us teach Vegeta the steps. During their days of training in the God of Destruction realm, Goku had specifically imparted the Metamoran fusion dance to Gohan, worried that one day Vegeta might not be around, allowing him to fuse with Gohan instead. Without the concern of Gohan being hindered by unfamiliarity with the dance, Gohan stepped forward, ready to demonstrate the dance alongside Goku, showcasing the fusion steps for Vegeta. Upon witnessing the utterly embarrassing dance once more, Vegeta's face flushed crimson, his fists tightening. He was on the verge of having to perform such a disgraceful and unsightly dance. However, for Gohan, he was quite willing to engage in such antics, finding the fusion dance rather stylish and enjoyable. He even contemplated borrowing elements of it for a future joint performance with Videl, crafting a brand new, couple-themed Saiyan superhero entrance. Do you understand, Vegeta? We've gone through it about 3 times now, Goku remarked, observing Vegeta. If we don't execute it properly, we'll end up like in the video, failing the fusion. Each failure requires a half-hour wait for the fusion to automatically dissolve before we can attempt it again. We don't have that kind of time. We must succeed on the first try, or it's game over. In the video recap, Frieza had bought them time by enduring a relentless beating. But now, they had no such advantage. I understand, Vegeta said, paying close attention, determined to avoid repeating the humiliating dance. Just once, no more. All right then. Goku positioned himself on the left, readying himself. Vegeta, blushing, moved to the right, assuming the stance for the fusion dance. Meanwhile, Broly finally noticed Goku and the others below. With a wide mouth, he unleashed a blast of energy towards them. Quickly, time is of the essence. Goku and Vegeta began their fusion. Fuss, as the word resonated. Their fingers aligned perfectly. A golden light burst forth. Paragus recognized their intent and took out a laser gun, attempting to intervene. After all, in the video recap, Goku and Vegeta had defeated his son Broly through fusion. Seeing them fuse now, Paragus was determined to stop them. Alas, the laser was futile. Not even Broly's full-powered energy blast could hinder Goku and Vegeta's fusion. It's done, Gohan exclaimed excitedly. He had just clearly observed that the fusion dance of Son Wukong and Vegeta was flawless. Each movement was executed with perfection and grace. There was nothing amiss. Thus, this fusion was undoubtedly successful, and the aura emanating from within the golden light attested to that. A formidable energy was continuously radiating outward from within the golden glow. Once the light subsided, the strongest warrior of the dimensions would emerge, the ultimate warrior born from the Metamoran fusion technique, Vegeto. The assault from the ape cannon and the laser gun fired by Paragus arrived in tandem. The moment Vegeto manifested, the energy exuding from his being dispersed these attacks effortlessly. It was a resounding success. Gohan gazed at Vegeto with excitement, witnessing the successful fusion of his father and uncle Vegeta. The mightiest warrior capable of defeating Broly had been born. As previously stated, witnessing it firsthand was far more exhilarating than viewing it through a video recap. Paragus clenched his fists in frustration. He recognized Vegeto, the fusion warrior who had triumphed over Broly in the video. Broly's chances of victory seemed utterly hopeless now. Paragus's vengeance would likely end here. Lifting his gaze, he locked onto Broly in the sky. In the next instant, Vegeto vanished and reappeared before Broly. Perhaps sensing the immense power of the figure before him, Broly hesitated to strike. Now, the one who will battle you is I, Vegeto declared, a confident smile gracing his lips. However, I am neither son Wukong nor Vegeta. I am the one destined to defeat you. As his words fell, Broly realized he was being belittled. In a surge of anger, he charged at Vegeto. With a single hand, Vegeto effortlessly parried Broly's punch, displaying no strain whatsoever. Following this, Broly unleashed a flurry of powerful blows, all of which Vegeto effortlessly deflected, inciting further fury in Broly. In an instant, a multitude of green energy blasts erupted forth, filling the sky with a torrential downpour of energy, akin to a rainstorm with no refuge. Yet, no matter how numerous they were, none of these energy blasts could touch Vegeto. For him, Broly's tactics were trivial, childish, and a waste of energy. Vegeto navigated through the storm of energy with agility, evading every single blast. Realizing the futility of his attacks, Broly decided to engage in close combat to inflict damage upon Vegeto. However, it was evident who held the upper hand in this realm. As it had been foretold in the video recap, once Vegeto emerged, Broly was destined for defeat. The outcome of this battle had already been sealed. As Broly charged toward Vegeto, closing the distance to less than 5 meters, Vegeto suddenly raised his right hand. A surge of blue energy enveloped him. And in the next moment, as the human aura dissipated, the divine energy began to radiate outward. Vegeto's hair and eyebrows transformed into a brilliant blue, and an overwhelming sense of pressure filled the air, making it difficult to breathe. Super Saiyan God Blue achieved. Broly's body was swiftly enveloped by a blue aura. The technique of Super Saiyan God, the binding of the divine. Despite Broly exerting every ounce of his strength and resistance, his power was no match for Vegeta, rendering him incapable of breaking free from the restraints. Remarkably, while utilizing this technique, Vegeta could still move freely. He approached Broly and delivered a powerful elbow strike to his chin. The impact sent Broly flying. As he steadied himself and attempted to retaliate against Vegeta, his punch merely struck the afterimage left behind by Vegeta. A voice echoed from above. Broly turned to see Vegeta standing on his shoulder. In a fit of rage, he reached out to grab Vegeta's calf, but ultimately, his grasp was in vain. Chapter 118. This journey was not in vain. Vegeta's speed was astonishing. Broly could scarcely register his movements. Soon after, Vegeta appeared behind Broly, executing a spinning kick that sent Broly crashing towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, Broly hit the earth, creating a massive cloud of dust and debris. Vegeta, employing the technique of flight, hovered gracefully in the air, a confident smile gracing his lips, arms crossed over his chest. This had transcended mere combat. It had become a one-sided game, with Vegeta playfully toying with Broly. He was not taking the fight seriously, instead choosing to indulge in the sheer joy of his overwhelming power. This approach was not solely for Vegeta's amusement. It was also intended to provoke Broly, urging him to tap into the primal strength of the great ape within him, to transcend into the fabled Super Saiyan. At this moment, Broly was not yet the legendary Super Saiyan. He was only halfway there, perhaps not even that. For Vegeta, the prospect of Broly growing stronger was essential, for it would enhance the thrill of this inevitable triumph. As Broly rose from the ground and charged towards the airborne Vegeta, he barely made it halfway before Vegeta effortlessly dodged his assaults with remarkable agility. When Broly unleashed a powerful energy blast towards his chest, Vegeta simply conjured a barrier, easily deflecting the explosion. Observing Vegeta toy with Broly as if it were child's play, Paragus tightened his fists in frustration, unable to endure the sight. Damn it! Why did the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot result in such a formidable warrior? Was my vengeance plan destined to end here? He was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. For years, he had harbored the desire for revenge and to dominate the universe. Now, with revenge seemingly within reach, the prospect of losing hope was unbearable. Incredible. Broly could hardly lay a finger on his father. Son Gohan was utterly captivated by the prowess of Vegeta. The might of Broly was evident to him, and he was acutely aware of it. However, Vegeta surpassed Broly by 100-fold, no, 1,000-fold, even a myriad of times. Their strengths existed in entirely different realms. Without even taking the fight seriously, Vegeta had effortlessly subdued Broly, who was exerting his full power. Ah, the frustration. Broly could not land a blow on Vegeta, nor could he inflict any harm. Clenching his fists and tilting his head back, he let out an enraged roar, his aura surging dramatically at that moment. Alas, this could not alter the outcome. When he threw a punch at Vegeta, his opponent merely used 2 fingers to deflect it with ease. It was a blatant insult, and even the irrational Broly understood this. Opening his mouth wide, he unleashed another energy blast towards Vegeta. However, Vegeta had no intention of dodging. As the blast approached, he clenched his right hand, enveloping the entire energy in a blue aura. The goddess binding technique, when mastered to a certain extent, could restrain not just individuals, but everything, including energy itself. The energy blast halted midair, immobilized and unable to advance or detonate under Broly's control. With a gentle wave of his hand, Vegeta set the energy blast in motion again, redirecting it back toward Broly. He had no time to evade, and he was struck by his own energy. With a resounding crash, Broly plummeted from the sky like a kite severed from its string. Paragus was filled with dread. Yet, his concern was not for the battered Broly but for the fear that his revenge might remain unfulfilled, that he might not be able to kill Vegeta. At that moment, Broly was no match for Vegeta. This was not the outcome Paragus desired. Clenching his fists in frustration, he shouted at the fallen Broly, demanding him to rise. For he was on the verge of achieving his vengeance. Summon your strength and defeat him. Perhaps hearing Paragus's voice, Broly staggered to his feet, his body marred by wounds. Vegeta instantaneously teleported before him, beckoning with a flick of his finger and provocatively grinning. Feeling weak? Do you need a hand? Vegeta's taunts were deliberate, as he yearned for a true confrontation with the legendary Super Saiyan in his complete form. Presently, Broly had yet to reach that legendary state. Furious, Broly swung his right fist at Vegeta. Unfortunately, his speed was lacking. The Super Saiyan God transformation granted a significant advantage in speed. Seizing the moment, Vegeta deftly deflected Broly's punch with his left hand. Following that, he executed a swift maneuver, delivering a powerful kick to Broly's face. The force of the blow sent Broly hurtling through the air. Before he was propelled into the air, it was evident that the side of his face that had been struck had become deformed. With a thunderous crash, Broly crashed into a rocky mountain, his body buried beneath countless fragments of stone. Is this really all he can do? Vegeta pondered, perplexed. In the video recap, Broly had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan with remarkable speed. What was this current version of Broly? He had not yet completed his transformation and continued to advance towards Broly's position step by step. Suddenly, Vegeta sensed something and his expression shifted slightly. It was the aura. Broly's energy was escalating at a terrifying rate. Here it comes, Vegeta exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. He was certain that Broly was on the verge of achieving his full form. The overwhelming power of the great ape within him breaking through its limits, ultimately becoming the true, legendary Super Saiyan. A green beam of light shot into the sky, scattering all the clouds in its wake. Broly's figure emerged within it. His hair had shifted from golden to a vivid green, and his muscles had undergone a remarkable transformation, instilling fear merely by sight. The ferocious aura seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path. This scene was akin to the awakening of a demon, exuding terrifying intensity. Anyone witnessing this would feel an instinctive fear. Yet for Vegeta, only excitement and anticipation surged within him. At last, he would face the legendary Super Saiyan. This journey was not in vain. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smile. Simultaneously, he was eager to unleash his own power against Broly. The first fusion had emerged, and it was only fitting to thoroughly test his strength. Here it comes. Paragus reignited his hope. Even though the video recap depicted Broly being utterly suppressed by Vegeta and ultimately losing, Paragus still chose to believe that Broly would triumph over Vegeta. that the outcome in the video would not manifest in reality. However, he soon realized that hope was but a fleeting glimpse. Meanwhile, witnessing Broly unleash his full power, Gohan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. His strength paled in comparison to Broly's. Not only was it difficult to combat such a being, but merely standing in his presence was a challenge. Gazing at Broly within the green beam of light, Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest and chuckled. Well then, ascend. Continue to ascend. The legendary Super Saiyan sounded formidable indeed. Today, let me see where your limits lie. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta vanished from sight, appearing directly in front of Broly. In his perspective, the video had shown him concluding the battle swiftly without hesitation. This might be attributed to the fact that once Broly achieved the legendary Super Saiyan status, his growth rate would experience an exponential leap. In other words, his strength would continuously augment with time and combat. Broly was destined to become increasingly formidable. Perhaps in the video, he feared that Broly would grow to an extent beyond even his capability to subdue, which is why he hastily concluded the battle. However, in reality, Gogeta has no intention of mirroring his actions from the video. On the contrary, the Gogeta of the present yearns to witness the limits of Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. He wishes to observe how far Broly can ascend before unleashing his own power, far surpassing Broly's limits, to vanquish him. This encapsulates Gogeta's mindset, a notion unique to the strong. As the green light began to dissipate, Broly raised his right hand toward Gogeta. In the next moment, a palm-sized energy sphere materialized, its size gradually expanding. Unexpectedly, Gogeta deviated from the anticipated course. He neither evaded nor defended. Instead, he reached out and grasped the energy with his hand. It was as if they were engaged in a contest of strength, both Broly and Gogeta exerting their powers to contain the energy. Within mere seconds, it became evident that Broly was no match for Gogeta, as the energy in his hand was entirely neutralized. In a fit of rage, Broly extended his massive hand, attempting to seize Gogeta by the throat. However, it seemed as though Gogeta had anticipated his every move. He ducked swiftly, then delivered a powerful punch to Broly's face. The force behind this blow was immense. Even Broly, renowned for his formidable resilience, found it unbearable. He could not withstand even a second before being sent hurtling into the distance. Seizing the opportunity for pursuit, Gogeta transformed into a streak of blue light, appearing instantaneously behind Broly, who was still spiraling away, unable to regain control of his body. "Let us see how you handle this," Gogeta said, a slight smile gracing his lips. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of blue energy erupted from within him. As Broly approached, still in flight, Gogeta concentrated the force in his right leg and forcefully stomped the ground. Surprisingly, the ground did not shatter from the impact. However, beneath the surface, a vast amount of energy surged forth, violently assaulting Broly's body and propelling him skyward. The smile that once adorned Paragus' face had vanished without a trace. He had harbored a glimmer of hope that Broly could defeat Gogeta, but now it was evident that Gogeta's power far surpassed Broly's, leaving no hope for victory unless Broly were granted ample time to grow and enhance his strength. Only then, when Broly reached a certain level, might there be a chance for triumph. Yet, would Broly truly have that much time? Paragus clenched his fists, uncertain of the answer, for he could discern that Gogeta indeed resembled the formidable figure depicted in the video recounts, possessing the ability to effortlessly defeat Broly in a single breath, should he desire. Broly stands no chance of growth. As he plummets from the sky, the ground is left with a crater akin to that of a fallen meteorite. Vegeta descends afterward, deliberately pausing just above Broly's head, a mere half-meter away. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Vegeta, Broly is instantly consumed by a fury beyond measure. With a colossal hand reaching out, he attempts to grasp Vegeta. In a deft backflip, Vegeta evades the attack while landing firmly atop Broly's forearm. Missed by a hair, Vegeta muses, hands on his hips, continuing to taunt Broly in an effort to provoke him into greater strength. Indeed, Broly is incensed, his green aura swelling violently around him. Retracting his arm, Vegeta lightly leaps backward. Broly, gathering energy into a sphere at his chest, prepares to close the distance for a cataclysmic explosion. However, Vegeta effortlessly neutralizes Broly's assault with a simple push of his hands, a formidable force crashing into Broly like an impenetrable wall. Not only does it dispel the energy sphere he had concentrated, but it also sends him hurtling away. Before Broly can regain his balance, Vegeta instantaneously teleports behind him. delivering a powerful kick that propels Broly into the air. Following this, he crosses his arms and raises them high, summoning a brilliant blue energy beam that surges forth, engulfing Broly completely. The energy is fully absorbed into Broly's being, ultimately detonating within him, erupting in a dazzling display of blue light. The meteor explosion, one of Vegeta's most formidable techniques. As the energy dissipates, Broly, battered and bruised, plummets from the sky. Is this his limit? Vegeta muses, a slight furrow in his brow as he strides toward Broly. If this is indeed Broly's peak, he feels a profound disappointment. As Vegeta approaches, Broly rises in fury, opening his massive mouth to unleash the Great Ape Cannon. With a surge of energy released, Broly's power escalates even further. It hit. Paragus exclaims, visibly excited. Having witnessed Vegeta consumed by that wave of energy, he chose neither to evade nor defend. Father, Son Gohan expresses his concern. Chapter 120. This is Vegeta's power influenced by his rage. Broly's strength surges to unprecedented heights. The might of the Great Ape Cannon is immense. Surely, Vegeta would sustain injuries from such a blow. Do not worry. He will be fine, Whis reassures with a smile. His confidence does not stem from faith in Vegeta, but rather from an assessment of the power dynamics between Vegeta and Broly. Since Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, his strength has indeed seen several enhancements. Nevertheless, an insurmountable chasm of power remains between him and Vegeta, an invisible barrier that neither can breach. Even should such an attack connect with Vegeta, he would emerge unscathed. There will be no issues, will there? Sun Wukong harbored a degree of skepticism toward Whis' words. Yet he fervently wished for their truth. He hoped that no unexpected developments would arise. After a brief interval of several seconds, the tempest of energy gradually dissipated. Paragus and Sun Wukong widened their eyes, scrutinizing the scene with utmost attention. Indeed, as Whis had foretold, Gogeta emerged unscathed, standing there as if nothing had transpired. He had not evaded the onslaught. Rather, he had simply stood there, allowing the energy to buffet against his form. Regrettably, he had granted Broly this opportunity. However, Broly was ineffectual, failing to capitalize on it, and did not inflict any harm upon him. Brushing off the dust from his attire, a confident smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Was there no greater power? In that case, it was time to assume a different form and conclude the battle. As he spoke, the divine aura began to dissipate. The blue energy enveloping him transformed into a golden blaze. In the blink of an eye, a radiant golden light burst forth from him. Once the brilliance receded, Gogeta attained the full power transformation of Super Saiyan 4. The scorching energy swept over everything in its vicinity. If the power of the Super Saiyan God transformation was deemed insufficient, true strength would indeed stem from the primal force of Super Saiyan 4, the transformation imbued with wild, untamed power. Sun Wukong was genuinely taken aback. He had thought Gogeta was limited to the blue Super Saiyan God form, never anticipating his ability to switch to Super Saiyan 4. Of course, Mr. Goku mastered the Super Saiyan God transformation, while Mr. Vegeta commanded Super Saiyan 4. Thus, their fusion, Gogeta, could seamlessly transition between these two forms. Whis further elaborated, emphasizing that most importantly, he could wield even more formidable power from both transformations. Meanwhile, Paragus was nearly engulfed by despair. The ability to alternate between two forms meant that Broly's chances of victory were dwindling. Simultaneously, Broly charged once more toward Gogeta. He unleashed a punch that Gogeta effortlessly deflected. Following this, Broly concentrated energy into his right hand and thrust it toward Gogeta. With a mere slap, Gogeta returned the energy blast. The explosion detonated upon contact with Broly, and amidst the smoke generated by the blast, Gogeta soared to Broly's rear, undetected. "Hey, big guy, I'm right here," Gogeta called out, crossing his arms over his chest and tilting his head slightly toward Broly. Broly paused momentarily before turning and charging toward Gogeta. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him. Gogeta neither dodged nor evaded, maintaining his arms crossed and relying solely on his legs to fend off all of Broly's attacks. Subsequently, forsaking his defensive stance, he transitioned to offense. Yet even in his assault, Gogeta utilized only his legs, never employing his hands. Yet, despite this, Broly found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. During this time, his strength did experience several surges. However, after these instances, it seemed as though he had reached his utmost limit, unable to ascend any further. Whis Why has Broly's power ceased to increase? Gohan inquired, perplexed. The legendary Super Saiyan strength should, in theory, continue to grow over time, with no boundaries in sight. Yet, why had Broly's power plateaued? His initial breakthrough was met with a body unprepared, hence the limitations, Whis elucidated with a raised finger, succinctly explaining the reasons behind Broly's stagnation in power. Furthermore, Gogeta's might was overwhelmingly formidable, and under the relentless pressure of Gogeta's assaults, Broly's physique had already surpassed its limits. Thus, it was evident that Broly had indeed reached his peak, while Gogeta had yet to unleash his full potential, not even exerting himself to the maximum. It appeared that this battle was drawing to a close. With a cold smile, Gogeta liberated his hands completely. Given that Broly's strength had hit its ceiling, Gogeta would now summon a force vastly exceeding Broly's limits to defeat him. Broly roared, extending his massive hand towards Gogeta. In response, Gogeta unleashed a surge of energy that sent Broly staggering back. He then raised his hand, gathering an invisible flow of energy. In the next instant, this energy struck Broly repeatedly, forcing him further backward. Naturally, Broly could not endure such humiliation. With a fierce roar, he adjusted his stance and charged once more at Gogeta. However, this direct approach was precisely what Gogeta had anticipated. Raising his hand and clenching it inward, he summoned a radiant energy akin to a rainbow. This was the Soul Reaver, one of Gogeta's most powerful techniques, imbued with purifying capabilities. Of course, this move was executed with restraint, ensuring it would not annihilate Broly outright. With a gentle flick, the energy seemed to vanish, leaving behind only a fleeting glimmer as it effortlessly passed through Broly's form. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed as a towering column of fire erupted, accompanied by Broly's agonizing cries. As the flames dissipated, Broly's pupils regained their focus. The pain had momentarily restored a fragment of his consciousness. This mirrored the sequences observed in the video recap. Gohan, Whis, and Paragus all took note. This was the essence of Gogeta's power. Even a mindless Broly had been compelled to regain his senses. However, unbeknownst to them, this was merely the first of Gogeta's moves. The assault was far from over. A second strike was imminent. Gogeta positioned his hands before his chest, palms open, and rotated 90 degrees. A hum resonated as the surrounding air and the essence of nature coalesced within his grasp, swiftly forming an enormous spherical energy orb. Chapter 121. Paragus activated the laser gun. This was one of Gogeta's most formidable techniques. The Big Bang attack, an immensely powerful technique, instilled a profound sense of terror in Broly as he sensed the ominous aura emanating from the energy sphere. Witnessing Gogeta consolidate the energy, fear compelled him to instinctively retreat several steps. With a resounding shout, Gogeta unleashed the Big Bang attack, the terrifying energy erupting and engulfing Broly entirely. However, Gogeta expertly restrained the technique's full might. Otherwise, it would have surely obliterated Broly. Paragus, in a state of despair, cried out, recognizing that Broly had no hope of victory. After this attack, it seemed Broly would be rendered incapable of further combat, and it appeared that his quest for vengeance was drawing to a close. The fusion of his father and uncle Vegeta, Gogeta, was indeed astonishingly powerful. Gohan was once again thoroughly awed by Gogeta's strength. His initial shock had stemmed from viewing video compilations featuring Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and Super Saiyan God Gogeta. Yet, witnessing this power in reality surpassed anything he had seen on screen. This force was truly extraordinary, justifying the title of the strongest warrior in the dimensions. Indeed, it is essential to share this battle with Lord Beerus, Whis remarked with a smile, having discreetly recorded the entire encounter with his divine abilities. Now, he intended to present it to Beerus, confident that the god of destruction would relish the spectacle. After all, Beerus harbored a desire to engage in a thrilling battle with either Gogeta or Vegito, and if Goku and Vegeta were not still lacking in strength, he would eagerly initiate a confrontation. The energy lingered for half a minute before gradually dissipating. As it faded, Broly lay unconscious on the ground, his body reverting from the legendary Super Saiyan transformation to its normal state. Now we can take him back, right, Whis? I intentionally controlled my power. Ensuring he was not killed, Gogeta said, turning to Whis with a smile after reverting to his normal form. Had he not carefully moderated his strength, the initial release of the Soul Punisher would have completely annihilated Broly. Ultimately, after the battle, Gogeta perceived that even at his limit, Broly was merely average, unable to compel him to unleash his full potential. He planned to bring Broly back to the God of Destruction's realm for Whis to mentor him. Once Broly's power had significantly increased, Gogeta would be more than willing to engage him in another bout. Excellent, we can take Broly back now. Whis expressed his satisfaction with Gogeta's performance, which exceeded his expectations, particularly in the seamless transition between Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4 forms. Both transformations showcased an even greater strength within him, truly deserving of recognition from video compilations. The fusion resulted in the formidable Gogeta. How infuriating that they would dare attempt to take my son Broly right before my eyes. They shall not succeed. I, Paragus, can no longer endure this. Today, not only must I prevent Goku and others from taking Broly, but I must also eliminate Vegeta. It is imperative that I exact my revenge. Since Broly is incapable of achieving this, it falls upon me, Paragus, to fulfill this vengeance myself. Without a moment's hesitation, I seized the laser gun from my waist, preparing to ambush Gogeta and eliminate him. Die! I shouted in fury as I activated the laser gun. A crimson beam surged toward Gogeta. As it neared its target, my eyes glimmered with anticipation, envisioning Gogeta being pierced by my shot. However, in the next instant, I witnessed Gogeta turn to face me, glancing at the incoming laser. With a mere flick of his pinky, he effortlessly deflected the beam away. You expect to kill me with such a feeble weapon? Gogeta tilted his head, regarding me with genuine bewilderment. I trembled as I raised the laser gun once more, desperate to take another shot. Yet, with a mere glance from Gogeta, my weapon was shattered into fragments, leaving me in a state of terror. At that moment, a radiant light enveloped Gogeta. The fusion was undone, and Goku and Vegeta separated. Only this once. I shall never agree to fuse with you again, Kakarot, Vegeta declared coldly as soon as he emerged, asserting his unwillingness to fuse again. Goku, however, laughed heartily. Who knows, Vegeta? What if we encounter an exceptionally powerful foe? We might not stand a chance without fusion. He remained skeptical of Vegeta's claim, convinced that if a dire situation arose, Vegeta would surely consent to fuse, if only for the sake of Bulma and Trunks. Goku had firmly grasped this weakness of Vegeta's. Enough bickering, let us prepare to return, Whis remarked with a gentle smile, waving his angelic staff. The unconscious Broly, enveloped in divine power, slowly ascended and flew towards us. Paragus, witnessing this, attempted to intervene, but Vegeta stood firm, instilling fear in Paragus of his potential demise. You shall remain on this planet, Vegeta glared at Paragus, his voice icy. With that, we approached Whis and departed from the planet Vampa, returning to the realm of the destroyers. Before leaving, Goku, out of goodwill, tossed a universal capsule to Paragus, containing some food and clothing essentials. Such is the nature of Goku. Though the Saiyans are known for their combative nature, they often temper their aggression, showing restraint even towards their adversaries, refraining from taking lives easily. Days passed, and Broly was diligently training under Whis' guidance, gradually acclimating to mastering his legendary Super Saiyan powers. His goal was to ensure that he would not lose his sanity upon transforming into the fabled Super Saiyan. Chapter 122. Frustration grew as Broly struggled to land a hit. In the heat of battle, losing one's composure is not only unhelpful, but can lead to disastrous consequences. One day, Goku and his companions were observing Broly's training, witnessing him maintain his great ape transformation. At this stage, he was able to harness the power of the great ape without succumbing to madness. However, as the battle raged on and emotions intensified, the great ape's power would escalate. Should he surpass his limits, Broly risked losing complete control and could potentially ascend directly to the legendary Super Saiyan. With determined punches aimed at Whis, Broly's efforts seemed futile. Whis appeared as though he were cloaked in eyes, effortlessly evading Broly's strikes without even needing to look. Each time Broly seemed on the verge of connecting, Whis would gracefully sidestep the attack. This ongoing failure only fueled Broly's impatience, causing his strength to rise, while his rationality diminished. What is this phenomenon? Goku mused, scratching his head as he turned to Beerus. Last time, Whis mentioned something about, what was it called? He struggled to recall the full name of the technique. However, Whis had indeed informed him that he believed Goku possessed the talent to learn the Ultra Instinct technique. Ultra Instinct, Beerus replied, casting a glance at Goku before shifting his gaze back to the sky, where Whis continued to deftly avoid Broly's onslaught. Much like the destruction powers we possess, Ultra Instinct is also a divine technique. Unlike previous combat methods reliant on sensing energy, mastery of this technique allows one's body and consciousness to separate. Each part of the body transcends instinctual awareness of surrounding dangers, acting directly without the need for conscious thought. Beerus succinctly elucidated the prowess of Ultra Instinct, having himself mastered it to some degree. While not perfect, his grasp of the technique sufficed for his needs, as his greatest strength lay in the power of destruction rather than Ultra Instinct. Vegeta and Gohan were both taken aback, unlike Goku. This was their first encounter with the concept of Ultra Instinct, a divine technique that functions without the necessity of conscious thought. The various parts of the body instinctively sense surrounding dangers and respond accordingly. Does such a technique truly exist? However, they observe Whis in the sky, who appears to embody this principle. He seems entirely oblivious to Broly, evading attacks at the very last moment with an impeccable success rate. Throughout this battle, Broly has yet to land a single blow on Whis. Indeed, as Son Goku chuckled, Whis had informed him that this method maximizes one's agility and reflexes. It is essential to recognize that each action requires prior contemplation in the mind. How to proceed? Is this feasible? Such deliberation significantly hampers one's speed, rendering immediate evasion or counterattack impossible. Mastery of Ultra Instinct eliminates this predicament. The brain refrains from overthinking, allowing the body to act autonomously. Whether dodging or countering, one's velocity ascends to unprecedented realms. Meanwhile, the aerial combat nears its conclusion. Broly, on the verge of losing all rationality due to the escalating might of the great ape, draws a disapproving shake of the head from Whis. After narrowly evading an attack, Whis swiftly counterattacks, appearing behind Broly and gently tapping his staff upon his head. Instantly, Broly is sent crashing to the ground, reverting from his great ape transformation. This won't do. It's all too easy to lose control, Whis remarked coolly after descending. Apologies, Broly expressed, yearning to harness his power. He certainly does not wish to harm others with this overwhelming strength. Yet, controlling such a force is no simple feat. Even with Whis's guidance, it will take time for him to master it fully. Training under Whis is the way forward. After all, Beerus is not in a rush for Broly to gain command over his abilities. In the Saiyan martial arts tournament, Kappa has stipulated a 3-on-3 format. Since Broly lacks control, there is no need for him to participate. Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta are just the right trio. By the way, I believe today marks the airing of the Saiyan Transformation Recap, Gohan suddenly interjected. He had been keenly aware of it, eager to discover what transformations the Saiyans possess. Numerous forms have emerged, including Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan Rage, and the legendary Super Saiyan. He is curious to see what other transformations await. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated within everyone's minds. Prepare yourselves, the third episode of the Saiyan Transformation Recap is upon us. Third episode of the Saiyan Transformation Recap, a brand new evolutionary path, the enigmatic ultimate evolution beast transformation. Countdown commencing, 1 minute remaining. Please cease all activities and wait a moment. The chat group is reopening. In an instant, everyone was once again drawn into the chat group. Zyampa, there's a new transformation to behold, the beast transformation. What could this be? Ramsey, he a beast? I'd love to see just how wild it can get. Topo, the new review has finally arrived. I made it a point to complete my justice mission early just to witness this. Paragus, damn it. Give me back my Broly. Goku, not a chance. You've mistreated Broly. Stay on planet Vampa and reflect on your actions. Bulma, hey. Shouldn't you all return to Earth for a visit? Krillin, what is this mysterious ultimate evolution transformation? Trunks, is this transformation one that Uncle Goku or Dad has mastered? Piccolo, the term mysterious, isn't that associated with the transformation Gohan attained? In that moment, Piccolo and many astute observers were drawn to the significance of the term mysterious. It is worth noting that the last instance of this phrase pertained to the transformation Gohan acquired after his latent potential was awakened by the Elder Kai. The mysterious Gohan. This time, the Saiyan Transformation Review is labeled as the mysterious ultimate evolution. Could it be that this is the next transformation of the mysterious Gohan? Chapter 123, How Adorable. Little Fong. In the 7th universe, the god of destruction's realm. Gohan, this should be yours. Goku gazed at Gohan, convinced that it was indeed his transformation. Primarily because Gohan's transformation is intertwined with the term mysterious. Is it really mine? Gohan could scarcely believe it. We shall soon find out. Vegeta remarked to Goku and Gohan. Regardless, he was eager for the video review to feature Gohan. He was curious to see how much Gohan had evolved. As long as he wasn't T like the individual showcased in that video, who couldn't he even transform into a Super Saiyan, that would suffice. In the depths of hell. Damn that monkey. Well, let me observe how much you all will have grown. Frieza had come to terms with his situation. Rather than succumb to anger, he chose to perceive this as an opportunity to familiarize himself with the Saiyans. This way, he could train to surpass them entirely. If this truly is Gohan, I must see just how far he has come. Cell was filled with anticipation regarding the Saiyan Transformation review. He was not only eager to witness Gohan's prowess in combat performance, but also curious about the individual capable of pushing Gohan to once again surpass his limits. Soon, the video screen began to play. Initially, it followed the format of previous reviews, beginning with an audio introduction. The vengeance of the Red Ribbon Army. Aiming to defeat Goku and his companions, Mirinda has contacted the grandson of Dr. Gero, Hito. Ultimately, a terrifying ultimate monster was created. As the voice faded, images appeared on the screen, revealing Goku and Piccolo sitting on a rock, sipping mineral water. Uncle Piccolo, I want to learn how to unleash a Kamehameha from my hands. Goten and Trunks can do it. Setting down the mineral water, Xiao Fong turned her gaze towards Piccolo, feeling a sense of admiration for his impressive demeanor and formidable abilities. She yearned to master such skills herself. As I have mentioned, you must first grasp the fundamentals. Piccolo replied with a smile. You cannot even fly yet. The flight technique is the most basic skill, and to unleash a ki blast, one must begin with the basics. Master those flight techniques first. Indeed, that is quite challenging, Xiao Fong acknowledged, as she struggled with even the simplest task of free flight. Well then, let us give it a try now. She stood up, clenched her fists, and exerted all her energy. However, her efforts did not lift her off the ground. Do not force it, focus instead. Concentrate your ki, for that is the way to control it. Piccolo instructed while seated on a stone, adopting a teacher's demeanor. All right, let me attempt it, Xiao Fong said, adjusting her stance and taking a deep breath. Yet, despite her efforts, she remained firmly grounded. Attempting to rise onto her toes to facilitate her ascent proved futile. Piccolo looked at her with a mix of exasperation and encouragement. I cannot do it, Xiao Fong said, her head drooping with disappointment. Do not be too anxious, Piccolo reassured her with a smile. You are only 3 years old. You have a long time ahead of you. Given your Saiyan heritage, once you learn it, you will possess it forever. Uncle Piccolo, Xiao Fong suddenly recalled something and turned back to inquire. I have heard that if Dad wishes, he can become even stronger than Grandpa at any time. Is that true? Grandpa? You mean old son? Piccolo nodded, responding honestly. Yes, but as of now, it is uncertain. After all, Gohan has not been training diligently. Catching up to Goku may prove to be quite a challenge. I have never seen Dad fight, Xiao Fong said, adjusting her backpack. In her recollection, she had never witnessed Gohan engage in battle, considering it unnecessary. Piccolo, hands on his hips, replied nonchalantly. He will fight only in emergencies. However, such situations are rare, as Goku and Vegeta typically handle most threats, leaving Gohan out of the fray. This has allowed him to focus on his own pursuits, resulting in a significant decline in his power. On Earth, within the Capsule Corporation, look at Gohan's daughter, Xiao Fong. She is already 3 years old, exclaimed Dent. Xiao Fong? Oh, how adorable. Indeed, she is truly precious, remarked Fidel, Chi-Chi, and Mr. Satan, utterly enchanted by Xiao Fong's charm. Not only was her appearance delightful, but her speech was equally endearing. I have never seen Gohan engage in battle. Krillin laughed heartily, arms crossed. This statement revealed that Gohan had indeed neglected his martial skills. They all understood the reasons behind it. There are indeed several reasons why Son Wukong and Vegeta managed to eliminate all their adversaries, leaving no opportunity for Son Gohan to intervene. This situation contributes significantly to Gohan's decline in strength. Another reason, as Krillin pointed out, is Gohan's own negligence towards his training, resulting in a lapse in his martial prowess. As for Gohan's daughter, it seems that I will be the one to instruct her. Piccolo, feeling somewhat perturbed, found himself most concerned about this matter. It feels as though he has become nothing more than a free caretaker, attending to the affairs of the Sun family. In the 7th universe, on Earth, in a certain location, my entire plan has been unveiled. The Demon King was taken aback, dropping his soda and spilling it everywhere. After all, it was a plan he had meticulously devised, intended to be executed years later. Now, a mere video recap has exposed everything. His intention to deceive Dr. Gero's grandson, Dr. Hade, into assisting him in creating an ultimate and perfect android cell, with the ultimate aim of utilizing Cell's power to eliminate Sun Wukong and his companions. Now seems to necessitate an expedited timeline. Moreover, he must contemplate how to persuade Dr. Hade to join their ranks. Kamian adjusted his hair and addressed the Demon King, believing that the only way to turn the tides is to proceed with this course of action. After all, if the video recap continues to circulate, Dr. Hade will inevitably realize that he has been misled. Thus, they must strategize on how to secure Dr. Hade's allegiance. Chapter 124. What kind of power will Son Gohan ultimately acquire? In the 7th universe, within the realm of the underworld, Dr. Hade had previously shown little interest in the video summary, as he was already deceased. His creation, the ultimate android cell, had been defeated by Sun Wukong and others. However, upon hearing the mention of his grandson, Dr. Hade, in the video recap, he felt a surge of excitement. His grandson, indeed, surpassed him in brilliance. He had not erred in his judgment. Now, he must pay close attention to this episode of the video recap. In the 7th universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Son Gohan remarked with a chuckle, "Hey, just like how Piccolo taught my daughter Xiaofang. It reminds me of my childhood lessons from him." Watching Piccolo instruct Xiaofang instantly transported him back to his own youth. Had it not been for Piccolo's guidance, assisting him in becoming stronger and learning to fight, his current abilities would surely be far inferior. "Hey, Gohan, you seem to be missing the point," Vegeta admonished, arms crossed as he gazed sternly at Son Gohan. "What you should focus on is that one statement made by Piccolo. I must concede that he is correct. If you desire, you can surpass Kakarot at any moment." This remains one of the few things that has infuriated Vegeta the most thus far. Son Gohan, having neglected his training, has seen a decline in his martial prowess, rendering him weaker than he was in his youth. This fact is undeniable. After all, Vegeta acknowledged Gohan's potential at a young age. He was the most formidable individual of his age, the first Saiyan to transcend into a Super Saiyan 2. Gohan chuckled, scratching his head, knowing full well that he could not claim he could surpass Goku at any moment. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Prior to the video compilation, he had already fallen behind due to his lack of training. His strength had not only stagnated but had diminished significantly, falling short of the power he wielded when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 during his childhood. Fortunately, the video compilation served as a reminder, illuminating the path ahead. If he continued on this trajectory, he would ultimately lose the ability to protect those he cherished and safeguard the Earth itself. With each enemy invasion, he would be powerless to intervene, forced to watch as they harmed the planet and those he held dear. "All right, Gohan," Goku said with a reassuring pat on his shoulder. "I share the same sentiment as Piccolo. If you desire it, you can surpass me at any time." He speculated that the video was indeed related to Gohan. Furthermore, Goku surmised that the Gohan depicted in the video might even surpass him. Even if he did not, he would certainly not be far behind. In Universe 6, the god of destruction, Kampa, gazed intently at the video screen, pondering aloud whether Gohan possessed the capability to surpass his father, Goku. If that were the case, Gohan could indeed be a formidable threat. Initially, in earlier compilations, Gohan had been thoroughly defeated by Frieza, struggling even against lesser foes, and finding transformation into a Super Saiyan to be a strenuous endeavor. This had reassured Kampa, leading him to believe that Gohan posed no threat to Universe 6. However, in light of recent developments, he recognized the need for vigilance regarding Gohan. He was eager to discover what kind of power Gohan would acquire in this video compilation. In Universe 11, the god of destruction, Belmod, shared a similar train of thought with Kampa. Both were keen to witness the unfolding events. Gohan, as Goku's son, possessed untold power. If, as Piccolo suggested in the video, Gohan truly had the potential to surpass Goku whenever he wished, Belmod would have to regard Gohan as a significant potential threat to Universe 11. He could not allow such a menace to exist. Should the need arise, he would compel his warriors to intensify their training, ensuring they would not be surpassed by the fighters from Universe 7. As the video transitioned, it revealed the following morning atop a towering mountain. Piccolo was harnessing his ki to levitate a massive boulder, diligently training while seated atop it. Suddenly, his ears twitched, alert to an impending presence. It was a phone call, prompting him to cease his training and swiftly return to his abode to retrieve his adorably encased mobile device. It was a call from Bulma. Upon answering, he greeted, "Hello, what is it, Bulma?" "Good morning, Mr. Piccolo. Are you busy this afternoon?" After a moment's contemplation, Piccolo replied candidly, I am occupied with my training. Is there something you require? There is a martial arts competition in the class I teach. Could you assist by picking up Xiao Fong from kindergarten? Piccolo utilized his abilities to change out of his martial arts uniform. Why not have Gohan do it? Can't he manage? Well, Gohan has locked himself in his office for several days, diligently working on a research report that is due soon. That fool, not again. Please, Mr. Piccolo. All right, I suppose I shall oblige, Piccolo conceded, setting aside his training for the moment. Thank you. The time is precisely 1 o'clock. As a token of my gratitude, I shall procure some delicious food for you. Upon hearing this, Piccolo became flustered. I only drink water, you know that. Ah, right. How about a delightful plush toy instead? Bulma suggested, producing a penguin plush. I am truly grateful to you. With that, Bulma ended the call. The scene shifted to reveal a display filled with an abundance of plush toys. In the 7th universe, at Capsule Corporation, Piccolo was rendered speechless. It appeared he was destined to become a babysitter. Ha ha ha. How many plush toys have Bulma and Gohan bestowed upon Piccolo? Krillin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Upon closer inspection, one would notice not only the abundance of charming penguin plushies on the display, but also that Piccolo's delightful phone case mirrored the design of the penguin plush. They were identical, suggesting that the charming phone case was a gift from Gohan or Bulma in appreciation for some assistance he had rendered. Bulma felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. Her home was now filled with numerous penguin plushies, her favorite toy. She imagined that the plush was so adorable, Mr. Piccolo would surely appreciate it. Hence it was gifted to him as a token of gratitude for his help. Chapter 125. I truly need to have a serious conversation with him in the 7th universe. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Gohan, Vegeta, and Goku all turned their gazes toward Gohan. Broly, wearing an expression of disdain, followed suit. Gohan exclaimed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Vegeta seized the opportunity to reprimand him once more. Look at what Bulma said in the video. You have isolated yourself in your office for days, preoccupied with a research report that is due imminently. You have not secluded yourself for the sake of training, but rather for a research report. Vegeta's ire was palpable. As a member of the warrior race of Saiyans, it was inconceivable that Gohan would engage in such behavior. It was no wonder his strength had waned. Indeed, it was only natural for his power to diminish under such circumstances. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, adding, Piccolo mentioned this, and once again. It proves that you have engaged in such behavior more than once or twice. This is precisely why your body has become increasingly sluggish. I understand now, Son Gohan said, awkwardly scratching his head. Nonetheless, he was certain he would not repeat such actions, as he had grasped the truth, to safeguard the earth and those dear to him. He must cultivate his strength and possess formidable power. What exactly is a research report? Broly inquired with a puzzled expression, his eyes betraying a naive innocence. Sun Wukong and the others were rendered speechless. However, it was quite understandable for Broly, having lived on planet Vampa, to be unfamiliar with the concept of a research report, given that he had never held a job or attended school. Returning to the video, Piccolo stared at the adorable plush toys in silence, contemplating for a moment. He then stepped outside, gazing into the distance. It seems I truly need to have a serious discussion with him. With that, Piccolo flew away in a burst of energy. The scene shifted to Son Gohan's home, where he was donned in glasses, intently focused on his laptop. His fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. Just as he was engrossed in his typing, a sound of nails scratching against the glass jolted him, causing him to tremble with discomfort. Turning his head, he saw Piccolo outside the window. Son Gohan stood up and smiled as he opened the window. Apologies, Uncle Piccolo. I heard from Videl that I might need your help to pick up Xiaofeng again. Thank you so much for your assistance. Enough, Piccolo retorted angrily. What could be so important that it takes precedence over your own child? It's a report on insects, Son Gohan explained, raising a finger. I discovered a fascinating species of ants on a small island in the south. As he spoke, his excitement grew, and he brought his laptop to show Piccolo the ants he had found. When these ants sense danger, they emit light and transform, much like Super Saiyan ants. Son Gohan found this aspect particularly intriguing. The fact that they would glow and change form when threatened, akin to how they, as Saiyans, transformed into Super Saiyans. Moreover, the light they emitted was golden, reminiscent of the Super Saiyan aura. I didn't ask about that. Piccolo's anger intensified as he scolded. I want to know why this trivial matter is more important than attending to your own child. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Piccolo had long suspected that what irked him in the video was not merely Son Gohan's lack of training or his preoccupation with the insect research report. It was, rather, Son Gohan's failure to fulfill the responsibilities of a father. The act of picking up Xiao Fang after school holds significant importance for a father. Despite his busy schedule, he must carve out time to retrieve her. Gohan, oh Gohan, the insects he finds are indeed peculiar. Yet, one cannot deny that those ants, upon transformation, resemble Super Saiyans remarkably. Krillin, with his hands on his hips, chuckled and remarked that this must be what captivated Gohan. Otherwise, how could he be so engrossed in crafting a research report on such ants? Those ants, as Piccolo would admonish, are hardly worth neglecting the delightful task of bringing Xiao Fang home. Once I see Gohan, I shall certainly have a word with him, Kiki declared, shaking her fist in frustration. She does not wish for Gohan to become an irresponsible father. Therefore, when they meet, she must ensure Gohan understands his error. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Goku, hands on his hips, reprimanded Gohan with utmost seriousness. After all, his sentiments echoed those of Piccolo and Kiki. Regardless of the circumstances, the responsibility of picking up one's child must always take precedence. Now that Gohan is married and a father, he must fulfill his parental duties and responsibilities. Indeed, I concur, Vegeta grunted, equally convinced that Gohan had failed in his duties. It is noteworthy that even he, the proud prince of Saiyans, takes time off from training to accompany Bulma on shopping excursions or to enjoy a day at the amusement park with Trunks. It is utterly absurd that Gohan would forego picking up his daughter Xiao Fang for the sake of a research report on a rather ludicrously named Super Saiyan ant. I realize my mistake. Gohan quickly clasped his hands together, adopting a contrite expression. He genuinely understood his error and assured that he would never again leave the task of picking up Xiao Fang to Uncle Piccolo. That creature is impressive, truly reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, Broly, who seemed oblivious to paternal obligations, focused entirely on the ant in the video. To him, this ant was extraordinary, capable of transformation and radiating a golden glow, undeniably remarkable and cool. Looks intriguing. I wonder if frying it would render it delicious, Beerus mused, gazing at the video display. His culinary curiosity naturally led him to ponder the taste of such an ant when fried. Chapter 126. Bardoss, please go and investigate. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Kampa quickly turned to Bardoss. Let us see if we have those ants here as well. If they exist in the 7th universe, they must surely be found in the 6th as well. Furthermore, Kampa found these ants quite fascinating. After the transformation, it truly resembles that of a Super Saiyan. Keeping one in the god of destruction realm would be quite splendid. Returning to the video, Son Gohan pondered for a moment, then offered an awkward smile and replied, "What I mean is, we have you helping us, right, Uncle Piccolo?" Upon hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo was rendered speechless with irritation. Realizing he had become the caretaker of the Son family, always at their beck and call. Sighing, he shifted the conversation to reprimanding Son Gohan once more. Does it hurt to train occasionally? Who knows when the next crisis will arise? Gohan chuckled lightly. How could that even happen? Besides, regardless of any threats, we have Dad and Uncle Vegeta. He raised a finger confidently, affirming, indeed, it is precisely because of Goku and Vegeta that we can rest easy, without a worry about invading enemies. Gohan shared this sentiment, yet at that moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss, and his expression changed dramatically. He swiftly raised his left arm, not daring to hesitate for a moment. A dull thud echoed. Piccolo had struck with an elbow, but fortunately, Gohan reacted in time to block it with his left arm. Otherwise, the blow would have sent him flying. Realizing he had successfully defended against Piccolo's unexpected attack, he understood that Piccolo was testing whether his body had become sluggish or rusty. Since he had managed to block it, it was proof that he was in perfect form. With this thought, Gohan couldn't help but grin. Haha, Uncle Piccolo, you don't think I've become rusty, do you? However, no sooner had he spoken than Piccolo delivered a punch to Gohan's abdomen. This time, Gohan was not only unable to defend or evade, but was also caught completely off guard. With a loud thud, Gohan collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen tightly, clearly in considerable pain from Piccolo's forceful strike. You've been slacking off, Piccolo remarked with a cold snort. With a wave of his hand, Gohan's attire transformed into a martial arts uniform identical to Piccolo's. As the uniform materialized, Gohan unexpectedly fell to the ground. Ah, it's so heavy, he exclaimed, realizing it was the weight inherent to the martial arts uniform. which he had not worn for quite some time and thus struggled to adjust. "Do you miss this outfit?" Piccolo asked, crossing his arms and mockingly. "Well, this makes it difficult to write reports," Gohan replied as he slowly stood up. "Enough complaining. I need to pick up Xiaofang." "Thank you very much, Uncle Piccolo. We owe you a plush toy?" "I don't want it. I never said I liked those fluffy things," Piccolo retorted angrily before flying off, leaving the scene. In Universe 7, in the God of Destruction realm, Vegeta, arms crossed over his chest, turned to glare at Son Gohan, admonishing him, "To think you couldn't even withstand such slow attacks. I shudder to imagine how rusty your body has become." This was in reference to the punch that had just struck Gohan's abdomen. Vegeta observed with clarity that Piccolo had merely accelerated his speed and enhanced his strength. Yet, astonishingly, Gohan was utterly unable to withstand this onslaught, failing even to react in time. This stark reality underscored Gohan's lack of training, revealing that his physique had long succumbed to rust. Furthermore, regarding Piccolo's martial arts uniform, Goku addressed Gohan, remarking that even in the video, he could not instantaneously adjust to the weight of Piccolo's attire. He had even stumbled due to its sudden pressure. This revelation left Goku astounded. The fact that Gohan could not adapt to the weight of the uniform, which he had acclimated to in his childhood, was unfathomable to Goku. It prompted him to contemplate just how deteriorated Gohan's condition had become. "Indeed, you appear quite useless in that video," remarked Beerus, the god of destruction, with a mocking tone. As a scion of the 7th universe, Gohan's weakened state would surely invite ridicule from deities of other universes. I was wrong." Gohan could only apologize. Acknowledging his faults, he had come to realize how drastically his strength would diminish without training, solidifying his resolve to become stronger. Vowing never to allow himself to fall to such a state as depicted in the video, he must not neglect his training, nor let his body succumb to rust and sluggishness. Returning to the video, the scene shifted back to its beginning, where Piccolo was seated upon a floating stone, engaged in his training. However, this time, the stone beneath him was shaking incessantly, unable to stabilize. "Damn it, this won't do. I have too many distractions. I must focus." At that moment, a flash of light cut through the air. In the next instant, an attack hurtled toward the training Piccolo. Yet, Piccolo, having consistently trained, was far from sluggish. His reflexes were razor-sharp, allowing him to detect the incoming assault immediately. With a resounding boom, the attack struck. However, adhering to the principle of where there is smoke, there is no harm, as the smoke dissipated, Piccolo emerged unscathed. "Who dares to interrupt my training?" he inquired, gazing skyward at an individual standing aloft, wielding a handgun. "I presume you are the infamous Demon King Piccolo," Gamma 2 sneered, twirling his pistol before holstering it at his side. He was one of the androids created by Dr. Hito. "Apologies, but I am merely Piccolo," he replied with a smile. "That title of Demon King no longer applies to me." This response clearly took Gamma 2 by surprise. After a brief pause, he queried, "What do you mean?" "It's a long story." "And who might you be, the so-called hero?" Piccolo retorted. "I prefer to be called Retro," Gamma 2 replied with a grin, adding, "I have some unfortunate news for you. My true identity is..." As he spoke, Gamma 2 struck a rather dramatic pose. Certainly, his self-proclaimed charming demeanor was evident as he placed his index finger before his lips, signaling for secrecy. Chapter 127. That android truly is impressive. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, this individual must be one of the androids created by Dr. Hito. However, judging by his demeanor, he is certainly not the ultimate android. Cell chuckled lightly, dismissing Gamma 2, for he immediately discerned that Gamma 2 was far from a perfect creation, falling short of his own status as the ultimate android. Thus, it was evident that the opponent did not possess the traits of an ultimate being, far too inadequate. This fellow has engaged in battle with that Namekian, Piccolo. The weakest among the Namekians, pales in comparison to the likes of Goku and Vegeta, those infamous monkeys. I sincerely hope this android does not disappoint me and manages to eliminate Piccolo. Frieza was eagerly anticipating Piccolo's demise. For Goku and his companions, Piccolo was an invaluable ally, irreplaceable. Should he fall, Goku and the others would undoubtedly be consumed by fury and sorrow, precisely the outcome Frieza yearned to witness. Merely envisioning that scenario brought Frieza immense joy. In the video, Piccolo found himself rendered speechless by Gamma 2's mysterious demeanor. However, in a fleeting moment, Piccolo noticed the emblem upon Gamma 2's arm, a red ribbon. "That emblem on your arm, I vaguely recall it from my days of divinity. It must belong to the Red Ribbon Army, correct?" Upon having his identity unveiled so easily, Gamma 2 was taken aback, adjusting his posture and scratching his head with a grin. Ah, what a blunder. By the way, when you refer to your days as a deity, when exactly do you mean? Humph, it seems your investigative skills are lacking, Piccolo replied with a smirk. Do you expect me to divulge more? Uff, how stingy. Gamma 2 retorted with disdain, refraining from further inquiries. Piccolo continued, I cannot sense your aura. Are you a robot or an android? Who is your creator? Oh, you know that much? Gamma 2 exclaimed, surprised that Piccolo had deduced this. Impressive. However, that information remains a secret. Humph, are you planning to engage me in combat? Piccolo inquired. Indeed, Gamma 2 nodded, smiling. Today, I initially intended to merely spar, but plans have changed, and I must ask you to perish first. Do not blame me. It is an order. Very well, let us conclude this swiftly, Piccolo replied, eager to avoid unnecessary banter. Once he defeated Gamma 2, he could inquire at his leisure. After all, Piccolo sensed that his opponent was currently putting on a brave front and would not yield any information easily. Thus, as the next moment arrived, Gamma 2 adjusted his stance and charged towards Piccolo with explosive energy, unleashing a powerful punch. Such a straightforward attack was effortlessly evaded by Piccolo, who simply bent down to dodge. Subsequently, Piccolo rose and delivered a powerful punch to Gamma 2. Yet, it did not end there. He followed up with a kick that sent Gamma 2 flying. Piccolo believed he could easily vanquish Gamma 2, considering it was merely an android. With his current strength, defeating such a being should have been a trivial task. However, what took Piccolo by surprise was that Gamma 2 appeared entirely unscathed. As the android recalibrated, it launched itself towards him with astonishing speed, too swift for Piccolo to react. A resounding thud echoed as Gamma 2 landed a crushing blow to Piccolo's abdomen, inflicting excruciating pain. Clutching his midsection, Piccolo was caught off guard as Gamma 2 executed a mid-air spin, delivering a devastating kick directly to his head. The sheer force of the strike was undeniable, sending Piccolo tumbling down the hillside, stirring up clouds of dust. Once he regained his footing, it was evident that he had sustained significant damage. Gazing at the airborne Gamma 2, he rubbed his chin and remarked, It seems I cannot inflict substantial harm. Indeed, it is just an android. At that moment, Gamma 2 descended and approached Piccolo, unable to suppress a taunt. I must admit, I'm somewhat disappointed. I expected you to be more formidable. Piccolo did not respond immediately. Instead, he discarded his cloak and hat. The martial arts uniform was cumbersome, hindering his combat effectiveness. In the seventh universe, on Earth, within Capsule Corporation, Krillin pondered, that android is truly formidable. Its strength seems to rival that of future Piccolo, perhaps even surpassing it. He could hardly believe it, recalling his first encounter with the androids and their terrifying battle prowess. Although Gamma 2 was making its debut, it exhibited an immense fighting capability far greater than that of the androids from years past. The Red Ribbon Army seemed to have an insatiable ambition. Even after all these years, they had secretly developed new androids. Bulma clenched her fists in anger. In her memory, the Red Ribbon Army had been eradicated by Goku long ago. Even the surviving scientist, Dr. Gero, had his ambitions utterly crushed along with Cell. Who would have imagined that the Red Ribbon Army had remained hidden all this time, even enlisting Dr. Gero's grandson, Dr. Hito, to create such formidable new androids? This was indeed a dire situation. Master Roshi adjusted his glasses, perceiving that Gamma 2's strength was on par with Piccolo's, possibly even exceeding it. If such androids could not be deemed ultimate, then the combat prowess of the ultimate androids must have reached a level that even Goku and Vegeta would find challenging to overcome. Oh, the formidable prowess of the android Gamma 2 astonished Sun Wukong, rivaling that of Piccolo. He had presumed that Piccolo's strength would suffice to easily vanquish the android. To his surprise, the power of the android surpassed even that of Piccolo. Vegeta, irked by the foolish scientist's creation of such a wretched being, recalled the ultimate android, Cell, who nearly obliterated them all in the past. Son Gohan, anxious for Piccolo's safety, recognized that his uncle was no match for Gamma 2, and the situation could escalate into a life-threatening predicament. Unbeknownst to him, the figure in the video remained oblivious, engrossed in research on a so-called Super Saiyan ant. Do not worry, Gohan. Piccolo will be just fine, Sun Wukong reassured with a smile, placing a hand on Gohan's shoulder. Chapter 128. He is Gamma 1 indeed. The androids possessed formidable strength. However, Piccolo was astute, bolstered by his extensive combat experience. He would undoubtedly find a way to evade danger, even if he could not prevail. All right, I suppose I should remain calm, Gohan thought, reassured by his uncle's capabilities. Returning to the video, Piccolo shed his martial arts uniform, adjusting his stance without uttering a word, and charged directly at Gamma 2. Yet, all his assaults were effortlessly dodged by the android. Seizing an opportunity, Gamma 2 exploited a gap in Piccolo's defense, delivering a powerful knee strike to his chin and subsequently landing another blow to his abdomen. Nonetheless, Piccolo persevered. Refusing to be pushed back significantly, he advanced, delivering a forceful strike with both fists upon Gamma 2's head, and then followed up with a kick that sent the android flying. However, being an android, such attacks were ineffectual against him. Realizing that close-range assaults yielded no results, Piccolo opted for a different tactic, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward Gamma 2. In an instant, a multitude of energy projectiles rained down like a tempest upon the android. Yet, Gamma 2's speed was such that the energy blasts could not find their mark. Ultimately, Gamma 2 leapt into the air, drawing a handgun from his waist, aiming it at the grounded Piccolo. With a flourish, he charged blue energy at the muzzle of his pistol. Soon, the energy was released with a resounding explosion, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Has he been reduced to ashes? Gamma 2 mused, scanning for Piccolo's presence, but finding none. Stowing his weapon and placing his hands on his hips, he smirked. I was hoping to witness your demise. Convinced his task was complete, he soared away. In reality, Piccolo had evaded the blast at the very moment of detonation. The clever warrior understood the folly of confronting Gamma 2 head-on. Thus, he concealed himself amidst the smoke and chaos, keen to discern the whereabouts of the Red Ribbon Army. He observed the direction in which Gamma 2 had departed. One cannot simply disregard this individual, muttered Piccolo to himself, his frustration mounting as he hastened to follow Gamma 2. To avoid detection, he deliberately flew close to the ground, while his adversary soared high above. In the chat group, Dr. Heater remarked, "Oh, how careless of me to allow the Gamma 2 I am to create in the future to be tracked by the enemy." Dr. Glow, now deceased, chimed in, "Heater, my dear Heater, you have indeed followed in your grandfather's footsteps." Topo added, "Hey, you are all rather wicked for continuously aiding the villains. Such injustice truly infuriates me." Dr. Heater defended himself. "I never intended to assist those nefarious individuals. I must have been deceived in that video, for my allegiance lies with the heroes." Helles commented, "I must say, it is impressive that you, a mere human, can create such formidable androids." Moskamiru interjected, "How intriguing. If you are from my third universe, I shall have you construct an android that surpasses the divine for my command." Beerus scoffed, "Dream on. Such a brilliant human scientist belongs to my seventh universe." Ulma sighed, "Why waste such intellect on trivial pursuits? I simply do not understand." In the seventh universe, within the realm of the destroyers, Son Gohan felt relieved that Uncle Piccolo was unharmed. As long as Piccolo was not killed by Gamma 2, he could breathe easy. However, Piccolo's covert investigation into the hideout of the Red Ribbon Army was a source of great concern for Gohan. What if he were discovered? Being trapped in the enemy's lair would leave Piccolo with no means of escape. What about us? Son Goku pondered, scratching his head in confusion. It seemed that throughout the video, neither he nor Vegeta had made an appearance. "I suspect that the two of you are diligently training in the realm of the destroyers," Whis suggested, smiling at Goku and Vegeta. After all, these two training enthusiasts would only be absent if they were indeed honing their skills somewhere, either in the realm of destruction or another locale. "Ah, I see," Goku said, scratching his head again, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, they must be training. It appeared that this crisis would be resolved by Gohan and Piccolo. Unbeknownst to how long he had been following, Piccolo arrived at an unfamiliar location, astonished to discover such a hidden place on Earth. As Gamma 2 entered the base, Piccolo stealthily seized a soldier adorned with insignia, donning the uniform himself. Soon, Piccolo noticed that Gamma 2 had vanished. He quickly pursued, realizing he had traversed an unknown path, seemingly passing through a hexagonal cloaking portal. Upon entering, Piccolo was taken aback, confronted by a high-tech facility before him. He had not anticipated that beyond the portal lay such a high-tech base, secretly constructed by the Red Ribbon Army. As he looked up, Piccolo noticed Gamma 2 entering the tallest building nearby. Concerned about losing track of his target, he swiftly ascended. Spotting several soldiers dressed similarly to him entering the room where Gamma 2 had gone, Piccolo cleverly blended in with the group. After all, he was clad in attire identical to those soldiers. Once inside, he observed Dr. Hito and Maki engaged in a discussion at the center of the room. Noticing Gamma 2's return, Dr. Hito turned and offered praise with a smile. Indeed, you never disappoint, Gamma 2. I have seen everything through your eyes. Thank you for the compliment, Dr. Hito, Gamma 2 replied, bowing respectfully. However, even for a test, it may have been a bit excessive. After all, he was created by Hito, and his respect was well earned. At that moment, behind Gamma 2 stood another being, nearly identical in appearance, adorned with the number 1. His cloak a distinct shade of red. This was Gamma 1. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, Cell smirked slightly. So, this little chubby one is Dr. Hito's grandson. How amusing, truly amusing. I find myself increasingly curious to witness the ultimate creature's powers. Cell's intrigue was palpable. Chapter 129, Dr. Hito is merely a child. It should be noted that Cell was once hailed as the ultimate android. However, the introduction at the beginning of the video had mentioned that Dr. Hito had created a terrifying ultimate monster. This monster would indeed be an android. Cell was eager to discover just how powerful this ultimate android truly was, and whether it surpassed his own strength. Do you know him? Frisia inquired, turning to Cell with interest. He wished to learn more about the Grobo 24 that Cell had mentioned. You mean Dr. Hito? Cell, the perfect being and ultimate android, was indeed created by that individual. Cell began with a boast. Then, crossing his arms over his chest, he chuckled lightly. That fellow is remarkably intelligent. So much so that he hardly seems human. He absorbed the cells of numerous powerful beings, ultimately crafting me. However, his brilliance was his downfall, as he was ultimately slain by the very androids he created, 17 and 18. Killed by his own creations? Frisia's lips curled into a slight smile, finding the notion quite amusing. He was now exceedingly eager to uncover the true extent of the powers possessed by the ultimate android crafted by Dr. Hito. If possible, upon his resurrection, he could incorporate Dr. Hito into his Frisia force, allowing him to create an army of artificial beings for the 7th universe, wreaking havoc in the realm of destruction. Dr. Hito is merely a child. Sun Wukong scratched his head, finding this beyond his imagination. He had assumed that Dr. Hito would resemble Dr. Jero, a depraved old scientist who transformed himself into an artificial being. To his surprise, Dr. Hito turned out to be a chubby, gluttonous little boy. One can only imagine the trouble he might cause as he grows up. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and suggested, in my opinion, we should locate him on Earth and deal with him now. Better to prevent any potential trouble that may arise later. Who knows how many artificial beings he might create. The portrayal of Gohan in the manga is lacking. Perhaps we should consider the movie version instead. Of course, Vegeta harbors no fear of artificial beings. For him, it matters not if 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 are produced. He could single-handedly vanquish them all. However, his primary concern lies with the potential harm these artificial beings could inflict on Bulma and Trunks. After all, he has remained in the realm of destruction, while the artificial beings reside on Earth. Should any catastrophe occur there and they fail to receive timely information, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, it would be prudent to eliminate the root of the problem by finding Dr. Hito and resolving the issue before he creates any artificial beings that could threaten Earth and humanity. That's not a good idea, Vegeta, Sun Wukong replied, turning to him. He certainly could not agree with Vegeta's notion of simply killing someone. Only villains would act in such a manner. Moreover, Dr. Hito is still just a child. Sun Wukong cannot bring himself to take the life of a young boy. Indeed, one must not lay a hand on a child. However, we could approach the situation differently, perhaps by winning him over to join us in protecting Earth, Gohan suggested. He firmly opposed the idea of harming Dr. Hito. If action were to be taken, Gohan believed it should be in the form of persuasion rather than violence. Given that Dr. Hito possesses such an exceptional intellect at such a young age, capable of creating incredibly powerful artificial beings, would it not be better to recruit him to contribute to Earth's protection by producing numerous guardians? I concur with Gohan, Whis expressed, raising his hand in agreement. Bringing Dr. Hito on board to create protective artificial beings for Earth is indeed a splendid idea. Not only would it enhance Earth's safety, but it would also alleviate some burden from Sun Wukong and the others. Do as you wish, Vegeta grumbled, displeased that no one agreed with his perspective or took action on it. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard it. For him, if Dr. Hyde eventually continues to assist the Red Ribbon Army in creating nefarious androids as depicted in the video, then those malevolent creations will undoubtedly face their demise at the hands of Vegeta himself. Furthermore, even if Dr. Hyde remains but a child, Vegeta vows to eradicate him along with all the androids he has fashioned. Vegeta swears he will undoubtedly fulfill this promise. Returning to the video, an unexpected revelation astonishes Piccolo, the existence of Gamma 1. The presence of another formidable android, akin to Gamma 2, suggests that the peril of this incident is far greater than he had anticipated. Soon, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kamine, a trusted aide of Majin Buu, pressed a button, and the large screen unveiled the images of Son Goku and Vegeta. These two can be regarded as the second-in-command of the opposing force, formidable adversaries indeed, alongside the terrifying Majin Buu. Additionally, the ominous Mr. Satan, whose true strength remains unfathomable, also appeared on the screen, alongside images of the rotund Buu and Satan. Upon witnessing this, Bulma and her companions, well aware of Satan's capabilities, could hardly contain their reactions. Satan. It seems you are viewed by others as an immensely powerful and enigmatic figure, Bulma teased, hands on her hips, casting a playful glance at Satan. After all, almost everyone is oblivious to the true strength of Goku and the others. They remain unaware that it is Goku and his comrades who have consistently safeguarded the Earth and vanquished its foes. In their eyes, it has always been Satan who protects the planet and defeats the enemies, which renders their belief in his superiority perfectly reasonable. Perhaps you should refrain from discussing this. Satan interjected, eager to avoid the topic, especially in the presence of those who knew the truth. It would be quite awkward. For Satan is acutely aware that he is not the world-saving hero. He possesses no extraordinary power. Isn't my father in danger then? Dilly could not help but express her concern. The enemies, having deemed Satan the mightiest, would surely target him. Yet, Satan's strength is such that he could not withstand even a single attack from Gamma 2. One blow would suffice to end him. Chapter 130. It seems you are destined to face death once more. However, the others remained unconcerned. Setting aside the certainty that Gohan and the others would eliminate the enemies, they believed that Satan, as a person, could never be killed by them. At least since their acquaintance with Satan, he might sustain injuries but would never meet his demise. In the video, Dr. Hyde remained unfazed by Kamine's warning. After all, he considered the androids he had created to be the most powerful beings. No one could possibly surpass his Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. Continuing to snack on cookies, he chuckled lightly. It's fine. Only this way can I prove my point. My ultimate masterpiece, Gamma, showcased its prowess in battle, effortlessly vanquishing the formidable Piccolo Demon King. Indeed, it was so easy that I was left utterly disappointed, responded Gamma 2 with a smile, even gleefully spinning in place. Piccolo, quite displeased by this, managed to suppress his irritation. No wonder he is the grandson of the genius Dr. Gero, Kamine praised. However, I, the super genius Dr. Hyde, remained exceedingly proud. In my view, the androids I created are unparalleled. Mephinda, aware of the immense strength possessed by Goku and his companions, could not fully relax. If your blunder as a super genius allows Piccolo to escape, we will have to expedite our battle plans. Fear not, Dr. Hyde reassured, rising to his feet. Gamma's abilities are beyond question. With this data, it will not take long to replicate several Gammas. Once we eliminate the nefarious and formidable secret organization led by Bulma, the army and police that serve as their pawns will be inconsequential, and we can swiftly suppress this corrupt world. Setting that aside for now, Dr. Hyde, Mephinda said, placing his cigar down and adopting a serious expression. When will Cell be completed? Upon hearing that name, Piccolo was taken aback, his emotions a tumultuous blend. He could not have misheard. The mention of Cell had indeed been made. At the same time, Goku and his allies from the 7th universe were equally astonished. 7th universe. Earth, Capsule Corporation. Did he just say what I think he said? Krillin exclaimed, aghast as he stared at Mephinda on the video screen. Cell? Is it truly the very same Cell that Goku and his friends once fought with all their might to destroy? Are they planning to create a completely upgraded version of Cell? No wonder he has been referred to in the video as the ultimate android. An upgraded version of Cell? How infuriating. What nonsense is this about an evil secret organization led by Bulma? How can I be deemed evil? Bulma seethed, enraged by such an accusation. This is utter nonsense. Well, it seems the focus shouldn't be here. Bulma, Satan quietly interjected. The main concern is that Cell. I refuse to listen. Bulma retorted, stamping her foot in anger. How dare they slander me? What Cell? What Red Ribbon Army? Gohan, hurry and come out to eliminate them all. In the 7th universe. The god of destruction's realm, Cell? Those scoundrels. Vegeta clenched his fists, turning to Goku with a disdainful snort. I just said we should have eliminated these scoundrels first. It's important to note that while Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 are indeed powerful androids, Goku and Vegeta perceive them as relatively insignificant threats. However, the prospect of an upgraded version of Cell being created is something that cannot be overlooked. Goku scratched his head, surprised that they would actually go ahead with creating an upgraded version of Cell. This truly surpasses Son Wukong's imagination. He had believed that beings such as Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 represented the pinnacle of artificial life. Who could have anticipated that the ultimate artificial being would turn out to be Cell? Must I confront Cell once more? Gohan gradually clenched his fists, fervently wishing that the version of himself depicted in the video would annihilate Cell. It must be said, some humans certainly know how to stir up trouble, remarked Beerus. Having taken a bite of bread, he now comprehends why Zamasu harbors such disdain for humanity, wishing to eradicate it entirely. Individuals like Mercinda, who are wholly bent on wreaking havoc upon the world, indeed deserve obliteration. Otherwise, they will inevitably unleash a torrent of chaos and misfortune. In the 7th universe, in the depths of hell, Cell chuckled, unable to contain his laughter while cradling his head with one hand. To his surprise, the ultimate artificial being was none other than an upgraded version of himself. Initially, Cell had intended to compare himself with that ultimate artificial being, yet in the end, he found himself measuring against his own self. Do not celebrate too soon. It appears you are destined to perish once more, Frieza remarked with a light laugh directed at Cell. After all, based on the conclusions drawn from all previous videos, the outcome would inevitably favor the Saiyans. Thus, this episode would undoubtedly culminate in Gohan's victory and Cell's demise. Quite standard. Cell, however, found nothing peculiar about this. With his arms crossed and a sly grin, he confidently stated that, despite being an upgraded version, he was merely an imitation. If Gohan could not even best an imitation, he would be sorely disappointed. In Cell's eyes, he alone was the quintessential artificial being, endowed with limitless potential and the ability to grow infinitely stronger. What of this so-called upgrade? Such pretenders could not possibly measure up to him. How exceedingly confident. I find that appealing, Frieza mused. Recognizing that Cell shared this trait with him, an unwavering confidence in one's own power. In the video, there was no need for concern. With Gamma and his companions present, Cell was utterly unnecessary. Dr. Hito approached Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 with confidence. I was inquiring about the completion timeline, Mercinda pressed. Let me think, Dr. Hito replied. I estimate it will take a bit more time. I recall you mentioning it was nearly finished, Mercinda said, moving to the controls and manipulating the system. Cell's physical form has indeed been completed, Dr. Hito remarked to Mercinda, but the programming for the brain's control system requires considerable time. At that moment, Mercinda had already brought up Cell's image on the large screen. Upon seeing the figure in slumber, it was unmistakably Cell, though in his second form rather than his ultimate state. Chapter 131. Understood. I will make contact. Upon seeing Cell's image on the screen, Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, it was not merely a name similarity. It was truly Cell. Given this, the severity of the current situation had exceeded all expectations and surpassed normal levels. Do you realize how long I have been waiting? Mercinda asked impatiently. After all, his objective is to eliminate Son Wukong and his companions, ultimately conquering the world. Only Cell possesses the capability to assist him in achieving this ambition. He deems Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 as inadequate for the task. With all due respect, Commander Mercinda, even if it takes a bit more time, we must strive to create an android that surpasses all imagination. This is your assertion, Doctor. Hito crossed his arms defiantly over his chest, speaking with conviction. Mercinda could discern that Dr. Hito seemingly harbored a disdain for Cell. Thus, he candidly inquired, "It appears you are not particularly fond of Cell?" Dr. Hito made no attempt to conceal his feelings, turning his head aside, for Cell bore no resemblance to a superhero. Moreover, the fact that Cell is based on Dr. Gero's data irked him. Cell's formidable strength has already been validated. Mercinda, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the dormant Cell on the large screen, stating, "You witnessed the news at that time, did you not? However, the data is exceedingly complex. It is impossible for us to recreate another Cell on our own. I believe that if it were you, you could even enhance his power and revive him. For me, it would certainly be a simple task, though it would require considerable time," Dr. Hito remarked with a smile. Mercinda scoffed. "If you had devoted your enthusiasm to Cell rather than Gamma, wouldn't you have completed it by now? Cell grows by gradually splitting through special cells, a process that naturally takes time. Dr. Hido remained obstinate in his reasoning, asserting that Cell's lengthy development was to be expected. Rather, you should commend me for effectively utilizing this time to develop Gamma. Macinda, unable to restrain his irritation, clenched his fists in anger. Enough of this. Let us not linger. Activate Cell at once. He yearned to witness Cell swiftly eliminate Sun Wukong and his allies, thereby achieving total dominion over the Earth, a dream he had been obsessively contemplating for countless days. His impatience was palpable. He simply wished to expedite the completion of this goal. Observing Macinda's fervent desire, Dr. Hido sighed and turned to him with an expression of exasperation. Patience is essential, Commander Macinda. This entity is a terrifying creature of power that far exceeds the previous Cell. Upon hearing this, Piccolo grew increasingly anxious. A power that far exceeds the previous Cell? If we were to activate him now, it could spiral out of control. He would become unmanageable, and even the world you wish to dominate could vanish. Would that be acceptable? For a moment, Macinda fell silent. Indeed, if Dr. Hido's words rang true, and he could not control Cell once unleashed, then the world would be doomed, and his aspirations would crumble. Even without utilizing Cell, Gamma could assist us in eliminating those troublesome foes. Dr. Hido turned to face Macinda, smiling as he continued. Then you can activate Cell afterward, showcasing your might to the world. Can I trust your words? Macinda inquired, not entirely convinced of Dr. Hido's intentions. For this little rotund fellow had many schemes at play. Of course. Dr. Hade nodded with a smile. This situation had escalated into a significant predicament. Piccolo, fully attuned to their conversation, realized the grave danger posed by the current events. It was imperative to prevent the awakening of Cell at all costs. In the chat group, Dr. Hade remarked, I never anticipated that I would utilize Dr. Jero's data. To which came the response, but Dr. Jero is deceased. Hade, are you still unable to forgive me, your grandfather? Goku interjected, hey, you all are going too far. Why do you keep aiding villains in their quest for world domination? Vegeta warned, I better not cross paths with you. The day you encounter me will be your last. Kampa commented, Cell may be hideous, but he certainly appears to be quite formidable. Hellas added, this grotesque creature indeed possesses strength surpassing both Goku and Vegeta. Dr. Hade confidently declared, certainly, although this will occur in the future. However, since Cell is a creation of my genius, it is only natural that he is more powerful than anyone else. Quintella scoffed. How arrogant. Little fatty, it seems you are eager to experience destruction. Cell is dead. He is merely an imposter. The notion of his strength exceeding mine is utterly laughable. Gohan, do not let this guy defeat you, or I shall lose all respect for you, said Goku. Gohan, momentarily stunned, realized that both of his formidable adversaries were Cell. He had initially assumed that this ultimate android would be different. Little did he know that the ultimate android was a mere upgraded version of Cell. In a video, after leaving the room, Piccolo found a patch of grass to conceal himself and began calling Bulma. Surprised to receive a call from Piccolo, Bulma exclaimed, what a rarity. You actually called me. With no time to spare, Piccolo got straight to the point. Bulma, is Vegeta there? No, he's still with Lord Beerus as usual. Is Goku with him? Of course. I recall you have a communication device with Whis, right? Quickly contact him and have Goku and the others return. What is going on? Is something wrong? Indeed, I cannot elaborate right now, but something monumental is about to transpire. Understood, I will reach out immediately. After hanging up, Piccolo pondered what else he could do. He decided to procure some Senza beans, for if Cell truly awakened, the beans would ensure their safety and significantly enhance their chances of defeating him. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the realm of the gods of destruction, where a surge of green energy erupted through the forest. It was Broly, engaged in a training battle with Goku. However, due to an overwhelming surge of power, Broly's pupils suddenly vanished. Noticing this, Goku quickly waved his hands, calling out, wait, hold on. Goku's voice snapped the nearly unhinged Broly back to reality. Chapter 132. How terrifying. To be able to contend with Jiren. After a moment of confusion, Broly's pupils returned in an instant. The once surging green aura surrounding him was swiftly subdued. As Broly reigned in his power, it dissipated entirely. However, the recent outburst had left a considerable impact on the earth beneath him, creating a massive crater. Observing Broly's stabilization, Son Goku exhaled a sigh of relief. After catching his breath, he straightened up, hands on his hips, and admonished, Broly, weren't you on the verge of losing control again? I've told you countless times to find a way to restrain it. I'm sorry, I didn't realize, Broly replied, lowering his head like a contrite child. He understood his mistake. Yet he had earnestly attempted to keep his power in check. Unfortunately, a momentary lapse had caused that force to erupt uncontrollably, like a spring gushing forth, threatening to overwhelm him. Turning his gaze toward Vegeta, Goku continued his reprimand. I say, you've had enough of standing still. Remaining inactive for so long will only dull your reflexes. In this world, aside from Jiren from Universe 11 and Broly from over there are numerous formidable opponents. As you surely know, upon hearing Goku's words, the warriors from Universe 11 and Universe 7 fell into a stunned silence. On a distant planet in Universe 11, Jiren pondered, Son Goku knows me. Has my future self already faced him? Who triumphed in that encounter? It must have been me. There is no possibility for defeat. Jiren clenched his fists, his resolve unwavering. He could not fathom losing to anyone. Thus, even if his future self had battled Goku, victory would undoubtedly belong to him. Strength was paramount, and he held it firmly in his grasp, ensuring his absolute invincibility. On another planet, upon hearing Goku mention Jiren, Toppo's eyes widened in astonishment. The strongest member of their pride troopers, indeed, the most powerful being of Universe 11, was Jiren, a warrior whose might surpassed even that of a god of destruction. The fact that Goku had fought Jiren was astonishing. After all, Goku's assertion regarding Jiren from Universe 11 confirmed that he had indeed encountered and clashed with him. How terrifying it was to think that Goku could engage with Jiren. Disbelief washed over Toppo as he contemplated the extent of Goku's growth. Typically, Jiren would never engage with anyone unless they possessed a strength compelling enough to warrant his attention. Only when Goku's power reached a certain level would Jiren deem him worthy of battle. Thus, Toppo struggled to comprehend just how formidable Goku had become in that video. Simultaneously, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Belmod was also lost in thought, troubled by the question, what power has that fellow truly grasped? Though he could not predict the answer. However, one thing is certain. That power is undoubtedly countless times more formidable than that of the Super Saiyan God Blue. After all, the Super Saiyan God Blue cannot reach the level of transcending the divine. Furthermore, that power would certainly fail to attract Jiren. Engaging Jiren with such power would only lead to one inevitable outcome. Jiren would effortlessly obliterate that power with a single punch. Yet, the true enigma lies in the nature of the power that Mr. Goku possesses. How did he come to confront Jiren? This is indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Makarita has touched upon a crucial point. Could it be that she has guessed correctly? Perhaps in the future, the Omni King, on a whim, will organize a martial arts tournament that demands participation from all universes. If not, she cannot fathom why Son Goku would come to blows with Jiren, considering they do not even belong to the same universe. The connection between the 6th and 7th universes exists solely because they are brother universes. However, the 11th universe and others are far removed from each other, and excessive interactions between these universes are strictly prohibited. Regardless, it is time to alert Toppo and the others. With a graceful remark, she slowly loosened her tightly clenched fist. If what Makarita speculates is true, then the 11th universe absolutely must not be outmatched by the 7th universe. Toppo and the others must grow stronger. Who knows what kind of power the future Son Goku has acquired to engage with Jiren? Could it be that he and Vegeta have utilized fusion? No, that cannot be the case. It is evident that he is fighting Jiren alone. In the 7th universe, within the realm of destruction, Jiren from the 11th universe. Who is he? The 11th universe is a place I have never visited. How could my future self possibly end up battling him? Son Goku scratched his head, a look of bewilderment on his face. He simply cannot comprehend how his future self could contend with a powerful warrior from the 11th universe. Although battling strong opponents has always been Son Goku's aspiration, he is still more eager to understand why he would venture into the 11th universe. Dad, regardless of the circumstances, Jiren must be an extraordinarily powerful warrior. Son Gohan reminded him, noting that in the video, the future you placed him alongside Broly. The fact that future Son Goku would associate Jiren with Broly signifies that the former's strength is undoubtedly formidable, at least on par with Broly, who requires the fusion of Goku and Vegeta into Vegeto to be defeated. It seems that our future selves will encounter even mightier foes. Jiren from the 11th universe. Vegeta suddenly became intrigued. He has already committed that name to memory. When the time comes, Goku won't even need to intervene. Vegeta intends to defeat Jiren single-handedly. Why does that name feel so familiar? Upon hearing it, Beerus set down his food, resting his chin on one hand. As if deep in thought, he seems to be the strongest warrior of the 11th universe. revered as a being surpassing even the god of destruction. Whis briefly activated his angelic staff to scan the surroundings. With a gentle wave, Jiren was projected into the air, clad in the proud battle uniform of his team. His physique remarkably robust. His muscularity rivaled that of Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Indeed, he was Jiren. Vegeta scrutinized Jiren, noting his unusually large eyes and peculiar appearance. Naturally, beings from other universes would bear little resemblance to those from our own. Goku, having encountered countless unusual forms, found it somewhat comprehensible. Chapter 133. This was undeniably terrifying. Among those they had seen, Majin Buu was one, followed by Frieza and Babidi, all possessing bizarre appearances, which was rather commonplace. Humph, this individual exudes a remarkably sharp aura. Vegeta snorted, recognizing Jiren as an exceptionally formidable warrior, as even the faintest hint of his energy inspired trepidation. Ha ha ha, Whis. Does his power truly exceed that of a god of destruction? Goku chuckled, glancing at Whis. Indeed, that may well be the case, Whis affirmed with a nod. It is 99% true. Then he is akin to Vegito and Gogeta, Goku remarked, growing increasingly eager to meet and battle Jiren. After all, he now knew that only 3 beings surpassed the gods of destruction: himself, the fusion of Vegeta and himself, namely Vegito and Broly. Now, he needed to add one more to the list, the large-eyed Jiren of Universe 11. It seemed that significant events loomed on the horizon. Beerus was acutely aware that Goku would not venture to Universe 11 simply to engage with a powerful opponent like Jiren without reason. Something must have transpired. Perhaps the interuniversal martial arts tournament. Enough noise, do not disturb me, Vegeta insisted, maintaining his cross-legged posture. This is also a form of training. Goku, unconvinced, placed his hands on his hips and retorted, stop lying. There's no way such a training method exists. Honestly, you know nothing, Vegeta replied, exasperation creeping into his tone as he realized Goku's continued ignorance. What do you mean? Goku inquired, his expression one of confusion. That overwhelmingly powerful Jiren Vegeta, still seated in meditation, opened his eyes and articulated his insights. In truth, there is little difference in raw power between him and us. The distinction lies in his complete efficiency in utilizing that power. Have you not noticed this until now? As he opened his eyes, Vegeta's tone grew more emphatic. Even in battle, aside from delivering momentary strikes, he maintains both his body and mind in a state of relaxation. His attacks, initiated from a standstill, render his movements inscrutable to opponents, and his explosive power is formidable. Moreover, and most crucially, this approach conserves stamina. Is that so? Goku pondered, finding merit in Vegeta's reasoning. Indeed, Jiren possesses an extraordinary ability to master his own strength. He undoubtedly wastes not a single ounce of energy or breath. Every ounce of his power is perfectly allocated, and it seems Jiren accomplishes this feat instinctively. Consequently, I, who am unable to achieve such mastery, must first engage in mental cultivation. With this thought, Vegeta closed his eyes, preparing to delve once more into the depths of his mind, striving to grow stronger. To surpass Jiren, he must perfect the control of his power, ensuring that not a fragment is squandered. This could exponentially enhance his overall prowess. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermoud, was taken aback. The notion that Vegeta had accurately articulated Jiren's strengths was astonishing. The realization struck him that Vegeta, after just one encounter with Jiren, comprehended this truth so swiftly, an unnerving thought indeed. Indeed, as Vegeta stated, Jiren's true strength lies not merely in his overwhelming power, but in his unparalleled control over it, a level of mastery that eludes even many deities. Jiren can flawlessly command every ounce of his strength, determining precisely when to unleash or retract it with ease. This is why his sudden assaults leave others with no chance to react, his might rendering them defenseless. Truly, he is an adversary not to be underestimated. Merus had long warned Vermoud of this. However, he did not require such reminders. He was acutely aware that Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Broly would undoubtedly pose the greatest threat to Universe 11. In the God of Destruction's realm of Universe 7, Goku marveled at Vegeta's insights, scratching his head in astonishment. Yet, despite this understanding, he felt utterly incapable of achieving complete control over his own power. Broly, too, was keenly aware of this limitation. As it stood, he could not even precisely harness 30% of his strength. Ah, it's not just you, Broly, Goku said, resting a reassuring hand on Broly's shoulder. It appears we all have a long journey ahead in mastering our powers. He resonated with Vegeta's sentiments from the video. Yet he believed that attaining such mastery was beyond his current capabilities, uncertain of how long it might take to achieve complete control over his strength. If he truly succeeded, his overall power would surely multiply manifold. Indeed, mastering one's strength is of paramount importance. Beerus nodded, directing his spoon toward the three of them. Upon your return, join Broly in the mastery of power control. Understood, Lord Beerus, replied Goku and his companions in unison. In the sixth universe, the realm of destruction, the complete mastery of one's own power is a feat I seem incapable of achieving, Kappa noted, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. As the god of destruction of the sixth universe, he still cannot fully control his own strength. Yet, Jiren from the 11th universe, a mere human, has accomplished this. This is largely due to Lord Kampa's habit of indulging in slumber post-feast, having neglected training for many years, thus rendering him unable to attain such prowess. Batos pointed out, revealing an uncomfortable truth. Had Kampa been diligent in his training, his current strength would not be so diminished. It is worth recalling that many years ago, Kampa could contend with Beerus. Now, however, Beerus has far surpassed him. Indeed, Kampa acknowledged, scratching his head in embarrassment. It seems I must also commit to training, otherwise I risk being the weakest among the deities, uncertain of how many mortals might surpass me as their god of destruction. Meanwhile, Kale contemplated her fists, deep in thought. Control. One's own power at 100%. She felt somewhat perplexed as she clenched her fists. The notion seemed less daunting to her, as she believed she could harness her full strength. Kaba, discerning her thoughts, was at a loss for words. Kale's idea of controlling her power was not one of true mastery. Such advanced technique eludes many gods. If Kale were to possess it, would that not imply all martial artists would achieve the same? Chapter 134 was truly remarkable, Mr. Vegeta. Returning to the video, it was indeed captivating, Mr. Vegeta. Whis, appearing as if from thin air, descended gracefully, applauding. He had even noticed that detail. Precisely so, upon landing, Whis clasped his hands behind his back, smiling as he remarked that simply enhancing one's physical form does not constitute true training. He deliberately cast a glance at Goku, evidently a reminder for him not to be foolishly fixated solely on strengthening his physique. Although it seems Goku has yet to grasp this notion. By the way, why don't the three of you engage in a spar? Whis suggested, clapping his hands to propose a contest among Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Broly too? Vegeta was immediately discontented upon hearing this. After all, Broly's strength undeniably eclipsed both his and Goku's. The inclusion of Broly could render the match exceedingly perilous, especially if he were to lose control. A single misstep could even jeopardize their lives. Although he has improved somewhat, Broly remains a formidable threat. If he were to go berserk, this small planet could be obliterated in an instant. Goku shared Vegeta's sentiments. Broly is currently unfit for battle. Indeed, after some contemplation, Whis concurred with their assessment. Therefore, it shall be Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta who engage in combat, while Mr. Broly observes and learns, witnessing firsthand what a controlled battle truly entails. Let the contest commence swiftly. The victor shall be the one who stands last, with the stipulation that transformations and techniques such as the Kamehameha wave are prohibited. Is that acceptable? Whis inquired. However, before Goku and Vegeta could respond, a rumble emanated from Goku's stomach, producing a rather humorous sound. Hee hee, Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Let me grab a bite first. Whis, I'm starving. Whis, accustomed to the Saiyans' antics, merely sighed. In the realm of the 7th universe, the god of destruction's domain, Vegeta smirked. So, no transformations or energy blasts. Just hand-to-hand combat? He looked at Goku, a confident grin spreading across his face. Watch closely, Kakarot. This time victory shall be mine. Oh, so confident, are we, Vegeta? Goku replied, hands on his hips, grinning. Who knows who will ultimately triumph? I believe it will be me. Let us see about that, Vegeta retorted, confidence radiating from him. Though he may not yet exceed Goku, he firmly believed that in the future, he would surpass Kakarot and ascend to become the strongest Saiyan. Meanwhile, Broly appeared somewhat embarrassed. Am I truly unable to control my power in the future? This concern weighed heavily on him, as he had anticipated mastering his strength in no time. Yet, the footage revealed that once he relaxed, he would entirely lose his sanity, consumed by the overwhelming power of his transformation. It's all right, Broly, take your time, Gohan reassured, patting Broly's shoulder. Even in the video, my father and Uncle Vegeta had to learn gradually to fully control their own powers. Feeling somewhat reassured by this, Broly acknowledged that he could now wield the great ape's power without succumbing to madness. After a hearty meal, Goku and Vegeta were finally ready to engage in combat. Vegeta perched atop a large tree, while Goku stood on a rock. They locked eyes, both igniting with the spirit of battle. "Let us begin," announced Whis. With that command, Goku launched himself forward. Despite the restrictions on transformations, Goku's speed in his base form was formidable. As he approached Vegeta, he leaped and threw a powerful right punch. Vegeta effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Observing this, Goku swiftly aimed another punch with his other fist. Vegeta raised his arm to deflect the blow. The ensuing exchange saw Goku relentlessly throwing punches at Vegeta, who opted for defense rather than retaliation. Vegeta successfully deflected all of Goku's attacks until one moment when Goku delivered a swift kick towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta extended his hands and grasped Goku's calf. In a remarkable display, Vegeta began to spin in midair. After an indeterminate number of rotations, Goku found himself dizzy from the whirlwind. Suddenly, Vegeta released his grip, and due to inertia, Goku was propelled away into the distance. Just as he was about to plummet into a lake, Goku adeptly adjusted his body and halted his descent. Utilizing the stumps of trees on the water's edge, he propelled himself forward once more. With a resounding thud, Goku's fist collided with Vegeta's elbow. Their strengths appeared evenly matched, obscuring any discernible advantage. After several more exchanges, it remained unclear who held the upper hand, as both warriors had landed blows on one another. This realization only intensified their resolve in this fierce battle. The sound of their clashes echoed continuously. Their combat shifted from the lake to the surrounding woods, toppling countless trees in their wake. In a decisive moment, as they burst forth from the forest into the sky, Goku seized the opportunity and sent Vegeta flying with a powerful kick. Following this, he clenched his fist tightly, channeling his energy into a singular strike. With a thunderous shout, Goku unleashed his punch towards Vegeta. Sensing the immense force behind the blow, Vegeta reacted swiftly, crossing his arms in a defensive stance. However, he was unable to withstand the impact and was sent hurtling backwards. With a deafening crash, Vegeta's body collided with a massive mountain, creating a crater upon impact. Before he could recover, Goku charged at him once more. Vegeta had no choice but to assume his previous defensive posture, crossing his arms again. The onslaught continued, with Goku delivering multiple punches. Each strike caused the crater to expand further outward. Seizing a fleeting opportunity amidst the barrage, Vegeta grasped Goku's fist. Overcome with confidence, he declared, "Kakarot," and swiftly headbutted Goku's forehead. Following this, he pressed his hands against the back of the crater and executed a powerful kick to Goku's abdomen. The force of this blow was overwhelming. Goku was propelled away like a cannonball. Vegeta pursued him relentlessly, delivering several punches to Goku's midsection. The final blow struck Goku's chin, sending him flying. Though he had gained some ground, Vegeta's movements had indeed changed. Whis, observing the battle, remarked with indifference, "Perhaps it is the result of his training. It appears this skirmish will not conclude anytime soon. I shall fetch some ice cream." With that, he stood up, and they began to enjoy ice cream while watching the fierce struggle between Goku and Vegeta unfold. Beerus reminded Broly to indulge in some ice cream. However, Broly, utterly captivated by the battle, failed to hear Beerus's words, much like Gohan did. Unlike Gohan, who abhors killing, Broly, as a Saiyan with a legendary bloodline, relishes and revels in the thrill of combat, harboring an inner desire for battle. In the sky, after evading an attack from Vegeta, Goku swiftly maneuvered behind him, seizing Vegeta's waist with both hands. With a deft motion, he hurled Vegeta towards the lake below. The impact was tremendous, sending forth a towering splash and colossal waves. As the water surged toward them, Beerus snapped his fingers, conjuring a golden barrier around them. As for Broly, he was not in Beerus and Whis' vicinity, thus, he remained unprotected. Nevertheless, Broly was wholly indifferent to the water, still deeply engrossed in the clash between Goku and Vegeta. At that moment, an empty ice cream container inadvertently settled atop Whis' angelic staff, causing Bulma to struggle in her attempts to reach Whis. In the realm of the seventh universe, the god of destruction observed, "Do you see, Kakarot? It appears that I have the upper hand." Vegeta glanced at Goku, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Just as Beerus had stated, there was indeed a change in him, as he noted that his strength surpassed Goku's significantly. The application of his power was also more refined. likely achieved through meditation, much like Jiren, allowing him to masterfully harness his abilities. Goku couldn't refute this observation. He recognized that the video clearly showcased Vegeta's advantage over him. It seemed that Vegeta had truly moved ahead of him this time. After all, in the video, Goku remained blissfully unaware of Vegeta's concerns regarding his own power control. Meanwhile, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Bulma and her companions were not focused on the battle between Goku and Vegeta. Their primary concern was their inability to contact Whis, which was inadvertently caused by the ice cream container obstructing the staff. "This is truly perilous," Krillin exclaimed, pressing his hands against his head in distress. Goku and Vegeta aren't on Earth. If Android 17 were to engage in battle, he might very well expose a weakness to Dr. Hito's data. As for Fat Bu, his power certainly pales in comparison to Cell's. Moreover, it appears that Fat Bu is asleep, and once he slumbers, he is impossible to awaken. Thus, the only hope they have against Cell is Gohan. "Am I being completely overlooked here?" Piccolo remarked, his expression one of disbelief. Although he recognized his own limitations and strength, being so easily disregarded was quite disheartening. Krillin and the others shared his sentiments. "Completely overlooked, huh? Have you forgotten about Gotenks?" Young Trunks stepped forward, a proud expression adorning his face. "As long as I fuse with Goten to become Gotenks, perhaps we can defeat Cell without Gohan's assistance." Indeed, Goten nodded in agreement. Yet he and Trunks remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In their eyes, the fusion they would create, Gotenks, was invincible, capable of conquering any adversary. "You two little ones should reconsider," Bulma interjected, pulling Trunks closer. "Leave the fighting to the adults. Children should remain in safe places." Whatever, Trunks thought, feeling underestimated. Though he had no choice but to accept this perception. To the adults, he was merely a child deemed ineffective. In the video, the scene shifted as Piccolo, having obtained the Senzu Beans, arrived at the Supreme Kai's temple. He sought out Dend, who had now grown. "I heard that previously on Namek, Elder Guru helped Krillin and Gohan unlock their latent potential. Is that true?" Piccolo inquired. "Yes, I witnessed it firsthand," Dend affirmed, nodding. He had been there, observing as Gohan and Krillin had their potential awakened by Elder Guru. "Well then, do the same for me," Piccolo requested, sitting cross-legged on the ground. This was his devised plan. To contribute, he must grow stronger. However, in the short term, this was the only method he could conceive, unlocking potential. "Wait, am I to assist you?" Dend replied, surprised that Piccolo had come for this purpose. "Indeed, you and Elder Guru are of the same type of Namekian, so you should be capable of this," Piccolo reasoned. He recalled that Dend was a healing-type Namekian, which suggested he possessed abilities akin to those of Elder Guru. Thus, he sought Dend's help. "Unfortunately, such abilities cannot be utilized until a certain age," Dend lamented. He wished to aid Piccolo, especially considering the dire state of Earth. Strength was indeed necessary for change. Yet, he lacked the capacity at present. "What?" Piccolo was taken aback, astonished that such abilities required age. "Wait," Dend suddenly exclaimed, excitement igniting within him. "What if we utilize the Dragon Balls?" "The Dragon Balls?" "Yes, if we wish to eliminate the Red Ribbon Army, that should suffice." Upon seeing Piccolo's lack of enthusiasm, Dend quickly understood the implications of pride. "Perhaps we could wish for your latent potential to be awakened, just as Elder Guru did." At this, Piccolo became animated. "The dragon can accomplish such a feat? Upgrading should indeed be possible," Dend replied with a smile. Yet, the term upgrading perplexed Piccolo. What does upgrading entail? Will the Shenron still evolve? At the same time, Bulma and her companions from Universe 7 were equally baffled by these two words. Chapter 136, Shenron can actually upgrade. The idea of upgrading Shenron is quite surprising. Unexpectedly, even Piccolo has aspirations to grow stronger, contemplating the notion of unleashing potential. Krillin chuckled, turning his gaze towards Piccolo, whose face flushed crimson as he deliberately turned his head away. "What is the matter? Is it not a natural desire to seek strength? Surely, everyone yearns to become more powerful. If this were the Piccolo of yore, he might have struggled to accept the notion of harnessing potential to attain strength. However, the Piccolo depicted in the video has come to a profound realization. Relying solely on training would yield minimal advancement. He has reached a plateau, obstructed by an invisible wall. Thus, he has conceived a means to transcend this barrier and augment his power by unleashing his potential. It is the only path to greater strength. To avoid being distanced too far by Son Goku and his fellow Saiyans, Piccolo feels compelled to pursue this route. Indeed, there are no issues with that. Satan nodded in agreement with Piccolo's sentiments. As the world champion, he too aspires to grow stronger, wishing to attain the prowess of Son Goku and the others. Nevertheless, he acknowledges his limitations. Speaking of which, why not seek the old Kaioshin for assistance? Bulma inquired, glancing at Piccolo. After all, he was the one who helped Gohan unlock his potential, wasn't he? Perhaps Uncle Piccolo cannot accept it. Just the thought of that lecherous old man performing his awkward dance for an entire day is rather off-putting, Little Trunks remarked. Recalling how Gohan had previously mentioned that the old Kaioshin's dance was one of the most torturous experiences he had endured. Ahem. Piccolo couldn't help but cough. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Yet, maybe he has forgotten about it in the video. Nonetheless, he truly does not wish for the old Kaioshin to perform that peculiar dance before him, especially one that requires him to remain completely still throughout. In the depths of hell within Universe 7, Piccolo, the Namekian, dares to aspire to unleash his potential for strength. I am curious to see just how strong he can become. Frieza harbored a glimmer of anticipation. What kind of power could a mere Namekian acquire after unlocking their potential? All I want to know is when that brat Gohan will emerge. Cell remains as ever, solely interested in Gohan. Anything unrelated to Gohan fails to pique his interest. From a distance, Dr. Gero clenched his fists tightly. Although Hyde still refuses to call me grandfather, given that Cell was created using the data I left behind, he will undoubtedly possess the power to annihilate the universe. Let us proceed boldly. In the end, it will be you who conquers the world. Even after witnessing the transformations of Son Goku and the others into Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, Dr. Gero expressed such sentiments. For he possessed unwavering faith in the data concerning Cell and the capabilities of Dr. Hito. His grandson Hito, a prodigious genius surpassing even Gero himself, had meticulously crafted the enhancements, leaving no room for doubt. Cell was destined to become the most formidable adversary to date. The likes of Goku and Vegeta would surely meet their demise at Cell's hands. Returning to the video, Piccolo found himself perplexed about how the Dragon Balls could be upgraded. Dandy, with a smile, reminded him, "Do you recall that previously, the Dragon Balls could grant only a single wish? That later evolved from 1 to 3. The principle is the same. This is what we refer to as an upgrade. Please, bear with me for a moment." With that, Dandy dashed into the house. In a short while, he emerged, pushing a small cart adorned with a bottle of water and a modestly sized, covered dragon statue. As he sprinkled water over the cover, the entire dragon statue radiated a brilliant golden light. And thus, the upgrade of the dragon is complete, Dandy proclaimed with delight. "I was once a deity. Yet I had no inkling of this," Piccolo replied, astonished. He had not anticipated that upgrading the dragon could be so simple. Merely a splash of water transformed the dragon. "You arrived on Earth long ago," Dandy explained. "However, do we have the time to gather the Dragon Balls now?" A new concern arose. Uncertain if there was time to collect them. "I believe Miss Bulma has likely gathered all 7 Dragon Balls by now." Thus, Piccolo sought out Bulma and summoned the dragon. In no time, the upgraded dragon appeared at Piccolo's call. "Dragon, can you maximize my latent potential, just as the Grand Elder of Namek did?" Piccolo articulated his wish. "Of course, is this your first wish?" the dragon inquired. "Yes, I would appreciate it." Instantly, the dragon was enveloped in a dazzling light. And a peculiar glow enveloped Piccolo as well. He felt a transformation occurring within his body. Moments later, Piccolo gazed at his hands in disbelief. This is my power reaching such heights. I've even included a little bonus," the dragon said, as a mirror materialized before Piccolo. Upon glancing at his reflection, he noticed his skin had taken on a yellow hue. Beyond that, his power had been significantly amplified. In the 7th universe, those witnessing Piccolo's new form found it quite amusing. So this is what Piccolo looks like after his potential has been unlocked, with his skin now yellow," Bulma remarked. Krillin, observing the video of Piccolo and then the real Piccolo, exclaimed in astonishment, "It's evident that the Piccolo in the video is astounded by his own power. It seems I could follow his example." Piccolo crossed his arms, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Originally, he was troubled by his inability to significantly enhance his strength. However, the future version of himself in the video has provided him with the answer, the key to becoming stronger. To attain greater power, one must gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish to unlock their potential. "I also wish to unleash my potential," Little Trunks declared. Raising his hand, Gohan joined in the excitement, exclaiming, "I want to as well." Indeed, if both Goten and I could awaken our potential. Little Trunks confidently pointed his thumb at himself, stating, "We can defeat Cell without needing Gohan's help." Bulma, in front of little Trunks, clenched her fist. In Chapter 137, personally killing Frieza, the other party quickly understood the implication, promptly sealing their lips and gesturing to cover their mouth in silence. After all, they sensed that should they utter another word, Bulma's fist would soon meet their head. If I awaken my potential, will I also become exceptionally powerful? Mr. Satan surveyed the room and quietly raised his hand. The world champion harbored dreams of becoming stronger as well. Dad, you should abandon that notion, Videl advised, not wishing to further discourage Satan. However, if he were to wish upon the eternal dragon to unlock his potential, it would be a complete waste of a wish. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Satan sadly lowered his head. Fortunately, he had Fat Bu by his side, who gently patted his head and offered him a piece of cake. Here, Satan, eat some cake. I'm grateful for you, Bu, Satan replied, touched, as he began to eat the cake. In the video, Bulma proceeded to make her remaining 2 wishes, which elicited laughter from everyone. Surprisingly, her wishes were to enhance her posterior and to extend her eyelashes by 2 centimeters. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment upon realizing that his wife's whims were exposed to the entire universe and its deities, many of whom were commenting on how ridiculous it was that Bulma sought the dragon's aid for such trivial matters. After making her 2 wishes, Bulma suddenly realized something, her expression shifting dramatically. Oh no, I could have just wished to bring Vegeta and the others back. Piccolo, only now grasping the situation, was taken aback and blamed Bulma, saying, "It's your fault for wishing to make your backside a bit more appealing and your eyelashes longer that they couldn't return." What? Bulma retorted, crossing her arms and turning her head defiantly. You didn't think of it beforehand either. Piccolo found himself at a loss for words, acknowledging that he hadn't considered that option initially. They could have simply wished for Goku and the others to come back. At this juncture, it was truly hard to contain laughter in the chat group. Xing P. Haha, it seems that the wise representative of your 7th universe has suddenly lost his wisdom. HILS. Indeed, when danger is imminent, even the most intelligent individuals can lose their composure and fail to think clearly. BRM. This is not my fault. Piccolo didn't foresee this either. BK. I believe the future version of me in the video would have devised some countermeasures. SNWKing. Haha, it's alright. Piccolo, your fully unleashed transformation looks quite formidable. Hurry, summon the dragon and let us spar. SNWFN. And I too wish to engage in a spar with the empowered Uncle Piccolo. BK. Very well. Once you all return from the God of Destruction realm, I shall gather the Dragon Balls after this video concludes. Frieza has been dead for quite some time. Hurry and grow stronger. I do not wish to be resurrected only to find you all lacking in power and thus uninteresting. SHL has also perished. I concur. Gohan, do not disappoint me when the time comes. BIJT. Truly, the incessant chatter is utterly tiresome. In the 7th universe, within the realm of destruction, Goku turned to Whis and asked, by the way, will Frieza and Cell truly be resurrected? Ever since the advent of the chat group, Goku noticed that Frieza and Cell had mentioned their revival multiple times. It was certain that they would return. As an angel, Whis could swiftly investigate any occurrences within the 7th universe. Thus, Goku sought to glean information from him. Let me take a look, Whis said, waving his angelic staff. As light flickered, a stream of information flowed into Whis's mind. Within moments, he had gathered the necessary insights. They are not mistaken. They should indeed be resurrected. He remarked with a smile, putting away his staff. I see that Frieza's subordinates are currently gathering the Dragon Balls. However, their pace is rather slow. In my estimation, it may take a month or 2 after Piccolo makes his wish for them to collect all the Dragon Balls. Only then will Frieza and Cell be revived. After all, those tasked with gathering the Dragon Balls are quite aged, and Sorbet has yet to accompany Tagoma in the collection effort, resulting in a naturally sluggish speed. I see. Goku nodded. He was not overly concerned, for there was still ample time. Although Frieza and Cell would undoubtedly gain considerable strength during this interval, the power of everyone would continue to rise. Thus, even if Frieza and Cell were to return, the ultimate outcome would remain unchanged. They will once again eliminate Frieza and Cell from this world. Does it really take 1 or 2 more months? How slow? Vegeta scoffed, clenching his fists as he declared, those 2 scoundrels had better resurrect quickly. When the time comes, Frieza shall be mine, and I will personally annihilate him until not a trace remains. As for Cell, he has always had his eyes on Gohan, so Cell can be dealt with by Gohan. Do not even mention waiting for Frieza and Cell to be revived. Vegeta has already made arrangements for today, for now. As for Goku and Broly, Vegeta's plan for them is simple. They will be spectators, watching the battle unfold, observing how he and Gohan vanquish Frieza and Cell. That will suffice. Oh, but that simply will not do. Neither Goku nor Broly is inclined to be mere spectators. No one wishes to take on that role. Yet it must be done. There is no room for negotiation. After all, I am determined to eliminate Frieza with my own hands. Beyond surpassing Kakarot, Vegeta has always harbored one ambition, to personally slay Frieza. Unfortunately, Frieza's demise had previously robbed him of this opportunity. At last, the chance has arrived, and Vegeta is resolute not to let it slip away. Chapter 138. It's high time to get serious. In the video, Piccolo appeared quite embarrassed. Well, I suppose I shall attempt to infiltrate the Red Ribbon Army again to devise some plan. After all, I am still clad in their uniform, so blending in again should pose no issue. The scene shifted, and Piccolo rejoined the Red Ribbon Army, finding himself in the same room. Dr. Hito and Magenta were engaged in discussion regarding their next target. What if we set our sights on Goku and Vegeta? While the enemy has yet to formulate a strategy, we should eliminate their upper echelon in one fell swoop. I propose we target Goku's son, Gohan, Cam Sanin suggested, currently disguised as a biologist. Listening intently, Piccolo directed his focus toward Cam Sanin, who had surprisingly zeroed in on Gohan. The next moment, Cam Sanin retrieved a remote control, projecting Gohan's image onto the large screen. According to the intelligence gathered by the surveillance camera, Gohan had defeated Cell in his childhood, making him a formidable character. Given Piccolo's frequent entries into the command room, it was plausible that he could be the mastermind behind it all. If they did not eliminate him now, he could become a significant threat in the future. Oh, I see, Magenta remarked, turning toward Cam Sanin. However, I do not wish for the world to know of the Red Ribbon Army's existence until Cell's plan is complete. We must find a way to avoid causing a commotion in the city. That will be difficult. He rarely leaves the command room, Cam Sanin replied. Then let us have him fight here. Magenta suddenly conceived a brilliant idea, a sly smile gracing his lips. I recall that Gohan has a daughter who is currently in kindergarten. If we were to kidnap her, we could lure him here alone. Witnessing the valiant prowess of Gamma in battle here appears to be quite intriguing. It seems that this could indeed bolster the morale of the soldiers. A sentiment wholeheartedly endorsed by Kamai. The plan is to abduct son Gohan's daughter, ensuring that he will inevitably leave the command room to come to their aid. They aim to create a flawless battlefield, visible solely to them, hidden from the eyes of the world. However, it is disheartening to see Marzanda concoct such a despicable scheme, using another's daughter as leverage for abduction and intimidation. In an instant, the chat group erupted with fervent reactions, particularly from Gohan's mother. Chi-Chi, what kind of creatures are you to target innocent children? How vile! If you dare come before me, I shall send you flying. Bulma echoed her sentiments. Indeed, how could you even contemplate abducting Gohan's daughter? This is utterly abhorrent. Biddy added, if you dare carry out such an act, I will not let you escape unscathed. Son Gohan himself declared, I too will not forgive those who dare to harm my family, regardless of whether you are ordinary individuals. Goku chimed in, this is beyond wicked. If you attempt to kidnap Gohan's daughter, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Helles expressed her disdain. It is truly appalling. How could one conceive of such a despicable tactic? Tro responded, this is profoundly unjust, and you shall face the consequences of your actions. Marzanda, realizing the gravity of his misstep, quickly retreated. I was wrong. Do not seek me out now. He was indeed terrified. To his astonishment, Piccolo had infiltrated his Red Ribbon Army, overhearing every word and even exposing the location of their secret base, unbeknownst to anyone until now. Thus, Marzanda dared not act arrogantly. The knowledge of his secret hideout had rendered him fearful of Goku and his companions. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Should Goku and the others come for him, his demise would be certain. In the video, the adversary's actions were already reprehensible, but the act of kidnapping children was something I could not condone, remarked Dr. Hades. After all, he was but a child himself and wished for no child to suffer abduction. Moreover, he believed that such deeds were unbecoming of a hero. Marzanda had no intention of heeding him. A scientist like you should refrain from meddling in matters beyond your purview. He then turned to the Red Ribbon Army, commanding, send 2 individuals to abduct son Gohan's daughter and bring her here. The leader immediately responded with respect. At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward, volunteering, if that is the case. Please allow me to join as well. The leader, visibly displeased, retorted, "What are you doing? Do not interrupt." In his eyes, Piccolo's audacity was a blatant disregard for his authority as the head. "I happen to reside near Sun Wukong's home," Piccolo hastily remarked, having met his daughter. "How do you know Sun Wukong's daughter?" questioned the leader, turning to fix an inquisitive gaze upon Piccolo. The latter, scrambling to devise a plausible explanation, responded, "Because his daughter is the renowned granddaughter of Mr. Satan." Were it not for the realization that he could not contend with Gamma 1 and Gamma 2, Piccolo would have eagerly revealed everything. "I see," the leader comprehended, yet his resolve remained unchanged. "However, the selection shall ultimately be mine. You, number 94, are still a newcomer, so it would be prudent for you to continue your patrol." At that moment, Marcinda interjected, "No, if he is acquainted with that girl, isn't it fortuitous? Let him proceed." "Very well, I understand." The leader dared not defy Marcinda's words. Thus, the scene shifted, revealing Piccolo aboard a spacecraft. Oh, this might indeed present a splendid opportunity for Gohan's awakening, Piccolo suddenly realized. Upon sensing his thoughts, in the seventh universe, the realm of destruction, Son Gohan felt an ominous premonition. If Uncle Piccolo had conceived this notion, it implied that he might genuinely intend to abduct Xiaofang, thereby provoking the awakening of his own self in the video. Ha ha ha. It appears that Piccolo is quite discontented with the image of Gohan in the video. Where his efforts are lacking and his strength is waning, Sun Wukong couldn't help but chuckle. He had already surmised Piccolo's intentions. Nevertheless, he was rather supportive. For with Piccolo by her side, Xiaofang would undoubtedly be safe. Son Gohan would indeed awaken due to Xiaofang, reclaiming his powers once more. No, it would not merely be a reclamation, but rather a transformation into something even more formidable. Just as the video title suggested, Mysterious Evolution. Gohan would achieve a breakthrough and master a remarkably powerful transformation. Humph, it was high time he buckled down. Vegeta similarly disapproved of the sight of Gohan in the video. Languishing over research reports instead of training. Just look at that sluggish physique, unable to even withstand Piccolo's assault, utterly unresponsive. Chapter 139. Why does everyone want to confront Gohan? Returning to the video, why aren't you speaking? Are you feeling anxious? Number 15 inquired, having noticed Piccolo's silence since boarding the spacecraft. Ah, indeed. How shall we execute the abduction? Piccolo asked. It is nearly time for kindergarten dismissal, number 15 observed, glancing at the navigation device. Her mother or someone else would likely come to retrieve her. We must find an opportune moment on their return journey to take her mother along as well. Before long, Piccolo and number 15 lay in ambush along the route home. As other children were collected by their parents, only Xiaofang remained, visibly disheartened. The teacher gently reassured her. "Don't worry, I believe your mother will arrive shortly." Just then, number 15 approached. "Your mother sent me to fetch you." "All right, let us return together." Quickly bid farewell to the teacher. Before the words were fully uttered, as number 15 reached out to Xiaofang, she abruptly vanished, only to reappear with a swift punch to number 15's abdomen. The scene left everyone astounded. Ma Xianda. Oh, this is a child. Kamain. Number 15 is one of the strongest in our Red Ribbon Army, yet he was felled by a mere child. By Deely, that is my daughter with Gohan. Do you really think you can kidnap her? Satan. Indeed, do not forget. Xiaofang is also the granddaughter of the world champion Satan. How could you possibly kidnap her? Xiang Pa. Ha ha ha, this is quite amusing. I love watching this. Sun Wukong. Oh, Xiaofang is so impressive. No wonder she is Gohan and Bai Deely's daughter. Returning to the video, number 15 found himself in dire straits. It dawned on Piccolo that something was amiss. Although Xiaofang was still a child, her lineage as Gohan's daughter endowed her with extraordinary strength beyond that of an ordinary person. Number 15 doubled over, clutching his abdomen, and sank to the ground. Xiaofang pointed at the nearly unconscious number 15, declaring, "I do not even know this person." At that moment, Piccolo, donned in the Red Ribbon Army uniform, rushed over. Xiaofang instinctively assumed a combat stance, but upon recognizing Piccolo, she relaxed. "Wow, Uncle Piccolo, I'm surprised you could recognize me." Piccolo was equally astonished that Xiaofang could identify him in his current disguise. Of course, it was simple. It's because of Uncle Piccolo's aura. Xiaofang replied with a smile. Subsequently, Piccolo escorted Xiaofang and the unconscious number 15 to the spaceship. To ensure the success of their plan, Piccolo informed Xiaofang that she would need to bear with some discomfort and wear handcuffs. After all, she could easily break free whenever she wished. On board the spaceship, Piccolo explained the situation to Xiaofang. I infiltrated a nefarious organization known as the Red Ribbon Army, following a terrifying android, and discovered their plot to eliminate us, whom they deem a nuisance, in their quest for world domination. Xiaofang, perplexed by the term infiltrate, inquired. It means to disguise oneself as one of their own to gather intelligence. Piccolo succinctly clarified. Now understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiaofang realized why Uncle Piccolo was dressed as he was. Exactly. They intend to lure your father into a trap to eliminate him, which is why they wish to kidnap you. Ah, but that sounds rather intriguing, Xiaofang mused, unperturbed. For she was confident that Piccolo and Gohan would protect her. Moreover, besides Piccolo and Gohan, she had her grandfather, son Wukong, looking out for her. Do not underestimate them. They are genuinely dangerous. Xiaofang, you must feign fear as if you were being kidnapped. I will ensure your safety, so do not worry, Piccolo cautioned. If Xiaofang maintained her carefree demeanor, showing no fear, the plan would falter, and Gohan would not awaken in anger. However, it seemed that father was quite busy. Would he come to rescue me? Little Fang suddenly found herself questioning this. After all, son Wukong had isolated himself for several days due to his research report. He hadn't stepped outside during this time, leading her to doubt whether he would come to her aid. Surely he will come, Piccolo promptly assured. If he doesn't show up, I will make sure to give him a severe beating when I return. At the same moment, in the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Chi-Chi nodded in agreement with Piccolo. Indeed, if Wukong doesn't come to rescue his own daughter in this situation, even if Piccolo doesn't do it, I will personally ensure he receives a sound thrashing. Exactly, Bulma concurred with a nod. Count me in. I shall join in ensuring he gets a thorough beating. Add me to the list, said Satan, raising his hand. Little Fang is his granddaughter. If Wukong fails to rescue her, he would undoubtedly confront him fiercely. Hey, why is everyone so eager to beat up Wukong? Bitterly interjected. If he gets killed, what will I do? No, what about little Fang? She certainly cannot be without her father. Ha ha ha. Wukong wouldn't be so irresponsible, Krillin remarked, hands on his hips, casting a reassuring glance at Chi-Chi and the others. As someone who had watched Wukong grow up, he understood son Wukong very well. He deeply cared for those around him. If he were to learn that little Fang had been kidnapped by the Red Ribbon Army, he would undoubtedly be furious. There was no way he would neglect her. He would certainly come to her rescue. I agree with that, Piccolo replied. However, if Wukong truly fails to save little Fang, I would genuinely consider giving him a severe beating for being so irresponsible as to neglect his own daughter for work. Yet, knowing Wukong well, he still believed in him. Upon learning of his daughter's abduction, there was no way Wukong would remain indifferent. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, a smirk crept across Cell's face as he observed. It seems Piccolo has perfectly mastered the way to make son Wukong grow stronger. After all, Wukong is someone who deeply cares for those around him. Anyone who dares to harm his loved ones will surely provoke his rage to the point of breaking his limits. Chapter 140. Hey, Wukong, your daughter has been kidnapped. This tactic works flawlessly on son Wukong, time and again. Humph, that stinky monkey, Wukong, is no different. Frieza scoffed. His face clouded with displeasure as he recalled past events. He had killed Krillin, which ultimately led to Wukong achieving a breakthrough due to his rage. Wasn't this quite similar to son Wukong? It was clear that Wukong was indeed the son of Wukong, having perfectly inherited this trait. He would never let those who harmed his loved ones escape unscathed. On the other side, Dr. Gero was so furious that he stomped his feet, visible flames of anger erupting from his head. How foolish it is to seek trouble with that young man. It is reminiscent of how Cell met his demise at the hands of the young Gohan, who was merely a child at the time. Now, it is absurd that they have once again targeted Gohan. If they were to confront Goku or Vegeta first, Dr. Gero might not be so anxious. After all, back then, Goku and his companions were unable to defeat Cell. Now, with Cell upgraded through his grandson, they would surely stand no chance. Yet, to think that Majin Buu would seek out Gohan, the very one who vanquished Cell, is tantamount to courting death. Among Goku's circle, Gohan is undoubtedly the most perilous. Without him, Cell would never have been defeated. In the video aboard the spaceship, the unconscious Android 15, having been knocked out by Xiaofang's punch, slowly regained consciousness. Upon realizing this, Xiaofang immediately feigned fear, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's so scary that you're awake." Piccolo inquired, "Did you kidnap her?" Android 15, astonished, struggled to comprehend the situation, especially since Xiaofang had knocked him down with a single blow. Piccolo, appearing slender, hardly seemed capable of such an act. Indeed, Piccolo replied. After receiving confirmation, Android 15 quickly leaned in. Please, do not tell anyone that I was defeated by a child. All right, I understand, he replied. Before long, the spaceship returned to the Red Ribbon Army base. Android 15 recorded a video of Xiaofeng, prompting Kamian to express his satisfaction with a smile. Excellent. Show this to Gohan. And then bring him here. Everything was proceeding according to their plans. The only thing left was Gohan's arrival. Once he was here, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 would be instructed to eliminate him. Hey, number 94, the leader, who bore the mark of number 3, addressed Piccolo. You need to go there again. You seem familiar with the place. The location in question was Gohan's home. Understanding, Piccolo set off with Android 15 toward Gohan's residence. At this juncture, Android 15 remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation and had no inkling of Gohan's formidable power. Boldly, he approached the door and rang the bell. It's futile. Come over here, Piccolo called to him. Following Piccolo's direction, Android 15 approached the window. Piccolo, ever the same, scratched the window with his finger. The sharp, piercing sound made Gohan tremble involuntarily. It was evident that Gohan was still engrossed in his research report, typing away at the keyboard. Witnessing this, Vegeta was utterly incensed. In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7, he exclaimed, Gohan, your daughter has been kidnapped, and you, as a father, are utterly oblivious. You continue to engage in your absurd research on those so-called Super Saiyan ants. Vegeta turned to glare at Gohan, scolding him angrily. Day after day, you remain cooped up in that room, not only diminishing in strength, but also oblivious to everything happening around you. You didn't even realize your daughter had been taken. This is your failing, Gohan. Goku also looked at Gohan, admonishing him. While research reports are important, Xiaofeng is far more significant. Indeed, Broly nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing this sentiment. Although he did not have a daughter, he was aware that Xiaofeng was a member of Sun Wukong's family. Being family meant he had to protect her diligently, ensuring she never encountered any danger. However, Sun Wukong was oblivious to the situation due to his research report, rendering him incapable of safeguarding Xiaofeng in a timely manner. I was wrong, he murmured, lowering his head in apology, acknowledging that his actions in the video were indeed inappropriate. Even in pursuit of his research, he should not have sequestered himself in his room, oblivious to the troubles befalling those close to him. Yet, it seems Xiaofeng was not someone easily abducted by ordinary individuals. Beerus observed her in the video with a faint smile, remarking that even the formidable number 15 was rendered unconscious with a single punch when faced with her. It was likely that others would meet a similar fate. Only the likes of Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 could pose a true threat. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that ordinary humans could not possibly kidnap Xiaofeng. His concern lay in the possibility of those individuals dispatching Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 to abduct her. After all, if even Piccolo could not contend with those androids, what chance did Xiaofeng have? Returning to the video, Sun Wukong turned his gaze toward the window, unaware that Piccolo was outside. Unsure of his purpose, he approached the window. Number 15 could not help but exclaim, "You seem quite familiar with this place." Amusingly, he appeared to harbor no suspicions whatsoever. Sun Wukong opened the window and inquired, "Do you need something? Are you Sun Wukong?" Number 15 asked. "Yes, I am." Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod. "What is with your peculiar attire?" Number 15 couldn't help but comment, noticing the outfit Sun Wukong was wearing, which was the martial arts uniform Piccolo had conjured for him. "Well, there are many reasons," Sun Wukong replied, glancing at the Piccolo martial arts uniform adorning him. At that moment, Piccolo was left speechless, internally lamenting, how could Gohan be so oblivious? This is simply outrageous, especially since even Xiaofeng could detect my presence immediately. Meanwhile, the chat group erupted with commentary. Champa, no way, this kid is truly oblivious. He didn't even sense Piccolo's energy. Chi-Chi, oh Gohan. Xiaofeng sensed Piccolo right away, and yet you, as her father, failed to notice. Sun Wukong, this is truly remarkable. Vegeta, not only is his body sluggish, but his perception has also dulled significantly. Cell is dead. What on earth is happening, Gohan? At this rate, I might lose my desire to defeat you. Beautiful. Once the body remains inactive for too long and becomes overly relaxed, all physical capabilities will regress, much like Champa. Champa, what are you implying about me? Sun Wukong, it's my fault, my oversight. Chapter 141. Is he truly tired of living? Returning to the video. Number 15, unaware of Sun Wukong's true strength, drew a handgun and aimed it at him. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Confronting him with a mere firearm is futile. Even if his strength has diminished, bullets will not bring him down. If you wish to survive, you should accompany us, Number 15 threatened. I am currently preoccupied, Sun Gohan retorted, attempting to shut the window. Observing this, Number 15 hastily grasped the window. Can you not see the weapon in my hand? He brandished the gun, aiming it at Sun Gohan. In silence, Sun Gohan merely flicked his wrist, sending Number 15's pistol flying. Number 15 stood frozen in shock. Return now, or I shall summon the authorities, Sun Gohan warned, glaring at Number 15, who showed no inclination to comply. With no other recourse, Number 15 resorted to his trump card, pulling out his phone. On the screen played a video of Xiao Fong, who was being held captive by them. In the video, she feigned terror, pleading for Sun Gohan's assistance, urging him to rescue her. Recognizing his daughter in the footage, Sun Gohan's composure faltered. Indeed, your daughter is in our custody. If you wish to avoid a tragedy, you will obediently follow us, Number 15 said, retreating without noticing the fury building within Sun Gohan. With a crack, Sun Gohan crushed the window frame. Number 15, unaware, bent down to retrieve the gun that had been knocked away. Suddenly, Sun Gohan stepped on the weapon. Startled, Number 15 looked up to see Sun Gohan clenching his fists, his aura erupting as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The overwhelming energy instantly knocked the ordinary Number 15 to the ground. In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, TCH, if only Gohan didn't refrain from taking lives, remarked Trunks, crossing his arms with a displeased expression. He too disapproved of the other's actions, kidnapping Sun Gohan's daughter, Xiao Fong, to coerce him. If he were in Gohan's position, he would not hesitate to eliminate Number 15 and storm the Red Ribbon base to eradicate all the villains. However, the notion that a mere handgun could threaten Gohan was utterly naive. Krillin shook his head, covering his forehead. Ordinary humans remain oblivious to the might of the Saiyans. Not to mention bullets, even cannon fire would hardly harm them. Yet, to us, guns are the mightiest weapons, said Satan, scratching his head. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. To them, firearms represented the pinnacle of power, with no problem that a bullet could not solve. If one bullet failed, two would suffice. However, upon witnessing the true strength of Goku and his companions, he realized that bullets merely tickled them. Gohan, get angry and deal with those scoundrels, Kiki urged, shaking her fists in the air. She would no longer stand in the way of Sun Gohan's ascent to power. She merely yearned to witness Sun Gohan grow stronger in his fury and subsequently vanquish all the nefarious members of the Red Ribbon Army. In the 7th universe, at the Red Ribbon Army base, one soldier, designated as Number 15, found himself drenched in sweat as he watched a video of his own self being knocked to the ground by Sun Gohan's explosive rage. He never imagined he would one day threaten a Saiyan with a firearm, those beings capable of unleashing a mere energy wave to obliterate an entire planet. He truly felt he had overstayed his welcome in this world. Now that he had foreseen the impending confrontation, Number 15 had resolved to resign ahead of time. He would absolutely refrain from engaging in the abduction of Xiao Fong or threatening Sun Gohan. After all, he wished to extend his life for a few more years. Will our plans still proceed? Hacienda began to harbor doubts. He believed that if the Red Ribbon Army continued down this path, they would be annihilated before they even managed to locate Dr. Hito. Uncertainty loomed over them. Kamian was equally uninformed. If they were to encounter a Saiyan now, they would stand no chance, resembling ants awaiting their inevitable crushing. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Rumshur, with his hands clasped behind his back, commented nonchalantly, this aligns perfectly with Zamasu's view of humanity, foolish, ignorant, and arrogant. He harbored no fondness for the Red Ribbon Army. After all, its members were insufferably arrogant, truly believing that the creation of a few androids would grant them dominion over the world. Should any android dare to appear before a god of destruction, they would be obliterated, all traces of their existence erased by the power of destruction. Indeed, these villains are exceedingly detestable, Kusu concurred with a nod. While some humans are genuinely good, others are indeed malevolent, devoid of any moral limits. Perhaps Zamasu had encountered too many of those exceedingly wicked humans, which twisted his sense of right and wrong, leading him to devise a plan for the annihilation of all humanity. In the video, Sun Gohan's aura continued to surge. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shattered, creating a crater. But that was not the end. The crater expanded outward, ultimately fracturing the earth within a considerable radius, forming an enormous pit. What have you done to Xiaofang? Son Gohan demanded in a furious tone. Number 15 was utterly terrified. He hastily knelt, bowing repeatedly while stammering. Why you needn't worry, we haven't done anything yet. Could you accompany us? Quickly. If anything happens to Xiaofang, I will not spare you. Son Gohan glared at soldier number 15. Why yes. Upon receiving the affirmation, number 15 sighed with relief. Observing the scene, Piccolo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Excellent. The situation is favorable. Everything is transpiring just as I envisioned. With Xiaofang abducted, Son Gohan will surely awaken in fury over this matter. The scene shifted back to the Red Ribbon base. A torrential rain poured down as Marzanda and others had been waiting here for quite some time, intent on eliminating Son Gohan. Soon, the spacecraft carrying him appeared within their line of sight. Son Gohan noticed the handcuffed Xiaofang and became anxious. With a surge of rage, he shattered the glass and leaped out. Chapter 142. An overwhelming wave of fiery energy surged from his body, crashing to the ground and sending dozens of soldiers flying. It was evident that Son Gohan was furious, for they had threatened his family, striking at his most vulnerable point. Dad is here. Seeing Son Gohan abandon his research report to rescue her, Xiaofang felt immense joy. However, upon seeing her, Son Gohan's anxiety deepened. With another burst of energy, he charged forward, eager to save his daughter. Suddenly, Gamma 2 flashed in front of Son Gohan and delivered a kick aimed at him. Caught off guard, Son Gohan was sent flying. In the 7th universe, at the God of Destruction's realm, Vegeta scoffed. How could he be knocked away by such a foe? He was clearly displeased, as the video revealed Son Gohan's diminished strength. Had he been in Gohan's place, Gamma 2 would have been the one sent flying. To be fair, that Gamma 2 does possess some impressive skills, remarked Son Goku with a chuckle. His speed was quite remarkable. Despite believing that Son Gohan's power had significantly waned, he acknowledged Gamma 2's formidable strength, which should not be underestimated. I agree, Broly nodded in affirmation. Gamma 2 indeed has real strength. Come on, Gohan. You cannot allow such incidents to occur in the future, Son Goku advised, patting Gohan's shoulder. Son Gohan nodded earnestly. I understand, Dad. He was acutely aware of the necessity to enhance his strength. Without improving his abilities, he would be unable to protect those close to him or safeguard Earth. Should he lack power when faced with villains, he would be powerless to intervene, left to watch helplessly. That sensation of impotence would engulf his entire being, causing profound discomfort. On Earth in the 7th universe, at Capsule Corporation, oh no, Gohan can't possibly lose to that android, can he? Chi-Chi expressed her deep concern. It was troubling that Son Gohan had been so easily dispatched by Gamma 2, and with Gamma 1 still present, along with a rapidly awakening Cell. How could they possibly prevail? Even if Piccolo joined the fray, the two of them might struggle against the three androids. This situation was indeed dire. Piccolo shared in the worry, contemplating when Son Gohan would achieve his breakthrough. Although Xiaofang's abduction by the Red Ribbon Army had fueled Gohan's anger and subsequently his power, it was clear that such an increase was insufficient, far from enough to defeat Cell. He needed to reach the level indicated in the video title, a brand new evolutionary path. The enigmatic ultimate evolution and the transformation of beasts. Only Gohan possesses the strength to vanquish Cell. Come on, Gohan. At this moment, Goku and Vegeta are absent. The burden rests solely upon you. You must break through, Krillin exclaimed, clenching his fists as he shouted at the video screen displaying Gohan. Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt a surge of displeasure. He turned to Krillin, expressing his frustration. Hey, Krillin, am I not in the video? Why have you omitted me? He was well aware that he had unlocked his potential by wishing upon the dragon, and while he may not be capable of defeating Cell, he was certainly more than a match for Gamma 1 or Gamma 2. Thus, how could he be overlooked? He too had contributed to confronting the crisis. If he were to be disregarded like this, it was truly infuriating. Piccolo, my apologies. Krillin scratched his head, hastily apologizing. It was not his intention to overlook Piccolo. He simply believed that Gohan was the only one capable of defeating the soon-to-awaken ultimate android in the video. In the video, Gohan clenched his fists in fury, glaring at Gamma 2. You scoundrel, he shouted, flinging off his cape. I am your opponent. Gamma 1 approached Gohan, taunting, if you wish to save your daughter, then attempt to defeat this fellow. Who are you? Gohan demanded angrily. Gamma 1 did not respond. Instead, he transitioned from walking to running. With a final elbow strike, Gohan crossed his arms to block the attack. Seizing the moment, he swiftly kicked Gamma 1 to the ground. However, as an android, such a blow inflicted no real damage. Rising effortlessly, Gamma 1 collided his head with Gohan's. Fueled by rage, Gohan showed no signs of retreat. The two locked hands, engaging in a contest of strength. Gamma 1 delivered a swift kick to Gohan's foot, throwing him off balance, followed by a powerful shoulder throw that sent Gohan crashing to the ground. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Gamma 1 took flight, spinning in the air before igniting his foot with flames and launching a fierce kick towards Gohan. Sensing the imminent danger, Gohan wasted no time in rising and crossing his arms in defense. With a resounding thud, the ground shattered under the sheer force of the impact. This is unbelievable. Many soldiers, witnessing the terrifying display of power, were so awestruck that they could not help but flee. After all, as ordinary individuals, they had never encountered such overwhelming strength, which far exceeded their understanding and imagination. At that moment, Piccolo, donned in the uniform of Soldier 94, approached Xiaofeng. "Your father has arrived, which is wonderful news." "Yes, but that guy is incredibly strong. Can Dad really win?" Xiaofeng asked with concern. Observing that Gohan did not seem fully capable of overcoming Gamma 1's might. "He cannot win," Piccolo replied candidly. "We can only hope he awakens and fully regains the feeling of battle he once possessed." In the sixth universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Califa scoffed. "How pathetic, the son of Sun Wukong. If it were me, that so-called android would have been reduced to mere scrap metal." With her arms crossed, she exuded an air of disdain, for she held no regard for Gamma 1 and Gamma 2's prowess. Yet, to her astonishment, the video depicted Son Gohan struggling against the two of them. "Califa, could you refrain from boasting?" Gaby interjected, unable to endure her arrogance any longer. "Let us not speak of anything else. You wouldn't stand a chance against the androids in the video. You can't even defeat Mr. Gohan." Califa dismissed his words with a scoff, believing Gaby was jesting. With a surge of rage, a torrent of crimson energy erupted from her being. The essence of humanity began to dissipate, transforming into a divine aura detectable only by gods. "Do you see this, Gaby? What is this? What is this?" Califa proclaimed, arms wide in triumph. "The power of the Super Saiyan God. With this power, how could I possibly be inferior to Son Gohan? Just wait until the Saiyan fighting tournament. I will demonstrate how I can single-handedly defeat all the Saiyans from the 7th universe." Having mastered the Super Saiyan God form, Califa's already inflated ego swelled even further. Gaby, fully aware of her arrogance, sighed and decided against further discourse. After all, the truth would reveal itself on the day of the tournament, determining who the true weakling was. Chapter 143. Impressive. Piccolo returning to the video, Son Gohan pushed aside the stone slab, pinning him down, and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am a superhero," replied Gamma 1. Confused, Son Gohan took to the air and launched a series of attacks against Gamma 1, only to have each strike effortlessly deflected. He soon found himself vulnerable, receiving a knee strike to the abdomen and then being slammed to the ground by his legs. As the dust settled, Son Gohan ascended into the air, gazing down at the approaching Gamma 1. "You're not a robot. You're an android?" "You are quite perceptive," Gamma 1 acknowledged. "Then why resort to such despicable acts?" Son Gohan questioned. "Kidnapping your daughter," Gamma 1 replied, unabashed. "Such vile deeds, yet you dare call yourself a superhero?" "The kidnapping was not my idea. I merely execute orders for the sake of justice," Gamma 1 asserted. "Justice? Orders?" Son Gohan's confusion deepened. "To dismantle evil secret organizations like yours," Gamma 1 declared, pointing at Son Gohan. "What?" Son Gohan was taken aback. At that moment, Gamma 1 lunged forward with blinding speed. Bang! A punch landed squarely in Son Gohan's abdomen, followed by a knee strike to his face. Finally, a swift kick sent Son Gohan flying. It was evident that, at this moment, Son Gohan was no match for Gamma 1. Realizing this, he lay on the ground, fully aware of his predicament. Thus, in a fit of rage, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With newfound determination, he discarded the glasses he had always worn. Witnessing this, many began to rally behind Gohan. In the chat group, messages poured in. "Tro, for the sake of true justice, awaken Gamma 1, who has been deceived by this evil being." "Videl, go for it, Gohan." "Hellies, the despicable are the most grotesque. Awaken your strength and obliterate them completely." "Cell is dead. If you lose to any other wretched android, you will greatly disappoint me, Gohan." "Chi-Chi, Fly those villains who kidnapped Little Fong away, Gohan. Gabe, I believe in you, Mr. Gohan. In the 7th universe. The realm of the destroyers. Ha ha ha, I never anticipated that Cell would also be supporting you, Gohan. Goku discerned from the myriad messages in the chat that Cell's comment indicated he too did not wish for Gohan to lose. After all, he genuinely regarded Gohan as a formidable adversary, one he alone could defeat. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. However, he was well aware that Cell did not harbor good intentions. Cell merely desired to kill him personally, hence he would not permit Gohan to be defeated by any other android. For this reason, Gohan was determined to train diligently and rapidly enhance his strength to grasp even more formidable power. When Cell and Frieza are resurrected, a great crisis will undoubtedly ensue. Is it really necessary to expend so much effort against such trash androids? Vegeta remarked, still irritable at seeing Gohan's diminished strength in the video. If he were in that situation, the crisis would have been resolved long ago. In the video, the battle intensified. Gohan charged at Gamma 1, delivering a flurry of kicks. However, as an android, Gamma 1 possessed a resilient physique. Even with Gohan's considerable power, he could not inflict damage. Gamma 1 collided forcefully with Gohan, grappling him and hurling him toward a distant stone wall, ultimately pinning Gohan against the wall and grinding him down, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan unleashed a Kamehameha wave, sending Gamma 1 flying. He then assumed a stance, rapidly concentrating energy into a Kamehameha wave. A brilliant blue energy surged from his hands. Yet, Gamma 1 remained unfazed, effortlessly dodging and retrieving a handgun from his waist. Aiming at Gohan, he fired a powerful red energy blast. Gohan sensed the formidable energy and realized he could not absorb it directly. Instead, he clasped his fists and struck downward with force, deflecting the energy blast away. Once again, the two clashed. It was evident that the Super Saiyan Gohan had now attained a slight advantage in power over Gamma 1. However, Piccolo observed something concerning. As an android, Gamma 1 was learning Gohan's fighting style and movements. If this continued, Gohan's modest advantage would soon dissipate. Is this truly your utmost effort? Gamma 1 inquired, having stabilized his form after being kicked away. What did you say? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. If that is the case, then you stand no chance. Gamma 1 dusted off his clothes. Sun Wukong, of course, could not fathom the veracity of Gamma 1's words. Fueled by anger, he charged forward once more to launch an attack. Yet, Gamma 1 effortlessly evaded all of Sun Wukong's assaults. In a decisive moment, he seized Sun Wukong off guard, executing a powerful slam that sent him crashing to the ground. Well done, cheered Masinda from a distance, clearly elated. It appeared that Gamma 1 would soon defeat Sun Wukong without needing to call upon Cell or even Gamma 2. Observing Gamma 1's counterattack, he unleashed a series of strikes upon Sun Wukong, ultimately grasping his head and hurling him away with great force. TCH, realizing the imminent defeat of Sun Wukong, Piccolo quickly crouched down and whispered into Xiaofang's ear, "Now's your chance. Shout out loud that it hurts, so Wukong can hear." Witnessing this scene, many could no longer contain their amusement. "Piccolo, you truly understand Wukong." Krillin burst into laughter, deliberately provoking Xiaofang to stimulate Wukong's strength. He wished to convey one simple sentiment. "You really have it figured out, Piccolo." Master Roshi gave Piccolo a thumbs up, acknowledging his insight. Indeed, it was evident that for Saiyans to grow stronger, the injury of their loved ones would ignite their fury, which in turn would amplify their power. Piccolo blushed and turned his head away, knowing well that anger was the most effective catalyst for a Saiyan's strength. He felt no remorse for his actions. It was the best and quickest way to awaken Sun Wukong, to help him reclaim his former might and the essence of battle. "I understand, Uncle Piccolo. To save Xiaofang and enable Wukong to regain his strength, your actions are justified," Videl remarked, gazing at Piccolo. Chapter 144. Xiangpa wore an expression of disbelief. She was acutely aware that Piccolo's actions were intended for Wukong's benefit. If Wukong did not reclaim his power, the situation would only worsen. Moreover, should such peril arise again, Wukong would still be unable to defeat any foes due to his lack of strength. Additionally, the scene with Xiaofang was merely a performance. Piccolo would never genuinely harm her. If, in the end, Wukong could harness his fury to grow stronger, then Piccolo's plan would be deemed a success. In Universe 7, on the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin remarked, "This lad's power has been buried deep within him due to prolonged neglect of training." Stimulating him through anger is indeed the right approach. That Piccolo is quite clever, he said with a knowing nod, clearly in agreement with Piccolo's methodology. It is indeed acknowledged that Piccolo is exceptionally astute. Without employing this method to provoke Gohan, reclaiming his former strength would prove arduous, even with diligent training. It would take several days. This approach, however, allows for a swift and effortless restoration of power. It appears that Mr. Gohan will not only regain his strength, but ultimately achieve a breakthrough, exclaimed the Kaioshin with excitement. After all, the video is titled The Mysterious Ultimate Evolution, which certainly suggests something far more intricate than merely mysterious Gohan. This seems plausible, nodded the elder Kaioshin. However, to accomplish such a breakthrough, it is unlikely that a mere utterance of ouch would suffice. In the video, Gamma 1 advances toward Gohan step by step, believing that Gohan stands no chance. Just then, a voice from above calls out, ouch. Gohan immediately rises, turning his gaze toward the source. He sees Piccolo feigning an attack on the young girl, lifting her up. Stop. What are you doing? Do not harm a child. Gohan's fury surged instantaneously. Gamma 2 also opposed such an act. In the next moment, Gohan clenched his fists, and his already dwindling energy suddenly surged. A golden aura erupted, forming a pillar of light that soared into the heavens. The once overcast sky, pouring with torrential rain, instantly brightened. It seemed even the concealed barriers utilized by the Red Ribbon Army were shattered by this newfound strength. Gohan's hair transformed from golden back to black. However, this was not a mere reversion to his normal state. His power had magnified exponentially beyond that of a Super Saiyan. In his rage, Gohan had rediscovered his former combat instincts. This transformation was uniquely his own, mysterious Gohan. Upon witnessing this, many felt a sense of relief. At last, Gohan had regained his fighting spirit and reclaimed his power, transforming once more into mysterious Gohan. Naturally, many others were jesting about Piccolo, who seemed to understand Gohan remarkably well. No, it is rather that Piccolo possesses an exceptional understanding of the Saiyans. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Broly exclaimed, "It worked." He looked at Gohan, genuinely pleased for him. In the video, Gohan had finally transformed back into mysterious Gohan. Yes, success. Gohan nodded, equally elated. This meant he could save the girl in the video. However, Goku pondered for a moment, glancing at the Gohan in the video, and remarked, "This power should not be sufficient to defeat Cell. Moreover, the video's title is The Mysterious Evolution, so it surely will not conclude here swiftly." It is important to note that the video began by stating that Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 are not the most formidable beings. The true strongest is the being known as Ultimate Android Cell, who is yet to awaken. Mysterious Gohan's power should suffice to defeat Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. But to vanquish Cell, further evolution and another breakthrough are imperative. In the 6th universe, within the realm of gods of destruction, it is indeed astonishing how much strength Son Gohan has gained. Kampa wore an expression of disbelief. Is it truly that simple for a Saiyan to become stronger? A mere provocation, a surge of anger, and one can instantly attain great power. If that is the case, then perhaps I should employ the same method with Kaba and the others. They too would become remarkably powerful. Lord Kampa, it is essential to note that the power itself is something he has already mastered, Batos gently reminded him. The mysterious Gohan had long possessed this strength, yet he had neglected his training, allowing it to lie dormant within him due to his indulgence in a peaceful life. Now, having been stimulated, he is able to wield it once more. Oh, I see. Kampa suddenly grasped the situation. However, the implication of the video title suggests that Gohan will indeed surpass his limits in this battle. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, a smirk crept across Cell's face. Gohan has not disappointed, he mused, feeling quite satisfied. Only as the ultimate artificial human could he hope to vanquish Son Gohan. Those Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 lacked both the qualification and capability to defeat him. Even that imposter, Cell, would not stand a chance. I would relish the sight of his demise, Frieza remarked, utterly exasperated after having anticipated this moment in vain. Although he knew that in the end, Gohan would turn the tables and defeat the androids, a part of him still held onto the hope of witnessing Gohan's downfall at their hands. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero was so incensed that he was at a loss for words. "See, I told you. You should never have sought out that Saiyan Gohan. It was he who annihilated Cell in the first place. Now that you pursue him, Cell will meet his end again. What a bunch of foolish, ignorant fools." Returning to the video, the second round of battle commenced. Gamma 1 sensed a change within Gohan's body. He ascended into the air, attempting to create some distance for observation. However, as soon as he took flight, Gohan appeared before him in an instant. A punch came hurtling towards him, unavoidable, leaving him with no choice but to defend. Thus, Gamma 1 raised a hand to intercept Gohan's blow. Yet, when Gohan's fist collided with his palm, Gamma 1's expression shifted dramatically. He realized something was amiss. Gohan's power was far beyond what he could withstand. In the blink of an eye, Gohan sent Gamma 1 flying, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. The tide of battle had turned in an instant. Regaining his fighting spirit, the enigmatic Gohan's strength completely overwhelmed Gamma 1. Steadying himself, Gamma 1 pounded the ground in frustration, rising to face Gohan. What on earth is happening? He questioned, bewildered by the sudden and immense enhancement of Gohan's power. Chapter 145, Unleashing Potential, Piccolo. Just moments ago, he had the upper hand against Gohan, yet now he found himself utterly outmatched. Son Gohan merely cast a cold glance at Gamma 1, recognizing that his adversary was no longer a match for him. He then turned to soar towards Xiaofang. At that moment, however, Gamma 1 once again positioned himself in front of him, unwilling to allow Son Gohan to pass so easily. From a distance, Piccolo watched in delight as Son Gohan transformed back into his enigmatic self, finally awakening to his true potential. Meanwhile, Dr. Hito, observing this spectacle, could scarcely believe his eyes. The creation of his own hands, Gamma 1, was failing to overpower Son Gohan. In the air, it was Gamma 1 who was beginning to struggle. As he deflected Gamma 1's attacks, Son Gohan inquired, "What do you mean by the secret evil organization?" "Of course, I'm referring to you," replied Gamma 1, drawing a pistol and launching energy blasts at Son Gohan. "What nonsense!" Son Gohan retorted, his anger flaring as he effortlessly swatted the energy blast aside. After all, they had saved the Earth countless times, risking their lives in the process, and even rescued the entire universe once. To now be labeled a secret evil organization by a group of humans was absurd. Is this the kind of thing said by those who abduct children? Son Gohan glared at Gamma 1, his voice icy. "The evil organization is you." Gamma 1 protested, unable to accept this accusation. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to refute their actions regarding the abduction of children. "Calm down, Gamma," Dr. Hito urged, then turning to Gamma 2. He commanded, "2, you go assist him." Gamma 2 had long desired to aid his counterpart. As soon as he made his move, Xiaofang effortlessly broke free from her handcuffs. Now it was Piccolo's turn to take the stage. Having previously been bested by Gamma 2, he was determined to reclaim his honor with his upgraded self. With a resounding thud, a soldier's helmet struck Gamma 2's head. Gamma 2 turned to see Piccolo hovering in the air. "I want to allow you to interfere," he declared. "Who could it be?" "Ah, it's the Demon King Piccolo." Gamma 2 scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain, dismissing Piccolo entirely. After all, he had already faced him before and regarded Piccolo as merely a defeated foe, not a worthy opponent. "I am not a Demon King. I believe I've mentioned that I am simply Piccolo," he replied, as he tore through the red satin military attire, revealing his true form. In the next moment, clenching his fists, his aura surged, and the color of his skin transitioned from green to yellow. Unleashing his full potential, Piccolo exclaimed, "Uncle Piccolo," as Son Gohan gasped in astonishment at the transformation. Yet, Gamma 1's attack was imminent, leaving Son Gohan no choice but to refocus on the battle. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Piccolo eagerly anticipated showcasing his prowess in the upcoming confrontation. After all, he had undergone a significant upgrade, unlocking his latent potential with the aid of Shenron. He was confident that Gamma 2 would not stand a chance against him, and he was eager to witness the true extent of his newfound power. He still vividly remembers the words of Shenlong, who promised him a delightful surprise. However, the nature of that surprise remains a mystery. "Stay strong, both of you. You must utterly vanquish the detestable Red Ribbon Army," Yamcha said, clenching his fists with a sense of regret. "What a pity. With both of you around, I have no opportunity to showcase my abilities in the video. If I were to join, the fate of those Red Ribbon soldiers would undoubtedly be far worse." "Indeed, Yamcha," Krillin teased with a smile, "next time Lord Beerus desires a battle, you must step forward." Upon hearing this, Yamcha shuddered. The mere thought of Lord Beerus unleashing his destructive powers filled him with trepidation. He couldn't even muster the courage to meet Lord Beerus's gaze, immediately retreating and conceding, "Well, with Vegeta and Goku present, I suppose my involvement is unnecessary." Seeing his display of cowardice, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the sixth universe, within the realm of the destroyers, Kampa inquired, I want to know something. Will Gohan's daughter, Pan, grow up to be stronger than Gohan or even Goku? Kampa turned to Vados, eager to hear her thoughts. After all, Goku's son, Gohan, possesses immense potential. According to Piccolo, Gohan can surpass Goku whenever he chooses. Given that Pan is Gohan's daughter, she surely inherits his formidable potential. It's even possible that, as the waves of the river push the preceding waves, Pan's potential may eclipse that of Gohan. She might indeed become stronger than both Gohan and Goku, Vados replied with a smile. However, she could not provide a definitive answer. As her insights were limited to what was observable in the video, divine power could not penetrate the screen to assess Pan's physical state. Yet, it is certain that as Gohan's daughter, she will not disappoint. Kampa continued, so, how does Pan compare to Caulifla and Kale in terms of potential? Within his sixth universe, Caulifla and Kale are the strongest female Saiyans, prompting him to consider a comparison with Pan. Vados pondered for a moment. Then a smile graced her face as she looked at Kampa. This answer might dishearten you, Lord Kampa. I sense I know what you are about to say, Kampa replied, already anticipating her response. Why do you think so? Perhaps it is the intuition of an angel, Vados replied with a chuckle. She may grow to possess strength surpassing that of Caulifla and Kale. Humph, what angelic intuition. How dull, Kampa retorted, turning away in annoyance to focus back on the video. He suddenly felt he should not have posed that question at all. Why does Vados always seem to favor the seventh universe's female Saiyans over those of his own sixth universe? One cannot help but offer oneself a measure of solace. At times, it is permissible to deceive oneself ever so slightly. How utterly detestable and infuriating this is. Chapter 146. Is this the gift from the dragon? In the video, it appears you are indeed alive. Have you not learned your lesson, intentionally seeking your demise? Gamma 2 chuckled lightly. I am markedly different from before, Piccolo replied nonchalantly. Gamma 2 remained dismissive. This time, you shall not escape. No sooner had he spoken, than Gamma 2 lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. However, to his astonishment, Piccolo effortlessly caught his fist with a single hand. With a swift motion, taking advantage of Gamma 2's momentary loss of balance, Piccolo delivered a knee strike to his abdomen. Before the impact could fade, Piccolo quickly unleashed a right hook, striking Gamma 2 squarely in the face. The overwhelming force erupted at that moment. Gamma 2 found himself utterly defenseless, ultimately sent flying and crashing heavily to the ground. In Piccolo's eyes, the injuries sustained from their previous encounter would be repaid in full during this fresh bout. He was eager to see if the android could truly feel pain. Meanwhile, Gohan had completely subdued Gamma 1. As he held Gamma 1's head in place, Gohan pondered why his uncle Piccolo was present here. On the other side, Gamma 2 could hardly believe that the Piccolo who had once been overpowered by him had suddenly grown so formidable. What have you done in such a short span of time? Or have you merely concealed your true strength? I shall not divulge that, Piccolo asserted, adopting a fighting stance. Once again, Gamma 2 chuckled lightly, activating his full power. Regrettably, even with this, it seems your strength still pales in comparison to mine. Following this, with his full energy unleashed, he indeed began to regain his advantage. Piccolo found himself unable to believe that, despite his upgrades, he still struggled against Gamma 2. Concealing himself behind a stone to obscure his view, Piccolo joined his index and middle fingers and placed them upon his forehead. Threads of blue lightning surged outward as Piccolo amassed an immense amount of energy, preparing his signature technique, the special beam cannon. You are not inherently evil. You merely follow foolish orders. With that declaration, the special beam cannon was unleashed. Gamma 2 concentrated all his might to create a barrier before him. The impact resonated as the energy collided with the barrier. And so what? We were created for this very purpose, Gamma 2 attempted to counter Piccolo's assertion. Yet, he understood all too well that Piccolo spoke the truth. The malevolent organization, it seems, is the Red Ribbon Army. What if Dr. Hito, who issued that command, was also deceived by misinformation from Maricinda? Piccolo inquired. That is impossible, Gamma 2 declared, unwilling to hear more, and launched a kick at Piccolo. Subsequently, the two engaged in a fierce struggle once more. However, with his full power activated, Gamma 2's strength had eclipsed that of Piccolo. Bic is not a formidable opponent and was ultimately sent flying by a powerful blow from his adversary. As he soared through the air, he closed his eyes and recalled the words spoken by the dragon. I have also bestowed a gift upon you. In an instant, the dragon materialized in his mind. A surge of golden energy flooded into Bik's body. The next moment, this terrifying energy transformed into a radiant beam of light shooting skyward, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Bik was on the verge of his ultimate transformation, the orange Bik. His skin changed to a vibrant orange, and his eyes turned a striking red. His demeanor took on a more imposing presence, as his aura expanded exponentially, and his muscles swelled with newfound power. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at the Capsule Corporation, Bik's transformation captivated everyone's gaze. Is this the dragon's gift? Bik had never anticipated that the dragon's present would be so formidable. Even through the screen, he could feel the extent of his own newfound strength. Now drawing closer in power to Goku and Vegeta, no longer left far behind. Such a remarkable gift. Krillin was taken aback and turned to Bik, unable to suppress his curiosity. Why is the dragon so generous to you, Bik? I've never heard of anyone else receiving such a bonus. Bik was indeed unique. The dragon had granted him an extraordinary gift, enhancing his prowess tremendously, making him incredibly strong. Demon King looked at the real Bik and then at the orange Bik on the screen. The transformation was striking. One was intimidatingly muscular, while the other appeared lean and lacked a sense of formidable strength. In the 7th universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Gohan felt a surge of joy for Bik. He had long noticed Bik's yearning for strength, his desire not to fall too far behind or be unable to assist due to a lack of power. However, through the awakening of his potential and the dragon's gift, he had finally become formidable once more, regaining the might to strike down his foes. Gohan was undoubtedly thrilled for him. Goku shared the same sentiment, hands on his hips, beaming with admiration. He looks incredible. The orange Bik seems immensely powerful. It seems he can both attack and withstand blows, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly. Broly, confused by Goku and Vegeta's conversation, blinked in bewilderment. What do you mean by being able to attack and withstand? Was he referring to the time he lost control? In the 10th universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Ramses' eyes sparkled with delight. He was particularly fond of robust warriors, and the physique of the orange Bik was undeniably impressive. Such a warrior was immediately recognized as formidable. Ramses was convinced. Muscles never lied. Indeed, I find it quite remarkable. Kes nodded with a smile. However, what she was most concerned about was the Dragon Balls. These mystical orbs possess the remarkable ability to unleash an individual's latent potential, rendering them significantly more formidable, much like this particular Piccolo. Regrettably, their Universe 10 lacks such extraordinary wish-granting spheres. Were they to exist, she would eagerly endeavor to collect the Dragon Balls to enhance the warriors of her Universe 10. After all, witnessing the prowess of the warriors from Universe 7, she naturally wished for her own warriors to attain greater strength. In Universe 4, the realm of destruction, one might wonder how such rapid advancements could occur. Kitra wore an expression of displeasure. The existence of Beerus from Universe 7 was his greatest annoyance. The strengthening of Universe 7's warriors felt like a slap in Kitra's face. Therefore, seeing Piccolo grow stronger was certainly irksome. No. I must devise a plan to undermine Universe 7, he thought. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, causing him to rise with fervor. Was there not a Frieza and a Cell clamoring about reviving to eliminate Goku and his companions? Perhaps he could discreetly reach out to them for collaboration. As a destroyer god, Kitra could impart his destructive power to Cell and Frieza, thereby augmenting their strength. This would significantly increase their chances of vanquishing Goku and the others. This was the scheme Kitra conceived to swiftly dismantle Universe 7 and render Beerus incapable of smiling. In a video, what transpired next? Gamma 2 was exceedingly displeased with Piccolo's transformation. He launched a punch at Piccolo, but it landed harmlessly, eliciting no reaction from him whatsoever, not even a step back. Subsequently, Gamma 2 unleashed multiple punches upon him, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Piccolo stood unfazed, completely disregarding Gamma 2's onslaught. Stunned, Gamma 2 found himself incredulous that his attacks had proven utterly ineffective. In the next moment, it was Piccolo's turn to retaliate. With a single punch, he sent Gamma 2 flying, leaving a dent in his mechanical visage, rendering him incapacitated on the ground. The battle concluded in a mere strike. On Earth, within Capsule Corporation, Krillin and the others were astounded to witness Piccolo subdue Gamma 2 with a single blow. Is it possible? Did he really end the fight with just one punch? Krillin gazed at Piccolo in disbelief. The fully unleashed yellow Piccolo had previously struggled against Gamma 2. Now, in this orange form, Piccolo had effortlessly dispatched him. The swiftness of this resolution was astonishing. Trunks and Goten, The two young boys stared wide-eyed, astonished. They had just witnessed Gamma 2's formidable power. Yet the transformed Piccolo had so effortlessly brought him down. It was indeed hard to fathom. The gifts bestowed by Shenron are truly remarkable, to say the least. Piccolo is currently astonished, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. He never anticipated that Shenron would grant him such an extraordinary gift. With a single punch, he has sent Gamma 2 crashing to the ground. This power is simply overwhelming, and not only is it immense, but his body is also remarkably resilient. His entire physique feels as unyielding as steel. Standing there, he allows Gamma 2 to strike him, yet he feels no pain whatsoever. In the realm of destruction of Universe 7, it is evident that Piccolo has experienced a remarkable enhancement, having increased his abilities twice in succession. Goku has long been contemplating the gifts from Shenron, and the manifestation of this power exceeds even his expectations. With one blow, Piccolo has incapacitated the android known as Gamma 2. This strength is likely comparable to that of a Super Saiyan god in its blue form, if not even more formidable. Vegeta, too, is taken aback by Shenron's generosity. The gift referred to by Shenron has ultimately endowed Piccolo with such formidable strength. It seems he must redouble his efforts to train and grow stronger, lest he be outpaced by Piccolo, that individual who has already been eliminated. Meanwhile, Gohan is elated by Piccolo's tremendous advancement. A Piccolo unleashed in his full potential, a golden hue, a Piccolo empowered by Shenron, now in orange. These two transformations have allowed Piccolo to swiftly catch up, mastering the power to deliver devastating blows to his foes. In Universe 6's realm of destruction, Kampa can scarcely believe that Shenron would grant such overwhelming power to that individual. At this moment, Beerus' attendant, Whis, smiles and suggests, perhaps this is merely a manifestation of Mr. Piccolo's own latent abilities, with Shenron merely facilitating their emergence. How could that be possible? Kampa responds, incredulous. After all, he does not perceive the Namekian to possess such formidable strength. Universe 6 is not devoid of Namekians, and he has done his research. The Namekian from his universe does not possess such immense power. Fear not, Lord Kampa, Whis reassures with a smile. Though our Namekians may not possess the same potential as Mr. Piccolo, they do possess the technique of assimilation, allowing for significant enhancements in an instant. Is that so? Kampa looks at Whis with skepticism. Indeed, Whis nods affirmatively. Kampa, now convinced, feels a sense of relief. As long as they can grow stronger. I cannot allow the Namekians of Universe 6 to be inferior to those of Universe 7. Ultimately, Kampa refuses to accept any notion of his Universe 6 being overshadowed by Beerus' Universe 7. Returning to the scene captured in the video, it is astonishing indeed. Piccolo himself is taken aback by the incredible gift from Shenron, realizing that he has acquired such formidable power. How is this possible? Dr. Hito exclaims, unable to comprehend that his creation, Gamma 2, has been so effortlessly subdued with a single blow. As for Marzanda, upon witnessing the complete reversal of the situation, he recognized that Gamma 2 had been defeated and Gamma 1 was on the brink of collapse as well. He and Kamine hastily made their way towards the base. Dr. Hyde immediately fathomed their intentions and preemptively awakened Cell. In the 7th universe, in the depths of hell, these two were about to rouse Cell. Your upgraded form will soon be unveiled. Cell, are you not eager? Frieza remarked with a sinister smirk, casting a glance at Cell. He was certainly looking forward to it. Even if Gohan ultimately triumphed and vanquished Cell, during the interim, Cell would undoubtedly deliver a thorough beating to Piccolo and Gohan. Merely witnessing that segment would suffice to elevate Frieza's spirits for a while. Upgraded form? No, that creature is merely a counterfeit, an imitation. What I truly anticipate is Gohan's eventual breakthrough, Cell expressed, harboring no expectations for Cell. What he yearned for was the magnitude of Gohan's ultimate power. That was what Cell was most eager to witness. What? The counterfeit Cell is perishing. Your fondness for Gohan is quite profound, Frieza scoffed. Well then, make sure to eliminate that boy. As for the remaining filthy monkeys, I shall take care of them myself. Of course, Cell insisted that only Gohan must be slain by his own hand. Should Frieza possess the capability to eliminate Goku and the others solo, he would not covet their demise. Chapter 148. Do you wish to awaken Cell early? Returning to the scene, halt. You shan't escape. At that moment, Xiao Fong sprinted towards the two. A few soldiers attempted to hinder her, but she dispatched them effortlessly with a flurry of punches. Commander, you go on ahead. Kamine resolved to hold the rear, drawing his pistol to aim at Xiao Fong. You little brat. He fired several rounds, but Xiaofang deftly evaded them with agile leaps. Subsequently, a laser shot struck, sending the pistol flying from his grasp. Turning to see Gamma 2. "What are you doing, Gamma?" Kamine barked angrily, audaciously obstructing him. "I have come to a realization," Gamma 2 stated, fixing his gaze on Kamine, who the true evil is. Perhaps he was awakened by Piccolo's intervention. Or maybe he could no longer deceive himself after witnessing Kamine's actions. Gamma 2 had definitively recognized the true embodiment of malevolence. At that moment, Xiaofang leaped, delivering a kick followed by a punch that brought Kamine to his knees, rendering him unconscious. "Gohan, that is enough. No further violence is necessary," Piccolo called out as he reverted from his transformation, addressing Gohan. What on earth transpired? Meanwhile, Gohan and Gamma 1 maintained a rather peculiar stance. "It seems we have some misunderstandings between us," Piccolo remarked as he approached Gamma 2. Gamma 2 silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had misjudged their positions. On the other side, Dr. Hyde had caught up with Marzanda. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to awaken Cell prematurely?" "Indeed. Mazinda has ceased his pretense and is ready to reveal his true intentions. I am going to activate Cell. Do not act foolishly. Gamma and the others are still engaged in battle, and Dr. Hyde cannot allow Cell to awaken at this moment. His control program is not yet complete. Once revived, Cell would bring about the total destruction of the Earth. The fool hears you." Mazinda has grown weary of continuing this charade of heroism with Dr. Hyde. Brandishing a firearm, he aimed it at Dr. Hyde, remarking, "Did you not claim you could handle this effortlessly? It is precisely because I placed my trust in your words that we find ourselves in this perilous situation." Dr. Hyde explained, "This chaos is due to Gamma and the others being in disarray. They cannot discern malice in their adversaries. It is your fault for implanting them with those tedious heroic traits." With a wicked smile curling at his lips, Mazinda chambered around, declaring, "I have long sought the opportunity to take your life." He then fired several shots at Dr. Hyde, who collapsed to the ground. Mazinda, fearful that he might not be dead, shot him several more times while he lay motionless. Turning back, Mazinda continued to engage the control panel, eager to awaken Cell. Soon, only one button remained. Pressing it would lead to Cell's premature revival. However, in that very moment, Dr. Hyde suddenly appeared beside him. Mazinda was taken aback, having presumed him to be dead after firing multiple rounds. "Have you forgotten?" Dr. Hyde remarked, observing Mazinda's expression of terror. "I have enhanced my skin to withstand a certain degree of impact." With pride, he revealed his battle suit. "Ah, now that you mention it, I recall," Mazinda retorted, unfazed as he removed his upper garment to reveal special armor beneath. "In your eyes, it may not be an impressive modification, but it should surpass yours. This time, you are finished." Mazinda, rolling up his sleeves, prepared to deliver a severe lesson to Dr. Hyde. Yet, he overlooked that Dr. Hyde possessed another trick up his sleeve. "B-ball." With that exclamation, the B-ball appeared behind Mazinda, delivering a stinger to his exposed neck. However, in the final moments before succumbing to the poison, Mazinda managed to smash the last button meant to awaken Cell. Oh no! Dr. Hyde realized the dire implications of this development. Meanwhile, outside, Bulma piloted a spaceship toward their location. Opening the spaceship's door, Gohan, Trunks, Android 18, and Krillin disembarked. These four represented the last remaining fighters on Earth. "I have brought reliable allies, aside from Krillin," Bulma said with a smile. "Your words are quite hurtful," Krillin responded, feeling a sting from her remark. "Do not underestimate me. I am renowned as a hero in the 7th universe, Earth, Capsule Corporation." "Hey, what do you mean, aside from me?" The reality of Krillin's feelings mirrored Bulma's words, leaving him feeling somewhat wounded. Clearly, one possesses considerable strength. At the very least, among ordinary individuals, I should firmly rank within the top 3. "Krillin, you shall become a police officer in the future," remarked 18 as she gazed at him. "Indeed," Krillin responded, placing his hands on his hips, filled with a sense of pride. "It is commendable to dedicate one's utmost strength to safeguard the city and humanity. I truly appreciate it." Initially, Krillin was uncertain about his path. He felt it was time to step back from the front lines, as his prowess had significantly lagged behind that of Goku and the others. In battle, he could hardly contribute. Now, seeing the video, he realized that becoming a police officer would suffice. Although this meant a slight reduction in his protective duties for Earth, transitioning to safeguarding the city was still commendable. "Look, those two are Trunks and me," Goten exclaimed, pointing at the video, visibly excited by the sight of their grown selves. "Not bad at all. I do look quite handsome as an adult," Trunks remarked with a grin, exhibiting a hint of narcissism. In the realm of the destroyers of the seventh universe, Goku mused, it seems Gotenks might make an appearance. However, he added, yet, Gotenks will undoubtedly be no match for Cell. Ultimately, it would depend on Gohan achieving a further breakthrough in his enigmatic transformation. Where has Bulma run off to? Vegeta expressed his annoyance, though it stemmed from genuine concern for Bulma. After all, everyone present possessed combat capabilities. Even Krillin, the weakest among them, had some ability to defend himself. What was Bulma, an ordinary person, doing here? What if she were to be attacked by Cell? In the destroyer realm of the sixth universe, the final battle loomed. I am eager to see just how powerful Goku's son will become, thought a vigilant Patera, ready to observe closely. The video bore the title Mysterious Ultimate Evolution, Beast Transformation. What level of power did this entail? This knowledge would be immensely beneficial in his mission to defeat the seventh universe. At this moment, all beings across the universes, both mortals and deities, were filled with anticipation. What form would Gohan's ultimate transformation take? What formidable power would he possess? With this anticipation, they continued to watch. Chapter 149. The mortals of the seventh universe are truly fearsome. In the video, as Goten spotted Gohan, he couldn't help but exclaim, it's quite rare. Gohan is also here to fight. In Goten's memory, it had been quite some time since Gohan had engaged in battle. Either the enemies were dealt with by Goku and Vegeta, or Gohan was preoccupied with his research reports, ultimately relying on Goku and Vegeta to handle the threats. Are they the new androids? 18 inquired, glancing at Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 nearby. Indeed, Piccolo affirmed. They do look rather impressive, Trunks thought, his heroic spirit ignited. As Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 were indeed created in the visage of heroes, the two of them had not seen each other for quite some time. For a moment, they failed to recognize Goten and Trunks in their grown forms. It's Trunks and Goten, Xiaofang remarked with a smile. Having not met for a while, Piccolo was taken aback by how much they had grown. It truly astonished him. It felt like no time had passed, yet they had transformed so significantly. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan explained, Saiyan children experience prolonged stages of growth before suddenly maturing at a certain point. Meanwhile, Dr. Hito was exerting all his efforts to control the machine, desperately trying to prevent the resurrection of Cell. After all, once Cell returned, a world crisis would ensue. However, the machine had sustained severe damage, and it was not something he could quickly rectify. Soon, the dormant cell in the stasis pod flickered to life, unable to be contained any longer. He shattered the pod and emerged, his presence overwhelming. Dr. Hito, witnessing the upgraded version of Cell, was filled with dread and instinctively recoiled. Upon his emergence, Cell sensed a familiar energy. He broke through everything and appeared before Gohan and the others. Ah! He roared, radiating a terrifying energy that annihilated everything in its path. As the energy dissipated, Cell reappeared, now much closer to Krillin and the others, who could see him clearly. In the realm of the seventh universe, the god of destruction looked on. Oh my, this is Cell's second form, and he has grown immensely. Goku was taken aback by Cell's size, which was indeed astonishing. In the footage, Gohan and the others appeared minuscule before Cell, akin to ants, as if a single footfall could crush them. That little chubby guy has leveled up in a significant way, Vegeta mused, the enormity of Cell exceeding his expectations. Initially, the large screen had not revealed much, but now, it was apparent just how massive Cell had become. However, a larger size did not necessarily equate to being difficult to defeat. Vegeta speculated that Cell might become an easy target, akin to a stationary wooden post, susceptible to attacks if one could capitalize on this advantage. Yet, Vados quickly countered Vegeta's thoughts. What if this Cell possesses extraordinary speed? With that single statement, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, if Cell, despite his colossal size, also possessed remarkable speed, he would become an exceedingly formidable adversary. After all, a large physique implies resilience and strength. If he were also swift, he would truly embody perfection. No wonder he was dubbed the ultimate android. Gohan clenched his fists, feeling the weight of Cell's terrifying power even through the screen. Perhaps he is not significantly weaker than Broly. Therefore, if he were to confront Cell, as depicted in the video, he would genuinely be at a loss on how to combat him, uncertain of how to achieve victory. It seems that the hope for success is nearly non-existent. An overwhelming sense of despair looms. In the seventh universe, within the depths of hell, one might chuckle, remarking on the impressive size of his doppelganger. Yet, size alone is inconsequential. True strength is what truly matters. Cell remains as he always has, with a hint of disdain for him. What ultimate android? He is merely a counterfeit, a mere imitation of his true self. Once revived, he will demonstrate to everyone what it means to be the true pinnacle of power. The ultimate android. I am not like you. My joy derives solely from witnessing Gohan and his insufferable companions being soundly defeated. Frieza, arms crossed, appeared to be relishing the spectacle. As I have stated before, until Gohan surpasses his limits, I shall take great pleasure in observing how Cell mercilessly punishes him and his allies. In the 11th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, there is an imposing aura. However, it remains uncertain just how formidable this individual truly is. Aesthetic, resting his chin on his hand, pondered deeply. He is particularly attentive to the combat prowess of the adversaries from the 7th universe. After all, he merely wishes to ascertain whether his own 11th universe has been overshadowed. Aesthetic, I believe his strength is unlikely to be inferior to that of the previous Broly, my dear, remarked Margarita, articulating her thoughts. This statement struck a chord with Aesthetic, who found it difficult to accept. His expression shifted dramatically. What did you say? This individual's power is not weaker than that legendary Super Saiyan Broly? Indeed, Margarita nodded. Though she could not directly sense Cell's power through the screen, her intuition led her to this conclusion. As an angel, Margarita firmly believes that her instincts are seldom incorrect. Aesthetic was acutely aware of this, which is precisely why he found it so hard to believe, so difficult to accept. How could Earthlings create such a monstrosity? Aesthetic clenched his fists, his thoughts growing increasingly disconcerting. If he is not weaker than Broly, it suggests that his power surpasses even that of the divine. This artificial creature, a product of a mere chubby human, is astonishing. Looking at it from another perspective, if resources are abundant and time is ample, that little chubby doctor, Hito, could potentially create countless replicas of Cell. Would that not mean the birth of innumerable artificial beings surpassing even divine strength? This notion filled Aesthetic with dread, growing more terrifying with each contemplation. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend Zamasu's reasoning behind his desire to annihilate humanity. Humans, the humans of the 7th universe, are truly formidable. Chapter 150. What an immense, colossal android. In the 4th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, such an android should not exist. No, that is incorrect. It is the creator, the one who conceived their existence, who should not be allowed to exist, especially since he is a human from the 7th universe. Katra and Wei Mei shared similar thoughts. He increasingly felt that if left unchecked, the 7th universe would become ever more perilous. Therefore, if he were to indeed collaborate with Cell and Frieza, he would ensure that they wielded the power of destruction to eliminate that pudgy little hide. His existence must not persist within the 7th universe. After all, the ability to create a terrifying being like Cell poses a significant threat to his own 4th universe. In the king's palace, the king exclaimed, "Wow, such a colossal android." He raised his hands in excitement, for it was his first encounter with an android. Moreover, Cell, that ultimate android, had grown to an immense size. Witnessing such a gigantic entity with formidable power for the first time made the king exceptionally exhilarated. Indeed, it possesses an extraordinarily large physique. The Grand Priest nodded in agreement, subsequently smiling and praising, although it is an ultimate android created by a human from the 7th universe. This Cell possesses truly remarkable power, surpassing that of some deities. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that Cell's strength is formidable. However, the true power lies with the humans who could create such an exceedingly powerful android. After all, without human ingenuity, Cell would never have come into existence. Returning to the video, Krillin's eyes filled with terror as sweat appeared on his brow. Could it be the giant Cell? Android 18 was also struck by fear. Recalling that Cell's emergence required the absorption of her and Android 17 to transform into the ultimate android. Yet, without even considering absorption, this Cell's power far exceeded that of the original. Gamma 1 was resolute. Since they had initially chosen the wrong side by aiding the villains, it was now their duty to vanquish Cell, the harbinger of destruction. Gamma 2 understood this as well, and together they soared towards Cell with all their might. "We shall join the fray," Piccolo shouted. He was acutely aware that even combined, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 would not stand a chance against Cell. "What do you mean by that?" Krillin trembled, clearly reluctant to confront Cell. Engaging with Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 was perilous enough. Rushing to fight Cell would be akin to courting death. "Gohan, here is a Senzu bean," Piccolo tossed one to Gohan. After his battle with Gamma 1, Gohan had expended considerable energy and stamina, and he would undoubtedly need to recuperate before facing Cell. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong failed to catch even a single senzu bean, hindered by his inability to see clearly without his glasses. Ultimately, the senzu bean fell into the fissured ground and vanished. Witnessing this, the members of the chat group could not help but burst into laughter. In the chat, Xiangpa seriously? With such tremendous power, how can one be nearsighted without glasses? Khalifa, a nearsighted Saiyan, how amusing. Sun Wukong must be the first nearsighted Saiyan ever. Picken, Wukong, you spend all your time on that research report. If your eyes aren't nearsighted, then whose are? Tispo, ha ha ha, this is too funny. However, eyes are incredibly important. If they falter, one's strength diminishes significantly. Sheru is dead, what the hell? Sun Wukong, your eyes look nearly blind. Goas, this serves as a reminder to always take care of our eyes. Sun Wukong, my fault, my mistake. Returning to the video, Picken sighed and decided it was best to proceed without the senzu beans. Alright, he said. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded and then turned to Bulma. Aunt Bulma, I entrust Xiao Fang to you. Bulma, not being a combatant, could only ensure that Xiao Fang remained unharmed. Clenching his fists, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and surged toward Sheru. It seems quite entertaining. Let us join in. Trunks remarked to Goten, who nodded in agreement, and the two charged forward together. With the young ones engaged, Android 18 decided not to remain as a mere spectator. I can't help you guys, she said, before dashing into the fray. Krillin had intended to join them, but hesitated at the thought of confronting Sheru. Fine. You all go ahead. I'll stay here to protect Miss Bulma and Xiao Fang. You've certainly chosen an easy task, Bulma teased, causing Krillin's expression to sour. What could he do? With limited abilities, he could only manage this much. Meanwhile, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 circled around Sheru, incessantly firing energy blasts at him. Regrettably, the attacks had no impact on Sheru, whose resilience was extraordinary. Seizing the opportunity as Gamma 1 drew Sheru's attention, Gamma 2 descended from above, concentrating energy in his right foot for a powerful kick. However, Sheru reacted swiftly, raising his hand to effortlessly block Gamma 2's full-force strike, leaving no mark whatsoever on his hand. Ultimately, Sheru retaliated, sending Gamma 2 flying with a single punch, the force akin to a colossal mountain crashing down, leaving no chance for defense or resistance. Sheru opened his mouth wide, preparing to gather energy to completely obliterate Gamma 2. At that moment, a golden energy blast struck, interrupting Sheru's attack. It was Sun Wukong. Just as he turned his head, Picken descended from above, landing both feet firmly on Sheru's neck. As for us, Sun Goten and Trunks have flown over to lend their modest support. Several energy blasts struck Cell, and Sun Goten concentrated his Kamehameha wave and unleashed it, sending Cell plummeting from the sky to the ground. However, as the smoke dissipated, it became evident that despite the multitude of assaults directed at Cell, he remained unscathed, exhibiting an astonishing resilience that left many viewers of the video utterly astounded. Chapter 151, Breakthrough, the Evolution of Mysterious Power. In the 7th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. Indeed, with such a massive physique, he proves remarkably resilient. Son Goku, hands on his hips, pondered seriously. He surmised that Son Gohan and the others in the video appeared incapable of inflicting direct harm upon Cell. Not only was Cell impervious to damage, but his strength and speed were also formidable and swift. If this battle continued, it was certain that Gohan and his companions would ultimately be the ones to perish. The only solution lay in Gohan achieving a breakthrough. Encouraged by this realization, Gohan clenched his fists tightly, hoping that the version of himself in the video would muster the strength to transcend. If he did not expedite his breakthrough, the fate of those in the video would be sealed by Cell. At that moment, Vegeta was still engaged in combat with Kakarot. He was certain that Whis had not received any distress signal from Bulma. Coupled with the fact that the versions of himself and Kakarot in the video were oblivious to the events unfolding on Earth, it became evident that the crisis could only be resolved by Gohan, the most potent Saiyan. Breakthrough, the evolution of mysterious power. Let me witness the extent of your capabilities. Young one. Beerus was filled with anticipation, for Cell's power was not significantly inferior to Broly's. Should Gohan achieve a breakthrough to vanquish him, it would indicate that Gohan's strength could rival that of Broly, surpassing the divine level. Such a prospect is undeniably captivating. Simultaneously, individuals and deities from other universes shared this anticipation. In the 2nd universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, allow me to see if you will emerge as a magnificent being after your breakthrough. Hellas, hands on her hips, gazed with eager expectation. She held a great admiration for Gohan, particularly for the transformation known as Mysterious Gohan. It was a simple yet profound concept, not a Super Saiyan, yet capable of unleashing power surpassing that of a Super Saiyan. For this reason, Hellas was filled with curiosity and excitement for Gohan's impending breakthrough showcased in the video. In the ninth universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. Alas, humanity has created such a terrifying monster. Is this a blessing or a curse? Sidra found himself unable to discern the answer. In his view, if a creature is created that cannot be controlled, it heralds destruction. Conversely, if a controllable monster is birthed, there remains the possibility of it breaking free from its restraints. Eventually, it would still culminate in catastrophe. Thus, the question of whether the creation of such a monster is good or bad arises. The angel Mojito gazed indifferently at the video screen. Akin to Gamma 1 and Gamma 2, who evidently possessed the wisdom to distinguish right from wrong. The mere creation of such artificial beings is commendable. After all, humanity is frail, yet they have birthed formidable constructs. These artificial beings are tasked with safeguarding humanity, protecting the planet, and vanquishing invading foes. Indeed, it is so. Sidra nodded, finding merit in Mojito's words. Yes, as long as these artificial beings possess wisdom, it is a positive development. Their creation is, therefore, a fortunate occurrence. However, should wicked artificial beings come into existence, it would be a most terrifying calamity. Returning to the video, the beleaguered Cell remained unscathed despite the onslaught from the crowd. He relentlessly swung his fists at Gohan and others who darted around him, targeting the crown of his head, which was his sole vulnerability. Suddenly Gamma 1 shouted to Gohan and the others. If they continued to assault Cell's body, he would remain impervious to harm. The group was momentarily taken aback. Anticipating such a scenario, Dr. Hito had preemptively provided Cell with a weakness. Gamma 1 elucidated, yet you must be prepared, should the weakness be pierced. All of Cell's cells will suffer catastrophic damage, endangering your own lives. Despite the peril, Gohan and the others disregarded their reservations. Defeating Cell was their foremost objective. Thus, they all rallied to strike at Cell's head. However, Cell's speed was astonishing, entirely disproportionate to his massive form. Hitting his head proved to be a formidable challenge, as even the most accurate of strikes were evaded by Cell. At last, Piccolo seized an opportunity, launching a surprise attack that struck Cell's head. Yet, just as the group believed success was at hand, an unforeseen mishap occurred. Piccolo's strike failed to annihilate Cell's cranial weakness. On the 7th universe, at Capsule Corporation, Piccolo, why didn't you utilize the Dragon-S gift, the power of Orange Piccolo? Krillin lamented, believing that had Piccolo transformed, they would have surely triumphed. His irritation stemmed from the fact that this blow did not obliterate Cell's weakness. The opportunity they had painstakingly seized was squandered, and who would not be vexed by such a turn of events? How would I know? Piccolo retorted, exasperated. You ask me, but I cannot answer. The figure in the video was him, yet it was a version from the future. How could he possibly know what that future self was contemplating? Oh no, that guy seems to be enraged, Dend remarked, his face etched with fear as memories of the time Cell had sent him flying resurfaced. In the 7th universe, the realm of the Destroyer, why does it feel as though Goten and Trunks have also weakened? Vegeta, visibly displeased, clenched his fists tightly. His eyes widened as he fixated on the video screen depicting Goten and Trunks. These two little rascals seem oblivious to whether their actions are intentional or not. Astonishingly, they have not transformed into Super Saiyans, opting instead to attack Cell in their base forms. Moreover, Vegeta assesses their energy output as exceedingly feeble, indicating a significant lack of strength. This observation leads to the conclusion that Goten and Trunks have undoubtedly been slacking off, neglecting their training, resulting in their diminished prowess. Perhaps the tranquility of the future has lulled them into complacency, as Goku chuckles and scratches his head. He believes that the decline in their abilities cannot solely be blamed on Goten and Trunks. After all, if it weren't for the excessive peace, their powers would not have waned to such an extent. Were there daily invasions of Earth, no one could afford to relax, and every moment would be seized for rigorous training and self-improvement. Vegeta might concur with Goku's perspective, acknowledging that the peace on Earth has rendered Gohan, Goten, and Trunks overly complacent. Chapter 152 introduces the plump Gotenks, who has indeed become sluggish and frail due to their lax training. The notion of peace is called into question. Could it be that the two of them have shielded others so effectively that all invading foes were vanquished by their hands? Beerus glances at Goku and Vegeta, teasingly suggesting that the duo in the video possesses far greater strength than their real counterparts. United in their efforts, they would effortlessly dispatch any adversary. In that moment, Goku and Vegeta fall into contemplative silence. It does indeed seem plausible that they have neutralized threats before Gohan and the others could intervene. In the video, had Whis not failed to receive Bulma's distress signal, and had he not been engaged in battle with Vegeta, they would have undoubtedly arrived on Earth to collectively defeat Cell, preventing Gohan from achieving his awakening and breakthrough. Setting this aside, Goku shifts the conversation, placing his hands on his hips as he gazes at the video screen with a smile. He surmises that Goten and Trunks are on the verge of fusing. When faced with a formidable foe, this is their favored strategy. Thus, he eagerly anticipates the power that Gotenks, the fusion warrior, will exhibit. Although Goten and Trunks currently seem lacking in strength, likely due to their negligence in training, their fusion is certain to yield a transformation. Even if Gotenks embodies countless flaws, there is no denying the immense strength he possesses. His strength is by no means weak. He possesses an exceedingly formidable power. They will also merge, Broly inquired. The primary concern was that the fusion of Goku and Vegeta into Gogeta had already left him with psychological scars. Gogeta's power was so immense that it brought him back to his senses through sheer force. Thus, upon hearing that Goten and Trunks would also merge, he suddenly felt a twinge of fear. Of course, Goku chuckled. According to the timeline of that particular dimension in the video, the fusion technique was something I taught them, so that the two could defeat Majin Buu. Is that so? Broly couldn't help but shudder. In any case, the phrase Mafuba fusion technique had become one of the least desirable expressions for him to hear. After all, he had genuinely been frightened by Gogeta. In the video, Piccolo's attack proved ineffective and instead provoked Cell. Countless purple energy beams shot forth from the spots on Cell's body. "Hey, Goten!" Trunks shouted at Goten. "Let us merge." Merge? Goten paused. Do I still remember how? However, given the urgency of the situation, time could not be wasted. Returning to the ground, Goten and Trunks struck their poses and initiated the fusion. Fusion. With a cry, Goten and Trunks' fingers touched together. Yet, upon closer inspection, their fingers had not aligned correctly at all. With a flash of light, the fusion failed, resulting in the appearance of Fat Gotenks. This caused many to lose their composure. In the chat group, Krillin, Fat Gotenks has appeared. Piccolo, aren't you both the most proficient at the fusion technique? How could this happen? Goten, I can't believe the fusion actually failed. This is embarrassing. Trunks, seriously, how long has it been since we last used fusion? Zampa, ha ha ha. This is hilarious. They ended up merging into a fat version. Hyris, little chubby, what an ungraceful fusion. Ramsey, to be honest, this plump appearance looks rather amusing. Goku, this truly is disappointing. Goten, Trunks. Vegeta, I knew it. Not only have you been slacking off without training, but even the steps for the fusion technique have become unfamiliar. This made Vegeta quite furious. It's worth noting that Goten and Trunks, due to frequent practice, had always been well-versed in every movement of the fusion dance, making failure nearly impossible. Yet, in the video, they had indeed failed to merge. This indicated that they had not only neglected their training, but had also not utilized the fusion technique in quite some time. However, it is understandable. Without any enemies to confront or eliminate, why would they need to merge? In the video, the failure was evident. Damn it, it can't be helped. Despite the failure, Gotenks must press on, he thought. After all, Cell would not grant him 30 minutes to retry the fusion. Super Saiyan, he shouted, provoking laughter from those around. The stout Gotenks emitted a golden aura, which soon dissipated, failing to transform into a Super Saiyan. Gotenks himself was bewildered, feeling utterly embarrassed. His power was insufficient even for a transformation. Not far away, Piccolo stood in shock. Frustrated, he resolved to engage. With a determined expression, Gotenks charged towards Cell. However, as he approached, Cell struck him away with his tail. Sent flying, Gotenks hurtled towards Android 18, who had no choice but to push him away with a forceful palm to avoid being struck. He was then propelled towards Gamma 2, who kicked him further away. Finally, Gamma 1, with his fists clasped, struck Gotenks with considerable force, sending him crashing towards Cell's head. Fortunately, despite his lack of strength, the failed fusion had rendered him remarkably sturdy, capable of enduring significant punishment. As he neared Cell's head, Gotenks felt a surge of excitement. He never anticipated that his unintended trajectory would bring him so close to striking Cell. Unbeknownst to Cell, A resounding thud echoed as Gotenks' head collided forcefully with Cell's skull, resulting in numerous cracks appearing on the latter's head. In the seventh universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Goku was astonished. He could hardly believe that Gotenks had inadvertently caused such damage to Cell. Vegeta was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the situation. The fact that this failed fusion warrior could inflict such effective harm on Cell was beyond his imagination. Incredibly, despite the unexpected nature of the attack, it proved to be quite effective. Gohan paused for a moment before smiling and commenting that, although Gotenks had failed to fuse successfully, he had nonetheless taken the right action, which was commendable. At least he was of some use. Was he not still a fusion warrior? Broly was witnessing the failed fusion of Gotenks for the first time. This was entirely different from the last encounter he had with Vegito, who possessed terrifying power, while Gotenks was merely comically robust. In the sixth universe, within the god of destruction's realm, Kappa looked on in disbelief. It was astonishing that Gotenks, appearing so foolish, had accidentally cracked Cell's head. Was it possible that his head possessed such strength? Or was it merely his weight that amplified the impact? Being so hefty, the force of his descent must have doubled, whispered Beerus with a chuckle, noting that Gotenks was even more rotund than Kappa, thereby maximizing the impact. The embarrassment was palpable on the face of the fusion warrior, who could find no words of praise. After all, the rotund Gotenks had not anticipated this outcome. He merely found himself hurled away by several adversaries, yet ultimately shattered the top of Cell's head. It was quite absurd. Witnessing another's misfortune, Caulifla swelled with pride once more. Such a feeble figure could inflict damage upon Cell, while those several opponents had failed collectively. Truly useless. Here we go again, the exasperated Vegeta thought, casting a sidelong glance at Caulifla, who was once again putting on a show. If it were you, you would have been crushed under Cell's foot in an instant. In the video, this was the first time the failed fusion had made an appearance. Piccolo could not help but commend it, for he had genuinely witnessed the fusion warriors causing harm to their foe, despite their failure. In the subsequent moment, enraged by the onslaught on his weak point, Cell unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, seeking to obliterate everything in his vicinity, particularly targeting Gohan and the incessant pests attacking him. After enduring this storm of energy orbs, Gotenks found himself battered, his clothing in tatters. Gohan, too, was panting heavily from exhaustion. This is insufficient. We must deliver a stronger attack. Although Cell's head had been inadvertently struck by Gotenks, it was far from enough. A more potent assault was essential to secure Cell's defeat. Hey, you lot. At that moment, Gamma 2 called out to Gohan and the others, soaring into the distance while launching energy blasts at Cell. Where are you aiming? Gohan asked, momentarily taken aback. You don't suppose, Gamma 1, having discerned Gamma 2's intentions, interjected. Upon realizing his thoughts had been perceived, Gamma 2 merely smiled. Their synergy was indeed remarkable, allowing them to intuit each other's intentions without a word. No, we cannot, Gamma 1 asserted firmly, immediately dismissing the idea. It is already too late, Gamma 2 replied. In that case, I shall join you, Gamma 1 stated with utmost seriousness. If Gamma 2 decided to expend all his energy in an assault on Cell, then he would not allow his companion to face it alone. He too would pour all his energy into a decisive strike against Cell, risking his life in the process. Number 1. You need to rescue Dr. Hito, Gamma 2 said with a smile. Use your life detector to confirm that Dr. Hito is still alive. Huh. You are not cautious enough, he chuckled, but his laughter faded as he began to concentrate energy. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Gamma 2, captivating the attention of all present. Prepare for action. When I strike, you all should make haste, he declared, launching himself into the sky with all his might. What is he planning? Piccolo could not help but inquire, watching as Gamma 2, enveloped in energy, ascended higher. Perhaps he truly had not grasped the full implications. Or perhaps he had, yet was unwilling to entertain such thoughts. In the blink of an eye, Gamma 2 soared into the vastness of space. Once it had fully harnessed its energy, it adjusted its trajectory and set its sights on Earth, specifically targeting the location of Cell. It then accelerated towards that destination at the utmost speed. Meanwhile, Gohan and his companions were still engaged in holding Cell at bay. Quickly retreat. Look at the dazzling blue light in the sky, Gamma 1 urgently called out. Everyone hastily evacuated the area. Cell, still bewildered by the unfolding events, raised his head and realized that Gamma 2 was now perilously close. There was no time to evade, and a thunderous explosion echoed as Gamma 2 unleashed its energy. Despite Cell's vigorous attempt to block the attack with one arm, The sheer force of Gamma 2's energy, derived from its own life force and vitality, was far beyond what a single limb could withstand. Soon, Cell was unable to sustain the defense. Cracks began to form on his arm, and ultimately, he succumbed to the overwhelming energy of Gamma 2. His arm was utterly obliterated, falling lifelessly to the ground. In the seventh universe, within the realm of the destroyers, Gohan clenched his fists in determination. Gamma 2 had wagered its life and all its energy to vanquish Cell. Indeed, he was a true hero. He cannot be defeated, Cell. Vegeta remarked coldly, arms crossed. It was clear to everyone that Cell would not be vanquished by a self-destructive attack. Even if Gamma 2 expended its entire essence in the assault, Cell would remain unscathed. After all, Gohan had yet to achieve his breakthrough, and the crisis would not be averted. Indeed, such actions do embody a heroic spirit. Beerus nodded, acknowledging the capabilities of the artificial being, Gamma 2. Recognizing his previous misjudgment, he admired the decision to sacrifice oneself to atone for past mistakes. It was truly commendable. Chapter 154. Gohan, you can do it in the seventh universe, on Earth, Dr. Hito seethed with anger. How dare you reduce my Gamma 2 to this state, you despicable Cell? If I ever do create you in the future, I shall ensure your weaknesses are multiplied tenfold, turning you into nothing but scrap. Despite Cell's formidable combat prowess, Dr. Hito deemed Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 to be his most perfect creations, as they possessed human emotions and understanding. Moreover, they were designed with heroic attributes. Naturally, Dr. Hito was deeply dissatisfied that his flawless creations had been so ruthlessly dismantled by Cell. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corp, Bulma and her colleagues were equally concerned for Gamma 2. They had not anticipated that it would sacrifice itself in a bid to rectify its past errors and defeat Cell. In that fleeting moment, Gamma 2 truly embodied the essence of a hero. Yet, would Cell truly be defeated? Do you think he can be bested? Krillin inquired apprehensively. If such an effort proved insufficient to overcome Cell, Gohan and the others would remain in dire peril. There was also a significant risk that Cell might descend into a state of frenzied rage due to Gamma 2's assault, further escalating the danger. Certainly not. Until Gohan achieves his breakthrough, Cell will remain undefeated. Piccolo's tone was imbued with unwavering certainty. The title of the video proclaimed that this was a groundbreaking transformation for Gohan. Since such a transformation had yet to manifest, how could Cell possibly be defeated? The only hope now lay in the fervent wish for Gohan to achieve his breakthrough before more lives were lost. In Universe 2, the realm of the gods of destruction, beauty and heroism intertwined. Hellas, with her hands on her hips, acknowledged Gamma 2 as a true hero. There is no fault that cannot be rectified. One can always strive to amend past mistakes. A truly magnificent hero indeed. Meanwhile, everyone in Universe 2 marveled at Gamma 2's actions, affirming his heroic nature. Did he defeat him? Krillin asked, bewildered, uncertain of whether Cell had indeed been vanquished. The terrifying energy had struck him, and even Cell should have been unable to withstand such a blow. Not yet, Piccolo suddenly exclaimed. As the smoke cleared, Cell was still standing, having only lost an arm, yet still possessing the capacity to continue fighting. His gaze fell upon the nearly lifeless Gamma 2 sprawled on the ground. Anger boiling within him as he recalled the recent events. He lifted his foot, preparing to crush Gamma 2 into nothingness. Stop! Piccolo shouted, transforming instantaneously into his orange form and soaring in front of Gamma 2, forcefully restraining Cell's massive foot. He would not permit Cell to obliterate Gamma 2. Others rushed in to attack Cell as well. Piccolo, transform to your larger form. Krillin urged, arriving at Piccolo's side. What? Piccolo was taken aback by the suggestion. Haven't you transformed before? Krillin reminded him, recalling the World Martial Arts Tournament when Piccolo had grown to a colossal size to defeat Goku. If he were to assume that form again, he would surely possess the strength to contend with Cell. Right, I'd almost forgotten. A smile crept across Piccolo's face as his body began to swell and expand. Soon, he matched Cell's size. With a mighty throw, he sent Cell flying. Uncle Piccolo, I had no idea you could grow larger. Gohan exclaimed, soaring to Piccolo's side, excitement evident in his voice. This newfound size could significantly enhance their chances of victory. After all, Cell had already suffered considerable damage from Gamma 2's desperate attack. However, you are overly naive, Piccolo countered, unconvinced that this transformation would substantially elevate their odds of success. Growing larger would not significantly increase his strength, it was merely superficial. Moreover, being larger makes it harder to maneuver, Piccolo remarked, rummaging through his waist. He produced the last Senzu bean, balancing it on his fingertip. This was meant for me, but you should take it, he offered, placing his final hope in Gohan. Only through Gohan's breakthrough could they hope to truly conquer Cell, and in doing so, Gohan would be able to catch up to Goku and Vegeta, transforming once again into the formidable Son Gohan, the strongest individual. After consuming the magical bean, Gohan reemerges as the enigmatic mystic Gohan. Gohan, heed my words. Piccolo intently gazes at him, asserting, with the right resolve, you are the mightiest in this realm. You must have faith in yourself and unleash your full potential. Let me witness your true strength and wield that power to safeguard Earth. In the realm of the seventh universe, within the domain of the god of destruction, Gohan is taken aback by Piccolo's unwavering belief in him, willing to bestow his last magical bean upon him. Piccolo is resolute. The one capable of vanquishing Cell is none other than Gohan himself. Only by awakening every ounce of power within can he defeat Cell and rescue the planet from this peril. Gohan, do not betray Piccolo's trust, Goku remarks with a smile, acknowledging Piccolo's faith in his son. Thus, Gohan must respond with utmost dedication to validate Piccolo's belief, striving to transcend his limits and obliterate Cell with unparalleled strength. Stop hesitating, Gohan. You are capable of this, Vegeta coldly asserts, also confident in Gohan's potential. Piccolo is right. Given Gohan's latent abilities, if he possesses the heart, he can indeed become the strongest being in existence, a sentiment Vegeta concedes. After all, the title of the strongest is not to be taken lightly. Let me witness what the world's strongest truly embodies. Beerus expresses his anticipation. Goku's son, during this period of training, has been frequently mentioned by Goku, who has highlighted Gohan's immense potential. Should Gohan choose to embrace it, he possesses the capability to surpass both himself and Vegeta in the realm of the sixth universe, within the god of destruction's domain. With that resolve, you are indeed the strongest in this world. Kompa scoffs at the audacity of such a claim. Yet he too awaits the moment when Gohan achieves his breakthrough. He is curious to see the extent of Gohan's power, wondering why so many believe he will ascend to greatness. Can he truly surpass Broly? Chapter 155, The Astonishing Cell. The term strongest is not casually assigned to anyone. The beautiful Makarita nods with a smile, affirming that the strongest is indeed Jiren of the 11th universe. Even when witnessing the strength of Vegito and Gogeta surpassing Jiren through the video screen, she maintains her belief. After all, those two warriors emerged from fusion rather than innate power. As for Broly, comparing his strength to Jiren's remains a complex matter. On a distant planet within the 11th universe, Jiren opens his eyes, raising his gaze towards the video screen. Is this truly the pinnacle of strength? Allow me to witness the extent of your might, Guilan declared, a formidable aura emanating from his being. Instantly, the surrounding rocks shattered, and the ground transformed into a colossal crater. As he had reiterated, the position of the strongest was one he would never relinquish to anyone. After all, power was all he possessed, and with power came dominion over all. Should he be surpassed, he would find himself stripped of everything. Returning to the scene of the video, Gohan spoke earnestly, "It's coming," Piccolo shouted as a warning. In the next instant, Cell charged forward, sending both the orange-clad Piccolo and Gohan hurtling through the air. Utilizing their similar physiques, the orange Piccolo attempted to strike Cell, yet his efforts were utterly in vain. Cell retaliated with a series of devastating blows, overwhelming Piccolo, who could hardly withstand the onslaught, even with Gohan's assistance proving futile. Determined to vanquish Cell, Piccolo resolved to devise his own strategy to bring Cell to the ground, thereby creating an opportunity for Gohan to launch a full-scale attack. At that moment, Gohan would channel all his energy, whether through the Kamehameha wave or another technique, aiming for the already cracked crown of Cell's head to obliterate him completely. Soon, Cell reappeared, his power having multiplied once more. The orange Piccolo surged forward, striving to create an opening for Gohan. However, Cell's strength far surpassed his own. After several encounters, it was invariably the orange Piccolo who found himself sent crashing to the ground. Gohan was deeply concerned, but Piccolo urged him to concentrate and disregard his plight. "Stay focused and do not come over here. From this moment on, we are fighting for our lives," he instructed Gohan. With that, the orange Piccolo charged at Cell with all his might. A resounding crash echoed as their fists collided, but Cell emerged unscathed. His tail lashed out, followed by a relentless barrage of knee strikes and punches that battered Piccolo mercilessly. On Earth, within the Capsule Corporation, Bulma could hardly bear to watch any longer. The sight of Piccolo being so brutally assaulted was unbearable. Each punch landed without resistance. That bastard, Piccolo thought, unable to continue watching the torment inflicted upon himself. Viewing his own suffering was a discomfort no one could endure. Gohan, you can do it. Kiki clasped her hands tightly, praying fervently for Gohan to quickly gather the energy needed to defeat Cell. The others shared her sentiments, all hoping for Gohan to swiftly eradicate Cell. Meanwhile, at the Red Ribbon base, Majin Buu was exhilarated by Cell's prowess, imagining the power he would wield if he possessed such a perfect android at his command. The aspiration to dominate the world is undoubtedly within reach, provided one possesses a Cell, an entity that can be commanded at will. However, one must ponder whether Dr. Hito will continue to assist them, Kamian whispered. The video has already unveiled their deception towards Dr. Hito, who must have seen it by now. How then? Will they manage to mislead him again? How will they convince Dr. Hito to create the ultimate android Cell? Emisanda paused, redirecting his gaze to the video screen. This indeed posed a significant dilemma worthy of contemplation. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, Piccolo, the Namekian, teetered on the brink of death. A sinister grin curled upon Frisia's lips as he reveled in the unfolding spectacle. Did Cell perhaps sense something amiss? His brow furrowed. Should Piccolo perish, it would deeply affect Gohan, plunging him into a profound rage. Such fury is essential for a Saiyan's ascension. Consequently, Gohan's breakthrough would likely follow Piccolo's demise. What are you contemplating? Frisia inquired, noting Cell's unsettling expression. That kid Gohan is on the verge of a breakthrough, Cell replied, crossing his arms with a cold smile. Oh, Frisia's interest piqued. You mean the death of that Namekian, Piccolo, will catalyze Gohan's transformation? Indeed, Cell affirmed with certainty, fully aware of Gohan's deep affection for Piccolo. Once Piccolo is gone, Gohan's wrath will undoubtedly propel him to new heights. Well, I am eager to witness whether he can indeed transcend, Frisia remarked, turning his attention back to the video screen. He had come to terms with the situation, viewing it as an opportunity to glimpse the potential growth of those Saiyans, which would ultimately enhance his chances of eliminating them. To defeat an adversary, one must first understand them. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, Guas expressed his astonishment. The ultimate android Cell, created by humanity, possesses such terrifying power. He set down his tea, eyes wide with disbelief. Just imagine if Dr. Hito had not intentionally placed a weakness atop Cell's head. How formidable would his strength have been? Even now, knowing the weakness, they are unable to vanquish him. Without that flaw, Cell, the ultimate android, would undoubtedly be far more challenging to confront. Moreover, one must consider that the current Cell is merely an early awakening, not even in his complete form. It is unimaginable how fearsome a fully realized Cell would be, devoid of any weaknesses. Chapter 156. Piccolo's life hangs in the balance. Piccolo's condition deteriorated rapidly. Is Gohan not ready yet? Piccolo is on the verge of death. Krillin grit his teeth, urgently turning to Gohan. His anxiety was palpable, for Piccolo could scarcely endure any longer. His breath had become exceedingly faint. If this continued, Piccolo would soon be mercilessly defeated by Cell. Gohan was undeniably anxious, yet he found himself powerless, compelled to focus all his energy. He could not betray Piccolo, nor squander the opportunity he had created for him. Meanwhile, Piccolo was enduring relentless blows, having completely lost his capacity to resist. Cell's attacks fell upon him one after another. Fat Gotenks clenched his fists, unable to bear the sight any longer. In a fit of rage, he charged at Cell. Fool! Krillin shouted, also propelled by anger towards the fray. 18 followed closely behind. Alas, what could the failed fusion warrior, Krillin, and 18 possibly achieve? They were effortlessly flung aside by Cell, failing to last even a second. Even with Gamma 1 present, they could achieve nothing. As fellow androids, their strength paled in comparison to that of the ultimate android. Mere seconds passed before they all succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Damn it! Gohan exclaimed in desperation. Yet he could only concentrate on gathering energy. He had to seize this opportunity. Piccolo rose once more, battered and bloodied. As long as he could thwart Cell. Before he could finish his thought, Cell charged at him, unleashing a barrage of attacks, ultimately disintegrating his entire arm with a blast from his mouth. If this continued, Uncle Piccolo would. Gohan could no longer contain his fury. Just as he prepared to strike, Piccolo called out to him again. Don't come over. I will stop him for you. But as soon as he uttered those words, Piccolo was sent flying. Cell then pinned him to the ground, mercilessly pummeling him. Finally, Cell hurled Piccolo into the air and raised his right hand, unleashing a continuous stream of energy toward him. When the energy dissipated, Piccolo lay devoid of any resistance. Upon his descent, he was hoisted aloft by Cell with a single hand, seemingly lifeless. Witnessing this scene, Gohan's pupils constricted, a surge of light striking his mind. He could no longer contain his wrath. In an instant, his fury reached its zenith, shattering all limitations. Ah! His fists clenched tightly, and a terrifying energy erupted from within, engulfing everything around him. Soon, as the energy and light faded, Gohan emerged in a transformed state. He was enveloped in a silver aura, intertwined with flashes of pink lightning. His hair and eyebrows had turned silver, and his eyes glowed red. Countless fragments of stone floated into the air. This was Gohan's new transformation, the ultimate evolution of mysterious power, known as Beast Gohan. The once singularly powerful warrior had finally returned. The strongest of the individual fighters, Gohan, had transcended. Gohan has broken through. Krillin gasped, his eyes wide. Others mirrored his astonishment, each fixated on Gohan. Silver hair. Is this the new transformation Gohan mastered after his breakthrough? Bulma exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Piccolo smiled with satisfaction, pleased that he had finally achieved a breakthrough at this crucial moment. In the video, he had risked his life to provoke Gohan, urging him to buy time and gather energy. All of that had been a ruse. He intentionally allowed himself to be ruthlessly beaten by Cell, ultimately sacrificing himself to ignite Gohan's fury and inspire his transformation. That was the true nature of his intentions. In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7, Broly was elated. Gohan had successfully transcended. Yet, Gohan himself felt no joy, for while the video depicted his triumph, it also showed his uncle Piccolo sacrificing himself to create an opportunity for him. His fists clenched tightly, a wave of sorrow washed over Gohan. This was not the conclusion he had wished to witness. Even though he had managed to defeat Cell, Piccolo was gone. Gohan, Piccolo is not so easily defeated. Goku reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. Just wait and see. I have a feeling he is still alive. With his deep understanding of Piccolo, Goku deduced that Piccolo had orchestrated this scenario to provoke Gohan deliberately. Therefore, it was highly probable that he had survived. Moreover, if Piccolo were truly dead, he would not have maintained his orange transformation, nor would he have remained in his giant form. Really? Gohan exclaimed, a spark of excitement igniting within him. As hope surged, he turned eagerly towards the video screen, yearning to see Piccolo awaken and regain his mobility. Was this the evolution of mysterious power? Silver hair, how intriguing. Vegeta remarked with a chuckle. The outcome of this newfound strength against Cell would soon be revealed. In the God of Destruction realm of Universe 6, the onlookers pondered this new transformation. It appeared unimpressive. Was this truly the ultimate form? Kampa remained skeptical, doubting the strength of Gohan's new state, believing it might merely be a moderate enhancement. To claim it as the strongest would be an exaggeration, perhaps unattainable. Simultaneously, the majority of beings and deities from other universes were captivated by the question of Gohan's newfound power. Against Cell, would he be evenly matched, or would he dominate with absolute strength like Vegito and Gogeta? This curiosity loomed over everyone. In the video, sensing Gohan's overwhelming aura or perhaps feeling an unprecedented sense of danger and pressure, Cell cast Piccolo aside and let out a furious roar as he charged towards Gohan. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a powerful blow aimed directly at Gohan. The colossal fist carried the force capable of obliterating everything in its path. A thunderous impact echoed as Cell's punch connected with Gohan, yet he stood firm, unyielding. The shockwave generated by the terrifying force obliterated the ground behind Gohan for hundreds of meters, but he remained utterly unharmed. The impact of the fist upon him felt akin to striking a wall, unmoving and resolute. In that instant, all present, including the deities, reached a unanimous conclusion. The power of the Beast Gohan undoubtedly surpassed that of Cell. This power is indeed formidable, a voice echoed in the chat group. Cell is dead. Haha. Gohan, I always believed in you. You have not disappointed me. How exquisite this power is, exclaimed Hellas. Quickly eliminate that grotesque android, Cell. Indeed. My assertions were not mistaken, stated Piccolo. Gohan, should you desire it, you can surpass both Son Goku and Vegeta at any moment. Vegeta retorted. I cannot simply overlook such claims. Surpassing me is no trivial feat. I had my doubts about this fellow, remarked Kampa. How could a warrior from my 7th universe possibly falter? Queried Beerus. How unjust that all the strong ones reside in your 7th universe. grumbled Quitella. I concur. Such a powerful warrior should be in our 10th universe, added Lamusi. Be quiet. Quitella snapped. Both of you silence yourselves. The strongest warrior has always been from my 11th universe, declared a voice. Begone. Quitella shot back. In the video, Gohan gazed at Cell with disdain. Is this truly your limit? Cell, consumed by rage, had elevated his power to its utmost, yet still found himself unable to shake Gohan even slightly. Then, Gohan placed his hand upon Cell's fist and gently pushed forward, causing Cell's punch to be deflected effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, Gohan vanished, only to reappear before Cell, delivering a devastating kick to Cell's abdomen that left him stunned and gasping in pain. Following that blow, driven by a tumult of anger and agony, Cell raised his right hand, slowly coalescing a colossal energy sphere, potent enough to annihilate everything. Yet, at that moment, an orange arm suddenly struck, ensnaring Cell's body. It was Piccolo. He had not perished. On Earth, within the Capsule Corporation, Krillin and the others rejoiced upon seeing that Piccolo was unharmed. After all, Piccolo had survived, and Gohan had successfully surpassed his limits, seemingly wielding power far beyond that of Cell. How could they not rejoice at the impending defeat of Cell and the resolution of this crisis? In the realm of destruction, Gohan beamed upon witnessing Piccolo's arm. Uncle Piccolo, he exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Just as his father had assured him, Piccolo had not perished. As long as he was alive, the only task remaining was to eliminate Cell. Ha ha ha. I can guess what that guy Piccolo was thinking all along. He truly exerted himself to ensure your breakthrough. Gohan, laughed Son Goku, hands on his hips, unable to contain his amusement. Indeed, he deliberately allowed himself to be beaten, feigning death to inspire you, in order to provoke Gohan, leading him into a state of fury to surpass his limits and ultimately defeat Cell. Piccolo's self-sacrifice serves a dual purpose. Not only does he ensure his own demise, but he also paves the way for Gohan's triumphant breakthrough, thus resolving the impending crisis on Earth. This strategy is indeed a masterstroke. Returning to the scene, Piccolo, with the last remnants of his strength, binds Cell. Gohan, this is the final opportunity I've secured for you. Gohan, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, positions his index and middle fingers upon his forehead. An inexhaustible surge of energy converges at that point, invoking Piccolo's technique, the special beam cannon. At this juncture, under Gohan's command, the technique harnesses an unimaginable force. Cell, sensing the peril of the energy coalescing within Gohan, struggles to ascend into the air, attempting to escape Piccolo's grasp. However, Piccolo resolutely prevents his escape by ensnaring him with his other hand. With a mighty shout, Gohan unleashes the special beam cannon. A spiraling torrent of potent energy beams forth towards Cell's crown. In a desperate attempt to counter this formidable force, Cell retaliates with his own energy. Yet his effort falters, crumbling under the intensity of Gohan's might within mere seconds. Gohan's strength vastly exceeds Cell's, rendering him incapable of resistance. Ultimately, the energy strikes Cell's already fractured head, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of white light that pierces the earth and reaches into the cosmos. Cell's head is obliterated, extinguishing his life as he collapses to the ground. Remarkable. He has been vanquished. Krillin, having regained consciousness, clenches his fists in exhilaration at the sight. The formidable foe, Cell, has finally been defeated by Gohan. Prepare to evacuate. It's about to explode. Gamma 1 urgently warns. Now is not the time for celebration. Once defeated, Cell's body will expand infinitely before detonating. The orange Piccolo swiftly ascends, taking with him the pudgy Gotenks, who is embedded in the ground. Everyone hastens to flee, avoiding the impending energy explosion. In the 7th universe, within the realm of destruction. Oh, that Cell is identical to the one we dealt with when he self-destructed, Goku suddenly recalls. At that time, Cell had attempted to annihilate them with his self-detonation. To save the others, Goku had teleported with Cell to King Kai's planet, inadvertently leading to King Kai's demise due to the explosion. Consequently, Goku often finds himself reprimanded by King Kai whenever they meet. Gohan, momentarily at a loss for words, reflects on the past. Had he not been so arrogant and eliminated Cell in a timely manner, neither Goku nor King Kai would have faced their tragic fates. This power is indeed impressive. Beerus nods in approval, visibly satisfied with the strength exhibited by Gohan in the video. With such power at his disposal, it is no wonder Piccolo has always asserted that Gohan is capable of surpassing both Goku and Vegeta whenever he chooses. That force is far superior to the current Son Wukong and Vegeta, by hundreds of times, if not more. Turning his gaze, Beerus looked at Son Gohan. Hey, Goku's son. Son Gohan paused momentarily. Goku's son? Why? Am I the only one here? Realizing this, he quickly turned to Beerus, asking in confusion, Is something the matter, Lord Beerus? There is indeed a matter, a trivial one, Beerus replied with a slight smirk. Son Gohan grew even more puzzled. What trivial matter? Focus on your training. I want you to swiftly master this transformation. Beerus was direct in conveying his intentions. He sought for Son Gohan to quickly harness the power depicted in the video. Chapter 158, The Demon-Infused Light Cannon. Hurry and break through to become Beast Gohan. After all, it was now certain that the power possessed by Beast Gohan was indeed superior to that of Broly. The strength of Cell was not significantly less than Broly's. In the video, Beast Gohan clearly overwhelmed Cell with absolute power, defeating him with ease. Thus, it was evident that Beast Gohan's strength surpassed that of Broly, the present Broly. To be precise, currently, Broly had yet to fully master the Ultra Instinct within him. If he were to completely harness that power and continue to train, the outcome of a match between him and Beast Gohan would remain uncertain. Oh, let me master it quickly, Son Gohan exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Does that mean Piccolo would have to face near death before I can break through? Isn't that a bit too cruel? I won't allow you to surpass me, Gohan. Vegeta remarked, casting a glance at Son Gohan. It was still unclear who ranked first between him and Son Wukong, but he was determined not to let Goku's son surpass him. As for the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he felt he had nearly mastered it. The next step was to break through and continue advancing. In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, the demon-infused light cannon, Gohan had secretly learned this technique. To his surprise, it was this very move that led to his victory over Cell. Piccolo had initially thought Son Gohan would utilize his father's signature technique, the Kamehameha. Instead, Gohan opted for the technique he had learned in secret, the demon-infused light cannon. Turning away, a smile crept onto Piccolo's face, his heart feeling elated. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi and the others were rejoicing in celebration of Cell's defeat. The explosion from Cell had not harmed Son Gohan or the others. The crisis was thoroughly resolved, and peace had returned. In the underworld of Universe 7, you did not disappoint me, Gohan, Cell exclaimed with great excitement. The power of Beast Gohan rekindled memories of the past, when the original Son Gohan, who had first surpassed Super Saiyan 2, had vanquished him. The mightiest warrior had finally returned. In this moment, the strongest in the world is indeed Son Gohan. The imposter, Cell, has been vanquished by the Saiyan, and one cannot help but feel a sense of elation. Frieza remains perplexed, unable to comprehend why Cell is so exuberant in the wake of Son Gohan's newfound strength. If the roles were reversed, and it were Goku and Vegeta, those wretched monkeys, who had grown stronger, Frieza would be incensed, questioning why those filthy monkeys have ascended. Such is the nature of it. Cell's lips curl into a slight smile as he crosses his arms, declaring with a chuckle that there is only one worthy of ending Gohan's life. Himself, the ultimate android, Cell. This is Cell's conviction. No one else possesses the might to defeat Son Gohan, the singularly most powerful warrior. The only individual capable of besting Gohan is none other than Cell himself. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero is utterly at a loss for words. Yet, upon witnessing Son Gohan's breakthrough, upon seeing the beastly Gohan obliterate Cell, Gero has been incessantly cursing, lamenting the Red Ribbon Army's choice to provoke Gohan, the very Saiyan who had once defeated Cell, and foolishly believing that simply because he is Goku's son, he would be an easy target. Little do they know of his unparalleled potential. Whenever he desires strength, he can attain it. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the awe of Goku's son is palpable. Kampa's eyes widen in disbelief. He had envisioned that Beast Gohan would merely hold his ground against Cell, perhaps even surpass him slightly. Yet in reality, Cell stood no chance against Beast Gohan, who dispatched him with effortless ease. This power has indeed reached a level that transcends even the divine, truly deserving of the title the strongest. Bardow smiles, acknowledging the astonishing strength of Gohan. It is remarkable, especially since Gohan has not merely mastered the transformation of a Super Saiyan, but has forged a path of evolution uniquely his own. He has surpassed the Super Saiyan form without being one, a feat that is both challenging and astonishing. Not far away, Caulifla, who had initially looked down upon Gohan, now finds herself utterly humbled by the sheer magnitude of his power. She stands speechless, her earlier disdain thoroughly dispelled. In the 11th universe, within the realm of destruction, The ease with which Gohan dispatched Cell leaves a sour taste in the mouth of the god of destruction, who is now acutely aware of the emergence of an incredibly formidable warrior. Beast Gohan's strength rivals that of Jiren, presenting a significant threat to the 11th universe. It seems that the 7th universe may soon become our greatest adversary, dear one, remarks Margarita with a knowing smile. The video recap has yet to conclude, suggesting that the Saiyans of the 7th universe may unveil new transformations, heralding even stronger beings yet to come. Even for Jiren, should he cease his training or exhibit even the slightest laxity, he would undoubtedly be surpassed in an instant by the likes of Son Goku from Universe 7 and his compatriots. In the aftermath of the explosion, Xiaofang, concerned for Piccolo and Son Gohan, hastily descended to the ground in search of them. Soon, through the haze, she discerned two familiar figures. Filled with excitement, she rushed forward, only to be taken aback upon discovering that Piccolo and Son Gohan appeared fierce and unfamiliar, as if she had never encountered them before. This startled Xiaofang, rendering her hesitant to leap into Son Gohan's embrace. Upon observing their own forms, the two warriors promptly realized they were currently in their latest transformations, Orange Piccolo and Beast Gohan. Consequently, they reverted to their normal states. Son Gohan, with a smile, opened his arms to Xiaofang. Upon recognizing her familiar father, Xiaofang exuberantly leaped into Son Gohan's embrace. Subsequently, Gamma 2, having expended all of his energy and vitality, could not be revived even by his creator, Dr. Hito. Ultimately, Gamma 2 disintegrated into ash, marking his complete demise. Dr. Hito came to a realization of his errors. Initially intending to accompany Gamma 1 to the police station for a confession, he found himself deceived by the Red Ribbon Army. Furthermore, due to Dr. Hito's remarkable intellect and brilliance, Bulma decided to hire him, allowing him and Gamma 1 to join her capsule corporation. Chapter 159 reveals that he was nearing his limits. The scene shifts, revealing that the Red Ribbon Army had not been entirely vanquished. A small faction of soldiers, including Carmine, had survived and planned to regroup before launching a new scheme for world domination. The scene transitions again to the God of Destruction's realm, where one can observe numerous craters of varying sizes dotting the ground, a testament to the fierce clash between Son Goku and Vegeta. As the focus shifts to Son Goku and Vegeta, both are visibly battered, gasping for breath, as if their bodies had reached their breaking point. This battle had morphed into a test of endurance, a contest to see who would falter first. In the God of Destruction's domain, Vegeta confidently declared, "It seems we are on the verge of determining who among us is superior." He firmly believed that he would be the last one standing, while Son Goku would be the one to succumb. We have yet to see the conclusion. Who knows who will emerge victorious? Son Goku replied, unconvinced of his impending defeat. Let us wait and see, Vegeta asserted, unwavering in his belief that he would be the ultimate victor, with Kakarot destined to lose. Broly and Son Gohan intently focused on the video screen, eager to witness who would prevail between Son Goku and Vegeta after the defeat of Cell. Returning to the footage, Vegeta seized the opportunity and landed a punch on Son Goku, who was already at the brink of exhaustion. With a single blow, Sun Wukong nearly toppled to the ground. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Gritting his teeth, he managed to step back 2 paces, still standing firm, refusing to fall. Tremors coursed through his body. He was holding on by sheer willpower, acutely aware that a moment's relaxation would lead to his collapse. Vegeta, too, was not faring any better. He gasped for breath, appearing equally on the verge of toppling over. With clenched teeth, Sun Wukong tightened his fist and aimed a punch at Vegeta's abdomen. The impact resonated with a thud, but Vegeta lacked the strength to evade or defend himself, bracing for the blow. After the strike, Sun Wukong felt certain victory was within his grasp. However, after taking a significant step back, Vegeta managed to steady himself by resting his hands on his knees. "How can you still be standing?" Sun Wukong inquired incredulously, unable to suppress his astonishment at Vegeta's resilience, as he himself teetered on the brink of exhaustion. His body felt alien, as if any momentary relaxation would send him crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. "You should be the one on the verge of collapsing," Vegeta retorted, unwilling to succumb to Sun Wukong. This time, he had glimpsed the light of victory and was resolute in not faltering prematurely. "This must come to an end," Sun Wukong declared, raising his fist. "Let us determine the victor." Vegeta mirrored his action, his own fist clenched tightly. This punch would be the decisive blow. revealing who would emerge victorious and who would falter. As they both stepped forward, overcoming the arduous distance to face each other, they simultaneously launched their fists. However, Sun Wukong's punch had yet to connect when Vegeta's fist struck him first. Yet, the impact was slight, barely more than a tap, lacking any significant force. Nevertheless, it was enough to send Sun Wukong reeling backward, ultimately landing on the ground. Gasping for breath, he proclaimed loudly, "I concede defeat." In the realm of the seventh universe, the god of destruction, witnessing this turn of events, was filled with exhilaration. "Huh, did you see that, Kakarot? I have triumphed." Vegeta turned his head, basking in his victory. His long-standing goal had been to surpass Kakarot, and in this moment, the future he glimpsed in the video had finally materialized. He had defeated Kakarot, proving his superiority. "Congratulations, Vegeta," Sun Wukong said with hands on his hips, a smile gracing his face. Even in defeat, he felt a sense of joy, recognizing that Vegeta had achieved what he had always aspired to do. "See, Whis, the one I chose is without a doubt the right choice," Beerus remarked. Casting a proud glance at Whis, having always believed in Vegeta's potential, he is certainly not inferior to Sun Wukong. In the video, he indeed proved himself to be superior to Lord Beerus, as Whis smiled faintly. It is evident that in his normal state, Vegeta is indeed stronger than Sun Wukong. In this battle, Vegeta validated his strength. In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Vegeta triumphed over Wukong. This is truly remarkable. Vegeta has genuinely defeated Wukong. Krillin and the others were filled with astonishment. After all, in their understanding, apart from their first encounter, Vegeta's power had always surpassed that of Sun Wukong. However, since then, Vegeta had never once emerged victorious over Wukong. Each time, Wukong managed to master a new transformation faster than Vegeta, preventing him from surpassing Wukong. Nevertheless, in the video, he achieved victory, albeit in his normal state. This still counts as a triumph, marking the first time he has bested Wukong in battle. Daddy has defeated Uncle Wukong. Daddy is now the strongest. Little Trunks admired Vegeta even more. Previously, he had always believed that Vegeta could not surpass Wukong, as Krillin and the others had said. But now, with the evidence of Vegeta's victory in the video, it proves that he is indeed the strongest. In Universe 6, in the realm of destruction, it was indeed unexpected for Kampa that Vegeta would become the most formidable. Most of the highlights in the video featured Sun Wukong, leading Kampa to believe that Wukong was the strongest and the most dangerous presence. It seems that this perception must change. Vegeta must be regarded with utmost caution. Vegeta is truly remarkable, and Mr. Wukong is also incredibly powerful, Kampa remarked with admiration. Despite both Sun Wukong and Vegeta reaching their physical limits, they persevered with unwavering will. Neither willing to succumb even for a moment. They exerted all their strength solely to outdo one another. What is so impressive? I think both of them are quite average, Kale scoffed dismissively. Chapter 160. I have finally defeated Kakarot. This statement instantly froze the smile on Cabba's face. Turning to Kale, he noted that after this video, the Saiyan martial arts tournament would soon commence. I will be watching closely to see whom you can actually defeat. Oh, you better keep your eyes wide open, Kale asserted, brimming with confidence in her power, especially now that she had mastered the godly transformation of Super Saiyan. This further fueled her self-assurance, making her feel invincible. Returning to the video, it was noted that the battle had finally reached its conclusion. Whis promptly set aside his playing cards and, with a smile, announced with narrowed eyes, "The victor of this duel is Mr. Vegeta." Fantastic. I have finally defeated Kakarot. Vegeta was overwhelmed with exhilaration. At last, he had accomplished his goal of surpassing Kakarot. Having triumphed over his opponent, Vegeta let out an exhilarated shout, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. At that moment, both warriors bore smiles upon their faces. Finally, it's over. Are those two perhaps a bit unhinged? Zilai mused from her seat on the sofa, struggling to comprehend the thoughts of the two Saiyans. One had emerged victorious, yet was filled with such fervor, while the other, having lost, could still manage a smile. Don't you agree, Broly? She intended to ask him. However, she noticed that Broly and Remo were weeping profusely, tears streaming down their faces. After all, men understand one another best. They both had a profound comprehension of Goku and Vegeta's sentiments. Men are truly perplexing creatures, Zilai sighed, unable to grasp their mindset. What could they possibly be thinking all day long? Meanwhile, in the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus suddenly rose from his seat. his body twitching as if jolted by electricity. She is. It was evident that Zilai had captivated Beerus deeply. This was precisely the type he found appealing. Oh my. Witnessing Beerus's reaction, Whis gasped in surprise, already aware that Beerus had developed feelings for Zilai. What is wrong with Lord Beerus? Goku inquired, puzzled. Gohan, Broly, and Vegeta also turned their attention toward him. Whis merely covered his face and replied, "It's nothing. Lord Beerus may just be experiencing a cramp." In the video, Whis' angelic staff continued to emit sounds incessantly. "Now, let us mend the battered ground," Whis said with a gentle smile, extending his hand, only to realize that his staff was not present. "Oh dear, where have I carelessly placed it?" Whis looked around, exclaiming, "Ah, there it is." He soon found his staff beneath a tree. However, before picking it up, he noticed it was ringing persistently. Someone had likely called multiple times. The scene shifted to Bulma's spaceship. After enduring a fierce battle, Trunks and the others had succumbed to exhaustion and were asleep on the ship. Gohan, cradling the slumbering Xiao Fong, couldn't help but reflect, unbeknownst to me, she has grown so much. Perhaps I have been overly focused on work. At last, you understand. Piccolo remarked, arms crossed over his chest, somewhat exasperated. Make sure to take some time to take Xiao Fong to the amusement park or somewhere fun. At that moment, while piloting the ship, Bulma suddenly noticed Whis' communicator ringing. What brings you here, Miss Bulma? Whis inquired. Bulma picked up the communicator, irritation evident in her voice. Your response has been exceedingly delayed, Whis. If Gohan hadn't broken through and mastered a new transformation, we all would have been slaughtered by Cell. How could I not be upset? My sincerest apologies, Whis responded promptly, genuinely remorseful. It was not my intention, I merely misplaced my angelic staff. Subsequently, he inquired, is there any exquisite cuisine to speak of? Well, it's passable, Bulma replied somewhat dismissively, but the dish has already gone cold. Perhaps we can discuss it another time. Goodbye. With that, Bulma ended the call. After all, the matter had been resolved, and there was little purpose in seeking out Whis now. Oh, what could possibly be the matter? Whis mused, his expression one of perplexity upon realizing the call had been terminated. At this juncture, the video faded into a black screen. Soon after, a mechanical voice echoed within the mind. The third episode of the Saiyan Transformation Review concludes here. Do not fret. We shall now transition to a combat review, featuring the beastly Gohan's divine technique. Upon hearing these two segments, a wave of astonishment swept over all beings and deities across the cosmos. After all, they were not only made aware of Gohan's new transformation, but were also intrigued by the subsequent phrase, divine technique. As the name suggests, the divine technique is a skill reserved solely for the gods. The prospect of witnessing the beastly Gohan's divine technique was enough to leave anyone in a state of awe. In the chat group, the following exchanges ensued. Zyampa, the combat review features beastly Gohan, the very transformation we just witnessed. Beautiful, the crux lies not here, but in the latter part, the divine technique. Helace, who possesses the divine technique? Or is it that Gohan is to engage in battle with one of our deities? Beautiful, the specifics of the divine technique remain unclear. Could it be that of the angels? Quitella, nonsense. It cannot possibly be the angels' divine technique. It must belong to one of our destroyers. Ramushi, I concur. He is either battling one of us destroyers or facing a substitute destroyer. Sidra, regardless. The power of Mr. Gohan, capable of rivaling a divine technique, is undoubtedly beyond comprehension. In that moment, all deities were inclined to agree with Ramushi's assertion. The divine technique referred to was indeed that of destruction. After all, the Ultra Instinct is the divine technique of the angels, and no matter how formidable Gohan may be, he could not possibly contend with an angel. Moreover, angels are prohibited from engaging in genuine combat with mortals. The notion of any individual mastering Ultra Instinct was as improbable as it gets. Destruction may be within reach, but Ultra Instinct is a formidable mastery. Even among many deities, few could even approach the threshold of mastering Ultra Instinct. Thus, they were convinced that Gohan was either to combat a destroyer or face a substitute destroyer, akin to Toppo from Universe 11. Chapter 161. What power does beastly Gohan truly possess? In the realm of the 7th universe, among the destroyers, Beerus pondered. Could it be that my future self will impart the art of destruction to one of these three? His gaze swept over Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. In his estimation, the likelihood of beastly Gohan engaging him in battle was rather slim. It is certain that he has imparted the power of destruction to one of the three, Goku, Broly, or Vegeta. As for who it may be, Beerus is currently contemplating earnestly. Goku, while he would like to see him become a god of destruction, possesses a temperament that is ill-suited for such a role. Thus, it comes down to Broly and Vegeta, both of whom are quite fitting to serve as a substitute god of destruction. But who will it ultimately be? I believe it shall be Mr. Vegeta, Whis remarked with a smile. This is his speculation on whom Beerus would choose between Broly and Vegeta to assume the role of substitute god of destruction. Though Broly's strength is formidable, he struggles to control the immense power within him. Should he become a god of destruction and wield additional destructive power, he would likely succumb to madness due to his inability to maintain control. Hence, he is not suitable for the position of a substitute god of destruction. Vegeta was taken aback. The future version of himself would become the substitute god of destruction for Universe 7. He had not entertained such a notion until now, but upon learning of it, he found the idea quite appealing. After all, mastering the power of destruction would undoubtedly enhance his strength. In that case, he would surely become the mightiest Saiyan. With the power of destruction combined with Super Saiyan 4, neither Kakarot nor Gohan, let alone Broly, would stand a chance against him. This implies that in the video, I will be battling Uncle Vegeta. Gohan pondered, scratching his head, a question mark hovering above him in confusion. It seems likely. Goku replied with a smile, his anticipation palpable. After all, the conclusion of the video just aired, showcasing Vegeta's victory over him, thus affirming his prowess. Therefore, the content of this video will feature the clash between Vegeta and Gohan. Who will emerge victorious? How intriguing. Beerus, too, is eagerly awaiting this showdown. Which is mightier, the Vegeta who wields destruction or the beastly Gohan? Meanwhile, in the depths of the 7th universe's hell, Frieza contemplated the words exchanged among the gods in the chat group. He turned to Cell and mused. The destruction wielded by the gods of destruction is but a divine technique. This means that Goku's son, Gohan, will soon engage in battle with a god of destruction. The sheer magnitude of his power had reached such heights that Frieza found it difficult to accept. Despite his grand ambition to surpass all gods and become the ultimate being, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. He understood all too well that he had not yet fully matured and was not a match for a god of destruction. Gods of destruction possess the power to obliterate anything with but a thought. They are formidable entities. The fact that Gohan could contend against one of them was astonishing. Do not fret, Frieza. It may not necessarily be a god, Cell remarked, arms crossed and chuckling lightly. Did you not see what was mentioned in the chat group? It could also be a confrontation with a substitute god of destruction who wields the power of destruction. Regardless of whose son Gohan ultimately engages in battle, I am filled with anticipation for that confrontation. It will provide me with a clearer understanding of the formidable power possessed by Beast Gohan. The more Cell spoke, the more exhilarated he became, his fists clenched tightly. Upon his resurrection, there will undoubtedly be a life-or-death struggle between him and Son Gohan. At that juncture, it will be either Son Gohan's demise or Cell's. Thus, it is crucial for Cell to comprehend the extent of Beast Gohan's strength, to grasp its magnitude. More importantly, this knowledge will not only intensify Cell's desire to grow stronger, but also amplify his resolve to eliminate Son Gohan. As long as those filthy monkeys remain alive, they will only become increasingly perilous. Frieza scoffed, his eyes brimming with malevolent hatred. Upon his revival, he is determined to annihilate Son Goku and his fellow Saiyans, ensuring they do not survive, nor will he grant them any opportunity for growth. Through video analysis, Frieza has witnessed the sheer terror of the Saiyans, validating Vegeta's assertion that they are indeed limitless. If left unchecked, they will continuously surpass all boundaries, ultimately transcending everything. Frieza will not permit such an occurrence. He will not allow it. In the blink of an eye, a minute passed. The video screen, which had descended into darkness, suddenly brightened again. Everyone knew that the combat analysis was about to commence. Thus, they all focused their attention on the video display, filled with eager anticipation. After all, Beast Gohan was set to battle a deity or a substitute deity wielding divine techniques. The very thought of such a spectacular confrontation was exhilarating. Following the Cell incident, a caption accompanied by audio slowly drifted across the video screen, and soon the footage began to play. On the streets of the city, a car adorned with the red ribbon logo hovered through the air. Inside were Kamian and Android 15, who had just attended the funeral of the esteemed Commander Marzanda. As 15 drove, he remarked, the funeral of such a high-profile corporate leader was rather understated, wasn't it? There was no choice, Kamian replied, gazing out the window. If it had been too extravagant, the police would have come sniffing around. After all, they created quite the debacle. The ultimate android, Cell, had nearly obliterated the entire planet. Mr. Camion, has the Red Ribbon Army been completely destroyed? Android 15 could not help but inquire. Their secret base has been reduced to ashes, and the army is in disarray. You must understand, those soldiers who have witnessed Son Gohan's power do not dare to remain in the Red Ribbon Army any longer. After all, who would wish to oppose a group of Saiyans possessing the power to annihilate planets? Life is of utmost importance. Survival is paramount. Chapter 162. What a splendid battle suit. Number 15 shared the same sentiment, feeling reluctant to continue, sensing that persistence could lead to imminent death. Yet, we still possess funds and resources, Kamine remarked, revealing his enduring ambition and desire for world domination. Wait, are you contemplating the re-establishment of the Legion? Number 15 inquired. Coming to a realization, Kamine scoffed, crossing his arms in frustration. With such formidable beings watching, what good would that do? What monstrous creatures they are, it drives me mad. So, in the end, it was Piccolo and Gohan who defeated Cell? Number 15 asked curiously. Who knows? Kamine replied, uncertain, we departed before Cell awakened. Hence we did not witness it firsthand. However, if they indeed vanquish Cell, one thing is certain. He paused, his tone shifting to one of gravity. As long as they remain alive, the reconstruction of the Red Ribbon Army is a futile endeavor. At that moment, the vehicle abruptly halted, seemingly caught in traffic. What is happening? Is there an accident? Kamine queried, furrowing his brow. Number 15 noticed two figures darting ahead. It was the Saiyan Superman confronting criminals. Kamine exited the car to observe. The Saiyan Superman was none other than Trunks. As a Saiyan, dispatching a few ordinary criminals posed no challenge for him. With a few deft punches, he subdued them effortlessly. In fact, a mere flick of his fingers sent the largest of the criminals soaring into the sky, allowing him to experience the sensation of flight. This scene left Kamine utterly astounded. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, this is my future self, Trunks remarked. Not in excitement, but rather with disdain as he viewed himself on the screen. What is up with that outfit? It's so hideous. How could my future self wear that? The aesthetic sensibilities of young Trunks differed greatly from those of his adult self. To him, the Saiyan Superman's battle attire appeared remarkably unattractive, almost unbearable to behold. It's the battle suit worn by Gohan, Goten said, glancing at Bulma with a grin. This set must have been crafted by Aunt Bulma. I think it looks rather cool. The Sun family's unique taste found this battle garb quite appealing. Well, it's alright, Goten acknowledged. Even if the battle suit was made by Bulma herself, she couldn't possibly appreciate it. What is so great about it? It pales in comparison to the suit that Vegeta wears. It seems that in the future, Trunks and Goten have also become the Saiyan Supermen, safeguarding the city and protecting humanity. With these two Saiyan Supermen around, Krillin stated, hands on his hips and a smile on his face. I reckon we might not even need police anymore. After all, Goten and Trunks could effortlessly handle any criminals that arise, even if they don't train. With their combined strength, resolving matters concerning ordinary individuals is as effortless as a mere flick of a finger. The recent video exemplifies this perfectly. The most robust of the criminals was effortlessly sent soaring into the sky with just a gentle nudge from Trunks' finger. This is indeed remarkable. Piccolo, arms crossed, gazed at Trunks and Goten, reiterating that they must diligently carve out time for their training. It is imperative that they do not neglect their cultivation, such as Piccolo's conviction. After all, dealing with common criminals poses no challenge for Goten and Trunks, offering them little opportunity for growth. Thus, it is crucial that they allocate time for training, otherwise, their prowess would inevitably diminish day by day. Meanwhile, at the Red Ribbon base, I really am dead, Meruz exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief at the events unfolding in the video. Through the conversation between Cam and number 15, she learned that she had indeed perished. They had just attended her own funeral. At least we have foreknowledge of what is to come, Cam remarked, looking at Meruz. What is certain is that unless we eliminate those individuals, our aspiration to conquer the world will never be realized. The question of how to annihilate them posed a significant dilemma for Meruz, a formidable challenge indeed. How to eradicate Gohan and those Saiyans? This was an enigma. Cam bowed his head, enveloped in silence. The fundamental issue remains that they could never hope to defeat the Saiyans. Dr. Hito, now aware of the truth, would undoubtedly refrain from assisting them in creating Cell, further diminishing their already slim chances of overcoming Gohan and his Saiyan allies. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, What an impressive battle outfit. Gabe exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. He had never encountered such a striking ensemble. Reminiscent of a superhero. What an aesthetic. It looks utterly ridiculous, Kale interjected, dousing Gabe's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Frustrated, Gabe shot Kale a fierce glare but refrained from engaging in a quarrel. It was simply unnecessary. At that moment, Gabe was intent on watching the video, unwilling to squander time bickering with Kale. Returning to the video, the two criminals, realizing they could not overpower Trunks unarmed, retrieved handguns and aimed them at him. In their perception, no human could withstand bullets. Even the world champion, Mr. Satan, would falter. Yet, their assumptions were swiftly shattered. Trunks effortlessly caught every bullet fired at him with his bare hands. Then, with a swift motion, he appeared behind the two criminals, incapacitating them with a precise chop to the neck. At this moment, he calculated that the timing was right. He raised his hands just in time to catch the criminal who had been sent flying into the sky. The remaining robbers had also been dealt with. At this juncture, a voice resonated from the galaxy. A solitary criminal was hurled out, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Then, Son Goten emerged from the bank, bearing two unconscious criminals upon his shoulders. Their long-awaited mission concluded rather abruptly. The adversaries proved to be exceedingly feeble. Trunks felt a twinge of discontent. After finally being deployed, he was taken aback by the enemy's lack of strength. It was resolved in a matter of mere moments, leaving him utterly bored and devoid of excitement. Carmine gazed at Trunks and Son Goten in disbelief. Did you see that? Such terrifying power. Perhaps we could enlist their assistance. In that instant, a new notion took root in Carmine's mind. Chapter 163. Trunks clenched his fists, contemplating the possibility of using the power of Son Goten and himself to vanquish Gohan. He was oblivious to the intricate relationships among Goten, Trunks, and Gohan. Subsequently, they supervised the cleanup of the street before the police arrived, preparing to return to school. At that moment, Carmine cautiously approached. Could we perhaps have a brief discussion? How about grabbing a pizza? Son Goten and Trunks exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Carmine's intentions. As for Carmine's affiliation with the Red Ribbon Army, they were unaware. In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, it became evident that the intention was to exploit Goten and Trunks' power to defeat Gohan. Krillin couldn't suppress a chuckle, unaware of the connections between Goten, Trunks, and Gohan. The idea of utilizing them against Gohan was laughable. It seemed Carmine had failed to recognize Goten and Trunks. Piccolo found the scenario intriguing, eagerly anticipating the moment Goten and Trunks would meet Gohan, realizing he was the villain Carmine had mentioned. The potential for hilarity was immense. Attempting to deceive me and Goten. That guy is truly despicable. Trunks clenched his fists, harboring a strong aversion towards Carmine. Not only had he deceived Dr. Hito, but he now dared to scheme against Goten and him, expecting their cooperation to eliminate Gohan. Just for that, Trunks had already begun to contemplate a visit to the Red Ribbon base to eradicate the entire army. He's simply too wicked. Goten echoed his frustration, incensed by the thought of being pitted against his brother and father. If I ever cross paths with them, I will not show them any mercy. Meanwhile, within the Red Ribbon base, Carmine and Soldier 15 exchanged bewildered glances, both trapped in a state of confusion. To their astonishment, they had failed to recognize each other's identities in the video. Son Goku's son, Gohan's brother, Son Goten, and the son of Vegeta and the world's wealthiest woman, Bulma, Trunks. They had even sought out these two, intending to deceive them into eliminating Gohan. Yet, should their deception succeed, once they encountered Gohan, who would truly be the one to be vanquished? This need not be stated. It is finished, utterly concluded, a veritable path to self-destruction. In the 7th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, it is amusing that they have resorted to enlisting Goten and Trunks to defeat Gohan. Goku could not contain his laughter, for it was truly absurd that they would choose Goten and Trunks. What is most surprising is that Camion and Android 15 failed to recognize the identities of Goten and Trunks. These two nefarious individuals still harbor ambitions of dominating Earth. Gohan, incensed, felt compelled to teach Camion and Android 15 a lesson they would not soon forget, ensuring they would think twice before aspiring to rule over Earth again. Given their current capabilities, should they engage Gohan in battle, they would undoubtedly meet their end with a single strike. Vegeta pondered this matter with utmost seriousness. If Goten and Trunks were indeed to confront Gohan, what would the outcome be? As he surmised, Gohan could likely defeat Goten and Trunks with but one blow. It was not merely that Goten and Trunks had grown complacent and had not trained regularly, thereby weakening their powers. Crucially, during the battle against Cell, Gohan had mastered a transformation into a beastly form. With that formidable strength at his disposal, vanquishing Goten and Trunks would be a trivial endeavor, requiring not more than a solitary strike. As the scene shifted, they found themselves in a pizzeria, indulging in pizza. Kamian employed the same old tactics he had used to deceive Dr. Hito, attempting to trick Goten and Trunks. "So, you wish us to assist in defeating the villains, correct?" "Sir?" Trunks inquired, munching on pizza. Meanwhile, Goten sipped his cola, engrossed in his mobile device. "Of course, any amount is acceptable," Kamian exclaimed excitedly, for they were not lacking in funds. Little did he know that Trunks was the son of the wealthy Bulma. Primarily, Kamian did not immediately recognize Trunks due to his masked superhero attire. "We don't want any money, do we, number two?" Number two referred to Goten, a designation they used in the presence of others. Trunks was number one, while Goten was number two. "Well, that wouldn't seem very heroic," Goten concurred, insisting they could not accept payment. "Heroes do not charge for vanquishing villains. Such acts should be altruistic." "I share your sentiment," Trunks nodded. "We must aid those in need." Seeing that money could not entice Goten and Trunks, Kamian contemplated a different approach, resorting to provocation. "I see, you must be afraid, right? Playing the part of fearless heroes. Yet in truth, you are hesitant to confront those stronger than yourselves, aren't you?" This remark instantly ignited anger in Goten and Trunks, causing them to abandon their pizza and cola, now entirely disinterested in their meal. "Ah, this villain I mentioned poses a threat to everyone," Kamian continued to assert. Trunks, unable to contain his frustration, slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. "Listen, no one can threaten us. We are not afraid of those who dare to claim superiority over us. It's utterly laughable. No need to force it," Kamian provocatively continued. "I know you despise taking risks. It seems you are unaware of our true might." Goten interjected, "Do we need to demonstrate this?" Trunks directly inquired, "Tell us who the villain we need to eliminate is." His meaning unmistakable, eager to prove his and Goten's prowess. The two agreed to Kamian's request, who then, much like he had deceived Dr. Hito before, began to mislead Goten and Trunks. He spoke of Gohan and his companions as a mysterious evil organization plotting to dominate the world. Eventually, Goten and Trunks found themselves in Kamian's vehicle, preparing to embark on their mission. Chapter 164. Anger is not a bad thing. The scene shifted to Universe 7, the realm of the Destroyer Gods, specifically Beerus's planet. Upon arrival, they witnessed Broly unleashing his full power in a fierce assault against Vegeta, indicating that their battle training was in full swing. Unfazed by Broly's onslaught, Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk. With a graceful leap, he evaded Broly's attack entirely. But the encounter was far from over. As Broly found himself behind Vegeta, the latter delivered a powerful kick to Broly's neck, the impact resonating with a deafening boom. The force sent Broly crashing into a massive boulder. Just as Vegeta landed back on the ground, Broly erupted from the smoke, energy spheres coalescing in his hands, unleashing Vegeta's signature technique, the Prince's Assault, sending a barrage of energy blasts toward Vegeta, who remained relaxed and unyielding, showing no inclination to evade. In an astonishing display of skill, he effortlessly deflected each incoming energy blast with a mere flick of his hand, leaving Broly astonished at how easily his attacks were repelled. Seizing the moment of Broly's surprise, Vegeta swiftly positioned himself behind Broly and, without uttering a single word, delivered a powerful kick that sent Broly hurtling toward the ground. In the realm of the Destroyer Gods, Vegeta couldn't help but smirk as he watched the video of himself, noticing how effortlessly he subdued Broly, even playfully toying with him during their fight, an ability that seemed beyond his current capability. After defeating me, he moved on to battle Broly. Is Vegeta truly planning to conquer Broly as well? Goku pondered, observing the footage of Vegeta with a sense of intrigue. If he manages to defeat Broly, then Vegeta will indeed be the strongest Saiyan, surpassing not only me, but Broly as well. Soon, I shall demonstrate in the video that I am indeed the mightiest Saiyan. And Vegeta is growing increasingly pleased with himself. Indeed, having defeated Kakarot and subsequently vanquished the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, he positions himself as the strongest Saiyan. Who else could possibly contend with him? But there is Gohan. Suddenly, Son Goku recalled that the power of Beast Gohan is exceedingly formidable. Vegeta has yet to face Beast Gohan. Without defeating Gohan, he cannot substantiate his claim of being the mightiest Saiyan. Could it be that Whis was truly correct? Beerus pondered over this statement. If he were to impart the power of destruction to Vegeta, allowing him to become a substitute god of destruction, then the ensuing battle would indeed pit Beast Gohan's divine techniques against the might of Vegeta, who has mastered the power of destruction. If I were to harness the power of destruction, Gohan would stand no chance against me, Vegeta declared with utmost confidence. The version of him in the video is already incredibly powerful. Should he unleash the power of destruction, he would undoubtedly become even stronger. Even Beast Gohan would not be able to prevail against him. It is safe to announce that the strongest Saiyan will undoubtedly be he, Vegeta. In Universe 7, Frieza is now filled with apprehension. Could it be that Vegeta has truly mastered the power of destruction? He knows all too well that Vegeta harbors a deep desire to eliminate him. If Vegeta is destined to wield the power of destruction in the future, he must be resurrected soon to eliminate Vegeta. He cannot afford to wait until Vegeta fully masters this power. As it stands, this is the situation. Cell nodded. The video showcased a battle with Broly, following the previous video where he triumphed over Son Goku. With Broly defeated, the only remaining opponent for Vegeta would be Son Gohan, who has just mastered the new transformation of Beast Gohan. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero sat upon a stone, intently observing the video of Broly, his fists clenched tightly, a frenzied smile of excitement gracing his face. If only I could obtain the cells of the legendary Super Saiyan. If I were to acquire his cells, perhaps I could create a truly ultimate android. Even that Saiyan, Son Gohan, would stand no chance against an ultimate android crafted from Broly's cells. Indeed, Dr. Gero has conceived yet another brilliant plan. However, before executing this flawless scheme, he faces a significant obstacle: how to resurrect himself and escape from this wretched hell. If this issue remains unresolved, he shall never be reborn, never collect Broly's cells, and never create an android capable of defeating Son Gohan. As for why Dr. Gero is so fixated on defeating Son Gohan, it is because Gohan has obliterated Cell on 2 occasions. Once, the ultimate android cell that he created, and once, the ultimate android cell crafted by his grandson, Dr. Hito. Thus, Dr. Gero's obsession with eliminating Son Gohan is profoundly rooted in his desire for vengeance. In pursuit of creating an ultimate artificial being capable of vanquishing Son Gohan, the scene unfolds with Broly, enraged after being slammed to the ground. With a fierce punch, he strikes the earth. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly appears behind him, placing a hand on Broly's shoulder and tauntingly remarks, "Are you getting angry, Broly?" Provoked, Broly swiftly turns to deliver a punch towards Vegeta. Unfortunately, his speed is slightly insufficient. Vegeta deftly leaps back, creating a distance of several meters between them. Broly, undeterred, charges towards Vegeta. Vegeta halts, bracing himself to face Broly's impending assault. As Broly's fist hurtles towards him, surprisingly, Vegeta neither evades nor counters with his own fist. Instead, he stands firm, accepting Broly's punch with his head. The force of the blow is considerable, and one can see Vegeta's entire body tensing, blood trickling from the impact on his head. Despite sustaining an injury, a smile of exhilaration graces Vegeta's lips, leaving Broly momentarily bewildered. Anger, it seems, is not a detriment. Vegeta looks up at Broly, proclaiming, "Anger is the source of a Saiyan's power. Your dilemma lies in losing yourself within that fury." Just as he finishes speaking, Vegeta clenches his fists, unleashing a powerful transformation into a Super Saiyan. The sudden surge of energy catches Broly off guard, sending him reeling. Once steadied, Broly observes Vegeta smiling at him and says, "Do not suppress your anger. Rather, learn to control it." With that, Vegeta charges at Broly once more. Chapter 165. What is suppression? What is control in his ordinary state? Broly had already been subdued, his unawakened power contained. Now, transformed into a Super Saiyan, his strength surpasses Broly's. A series of simple attacks proves difficult for Broly to defend against, culminating in a punch from Vegeta that lands squarely in his abdomen. Pain radiates throughout Broly's entire being as he reflects on Vegeta's words, "Do not suppress your anger, control it." Drawing strength from his fury, Broly grits his teeth and pushes through the pain, launching a powerful punch forward. Vegeta effortlessly dodges, a satisfied smile adorning his face. That's it. Learn to control the power of your anger rather than suppressing it. In the 7th universe, within the realm of destruction, it becomes clear that Vegeta is imparting wisdom to Broly. Goku, hands on his hips, chuckles as he realizes the true nature of their engagement. Initially, he believed that the clash between Vegeta and Broly was a contest to determine superiority, akin to his previous bouts with Vegeta. However, the reality is that Vegeta is guiding Broly on mastering his own strength, a training session aimed at helping Broly harness his power. Do not suppress your anger, control it. Broly, scratching his head in confusion, clearly struggles to comprehend the meaning behind these words. What oppression, what control, I ponder. Son Gohan nearly comprehended the essence of Vegeta's message in the video. He turned to Broly, smiling as he elucidated. Uncle Vegeta wishes to convey to you that your approach is misguided. You have been preoccupied with evading the clutches of your anger, believing that by doing so, you can maintain your composure. However, this is an entirely erroneous path. What you ought to do is embrace your anger and learn to harness it. Ultimately, transform that fury into a power that you can wield at will. That is indeed correct, Whis nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Son Gohan's interpretation of Vegeta's words. If Broly continues to suppress his rage, he will never master his strength. To achieve control, one must first adapt. Thus, Broly must not stifle his anger. He must embrace it. Gradually, within that anger, he must learn to adapt and ultimately gain mastery over it. Then, I shall give it a try. I will strive to succeed, Broly declared, clenching his fists, determined to seize control of his power, not only to vanquish malevolence, but also to ensure that he does not inadvertently harm those around him in moments of lost reason. In the video, as Broly unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, Vegeta defended himself while retreating. He even found time to taunt. What's the matter? Are you afraid of losing control and holding back your true power? Below, observing the aerial confrontation, Goku clasped his hands behind his head and sighed. It seems Broly has once again lost his composure. He still has much to learn. Do you feel that way? Whis interjected suddenly. Nevertheless, Mr. Broly is indeed making progress. In the air, Vegeta perched atop a tree trunk as Broly charged at him with full force. Just as Broly approached, Vegeta leaped away. Although Broly's movements were somewhat clumsy, nearly colliding with the trunk, he managed to adjust his posture to avoid the impact and redirected his momentum to pursue Vegeta anew. As the distance between them diminished, Vegeta raised his hand and released an energy blast, which Broly effortlessly swatted away. Following this, Broly lunged at Vegeta with his head. Fortunately, Vegeta reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to block the impact of Broly's headbutt. To evade being caught by Broly, Vegeta vanished in a flash. Broly landed back on the ground, scanning left and right in search of Vegeta. Naturally, relying solely on his eyesight was futile. He could not locate Vegeta, who was concealing himself in the shadows. After a moment of calm reflection, Broly employed his learned sensory abilities to detect Vegeta's presence. Vegeta was hidden behind a large tree not far away. Soon, Broly sensed Vegeta's energy and lifted his hand to unleash an energy blast in that direction. Boom! In the instant of the explosion, Vegeta had already vacated the area. Upon witnessing the scene, Broly immediately unleashed a flurry of energy blasts directed at Vegeta. In the realm of the God of Destruction of Universe 7, Goku scratched his head, gazing at the video of Broly and pondered aloud, is it merely my illusion, or does it seem that Broly is gradually mastering his emotions? He discerned that Broly in the footage was not deliberately suppressing his fury. Instead, he had not succumbed to irrationality. On the contrary, Broly appeared to be incrementally harnessing a portion of his anger, indicating that he was gaining control over the power that stemmed from his wrath. It is no illusion. Whis nodded in agreement, his demeanor cheerful. Broly is indeed learning to regulate his emotions. Mr. Vegeta's guidance has proven exceptionally effective. Moreover, in the video, Mr. Vegeta is continually steering Broly, assisting him in managing his feelings. If this continues, it is reasonable to believe that it will not be long before Mr. Broly can fully master his emotions and, consequently, his power. Can I truly achieve this? Broly exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. He too had realized that, despite the anger that had awakened a fragment of his Super Saiyan power, he had not lost his composure. In fact, he was able to calmly sense Vegeta's energy to locate him, demonstrating that he was indeed making strides in controlling his emotions. Indeed, I expected nothing less from myself. Vegeta smirked, his confidence soaring. The future version of himself not only possessed immense strength, surpassing and defeating Kakarot, but was also well-versed in the art of power and emotional regulation. He could aid Broly in mastering his own emotions and strength, powerful, capable, astute. Who else could lay claim to the title of the strongest Saiyan? Chapter 166. The Dark Form in the Realm of the God of Destruction of Universe 11. Damn it. Is that Broly truly on the verge of mastering his emotions and power? The beautiful being exclaimed, clearly wishing for such an outcome to remain elusive. After all, Broly's inability to control his strength signified that he could not wield that power at will. Once unleashed, regardless of whether allies or foes stood nearby, all would be deemed threats in his eyes. Thus, from the perspective of the beautiful being, while Broly's strength was formidable, it posed a lesser threat than that of the wild Gohan. However, should he learn to control his emotions and power, his threat level would escalate exponentially, giving rise to an adversary that even Jiren could not confidently overcome. Not so easily, dear, Margarita reassured, her concern not yet heightened. After all, Broly was merely beginning to grasp the reins of his emotions and power. Yet, this was a far cry from the full extent of his capabilities. Achieving complete control was not a task to be accomplished in a mere day or two. It would be best if this Broly never learns to master his emotions and power, the beautiful being stated, clenching his fists, visibly displeased. He did not wish for the 11th universe to contend with yet another colossal threat, an enemy that even Jiren would find challenging to vanquish. That is indeed quite unfortunate. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, one must confront their own power to truly master it. Suppressing one's anger deliberately, evading it, and rejecting the very force that rightfully belongs to oneself will only lead to further deviation and distance from one's true self. Mr. Vegeta's insight is truly commendable, remarked Goku with genuine admiration. Were he watching a video of Vegeta instructing Broly in such a manner, he would undoubtedly be inclined to applaud him. This notion is remarkably profound and applicable to anyone. One should never entertain thoughts of evasion. Such avoidance resolves nothing. Returning to the video, Vegeta soon stood before Broly. In an instant, both charged at each other, striking simultaneously with their fists. Eventually, they each caught the other's punch with their opposite hand. Broly has indeed managed to maintain his sense of self while engaging in battle, Goku exclaimed with excitement. Finally, he witnessed Broly's progress. Whis, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled and remarked that this was merely the beginning of his training. Goku blinked in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend Whis' words. Meanwhile, Vegeta voluntarily reverted to his normal form and addressed Broly, stating, "Maintaining your sense of self during combat is indeed impressive. However, it appears you are still unable to unleash your true power. Thus, you remain inadequate. What should I do?" Broly inquired, genuinely perplexed about how to better control his emotions and power. "Seek the answers yourself," Vegeta replied, crossing his arms over his chest in frustration. He would not divulge everything to Broly. Such matters must be explored through personal experience. The only guidance he could offer was to not suppress anger, but to learn to control it. Perhaps it resembles the feeling we experienced when we first transformed into Super Saiyans, Goku interjected, sharing his thoughts. Broly remained utterly bewildered, unaware of what it felt like for Goku and the others during their initial transformation. At that moment, Remo approached, providing each of the three with a bottle of water. While handing Broly his drink, he made sure to offer words of encouragement. "Ah, you all seem so carefree," Sai remarked, observing the relaxed trio as they enjoyed their water. "Do not forget, Frieza could appear at any moment. What will you do then? His black form is no laughing matter, is it?" This statement immediately captured the attention of Goku and the others from Universe 7. The black form? From what they had gathered in the video, Frieza should only possess a golden transformation. Golden Frieza? What then is this black form? In the aftermath of the golden transformation, Frieza has attained an entirely new form. The black form. Krillin shuddered involuntarily at the mere thought of it, cold sweat beading on his back and forehead. It was not merely the fact that Frieza had once taken his life, more significantly, the terrifying power displayed by Golden Frieza in previously viewed videos was etched in everyone's minds. Golden Frieza possessed strength that rivaled that of Goku in his Super Saiyan God Blue form, which only affirms that Frieza's new black form must surpass even the Golden one. How dreadfully formidable Frieza has become. To surpass Goku and Vegeta, mastering a transformation was insufficient. Now he has unveiled yet another. Bulma, too, was gripped by fear. The implications of the Black Frieza, as alluded to by Zillai, suggested that neither Vegeta nor Goku could contend with him. Could it be that even Broly would falter against this black form? Piccolo pondered this troubling thought, furrowing his brow in concern. Initially, he had dismissed Frieza's claims of growing stronger in the depths of hell as mere fabrications. However, it now appeared that Frieza was indeed telling the truth. He had genuinely mastered a formidable transformation and emerged to eliminate Goku and his companions. In Universe 7, amidst the realm of destruction, Goku gazed quizzically at the video display, realizing that Frieza had acquired yet another transformation following his golden state. It seems so, Dad, Gohan affirmed with a nod. As they evolved, it became evident that Frieza, the notorious villain, was also growing stronger, driven by the desire to surpass and annihilate them. Vegeta clenched his fists, disdain radiating from him as he declared, "This black form, should I encounter him, I will obliterate him." Broly echoed his sentiment, seething with anger at the mention of Frieza. After all, in the video recap, Frieza had ruthlessly killed his father, Paragus, to force Broly to unleash his full power. Thus, Broly harbored a deep-seated loathing for Frieza, vowing to eradicate him upon sight. The black form. I wonder if this video will showcase Frieza's new transformation, Beerus mused, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the black form's true strength. According to Zillai's remarks, it appeared that Black Frieza might indeed eclipse both Goku and Vegeta in power. Whis nodded in agreement, asserting that the video recap would inevitably feature Frieza's black form, considering the numerous transformations presented that Goku and his allies had yet to master. Chapter 167, truly remarkable in the depths of Universe 7's hell. Frieza's lips curled into a sly smile, his interest piqued. Currently, I have only mastered the golden form. It seems this black form awaits its unveiling. It appears that my black transformation may surpass even that of Goku and Vegeta. Shiro gazed at Frieza, pondering the veracity of the situation. I believe it to be true. How could Frieza possibly doubt his own strength? With his fists tightly clenched and an arrogant smirk adorning his face, he declared, "To vanquish those wretched monkeys, I have devoted myself to enhancing my power. The golden form, the black form. These are merely skills I have acquired to defeat those loathsome monkeys. Now that I am aware of this in advance, my next objective shall be the black form, which I shall dub Black Gold Frieza." Upon hearing Zillai's words, Son Goku fell into deep contemplation. After a brief silence, a smile suddenly illuminated his face. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. I know he is a villain, yet he leaves a lasting impression. To surpass us, he has exerted such effort in his training. Suddenly, Beerus let out a cold snort, capturing Son Goku's attention. "What is it, Lord Beerus?" he inquired, turning to face him. "In this world, there will always be someone stronger than you," Beerus remarked nonchalantly while fishing. "So why bother training? When you surpass me, I shall recommend you as the next god of destruction. I've mentioned before that this role is ill-suited for me." Son Goku replied with a hint of exasperation, clearly uninterested in the position of a god of destruction. Beerus disregarded his comment and turned to Whis. "By the way, Whis, I have heard that Earth is facing trouble once again." "Indeed, a creature named Shiro has emerged, posing a threat to the planet," Whis confirmed with a nod. "Is that so? How did they manage to resolve it?" Beerus inquired. "It was Mr. Goku's son, alongside Mr. Piccolo from Namek and others, who triumphed over him," Whis responded. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression shifted to one of bemusement. "Goku has a son? He is already a father?" This revelation startled Son Goku as well. How could Beerus forget that he already had 2 sons and a granddaughter? "Have you forgotten, Gohan?" Whis inquired. "I have no recollection," Beerus replied after a moment of reflection. At this juncture, Vegeta interjected, "According to Bulma, Gohan even surpassed us in this battle." "Really? I wish I could have witnessed that," Son Goku said with his hands on his hips, smiling. "I must have been too busy battling Vegeta to sense his energy." Son Goku's remark provided Vegeta with yet another opportunity to boast. Folding his arms, he smirked and said, "Indeed, that was the battle in which you lost to me," dragging out the last word for emphasis. Son Goku appeared exasperated. Was it really necessary to highlight that? In the chat group, the conversation continued. Zyampa. "So, the strongest Saiyan now is neither Vegeta nor Broly, but Son Goku's son, Gohan." Hiles, "Perhaps that is the case. But I can't shake the feeling that Beast Gohan's power doesn't quite measure up to that of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly." Ramsey, "Only time will tell. One thing is certain. The strength of these Saiyans is hardly inferior to that of we destroyers." Beerus, "That is not quite accurate. It's not you. But among you, they are indeed formidable." Quitella, "Your words are quite irksome, Beerus." Beerus, "Am I not speaking the truth?" With just a few remarks, Quitella was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Naturally, the other destroyers shared a growing disdain for Beerus. Yet, there was no denying the veracity of his statements. He stood unparalleled among the destroyers, a force few could hope to match. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the destroyers, as Beerus mentioned, he intends to recommend Kakarot as the next destroyer. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Goku, clearly taken aback by this proclamation. After all, he believed he should be the one to inherit the power of destruction and become the substitute destroyer. How could Beerus suggest Kakarot for such a role? Did it mean he himself had not attained the powers of a destroyer and was not to be the substitute for the seventh universe? Who could say? Goku shrugged helplessly, finding it all incomprehensible. Was it possible that Vegeta truly had been made the substitute destroyer? He was eager to uncover the truth. Just keep watching, and you shall find out, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. Instead of speculating endlessly, it would be more prudent to observe and glean understanding from the unfolding events. Gohan, glancing at the barrage of messages in the chat group, scratched his head in confusion and voiced his uncertainty. Is what Bulma Annie said true or false? As Beast Gohan, I have surpassed Dad and Uncle Vegeta. He found it hard to believe such a feat was conceivable. Although the Beast Gohan transformation was immensely powerful, how could someone who hardly trained outstrip Goku and Vegeta? After all, the videos clearly showcased Goku and Vegeta diligently honing their skills in the realm of the destroyers. Thus, how could a sudden breakthrough allow him to surpass them? It was puzzling. Goku chuckled and replied, regardless, let us keep watching. The truth will soon be revealed. However, despite his words, Goku couldn't shake the thought that Bulma's claims might not be entirely unfounded. As Gohan's father, he was acutely aware of his son's potential and strength. Even without rigorous training, it was conceivable that, driven by sheer rage, Beast Gohan could indeed surpass the versions of himself and Vegeta in the video, emerging as the mightiest Saiyan. Returning to the video, the scene shifted from the realm of the destroyers back to Earth. Goten gazed out the window, taking in the familiar route they were traversing, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. We're almost at my brother's house. Really? Trunks replied, equally perplexed. How could we be nearing Gohan's house? Is it possible that the villain is lurking nearby? Chapter 168. Is it another attempt to kidnap my Xiao Fang? That shouldn't be the case. If there were, Brother Gohan would undoubtedly expose and eliminate the villain. Nevertheless, let us proceed to investigate. Have we arrived? Is this the villain's hideout? Carmine inquired, feigning ignorance while gazing at Gohan's house ahead. Yes, indeed, replied soldier number 15. Upon halting the vehicle, Carmine was filled with exhilaration. This is fantastic. Call him out, soldier number 15. I'll go, soldier number 15 stammered, clearly apprehensive. After all, the last encounter with Piccolo while searching for Gohan had left him shaken. Gohan's furious outburst had been terrifying enough to nearly frighten him into submission. Do not worry. We have the Saiyan superhero, Carmine reassured with a smile. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Goten and Trunks, seated anxiously in the back of the vehicle, were already on edge. They even shielded their faces with their hands, fearing recognition. After all, they had believed that a villain was lurking near Gohan's residence. Little did they know, the villain Carmine and soldier number 15 spoke of was none other than their own brother Gohan. Upon realizing this, many were unable to contain their amusement, and the chat group buzzed with excitement once more. Piccolo, poor soldier number 15. He'll likely be reduced to his knees by Gohan's power again. Krillin, haha, how unrelenting you Red Ribbon Army folks are, daring to target Gohan. Trunks, exactly. And you even involved Goten and me. We'll surely be scolded by brother Gohan. Goten, how outrageous. You dare label Gohan as a villain? I hope I don't run into you in real life. Hellies, among humans, there exists some wretched folly. Gohan, teach them a lesson with your grace. Soldier number 15, please, don't trouble me. I'm genuinely frightened. I just want to be a good person now. Carmine, you traitor. Zampa, I'm more curious about who Beast Gohan will battle. Could it be that Vegeta has mastered destruction? Frieza is dead. What Beast Gohan? My black form is undoubtedly superior. I wonder if this video will showcase my black form. I am quite eager to see it. In the 7th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. Curse that Frieza. He is feeling so smug again. Vegeta scowled, his fists clenched as he observed the comments from Frieza in the chat. He did not wish to see Frieza so pleased. However, according to the words spoken by Zyle in the video, the black form might indeed surpass both him and Kakarot, possibly even outclassing Broly. Frieza was training diligently to become stronger. We four must also strive to improve, Goku remarked cheerfully. He was not concerned in the slightest about Frieza's black form. On the contrary, he was quite looking forward to that transformation. Indeed, I will do my best, Gohan affirmed with a nod. Broly followed suit, nodding in agreement. one must diligently cultivate strength, for one cannot afford to be weaker than the black form of Frieza. Should they prove inferior to Frieza, who knows what dreadful acts that villain might perpetrate? Regardless of what gold or black form it may take, Vegeta snorted disdainfully, raising his fist with utmost seriousness. When Frieza is resurrected, he shall encounter me, Vegeta. At that moment, I shall ensure he regrets ever being brought back to life. For now, Frieza remains unrevived, and there is ample time for training. Vegeta does not believe Frieza will surpass him upon his return. Back in the video, even with Goten and Trunks present, 15 hesitated to approach. With an awkward chuckle, he muttered, "But I suffered last time." "Coward," he scoffed, prompting Kamian to exit the vehicle and retrieve Gohan. Naturally, he refrained from ringing the doorbell or knocking on the window. Instead, he brandished his handgun, firing a barrage at Gohan's residence. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. At that moment, Goten and Trunks widened their eyes in sheer panic. What is happening? Soon, Gohan burst through the window. Upon seeing him, Kamian raised his weapon and aimed at Gohan. Unfortunately, could mere bullets harm a Saiyan? Gohan effortlessly deflected all the projectiles with a single finger, leaving Kamian utterly astonished. The realization that bullets could not injure Gohan struck him with fear. "Hey, could you not do that?" Gohan shouted at Kamian, still unable to recognize his assailant. However, once he donned his glasses and scrutinized the situation, recognition dawned, and he clenched his fists in anger. "Ah, it's you again. Are you here to kidnap my little Fong once more? Under my very nose, you shall not succeed." With a fierce shout, rage ignited within Gohan, transforming him into his beast form. His crimson eyes glowed, silver hair stood tall, and he was enveloped in a silvery aura, crackling with countless pink lightning bolts. In the 7th universe, on Earth, within Capsule Corporation, Krillin observed, "These two are finished. Look at how furious Gohan is." He placed a hand on his forehead, chuckling as he shook his head. There was little he could do, as they had previously kidnapped Fong. It was only natural for Gohan to react with such fury upon seeing them. Oh, he transformed into his beast form in an instant. It appears that after the Cell incident, Gohan has been training diligently, Piccolo remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. He was genuinely pleased with Gohan's progress. The moment Gohan activated his beast mode indicated that he had not neglected his training during this period. Unlike before, he had not solely focused on research reports. Otherwise, he would not have been able to transform so swiftly. Indeed, Kiki affirmed, her arms crossed, nodding with a smile. Fong was nearly in danger. How could Gohan not take his training seriously? If he were to slack off as he did before, both Biddy and I would certainly give him a stern lesson. Isn't that right? Chi-Chi gazed at Biddy. Startled, Biddy's face flushed crimson. "Well, I haven't married Gohan yet." "Oh, it's nothing to worry about. It's bound to happen sooner or later." Chi-Chi had already resolved to regard Biddy as her son's future bride. Biddy had a delightful disposition and treated Gohan with kindness. Most importantly, she was the daughter of Satan. Once Gohan and Biddy wed, the Sun family would surely prosper. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Biddy's cheeks deepened in color. Meanwhile, Satan nodded in agreement, eager for a granddaughter as charming as Xiaofang, who could soar through the skies and unleash energy waves. Chapter 169. One must be more cautious in the future. In the 7th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, you can transform in an instant. Quite impressive, Gohan. Son Goku remarked with a smile as he observed his son. Historically, Gohan had a tendency to neglect his training even after breakthroughs, leading to a decline in strength. Much like his initial ascension to Super Saiyan 2 or the mysterious Gohan, whose potential was unlocked by the old Kaishin. In those instances, his lack of diligence in training resulted in significant power loss. This time, however, he was committed to his training. He could now instantly activate his beast mode. Perhaps Gohan was indeed the strongest Saiyan at present. It seems I have a clear understanding of my future, Gohan chuckled, viewing himself on the video screen. He realized that he must not become complacent, even in the absence of adversaries, a lesson often imparted to him by Piccolo. In the past, he had never truly heeded this advice, but now he was genuinely attentive and resolved not to slacken his efforts during peaceful times. Is Gohan about to engage in battle with that divine technique? Broly inquired, scratching his head in confusion. He was eager to see who Beast Gohan would face. Broly held a keen curiosity and anticipation for battles between formidable opponents. The divine technique isn't a single individual, it's a collective term for various moves. Whis explained with a smile, such as Lord Beerus's destruction or our angelic Ultra Instinct. Both belong to the divine techniques. I see, Broly now comprehended. In the 11th universe, Jiren observed Gohan on the video screen, stating, Beast Gohan's strength, derived from an outburst of anger, is not pure. He could not bring himself to acknowledge Gohan's power. To him, any strength not acquired through diligent training was not genuine. Gohan's abilities stemmed from an explosive surge triggered by extreme fury, a source of power Jiren could not accept. Thus, he believed that Gohan's strength could not surpass his own. Should they clash, he would never concede defeat. As they watched Gohan enter beast mode, Son Goten and Trunks were utterly terrified, hiding inside the car, too frightened to emerge. Is this a deception? Is it truly that effortless to enter beast mode? Trunks and Goten remarked, their incredulity palpable as they witnessed Gohan's instantaneous transformation into Beast Gohan. The ease with which this occurred was astonishing. At the very moment Gohan transformed, far away in the realm of the gods of destruction, Goku too sensed Gohan's overwhelming energy. That presence was undeniably potent. Even at such a distance, he could feel it. Not only Goku, but Vegeta also sensed it. Hey, Kakarot, did you feel that? Vegeta stood up, gazing toward Earth, or more precisely, the direction where Gohan was located. That energy, it belongs to Gohan. Goku, astonished, remarked, I can hardly believe it. I can't even eat right now. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Gohan strode menacingly toward Kamen and Android 15, each step causing the ground to tremble. Kamen and Android 15 were filled with dread, hastily placing their hopes on Goten and Trunks within the vehicle. Hurry, he asked the target. Eliminate him quickly. Goten and Trunks were rendered speechless by this command. Firstly, they shared a bond with Gohan that made it impossible for them to harm him. Secondly, given Gohan's current power, what could they possibly use to contend with Beast Gohan? As Gohan approached the vehicle and spotted Goten and Trunks inside, he was momentarily taken aback. Ah, Goten and Trunks. Gohan sighed, tapping his forehead, realizing he must be more vigilant in the future. He mustn't be so easily deceived by villains. Just watching the video, he could sense the conflicting emotions of seeing Goten and Trunks prepared to assist those who sought to eliminate him. To his shock, the ones conspiring against him were his own brother and Vegeta's son, Trunks. Thankfully, Kamen's target was Gohan himself. Had it been someone else, Goten and Trunks might not have discerned the true nature of the situation. If they had unwittingly aided Kamen in harming an innocent, it would have been a grave mistake, necessitating the gathering of the Dragon Balls to resurrect that person. Humph, falling for such provocation shows a lack of maturity, Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms as he observed the video display. Such a rudimentary tactic as baiting could deceive Goten and Trunks. They are still far too young and immature. Oh, as if you wouldn't fall for such tactics yourself, Goku replied with a chuckle, glancing at Vegeta. What did you say, Kakarot? Vegeta turned, glaring at Goku, incensed by the insinuation that he could be so easily manipulated. Realizing Vegeta's ire, Goku quickly averted his gaze, whistling nonchalantly and pretending as though he had said nothing. Witnessing this exchange, Broly, Gohan, Whis, and Beerus could not help but laugh heartily. At times, the playful banter between Son Wukong and Vegeta is truly amusing and delightful. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Son Goten and Trunks are unable to bear the sight, closing their eyes to avoid witnessing the scene. The palpable awkwardness transcends even the screen. The two were successfully deceived by villains employing provocation. Ultimately, the target they were misled to eliminate turns out to be their brother Gohan, a scenario too embarrassing to behold. Now that you two have glimpsed into the future, Bulma remarked, hands on her hips, turning to the two young boys, you should remember it well in your hearts. Next time, do not allow yourselves to be so easily duped by evildoers. Understood, Goten and Trunks replied in unison, returning their attention to the video. Why you hello? Goten and Trunks awkwardly forced smiles. Goten, Trunks, and Gohan found it hard to believe their eyes. Wow, we can't let our true identities be exposed. At this moment, Goten was particularly concerned about the matter. As superheroes, concealing their true names is of paramount importance. Why are you associating with them? Gohan inquired, visibly upset. He needed clarity on the situation. Goten and Trunks hesitated, unsure of how to begin, and removed their masks. What's going on? Please explain, Gohan said, reverting to his normal state, preparing to hear Goten and Trunks elucidate the matter. Chapter 170. Is this outfit appropriate? Why are you with the villains who kidnapped Xiaofeng? From what Carmine implied, it appeared that Goten and Trunks had consented to their assistance against their own adversaries. In truth, it was because Goten scratched his head. about to explain. However, before he could finish his sentence, a swift sound sliced through the air. It was Sun Wukong. He had sensed Gohan's energy and instantaneously teleported to the top of the vehicle. Gohan and the others turned their gazes towards Sun Wukong. "Hello, everyone. It's been a while." Sun Wukong greeted them with a smile. He, along with Vegeta and Broly, had been training in the God of Destruction realm for quite some time. Hence their prolonged absence from one another. "Dad!" Gohan exclaimed, overjoyed to finally see his father after such a long time, momentarily forgetting about Carmine beside him. Carmine and Android 15, startled by Sun Wukong's sudden appearance, nearly lost their composure. How did he just appear out of nowhere? He wasn't here just a moment ago. "I must say, Gohan, your energy burst was truly remarkable," Sun Wukong complimented with a grin. I don't know what to say," Gohan responded. "Oh right. This isn't the right place. It seems too cramped for a proper spar. We need to find another location." Sun Wukong began surveying his surroundings, speaking to himself, clearly intending to engage in a match with Gohan. This led many to ponder. Wasn't Gohan supposed to face off against the godly technique? Why had Sun Wukong suddenly appeared? It seems that the impending battle will be between Son Gohan and Son Goku. Could it be that Son Goku is the possessor of the divine technique? In the chat group, Hellas remarked, "Perhaps the one who has mastered destruction is not Vegeta, but rather Son Goku." Ramsey added, "I believe that's a possibility." Remember in the earlier video recap, Son Goku resorted to destruction in order to eliminate Zamasu? Although it was not true destruction, merely a clumsy imitation, it nonetheless demonstrated that Son Goku possesses the potential to master destruction. Vegeta exclaimed, "What?" Xiangpa stated, "This should confirm it. Son Goku is the one who has mastered destruction and will battle against the beast Gohan using it." Son Goku interjected, "The one who has mastered destruction is indeed me." Chi-Chi remarked, "Goku has become the substitute god of destruction." Krillin pondered, "Can he truly do it?" For a moment, Chi-Chi and others from Universe 7 maintained a skeptical attitude, as they believed Son Goku lacked the potential to become a god of destruction. With his personality, how could he possibly destroy planets? Yet, it now appeared that the deities from other universes had concluded that Son Goku had indeed mastered destruction. They did not consider the other divine techniques, as destruction is the easiest to learn. As for the other divine techniques, not even the gods could grasp them, let alone humans. Thus, they only believed that Son Goku had mastered the divine technique of destruction. In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7, Vegeta glared angrily at Son Goku, saying, "Kakarot, you have usurped my position as the substitute god of destruction." He had firmly believed that his future self would wield the power of destruction and become the substitute god of destruction for Universe 7. Now, it seemed all of this was actually Kakarot's, not his. "Well, I didn't know about this." Son Goku scratched his head, genuinely perplexed. However, it was indeed him who would engage in battle with Son Gohan in the video. If it was truly him, that would mean he was the one who mastered the divine technique. After pondering, unable to comprehend, he turned to Beerus and asked, "Lord Beerus, is there no possibility of it being another divine technique?" "The likelihood is slim," Beerus replied. "Destruction is relatively easy to learn, but other divine techniques are not something one can simply acquire at will. Not even the gods have an easy time mastering them." "I see," Son Goku nodded, deep in thought. It was possible that he truly was the substitute god of destruction. Yet, Beerus himself was quite perplexed by the matter. If he were to choose among the four of Son Goku, he would select Vegeta. Even if he did not choose Vegeta, he would choose Broly. He certainly would not select Son Goku or Son Gohan. Thus, how could it be that Son Goku was the substitute god of destruction? Could it be that his future self had developed new thoughts and changed his mind? "Very well, allow me to escort you to Lord Beerus's planet, so I may witness your prowess and see how much stronger you have become," suggested Son Goku with a smile. He was genuinely eager to engage in a match with his son Gohan, who had tapped into his beast mode. He wished to ascertain the extent of Gohan's current strength. Is this attire suitable for a visit to the realm of the Destroyer? Gohan pondered, feeling that his outfit might be rather disrespectful for such an occasion. "All right, do change your clothes quickly. I shall wait here," Goku replied, agreeing that Gohan's outfit was indeed too informal. It was time for a change, at the very least into battle attire. Thus, Gohan hurried home to change his clothes. Meanwhile, Goku leaped from the vehicle and approached the two young ones, Goten and Trunks. "What are you two doing here?" he inquired directly, catching Goten and Trunks off guard. They were momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, they could not admit that they had been deceived by villains to come and eliminate Gohan. You intended to visit my brother's house, right? Goten quickly fabricated an excuse. Trunks nodded in agreement, affirming that they had indeed come to play at Gohan's residence. Goku, without suspicion, even invited them to join him in visiting the realm of the Destroyer. Goten and Trunks found the idea quite intriguing, as they had never been to the Destroyer's realm before. They readily accepted the invitation, eager to accompany Goku and witness the battle between him and Gohan. At that moment, Kamian, seated inside the vehicle, wished to make a hasty escape. However, Goten and Trunks also entered the car. Goku intended to transport them all to the realm of the Destroyer, completely disregarding Kamian and Android 15, who occupied the front seat. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at the Red Ribbon Army base, Kamian exclaimed, "Ah, I am about to head to the Destroyer's planet with Android 15. His glasses fell to the ground in shock. They will certainly meet their demise there. The Destroyer is the most formidable deity in our 7th universe, capable of annihilating everything with a mere finger." "Oh dear," cried Android 15, pressing his hands against the sides of his head. "I no longer wish to be a villain. I want to become a good person." Chapter 171. Son Goku has mastered the power of destruction. In the video, Gohan swiftly changed into his battle attire. "All right, you may now join me in the vehicle, Gohan," Goku said with a smile. Gohan climbed aboard, then placed his index and middle fingers together on his forehead, searching for Beerus's planet before teleporting them in an instant to the realm of destruction. Upon their arrival in the realm of destruction, Broly, Chi-Lai, and Lemmo were engaged in yoga under Whis' guidance. It was evident that Broly's movements were rather clumsy, struggling to lift his legs. Lemmo found himself unable to balance on one leg. Only Chi-Lai, as a woman, was able to flawlessly follow Whis' movements with impeccable precision. Upon perceiving the arrival of Sun Wukong and his companions, the gathered crowd ceased their activities and turned their gaze towards them. "Haha, see who I've brought along." Sun Wukong chuckled, gesturing towards the occupants of the vehicle behind him, including Son Gohan. As Son Goten and Trunks disembarked, their curiosity led them to glance around in wonder. "So, this is Lord Beerus's planet," Trunks remarked, puzzled as Vegeta approached them and inquired, "What brings you here?" "It was Uncle Wukong's idea," Trunks replied, scratching his head. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Kamian and Android 15 were utterly terrified. "What just happened? The place we are in has suddenly changed," they lamented. Sun Wukong then approached Son Gohan with a beaming smile, praising, "I heard you played the leading role, Gohan." "Ah," Son Gohan stammered, suddenly recalling that Sun Wukong was referring to the incident with Cell. "Oh, you mean that affair with the Red Ribbon Army?" "Yes, indeed." Sun Wukong, eager for a challenge, proposed, "How about we have a little sparring match? What do you say to a duel with your father?" Son Gohan hesitated. "What's wrong? Isn't this a splendid idea?" Sun Wukong placed his hands on his hips, grinning, "It's been ages since we fought together." "That's true, I understand now. Let us do it. I look forward to your guidance," Son Gohan ultimately agreed, sensing that a grand battle was about to unfold. Beerus, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "Hey, what is the meaning of this? They're taking liberties on another planet." "Come now, Lord Beerus, let us be magnanimous," Whis remarked with a smile. Hands clasped behind his back, "Perhaps we shall witness an entertaining battle." Indeed, Whis was quite eager for this father-son showdown, curious to behold the power of the wild Gohan. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Son Gohan pondered, "So, my father has truly become a substitute god of destruction?" Watching the video screen, he contemplated, for whoever fought him would possess the godly techniques. The one depicted in the video, set to battle him, was none other than Sun Wukong. "We shall find out soon enough," Whis mused, now harboring new thoughts. Whether his speculations were accurate could only be revealed with time. If true, Sun Wukong would become an entity envied by countless deities. "Let me witness how you wield the power of destruction," Kakarot. Vegeta had come to terms with this reality. Regardless of whether Sun Wukong acquired the power of destruction. After all, the video showed him having triumphed over Sun Wukong. Vegeta was unfazed. Even with the power of destruction, he believed he could surpass Sun Wukong. In the 4th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, a blackened Frieza sneered. "What does it matter if Sun Wukong has mastered destruction? As long as I can join forces with him when the time comes, we will surely vanquish that Sun Wukong, as well as the other formidable Saiyans under Beerus." Katra brimmed with confidence, convinced that success was assured. After all, Frieza had acquired a power rivaling that of Sun Wukong and his allies, combined with Katra's own destructive abilities as a god of destruction. Do not forget, there is also the power of Shalu. With these three combined, how could they possibly fail to vanquish Son Goku and the other Saiyans? Therefore, even if Son Goku becomes the substitute god of destruction and acquires the destructive power, Katra remains unperturbed. Convinced that Goku and his companions pose no threat to his fourth universe or the sixth universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. Oh, it has been confirmed that the possessor of the divine technique is indeed Son Goku. Initially, I suspected it might be Vegeta. However, Patra finds herself perplexed by Beerus' intentions. If given the choice, she believes that Son Goku is not suited for the destructive power. Vegeta is far more fitting. Yet, in the footage, it is Son Goku who battles Son Gohan, thereby affirming Goku as the rightful bearer of the divine technique of destruction. As for the other divine techniques, there is no need to ponder. It is utterly impossible for anyone to master them, especially since even deities struggle to wield such powers. How could a mere human hope to attain them? Thus, destruction remains the only feasible option. I too believed it would be Vegeta, Patra remarked with a smile. After all, Vegeta is indeed more suited to the role of a god of destruction, his temperament and aura aligning perfectly with that of a destroyer. Not far away, Caulifla scoffed. Even if he has acquired the power of destruction, what of it? And that Son Gohan with his beastly form? Useless. Once they encounter me, they will understand who the true mightiest Saiyan is. Caulifla's confidence was unerringly high, convinced she is the strongest Saiyan capable of effortlessly defeating Goku and the others. Kale cast her a sidelong glance, sighed, and said nothing, for in her eyes, Caulifla was beyond redemption. With only a few days left until the Saiyan martial arts tournament, the video recap will soon conclude, and then Caulifla will realize her true insignificance, despite her overwhelming self-assurance regarding her own power. In that moment, all beings from the various universes, both human and divine, eagerly anticipated this battle, yearning to witness who would prevail, the destructive Son Goku or the formidable beastly Gohan. Would Gohan truly surpass Goku and Vegeta, emerging as the mightiest Saiyan of the present? As for the divine techniques, it has been established that Son Goku has indeed mastered the power of destruction, inheriting the role of a substitute god of destruction. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the power Goku wields is not the destructive force. It is, in reality, the angelic Ultra Instinct, a revelation that will soon astonish all deities across the universe. Returning to the video, Son Goku and Son Gohan have commenced their warm-up, preparing for the impending battle. By the way, what technique have you attained in that new form? Is it Super Saiyan 2 or 3? Goku inquired with a smile, recalling that he had yet to ask Gohan about his new transformation. No, it's the beast form. Gohan replied. Beast? Sun Wukong was taken aback. This was a new form he had never heard of. It's a name Uncle Piccolo gave me, Son Gohan said. Hands on his hips, grinning. Sounds pretty cool, right? He really likes this name. Beast form, Beast Gohan. Just saying it feels incredibly powerful. Can you now master this beast form? Sun Wukong inquired, the importance of this question evident. However, sensing Son Gohan's energy from Earth, he felt confident that Son Gohan had indeed achieved it. Yes, you always taught me to be ready for battle, and I finally grasped it, Son Gohan nodded, smiling. I can enter battle mode anytime now, thanks to Uncle Piccolo teaching me how to control my power. Piccolo, Sun Wukong acknowledged. After all, he was your teacher. Speaking of Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly, he has also mastered an impressive new form, Orange Piccolo. Although his strength may not match my beast mode, that power certainly exceeds even that of Super Saiyan God Blue. Really? It seems we must bring Piccolo along next time, Sun Wukong mused, marveling at how everyone had evolved. Meanwhile, the three of them in the God of Destruction's realm continued their diligent training, while on Earth, Piccolo and Gohan were also striving to grow stronger. Constant evolution. Becoming increasingly formidable. Hey, Trunks, you didn't end up being useless, did you? Vegeta asked, somewhat displeased, as Sun Wukong's son had defeated Cell. After such a monumental feat, he inquired about his own son, Trunks. Trunks exclaimed in surprise, quickly replying, of course not. I was a great help, right Goten? Absolutely. Goten nodded. It's such a pity you didn't see it, Dad. I really want you to witness the combination technique that Goten and I have. Trunks said, hands clasped behind his head, chuckling awkwardly. He was quite prideful. How could he admit that he and Goten had failed their fusion? However, to be fair, they had indeed contributed. By sheer accident, they had shattered the weak point on Cell's head. Wait, a combo? Son Gohan looked bewildered at Trunks. How had he missed seeing the combination move from Goten and Trunks? Perhaps he had been too focused on gathering energy to defeat Cell to notice their technique. In the 7th universe, within the God of Destruction's realm, Vegeta clenched his fists. These two little brats dared to conspire and deceive him. What combo? They couldn't even defeat Cell, let alone successfully fuse. Haha, Goten and Trunks certainly need more training. Their bodies have become quite rusty, Sun Wukong chuckled. Observing the video of Goten and Trunks, if they trained regularly, their strength would be at least 100 times greater than what we see in this video. In the video, Vegeta clearly did not believe Trunks' claims. It is apparent that neither of them contributed significantly on that day. For Son Goten and Trunks currently lack considerable strength. One can easily discern that they have not engaged in rigorous training and have become rather complacent. How could individuals of such caliber possibly be of great assistance? Consequently, to assess their true abilities, Vegeta turned to Goku and suggested, "How about we arrange for Gohan to spar with these two?" For a moment, Goku, Goten, Trunks, and Gohan were all taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected proposal. Nevertheless, Goku, with hands on his hips and a smile on his face, agreed, stating, "Let us do it. Before I spar with you, let us observe Gohan's current skills." Goten was left bewildered. He was fully aware of his own limitations and realized he could not possibly match Gohan's prowess. If he was unable to contend with the enigmatic Gohan, how could he stand against the formidable beast Gohan? On the other hand, Trunks appeared quite exhilarated. "Goten, this is a splendid opportunity. Let us give it a shot." Encouraged by Trunks' enthusiasm, Goten gradually found his confidence. "Yes, together, we stand a chance against Gohan." They reasoned that defeating Gohan would serve as a testament to their own strength. "Oh, you seem quite confident," Gohan remarked with a smile. Discarding his glasses in preparation for battle, while Trunks and Goten privately discussed their strategy. In the Capsule Corporation on Earth in the 7th universe, Trunks eagerly expressed, "We are about to fight Gohan." Goten shared his excitement. "Indeed, we are going to face Gohan. If we unite our strengths, perhaps we truly can triumph over him." Trunks agreed wholeheartedly, believing that as long as they joined forces, even Gohan would not pose a challenge. In the video, their previous failure was merely due to a lack of proper fusion. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly vanquished Cell without needing Gohan to unleash his beast mode. Alone, each of them doubted their capability to defeat Gohan. However, in the video, they fought together, and the 2-against-1 scenario ignited their belief in victory. They felt that with their combined strength, even Goku or Vegeta would not be beyond their reach. To them, unity rendered them invincible. Such was the conviction held by Goten and Trunks. "You two are quite something," Piccolo remarked, bemused, unable to comprehend their reasoning. How could the power of Beast Gohan possibly be overcome by their tandem efforts? According to what he had seen in the video, this version of Gohan might have already surpassed both Goku and Vegeta. "Ha ha ha. Kids, a little confidence isn't a bad thing." Krillin chuckled heartily, finding their spirit commendable. Meanwhile, within the Red Ribbon Army base, Kamai was pacing anxiously inside the vehicle, fretting over their concealed situation. Is it possible that he is destined to perish there, on the very planet of the God of Destruction? While it may sound formidable, he certainly does not wish for his demise. Chapter 173. The Dual Tempest in the 7th universe. Within the realm of the God of Destruction, Goten and Trunks are set to engage in battle with Gohan. "This is a spectacle I must witness," Son Goku thought with great anticipation. The collaboration of Goten and Trunks raises the question, can they possibly contend with Gohan? This confrontation will undoubtedly unveil the true extent of their respective powers. Humph, they cannot hope to win without rigorous training. Upon returning, I must ensure that Goten and Trunks dedicate themselves to their training. Vegeta scoffed, already resolved to guide them upon their return to Earth. They must not be allowed to languish in idleness, indulging in frivolities. If they continue down this path, they will squander their considerable potential. Let me observe the capabilities of those two young ones. Beerus, intrigued, considered the prospect that if Goten and Trunks possess commendable strength with potential for cultivation, he might bring them to the realm of the gods of destruction for training. However, he would not take on the task of mentoring them personally. With Vegeta at his disposal, he would certainly leave their instruction to Whis. In the 11th universe, within the domain of the God of Destruction, Goku's second son and Vegeta's son are poised for an exhilarating battle, providing an opportunity to gauge their true prowess. With arms crossed and an air of elegance, Beerus regarded the video screen displaying Goten and Trunks. Previously, during their encounter with Cell, Their failed fusion had prevented them from unleashing even a fraction of their potential. However, this upcoming battle will reveal their authentic strength. Regardless of whether they are strong or weak, it is always beneficial to understand their capabilities. Returning to the video. As the three fighters prepared to clash, Broly approached Whis with curiosity. He was unfamiliar with Goten, Trunks, and Gohan. Who are these individuals? He inquired. Whis, with a gentle smile, replied, in essence, the three individuals standing there are the offspring of Son Goku and Vegeta, each bearing the blood of a Saiyan. Broly, taken aback, was struck by the revelation. Not only had Goku married and fathered 2 children, but there were also so many Saiyans akin to him. Meanwhile, Kamiyan and Android 15 remained hidden within their vehicle, frozen in apprehension. Something ominous is about to happen, Android 15 said, trembling with fear. Stay concealed. And do not attract attention, Kamiyan cautioned. He believed that as long as they remained undetected, he and Android 15 would be safe. However, Kamiyan's distinct hairstyle posed a challenge for concealment. Your hair seems quite difficult to hide, Android 15 pointed out. Frustrated, Kamiyan pressed his hands against his hair. But his slick-back style was not easily subdued. Hey, Uncle, please set up the camera in advance. Trunks called out to Kamiyan and number 15 inside the vehicle. He was eager to capture the moment when he and Goten would triumph over Gohan. Reluctant to defy him, number 15 produced the camera. No problem, let us begin. He replied as Goku's voice resonated. Soon, Goten and Trunks donned their helmets, bracing themselves for battle. Saiyan Superman number 1, Saiyan Superman number 2, deploy. After announcing their names, they charged towards Gohan, whose aura radiated with impressive energy. Gohan smiled, gathering power as he transformed into Super Saiyan, prepared to test his strength against his younger opponents. Starting with Super Saiyan 1, are we? Goku chuckled, sensing Gohan's intent to gauge Goten and Trunks' power. Should their might prove insufficient against him, he would elevate his transformation. Upgrade Reconstructing Fist, Trunks shouted, launching a powerful punch at Gohan. Despite its flamboyant name, the strike's force was formidable, yet it fell short against Gohan, who effortlessly blocked it with his arm. At that moment, while Gohan's attention was fixed on Trunks, Goten swiftly maneuvered behind him, calculating that Gohan would be unable to react in time. Diminishing recovery kick, he proclaimed, delivering a hefty kick toward Gohan. He believed it to be an assured hit. But just as it neared its target, Gohan deftly pushed Trunks aside and easily deflected Goten's strike with his other arm. Seeing their initial attacks fail, Goten and Trunks quickly retreated, preparing to unleash a powerful combination technique they had practiced together. They soared into the air simultaneously, their movements synchronized as they spun gracefully. Whirlwind, tornado, double hurricane. They shouted in unison, their combined attacks soaring toward Gohan below. On Earth, within Capsule Corporation, Goten's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was utterly captivated by the footage of himself and Trunks. To him, the Saiyan Superman battle attire paired with their technique was simply magnificent. What a splendid move! He exclaimed, completely enthralled. Trunks nodded in agreement, acknowledging the brilliance of their technique. However, after a brief pause, he sighed and added, yet, I still cannot bring myself to appreciate that outfit. What has become of my future self to have such a fondness for that attire, wearing it incessantly? Merely observing evokes a sense of discomfort within me. In the present reality, the young Trunks truly baffles my understanding. Why has he undergone such a dramatic transformation in aesthetics compared to his future self? He finds the fighting attire of the Saiyan Superman utterly repugnant. In the realm of the 7th universe, within the domain of the god of destruction, what a ludicrous technique this is. These two insufferable brats. What are they perpetually experimenting with? Vegeta, in a fit of rage, clenches his fists tightly. This is the so-called super combination technique that Trunks spoke of, specifically honed alongside Goten. What an absurd tornado it is. Chapter 174, A Disgrace. It is truly a disgrace. At such a sluggish pace, who could possibly be struck? Do they expect their adversaries to merely stand still, motionless in battle? Moreover, not only is the speed woefully inadequate, but this technique is also easily evaded. One could simply leap upwards or sidestep to either the left or right to dodge this move effortlessly. Ha ha ha, Goten and Trunks still lack practical combat experience, Goku chuckled, unaware that such an approach not only makes it exceedingly difficult to land a hit, but also expends excessive stamina. Such a technique could only potentially connect if their opponent were significantly weaker than Goten and Trunks. Otherwise, it would be inevitably dodged. In the domain of the 11th universe, The god of destruction observes that, in pursuit of style, they have squandered energy on a futile technique. It seems that these two Saiyans pose no threat to us. This singular aesthetic move has led to that conclusion. Goten and Trunks' combat experience is far too scant. Their fighting skills pale in comparison to Goku and Vegeta. They present no danger, and thus, there is no need for concern regarding them. However, we must pay attention to their fusion. The elegant Margarita smiled as she reminded. Although Goten and Trunks, individually, may currently lack strength, the entity born from their fusion, Gotenks, possesses formidable power. That is what deserves our focus, rather than the current states of Goten and Trunks. Indeed, the refined individual nodded, suggesting they continue to observe and witness the power these two young ones possess upon their fusion. In the video, Gohan also perceives this technique as overly flamboyant and ineffective. When Goten and Trunks approached, Gohan simply leapt upwards, evading their super combination technique with ease. Goten and Trunks, caught in their momentum, found themselves unable to halt their motion, resulting in a clumsy collision with the ground, tumbling several times. Alas, these children exhibit far too many futile movements. Goku could not help but remark. Vegeta, standing beside him, could no longer bear to watch. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. The infuriated Trunks pounded his fist against the ground. He had initially intended to showcase the prowess of the super combination technique he and Goten had developed. Yet, it had culminated in such an embarrassing display. At that moment, Gohan descended. Trunks and Goten were advised to remove their headgear, as it could hinder their ability to observe the enemy's movements. Upon hearing this, both of them promptly discarded their helmets and stood tall once more, readying themselves for the imminent battle. With a resolute shout, Goten and Trunks simultaneously unleashed their energy, transforming into Super Saiyans. This sight astonished Broly, as it became evident that others could transform into Super Saiyans purely through their own will. Indeed, most Saiyans on Earth possessed this ability, as explained by Whis with a gentle smile. Broly found it hard to believe this revelation, feeling an intense envy toward Goten and Trunks, who could effortlessly change into Super Saiyans at will. Meanwhile, he felt isolated in his inability to do the same, struggling to control his own power. In the seventh universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Broly lowered his gaze, consumed by feelings of inferiority. It seemed that only he was unable to transform into a Super Saiyan at will, dragging down the overall power of the Saiyan race. While his peers could easily achieve this transformation, he had dedicated considerable time to training yet remained unsuccessful. How can you say such things, Broly? Goku remarked, looking at him with reassurance. You can already control some of your grade 8 power. If you continue on this path, you will soon transform into a Super Saiyan at will. Really? Is that true? Broly asked, lifting his head to meet Goku's gaze. Of course, Goku affirmed with a nod. He placed his hands on his hips and smiled. And remember what Vegeta said in the video. Don't suppress your anger, but rather learn to control it. Take it step by step, and I believe you will master it soon enough. Broly felt a surge of confidence return, determined to harness his power without holding back and to elevate the strength of the Saiyan race. Vegeta, on the other hand, looked at Broly with exasperation, bemused by his self-deprecating thoughts. Broly, when utilizing his great ape power, wielded strength comparable to that of a Super Saiyan god. Once he entered the Super Saiyan or the fabled Super Saiyan mode, his power would vastly surpass even that of the Super Saiyan god in its blue form. Even in collaboration with Kakarot, they struggled to match Broly's might. While Goten and Trunks could transform into Super Saiyans freely, their strength could hardly compare to Broly's. Even half of Broly's great ape power was more formidable than theirs. It was clear who was truly diminishing the power of the Saiyan race. Returning to the video, Goten and Trunks, now transformed into Super Saiyans, charged toward Gohan once more. This time, their transformation endowed them with significantly enhanced speed and strength. As Gohan defended against their attacks, he began to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Goten aimed a kick at Gohan, though Sun Wukong managed to block in time. The overwhelming force of the kick still sent him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast. Sun Wukong swiftly tapped his toes against the ground and evaded the attack. At that moment, Son Goten appeared above him, arms crossed, ready to strike down heavily. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's quick reflexes allowed him to dodge just in time. Undeterred, Son Goten and Trunks were determined to impress their father. As they relentlessly pursued him, Sun Wukong found himself on the verge of colliding with a large tree. Adjusting his stance, he leapt onto the tree trunk and propelled himself upward. Son Goten and Trunks followed closely behind. Suddenly, Sun Wukong grasped a branch, spun around, and kicked towards Trunks, who was caught off guard and sent flying. Meanwhile, Son Goten launched an attack from behind, convinced that he could strike Sun Wukong unnoticed. However, his approach had long been detected by Sun Wukong. Turning around, he delivered a powerful punch that sent Son Goten sprawling. In the wake of this exchange, Sun Wukong unleashed energy blasts towards both Goten and Trunks. They made no effort to evade, only to realize too late that they were merely left with afterimages in their place. Seizing the moment of Sun Wukong's brief astonishment, the two swiftly approached him from behind. In unison, they shouted and kicked towards Sun Wukong. Yet, the quick-witted fighter managed to evade their strikes. "Well done, you two. Impressive," Sun Wukong praised, acknowledging their near success in almost landing a hit. In Universe 7, at Capsule Corporation, Trunks gleefully boasted, "I told you. Teaming up with Goten is incredibly powerful." Son Goten beamed with pride, delighted by the praise from his older brother. "It seems the two of you have been training in the future," Piccolo remarked with a smile, noting their dedication to improvement. "Though you still fall short against Super Saiyan Wukong, achieving this level is commendable for both of you." In the God of Destruction's realm of Universe 7, Sun Wukong chuckled. "Very well done, Goten and Trunks." He was confident that had the future version of himself not regained his fighting spirit and instead focused solely on his research, he would have undoubtedly been struck by their recent attack. "Humph, yet this is still insufficient," Vegeta grunted, clearly dissatisfied with Goten and Trunks' performance. After all, despite transforming into Super Saiyans, they were still unable to overcome Super Saiyan Wukong in a 2-against-1 scenario, falling short of Vegeta's expectations for them. The two of them should be able to overwhelm Gohan in a 2-on-1 scenario, yet the tables have turned, and Gohan is now dominating them. Naturally, Vegeta is far from pleased. "Ha ha ha, don't think like that, Vegeta," Goku said with a smile. "Goten and Trunks are still young. We shouldn't be too harsh on them, or set our expectations too high." However, Vegeta's anger only intensified upon hearing this. It is worth noting that Gohan was the first to break through and become a Super Saiyan 2, defeating Cell at a young age. His power surged to the top, far surpassing everyone else. And here are Goten and Trunks, at their age, only managing this level of strength. How could that not be infuriating? Returning to the video, Gohan offered praise for Goten and Trunks, acknowledging that at least they had not been solely focused on play and had engaged in some training. Their response was clear. To be a hero, one must become stronger. Without strength, one cannot fulfill the role of a hero. Besides, we have people we wish to protect. Subsequently, Trunks and Goten launched another assault on Gohan, but their attacks were effortlessly countered by him. Then, Gohan unleashed his power, transforming into his mysterious form, Mystic Gohan. Upon witnessing Gohan's transformation, Trunks and Goten were taken aback. Dealing with Super Saiyan Gohan was already a formidable challenge, and now he had become Mystic Gohan. How were they to contend with that? The two of them couldn't help but voice their discontent. "This is unfair." He transformed into his ultimate form. "What do you mean by ultimate form?" Gohan inquired, puzzled. "It's the name of your current transformation," Goten explained. "We weren't sure what to call it, so we came up with ultimate form." Gohan frowned. He found the name rather unappealing. "Ultimate form? It doesn't resonate with me." "Hey, it sounds really cool," Goten retorted. "Since that's the case, we need to enhance our strength as well. Let us fuse." Trunks chimed in with a smile. After all, fusion was their only means of increasing their power and becoming stronger. "But didn't we mess up the last fusion attempt?" Gohan reminded them, recalling the birth of Fat Gotenks during their battle with Cell. "We trained hard afterward. We won't mess it up again," Trunks declared with confidence. Goten also wore a self-assured smile, clearly believing they wouldn't fail in their fusion again. Such an embarrassing incident would not occur a second time. "Hey, Uncle, make sure to capture this." Trunks called out to Android 15 in the vehicle, eager to record their fusion and subsequent victory over Gohan. "All right, I'm ready," 15 promptly replied. Setting up the camera, he was obedient, fearing the consequences of Trunks' wrath. In Universe 11, the God of Destruction observed, "I've gathered sufficient insight into their abilities. Next, we shall witness their most powerful technique, the Metamoran fusion technique." In a moment of poetic beauty, the characters suddenly forgot the name and turned to ask Margarita, "What is the name of the warrior born from the fusion of these two little ones?" "It is Gotenks," Margarita replied with a smile. "Yes, Gotenks." The character reflected as she gazed once more at the shimmering video screen. Goten and Trunks stood poised on either side. adopting their stances and preparing to perform the fusion dance. Let me witness the power these two little ones possess after a successful fusion, she mused, her curiosity piqued. It was imperative for her to observe closely, especially since Gotenks had failed to demonstrate formidable strength during the encounter with Cell. She was eager to ascertain just how powerful Gotenks could become after a successful fusion. As long as he did not rival the overwhelming strength of Vegito from the second dimension, she would feel at ease. In the video, Goten and Trunks were fully prepared. Fusion, huh? They exclaimed, yet unexpectedly, a mishap ensued as their fingers misaligned, leading to a mistake. A flash of light enveloped the scene. Under the watchful eyes of Goku and the others, the pudgy Gotenks made his reappearance. At this moment, the audience, who had eagerly anticipated the unveiling of Gotenks, could no longer contain their disappointment. What is going on? Are they deliberately withholding the sight of Gotenks' successful fusion? The character lamented. It is truly frustrating not to grasp Gotenks' true strength, another remarked. Chapter 176. Defeated with a single kick, why do you care so much? Are you planning to confront our Universe 7? Another interjected. Humph, why should that concern you? Came the retort. Why have Goten and I failed to fuse once again? Trunks exclaimed. Indeed, it is strange. There should be no reason for our fusion to fail now. How long has it been since we last fused? Goten pondered aloud, while Bulma sighed and covered her head in exasperation. Back in the video, Gotenks lamented, why is it still like this? Despite being fully prepared for a grand showdown, this fusion had once again failed. How could this body possibly stand a chance against Gohan? There was no other option. He had to proceed. He couldn't keep everyone waiting for 30 minutes. Gotenks adjusted himself and, with a push off the ground, charged toward Gohan. Just as the onlookers hoped for a miraculous turn of events, it seemed that Gotenks might inadvertently defeat Gohan. However, the next moment, upon reaching Gohan, he simply raised his leg and sent the pudgy Gotenks flying. Ultimately, Gotenks lay there, unable to rise again due to his rotund form. A single kick had ended the battle. This scene left everyone in stunned silence. Indeed, one should not harbor any expectations for a warrior who had failed to fuse. In Universe 7, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, we have truly made fools of ourselves, Goten. Trunks felt as if the sky had collapsed around him. He and Goten had embarrassed themselves before all beings and deities across the universe, not once, but twice, the first time being against Cell. Once in this place, I truly felt an overwhelming sense of shame. You too, go and practice your fusion now. Piccolo directed an angry admonition towards Goten and Trunks. How could you fail to fuse properly? If this continues, what will you do when faced with an enemy? With their current state, the chubby Gotenks would only be on the receiving end of blows, lacking the ability to defeat anyone. Uncle Piccolo is angry. Goten and Trunks, frightened, quickly retreated to the back. In the 7th universe, within the realm of destruction, those two troublesome boys have ignited Vegeta's fury to the point where flames seemed to erupt from his head. Upon returning, he would not hesitate to bind Goten and Trunks for rigorous training. Should they grow up resembling the video he had seen, they would surely be rendered useless. With their constant fusion failures, it poses a significant risk in battle, Goku remarked with a chuckle. After all, each fusion requires a 30-minute wait for it to dissolve. During that time, enemies would not patiently wait for the fusion to end. In the 11th universe, within the realm of destruction, the sight of the fallen chubby Gotenks plunged the elegant being into profound silence. He had prepared himself to witness Gotenks' power, but alas, it ended in yet another fusion failure. Swiftly dispatched with a single blow. It seems we shall not witness Gotenks' strength, dear one, remarked Margarita with a smile. However, next, we will behold Goku's power. Yes, let me witness how this destructive force manifests within a mortal. The elegant beings gazed fixated on Goku in the video. Not only he and Margarita, but all beings and gods across the cosmos were aware. Soon, Goku would step forth to battle Gohan, and they were all filled with anticipation, eager to see the extent of the destructive force wielded by the Saiyan. Could he possibly unlock a transformation unique to their kind through this power? Regardless, everyone's gaze remained steadfastly focused on Goku. In the 7th universe, within the depths of hell, Frieza sneered, "Humph, foul monkey. What does it matter if you have mastered destruction? Once I cultivate my black form, you shall all be beneath my heel." With the knowledge of possessing a formidable black form, Frieza's confidence surged, and he no longer feared defeat at the hands of Goku and the others. After all, the power he wielded in that form would likely surpass both Goku and Vegeta. As always, my target remains solely Gohan. The rest are inconsequential. Cell crossed his arms, glancing at Frieza with a sly smile. He was determined to see what would unfold next. What kind of power does Sun Wukong possess, having mastered the destructive force? In the video, it seems the outcome is already determined. Sun Wukong scratched his head and offered an awkward smile, not anticipating such a conclusion. Fat Gotenks was effortlessly defeated by the enigmatic Gohan with a single kick. This is preposterous. Vegeta expressed his fury, utterly exasperated. Had they not fused, perhaps their defeat would not have been so severe. But now, due to the fusion, they faced failure and were swiftly dealt with by Gohan. Now it's my turn, Sun Wukong declared with a smile. Fat Gotenks flew over, scratching his head. Are you ready, Dad? The now returned to normal Gohan inquired. If they were prepared, their battle could commence. Is it Wukong's turn now? Broly asked in astonishment. Behind him, Fat Gotenks approached number 15 and Kamai. Remember to cut out my embarrassing moments, he insisted, not wanting to have his shameful scenes recorded and disseminated. Otherwise, the perfect heroic image of him and Goten, the Saiyan Supermen 1 and 2, would be utterly ruined. At this moment, number 15, now desperate for survival, was certainly obedient. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan bowed to each other. The next moment, a scene unfolded that shocked all deities, prompting them to rise in unison. In a state of overwhelming excitement, Sun Wukong abandoned his usual gradual fighting style, instead choosing to unleash his full power in a dramatic display. He transformed into the Ultra Instinct form, with silver hair, eyebrows, and pupils. An overwhelming divine aura saturating the air. Upon witnessing this, all the deities across the universe suddenly stood in astonishment. It was not merely the destructive power mastered by Sun Wukong, but rather the angelic technique of Ultra Instinct. Chapter 177, Ultra Instinct. The chat group erupted. All the deities, in disbelief, began to flood the chat with comments. Beautifully. How is this possible? That Sun Wukong has mastered Ultra Instinct. Zyampa, what is going on? How could your son Wukong possess such a skill? Quitella, no, it's impossible. This is a technique even we gods struggle to master. How could a mere human like Sun Wukong possibly wield it? Rumsey, stop doubting. Although I find it hard to believe, that is undoubtedly Ultra Instinct, easily recognizable. Guvas, this is truly astonishing. It's unprecedented. A human has actually mastered the angelic technique of Ultra Instinct. Old Kaishin, indeed. One must commend the humans of Universe 7. They've even grasped the divine technique of the angels. Frieza, what? This is an angelic technique? That guy's son Wukong has mastered it? Krillin, I don't know what it is, but it must be an extraordinary power to astonish so many deities. In Universe 7, within the realm of the destroyers, Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with disbelief, exclaiming, Kakarot, you have mastered the angelic technique. He certainly understood what the autonomous ultimate technique was. Earlier, Whis had informed them. It was a divine skill possessed by the angels, enabling the body and consciousness to separate, allowing various body parts to transcend instinctual perception of surrounding dangers. Ultimately, thought was unnecessary. The body would act instinctively. Now, to everyone's astonishment, the Sun Wukong in the video had mastered this technique, surpassing all expectations of mortals and deities alike. What Sun Wukong had acquired was not destructive power, but rather the autonomous ultimate technique. Wait, is that me? Sun Wukong himself was taken aback, as he had initially thought that the version of himself in the video would unleash destructive force. Who would have imagined that he ultimately demonstrated the divine skill of the angels, the autonomous ultimate technique? Indeed, it seems so. Whis nodded with a smile, quite satisfied. He had contemplated the direction of the autonomous ultimate technique, but had kept it to himself. However, it was evident now that his suspicions were correct. Sun Wukong had indeed mastered the autonomous ultimate technique. Whis, you had it figured out all along, Beerus remarked with irritation. Why didn't you tell us sooner? How could I mention it without absolute certainty, Lord Beerus? Whis replied with a smile. Is this truly it? Beerus inquired, seeking confirmation, ensuring he had not misjudged. Indeed, it is the genuine autonomous ultimate technique, Whis affirmed. The Sun Wukong in the video was indeed showcasing this extraordinary skill. This is remarkable, Beerus exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. He never anticipated that this Saiyan, Sun Wukong, would come to comprehend the autonomous ultimate technique. For a human to master such a technique was unprecedented. The first in the universe, exclaimed Gohan, his eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at Sun Wukong. The chat group was filled with deities who could hardly believe this revelation, their disbelief evident in the messages they sent. The autonomous ultimate technique was indeed a formidable and challenging skill to master. Broly, however, was left in confusion, having no idea what the autonomous ultimate technique entailed. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the underworld, Frieza had long understood that the strength of the angels surpassed that of the destroyers. This meant that if Sun Wukong perfected the autonomous ultimate technique, he would become an entity as powerful as an angel. Regardless, aren't you stronger in your black form? Cell remarked to Frieza, suggesting that the identity of the divine skills master was seemingly not of great importance. You are correct, Frieza realized, feeling a sense of relief. No matter what Sun Wukong had mastered, the words spoken by Zamasu in the video had already proven that in his black form, he was superior to both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Thus, even if Sun Wukong had attained the autonomous ultimate technique, it would ultimately be of no consequence. They would still fall before him. Ah, how astonishing it is that the technique of Ultra Instinct has been mastered. How could that Sun Wukong possibly possess such prowess? Xiangpa pressed his hands against his head, shouting incessantly. It was evident that he found this revelation exceedingly hard to accept. After all, Xiangpa himself had long desired to learn Ultra Instinct many years ago, yet he spent millennia in vain, ultimately relinquishing the pursuit. The only one who has grasped this technique, Beerus, has yet to attain a flawless comprehension of Ultra Instinct. However, in the video, Sun Wukong appeared to wield it with effortless ease, transforming into the state of Ultra Instinct in an instant. This serves as proof that he may have perfected the technique to its utmost potential. The notion that a mere human could reach such heights with Ultra Instinct is indeed difficult for Xiangpa to fathom. It is a truly incredulous situation. Even I did not anticipate that the divine technique wielded by Mr. Wukong would be Ultra Instinct, Bardoss remarked with a smile, while observing the silver-haired Wukong in the video. Ultra Instinct itself is an exceedingly challenging divine technique to master, one that even deities struggle to comprehend. Thus, many gods, including Bardoss herself, presumed that Sun Wukong's abilities were rooted in destruction. The possibility of him mastering any other divine technique was dismissed entirely, leaving no room for alternative considerations. Yet, Sun Wukong has indeed performed this miracle, shattering the expectations and perceptions of all the deities. The divine technique he commands is not destruction, but Ultra Instinct, making him the first human to attain this extraordinary skill. In the distance, through the barrage of messages in the divine chat group, Caulifla began to grasp the essence of Ultra Instinct. For a moment, it felt as if her mouth had been silenced by some unseen force. She dared not utter another word. It was enough to have hands. She thought she too might be capable, especially considering how many deities were left in disbelief and unable to accept this revelation. Having witnessed all of this, she naturally refrained from speaking. Truly, Mr. Wukong is remarkable, the first human to master Ultra Instinct. It is nothing short of extraordinary. Gabe clenched his fists in excitement, yearning even more to meet the Saiyans of Universe 7, who could harness such transformations through sheer strength. Chapter 178. What a ferocious aura. Were it not for the emergence of the video recap and the appearance of the Saiyans from Universe 7, one could hardly imagine the likes of Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God. The Saiyans of Universe 6 were even oblivious to the concept of Super Saiyan itself. Gabe was acutely aware of this, keeping it firmly in his mind. On a certain planet of Universe 11, has he mastered the angel's divine technique? Even so, I shall not be bested by you, Sun Wukong. With that, Jiren returned to his training, striving to enhance his strength and become even more formidable. Should the day come when he truly encounters Sun Wukong and those Saiyans, he would be prepared for battle. He must vanquish those Saiyans, including Sun Wukong, with absolute power. Regardless of the outcome, he, Jiren, cannot afford to lose. Fusion techniques, combinations, and the Ultra Instinct, these impure concepts shall crumble before his sheer strength. In the realm of the gods of destruction from Universe 2, my eyes can scarcely bear the sight. It is simply exquisite. Under the influence of Ultra Instinct, humanity can transform into such magnificence. Hellas involuntarily stepped back, shielding her eyes. In her perception, the Sun Wukong depicted in the video radiated an overwhelming brilliance. A light so piercing that it was impossible to gaze upon directly. It was breathtaking, dazzling in its splendor. In the Grand Zeno's palace. How remarkable it is that the future Wukong has mastered Ultra Instinct. I am utterly intrigued to discover the means by which he attained this prowess. Zeno is filled with curiosity regarding Sun Wukong's command of Ultra Instinct. What trials must he have endured to master a technique even the gods cannot grasp? Acquiring such power is certainly not within Whis' teachings, for he lacks the ability to impart Ultra Instinct to a mere mortal like Sun Wukong. It must involve a series of profound experiences, intense stimuli, or life-threatening crises. Only at the pinnacle of extremity can one comprehend the divine technique. I believe there will surely be a compilation video showcasing Mr. Wukong's mastery of Ultra Instinct, the Grand Minister remarked with a smile. It is noteworthy that the Saiyan Transformation compilation is far from over, suggesting that Ultra Instinct will soon be revealed. Perhaps the next segment will feature the Ultra Instinct transformation, allowing us to witness how Sun Wukong achieved it. What anticipation! It truly fills one with excitement, Zeno declared joyfully, raising both hands in eager expectation. As for the present moment, he is greatly looking forward to observing the power of Sun Wukong under Ultra Instinct. In a clash with Beast Gohan, who shall emerge victorious? Will it be Sun Wukong, wielding the divine technique of the angels, or Gohan, who has harnessed his own unique evolution in beast mode? Returning to the video, so that is Ultra Instinct. Fat Woody Yangzi could not help but widen his eyes. It was his first encounter with this technique. There is no need for further testing. Sun Wukong stated with a smile, "Let us unleash our strongest forms." Thus, Ultra Instinct is indeed Wukong's most formidable technique at present. On this side, Beerus sat cross-legged, observing Sun Wukong. It appears so, Whis nodded in agreement. Currently, Sun Wukong's mightiest technique is indeed Ultra Instinct. However, to progress further, he must build upon the foundation of Ultra Instinct. With a deep breath, Gohan closed his eyes. Raising his head, a powerful aura soon emanated from him, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was immensely strong. Suddenly, Gohan let out a fierce roar. After a surge of overwhelming energy flashed through the air, Son Gohan transformed into his beast mode, becoming the formidable Beast Gohan. The immense power radiating from him left everyone present in a state of shock, including even the foremost Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta, in particular, broke into a cold sweat, unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of Gohan's strength. Initially, when Bulma had mentioned that Gohan might surpass both of them, Vegeta had been incredulous. Yet, it was evident now that Gohan was not merely approaching their level. He was undeniably close to it. The power of Beast Gohan indeed rivaled that of the two Saiyans. With further training, it was conceivable that Gohan could completely surpass both of them. What a ferocious aura! Coming out of his astonishment, Goku was instantly filled with excitement. He could sense that Gohan's energy was infused with wildness and fury. His anticipation for this battle was validated, even with the Ultra Instinct technique. Goku was not entirely confident he could overcome the current Gohan. The strength of Beast Gohan had escalated to a level that was hardly inferior to his and Vegeta's. "I told you there would be a spectacular show," Whis remarked with a slight smile. Though Beerus remained silent, it was clear that he too was eagerly awaiting the impending clash. The confrontation between the divine techniques of Beast Gohan and the Ultra Instinct of Goku had everyone, including the spectators and deities, pondering who would ultimately emerge victorious. In Universe 11, at the God of Destruction's realm, the battle was imminent. "It's about to begin, my dear," Margarita cheerfully reminded. "I know. I'm watching," replied the ever-focused Beerus, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the video, showcasing Goku's future self. He was keen to witness the first human to master the Ultra Instinct, a technique that had eluded so many deities. To what extent would Goku harness this power? Even though he could transform at will in an instant, it did not imply that he had fully comprehended the divine mastery of an angel. Perhaps he could merely transform without being able to unleash the full potential of the Ultra Instinct, a thought that lingered in Beerus's mind. After all, he found it hard to believe that a mere human could master the Ultra Instinct technique. In Universe 6, at the God of Destruction's realm, the excitement was palpable. "It's about to start. Who do you think will win, Beerus?" Kampa inquired, curious about Beerus's opinion. Would Beast Gohan triumph, or would Goku, wielding Ultra Instinct, emerge victorious? "I believe it will be Mr. Goku," Beerus replied, recognizing that Ultra Instinct was, after all, a divine technique of the angels. Despite the immense power of Beast Gohan, Beerus remained convinced that the ultimate victor would be Goku. "Humph, I don't believe he can fully master Ultra Instinct," he scoffed. "I firmly believe that Beast Gohan will emerge victorious," Kampa remarked with a disgruntled expression, deliberately feigning disdain for the Ultra Instinct technique. Well, we shall see. Bardock replied with a smile, having discerned that Kampa was envious of Son Goku. After all, the Ultra Instinct was a skill that Kampa had struggled to master for many years, only to be attained by a mere human who had lived for less than a century. This jealousy was understandable, as many deities from other universes harbored similar feelings. In the realm of the seventh universe, the god of destruction was preparing for a confrontation. "I am about to engage my father in battle," Gohan exclaimed, brimming with excitement and eager to witness the clash between his future self, who had activated beast mode, and Son Goku wielding Ultra Instinct. The anticipated battle would undoubtedly be intense and exhilarating, as beast mode represented the pinnacle of transformation that Gohan could achieve. "I too am filled with anticipation. I wonder how formidable I will be once I master Ultra Instinct," Son Goku mused, never having imagined that he would one day wield the divine techniques of an angel. When Whis first spoke of it, he found it utterly astonishing that one could separate body from consciousness. Now, he was eager to discover the extent of the power he could unleash in the video. "Let us begin," Gohan announced, fully prepared. "I can hardly contain my excitement," Son Goku replied with a grin. The two of them assumed their battle stances simultaneously, and in the next instant, they surged towards each other with unprecedented speed, so rapid that most viewers could scarcely perceive their movements. As they approached within 2 meters of one another, their figures became ephemeral, vanishing in an instant. Vegeta glanced upward, observing that Son Goku and Gohan had ascended into the air, shifting the battleground from the ground to the sky. Each collision generated shockwaves that formed ferocious winds, as if they could obliterate everything in their path. On the ground, the vehicle carrying number 15 and Kamian was swept away by the gales. Fortunately, Fat Gotenks managed to grasp their vehicle. Broly caught the flung Remo, while Zal clung tightly to the ground to avoid being swept away by the approaching tempest. In the seventh universe, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, the sheer power of Goku and Gohan left Krillin utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the magnitude of their strength. Just a single clash produced such terrifying winds capable of sending objects flying. Their combat prowess had evidently reached divine levels. Piccolo, sweating profusely, could not help but exclaim, "No, it's possible that they have surpassed divinity itself. They are overwhelmingly powerful." Satan, too, was taken aback, clutching tightly to the indulgent Fat Bu, as even through the screen, he could feel the force threatening to lift him off his feet. In the video, suspended in midair, Gohan abruptly lifted his leg to kick at Son Goku. However, with the grace of Ultra Instinct, Goku effortlessly blocked the attack with his arm. The two exchanged smiles, hinting at the camaraderie amidst their fierce rivalry. Representing a profound exchange of power, both individuals felt a surge of satisfaction and exhilaration. In the next moment, their forms flickered and vanished into the ether. Vegeta's gaze fixated intently on the location where they would reappear. With a swift motion, Goku and Gohan emerged once more, each poised to launch an assault against the other. Their strikes met with precision, each successfully blocking the other's attack. However, even with the defenses in place, the overwhelming force generated a tempestuous wave that surged outward, sweeping everything in its path. "Vegeta," Beerus called out softly. Whis instantly comprehended the implication, recognizing that the sheer power wielded by Gohan and Goku posed a significant threat. Any casual collision between them could plunge the surroundings into chaos and destruction. "Understood, at once," Whis replied, gently waving his angelic staff. In an instant, a protective barrier enveloped those present, shielding them from the repercussions of Gohan and Goku's battle. In the sky, Gohan and Goku engaged in a mere exchange of fists. Yet these strikes were delivered with such speed that most onlookers could scarcely perceive the movements. The winds generated by their clashes wreaked havoc on the landscape below. The trees in the forest appeared to be uprooted and sent flying, while the very sky seemed to threaten to tear asunder. As Goku and Gohan's powers escalated, their relentless attacks caused the entirety of Beerus's realm and the god of destruction's domain to tremble. Thick clouds of smoke billowed forth, engulfing everything in sight. At that moment, not only the deities rose to their feet, but all of the universes and humanity stood in unison, halting their activities to gaze intently at the unfolding spectacle on the video screen. It was evident that the clash between Gohan and Goku had astonished all observers, both mortals and gods alike. In Universe 7, within the realm of destruction, the sheer might displayed was nothing short of astonishing. "Both Gohan and I are utterly incredible," Goku exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Given his current strength, he found it difficult to keep pace with the battle depicted on the screen. The The speed was simply astounding, rendering even the most focused attention insufficient. And the power, an immeasurable force. Goku mused that if he were to engage in battle, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow. This was no exaggeration, it was the stark truth. After all, the footage showcased a version of themselves from a distant future where both he and Gohan had mastered extraordinary powers, embracing the beast mode and ultra instinct. Indeed, Dad, our future selves are undeniably formidable, Gohan affirmed, nodding with excitement. Not to mention the sheer destructive potential of our strikes. The winds generated by our clashes alone could obliterate everything in their wake. It's truly remarkable. Even battles between gods seldom reach this magnitude. Haha, let's not forget, Kakarot. The future me will undoubtedly surpass the past. Thus, the future me shall possess an even more formidable power. Vegeta seizes the moment to taunt and boast once more. It is indeed a challenge for him to keep pace, as the battle between Goku and Gohan in the video remains unclear to him. However, he is aware that in the video, his future self triumphed over Goku. The future Vegeta has surpassed Goku. Hence the strength he wields must be far superior to that displayed by Goku and Gohan in the footage. Hey, have you forgotten something, Vegeta? Chapter 180. Beerus nods with a smile. Goku, unfazed, chuckles and remarks that he has anticipated this and will be prepared, knowing that the future Vegeta will surpass and defeat him. He resolves to exert even greater effort to prevent Vegeta from outdoing him. Preparation is not so easily achieved, Vegeta retorts coldly. He is determined to surpass Goku. What transpires in the future, he will ensure comes to fruition in reality. In the 7th universe, within the realm of Hell, a truly terrifying power resides, capable of effortlessly obliterating everything with a single blow. Cell is indeed intimidated by the strength of Gohan and Goku. Nevertheless, a smirk involuntarily creeps across his lips, likely fueled by his overwhelming desire to conquer Gohan. Perhaps it is also due to the Saiyan cells within him, which instill a fierce combativeness. The sight of powerful foes exhilarates him, igniting an uncontrollable eagerness to engage them in battle. In summary, while fear and shock do exist within him, he is predominantly consumed by excitement and anticipation for the resurrection, hoping that Goku and Gohan will possess strength akin to what is shown in the video. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, it appears that Gohan and Goku are evenly matched. Kampa, arms akimbo, observes the holographic display. To him, it seems as though their powers are roughly equivalent, neither able to gain the upper hand. They likely haven't unleashed their full strength. Let's continue to watch, Lord Kampa. Beerus suggests with a smile. To her, Goku and Gohan are merely testing the waters. The true battle has yet to commence. Not using their full power? Kampa's expression shifts, disbelief washing over him. The power displayed in the video is already formidable, yet you claim that Gohan and Goku have not exerted themselves fully? Indeed. Beerus affirms with a nod. At that moment, Kampa's countenance darkens considerably. The future Gohan and Goku are so powerful. How can the Saiyans of his 6th universe hope to surpass them? How can he prevail over Beerus's 7th universe in this regard? In the 4th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the angelic technique known as Ultra Instinct has been wielded to such an extraordinary extent. Since learning that Goku has mastered Ultra Instinct, Quitella's smile has vanished entirely. This technique is one he is eager to master, and not solely him. All the gods desire to attain it. However, they have spent countless years without mastering it, merely surpassing Beerus in the understanding of Ultra Instinct. Yet, even his grasp is far from perfect. In the video, this human, Son Goku, who has lived for less than a century, astonishingly possesses Ultra Instinct. It appears to be the perfected form of Ultra Instinct, which leaves Keitra unable to contain his laughter. Is this not a slap in his face? As the god of destruction from Universe 4, he finds himself inferior to a mere human in the footage. Once the two retreated and created distance between them, the ground transformed into an enormous crater. Gohan and Goku occupied opposite corners, preparing to intensify their assault. Let us escalate the pressure, Goku declared with a smile. Indeed, he had yet to unleash his full power, but soon he would begin to reveal it, piece by piece. All right, Gohan responded with a grin, aware that he too had not shown his complete strength. Fortunately, Whis provided a protective barrier. Otherwise, the tumultuous energy from Gohan and Goku's battle would have obliterated those nearby. Within the barrier, witnessing the catastrophic destruction of the god of destruction's realm, Beerus's forehead was lined with angry veins. Those two have ravaged my planet. Yet, despite his fury, The battle between Gohan and Goku did not cease. Instead, it intensified. With a mighty shout, Gohan unleashed a powerful kick towards Goku, the speed akin to lightning. The force was tremendously potent. Goku, unable to evade, crossed his arms in defense, but he did not anticipate the overwhelming strength behind Gohan's kick. Even with a block, Goku was sent flying backward, retreating hundreds of meters until he crashed into a boulder and fell into the forest, sliding several more meters before coming to a halt. On Earth, in the Capsule Corporation, Goten's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, Gohan, you're incredible." Dad was sent flying. Indeed, Gohan's beast mode exhibits remarkable strength, Piccolo remarked with a smile as he watched the footage. He felt immense satisfaction with the future version of Gohan, finally embodying the true essence of a Saiyan, training to enhance strength and battling formidable opponents, rather than isolating himself to conduct research on Super Saiyan forms. In the God of Destruction realm of Universe 11, the fact that Goku mastered Ultra Instinct is credible. But Gohan's current power appears no less formidable than that of Goku under Ultra Instinct. His strength is truly astonishing and hard to accept. With clenched fists, Whis felt frustration. From his encounter with Cell, it was clear that Beast Gohan had transcended the level of divine beings, yet the exact extent of his power remained elusive. After all, Gohan had effortlessly dispatched Cell. Unable to witness more of his combat performance, one cannot accurately assess his true strength. However, in this confrontation with the effortlessly supreme Sun Wukong, the authentic prowess of Beast Gohan becomes evident. He demonstrates that he is not inferior to the effortlessly supreme Sun Wukong, revealing that Beast Gohan's strength surpasses all expectations. In the sixth universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, it appears that Beast Gohan may indeed possess an edge. Could it be that my prediction of Gohan emerging victorious is correct? Kampa now seems convinced of Gohan's impending triumph. After all, the recent strike sent Sun Wukong sprawling, which undeniably attests to Gohan's superior power. Given that he is stronger, it becomes merely a matter of time before victory is secured. Surely, in the end, it will be Gohan who prevails. Lord Kampa, Sun Wukong has yet to unleash his full potential, Badat's reminded with a smile. This revelation startled Kampa, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. What? He hasn't exerted his full power? Indeed, Badat's nodded. Kampa was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. If Sun Wukong had not yet tapped into his complete strength, one could only imagine the magnitude of his true power. Chapter 181. Why is Sun Wukong always evading? Returning to the footage, once Sun Wukong steadied himself, he rose, brushing off the dust from his shoulders. He fixed his gaze upon Gohan, a smile gracing his face as he praised, "Well done, Gohan. Your potential remains astonishing." This had been a realization of his long ago. Gohan's potential was among the most remarkable he had ever encountered. Even Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, paled in comparison regarding potential as Gohan held his own. At that moment, Gohan soared towards him, landing gracefully before Sun Wukong. Not only is your potential remarkable, but you have also mastered it through training. You have truly transformed, Gohan. Sun Wukong continued to smile, elated by Gohan's progress. In the past, Gohan would have languished in his training, his strength dwindling day by day, never achieving the ability to effortlessly transition into his beast form. All thanks to Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied with a smile. Without his guidance, I would still be the timid Gohan, struggling even to transform into a Super Saiyan. I see, Sun Wukong said as he resumed his fighting stance, still smiling. However, I have never relaxed in my own training. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, slowly levitating into the air. At that instant, Sun Wukong's entire form appeared as light as a feather. As he ascended higher, Gohan furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering Sun Wukong's intentions. Upon reaching a certain altitude, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze transformed entirely. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from the sky, reappearing behind Gohan. With a single hand touching the ground, he propelled himself upward, delivering a swift kick to Gohan's back. Son Gohan was utterly unprepared. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying. Son Goku landed gracefully and assumed his stance, charging once more towards Son Gohan. In an instant, he reached the front of Son Gohan, who had yet to regain his balance. With a powerful strike delivered by both fists, Son Gohan was propelled into the water. However, he lingered beneath the surface for an extended period, causing Son Goku to feel perplexed. Suddenly, Son Gohan launched an attack from behind, delivering a kick. Yet Son Goku did not even turn to look. Utilizing the Ultra Instinct technique, he merely tilted his head slightly to evade the blow. Subsequently, Son Gohan unleashed a flurry of punches, but all his attempts were deftly dodged by Son Goku. Thanks to the Ultra Instinct, Son Gohan's fists could not graze him in the slightest. The tide of battle had decidedly shifted in favor of Son Goku. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the God of Destruction, the similarities between Champa and Whis were striking. Observing the footage, it was evident how effortlessly Son Goku evaded all of Son Gohan's assaults. Vegeta, feeling irked, recalled their previous training session. Whis had effortlessly sidestepped every attack from both him and Son Goku without even casting a glance. The situation was eerily reminiscent, as though he possessed eyes all over his body, requiring no sight to evade attacks with absolute certainty. This was the essence of Ultra Instinct, a separation of body and consciousness, allowing each part of the body to sense surrounding dangers and either evade or counterattack. Though in his beast mode Son Gohan wielded extraordinary strength, under the influence of Ultra Instinct, he could not land a single blow on Son Goku. Son Goku watched intently, filled with excitement. No matter how formidable the power or attack, if it fails to connect with the opponent, it is rendered utterly meaningless. This was the current predicament. Beast Gohan simply could not strike Son Goku, who was enhanced by Ultra Instinct. However, it was not solely the prowess of Ultra Instinct at play. Son Goku's combat experience far surpassed that of Gohan's. Combined with Ultra Instinct, it became evident why Gohan struggled to land a hit. In the depths of the 7th universe, within Hell, Frieza scoffed, questioning whether Ultra Instinct was merely a technique of evasion. He could not perceive the true brilliance of Ultra Instinct, as he remained oblivious to its effects. All he observed was Son Goku continuously dodging Son Gohan's strikes, and nothing more. To him, it seemed that Ultra Instinct was unimpressive, merely a means to evade attacks. Cell shrugged, unable to discern any remarkable qualities in the footage of Son Goku under the influence of Ultra Instinct. Besides the astonishing reflexes that allowed him to effortlessly dodge incoming assaults, nothing else appeared particularly special. If one solely focuses on defense and evasion without any offensive maneuvers, victory would undoubtedly belong to Son Gohan. After all, mere defense and evasion could never defeat an opponent. Only through proactive aggression can one vanquish an opponent. To persist in mere defense and evasion, do you intend to exhaust your adversary? Such an outcome is utterly unattainable. In the 6th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, what is transpiring? Why does that Son Goku remain in hiding? Champa, filled with curiosity, turned to Beerus and inquired, based on my understanding, your angel's Ultra Instinct should encompass more than just supreme evasion and defense, correct? The offensive aspect of Ultra Instinct should also reach an apex. Is that not so? Indeed. Lord Champa, Beerus affirmed with a nod. The perfected Ultra Instinct achieves an unparalleled domain in both defense and offense. Then why has Son Goku refrained from attacking thus far? Champa pressed further. Clearly, Ultra Instinct allows for counterattacks in the very moment of defense, yet Goku has not acted upon this. Perhaps he is yet to master the perfected Ultra Instinct, Beerus pondered, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. I cannot discern his thoughts, Beerus replied with a slight smile. Especially considering that the Goku in the video is from the future, his intentions elude me even more. However, Beerus was now certain that the Goku depicted in the footage had indeed achieved mastery over the perfected Ultra Instinct. Yet, a bold speculation stirred within Beerus's mind. Goku may have accomplished something even more extraordinary, a personal evolution of Ultra Instinct, tailored specifically to him. The most suitable manifestation for humans and Saiyans alike. It is essential to recognize that the perfected Ultra Instinct demands an unwavering calmness, absolute tranquility within, free from distractions. A complete return to the self, coupled with an unyielding approach to combat. Yet the Goku in the video evidently exhibits his own emotions and fighting style, which prompted Beerus's audacious conjecture. Perhaps Goku has developed his own version of Ultra Instinct. If this is indeed the case, it would be even more astonishing than mastering the original form. Chapter 182. The Fury of Power returning to the video. Gohan grew increasingly anxious as every attempt to strike Goku proved futile. Noticing Goku on the ground, still unsteady, Gohan resolved to seize this opportunity. He propelled himself to his utmost speed, disappearing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Gohan stood before Goku, launching a punch with all his might. However, even this culmination of speed failed to connect. Empowered by perfected Ultra Instinct, Goku effortlessly evaded Gohan's assault. Yet this time, It was not merely about dodging an attack. Goku seized the fleeting gap when Gohan's body was unprepared for adjustment, delivering a swift kick that sent Gohan soaring through the air. He executed a somersault before landing gracefully atop a tree stump. "Ah, so this is Ultra Instinct," Gohan remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a smile. He had now felt, through experience, the immense power of Ultra Instinct. Mastery of it allows the body to react instinctively and flawlessly. With a smile, Sun Wukong explained that your attacks cannot reach me. What an impressive technique. Truly worthy of you, father. However, pausing momentarily, Son Gohan's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing that his beast form encompasses even greater depths. After speaking, he assumed a stance, his fists clenched tightly. "Huh," he bellowed the next instant. Veins surged on his forehead, and a silvery aura erupted around him. The pink lightning that danced around him intensified and multiplied, indicating that Son Gohan was concealing an even more formidable power. Now, having witnessed the might of the Ultra Instinct technique, he felt compelled to unleash his full strength to gain the upper hand. An immense amount of energy is converging, Broly remarked in astonishment as he observed Son Gohan. He could sense the surge in Gohan's energy, doubling, tripling, escalating to 20 times and beyond. Could Gohan truly control such escalating power? Vegeta pondered with skepticism. If he failed to manage it, this overwhelming force could very well overwhelm his body. After all, that energy was exceedingly ferocious. Should he mismanage it, his body would inevitably shatter under the strain. Yet, Son Gohan remained unfazed. Possessing unwavering confidence in his ability to harness this power, he had trained specifically for this purpose, to master every ounce of ferocity that his beast mode could unleash. With a fierce roar, Gohan indeed managed to master this energy, his overall strength multiplying exponentially. The air became charged with an almost violent essence, instilling a sense of imminent danger to anyone who dared to approach. In the next moment, Son Gohan dashed towards Sun Wukong with lightning speed. So fast, Vegeta's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Gohan could attain such velocity. He struggled to keep up, nearly losing sight of him. Sun Wukong experienced a similar sensation, as Gohan's speed was so overwhelming that he scarcely had time to register it. However, thanks to the perfected Ultra Instinct, his body instinctively reacted to the imminent threat, allowing him to evade the strike. By a mere fraction, he avoided being hit. Son Gohan's punch missed. Yet the force generated created a shockwave that carved a deep trench in the ground, shattering stones hundreds of meters away. Regaining his footing, Son Gohan launched another punch towards Sun Wukong. Although this strike also fell short, the pressure from his overwhelming strength still impacted Wukong, pushing him back several meters, nearly causing him to lose balance. At this moment, all attention was drawn to the beast Gohan, who had unexpectedly elevated his power to such astonishing heights. Even Sun Wukong, who had activated Ultra Instinct, found it challenging to contend with him. In the 7th universe, in the depths of hell. Indeed, it is as such. Son Gohan, your strength is unparalleled. Cell, brimming with excitement, clenched his fists, a smile unwavering on his face. Witnessing the beastly Gohan unleash such formidable power, he felt a joy and exhilaration surpassing even that of Gohan himself. This was the Gohan of his memories, the one who had obliterated him, the most powerful warrior, the singular strongest entity. It appears that Gohan has truly ascended to become the mightiest Saiyan. Frieza, somewhat taken aback, had not anticipated this revelation. He had never held faith in such a notion, considering that Son Goku was his father and Vegeta the Prince of Saiyans. Thus, he had always doubted that Gohan could surpass both Goku and Vegeta. Yet, in light of recent events, Gohan's strength seemed genuinely superior to that of Goku. Regardless of the outcome, this is simply my perspective, Cell remarked with a light chuckle. He had long witnessed the strongest Saiyan, whose name was none other than Son Gohan. Therefore, in his heart, the strongest Saiyan could only be Gohan, no one else. In the realm of the God of Destruction of Universe 10, the raw power exhibited by Gohan is indeed impressive. Although he does not follow the evolutionary path of a Super Saiyan, he can unleash such terrifying strength. Rumshire could not help but commend him. He now genuinely envied Beerus, realizing that within Universe 7, there existed Saiyans of such formidable power, rivaling that of deities. How he wished his Universe 10 could boast such Saiyans. Simply selecting one to serve as a substitute Supreme Kai and another as a substitute God of Destruction would suffice. For these Saiyans possessed the strength and merit to become divine substitutes, potentially taking over the roles of true deities in the future. In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 11, it seems that Son Goku has yet to unleash his full power. The beautiful Wei Mei furrowed her brow. Her fists clenched tightly. Gohan had nearly expended all his strength, a fact she discerned. However, Goku had not yet reached his limit, indicating that his power surpassed that of the beast Gohan. Indeed, dear, Margarita nodded in agreement. Wei Mei was incensed, as it was unacceptable for Goku, in his current state, to possess strength greater than that of Jiren. Jiren was supposed to be the strongest. He ought to remain the most powerful among humans, not Goku. In the video, Gohan unleashed a tempest of attacks upon Goku, countless punches delivered at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Amidst this ferocious onslaught, Goku quickly found his rhythm, entering a state of seriousness. Nevertheless, even in this state, Gohan's power remained formidable. Chapter 183, Truly Dreadful. Should Goku let his guard down even slightly, he would be struck. With Gohan's current strength, being hit would be no trivial matter. Both Whis and Beerus were astounded. Son Gohan, the son of Goku, possessed such immense strength. Despite not undergoing the grueling training akin to that which Goku and Vegeta had endured, it was merely a breakthrough, faced with the formidable foe, Shalu. In a moment of utmost fury, such a remarkable advancement was achieved. The potential and strength displayed were indeed astonishing. At last, Son Gohan seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Son Goku's abdomen. Although Goku attempted to defend himself with both hands, Gohan capitalized on the brief window of opportunity, sending Goku flying with a swift kick. Gohan's speed had surpassed the evasion capabilities of the Ultra Instinct technique, leaving Vegeta in a state of shock, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. After all, Ultra Instinct was supposed to evade all attacks, having landed a hit. A joyful smile illuminated Gohan's face. He had finally struck Goku while he was in the Ultra Instinct state. However, Gohan himself felt utterly exhausted. Elevating his power to such a degree was an arduous task. Every second felt like an eternity. At that moment, Goku leaped from the forest, immediately clutching his face in pain, exclaiming, "Ouch!" What was that? Gohan, with clenched fists, explained with a smile, "I concentrated my energy just before going berserk, then managed to control it." Goku pondered for a moment, realizing, this is the only method I have to unleash the maximum power of this form. Gohan continued, acknowledging that without such a strategy, he would not have been able to land a single blow on Goku. Only by amplifying his strength beyond the evasion capabilities of Ultra Instinct could he strike Goku, as he had just done. "I understand now. It seems you have done quite a bit of research," Goku said with excitement, adopting a battle stance once again. The two resumed their fierce duel. In the realm of the 7th universe, the god of destruction observed as Gohan managed to control his power just before the brink of going berserk. This feels remarkably similar to Broly," Whis remarked, glancing at Broly, who was currently undergoing the same process. However, Broly was not yet capable of controlling his rampaging power as Gohan had done. Broly appeared puzzled, unable to comprehend Whis' words. Yet, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan understood perfectly. Indeed, the ferocity of Gohan's power bore a striking resemblance to that of Broly. Gohan had mentioned concentrating his energy just before the brink of going berserk and controlling it, which was precisely what Broly was currently unable to accomplish. This implied that Gohan could potentially teach Broly. Goku turned to Gohan with a smile, saying, "Hey, you could teach Broly." "Me?" Gohan responded, clearly lacking confidence, feeling he did not possess the ability to teach others. After all, the video depicted a future version of himself. The present Gohan had yet to master the transformation into the beast mode and was uncertain about how to control his power while in a berserk state. "Yes," Goku encouraged. "Believe in yourself, you can do it, Gohan." The video clearly showed that Beast Gohan could surpass even Goku, who had mastered Ultra Instinct, regardless of whether Goku was exerting his full strength. Being able to concentrate energy and control power just before going berserk demonstrated that Gohan indeed possessed the capability to teach Broly. Persevere. For once you master the transformation into beast mode, the task of aiding Broly in controlling his power shall be entrusted to you, remarked Whis with a smile, placing his faith in Gohan. This would also allow him to take a lighter approach, focusing solely on overseeing Goku's training without the added responsibility of helping Broly manage his strength. "All right," Gohan nodded, motivated to exert himself further to assist Broly in mastering his own immense power. In the 6th universe, within the realm of destruction, Kappa expressed his frustration. unable to contain his irritation. How can he nonchalantly speak of such a challenging feat? It was indeed a monumental task. Yet Gohan spoke of it as if it were a trivial matter. Perhaps he genuinely believed it to be uncomplicated, given his innate talent in that domain. Mused Beerus with a smile. How infuriating, Kampa grumbled, crossing his arms defiantly. Yet, within his thoughts lingered the plight of Kale, his fighter from the 6th universe, who had lost control of her power after becoming a legendary Super Saiyan. If only he could discern Gohan's method, he could guide Kale to harness her strength freely. Returning to the video, Beerus observed the clash between Gohan and Goku, narrowing his eyes as he remarked, Goku's son is engaging in battle as a Super Saiyan. No, it's different from the typical Super Saiyan, Whis interjected, hands clasped behind his back, smiling. Moreover, it is not a technique of the gods. It seems he possesses a unique gift, a feat achieved solely by Gohan, at least among the Saiyans present. At that moment, Remo approached with a tray of juice, inquiring, Would you two care for some juice? Thank you, Whis replied, accepting a cup. Remo then turned to the vehicle where Camion and Android 15 were seated. Would you like a cup as well? Very much appreciated, Camion and Android 15 responded, pleasantly surprised by the gesture. Subsequently, Remo handed a cup to Broly. This is for you, Broly. However, Broly was entirely oblivious to the offering, utterly engrossed in the battle between Gohan and Goku. Wow, I had no idea such a person existed, Broly thought, feeling an intense desire to face Gohan in combat, sensing their powers were strikingly similar, both fueled by uncontrollable, primal rage. Goku noticed Broly's intense focus on their fight and effortlessly blocked Gohan's incoming punch with his left arm. With a swift motion, he pushed Gohan back with his right hand, sending him tumbling. They both landed back on the ground, and Gohan was poised to launch another attack on Goku. As Sun Wukong extended his hands with a smile, he declared, All right, let us bring this to a close. Chapter 184, Truly Remarkable. In the 7th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. Why has Father called for a halt? Does he not intend to continue? Son Gohan pondered, perplexed by the sudden cessation. His curiosity had been piqued, and he yearned to discern the outcome of his future self in the video. If the battle were to persist against Sun Wukong, who would ultimately emerge victorious? Would his beast mode prove superior, or would Sun Wukong's ultra instinct reign supreme? I believe my future self has perhaps found someone more suitable to combat you, Sun Wukong remarked, hands on his hips, a knowing smile adorning his face. He had grasped the intent of his future self in the video. It was not to conclude the battle, but rather to transfer it to someone who would benefit more from it. Broly, the one more apt for this confrontation. Son Gohan paused momentarily, quickly coming to comprehension. I understand now, Father. The individual you refer to is Mr. Broly. Am I to battle with Gohan? Broly blinked, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Indeed, Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod. I too have come to appreciate Mr. Wukong's perspective in the video, Whis remarked with a slight smile. It is indeed remarkable. Their powers do bear a striking resemblance. Perhaps, a battle could facilitate Mr. Broly's understanding of controlling his might. He believed that the future Sun Wukong envisioned this outcome, hoping that Broly would enhance his comprehension through his bout with Gohan, enabling him to master his strength more swiftly. After all, Beast Gohan had managed to harness his overwhelming rage into a weapon of his own. Vegeta remained silent, observing with understanding. He too recognized the merit in Sun Wukong's thoughts. A clash with Beast Gohan could indeed offer Broly profound insights. In the 6th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction? Oh, has it concluded so soon? Kampa blinked, his face a canvas of confusion. Just as the excitement had peaked, the announcement of the battle's end felt like a cruel twist. It was akin to a narrative abruptly severed at a pivotal moment. How could one not feel distressed? In the 11th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, could we not finish the fight? Whis interjected. After all, he possesses recovery abilities. What is the concern regarding stamina? The situation was exasperating. He had been eager to witness the prowess of Gotenks, the fusion warrior. Yet the culmination led to a chubby version of Gotenks. Now he longed to see the full extent of Sun Wukong's Ultra Instinct and Beast Gohan's powers, but alas, the battle had been abruptly terminated before either had unleashed their full potential. Who can fathom the reason? Margarita shrugged. Regardless, she too was at a loss for the sudden conclusion. In the video, Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback. He certainly did not grasp why the fight was ending so abruptly. Sun Wukong, smiling, relinquished his Ultra Instinct, reverting to his normal state. I have witnessed your formidable strengths in their entirety. Truly remarkable, Gohan. Only you could achieve such incredible prowess and elevate yourself to this extraordinary level. With this, even in my absence from Earth, I can rest assured. Initially, Sun Wukong was quite anxious about this situation, particularly since both he and Vegeta were away from Earth. What if enemies invaded while they were unable to return in time? However, witnessing the power Gohan possesses alleviates his worries. As long as Gohan is present, Earth will undoubtedly be safe. He will safeguard the planet and vanquish all foes. You haven't exhausted your energy yet, have you? Sun Wukong inquired, hands resting on his hips with a smile. Ah, yes, Gohan replied honestly, though unsure of the reason behind Sun Wukong's question. He indeed had not depleted his strength. Excellent, Sun Wukong exclaimed, raising a finger. There's someone I'd like you to spar with. Gohan, still puzzled, wondered if it was a match against Uncle Vegeta or the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Hey Broly, Sun Wukong called, looking towards him. Would you like to join Gohan in a little sparring session? Come on up. Wait, really? Am I going? Broly responded, taken aback by Sun Wukong's suggestion to battle. Meanwhile, number 15 was still inquiring about whether Fat Gotenks and his companions could leave. How do we get out of here? He asked. But Fat Gotenks' answer left them both bewildered. You can't drive out of the God of Destruction's realm. After all, we're on another planet, Beerus planet. To be precise. At that moment, Sun Wukong leaped to Vegeta's side, while Broly positioned himself before Gohan. The battle was about to commence. Gohan clasped his hands together and bowed to Broly, though Broly did not comprehend the gesture. In the next instant, they charged towards each other and clashed in combat. Within the protective barrier, Sun Wukong observed the duel unfolding with a smile, remarking, I believe they share some similarities. Indeed, Gohan and Broly do, Vegeta conceded, adding that Broly might even be more fittingly described as a beast. I hope he can discover a glimmer of opportunity from this battle, Sun Wukong mused, entrusting the chance of this fight to Broly, hoping he would glean insights to gradually master his own power. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the God of Destruction, it was indeed as such. Sun Wukong smiled and said, You must pay close attention, Broly. This battle will surely inspire you. Broly nodded solemnly. Since it was for his sake, he was determined to observe intently, eager to learn how to harness his own power. In the realm of the Destroyers of Universe 2, the beauty was breathtaking. To assist others by relinquishing the opportunity to fight, how radiant Sun Wukong is. Hellas could not help but exclaim. Her admiration for the human Sun Wukong grew stronger. To her, he had become the most brilliant and beautiful of all humans. Chapter 185. Broly has transformed into a Super Saiyan. In the realm of the Destroyers of Universe 6, well then, if I can discover a method to control my power from this, it would be splendid, Kampa thought, his anticipation rekindled. If he could learn how Son Gohan managed to control his strength, he could guide Caulifla from Universe 6 in her training. Once Caulifla mastered her power and contained her Super Saiyan energy, their chances of victory in the Saiyan Combat Tournament would increase significantly. Caulifla, you must observe closely. Perhaps you will glean something about controlling your power, Caulifla said to Kale. Do you think I can really do it? Kale asked uncertainly, doubting her ability to manage her strength. If Son Gohan can do it, then surely you can too, Caulifla reassured her by patting her shoulder, though Kale remained unconvinced. Feeling inadequate compared to Son Gohan. On the screen, Son Gohan faced Broly in his mystic form against the regular Broly. Mr. Broly, I have heard much about your formidable strength, Son Gohan said with a smile as he deflected Broly's attacks. He was aware that it had taken a fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta to defeat Broly in the past. Let me witness your previous beastly form, Broly requested, yearning to see not the mystic Gohan, but the ferocious beast Gohan, capable of holding his own against Sun Wukong in the Ultra Instinct state. Very well. If that is what you desire, Son Gohan readily agreed. As Broly launched a punch, Son Gohan swiftly evaded and tightened his fists, transforming into Beast Gohan. The overwhelming and savage aura he exuded was indeed reminiscent of Broly's, astonishing him and momentarily rendering him speechless. Seizing the opportunity while Broly was distracted, Son Gohan charged at him with lightning speed. By the time Broly regained his composure, he realized he could not evade the impending attack. He could only cross his arms defensively over his chest. A dull thud resonated through the air. Despite Broly's utmost effort to defend himself, the sheer force of the assault overwhelmed him. He could only hold out for a few seconds before being sent flying. Son Gohan did not squander this prime opportunity for pursuit. With a surge of fury, he charged forward and delivered a powerful blow to Broly's face. subsequently sending him flying with a swift kick. It was evident that the disparity in their strengths was monumental in his normal state. Broly was no match for the ferocious Gohan. Crashing to the ground, Broly gritted his teeth and rose once more. Yet it was clear that he was teetering on the brink of losing control. In the 7th universe, within the realm of destruction, Vegeta observed the footage of Broly, remarking that it seemed the latter was on the verge of a complete breakdown. He understood that any further provocation could lead Broly to lose his rationality. However, Goku held a differing perspective. "I believe Broly will be able to rein in his power this time," he stated confidently. After all, he has undergone extensive training to master his abilities, and he surely will not allow himself to succumb to madness. Broly nodded vigorously in agreement with Goku's words. He had endured great hardships to gain control over his strength and was resolute in not allowing himself to lose his composure, particularly at such a critical moment, where any lapse could endanger his friends. Clenching his fists tightly, he gazed at his image on the screen, urging himself, "Come on, future me. I believe in you. You can master your power." In the depths of the 7th universe, Frieza chuckled, anticipating Broly's impending loss of control. "Soon, he shall unravel," he mused. The prospect of witnessing the chaos among the Saiyans thrilled him, as he relished the exhilarating spectacle of their clashes. "I am positively electrified. I cannot wait to be resurrected and face Son Gohan. Yet, I must bide my time until both of us have attained sufficient strength." Cell, clenching his fists, echoed Frieza's excitement, commenting on their need for mutual growth before engaging in battle. "Patience is key. My minions have yet to gather the Dragon Balls," Frieza remarked, acknowledging their new transformations, Golden Cell and Golden Frieza. During this interlude before resurrection, Frieza aimed to pursue his ultimate transformation, Black Frieza. Meanwhile, Cell, though uncertain if he could unveil his strongest form from the footage, was committed to relentless training to elevate his prowess for the impending confrontation with Gohan. Returning to the video, Gohan's assault came crashing down once more as Broly suddenly clenched his fists. With a fierce roar, an immense surge of golden energy erupted from within him, captivating the attention of all who watched, their eyes widening in rapt anticipation. Could it be that Broly has truly lost his sanity? Soon, as the tumult subsided, Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Alas, has Broly still lost control? Goku pressed his hands tightly against his head, sensing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. "Quickly look," Vegeta pointed out a subtle difference, urging Goku to observe Broly closely. Goku paused for a moment, then scrutinized Broly. He saw Broly swinging his fists towards Gohan. When viewed head-on, Broly's pupils remained intact, indicating he had managed to harness his power and successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. He had not succumbed to madness, nor had he become a mindless killing machine. Broly had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan while retaining his pupils. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "After all this time training, Broly has finally made some progress." Vegeta, of course, was equally pleased. "Well done, Broly. You have successfully controlled your Super Saiyan transformation." Chapter 186. Truly impressive in the realm of destruction within Universe 7, Broly clenched his fists in exhilaration. He could scarcely believe it. At last, his future self had achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Was it truly worthy of such excitement? After all, this was merely an ordinary Super Saiyan, not the fabled Super Saiyan. Vegeta looked at Broly, perplexed by his exuberance. It was merely a minor breakthrough. The greatest accomplishment would be to transform into a legendary Super Saiyan without losing control. Broly had yet to achieve that. He still could not fully master his power. Only upon accomplishing that feat would it be justifiable to feel such elation. "Well, I feel that this is already quite remarkable," Broly chuckled, scratching his head. Primarily, he observed how Goku and the other Saiyans could effortlessly transform into Super Saiyans without losing their senses. Even the young Goten and Trunks could freely transform into Super Saiyans. Thus, Broly had long yearned for the same ability, to transform freely into a Super Saiyan without losing his reason. Now, the version of him in the video had finally accomplished this feat, and it was only natural for him to feel such joy. This is not enough. Mastering the power of the Super Saiyan is what you must strive for, Vegeta remarked with a grunt, addressing Broly. In his view, Broly should not become overly excited simply because he had grasped the Super Saiyan transformation. Such elation could lead to complacency, hindering his future growth. He needed to persist and push forward until he had fully mastered the power of the Super Saiyan before allowing himself to rejoice. Broly nodded earnestly. Understanding that Vegeta meant well, he would not become complacent. After all, the video depicted his future self. At present, he struggles to control even the Super Saiyan form, and must exert more effort to continue improving. In Universe 6, the realm of the gods of destruction, it appears he has managed to tame his power, though no guidance on how to achieve this has been provided, leaving Kappa perplexed. How will Caulifla learn this? Engaging in battle with Gohan, she seems to have intuitively mastered her strength. I believe that Broly has absorbed the wisdom imparted by Vegeta and, spurred on by his skirmish with Gohan, has attained control over his abilities. Vados has shared her insights on the matter. However, at this juncture, he has merely transformed into a Super Saiyan. Having only just begun to harness this tremendous power, Broly has yet to fully command his Ultra Instinct prowess. When it comes to wielding strength, Gohan, the son of Goku, is far more adept. It is truly vexing. Kappa is visibly displeased. So many formidable warriors hail from Universe 7, while his Universe 6 lacks a single Saiyan of comparable strength. If this continues, it seems that Universe 6 stands no chance against Universe 7, with an evident imbalance of power that leaves them completely outmatched. In Universe 10, the realm of the Supreme Kai, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly emerges alongside Gohan, who has carved his own path. In Beast Mode, although not a Super Saiyan, he surpasses the power of one, and their clash is undeniably exhilarating. Guvas, sipping on his meticulously brewed tea, observes the intense confrontation between Gohan and Broly. The previous bout featured Beast Gohan against Ultra Instinct Goku, and now it showcases Beast Gohan versus Broly. Both encounters are equally thrilling to Guvas. Unlike some, who are eager to know the victor, he delights in witnessing the journey of the battle itself. For him, the process of combat is truly the most splendid aspect. To experience two distinct battles simultaneously is nothing short of magnificent. In Universe 7, the realm of the Supreme Kai, Goku and his companions have undoubtedly become representatives of humanity's pinnacle of combat prowess. Not only within Universe 7, but across the entire cosmos, the old Supreme Kai asserts. They rank among the strongest. Indeed, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Broly possess powers that transcend even the divine. If even the gods struggle against them, how many among humanity can stand as their equals? They are utterly remarkable. I am confident that in the future, our Universe 7 will undoubtedly ascend to the forefront of cosmic civilization in terms of strength, the Supreme Kai Xian exclaims with palpable excitement. He eagerly anticipates that day, when he can proudly proclaim himself the Supreme Kai of the most powerful civilization in Universe 7. More importantly, these individuals are his friends. Together, they have vanquished incredibly fearsome foes, forging an exceptionally strong bond. This is undoubtedly true, and the old Supreme Kai shares this sentiment. The transformation of Sun Wukong and his companions into such formidable beings is indeed remarkable. In the 7th universe, if they are not the foremost, then who holds that title? Returning to the scene, we observe Son Gohan's face adorned with astonishment. However, what truly astonishes him is not Broly's ability to harness a portion of his power while maintaining his sanity in the Super Saiyan transformation, but rather the sheer magnitude of Broly's strength. Despite merely being in the form of a Super Saiyan, Broly's prowess is unlike that of any other, possessing an astonishing power. Seizing the opportune moment, Son Gohan skillfully grasped Broly's leg and commenced a rapid spin. After what seemed like an endless whirl, he released Broly into the sky with a forceful throw. At that moment, Whis inquired, Lord Beerus, could he possibly be a candidate for another god of destruction? No, that is not feasible, Beerus retorted, asserting that he is the kind of serious individual who would never resort to destruction. Whis found this reasoning quite valid, recognizing that Son Gohan would never easily bring about ruin, thus disqualifying him from the role of a god of destruction. At this very instant, the intense battle between Son Gohan and Broly threatened to dismantle the realm of the gods of destruction. After all, the prior clash between Sun Wukong and Son Gohan had already wreaked considerable havoc upon the realm. 30 minutes had elapsed, leading to the dissolution of the fusion between Gotenks, separating Son Goten and Trunks once more. Vegeta, observing the battle with palpable eagerness, could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Hey, isn't it about time for me to join? Gohan, come and fight me. This statement left both Son Gohan and Broly, who had just been in fierce contention, momentarily stunned. Chapter 187. I want to join too. Have you two had enough? Wait, why does everyone want to fight me? Son Gohan lamented, feeling fatigued after 2 consecutive battles without respite. Let us take on Mr. Broly. Trunks eagerly suggested, yearning to experience the legendary power of a Super Saiyan. All right, Broly acquiesced. Consequently, the trio of Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks soared into the air, targeting Broly, while Vegeta aimed for Son Gohan. Observing their ascent, Sun Wukong could not bear to remain behind. What is this? I want to join too. With that, he unleashed his energy and launched himself into the fray. This spectacle elicited mixed reactions of amusement and bewilderment from the audience watching the video. What began as a singular battle had abruptly transformed into a chaotic melee. Ultimately, the scene shifted to reveal Son Gohan and his companions sprawled within a meteorite crater, clearly satisfied with the exhilarating chaos of their clash. As the video gradually descended into darkness, a mechanical voice echoed within the minds of all present. In the third installment of the Saiyan Transformation Review, featuring Beast Gohan, a conclusion is drawn. The next episode, the fourth installment, is scheduled to air in 1 week's time, with the title All Gods Stand Up, Goku's Mastery of Ultra Instinct. As the audio fades, and while the chat group remains open, the deities erupt in excitement, bombarding the chat with messages. In the chat group, healers, are we about to witness how Goku masters Ultra Instinct? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Ramsey, I must see how this mortal, Goku, manages to wield a technique so challenging even for the gods. Beautiful, Ultra Instinct? Humph, I too wish to see how a mere human accomplishes this. Beerus, pay close attention. This is the human of Universe 7, powerful enough to create infinite wonders. Krillin, indeed, Goku is always capable of miraculous feats. Bulma, that statement holds true. In every dire situation, Goku manages to turn the tide. Vegeta, it's not solely Kakarote's doing. Every Saiyan possesses the potential for such feats. That's the essence of our race. Frieza, how arrogant. Vegeta, have you forgotten how your kind perished? Vegeta, I have not forgotten. But have you forgotten how you met your demise? Alas, before the barrage of messages could conclude, the chat group was abruptly shut down. They must now await a week for the next episode of the Saiyan Transformation Review to resume. In the realm of the Omni King, excitement swells as he eagerly anticipates witnessing how Goku masters Ultra Instinct. The Supreme Kai smiles slightly, noting that every deity yearns to comprehend this technique, yet most lack the capability to grasp it. Now, an opportunity arises to observe how this human, Goku, achieves such mastery. The deities are filled with anticipation, eager to uncover how a mortal can accomplish what they themselves cannot. They hope that by witnessing Goku's mastery, they might gain insight and ultimately succeed in mastering the divine technique of the angels, Ultra Instinct. In Universe 7, within the realm of the God of Destruction, Goku is taken aback, realizing that the next video will detail his mastery of Ultra Instinct. He, too, is filled with curiosity about how he achieved such a divine technique. This promises to be entertaining. Beerus rises, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He is also eagerly anticipating to discover how Sun Wukong achieved his feats and what truly transpired. Humph, when will it be my turn? Vegeta is feeling rather disgruntled at the moment. Numerous videos have been compiled, and even Son Gohan has made an appearance. Yet, where is Vegeta? Clearly, in the previous video, he had already surpassed Sun Wukong. Why is there still no video dedicated to him? Could it be that Vegeta has not developed any extraordinary transformations? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. How could Vegeta possibly fail to unlock his own potential? The more he thinks about it, the more frustrated he becomes, his fists gradually tightening. Both Kakarot and Gohan have unveiled new transformations, yet Vegeta remains stagnant. Ha ha ha, do not worry, Vegeta. Rest assured, a new transformation for you will surely emerge, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile directed at Vegeta. However, to Vegeta, his words felt like mockery. With a disdainful snort, he turned his head away, unwilling to face Sun Wukong. Just then, ding ding ding. Suddenly, the angelic staff in Whis' hand emitted a sound. Turning to look, it was a video call request from Beerus. Lord Beerus, Whis said, glancing at him. Accept it. Beerus was also curious as to why the Sixth Universe's Beerus was suddenly reaching out. Thus, Whis initiated the video call. A screen projected into the air, gradually enlarging. As the image materialized, Kampa could be seen standing proudly beside Beerus. Upon noticing Beerus and Whis, Kampa pointed at Beerus with a triumphant grin and declared, "You must have guessed why I initiated this video, right?" "Why?" Beerus replied, genuinely unaware of Kampa's intentions. This statement momentarily left Kampa speechless. After regaining composure, he glared at Beerus in frustration, clenching his fists. Have you truly forgotten? Our Saiyan combat tournament is set to begin in 2 days. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others instantly perked up. The Saiyan combat tournament is only 2 days away, which means they will soon have the opportunity to battle the Saiyans of the 6th universe. They are highly eager for this match to witness the strength of the 6th universe Saiyans. Chapter 188. Then we shall meet in 2 days. Oh, that, Beerus remarked, a smirk forming on his lips. It hardly matters whether he remembers such trivialities. After all, victory is assured. Why should he burden himself with unnecessary memories? For Beerus, it's a given that their 7th universe will prevail, making it unnecessary to dwell on such matters. They would simply attend, secure their victory, and return without a hint of pressure, effortlessly. How arrogant, Beerus! Kampa, upon hearing this, became even more incensed. Just you wait. On that nameless planet, we shall determine who among the Saiyans of our universes is truly the strongest. With that, Kampa shouted at Beerus to end the video call. He truly did not wish to continue gazing upon Beerus' countenance. The more he looked, the angrier he became. Let us meet in 2 days. Batos conveyed to Whis and Beerus before abruptly ending the video call. Simultaneously, she transmitted the location of the nameless planet to Whis. Upon receipt, a radiant light emanated from the angelic staff in Whis' hand, projecting an image of the cosmos into the air. There, at the intersection of the 7th universe and the 6th universe, lay a nameless planet, a sphere divided, half belonging to the 7th universe and half to the 6th. The Saiyan combat tournament was scheduled to take place on this very planet. The impending battle against the Saiyans of the 6th universe was drawing near. You all, do your best, Broly urged as he glanced at Goku and the others. He too yearned for the thrill of combat. However, he had yet to fully master his powers, rendering him incapable of participating without risking catastrophic destruction. Thus, the competition would feature 3 combatants: Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta. I will ensure I fight on your behalf and secure victory over our opponents, Gohan vowed, understanding that he was essentially fighting for Broly. He was determined not to falter, for if Broly were to compete, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious regardless of the adversary. How exhilarating! The Saiyans of the 6th universe, Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the mere thought. He pondered what transformations they might possess, likely having observed and emulated their transformations through the video. It is either Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God, Vegeta interjected, crossing his arms over his chest with a cold demeanor. He held little faith that the Saiyans of the 6th universe could rival their strength or traverse the evolutionary path of the Saiyans as they had. In Vegeta's eyes, this tournament would determine which universe's Saiyans were truly the strongest. Representing the 7th universe, he vowed to show no mercy in battle, fully committed to defeating his opponents. Then let us make the most of these next 2 days to train, Goku suggested with a smile. He had mastered the Super Saiyan God in its blue form, and the next stage would naturally be the Super Saiyan God in its full blue form. I am in the same boat, Vegeta replied, his progress mirroring Goku's. Super Saiyan 4 at full power. The next stage is Super Saiyan 4, full power. I will also strive to advance, Gohan declared earnestly, clenching his fists. Determined not to lag behind, he would endeavor to embody the future version of himself he saw in the video, aiming to master the beast mode as swiftly as possible. Why not begin our training right now? Beerus suggested, clapping his hands and turning to Whis. Since it has been established that Goku will master Ultra Instinct in the future, you should commence his training in it at once. Understood, Lord Beerus, Whis responded with a slight smile. That is precisely my intention. Oh, must I commence my training so soon? Sun Wukong inquired, casting a glance at Whis. He felt that he had yet to fully grasp the power of the Super Saiyan God. Would it be prudent to embark on mastering the Ultra Instinct? Fear not. I understand your concerns, Whis replied with a smile. Ultra Instinct is also a divine power. There will be no conflict. Is that so? Then I shall proceed with ease. Sun Wukong responded, relieved to know that studying Ultra Instinct would not hinder his mastery of the Super Saiyan God. He could pursue both paths, allowing for progress and breakthroughs in each. Additionally, the upcoming video review would showcase his journey in mastering Ultra Instinct, undoubtedly aiding him in his endeavors. Humph, Kakarot. You had best not underestimate me. Even if you master Ultra Instinct, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Do not forget, in the video, I was the one who defeated you. Vegeta interjected as he observed Sun Wukong approaching Whis. In his quest to surpass Sun Wukong, Vegeta was resolute, vowing never to relent. Understood, Vegeta. Sun Wukong turned to face him, grinning widely. Once we both harness our formidable powers, let us engage in a match to see who is stronger. That was precisely what Vegeta wished to convey, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. No problem. The victor will surely be me. Not so fast. Sun Wukong was not inclined to concede easily to Vegeta. Presently, his strength was nearly on par with Vegeta's, and in their training bouts, the outcome remained uncertain. Henceforth, it would depend on which of them would strive harder. Enhancing their base fighting power was equally crucial, for the Saiyan strength ascended from their foundational state. I must hasten to master my power, Broly declared, clenching his fists to motivate himself. His paramount objective was to gain control over his strength, ensuring that he would be able to partake in future competitions without succumbing to reckless destruction. I too, Gohan affirmed earnestly, nodding. He was determined to train diligently, aspiring to catch up to his father, Uncle Vegeta, and Mr. Broly. In the video, his future self, utilizing a beast mode, did not merely surpass Sun Wukong and Vegeta. While it may be an exaggeration to say he had yet to achieve that, it was certain that he had indeed caught up to them. He could exchange a few blows with Sun Wukong and the others. Thus, Gohan's current goal was to match their prowess and soon master the beast mode. He believed that with the power of beast mode, he could safeguard the earth and protect those he cherished. This was the true purpose of his relentless pursuit of strength, a resolve he would never forget. Chapter 189. I shall take a thorough look later. Thus, Sun Wukong and his three companions engaged in rigorous training, preparing for the Saiyan martial arts tournament 2 days hence. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, Kaba and his comrades were also diligently honing their skills. Seize every minute and second, leaving no moment squandered. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have elapsed. Upon the earth, a flash of light descended, heralding the arrival of Whis. He had already contacted Bulma, informing her of their journey to the nameless planet today, to witness the Saiyan tournament held between the 7th and 6th universes. Anticipation for this battle was palpable, as everyone yearned to glimpse the Saiyans of the 6th universe and to discern the nature of their powers. Upon arriving at Capsule Corporation, Bulma and her companions awaited. Whis summoned a colossal square using his divine power, standing atop it. Addressing Bulma and the others through a megaphone, I shall now escort you to the venue of the tournament. Please board this square in an orderly fashion. Goten and Trunks, the two young lads, rushed over, circling the enormous square, perplexed. Where's the entrance? Is there a spell we must chant? How will this contraption take us to the tournament venue? Their questions were numerous. Whis hovered beside them, smiling as he demonstrated how to enter the square. It was as simple as walking forward, as their bodies would seamlessly pass through the walls. With Whis' divine enhancement, this square would accelerate beyond the speed of light, ensuring a swift arrival at the venue, the nameless planet situated at the intersection of the 7th and 6th universes. Soon, everyone boarded the square, and Whis first transported them to the realm of the Destroyer. There, they met with the Destroyer Beerus and gathered Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Broly. Finally, they all set off together towards the nameless planet. In no time, the inhabitants of the 7th universe arrived at the nameless planet, where Kampa and the denizens of the 6th universe had already gathered. At Kampa's behest, Vados utilized her divine power to construct a suitable arena and spectator stands. The seating was divided into 2 sections, the left designated for the 7th universe, and the right for the 6th universe, perfectly separated. Between them lay an enormous arena, crafted from a uniquely resilient material, ideal for combat. The attention of Goku and his companions was drawn to the 6th universe's stands, where they beheld the 3 Saiyans. Why do they appear so frail? Krillin pondered, finding them to be a stark contrast to his expectations. Their physiques seemed emaciated, akin to those who had not had their fill, a far cry from the robust forms of Goku and his companions. One side appeared weak, while the other exuded strength. Notably, 2 among them were female Saiyans. Chi-Chi was taken aback. How could it be that 2 of the 3 Saiyans sent from the 6th universe are women? How can they possibly contend with Goku and the others? After all, women are typically not as strong as men, and these 2 seem remarkably slender, devoid of any muscle. Haha, soon we shall engage in battle. Sun Wukong remains utterly unconcerned, already brimming with excitement. He senses the formidable power residing within the Saiyans of the 6th universe. Wukong, you might need to temper your strength a bit. We must not bully the Saiyans of the 6th universe, Krillin remarks, hands on his hips, smiling. In his view, the Saiyans from the 6th universe possess no capability to contend with Wukong and his companions. That is not entirely accurate, Piccolo cautions. This is a type of situation that must not be underestimated. He too has discerned that despite their slender frames, Cabe and his companions harbor immense strength within them. If they were to underestimate them, the ones to suffer would undoubtedly be themselves. Krillin responds, somewhat perplexed. He even feels that if he were to step into the fray, he could easily defeat those 3 Saiyans from the 6th universe. Yet there is another individual, a figure clad in a coat, seated and motionless, catching Vegeta's attention behind Cabe and his companions. Meanwhile, in the audience of the 6th universe, Mr. Wukong and his friends are present. Cabe, akin to an ardent fan, is beside himself with excitement upon seeing his idols. After all, he has longed to meet Sun Wukong and his companions. Now that he finally has the chance, had he brought a camera, he would have rushed over for a photograph with them, one for each, culminating in a grand group shot. Just wait and see. The one who encounters me today shall be the unluckiest, Kale confidently declares. If it weren't for the one-on-one rule, I could take them all on by myself. Sister, Caulifla interjects, remaining true to her introverted nature, wishing to temper Caulifla's bold claims. It would not bode well if Wukong and the others overheard her. What a braggart. I shall keep a close eye on that. Cabe cannot help but roll his eyes at Caulifla. He reiterates his earlier sentiment. Had he brought a camera, he would not only capture moments with the Saiyans of the 7th universe, but also photograph the moment Caulifla is knocked down, printing it out to showcase whenever she boasts again, reminding her of her overconfidence. Oh, they have finally arrived. Kampa notices the enormous square descending upon the audience of the 7th universe. He, along with Beerus, departs from the 6th universe audience and flies toward them. Bulma and the others have yet to meet Kampa, their gazes now fixed upon him. That must be the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Vegeta observes. Crossing his arms and regarding Kampa, he senses a power akin to that of Beerus emanating from him, the distinct destructive force exclusive to gods of destruction. Moreover, Kampa bears an uncanny resemblance to Beerus, merely a plumper version. Indeed, Lord Beerus, he looks quite similar, Krillin chuckles, noting that aside from being more rotund, they are virtually identical. As Kampa approaches the audience of the 7th universe, anticipation fills the air. A confident smile graced the corners of his mouth. You truly dare to come here, Kampa? Of course, Beerus replied with a grin. I already mentioned it. There's no reason not to participate in a battle that is guaranteed to be victorious. Besides, I am eagerly anticipating the sight of you weeping profusely. Kampa felt a flicker of irritation. We shall see who ends up in tears. Are you ready? Let us dispense with the idle chatter and commence the battle. With that, Kampa turned to return to his seat in the 6th universe. Chapter 190. Departure of Beerus. Wait a moment. Beerus suddenly called out to Kampa. What is it? Kampa turned around, puzzled. Who is that fellow? Beerus squinted in the direction of the 6th universe audience, where Hit had remained motionless. Oh, him? Never mind. Kampa intended to keep Hit's presence a secret. Turning away, he left with Beerus, returning to the audience of the 6th universe. As for why Hit was there, it was a decision made by Kampa. Concerned that Kaba and his companions might lose, he intentionally allowed Beerus to find Hit and bring him along. If Kaba and his team were to be defeated, Kampa planned to cheat by bringing Hit into the fray to conquer Goku and the other Saiyans. After all, Hit was the most formidable assassin of the 6th universe, and those Saiyans had yet to reach the level depicted in the video commentary. Thus, they would surely be no match for Hit. Kampa's thoughts were interrupted by Beerus, who had already discerned Kampa's intent to bring Hit into the battle. TCH. That fellow is clearly up to no good. However, Beerus was unconcerned, as Broly was always prepared to enter the arena. Turning to Goku and his companions, he said, You 3 should decide who will battle first by playing rock, paper, scissors. All right, Goku and the others had no objections. Thus, they determined the order of combat. Goku would face Caulifla from the 6th universe first, followed by Vegeta, and finally Gohan. Once the order was established, Kampa and Beerus directed their energy towards a gong in the sky. When the gong sounded, it signified the commencement of the first battle. Goku and Caulifla leapt onto the stage. Hey, Goku is up first. Kiki exclaimed upon seeing Goku's opponent was a girl, reminding him, Be careful not to hurt her, Goku. Krillin and Yamcha shared the same sentiment. Facing a female Saiyan, it would be unfortunate if Goku accidentally injured her. He should merely control his strength enough to knock her out of the ring. Hee, I understand, Goku replied with a chuckle. He was indeed aware of the situation. However, Caulifla, standing opposite him, perceived this as an affront. With a slight clenching of his fists, he wondered whom they were afraid of. Sun Wukong. I aspire to become the strongest Saiyan. Do you truly believe that you can harm me? How amusing, for you lack the capability. Caulifla's audacious declaration left Sun Wukong, and indeed, all of Universe 7, stunned. Not only did she dare to proclaim her intention to become the strongest Saiyan, but she also asserted that they did not possess the ability to injure her. Such brashness from a mere girl was astonishing, as her strength appeared utterly mismatched with her ambition. How arrogant, Vegeta scoffed, a hint of regret washing over him. He lamented not being the first to compete in the rock-paper-scissors game, for he longed to teach this audacious girl a lesson. Regardless of her gender, Vegeta would give his all in battle, sparing no effort to vanquish his foe. This girl is exceedingly presumptuous, Satan remarked, unable to restrain his thoughts. He, too, found Caulifla's audacity staggering, especially in the presence of Sun Wukong and his companions. Indeed, Krillin nodded in agreement, previously wishing for Wukong to take it easy on the girl. However, after her bold proclamation, he found himself hoping Wukong would not hold back, for it appeared she held them in utter contempt. Wukong, teach her a lesson, Beerus declared, unable to tolerate the insolence of the 6th Universe's Saiyan any longer. Just then, Sun Wukong, hands on his hips, was still pondering when Caulifla suddenly charged at him. With a swift and unexpected strike, she aimed a punch at him. Yet, Wukong reacted with remarkable agility, performing a backflip to evade the attack. Oh, quite quick on your feet, Caulifla admitted, genuinely surprised that he had managed to dodge her blow. In the audience, Krillin expressed his ire. How despicable to ambush someone while they're speaking. Kiki and the others echoed his sentiments, disapproving of Caulifla's tactics. After all, Wukong had been conversing with Beerus when she chose to strike. Unfazed, Caulifla retorted, "Humph, the match has already begun. Did you not realize? How can you call it an ambush when the competition is underway?" Her words left Kiki and the others momentarily speechless. Indeed, the match had commenced, and Caulifla's actions could hardly be classified as underhanded. Huh, well said, Wukong chuckled, assuming a combat stance. With that, he resolved to engage in earnest. Prepare to be knocked to the ground, Caulifla declared, brimming with confidence. She charged towards him once more, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts along the way. Wukong effortlessly swatted the incoming blasts aside and faced Caulifla head-on. This time, Sun Wukong chose not to evade, but instead blocked her punch with his arm. This action allowed him to gauge Caulifla's strength, which he deemed quite satisfactory. However, in comparison to Gohan, Vegeta, and Broly, Caulifla's power fell significantly short. It was simply insufficient. With a slight exertion of his arm, he pushed Caulifla away. As she stabilized herself, she erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan 3. Her golden hair cascaded down to her waist, enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, crackling with flashes of lightning. The full power of Super Saiyan 3 was astonishing. Bulma was utterly surprised. She had assumed that the Saiyans of Universe 6 were incapable of even achieving Super Saiyan. To her astonishment, Caulifla could ascend to Super Saiyan 3. It is worth noting that it was not long ago that Goku had mastered this transformation himself, prior to the arrival of Whis and Beerus. It was not merely about transformation. Gohan observed Caulifla and remarked that her ability to instantaneously transform demonstrated her complete mastery of the Super Saiyan 3 power. Perhaps her strength exceeded even this. Go for it, sister. Kale cheered on Caulifla, mustering her courage. She did not want her sister to lose the battle. In the arena, Caulifla's confidence surged as she became a Super Saiyan 3. How about this power? It's quite impressive, isn't it? I can easily knock you to the ground. Indeed, it is quite impressive, Goku replied with an excited smile, but this level of power is insufficient to bring me down. He cautioned her. If you continue to think that way, you may find yourself disappointed. After all, judging by the energy I sense, Caulifla's power is still not on par with an ordinary Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. Caulifla, incensed by Goku's words, clenched her fists, veins bulging on her forehead. Then I'll show you just how powerful I truly am. With that, she charged at Goku like a bolt of lightning. Her speed so great that Krillin and the others struggled to perceive her movements. With a thunderous impact, Caulifla unleashed a punch towards Goku. However, just when she was certain of her success, visualizing Goku being struck and sent flying, she was met with disbelief. Looking up, shock filled her eyes as she witnessed Goku transform into a standard Super Saiyan 2, effortlessly catching her full-force punch with a single hand. Amazing. Goku is that powerful? Kampa clearly did not anticipate Goku's strength to be so formidable. He believed that the Goku in the videos was only impressive because he was from the future. The Goku in reality could not possibly match that level of power. However, witnessing Sun Wukong effortlessly withstand Caulifla's full force strike left Kampa astonished, rendering him somewhat incredulous. After a moment of contemplation, Kampa endeavored to maintain a positive outlook, reminding himself that this was not Caulifla's absolute strength. He believed that, as the battle progressed, Caulifla would ultimately triumph over Sun Wukong. Nearby, Beerus could not help but sigh upon hearing this. While you may conceal your power, does it mean others cannot do the same? He mused. Observing the scene, it was apparent that even a standard Super Saiyan 2 like Sun Wukong could endure Caulifla's full-on assault in her Super Saiyan 3 form. The prospects of victory appeared bleak. It was evident that Sun Wukong was destined to emerge victorious. Yet, before their arrival, Kampa had been brimming with confidence, convinced that Universe 6 would secure an easy win. Beerus, however, had always harbored doubts about their chances, knowing well that the Saiyans of Universe 7 would surely outmatch those of Universe 6. If the Saiyans of Universe 6 possessed superior strength, then the champions in the highlight reels would not have featured Sun Wukong and his companions from Universe 7, but rather the Saiyans of Universe 6, including Caulifla. No, this cannot be right. It must be my own shortcomings, Caulifla thought, unwilling to accept defeat. With a determined leap, she aimed a kick at Sun Wukong's head. Despite her speed, to Sun Wukong, it appeared rather ordinary. As Caulifla executed her kick, Sun Wukong effortlessly reached out and seized her calf. This sudden turn of events shocked Caulifla. Despite her swift movements, her opponent had managed to grasp her leg. Before she could react, Sun Wukong gave a gentle toss, sending her flying away. "Big sister," Kale exclaimed, filled with concern. It was evident to anyone with common sense that Caulifla was no match for Sun Wukong. Despite her superior transformation, her strength was insufficient to surpass that of Sun Wukong. If things continued this way, defeat was inevitable for her. "I told you, Caulifla is too arrogant," Kale remarked, believing there was no harm in tempering Caulifla's overconfidence and helping her realize her true capabilities. On the arena, Caulifla remained oblivious to her inferiority compared to Sun Wukong. "You scoundrel!" she shouted, raising her hand as a small sphere materialized. Following intense concentration, the sphere expanded significantly, eventually transforming into an enormous energy blast. Is he really going to obliterate everything? Den suddenly panicked. The energy blast appeared formidable and perilous. That fool. Piccolo could not help but curse. The intensity of that energy was surely capable of annihilating this unnamed planet without a doubt. Rest assured, there is a protective barrier established by my sister surrounding the arena. There is no need to worry about the energy spreading beyond, Whis said with a reassuring smile, alleviating the concerns of Dend and the others. As long as the planet remained intact, that was all that mattered. How disappointing, Vegeta scoffed, finding the Saiyans of Universe 6 to be rather different from what he had anticipated. Kale's arrogance was truly insufferable, much to Vegeta's displeasure. He felt a strong urge to personally step into the arena and subdue Kale. Facing energy capable of annihilating planets, Goku remained utterly unperturbed, his countenance adorned with a relaxed smile. "Indeed, that energy is formidable," he mused, "no need for you to point it out." At that moment, Kale was disinterested in Goku's words. The energy sphere in her hand had reached its peak, unable to escalate further. With a fierce shout, "Die!" she unleashed the colossal energy sphere towards Goku. The terrifying aura reverberated throughout the arena, yet Goku remained calm. As the energy sphere approached, he finally sprang into action, positioning his hands in a blossoming formation at his waist. A blue energy coalesced in his palms, rapidly forming a blue energy sphere. "You think such a minuscule energy sphere can contend with me? Spare yourself the delusion," Kale thought. However, she was unaware that Goku believed he could counter her colossal energy sphere with one of similar size. "Let's find out," Goku chuckled, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "Kamehameha," he exclaimed, thrusting his hands upward with force. The energy erupted, manifesting as a blue energy beam. The two energies collided with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves that cracked the arena's surface, even its specially crafted material unable to withstand such overwhelming force. How could this be? Kale's face reflected her shock as she realized her colossal energy sphere was being overpowered. "No, I cannot allow myself to lose." Witnessing her energy being pushed back, a crimson aura surged around her, replacing her golden flames with a deep red energy. Goku noticed Kale's transformation and surmised the form she was about to assume. Soon, The human essence around Kale faded completely, and at that moment, she transcended into the realm of the gods, emanating a vast aura of divine energy. Her hair, pupils, and eyebrows turned a striking red. Super Saiyan God achieved. The transformation startled Krillin, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was not alone in his astonishment. Bulma and others were equally taken aback, realizing Kale had mastered the evolutionary path to Super Saiyan God. The Saiyans of Universe 6 can also attain Super Saiyan God. Goten and Trunks, the two young boys, were now filled with envy, lamenting that Saiyans from other universes could become Super Saiyan gods. The two of them are currently stuck in the most mundane and weakest transformation stage of Super Saiyan. It seems that this transformation has become obsolete. They must hasten their training, mature swiftly, and grow stronger. They must either master Super Saiyan 4 or attain the power of Super Saiyan God. I mentioned before that they must be learning these transformations by watching video summaries, Vegeta said with his arms crossed, a displeased expression adorning his face. Will Goku be alright? Satan couldn't help but express his concern. The opponent has already transformed into Super Saiyan God. Is Goku in danger? Will he be able to withstand the challenge? Useless, Gohan remarked, glancing at Kale. Even if she transforms into Super Saiyan God, she could never surpass my father. The disparity in power is still far too great. One might say that Kale's chances of winning this battle are non-existent, less than 1%. Indeed, Broly nodded. Having learned to sense energy, he could now discern who was stronger or weaker by their ki. Compared to Kale, Goku's energy was notably superior. Thus, it was impossible for Kale to emerge victorious, even if she transformed into Super Saiyan God. Back in the arena, after completing her transformation, Kale's power ascended to a different dimension. Faced with the relentless energy surging towards her, she effortlessly repelled it. However, Goku remained unfazed. Just as the energy approached, he merged his index and middle fingers at his forehead, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. The energy collided with the arena, creating a tremendous energy storm. Once the energy dissipated, Kale searched for Goku's figure. Where could he have gone? She clutched two energy spheres in her hands. The moment she located Goku, she would not hesitate to hurl them at him. Just then, Goku appeared behind Kale. She immediately turned and launched an energy sphere backward. Unfortunately, by the time she spun around, Goku had already vanished again. Almost instantaneously, he reappeared above her. Kale sensed his presence and threw her remaining energy sphere upward. With a thunderous boom, a massive explosion erupted, sending thick smoke billowing into the air. A smirk crept onto Kale's lips. Now let us see if you can evade this. However, once the smoke cleared, Kale's eyes widened in disbelief. Goku was nowhere to be found within the haze. This meant that her previous energy sphere had failed to hit him. Indeed, Mr. Goku is not so easily struck, Gab chuckled, reveling in Kale's astonishment. He felt immense satisfaction watching her shocked expression. After all, Kale's arrogance warranted a lesson to remind her of her true capabilities and to reveal her actual strength. Hey, I'm right here. Goku's voice resonated from below. Cauliflara lowered her gaze, seeing Sun Wukong standing upon the arena. You rascal, she exclaimed, her fury palpable as she felt as though he was deliberately toying with her. With her arms crossed over her chest, a spiraling orb of crimson energy rapidly coalesced before her. Silence, she commanded, unleashing the full force of the energy towards Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong merely inhaled deeply and then closed his eyes. In the next moment, a brilliant crimson aura surged forth from within him. When he reopened his eyes, the essence of a deity had completely supplanted his human aura. A formidable divine presence radiated outward, transforming his hair, pupils, and brows to a vivid red. He had entered the realm of the divine, becoming a Super Saiyan God, a transformation distinct from Cauliflara's own Super Saiyan God form. The instant Sun Wukong transformed, both Beerus and Champa sensed the shift. It was evident that the disparity in power between Cauliflara and Sun Wukong was immense. Despite their shared transformation as Super Saiyan gods, the difference in strength was staggering, and Cauliflara was oblivious to this fact, fixated on her energy as she sought to obliterate Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong extended his left hand, fingers curling inward. With a hum, the energy sphere was abruptly halted in midair, unable to advance even a fraction. What is this madness? Cauliflara was utterly bewildered by Sun Wukong's actions. She exerted every ounce of strength to push downwards, attempting to reignite the motion of her energy. It was a mere 10 meters away, 10 meters from annihilating Sun Wukong, but despite her utmost efforts, she could not budge it. The energy remained suspended, unable to shift even a millimeter. Ultimately, it began to dissipate gradually. "What have you done?" Caulifla shouted in fury, charging towards Sun Wukong. Yet, before she could reach him, the crimson aura enveloped her body, extending until she was entirely shrouded. As the aura fully enveloped her, she found herself immobilized in midair. The divine restraint. Caulifla, having not paid close attention to the videos, failed to recognize this special technique exclusive to the Super Saiyan God. "This is not quite what I envisioned," Kampa remarked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Before Sun Wukong, Caulifla was utterly at his mercy, devoid of any means to retaliate, unable to break free from his divine restraint. The chasm of power between them felt insurmountable. "Sister." Kale yearned to rush forth to aid Caulifla, but this was a one-on-one match.